just crossed. I inherited the family's 1,000 acres of good fields. I wanted to be a quiet small landlord and live a leisurely life. But unexpectedly, a woman in black came to me late at night. She forced a relationship with me and tossed and turned all night. Afterwards, she left a copper coin and turned and left. I thought it was just a simple late-night encounter. But who would have thought that 6 years later, the woman would come with her daughter? Originally, the woman turned out to be the empress of the Great Gong dynasty today. 6 years ago, she accidentally fell victim to a sneak attack during a struggle with the crown prince. In order to detoxify, she forcibly had a relationship with a young man from a peasant family. The next day, she wanted to kill him, but when she remembered that night, she couldn't bring herself to do it several times. Finally, she had no choice but to leave a copper coin behind, brush her sleeves, and leave. Unexpectedly, she ended up pregnant, and 10 months later gave birth to a baby girl. Subsequently, she raised the baby girl in the palace, but recently someone in the court discovered that she had a daughter. For the safety of her daughter, she had no choice but to bring her daughter back to the place of that absurd night 6 years ago. Is this really my daughter? I stood at the door, looking at the 2 adults and 1 child in front of me with suspicion, and couldn't help but recall the events that happened here 6 years ago. 6 years ago, I had just crossed over to this continent, and before I could digest the memories of this body, someone broke in from outside the window, threatening with a sword, forcing me to leave. She was dressed in night clothes, and even when injured, she was very domineering, directly controlling me. If this body wasn't relatively young, I would probably have become the male lead of a comedy that night. I never thought that one day I would meet her again, and she even brought a child with her. Did she encounter some danger, so she needed to send the child here? Mother, is he my father? This place looks so small and poor. Will it be safe? The little girl pointed at the wooden gate made of locust tree and said in a childish voice, being criticized by my own daughter. I couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, but her way of speaking was still quite cute. Originally, after living a carefree life for 6 years in this world, now suddenly having a daughter, it seems I can no longer be lazy. I wonder what my cheap wife is thinking. Does she want to leave abruptly like last time? My cheap wife who has not yet crossed the threshold must be the daughter of a certain prestigious family or a martial arts family. She is very strong in martial arts. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been easily taken hostage by a woman and spent that absurd night in humiliation. The other party's identity should be extraordinary. It is safer here instead. There are not many people who know about hiding in this small village. Mother sent you here out of helplessness. She will come to pick you up after she finishes handling things, Gong Yuyan said, turning to me. Our daughter is called Gong Sini. You can call her Shoei. I couldn't help muttering softly at the words. Li Sini sounds pretty good too. Why the surname Gong? What did you say? Gong Yuyan frowned and asked. Oh, nothing. I was saying our daughter looks quite pretty. She looks a lot like me. Of course she also inherited your unparalleled beauty. I quickly added when I sensed too murderous intents again. Are all women of the Daigon so terrifying? Why is it that they either use skills or kill people at the drop of a hat? Gong Yuyan fell silent for a moment, then said lightly, I will leave her here temporarily. I will trouble you to take care of her. I will come to find her in a while. After I finish my personal matters, I will give you a generous reward. Where is this from? Am I the kind of person who doesn't raise their own children? By the way, is your family facing any difficulties and can't afford to raise the child? So you thought of me? Actually, you don't have to do this. I dare to say something unpleasant. If you are not married, you can marry me. When the time comes, I will hold a grand wedding for you. I guarantee it will be the best wedding in the whole Yinshan. It won't hurt your face, you can rest assured, I said, patting my chest proudly. Saved up silver for 6 years, plus the inheritance left by my parents before they passed away. There are now not just a few thousand taels of silver in the family. Simply put, this amount is equivalent to 10 million before rebirth, plus the fertile land at home. A solid millionaire, now with a wife and a daughter. It's not too difficult to support them. Gong Yuyan sneered at the words, are you very rich? As the most noble empress of Dakian, she had as much silver as she wanted. But today, she heard a rural man say he wanted to marry her in a grand manner. She raised her chest proudly and said, I have thousands of taels of silver, at least more than you who can't even protect your own child. Gong Yuyan fell silent at the words and didn't speak again. Yes, she couldn't even protect her own flesh and blood. So what was the point of saying those unnecessary words to a rural man? Now that her daughter was settled, she should also leave. Mother, are you leaving? At the moment when Gong Yuyan got up to leave, the girl tearfully looked at Gong Yuyan. Gong Yuyan turned around and patted her daughter's head. Sini, you must be good. Although he has a humble background, he is after all your father. You must be sensible while you are here. After I go back, I will send you letters by carrier pigeon. You must be obedient. Understand? Hey, are you leaving just like that? Won't you come in and sit for a while? I hurriedly chased after, but the more I chased, the farther apart we were, and soon disappeared from sight. That person actually left no trace in the snow. I was shocked to see this scene. This cheap wife is definitely a master of martial arts. I looked down and saw a package on the ground. When I opened it, I found some clothes unique to little girls, as well as some sachets, books on etiquette and music, and several fist-sized gold ingots. When I saw the gold, my eyes widened instantly. This is real gold. Dad, can we go back home? It's too cold outside. Mom told me that we shouldn't stay outside for too long on snowy days, or we'll catch a cold. Suddenly, a crisp voice came from behind. The little girl smiled sweetly, without much sadness after her mother passed away. Don't look at Gong Sini is only 5 years old. Her level of intelligence is already higher than many 10-year-old children. In the palace over the past few years, Gong Sini has been the most intelligent child in the entire palace, and those palace scholars have greatly appreciated this. I then took the little girl back to the courtyard. The outside of the courtyard looked desolate, but after entering the inside of the courtyard, it was wide open. The space inside was not big, the whole was relatively clean. The windows were glued with greaseproof paper with some nice patterns on them. In front of the door placed some crossbows, wooden aircraft carriers, model airplanes and dragon statues and some other knickknacks. Next to the scattered throne on the table of rice paper, is some strange design sketches. These were all made by Li Idol in his spare time, and the ones placed outside were basically defective. Gong Xine looked curiously at the small wooden toys outside, and when she wanted to walk over to fiddle with the crossbow, she was stopped by Li Xian, and she could only pout and look at her father. Li Xian coughed dryly, picked up the wooden carrier and said while giving it, you will play with this first. That thing just now is a bit dangerous. Not something you can touch. Turn around, Daddy will make you something that girls like to play with. Like Hello Kitty. Daddy, what is it? Hello Kitty? What a strange name, Gong Xine asked, blinking her eyes as bright as obsidian. It's just a cat with a pink dress and a bow. Li Xian briefly described it. Daddy, that's what 3-year-olds like to play with. I'm 5 years old. Besides, I'm not like them. Gong Xine pouted her little mouth proudly. Li Xian looked at his daughter with some surprise, wondering if what she said was true or not. Soon the two had stepped inside the very warm house. Li Xian, on the other hand, was full of joy as he scrutinized the little girl. Seeing his daughter's delectable appearance, Li Xian couldn't hold back any longer and hurriedly hugged her and kissed her a few times, smelling the milky aroma of her body, only feeling very satisfied. This is a tie from the bloodline. I didn't expect that the wish I couldn't accomplish before I was reborn, but I accomplished it in a haphazard manner after I was reborn, so it's really the creation of the world. Gong Sini hurriedly struggled to escape, making a face from afar and saying in a milky voice, Bad Daddy, bearded, deliberately stabbing me. Li Xian laughed. Father has a gift for you. Wait a moment. With that, Li Xian went to the cabinet, unlocked the door and took out a very delicate light blue moon glass pendant, then brought it to his daughter. Wow, is this a gemstone? It's like a crescent moon. It's so pretty. She had long since been mesmerized by the glass pendant by this time, and felt that it was a much better pendant than even her mother's night jewels. Seeing that his daughter liked it, Li Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There was finally something that his daughter liked. He didn't even have a date before he was reborn, but always dreamed of having a daughter. Now the wish is finally fulfilled. If you can't get your daughter to like you, that's a real failure. Speaking of which, glass jewelry was something that was cheap in his time, so if anyone took it out and gave it to a girl, they probably wouldn't even be friends. But put it in this day and age, that's very different. In fact, this is also leisure nothing to do, want to make glass, but due to the environment is too poor, coupled with the raw materials is difficult to grasp, so one after another to do a small half a year, and ultimately make a few decent finished product too, which will have this glass pendant. Li Xian smiled and said, Daddy will give you another little toy to try and play with. At the end of the sentence, Li Xian had already brought over a finished wooden third-order Rubik's Cube and said, just group the same color to the same side. I'll give you a demonstration. And there's a reward for successful categorization. This novelty small toy, so that the Gong Sini, who was used to seeing all kinds of toys, froze at once. What kind of toy is this? It looks so amazing. After a while, Gong Sini looked at the semi-automatic flush toilet in front of her again, her eyes widening and jewel-like. She had just watched her father add half a bucket of water directly into it, and then the filth inside the toilet, with the addition of the water, left the house completely, and it became clean again. Daddy explained to me what this is all about. It's amazing. Gong Sini blinked her big eyes. She had originally thought that this place was small and poor, but the experiences she had had in a short period of time had already made her a bit dazzled. Even the most honorable royal family in the whole world, Have to rely on the palace maid and eunuchs regularly scheduled to deal with the dirt. Never heard of such a flush can be flushed away all the dirt things. In the palace by the great scholars hailed as a small child prodigy. She only felt that those previously learned in front of this knowledge is not a hit. Li Xian laughed and said proudly, these are small things here in daddy. Not worth mentioning. Follow your father. I can learn great wisdom. Unexpectedly, in the process of Li Xian's talking, Gong Xine had already greedily gone elsewhere and began to survey the oddly shaped home, occasionally taking down things with a curious look on her face. And it didn't take much time for her to be able to recover the third-order Rubik's Cube that she had given to her earlier on her own. Gong Xine came to Li Xian's side with her things and said proudly, Daddy, I want a reward. Li Xian was a bit stunned. How could a 5-year-old girl, without learning the steps, recover a Rubik's Cube in a little over half an hour? It is important to realize that many adults, if they don't know the steps, are afraid that they will be confused and have difficulty recovering, not to mention a 5-year-old ancient girl. This is too much of an anticlimax. Could it be that his daughter is a genius? Chapter 3 The Empress is furious. Okay, Daddy reward you with a cold chicken. I'll make it now. Let Shaoan play with you for a while first, Li Xian said and hurriedly called over a 10-year-old boy who was quietly cleaning at the entrance of the woodshed. Shaoan is a few years ago in the village outside by chance to save a small beggar. After the small beggar to follow the side of Li Xian did not refuse, stayed at the side to give himself a hand. Very good behavior and understanding, and is smart and flexible. Just rather quiet. Now that my own daughter is here, it's a good time for the two kids to get to know each other. It would be a good way to get him to think about how to raise his daughter in the future. Sure enough, after the two kids met and introduced themselves to each other, they quickly played together. Standing in the firewood room, smiling as Shaoan introduced Cindy to the various knickknacks that Mr. usually made, a sense of happiness inexplicably welled up in Li Xian's heart. He'll take this daughter. Definitely not letting that cheap wife take it away again. Better find a chance to keep that cheap wife too. After dinner, the big two sat quietly in the yard. Li Xian also asked his daughter at the right time, what do you usually learn at your mother's place? There should be a gentleman teaching sacred studies now. It belongs inside the 5 books and 4 classics. And in the evening, ritual and music will be taught. But I don't like sacred studies at all. It's too boring. And ritual and music is okay. But I'm tired of learning it too much. It's really boring. Gong Xine replied with a beak. Li Xian slapped his head. Right. According to his previous life, Xine was in kindergarten at this age. Nothing can be poorer than education. You have to get it on for your daughter yourself. However, he came to this world only a few years. The original main memory of learning is to the town of private schools for schooling. Coupled with the original owner is not too smart. Just barely mixed a child student. Then did not learn in. The town's private school teaching are very old-fashioned, which is not as good as the 9-year compulsory education in my previous life. Just this textbook can only be made up by myself, but it is not a big problem. How it is the era of the crushing up. Li Xian cupped his chin and after calculating in his mind, he let Shaoan continue to bring Xine to play. For himself, he went to one of his rooms, which was furnished with all sorts of tools, a place he left in this world to pass the time. Li Xian then began to recall the contents of his 9 years of education, making cuts to organize a basic version of the textbook. This world does not need to learn English, so Li Xian focus on language and math. Of course, nature and other subjects also have to be arranged. The good thing is that the language of this world and the Chinese characters are almost the same. After he crossed over he inherited this body's language ability, automatically learned. Basically no communication barriers. During this time he also planned to intersperse with some more myths and fables, and the journey to the west of the 4 great masterpieces had to be prioritized on the schedule, which was definitely something that no child could refuse. A few days later, a small country residence somewhere. Father, go on. What happened to that sun monkey after he met Buddha Rulai? Will sun monkey be bullied? Gong Xine blinked her eyes and looked at Li Xian, who was sitting over there with an inquisitive and anxious face. She felt that those gods in the heavenly court were really too abominable, and couldn't beat the monkey to find helpers. Beside her, Shaoan also looked at Li Xian curiously, seeming to be very much looking forward to the rest of this story. In the past, Li Xian had also told him a lot of stories, but the stories were about philosophical truths interspersed with the stories. According to what the gentleman said, in order to become an adult, one had to learn how to be a human being, and what the gentleman taught was the truth of being a human being. Although Li Xian did not take the examination, Shaoan felt that Li Xian was a person with great wisdom. Nowadays, the great Qian people with merit is monopolized by the clan recommendation. Ordinary people want to take a merit is much more difficult. Mr. Wyatt is not met, but also very reasonable. No way. We'll do a math quiz before class. and if we pass the test, we'll have a nature lesson, and then we'll tell the story after class, and if we answer to Daddy's satisfaction, we'll be rewarded with chicken at noon. Li Xian took the ruler and seriously knocked on the table. Only then did Gong Sini hurriedly straighten her sitting posture, her small face looking earnestly at the blackboard in front of her. When she heard Li Xian say called chicken, the corner of Gong Sini's mouth, too, couldn't control a trace of crystal-clear saliva, which was very cute. In the past few days, Dad changed ways to give her to do delicious, all she did not eat before in the palace. What called chicken? Roasted tofu? What roast pigeon? Roast whole sheep? Taste very exquisite, almost not heavy. An ingredient for a practice taste will become very different, which makes the palace Sini's taste buds have long been folded. Li Xian took the ruler and said with some seriousness, what we're testing today is addition, subtraction, multiplication and division within 10, okay? Gong Sini and Shaoan hurriedly nodded their heads and sat nicely, to let those great scholars in the palace know that this naughty and mischievous princess can still have such a well-behaved scene. I am afraid that his also will be staring wide-eyed, calling out unbelievable. As for what Li Xian taught, it was equally mind-boggling. It was very different compared to the orthodox sacred learning and square scriptures here, so Gong Sini's interest in learning was also very high. 10 questions in total, with penalties for 2 or more mistakes, and all benefits for the day cancelled for 3 or more. Li Xian warned and handed out the rolls. The paper used by Li Xian was a high-grade Xian paper that had been transformed over a period of 2 years. In fact, this kind of rice paper, a full 1,000 years ahead of this side of the time, but whenever launched into the world, absolutely can cause a great sensation. Only Li Xian, in this courtyard, would have this kind of high-grade rice paper. Most of the time in Deqian is still using bamboo slips, only in the time of flying pigeons to send letters, may use some polished sheepskin and other carriers to write, but the same is more bulky and heavy, and the number of words carried is limited. Now Li Xian made out of high-grade Xian paper, has been no less than the memory of the peak of the level of the ancient times. A few moments later, Li Xian handed out the rolls. After the timing was over, Li Xian began to check up, and after realizing that Sini and Shaoan had done everything correctly, he then nodded his head in satisfaction and said with a smile, before we get to the nature lesson, I need to ask you guys a few questions, and you need to answer them individually. Firstly, is this piece of land that we live on, round or square? Second, why does the sun rise and set every day? Why is there spring, summer, fall and winter? Third, Dakian, the imperial palace. The year is coming to an end. The Chen emperor is sitting on a chair, with a sad face, approving the Zhangji, batch by batch. Gong Yuyin see what like. Suddenly a handful of Zhangzhua fell to the ground, full chest violently undulating up. Hard to hide the anger. Chapter 4 Dakian Crisis. And why are you angry, Your Majesty? Green Reed suddenly appeared next to him in a bizarre to the extreme and said helplessly, since this year, the Empress is getting angry more and more frequently, and if it continues like this sooner or later, she will get sick. It's hard to fight the world, but I didn't realize that it's even harder to rule the world. It had been a few years since the Empress had gotten a good night's sleep. The first few years were fine, except for the extremely dangerous year when the Empress ascended the throne. The rest of the time was quite good, mainly because this year, Dakian's luck was indeed a bit bad. First of all, the former crown prince's party resurfaced, inciting people everywhere. Then the two vassals in other countries have an unclear relationship, and the orders of the Empress several times disobeyed. And then there is the onset of winter, the continuous snowfall of several snowstorms, half of the country covered in a blanket of white. Snowstorms frozen to death a lot of poor people, coupled with the recent little princess is also in danger. So the Empress had to transfer the little princess ahead of time. Out. This pile of things down. Her Majesty, a woman, is really a bit anxious. These clans are really looking for death. They dare to openly swallow the court's disaster relief money, resulting in snowstorms without any funds and food available. The border side of the starvation of more than 1,000 people waiting for disaster relief, if not for the loan I really want to be cheated by them. Swore that the allocation of funds for the disaster area as much as possible. Loan C is all into their pockets. Loan really want to be beheaded one by one to show the public. Gong Yuyan's fists clenched, itching to kill those clans by 1,000 cuts. But the clans and the royal family's involvement entanglement is very deep. It can be said that the palace you smoked 5 years ago when he ascended to the throne, behind the back of the help of those clans, especially the matter of money, and the Qian that the help of the clans are closely related to the help of the big clans. It is difficult to peel off. She is both want to properly cure these clans, but also cannot completely separate from each other. Worried about causing rebound around the birth of chaos, this tangle of mind has been plagued by her for a long time. Every time she cannot sleep at night. Xing Reed also sighed and said helplessly, this year, this weather, It is indeed a little bad. She was just a martial artist protecting the empress, and she didn't know anything about governing. But the snowstorm is tantamount to when the already somewhat turbulent Qian dynasty inside, buried a hidden trouble. At any time may add to the frost. Tens of thousands of ordinary people died because of this snowstorm. And these clans? How can we reduce their strength? Now the entire court, almost 70% are members of clans, plus too many people eating empty paychecks, are going to eat up the entire court's finances? The court simply has no money to allocate, but also need to borrow money from the clans to solve this matter. It's really a shame. The empress stretched out her slender jade hand and lightly held her forehead. She only felt a headache. It had been a long time since she had slept a peaceful sleep, raising not to avoid relatives this way, so that the national strength of the Qian kingdom more and more declined quite a lot. Last year because of the suppression of a little hard, resulting in the opposite of what is desired, but also let the Qian kingdom Yuanqi greatly injured, almost a collapse. So, how can we slowly cut down the strength of these clans again without causing a revolt on the other side? This matter is the most difficult problem hanging over Gong Yuyan's mind right now. She'd been thinking about it all year, only to come up with no good ideas. There are also those lords who are masculine and disobedient, and they are even more of a problem to the heart. And now De Qian, De Chu, De Qi tripod, De Chen just experienced a few years ago, the new emperor ascended the throne. So the weakest state power, diplomacy, is at a great disadvantage. There are nomads in the north constantly harassment, coupled with the two major vassals of De Qian wavering, and Chu, Qi, two countries privately colluded, which one thing backlogged down. To be honest, the situation in De Qian is already serious. If it wasn't serious, Gong Yuyan wouldn't have been able to send her daughter away. This one big thing after another was weighing her down. Gong Yuyan sighed, then whirled around and said to herself, I wonder how Yi is doing these days. Between words, Gong Yuyan has taken out a fine thin sheepskin that has been polished, and began to write with a pen. And soon the carrier pigeon came and took away Gong Yuyan's letter. Some time later, the carrier pigeon landed in a small country yard somewhere. With the cooing and cooing, Li Xian, who was in the yard, raised an eyebrow, then grabbed the pigeon and removed the stuff, while the pigeon waited on the drying rack on the side. Father, you can't read my mother's letters. Gong Sini walked out, her small face full of vigilance as she snatched the letter. And her mother's letters? His father naturally cannot go through. The secrets inside let her father know would not be good. After all, her father has always thought that her mother is just an ordinary person. Li Xian coughed dryly, but didn't say much, just a little curious about what his unmarried wife actually said. After another moment, Gong Sini wanted to write on the parchment, but after thinking about it, she took another piece of rice paper from the side over, which she wrote in detail, and then the letter was tied to the leg of the carrier pigeon, which flew away from the house. It didn't take long for the carrier pigeon to appear in Gong Yuyan's bedchamber. Looking at the rice paper tied to the leg of the carrier pigeon, Gong Yuyan was stunned and said to himself, didn't Lone give the parchment? And what is this thing? As he spoke, Gong Yuyan had already unfolded the rice paper somewhat strangely. Mother, Yi is having a good time here. It's just that Yi thinks father is strange. This sentence at the forefront caused Gong Yuyan's heart to tighten. She then continued to look down. It was really good, she thought. The paper held more words and could be easily folded in half. Where the hell was this paper from? Yi feels that Daddy doesn't look like an ordinary person. Daddy didn't teach me the 5 books and 4 sutras. Didn't teach me farming. Instead he taught me language, math and nature. Daddy said that this world is a sphere, and said that the stars in the sky, and our world is almost the same. Only the distance is very far. It is many years ago the light came to us here. He said that the sun is also a sphere. And he told me that the reason why the world has day and night is because this planet we live on turns to the back of the sun. So, looking at what her daughter had written to her, Gong Yuyan was silent for a long time, with some shock in her eyes. She, perhaps, underestimated the man. It was unheard of for Yi to write this to her, but when you take a closer look at it, it doesn't feel like it's coaxing a child to play, but instead has some truth to it. Although she didn't understand it, when she saw her daughter say a lot of words like flush toilet, barking chicken, rice paper and so on, she only felt that it wasn't a fake. As for the rice paper at the end, Gong Yuyan stared blankly at the high-class sheer paper in front of her. Is this called rice paper? Chapter 5 Unbelievable. You know, what are they using in Xianguo now? It is very heavy bamboo slips. It's still a tool that only the rich sons of the scholars can afford to use. Ordinary people, then, simply do not have the capital to buy bamboo slips, not to mention receiving an education. In this day and age, only wealthy sons and daughters have the right to an education. The rest of the general population is almost always illiterate. And even those rich clan sons only use paper made of sheepskin in special places. and it costs a lot. Now looking at this rice paper in front of me, math, language and such aside, assuming the method of its production can be spread, thoughts addressed, the Empress's slender jade hand even trembled slightly, even vaguely excited. Green Reed. The Empress took a deep breath and called out. In the next moment, Green Reed appeared beside the Empress and said unexpectedly, "What is it, Your Majesty? And look at this piece of paper." Gong Yuyen spoke directly. Xing Reed froze for a moment, looking towards the piece of paper on the table, her originally unconcerned gaze. Suddenly her pupils shrank. Then she picked it up carefully, gently touching the paper in front of her with her hand, as if she was caressing a rare treasure. "What's on the paper? You can also see," Gong Yuyen commanded. Xing Reed looked at the handwriting on the paper stonily. She could tell that it was the handwriting of the little princess. It was only the content on it that caused Xing Reed to be silent for a long time, until the Empress inquired. Her heart was flooded with waves of shock, and she looked at the Empress with some disbelief. "What do you think?" The Empress's eyes narrowed slightly, still not calming down inside. Other aside, if this kind of paper is made by him, then it's worth promoting in the whole of Diqian, and we can even make huge profits from this kind of paper. "Your Majesty," Green Reed hit the nail on the head and said, "Didn't you say that there was no silver available in the treasury?" The Empress similarly brightened up, and after a moment of contemplation, she said, "Are you saying that?" Lone asked him for the method of making this kind of paper, and then earn wealth? Xing Reed nodded and said with some excitement, "This piece of paper not only hides great wealth, but to a certain extent, it can reverse our Diqian's disadvantage in terms of trade among the three countries." "Just this paper? Really made by that guy?" Green Reed was a bit incredulous even after he said that. Those courses in math and nature and such, the former seemed to be arithmetic, the latter was some phenomena in nature. Far from them in turn, did not feel too much shock, but the shock of seeing the paper in front of me was very visual. Once the promotion went on, the Qian kingdom might undergo a radical change under subtle influence. The Empress was silent for a long time, but finally said, "There is no one else but him." Without those contents of the letter, perhaps she had wondered where that piece of paper had come from. But with those contents of the letter, she was able to be certain. This kind of paper is made by that country bumpkin. After taking a deep breath, the Empress began to put pen to paper and write. 2 days later in the evening, outside the small courtyard in the countryside of Yanshan County, Li, who had finished his meal, sat idly in a rocking chair by the fire, roasting the fire with some contentment. On the wall next to him, there was a simple calendar with the exact date he came across marked on it. Li Xian sighed and muttered to himself, "It will be New Year's Eve soon in a few days. The snowstorms in the outside world should be quite severe, and a lot of people are going to starve to death again, and I can only barely protect myself. Sorry guys." After saying that, Li Xian clasped his fists and gestured towards the sky. After this action, Li Xian shook his head again and laughed to himself. If you live in a high temple, you will worry about your people, and if you are in a faraway place, you will worry about your king. With different standpoints, the viewpoints of this heaven and earth will be very different. And I don't know how the Empress of the Great Qian dynasty will feel when she sees this snowstorm. Traveled to this side of the world for 6 years, Li Xian naturally also know that the Emperor of Daqian is a woman, and Daqian in the situation of the three kingdoms, in fact, occupies a disadvantage. Coupled with the geographical location of the north, this winter blizzard swept through the entire Daqian, freezing to death. I'm afraid that there are a lot of people. The location he was in, to be precise, was the Li village of Yanshan County, governed near the imperial city of Diqian, where the entire village was surnamed Li, a village of several hundred people. His parents are landlords, of course, because of some accidents, and Li Xian just crossed the soon after the death. So at present is Li Xian in charge of 100 acres of land, can be considered to be the biggest dog Li village big family. Many villagers have contracted their family's fields, but Li Xian is generous and knows that there is a head tax in Diqian, so the taxes of those villagers who have no fields, Li Xian has borne them. And this is the reason why many villagers in Li village have great respect for Li Xian. It was a great favor that Li Xian was able to help them turn it in, especially this year. After a few heavy snowfalls, many villagers almost starved to death. Or Li Xian, after the snowfalls, distributed some food and firewood to each family, to ensure that the Li village can safely pass through this severe cold season. Again, this is Li Xian's contribution to the village. While thinking about things, Li Xian was suddenly startled. His daughter, Gong Sini, was standing behind him at the moment, blinking her big eyes and looking at herself curiously. Why are you awake?" Li Xian asked with a soft gaze. Now that he has a daughter, it seems appropriate to branch out. Gong Sini muttered to herself. If you live high up in the temple hall, you worry about your people. If you are far away in the rivers and lakes, you worry about your king. Father, did you come up with this saying? Li Xian coughed dryly, then only said, "It's what father said. Why aren't you sleeping?" "Ye can't sleep." Gong Sini remembered the letter that the empress had sent her during the day, and said in a milky voice, "Mother is very interested in father's rice paper. Father, can you tell mother the method of making it?" Li Xian froze for a moment before he smiled and said, "Just give it to her. Just remember it. It's nice to have the paper promoted." He could guess that there must be a larger clan behind his wife, and Li Xian would not have snowed the paper on his side, so he might as well give it to his wife for good, and take it all as a bride price for himself. A few moments later, Gong Sini has been the production method of rice paper. Have been recorded, a total of 3 methods. From good to bad, the steps are different, even the worst method, in fact, are currently the existence of this side of the world cannot be expected, not to mention the best method. Daddy's so nice. After writing down the complicated method, Gong Sini walked up and gave Li Xian a kiss on the cheek. Li Xian laughed and didn't care about the matter of the formula, but only seriously instructed, "You have to tell your mother. This formula must do a good job of confidentiality measures. Don't fall into the hands of others." Only Li Xian knew how crushing this method of paper making was for this world. Recipes should never be easily circulated. Chapter 6 Xian Paper Formula. Gong Sini hurriedly nodded her head. She was intelligent and naturally knew how important rice paper was. Maybe, can change some of the disadvantages of Dakian in trade. As if remembering something, Li Xian suddenly asked, "Why did your mother find me after 6 years? And what has happened to the family in these 6 years?" Gong Sini froze for a moment. Her big eyes blinked for a moment before she said, "Mother met some bad people. Then those bad people pulled together a group of bad people, wanting to be unfavorable to mother. They found out that and mother's relationship. So mother didn't want to be distracted, so she sent to daddy. I didn't think that daddy was so magical here." Speaking of this, Gong Sini also looked at Li Xian with a curious face. This father of his, what is his origin? Is he really an ordinary villager? Li Xian sniffed and said casually, "Is the problem serious? Do you need daddy's help?" It had been lying flat for 6 long years, and now that his wife was in trouble, it wouldn't be right if Li Xian didn't care anymore. So couldn't he do something about it? If he guessed correctly, this wife of his should be from 6 years ago to now. There has been something, only recently pressured to send the child over. It seems that indeed encountered a very tricky thing, otherwise for an expert who can do snow treading, why would it be like this? Li Xian naturally knew that there were martial arts masters in this world, just that he lived in a small countryside as a landlord and could not encounter these things. Well, it's not necessary for the moment. When my mother writes tomorrow, I'll communicate with her again. Gong Xian said in a milky voice. It used to feel like being here was just a way to avoid trouble, but now it seems that his own daddy may not be ordinary either. Is it really possible to help mother? Her mother hadn't slept well for months before she sent her here, and she could see her mother sighing every day as she looked at the folders, and if father could help some. Thinking of this, the next day the carrier pigeon came, so Gong Sini tied all the written letters to the legs of the carrier pigeon. Soon, the carrier pigeon landed in the empress chambers. Gong Yuyan saw the method of making rice paper, and still more than one method of making rice paper when she was silent for a long time. The bottom of her eyes were full of complex colors. I didn't realize that he really made this kind of paper. Who the hell is he? The paper-making technique recorded on the rice paper would definitely cause a sensation in the whole world once it was publicized. Not only is the Great Qian, even next to the Chu and Qi, there is no such paper-making process, at most, but also some of the early grass paper. The process is very rough, not as good as parchment, which is the information she has learned, so that is still the improved version of the royal family. In the royal family used, and the Xianyuan paper process in front of us, divided into 3 levels. The first class for the best. The process is complex, from raw materials, and then all kinds of steps are very clear, into the paper for the best. Li Xian likewise in the back of the notes. The first class don't tell anyone. It's best to completely close the paper making workshop. Pick the most trusted people. Step-by-step production. When necessary, you can take the means to control the flow of information. The second grade is second. The third grade is the worst, and so on downwards will contain a lot of impurities. And the materials and steps will be more and more simple, and can be used to sell to the outside world, or even exported to Qi and Chu. Even at the back, Li Xian especially said, "Madam, the top grade to keep for themselves and sell at a high price. The lower grade Xian paper, slow down for a period of time, can be the production process to sell to the public. Never sell below 10,000 gold. In Diqian, gold is also hard currency though, but the main thing remains silver as well as copper. Paper money naturally did not appear. The conversion method in Li Xian memory is almost the same. Copper consistent, can be exchanged for silver 1 or 2, silver 10 2. can be exchanged for gold 1 or 2. Gold is the highest value of the transaction. Therefore, the 10,000 gold mentioned in Li Xian's letter was worth at least 100,000 taels of silver because there was even less gold in circulation. Do you know how much the Qianlong treasury earns in a year? It's only a few million taels. Li Xian naturally clear. The history of the Qing dynasty, in the Kangxi stage, a year of treasury revenue roughly 30 million taels of silver, while the Qian is only a few million taels of silver. So it can be seen, the Qian national strength is indeed very weak, because there are two major vassal states. Vassal states, in addition to the need to pay a certain amount of taxes each year, almost do not have to give the sovereign state of the Great Qian other silver. The two major vassal states occupy 1/3 of the land of the Great Qian, coupled with the territory of the two Qi-Chu, and accounted for the entire continent of more than 5/6 of the land. So the Great Qian, in all honesty, but also in the north of the small piece of land just to be able to have millions of taels of income, has been good. Gong Yuyan, who knew the income of the Daqian treasury, naturally also fell somewhat silent when he saw Li Xian's handwriting. How dare he say that the most inferior papermaking formula is worth 10,000 taels of gold? If there are these 10,000 taels of gold, perhaps this snowstorm will be able to deal with this matter very well, and do not need to gong yu smoke every day to worry too anxious. After taking a deep breath, Gong Yuyan said, Qingwei. Green Reed arrived in response, looking at the empress in surprise. Now that the empress had summoned her, was it still because of Li Xian? In the past 2 days, because of Li Xian's piece of rice paper, the empress didn't seem to have had much rest. Paper making, 3 recipes, from hard to easy. He wrote it all down for loan on this. The empress gestured. Green Reed's pupils shrank. Then he took it over and read it. Her relationship with the empress was already shaped like that of a relative. So any secret on the empress, Green Reed knew about it. And of course she wouldn't be bullying. Green Reed was nothing more than a martial artist protecting the empress. She recognizes herself and knows what to say and what not to say. The world said that accompanying a king was like accompanying a tiger, but only she herself knew that the empress in front of her was actually rigid on the outside and soft on the inside. It could be seen from her treatment of Xine, and it was also because the empress was compassionate and didn't kill the other party after forcibly pleasuring that Li Xian at that time. If she stood in the empress's shoes, she would inevitably kill Li Xian. Irrelevant of now. Imperial family should be ruthless. Like the empress of this category, this is a bit passive, especially since the empress of the throne, but also the lack of the kind of decisive before the throne, do a lot of things are hesitant, indecisive, resulting in the current those clans and vassals, more and more bold a lot. What do you think, Your Majesty? Green Reed looked at it briefly and withdrew his gaze. That Li Xian actually really brought the recipe over. With a craft like this, it's all the more important to keep it a secret. How can he be so generous? For Li Xian's generosity, Qingwei was likewise quite favorable. Gong Yu Smoke said faintly, according to the 3 kinds of recipes, sent people to do a little loan, to see the specific finished product, then say. Green Reed froze for a moment and casually asked, Your Majesty, what will happen to these people subsequently? Keep it or lock it up? If you can't keep it, kill it. Gong Yuyan hammered away. Chapter 7, Helping the Needy. What's going on? At this time, Li Xian, who was sitting next to the fireplace, was subconsciously shivering. The fire is burning so hot. Why do you still feel a sudden chill? Did someone think of him? Could it be his cheap wife? Don't know where she is now either. Li Xian sighed as he roasted the fire. Then, Li Xian looked at Gong Sini next to him and walked over to cover the quilt on her body. Then he looked at the calendar on the wall and went over to scratch it off. Every night he would manually scratch off a day. This was about the time he had spent after this crossing over to this side of the world. It was not to be done sloppily. Looking at the 2,235 days shown above, Li Xian was also quite emotional. If he counted according to 365 days a year, it had been 6 whole years since he came to this world. From the beginning of the uncomfortable, to the present idle life, Li Xian's state of mind has also had a great change. Perhaps with the present state of mind, if he goes back to the modern society, he will soon be eliminated. That fast-paced society compared with here is simply Tao Yuanming, like the life of idle clouds and wild cranes. Now that he has another daughter and a cheap wife, does he have to figure out what to do for a living? How about picking a time to leave this tiny family village, go to the imperial city to buy a set of mansions, do some business, and save up some of your wife's capital? Li Xian was thinking, really, that's something to mull over. After all, in a place like ancient times, if you want to do something drastic, it's still a bit exciting, and it's also likely to be a target. Therefore, how to earn some wife's capital in a low-key manner was also the focus of Li Xian's thoughts nowadays. With his thoughts here, Li Xian rubbed his somewhat cold hands together, then walked over and added some fire. tiptoed over to the bed where his daughter was lying, and gently lay down next to it. Gong Sini must sleep with him. He can't help it. After all, she is his daughter, and she is only 5 years old. So sleep together. It didn't take long for Yi to cuddle up to Li Xian's body like an octopus. She looked very cute, like a little pendant with crystallized drool dripping from the corner of her mouth. Seeing this cozy scene, Li Xian closed his eyes contentedly, listening to the occasional barking of the dogs in Li's village, and slowly fell asleep. Tomorrow night is New Year's Eve. De Qian will naturally celebrate the new year. And similar to before rebirth, this is a world similar to the ancient times of his previous life. Li Xian has long been adapted. The family's New Year's goods have also been replaced. After the new year will be the beginning of spring. I hope that after the new year will not snow again, so that there will be less starvation deaths. May the world be at peace. The next day, Li Xian got up early and went outside the yard. He, with the help of Shaowen, took some things from the latter half of the year, from inside the refrigerator, including some chicken, duck, fish and other meats, frozen very solid, with a layer of frost on the surface. Bang 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 when knocked, which was the New Year's Eve goods, which he intended to cook today. In the morning, Li Xian tore off last year's couplets and put new ones in front of the door. Previous, the family and all things are prospering year after year. The next couplet, people are happy with 100 blessings and have peace every year. Banner, welcome spring and receive blessings. These 3 couplets were written by Li Xian yesterday. After putting the couplets on the door, Li Xian saw that the sun had also risen quite a bit, so he directly took out the gong and gave it to Shaowen, letting him knock it along the village path. This is also a custom in the village of Li. Almost every year at this time, Shaowen would take the gongs and drums and bang them along the Li village. A few moments later, most of the villagers from the whole village came to the door of Li Xian's house, either tucking in their hands, faces frozen red, white breath coming out of their mouths, or pacing from side to side, chatting in low voices in anticipation of what they would receive this morning. And of course, some of them were constantly bowing, wiping their tears, and were very thankful. If it wasn't for Li Xian, they wouldn't have been able to make it through this winter. I'm afraid, but their village has a kind little landowner. So under several snowstorms last year, it was a miracle that no one froze to death, from 3-year-old children to 50 or 60-year-olds. Therefore, Li village was very grateful to Li Xian. It could be said that their village was living a little more comfortably precisely because of Li Xian. Even the village chief, Li Xian, is also appreciated. Several times to advise Li Xian must start the spring again to go to the examination to obtain the merit, may be really successful. But Li Xian waved his hand every time, saying that he just liked to settle down in the small countryside and live a life like an idle crane. And then the village chief didn't say anything. At this moment, as the villagers slowly arrived, there were several cardamom girls aged 13 or 14, brought over by the elders of their families. Almost every girl looked at Li Xian with a red face, as if expecting Li Xian to look at them, in which case, they would be transformed as the landlord's wife. You should know that Li Xian was a famous and beautiful man in their Li village. Since Li Xian came of age, there has been an endless stream of matchmakers coming to his door to ask for his hand in marriage, and in many villages, including Li village, Li Xian's reputation is very high. It is also because later Li Xian said that there are people who come to the door again, all of them will not see, so there are many fewer. As for now, it's a tradition now. On every New Year's Eve, every family, from Li Xian's side, was able to receive some food back and have a good New Year's Eve dinner. As for Xine, at this moment, she was also standing next to Li Xian, curiously looking at the villagers in front of her, and wondering what kind of things her father was planning to do, and saw the scene and whispered. Xine's eyes instantly lit up and she looked at Li Xian adoringly. I didn't realize that daddy was a great benefactor. Li village was none other than an old man nearing about 50 years old. He looked at Li Xian and stepped forward to arch his hand and said, Brother Xian, all 101 households in the village are here. Li Xian nodded his head and said, First of all, I would like to wish all of you a good new year. This year, in addition to the 2 buckets of grain that you are supposed to have, every family has a fish, which signifies that you will have a good year, and I hope that you will have a good year, and I would like to wish all of you a good year. The kid is here to wish you a good year. As he spoke, Li Xian slightly owed his body politely. At this moment, not far away, because of the New Year's Eve so quietly came to this side of the green reed and the empress, also curious to look at this scene. Li Xian, what is he doing? Watching Li Xian distributing grain and meat to every household. While those villagers were so grateful to Li Xian that they thanked him for a long time every time they took away the grain. This scene made Gong Yuyan silent for a long time. He is actually giving out food? There are so many landlords in Diqian, but there are still people who care about the death of ordinary people? She couldn't even care less about the many victims who froze to death in the snowstorm. and Li Xian was actually saving the people beside him. This made Gong Yuyan's heart a little hard. Chapter 8 Vanguard. Seeing this scene, Xingri did feel quite a bit more favorable towards Li Xian, and said very pertinently, "This son has a heart for the people. Perhaps your majesty you were right to keep him in the first place." Gong Yuyan smiled to herself and sighed. A huge palace is not as cozy as a small countryside at the foot of the imperial city. It's really a bit of a mockery. The imperial city is also decked out in the atmosphere of the year, just the side of the palace, but lacked the kind of family reunion atmosphere. In the palace she only felt very lonely. She is the success of the throne, but the fact is that siblings kill, escape. Currently in the palace side, she also has the closest relative's mother, but also because she grabbed the crown prince's position, has been refused to see her. Has been a full 5 years. Mother and daughter did not see aside. Like enemies, the princess is quite adaptable here. Your majesty, so you can also put your heart down and deal with imperial affairs without worrying, and come to see the little princess once in a while. How good is that? Green Reed said with relief. If you live in a temple, you worry about your people. If you live in a jungle, you worry about your king. After Gong Yuyan nodded her head, she muttered to herself, again with some complexity. These words, they came from him. As the Empress of Dakian, she is naturally familiar with the 5 books and 4 sutras, so how can such a 1,000-year-old perfect line be snowed in so far? Therefore, this verse, which he had never heard before, must have been spoken by Li Xian. When she read the letter from Cinny made a point of emphasizing it, saying that it was a sentence that came out of her father's mouth, and that she thought it made sense, so she wrote it over to her mother, so that she could hear it as well. After all, it would be a shame for such a brilliant sentence not to be heard by anyone else. Green Reed paused for a moment, but also nodded his head, and said in a somewhat strange manner, "Indeed, perhaps he himself does not know that you are the empress of this matter." Gong Yuyan shook her head and said, "Let's go. We'll come back to CE after the year." After saying that, Gong Yuyan and Chang Wei had already disappeared not far away, and at this time, Sui Hua, a 15-year-old from the house next door to Li Xian's small courtyard, came up with her father. Sui Hua lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Li Xian. But with a dry cough from her father, she took the unique local grain similar to rice while saying shyly, "Thank you, brother Li Xian. Good New Year to you, brother Li Xian." Looking at the peasant Suihua in front of him, Li Xian smiled, but did not dislike it in the slightest. He naturally knows the meaning of the next door neighbor's family, but has always wanted his daughter Suihua to marry him. Suihua looks good. There is a kind of peasant family unique rustic, and at first glance is the hostess who will live. It's just that he has a daughter and a wife. So naturally other people don't think twice about it. As for Tsuewa's father next door, at this moment, he looked at Gong Sini suspiciously and asked curiously, "Brother Idol, this girl child is?" When these words were spoken, the other villagers who hadn't received their grain yet also looked at Li Xian. Yes, who is this little girl so exquisitely born? They naturally knew that Li Xian had a Shaoan beside him, but this little girl, she seems to have arrived recently. Li Xian blinked and said, "Of course it's my daughter." When these words were spoken, many village maidens immediately had their eyes blackened, and even more, their blood directly surged up, and they staggered and almost went limp on the ground. They had waited for Li Xian for so many years, but I didn't realize that Li Xian's children were all born, and they were also born so beautifully. For a while, the entire Li family village, all know Li Xian has a child thing. Many have female family, but also a burst of sadness, can only give their daughters to find another home. And at this time, Li Xian, who had gone back to the kitchen at home, also began to make noodles. He made 2 fillings, one with pork and cabbage and one with leeks and eggs. This world, in addition to a few items and rebirth before the ancient world, is not the same. In fact, the vast majority of things, and the ancient times are similar. Chickens, ducks, fish and pigs and so on here also, can be said to be a replica of the ancient times, and its equivalent to the ancient Qin and Han dynasties, just not as powerful as the Qin state's great unification. It can be said that, excluding some tiny details of the problem, the rest is a living 3 kingdoms plus Qin Han development level. As for Dakian, is the entire continent's weakest country? It is said that some places further north, because of the blizzard, those nomads often come to Dakian this side of the killing and looting, often killed and robbed after leaving. Very barbaric. When the Dakian officials and soldiers arrived, the people all rode away and disappeared, and the border side can be described as bitter. This great Qian empress, I'm afraid that her hair is falling out from worry. Daddy, what is this thing? Gong Xian looked at the food in front of her curiously. She had never eaten this kind of strange food before when she grew up. It looked really unique. Dumplings, essential food for New Year's Eve. When you want to eat them in the future, Daddy will make them for you. and when they're cooked you'll know the flavor, Li Xian said with a smile. It was the first time they had dumplings. This side of the dipping sauce is also natural. Folk grain vinegar dakian has long had, and then with some wild onions and garlic, plus some other spices, do a dumpling dipping sauce is no problem at all. And the memory of the flavor compared to this side is to be better, because the food here, almost all natural, and the taste is very pure. After the dumplings were wrapped, Li Xian had a simple lunch, and in the afternoon, Li Xian went to his storehouse and took out the simple version of the firecrackers and put them in a higher place, and then Li Xian piled up a simple version of a bonfire in the yard. This was not his custom, but the custom of the entire Deqian, or rather the entire northern region. Bonfires on New Year's Eve, which from memory some places on his side of the family call Wang fires, are of course the same way. After piling up the bonfire, Li Xian looked at the sky and realized that it was getting late, but he also took out the fire folders directly and blew for a few moments to the pile of hay below, and then lit the grass below, and then Li Xian took the fan and fanned himself. It didn't take long for a fire to have appeared throughout the courtyard. Li Xian subconsciously touched his pants pocket, did not touch the phone. Fong helplessly shook his head. This problem has not changed. Before every year when the fire is lit, he will send a circle of friends, especially in the case of this year has a daughter, so that he subconsciously forget that this is the great Qian. After shaking his head, Li Xian looked at the two children playing with fire in front of him with a smile on his face, only to find the scene very cozy. It wasn't long before Li Xian had gone to the kitchen and started cooking the New Year's Eve dinner. Your Majesty, would you like to go in? And outside, Green Reed glanced at Gong Yuyan and spoke. His Majesty has been to Li's village twice today, and he's not even going in to sit down? Chapter 9 Dakian Paper Mill. Gong Yuyan was silent for a long time, and finally shook his head and said, just take a look. There is no need to go in. There was a touch of warmth in her eyes. This was especially true when she heard Cindy's voice emerge from the courtyard. Qing Reed sighed. She understood what the Empress was thinking. This time she went in. She was afraid that she really wouldn't be able to come out. There were times when her identity didn't allow her to do something else, even if it wasn't appropriate for the Empress to cover her veil and not show her true face. As for the kitchen side, Li Xian was wearing an apron and kept stirring. Tonight's New Year's Eve dinner was very sumptuous. A roast goose, which had already been made, a steamed sea bass, which had likewise been served, as well as a mapo tofu and coleslaw, plus a small pot of very nutritious ostrich soup, as well as 3 bowls of fragrant rice, the latter of which is also a staple food unique to this world. And it is the popularization of this kind of food that has allowed many ordinary people to fill their stomachs. 1 adult and 2 children. 4 dishes and 1 soup. This is a hearty enough New Year's Eve dinner. It doesn't mean that more rice is better. It also depends on how many people are there. If there were a dozen or so people, naturally a dozen dishes would not be too much. Gong Sini looked at the latest model of mapo tofu that her father had made, and with a curious face, she took a piece and put it into her little mouth to taste it, and then her eyes lit up. She couldn't care less about the tofu burning her mouth, so she just ate it with her hands. Li Xian smiled and said, little glutton, eat slowly, eat dumplings tomorrow morning. Remember to get up early to welcome the new year and go to pay respects. It was definitely necessary to pay homage to the new year, such as the village chief, and then on the side of the Li family village, some of Li Xian's former relatives, all needed to pay homage one by one. It was a matter of etiquette. Maybe it's time to leave myself after this worship, now that he had a daughter. Li Xian was wondering what he needed to do to make a living, and after this year, when the weather was better, Li Xian would naturally start working on this matter. Gong Sini nodded, but in her heart, she thought of her mother. What kind of New Year's Eve dinner is she eating on her side? In fact, at this time Gong Yuyan, she still looked at the light of the fire in every house in Li's village, and still did not go. She had been here for a full half hour, and by this time she could no longer hear Yi's voice either, so she must have gone into the house for the New Year's Eve dinner as well. In the past, Yi had been with her on New Year's Eve, and although there were very few people, she was never alone. But this New Year's Eve, the old Qian emperor fell ill and died, and her mother didn't see her in the palace, so she didn't have any relatives and was very lonely. To say that there were naturally some, her siblings who had fled, where they were living now, she didn't know, especially the former crown prince Gong Shao, who probably hated her now. There is also the queen mother in the palace, who is constantly ill and may not have many days left. The only family member she had in mind seemed to be her own daughter in the Li family village outside the great Qian imperial city. I'm sure they are, by now, having a great time. The breeze blew by, causing the green silk beside Gong Yuyan's ears to flutter in the wind. Green Reed sighed. She could naturally see that His Majesty couldn't leave. She even felt that His Majesty should go in and sit down, and in the meantime chat with that Li leisurely about the matter of rice paper. After all, It is also a master's name, is not it? Li Xian was not an ordinary person, and this had been evident years ago. In fact, she was also very curious about Li Xian. How on earth did he come up with that kind of paper that was tedious to make and extremely complicated in its craftsmanship, and not just one, or three kinds of rice paper, from hard to easy? Such rice paper would not have been manageable by an ordinary person, not to mention the rice paper. The various concepts that Li Xian taught the princess were all very unique and implied great principles, making her feel that Li Xian was not a very human being, and even was the kind of person who possessed great wisdom, deserving of a sir's name. How about letting Li Xian become a teacher in the state prison? It's just that if you enter the state prison, I'm afraid it's not that easy to get in. Of course Li Xian might actually have a few possibilities if he had an idea. After all, the position of the state counselor was an ordinary position in the imperial court, and if Li Xian obtained a merit, His Majesty could have placed him in a position of the state counselor with no real power. A person like Li Xian should be even more important for De Qian to be His Majesty's man, instead of living in seclusion in a small countryside. Would he have been so wistful that he would have been willing to live here in seclusion and lead a life of idleness? Gong Yuyen shook his head and said softly, "Loan just casually come to see. There would be no need to go in. It's also time to go." Gong Yuyen was then about to leave. Just the next moment, instead, she stopped suddenly and looked in surprise at the hut behind her. Bang! 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 One firecracker after another rose to the sky, and then exploded into brilliant flames in the night. Gong Yuyen looked at the scene and was filled with consternation. Even Green Reed, who was beside him, was staring blankly at the firecrackers that lit up from time to time in the small courtyard in front of him. On the night of New Year's Eve, the sound of firecrackers, which had never appeared in Dakian, rang through the night sky. Dakian, the imperial palace. Gong Yuyan's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the finished paper that had been made in front of her. Even if the paper-making process is very tedious and the materials used are very complicated, but from the moment the emperor wanted to see the paper, any trouble had to make way for it. So in just a few days' time or less, the three kinds of rice paper of different colors, from difficult to easy, had been placed on the table. Although she does not have full control of the court, it is a big deal for her to do something like this. As for the person who made the paper, at this moment, he had also long been controlled and locked up somewhere, not allowed to leave. This is the biggest secret of Gong Yuyen at the moment. In addition to Li Xian, the founding father of the Li family village, no one is allowed to disclose half of the secret, and violators will be chopped. Those people were not killed for the time being, but they were locked up and saved for the next time, and not exhausted. As for those people, they naturally did not resist. They also knew that if the empress wanted them to go out, it might be the moment when their heads would fall off, so it was better to be locked up, fed and housed, and it was an honor to be used by the empress. Gong Yuyen took out the three kinds of paper and put them in her hands and twisted them carefully feeling the texture and touch of the three types of paper, and her complexion was quite shaken. Finally, she began to put pen to paper. After a few more moments, Gong Yuyen looked at the notes on top of the three sheets of paper, and there was a flash of essence in her eyes. This is the kind of paper that Li Xian sent over, and the color and texture are not different. Green Reed, Gong Yuyen shouted. Your Majesty. Green Reed appeared beside Gong Yuyen. Since the female emperor on the throne, the position of eunuchs has become virtually non-existent. When the old Qian emperor was on the throne, the former eunuchs of the secretaries of departments and eunuchs of the palace, and even the dynasty can be swayed, but now it is almost a fringe transparent role, just in the same as the courtesans, to deal with the palace, to deal with some of the minutiae of miscellaneous affairs. As for some of the things that the empress did in her private life, she would basically leave them to Qing Wei, who was then equivalent to the empress' full authority. Don't look at Green Reed as just a martial artist. She handles some things efficiently and very carefully. Lone wants to build the Great Qian Paper Manufacturing Workshop. What do you think? The empress looked towards Qing Reed with a bright light in her eyes. Chapter 10 The Clan Conundrum. In terms of color, in fact, even the most inferior low-grade rice paper is so much better than parchment. This is why Li Xian emphasized in his letter that even the worst quality of rice paper, the paper-making process could not be sold for less than 100,000 gold. 100,000 gold is a lot, but something like paper-making can be a product that changes the entire world. So, well worth it. Even if she had to sell it in the end, she didn't intend to sell it for only 100,000 gold. Rather, it should be sold to 200,000 gold, because where the process goes out. In fact, medium rice paper, such as rice paper, sooner or later be slowly improved to figure out. The general direction remains unchanged. The upper, middle and lower three classes of papermaking, in fact, the same way. That's why papermaking in the very beginning is really the key. Gong Yuyan knew it by heart. Your Majesty, after you have made your decision, I will go and make arrangements. Xing Reed spoke softly, and she could also see that the sadness that filled His Majesty's face as he looked at these few sheets of paper was ultimately reduced by a lot. That Li Xian from the Li family village might actually be reused. Well, go and make arrangements. Remember to keep it secret. But anyone who wants to leave and is involved in paper making, it's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. Gong Yuyan said faintly. Green Reed nodded and led the way. And at this time, the Empress took out another medium-quality rice paper, put up her pen to write the words, and tied the contents to the leg of the carrier pigeon, which quickly departed. It didn't take long for the letter to have landed in a courtyard somewhere in Li's village. Ask him if there is any gentle way to crack the problem of empty pay for those with titles in the clans that has accumulated, affecting the state treasury's income and expenditure, and the clan's nepotism, with 70% of the officials in the imperial court being occupied by the clans. On the letter, there are only a few contents. Gong Yuyan wants to ask Li Xian bluntly to see if Li Xian has the answer or not. After seeing the content, Gong Sini also froze for a long time, sneaking a look at Li Xian who was doing handicrafts not far away. His own mother, the Queen Mother, wanted to ask Daddy that question? Does Daddy have a way around it? A few moments later, Gong Sini, who was harboring a heart full of doubts, also quietly came to Li Xian's side and pulled the corner of Li Xian's coat. Li Xian looked at his daughter and said with a smile, "What did your mother say?" He had just, naturally, seen the carrier pigeon come here, and there was nothing but his unmarried wife who could send word this way. Gong Sini's eyes blinked, and in her heart, she said mother's original words, but it was inconvenient to say them directly. So, she had to use her own language, to translate it briefly. So after thinking about it, Gong Sini said, "Father, in fact, Grandpa is an official of the Dakian court, and he mentioned a question that he wanted Yi to answer. And Yi didn't know it, so she wanted to ask for an answer from father's side." Li Xian smiled. Really, a 5-year-old girl can't help but slowly reveal her birth already? An official of the Dakian court? That wife of his is really no ordinary family. Li Xian's mind flowed for a moment, and he nodded and said, "Go ahead. I'll see if there's an answer." Gong Sini smiled sweetly, and then only reached out her arm and signaled. Li Xian picked her up and placed her on his lap. And then Gong Sini said in a milky voice, "Grandpa said that the court clans have a serious problem, and that eating empty pay, nepotism, and swaying the court, has led to more than 70% of the officials of the Dakian court, all of whom are members of the clans, and that there is a great deal of pressure on the treasury because of the knighthood salaries. Is there a way to crack this problem?" Li Xian instantly frowned. "That's a problem, but it's not a simple one. I didn't expect Yi, her grandfather, to ask such a pointed question. Clan problems. This is one of the biggest problems that plagued many emperors in ancient times. In addition to opening up new territories and recuperating, what the ancient emperors did could be summed up in one sentence: strengthening centralization of power. And the clans are one of the biggest sources of distress in this matter. Is it possible that the Great Qian has also suffered from the clans for a long time? More than 70% of the officials are clan members. That does seem a bit much. In the long run, there have been many cases in memory where the imperial treasury has been emptied. So after Li Xian pondered for a moment, he smiled and said, "I'll leave it for now. What do Yi and Shaoan think? And how should this matter be handled?" As these words came out, the nearby Shaoan, who had just returned with some wood for the fire, also paused with a thoughtful face. As for Gong Sini, she likewise wrinkled her small brows. Obviously this question was difficult for her. Although she was gifted and intelligent, as a 5 or 6-year-old girl, it would be difficult for her to face this kind of problem that involved the imperial level on too macroscopic a scale. "Father, Yi thinks that this situation is, indeed, troublesome, because Grandpa is not a member of the clan, and he hates it." Gong Xine blinked her eyes and said, naturally she was telling lies again. She didn't have any relatives other than her mother, because all the other relatives, all of whom were killed when mother came to power, and those who weren't, fled, and must have hated her. As for the question itself, the difficulty is indeed great. If her mother couldn't solve it, she naturally didn't know how. Li Xian looked at Shaoan next to him. Shaoan had been with him for a few years now, and had learned a lot by ear over the years. Littlean was silent for a moment and said very seriously, "Sir, are these words okay to say?" And also knows that this kind of topic is rather sensitive. Li Xian was dumbfounded, then only said, "Go ahead, just say it in your own home. It's okay." Shaoan nodded and answered very seriously, "The female emperor of Daqian has just ascended to the throne for 5 years. Since these 5 years Daqian has not gotten effective recuperation and rest. On the contrary, there are a lot of things that happen every year, and there are fewer people beside the female emperor that she can trust. Nowadays the clans are false with the snakes. The national strength is weak. The treasury is less silver. And then last year the gods sent down the snow disaster. Shawan thinks that in this situation, we should adopt a soft policy to slowly deal with it, instead of moving towards a certain clan, otherwise it will intensify the internal confrontation. Just like that reasoning that Mr. said before, warm water boils the frog. Boiling a frog in warm water? Gong Sini said curiously. Warm water she knew, frog she knew, but together, she didn't know what it meant. This was the first time Gong Sini had heard such a word. Shawan looked at Li Xian, and only after realizing that Li Xian continued to nod his head, did he explain, the water is the court, and the frogs are like clans, and when the water is good, they will multiply, and their children and grandchildren will inherit the titles of Dakian and enjoy the Dakian salaries, plus the monopoly of the members of the clan of the court, and the raising of the wise and not avoiding their relatives. In this way, in the place of Qi and Chu, the two countries will be slowly dragged down, not to mention the weakest national strength of the Great Qian. When she heard Shawan say that the country's power was the weakest, Gong Sini pouted, but she still didn't say anything. Often at her mother's side, she naturally knew the current state of affairs in Diqian, and what Shawan said was indeed true. To deal with the frogs, must start from the warm water, long time with the fire slowly heated, so that even to the back to a very hot situation, the frogs will not resist, or even incapable of resisting, but assuming that at the very beginning of the direct on the big fire to cook words, the frogs will certainly resist to jump away, and even splash the water, so that the Great Qian national strength is damaged. The frogs have more points, then it is very possible to overturn the water tank, so that the Great Qian is completely devastated, and even towards extinction. As these words came out, Gong Sini winced. No wonder, last year, when mother moved against the clan, but caused the other side to counterattack, leading to some instability in the Great Qian dynasty, so it was because of this. Then, Gong Sini asked carefully, how to be wistful. Chapter 11 The man. Shawan also looked at Li Xian. He just knows that moderate measures need to be taken, but what the exact measure is, and doesn't know. Sir is a man of great wisdom, and Sir must know what to do. The man who had just been there was just repeating what Mr. had once said. Li Xian smiled, said lightly, in fact, this situation, want to crack is also very simple. Just need the court to promulgate a policy. First of all, will be the Great Qian title adjustment, cancel the low-grade title, reduce the pressure of expenditure, back to the future of the funds, thereafter any merit and title successor, shall not exceed 3 generations. Of course it's not across the board, but within the 3 generations slowly lower by degrees. Each generation is lowered by 1 grade until it completely disappears. The time extension is as long as 50 years. This is also a kind of slow-cooked way of cooking over a slow fire. I'll briefly give you a calculation of the accounts in this later on, and you'll know that the clans that inherited the titles, stacked up with how horrific it is up. A few moments later, Li Xian briefly gave Gong Sini a calculation of the accounts here. If in accordance with the dynasty to the back of the wind and rain, each year in the title of the empty pay above the expenditure, even reached a staggering millions of taels of silver, while the Dakian treasury income is only a few million taels just. This caused Gong Xine to be surprised for a moment that the treasury's expenditure against the clans was so much, and, which even so is still increasing year after year. This is the horror of those clans. In addition to the 3 countries including Dakian, Daki and Dachu, the current way of selecting officials, although it is true that there is a way to take the examination for merit, but the real examination up the talent, still cannot be reused. The mainstream way is still nepotism, the right to speak in the hands of the clan ministers, right? Li Xian said with a smile. Gong Sini nodded and said, Grandpa said that the left and right prime ministers of Diqian are 2 different clans that have the most power in Diqian. Li Xian nodded. He naturally knew that these clan members were terrifying. The court has a good wind and rain. The development trend is ferocious, and they are more and more absorption, more and more barnacles, attached to the court of the sea turtle, only know how to suck the blood, don't know how to give. In the end, even a healthy adult turtle will become full of holes, and a dynasty will also go to the end of the road. It can be said that without the blood-sucking barnacles that are the clans, it is an unquestionable fact that a dynasty would have survived for at least another 100 years or more. Gong Sini blinked and looked at Li Xian. Does Daddy still have a method? If things went on like this, Gong Sini felt that this Diqian of her mother's was really in danger. It's very simple. The way of selection urgently needs a big promotion of the imperial examination, and by making it the only system for the selection of any person, with no exceptions, the shackles of this clan can be broken, and that's the only thing. Li Xian hammered away. Abolition of inferior titles and submission within 3 generations? In the Dakian palace, The empress who got her daughter's reply. Her pupils suddenly shrunk. The daughter gave her a calculation according to that way. The treasury expenditure is indeed horrible. If it does not matter, in the future, it can even account for more than half of the entire treasury expenditure. The whole of Dakian will be dragged down. As for Li Xian's mention of boiling a frog in warm water, it did make sense. Previously, she wanted to cut across the board, although not dealing with the largest two clans, but also met with the other side of the resistance, so that the Great Qian country has a certain loss of power. As for the great revival of the imperial examinations, is it really necessary to reform the system of selection? The empress muttered to herself for a moment. She was silent for a long time, then put up her pen to write down another question. Then how can the vassal states be resolved when they have their own armies? How should the imperial examination system be formulated? Are there any specific rules? And what are the selection criteria? Next, let the carrier pigeon take it away. And Gong Yuyan's gaze, too, flickered for a while. That man is really not simple. Unconsciously, Gong Yuyan had already thrown these questions completely to Li Xian of the Li family village. Vassal states supporting their own armies? This problem is quite a bit simpler than clans and whatnot. After all, the imperial court doesn't need to raise vassals. They can be slowly dismantled by enacting a set of pushy decrees. As for the imperial examination system, father will now come to write it briefly, but only your grandfather will look at it. This thing should not be shown to the public, otherwise it will be very dangerous. Understand? Li Xian looked at his daughter Gongxini very seriously. He didn't want to be dealt with by the Great Qian clan because of these contents. By then, it will be too late to even cry. Recently also made good plans to go to the Great Qian imperial city to buy a mansion after a while to save the wife's capital. Afraid of just going to the imperial city was arrested. It really does not pay to lose. Father, Grandpa definitely knows. Don't worry. By the way, what is that pushing grace order again? Push grace order is actually very simple, is to borrow the reward, but secretly in the weakening of the power of the vassals. The same belongs to the Huairo strategy, a kind of borrowing power to fight the policy. Another day has passed. The countryside test, the provincial test, the temple test, the first respectively for the liberation of the Yuan, the provincial Yuan, the scholar, subsequent to the stage of the temple test to determine the three ace, respectively, for the first prize, the top eye, the flower. This point is similar to the selection of talent and the Great Qian, are from small to large, only the process and content is more refined quite a lot, and the Great Qian current selection of talent compared to this flesh and blood, while the Great Qian is just a simple bone. Just this provincial test, could it be the county test today? Why is it called a province? The empress muttered to herself. The administrative division of Dakian is divided into counties, townships and townships. What Li Xian wrote, however, was the province, county and township, which was not a problem. As for the follow-up, the selection system adopted by Dakian was a little bit like the imperial examinations, but the dominant role was still similar to the inspection system and hereditary system mentioned by Li Xian. That is, inheritance and letting members of clans recommend talents, which led to the entire Dakian dynasty politics having no humble family in the upper ranks and no scholarly family in the lower ranks. As a result, the entire Dakian dynasty politics, the upper grade without the cold family, the lower grade without the scholarly clan, the official class is seriously monopolized. Gong Yuyan clenched his fists, muttered, long-term down. I'm afraid it will make the whole of Dakian toward the stage of the ritual collapse of the development of music. Estimated that this goes on not out of a few decades. Dakian will have to be extinct, not to mention that there are Chi-Chu 2 countries eyeing. I'm afraid that this stage will also be shortened. Gong Yuyan was taking a deep breath, her face incomparably grave. That's exactly what she saw, and that's why she was thinking of turning things around. But it's only when you actually do it that you realize how much more difficult the process is. The frogs in the water that wouldn't let her pick her bones and heal her wounds would fight back at the slightest movement, leaving her with really no way to get at the clans. Then, Gong Yuyan continued to read. Madam, in fact, the imperial examination system that I mentioned above can set up additional subjects as appropriate, such as post-scriptures, miscellaneous essays, curatorial questions, martial arts, poetry and fugue, arithmetic and other content, comprehensive, integrated consideration of talent, so as to achieve the sub-subjects and lifting of scholars, integrated recruitment, especially the biased but very good children of the humble family, to be given special care. Gong Yuyan's eyebrows lifted. This kid, taking advantage of himself in terms of name-calling? Chapter 12 The situation in the courtroom. After shaking his head helplessly, Gong Yuyan continued to look down. This system must be carried out with an iron policy. Will be the mainstream? Encountered a bit of resistance. MO cannot give up. In the long run, must be able to break the clan monopoly, can let the court to add more fresh blood, plus delete the lower rank, generation down the title inheritance system, clan monopoly situation within 100 years, not to say the collapse, but also no need to headache. Seeing the words that hit the nail on the head, Gong Yuyan's heartbeat quickened. The two major strategies, plus rice paper making for the income of Dakian, so that the three major strategies to carry out together, Li Idol said, is worthy of the name of warm water boiling frogs. As for the solution of the vassal state, in fact, much simpler than the clan. A different perspective on the problem, just need to promulgate the Pui En order. From the vassal state eldest son of the inheritance system, changed to its eldest son, the second son, the third son, and even the father and brother common inheritance. Any successor has the right to divide the land and military power, followed by the court to develop the corresponding title, give their lofty treatment, as a way to cut the vassal fiefdom. By then the problem of vassal states will naturally be solved without a single soldier. When she saw this content, Gong Yuyan's heart beat wildly and her face was filled with shock. It was hard for her to hide the shocked color under her eyes, so much so that at this moment, her delicate jade hands were shaking slightly, enough to prove the degree of shock within. What Li Xian wrote may, in a way, be hitting the nail on the head. Are not the vassal states masculine, not embracing their own armies? That's easy, just let them implode. And this order to push the favor was enough to make the two major vassal states look after themselves and create a very big civil unrest. After all, the king of the two major vassal states of the Great Qian, now in his old age, is about to inherit the throne to the first eldest son. This pushed the order of grace once issued. The resulting sensation, as the country's empire of Gong Yuyan know only too well, this is like a meteorite falling from the sky, so that it is difficult to resist. She was able to sit in this position with a daughter's body, so naturally she was not a mediocre person. It's just a little hard to solve with so many difficult problems weighing on you. When there was truly a method, Gong Yuyan would naturally cite one to the other. So how could she not see the amazingness of these contents of Li Xian? Please elaborate on the rules and processes of the imperial examination system. In addition, to how should we collect imperial power? Gong Yuyan frowned and lifted her pen, continuing to write down the questions. In the midst of her brow, there was a hidden sharpness. After today, I'm afraid that Daqian will usher in a major reform. As for that Li family village as Li Xian, alone, these contents are enough for her to reuse in the future. And sealing his position as prime minister is also well deserved. Except, she wasn't going to do that. If that really happened, I'm afraid that the first thing those clan members would deal with would not be her, but Li Xian. Therefore, Li Xian's ability could not be known to anyone. With his daughter Xine, Li Xian could only be used for her. Li Jia village, somewhere in a small courtyard. When Li Xian was informed of the content of the other question, he was startled. Then he looked at his daughter Gong Sini in disbelief and said, Tell daddy the truth. Gong Sini was also startled. Could it be that father had already noticed that mother was a female emperor? She didn't reveal it. Li Xian took a deep breath and said with a face full of gravity, Your family, is it planning to rebel? Gong Sini, Daqian, Palace Hall. Gong Yuyan sat on the throne, his eyes lightly swept below, not angry. Today, it was Gong Yuyan's first time in court after the new year. The lower civil and military officials also looked up at the upper Gongyu smoke. The heart is also curious. Today's empress will not say something things, or is it that, as in the past, he will not say anything about the matter, and will simply go to court and leave the civil and military officials alone? Dear ministers, do you have anything you want to say? Gong Yuyan said faintly, unable to see any joy or anger. Many people were filled with doubt, but they didn't say anything. I beg your pardon, Your Majesty. After a moment's pause, an old man of about 50, wearing a black top hat, was the first to step forward. These days, knowing the fate of 50 is a well-deserved old man. Living to 50 is already a high life expectancy. The average life expectancy of the average person in Daqian is only about 40 years old. The reason is that the ancient medical conditions are very poor. Sanitation conditions are also very poor, coupled with personal health awareness of life in the hazy stage. Messy water and food. A careless can cause intestinal infections and life-threatening. Treatment means a single and lack of. So the average person to the age of 40 years old, the body is already a very unhealthy state. Rely on the hard to carry. Maybe a simple cold and flu can take a life, not to mention the plague and other horrors of infectious diseases, not to mention the plague and other horrible infectious diseases. At the age of 60, that is to say, an ace, it is called a party of longevity, and deserves the common respect of many people. As for the 70 or 80-year-old man, even fewer. This person who stood out is the left prime minister of Daqian. with a high official position and a clan origin, and the left and right prime minister phase side by side, or even higher, naturally, is the state minister, the master of this kind of position, just behind the master of the master and so on, belongs to the virtual position, can be said to be inside the real job. The left and right prime minister is the Qian control of the largest voice of the officials, regardless of the members of the 6 ministries, or the cabinet, the palace of justice, the inspectorate and other places, cannot be compared to, for the whole of Qian. In addition to sitting at the top of the female emperor, the most honored person is the right and left prime minister, others since no one out of the right. The official system of Daqian was basically similar to that of the Ming dynasty, with a few differences in a few places, while the degree of development was far worse than that of the Ming dynasty, and only comparable to the level of the Qin and Han dynasties. At this time, the left prime minister Lin Xian slightly bowed, then brewed a bit of emotion, then painfully said, "Your Majesty, some time ago on the sky fell a few heavy snow. The old minister is very concerned about this. For this reason last year, also made a special trip to the seriously affected places to personally check, on behalf of your Majesty, sympathetic to the people's feelings. Just, speaking here." Lin Shuren paused for a moment, and then said with some anger, "I have heard that, taking advantage of the New Year's Eve and the matter of the snowstorm, the northern nomads have repeatedly violated the borders of our dynasty, and I suggest that at the beginning of the spring, I will send out an army to the northern grasslands, to ensure the safety of my Daqian's children and territories, and thus to deter the northern nomads." At the suggestion of the left minister's righteous indignation, quite a few ministers also stood out, bowed and then uttered the same words, and these people were obviously all from the left minister's faction. The row of the left minister, in the Daqian dynasty, has quite a climate. Almost 1/3 of the officials are involved with the left minister Lin Xian, and the Lin family behind the left minister is one of the largest few clans in Daqian, assisting the crown prince when the empress and the crown prince were fighting, while the crown prince was weak later on, and then turned to help the empress until now. As a result, after the new emperor succeeded to the throne, even though the empress was dissatisfied because of the previous incident, she did not take this lineage. It's not really that you don't want to drive, but you don't dare to drive. It can be said that the entire imperial city, some of the big business, almost all in the Lin family has 1,000 links, and the left minister Lin Xian is the most high-powered person in the Great Qian. Chapter 13 Power Struggle. In fact, as early as before the old Qian emperor had not yet died, the Lin family had taken control of a lot of business in the Qian kingdom. Salt, tea, fabric houses, restaurants and so on, almost all over the entire Qian kingdom. It could be said that the Lin family, led by Lin Shuren, was controlling the economic lifelines of Qianhua. If the Lin family's industry was gone, perhaps the entire Daqian, instantly, would experience a very desperate winter, which would cause Daqian to completely fall apart. This is the strength of the Lin family. Lin Shuren is a deserved veteran of the former dynasty with deep roots. Developing to the Lin family's generation, it could already vaguely sway the court, if not for the checks and balances of the right minister. I'm afraid that if the great Qian empress was above, it would be difficult for her to order Lin Shuren to do anything, and the Lin family would even be able to directly manipulate Great Qian's dynastic government. Last summer, it is because the empress wants to take in the Lin family a little involved in a clan to start, but also caused the Lin family in a certain degree of backlash, resulting in the political situation of the Daqian instead of shaken, or Lin Shuren intervened to resolve the issue, and only slowly calmed down. It was said that they were stepping in to defuse the situation, but in fact, they were also deterring the empress, so that when she tried to make a move, she would think about the consequences, and the compromise of the empress at the back would prove that the Lin family's actions were very effective. In addition, the Lin family also had many people of honorable status who had nothing to do on weekdays in Daqian and went around causing trouble. To the Lin family, Gong Yuyan was naturally a great headache and hated to get rid of the Lin family. The audacity of the Lin family has made it put the idea on itself, because Lin Xian has always had a claim. That is, he wants the eldest son of the Lin family, that is, a certain marquis of the Qian kingdom nowadays, his most favored son, Lin Zheng, to marry his majesty. In this way, to be completely bound to the empress. For this reason, Lin Shuren had offered very high conditions, including many commercial projects, transferring them to the palace to fill up the treasury, or even as the empress's private vault. It didn't matter. Even if it was worth 10,000 gold or more, his Lin family could afford it. Just the empress has a very high vision. Who can not see? After several recommendations, the empress still does not have any interest, and finally this matter, it was shelved. It also meant that Gong Yuyan had never married until now, and belonged to the single status. Although there are rumors that Gong Yuyan already has a little princess, and some people have even seen the appearance of a little princess. But rumors are rumors after all. When there is no evidence, rumors have little significance, and the Lin family, as well as the other clans, naturally do not want to believe that it is just some people with ulterior motives, who are catching the wind and catching the shadows. How can those who are really standing in this court believe in some catch-all things? Oftentimes, when the country is strong, the clans are strong, and this is all positively correlated, and as long as it's not a sure thing, they won't believe it. And so whoever's outstanding offspring could get into Gong Yuyan's eyes and become Gong Yuyan's first harem. Then it was also the hottest thing for many clan members. As long as Gong Yuyan didn't get married, there wasn't a day that they weren't keen on this matter. In addition, the female emperor of Dakian did not marry for 5 years, which was a thorn in the side of many imperial historians. Every time you go to court, there will be a royal historian standing out to remind His Majesty that it's time to think about future generations. And now that His Majesty has no royal daughter and no royal son, what is the decency of this? So this was the biggest headache for Gong Yuyan every time he went to court. In fact, many of the royal historians, nowadays, have also been infiltrated by the clans, and it can be said that there are very few civil and military officials who have not been infiltrated by the clans, and there is no relationship of that type of civil and military officials. In fact, cannot mix the high position, even if even the middle of the position does not stand above, can only stand in the end when the tail of the car, but any long time in a high position, in the positive 3 or more, even if it is not a clan family name, but also in the clan's relationship with the clan of the irreversible, basically, is a team camp. I'm afraid that Lord Lin didn't consider the real situation with this statement, did he? When Gong Yuyan did not speak, Right Minister Lu Yunqing also stood out, and then respectfully gestured towards Gong Yuyan before saying with a cold smile, His Majesty just said some time ago that the treasury was empty and needed a good respite, and now you want to go to war. Who is going to pay for the silver to fight the war? It's not going to be you who pays for it, is it? Is Lord Lin really that generous? Lu Yunqing, Right Minister of Great Qian, and the left phase Lin Xian is almost the same, is also one of the most powerful clans in Dakian, mainly the right phase of the lineage of military generals. Penetration is quite deep. A word can be around the army military officer lift things. The two ministers on the left and right, one civil and one military. The former controls the economic lifelines, the latter controls the military generals. Even if Gong Yuyan has a military talisman, it is difficult to make a move on these people. Once you do, it is very likely to cause a large degree of backlash. It could be said that these two almost controlled the entire Dakian dynasty. If the situation had not been so precarious, how could she have sent her own child to a farmer? Aside from the Lin and Lu clans, the other few clans could barely make any waves, but a lot of smart clans are more or less related to these two clans. In other words, they are a whole, and the whole body is affected by one hair. Is the border of the people, is not my Great Qian's people, can stand by and watch them being killed by the barbarians in the north? Lu Tajian is not because of the army more, so do not dare to go to war, for fear of injury to the family it? Why don't you just retire to your hometown and hand over your position in the army to someone who has the knowledge of the people? If you don't even dare to take action against a nomadic people, how can you fight against the Qi and Chu kingdoms? What a shame! The left minister sneered and disliked him unceremoniously. Lu Yunqing was just about to speak. Empress Gong Yuyan, at this moment, finally raised her hand. And at this time, the civil and military officials all looked at the empress. Today, the empress did not say a word, letting the noise below but not withdrawing from the court. What exactly did she want to say? Is it just to listen to the two ministers of the left and right bicker? It should be realized that normally, the empress was not interested in listening to quarrels. So very often when the left and right prime ministers were about to quarrel, the empress withdrew from the court. Today, however, the empress kept quiet, instead allowing the following to argue. At this moment, the empress finally made a move. In the case of everyone looking at the throne above, Gong Yuyan said faintly, the two love secretary said, I have considered, but the current treasury to save silver money, are allocated to the snowstorms used, and now save money is indeed not much, such as if the two are willing to pay out silver out. I am naturally willing to let my Qin son, to go to crusade do not know how to do good to the north of the nomadic people, to raise our country's power. Gong Yuyan words here, the tone of voice, although majestic, but also vaguely some sadness. It's amazing that the one who is the emperor doesn't even have this kind of money. Instead, money needs to be asked for with the minister. Such an emperor is indeed a very stifling position to be in. Chapter 14 What do you want to do? Hearing these words, Lin Shiren immediately burst into tears and hurriedly bowed and said, Your Majesty, the old minister would like to do the same. But where did the old minister get the money? Last year's snowstorm, the old minister was already out of his own pocket, urging the entire Lin family to work together, which only managed to come up with 10,000 taels of silver, as well as the few remaining stocks of grain in the family, which is already the limit. If not for the old minister's help, I'm afraid that a lot of places would be difficult to tide over a difficult time off. After Lin Shuren finished this sentence, he looked at Lu Yunqing again and suddenly said, "If we talk about silver money, Your Honor, Lu's family is in charge of smelting copper and refining iron, which is very lucrative. So why don't you? You're spitting blood, old piker. This business is a court project. How dare I embezzle it? The monthly accounts are all clear. Is it possible that Lord Lin has grown old and is attacking others recklessly? If you can't distinguish between right and wrong, you might as well go home to retire and farm. Why are you still occupying a seat in the court?" Right Minister Lu Yunqing instantly widened his eyes and hastily shot back. Where did Lin Shuren get the cheek to say such things? Isn't this slandering him for destroying the livelihood of the nation? Seeing this familiar scene, Gong Yuyan was silent for a long time. The entire Dacian dynastic hall, the left and right two prime ministers almost hold the dynasty. Every time on the morning court, once a little longer. In addition to quarrel, what else can do? She'd heard it all long ago. The left prime minister, Lin Xian, holds the economy of Dacian, while the right prime minister, Lu Yunqing, secretly manipulates the military power. In addition, the prince's party resurgence, Qi Chu two countries' intention is unclear. The recent border friction intensified, and so many years, these two countries have the intention of peace. That is, let her married to Qi Chu two countries' king. So what is the difference between the Great Qian and the vassal state? This is an insult to her Dacian by the Qi Chu two countries. If it is not because sending troops to Dacian will cause the other side of the suspicion, resulting in the body side of the empty, I am afraid that Qi Chu any country has long since sent troops to Dacian, rather than as now, maintained a delicate balance. Dacian is weak, but it has become a buffer place for Qi and Chu to fight for supremacy. De Qian, De Qi, De Chu these three countries, De Qian the most northern, De Qi De Chu is down to occupy the southwest direction, as well as the southeast direction, dividing the entire land. Because the top of the land is relatively thin, and harsh climatic conditions, so don't look at the Qianlong occupy a whole north, but the entire territory, but also 1/6 of the land is just, in addition to the vast ocean. There are fleets of ships in more than 100 years after a few explorations, but failed to return. After the snowstorm, resources rich, climate suitable for Daki and Dachu two countries, perhaps may not look at this territory of Dacian, just want to include Dacian into the territory, mining rich ore, collecting taxes, and do not want to contribute money to support the construction of Dacian just. So their biggest idea at the moment is still to marry the Qian Emperor Gong Yuyan, and after that, they will treat Dacian as a vassal state and pay tribute to the sovereign state year after year. So almost every year at the beginning of the year, the emissaries of Qi and Chu would come here and have a fight, or even openly humiliate themselves in the Dacian courtroom. They, on the other hand, could only watch, dry-eyed and angry. The three kingdoms are at war, and they don't cut off their envoys. Dacian surely wouldn't dare to chop. As for whether Qi and Chu dared to do so, I don't know. So in terms of diplomacy, Dacian would have been at an extreme disadvantage in terms of conditions, not to mention, the left and right side of the second prime minister of the people, but also has been signaling for her to marry after the concubines, recommended by none other than these clan people, at least a year because of these things, in the courtroom noise a number of times, coupled with that a few cannot be killed dog royal historian, every time to take the initiative to mention this matter. This is her predicament, difficult to solve. In fact, the ambassadors from the two dynasties shortly afterward had already given the current Gong Yuyan a headache to open up. She is the noble empress of Dacian, the entire Dacian tens of millions of people, the most honorable person, but only she herself knows that the pressure she is under, how great. The person who should move cannot move, should not move the person also did not move the need to move. Every time to do something, is to throw a mouse, for fear of causing dissatisfaction with the clans below, coupled with the resurgence of the former crown prince party, and recently fanned the flames in various places. I heard that a period of time and one of the vassals have met with, behind the shadow of the two countries of the Qi and Chu. Of course she is not very sure, but so, it had already made Gong Yuyan extremely dissatisfied. As for the former prince Gong Xiao, let's just forget about it. That's a punk who's bent on attaching himself to Qi and Chu. She wouldn't want to be a loser like that even if she died in a war with two countries, even if Gong Xiao is not a bright ruler, but an emperor with little achievement in general with the old Qian emperor. Gong Yuyan has long since given up the fight for the throne, and still need to use the body of a woman to force her way to the throne? She just couldn't bear to let this land, imprinted with the brand of Qi and Chu two countries, It was her shame as a person of the Gong surname, so she sat in this position. It was as simple as that. All shut up. Gong Yuyan narrowed her eyes and faintly stopped a sentence. Under these words, the noise of the entire courtroom came to an abrupt end. The civil and military officials all stood up straight and looked curiously at Gong Yuyan. Gong Yuyan with slender green onion jade finger tapping the dragon chair next to him. At the same time, faintly said, "This matter is not mentioned for the time being. Loan today to leave all of you. In fact, is trying to implement a policy that is favorable to the Great Qian." The men came to their senses when these words were spoken. What with the many wars along the border? What with the friction with the nomads? And what with the snowstorms that killed how many of their subjects? They didn't really care, and it wasn't them who died anyway. This is something the empress is worried about. What they are most concerned about is the new policy. Those officials who were originally sleepy also looked at the empress at this moment with puzzled faces. What policies does the empress want to pursue? The female emperor ascended to the throne for 5 years so far. That is, the year before last, only initially stabilized the political situation in Dakian. Can be restored to the level of the old Qian emperor's reign. They likewise remember. At the beginning of last year, the empress would like to open the knife on the clans. The result was met with the Lin family, the line of clans of the secret counterattack, and ultimately the Great Qian instead hurt a lot of vitality. At present, the Great Qian originally rely on the clans based on the year. This year has just passed the new year. The empress would like to do what? Is it trying to do something irrational again? Whether or not this first fire will burn? Perhaps not necessarily. Years ago, I have thought carefully. The Chen eat empty pay with titles of the air is too much. These people usually have nothing to do. Idle. In the imperial city as well as all over the crime, the lack of appropriate discipline, robbing the people's daughter, the power to kill things are common. They do not have anything to do. So the orphan today want to promulgate a policy on them to carry out a certain limitations. After the empress said this, she looked at the eunuch next to her. It is now that the eunuchs come into play. Other than that, the Dakian eunuchs are virtually non-existent. The eunuch nodded, took the imperial decree and said in a shrill voice, "Your Majesty's Holy Majesty, the imperial grace is great. From now on, the Great Qian titles from the initial 5 major ranks of male, marquis, uncle, son, male, formally adjusted to the 3 major ranks of male, marquis, uncle, the viscount, baronet automatically cancelled. Great Qian has a title without meritorious service. The heir shall not be allowed to complete the inheritance but will be automatically reduced by 1 level in the succession. On this basis the next generation likewise, until the title disappears, no longer enjoy the Great Qian salary." A paragraph, but splashed 1,000 layers of waves. The civil and military officials below immediately boiled. It's not taking a knife to one clan. It's taking a knife to the future of all clans. Chapter 15 Breaking the Ice. Your Majesty, this is never a good idea. Your Majesty, my Dakian titles have been passed down for hundreds of years. The ancestral system must not be changed. Otherwise it will cause Dakian foundation instability. The old minister asks Your Majesty to withdraw his order. Those of lower clan origin protested at the moment. There were even quite a few ministers, kneeling on the ground, with tears streaming down their faces, kowtowing their heads, especially the right and left 2 prime ministers. At this moment, the 2 of them looked at each other, and then actually spoke in unison to persuade the empress to withdraw her order. Gong Yuyan looked at the seething looks below and a flash of self-mockery flashed under her eyes. She, Mo, is really so incompetent. Even if the knife toward the clan fails, and now cut some expenditure, but also cannot be implemented? Thinking of this, within Gong Yuyan's eyes, cold light bloomed and killing intent abruptly boiled. Under this killing intent, all the ministers gradually quieted down. Every minister, with a face of astonishment and uncertainty, looked at the empress above. In particular, some of the military officials with martial arts skills naturally felt the empress killing intent. Gong Yuyan dead stared at the crowd below, said word for word, "Loan just cut some unnecessary expenses in the future, spanning at least a few decades later." You all reacted so drastically. The Ministry of Households, out. The Minister of the Household's heart shook before he stiffened his head and walked out from among the 100 officials. This person, a member of the Lin family, named Lin Dongyang, is a Daqian official of the 2nd grade. The Minister of the Household is also one of the most important of the 6 ministries. Any expenditure on the court side needs to be approved by the Ministry of Revenue. It was also the equivalent of the Ministry of Finance before rebirth, in charge of financial power. Lin Dongyang, here you are. Give a good reading of last year's treasury receipts and expenditures, and give them a special account of the number of empty paychecks and their amount, so that these people can listen well. Gong Yuyan could not contain the anger under her eyes, and the ministers below all avoided their gazes. In fact, Everyone knows that they are the ones with vested interests, and naturally, what they oppose most is a change in policy, so they have to jump even if they do not jump at this time. Lin Dongyang, the same burst of headache, can only harden his head and said, last year, my Dakian treasury revenue accumulated for 3,300,002, treasury expenditure 3,225,002, with a title for 35,000 people, of which viscounts, baronets 2 for 23,000 people, the total expenditure of 83,002, of which the viscounts, baronets 2 for 45 million expenditure, treasury surplus of less than 100,002. If it continues, even if there will be no natural disaster this year, it will soon be unable to make ends meet. When these words were spoken, all the ministers in the courtroom were somewhat stunned. Each and every one of them looked at the person beside them with an incredulous expression. They also did not expect that there would be so many people with knighthoods taking empty paychecks. Everyone is a smart person, has been said, so understand the situation. They are also very keen to contact a problem. That is, the court cannot afford to send money quickly. There is no money to send. Simply to give money to people with titles, every year will have to spend more than a quarter of the revenue of the treasury. This expenditure than before, but also rose a lot. Previously, they remembered that it was about 1/10, but now it had gone straight to the point of 1/4, a terrifying rate of growth. It's true that you can't afford to hand out money. Everyone looked towards the duo of Lin Shuren and Lu Yunqing. Left Minister Lin Shuren and Right Minister Lu Yunqing didn't say a word. They just lowered their heads and didn't bother to look at the empress. You can tell that it's true by the left and right phases that have closed their mouths and not spoken. If there was any falsification, perhaps the duo would be the first to jump out and cry foul. Perhaps even they, two of the most honored ministers of Dakian, could see that the court was truly out of money. This time, they may need to give in. When the court is all out of money, there is no point in having more knighthood holders. It would be better to take a step back and allow the empress to scale down some of her expenditures. After all, these expenditures, too, are some future expenditures that cannot shake the fundamentals. This would be true even if the old Qian emperor were in power. The reason why Li Xian can hit the sore spot and say that such a program can be implemented lies in this. This, then, is the soft knife. This policy today cannot be said to be a knife to the clans at all. It is just a normal strategy of some court to balance the income and expenditure. Li Xian was familiar with history books. How could he not know that those clans in history, dependent on the court as vampires, had nothing better to do than reproduce every day? After the children created grow up to be adults, one by one, they are all people with titles, meaning that without making any contribution, they can receive money from the imperial court. This problem, which has also plagued many dynasties, has slowly been developed through the attempts of various dynasties to formulate such a set of programs. That is, the title is reduced and the successor to the title will be demoted by one rank if he has no meritorious service. This policy, although it is not a miracle cure, but at least it can reduce a lot of unnecessary expenditures for Dakian. Last year's snow disaster, the Ministry of Household Emergency allocation of the Treasury 50,000 taels of silver to the disaster area, of which, there are 30,000 taels of silver into the hands of certain people, and even more people to conceal the report, misreporting the death of the affected people, to create a world of peace posture. You really think that Lone do not know these things? Certain of you, really good big guts. Gong Yuyen coldly looked at the crowd. The empress naturally had a great deal of majesty when she was angry. At this moment the civil and military officials below, all of them did not say a word. Undoubtedly, this time the two ministers on the left and right did not say anything, so they would not say much. As for the left minister, a flash of light also flashed under his eyes at this moment. This thing was done by his people. He was very angry when he found out. So he dealt with the other party in secret and later replenished most of the silver money to the disaster area, not realizing that His Majesty knew all about it. He is not a very stupid person, and the embezzlement of snowstorm grants must be dealt with, even by his own people. Otherwise, it is a direct corrosion of the foundation of the entire Dakian. As a clan that relies on the imperial court, he does not want to let the great Qian gradually decline. The more prosperous the court is, the safer and more prosperous they are. Just things have happened. Thousands of victims have died. Although the follow-up he wiped his ass, but is still his stain. Afraid that the right minister has also mastered a lot of evidence, waiting for the opportunity to strike a thunderbolt against him. Right Minister Lu Yunqing just glanced at Lin Shuren and seemed to be watching the show. Apparently, he knew about it too. And now, the treasury is about to be empty. Not enough to make ends meet, coupled with the continuous natural disasters in Dakian. The urgent need for money. I just cut a portion of the future decades after the expenditure is just. You all reacted so drastically. Can't it be that you want to drag the treasury down, so that the court itself falls apart? Or, You among you. Some of you have already colluded with Gong Zhao's party and even Chi-Chu's 2 countries. You guys, really want to force the death of Lone, drag down the entire Great Qian knot? The Empress' words immediately shook the hearts of the ministers present. Now, everyone was on their knees. Chapter 16. There's someone behind them. Your Majesty, calm down. I ask your Majesty to calm your anger. Even the left and right prime ministers were similarly kneeling on the ground at this moment. The treasury is almost emptied. If this goes on, the country will have no country. Assuming that Qi and Chu invade the country, and even have no silver money to fight the war. You people, raising a group of windbags, even if there are more people with the same as the waist, is not the other side's head on the neck? And what's the use? Gong Yuyan sneered. She had been having a headache about it for a while now. After Li Xian's enlightenment, she understood one thing. This matter must be implemented first. Already the arrow on the crossbow had to be sent. Today is one of the greatest opportunities. It is not a knife towards a certain clan, but a change in the policy of Daqian, which is naturally better to implement. Don't kneel. All stand up. Gong Yuyan said faintly. The following ministers lowered their heads to the left and right to look at each other. When they found that the left and right 2 prime ministers have stood up, the other ministers only dared to stand up. Seeing this scene, Gong Yuyan's fist slowly clenched up, but then quickly loosened. She needs to take it one step at a time. Now say it again. I want to implement this policy after today. To ease the crisis of my Daqian treasury, all the secretary can be opposed to the person. Gong Yuyan's voice echoed in the hall for a long time, but no one dared to speak. The left phase, the right phase. Gong Yuyan specifically named them, as if she had to hear these 2 take a stand. The left minister arched his hand, bowed his head and said respectfully, the policy implemented by His Majesty is in line with the current era. It is a good policy, and I naturally support it. The right prime minister cursed an old fox, and then only the same bowed and said, Your Majesty, this policy can indeed alleviate the urgent need of my Daqian. Before it was the old minister's narrow vision, a moment of confusion, and now look at it is indeed a great necessity. The old minister has no problem with it. The biggest powerful minister had already agreed, and the 100 officials below naturally quietly had little to say. As for the officials outside of that clan, they were also looking at Gong Yuyan with excited faces at the moment. Today's Gong Yuyan, Feng has a bit of the appearance of a bright ruler. In the long run, why don't we worry about Qianlong's prosperity? It's just that it's still a long way to go. Lone succeeded the throne so far. 5 years in Daqian still do not see any improvement. And Chi-Chu 2 countries' friction intensified. The situation is unpredictable, and now it happens that all of you love the secretary are in. So I intend to take advantage of today's day, the implementation of the second favorable policy. The Empress' words caused the pupils of the left and right second ministers to shrink. If you don't move, it's a thunderbolt? This first policy has just been enacted and a second one is about to be enacted? All the ministers, they are all in a state of shock, fearing that the Empress would suddenly target them. The eunuch cleared his throat and continued in a loud voice, Your Majesty's holy authority, the imperial grace is great. Today, remembering the 2 major vassals of Daqian are loyal, protecting Daqian for more than 100 years, and making a great contribution to stabilizing Daqian's borders. The loyalty can be seen. Therefore, after today, Daqian will implement commendation for the 2 major vassals. Push for grace order. Another regulation. Only this time, the spearhead was aimed at the 2 major vassal states, which was a gentle relief to the members of the clan. Just this policy, so that the vassal states hear courtiers, but the heart was shocked, can only kneel down to thank the Lord Lungyan, today's female emperor in the anger. They do not want to touch its front. In particular, the left minister, Lin Shuren, was looking at the empress above at the moment, and his eyes flashed a color of hesitation and a slight doubt. It's not like the empress. The style of the empress is to go straight and long. If you want to deal with them, you should go straight to the knife. How can you promote them and demote them, praise them and criticize them? This is not at all characteristic of an empress. Could it be that there are capable people behind the empress? A few days later, Li's village. Li Xian was still unaware of what was happening in the courtroom, so he looked at his daughter, Gong Sini, who had collected another letter, and said curiously, What did she say? Your mother? Gong Sini spat out her tongue and said playfully and adorably, Father, actually, mother especially wants to make money. But she feels that making paper is too slow. Does father have any faster ways to make money? Making money? Li Xian raised an eyebrow. Couldn't that cheap wife of his sell the rice paper formula? Are you really that short of money? As for making money in ancient times, it's not hard. Li Xian hesitated for a moment and said with a smile, You're asking the right person. Of course there is, but you have to give daddy a kiss before daddy will tell you oh. When Gong Sini heard this, She immediately came over and kissed Li Xian several times on the cheek. Afterwards, Li Xian was satisfied to take a piece of paper over, penned down a few big words, porcelain improvement method. Soon after, Gong Yuyan, who saw Li Xian's letter, also began to become a burst of complexity, and she thought of that Li's village's unimpressive youth again. He is really not an ordinary person, but a dragon and phoenix among people. But why does he live in that little village? After biting her lip, the empress called Qing read out and said gruffly, according to the steps on the letter, go and make the finished porcelain, and follow up with a glance to Loan. You can directly set up the Dakian porcelain manufacturing workshop, and the paper and porcelain manufacturing will be pushed forward directly without selling any crafts or formulas, and only trade for the time being. At this stage, Gong Yuyan no longer had any doubts about Li Xian's ability. Therefore, she would like to set up a money-making organization belonging to her side as soon as possible, instead of always looking at the face of the Ministry of Revenue side to act, so that there are things like snowstorms and so on. How can Dakian be hindered? As you wish. Green Reed was just about to leave, but then stopped. The Empress looked at Green Reed, seemingly curious as to what Green Reed wanted to say. Your Majesty, to take a step back, even if this record of blue and white porcelain and other crafts out of the finished product in general, but he has the current strategy, is already deservedly capable of? Your Majesty, why do not you not give an order, so that he for your Majesty to use? Even let him become your Majesty's strategist. In this way, your Majesty when it is twice the effort. Green Reed looked at the Empress and spoke. But in that case, who will take care of Yi Yi? The Empress asked rhetorically. Green Reed. Also, compared to that, it's still the little princess that's a little more important. And that Li Xian, at this stage, should also be a bit more concerned with taking care of his daughter. So suppose he has doubts. Green Reed posed another question. Gong Yuyan shook his head, said faintly, he will not guess. At least this process will go through a very long time. As for his thoughts, Loan will not be around, so the way letters to and from is also quite good. I hope that he can give Loan more surprises. Green Reed stopped talking and led the way. A week later, the Dakian paper manufacturing workshop and porcelain manufacturing workshop were formally established and were in full swing. These two places. Is the Empress alone all the institutions? By the Green Reed as the general director. Inside anyone, are not allowed to go out. Once you want to go out of the face, naturally, is off the head of things. As for Li Xian, at this moment does not know that his cheap wife has been thundering the paper and porcelain business, the implementation of the start. He just looked at the 100 acres of good land in front of him, with a slight dismay in his eyes. Something on your mind, sir? And came up and made an inquiry. Chapter 17 What a scandal! Li Xian withdrew his gaze, looked at Shaoan, and said, why do you say that? Mr. looks at the fields when he has something on his mind, and whispered, Mr. regarded the 100 acres of land before him as his own roots, so it was like some landowner who had nothing to do but go to the treasury and count his silver money. Yeah, Li Xian touched his nose, but also laughed. In fact, I was thinking, we Yanshan County at the foot of the Imperial City, a few steps to the Imperial City. I want to go to the Imperial City to buy a set of mansions over there, to stay as the future in Mrs. Landed Place, or else, Mrs. cannot have been with me to live in this small village inside, not to look too shabby point. I am happy she is not happy, after all, always have to give the lady a name, as now, unclear like what words, not to avoid looking too shabby a bit. I am happy she is not happy, after all, always have to give the lady a name, with the same now, not clear like what words. He could live here himself, with the fancy name of enjoying the countryside at leisure, but his own cheap wife, who was afraid to come from a golden background, living with him in the village with nothing, might be reluctant to come this way. Therefore, sooner or later, one must purchase a property in the Imperial City and keep it as a backup. This was one of the things that had been on his mind ever since he had met Yi. Little and could only say, but at your discretion, sir. He knew that Mr. was just confiding in him nowadays, and he couldn't make any decisions as to some of the things that were going on with Mr. He probably already had plans in his mind. Just as well, go ahead and buy a set. Li Xian stood up and decided the matter straight away. Now that you've decided, there's no need to be a mother-in-law. Another 3 days later, Li Xian had accompanied Shaoan and arrived at the Great Qian Imperial City. This was the first time Li Xian had come to this part of Deqian after crossing over to Deqian. Originally when he set out, Li Xian planned to bring Yi to come to the Imperial City to have a look, but it turned out that Yi was not interested in coming to this side of the Imperial City, so he might as well take a big nap. So the only people who came out this time were Li Xian and Shaoan. Today, the two of them went into the city with the intention of finding a mansion. Not too big, just enough. In fact, Li Xian felt that there was no need for his future self to have 3 wives and 4 concubines or anything. 1 or 2 wives would be enough for these next years. He was not greedy. Li Xian looked at the Deqian imperial city in front of him, his eyes somewhat surprised. Having seen the bustle of a modern city, he naturally wouldn't be surprised by an ancient imperial city. Slightly surprised at the place. In fact, in front of the imperial city avenue is very spacious, carrying people carriage car to and fro, and occasionally there is a team of soldiers along the street inspection. There are some vendors, selling rattles, sugar gourds and other small toys and snacks. Maybe the whole of Dakian, the most prosperous place, is the Qian imperial city. Next to them were blacksmith stores, Yangchun noodle shops that emitted hot air, and rather formal-looking martial arts schools with a number of bare-chested men in horse stances. Even, Li Xian saw a place not far from the side. This should be a larger store. In front of the store stood a lot of flamboyant young women. From time to time to the passing pedestrians threw a wisp of soul-stirring winks. The eyes have both the meaning of invitation, but also hide a few points of teasing. In such a situation, passers-by cannot help but flicker. Footsteps cannot help but slow down, and even a few will be a little weak. Finally could not resist the temptation. Slowly stepped toward the half-hidden store door. This place, Spring Fragrance House? Li Xian muttered to himself with a strange look on his face. Having experienced the impact of all kinds of internet information before his rebirth, how could Li Xian not know that in front of him was a unique ancient greenhouse? But after being reborn until now, for 6 years, Li Xian had never gone out of the Li family village much at all. The farthest away, that is to go to Yinshan County to look inside the county town. That is the farthest distance. And the county town is naturally no greenhouse such as the place of the moon, because fewer people and consumption level is insufficient. Greenhouse this kind of place, basically opened in a county such as this place. As for the Dakian imperial city, I am afraid of the greenhouse blossomed all over the place, including before and after his rebirth. This was the first time that Li Xian had encountered this kind of moonlit place in real life, and to be honest, he was still very curious. Shaoan raised his head and also saw Sir staring at the store over there, so naturally he asked with some curiosity, "Sir, would you like to go in and take a look?" As a small child of about 10 years old, Little and certainly didn't recognize where the greenhouse was. It just seems that Mr. is curious about that place? A lot. Li Xian. This little scholar's sentence naturally made those women in Spring Fragrance Mansion a burst of hiding their faces and laughing lightly. All of them looked at Shaoan with a smiling face, before finally putting their eyes, falling on Li Xian's face. The next thing they knew, they were brightening up. This youth is gentle, elegant, and handsome. Li Xian's face is nothing less than the best-looking one within the people they have seen. It was truly rare for a young brother of Deqian to have such a handsome face. June, do you want to come in and play with your sister? Don't pay if you're not happy. Do you want to come in and play? Little brother, sister is free to accompany you. If you want my slave to accompany you, wait until the evening. My slave will serve you well and let brother linger. For a while, the outside of the greenhouse was filled with chatter. Many men passing by were looking at Li Xian with envious faces at this moment. This Spring Fragrance building, but very famous. There are a lot of soft and beautiful clear herdsmen, but also the Qian imperial city of one of the most favorite place of the literati, belongs to the well-deserved gold grotto. Not to say that the clear herdsmen, on the Spring Fragrance building inside the ordinary women. In other places, that is the Qian women in the upper class posture. Body is naturally first class, because this side of the selection criteria, itself than the other greenhouse. To be more strict a little, to be able to spend a night inside the Spring Fragrance house is afraid to be a dream in the hearts of many men. But unfortunately it is really expensive, and without a few taels of silver a night, the door is not even accessible. It is important to realize that many people's income for a year is just a few taels of silver. This is still those affluent families. Ordinary people's income in a year, afraid of only 1 or 2 taels of silver, a pitifully small. The gap between the rich and the poor, however, is very obvious. Inside this Spring Fragrance house, there are many sons of the family. For some of the purveyors, a day will throw tens of hundreds of taels of silver. This kind of money slum, really horrible. Since those women said that they didn't want money, then they really didn't want money. Because there were also many women in the greenhouses who recommended themselves to those famous literati as a way to enhance their own fame. And many of them also looked up to those young men who were literate and good-looking. Instead of being bullied by old men with money, it would be better to have a spring break with a good-looking young guy. A moment of spring night was worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Not to mention, it was a beautiful man like Li Xian whose looks were 1 in a million. For such a beautiful man, what's the point of recommending yourself? Upon hearing these chirping voices, Li Xian was immediately embarrassed for a moment before he hurriedly pulled Shaoan away from this side and fled. They came out today. They came to buy a mansion. not to visit a greenhouse. Besides, even if one were to visit a greenhouse, it would be impossible to bring Little In to visit a greenhouse. It's bad form to teach children. Chapter 18 Acquisition of a Mansion. Little In was still a child under 10 years old and couldn't see these images. At this rate, it would be easy for Xiaoan's physical and mental health to be jeopardized. So Li Xian at most only took a look. If anything, letting him in was naturally impossible. He couldn't spare the silver. Even if he didn't want silver, he wouldn't dare to go into a place like the greenhouse. Those ancient phallic diseases were no joke. Soon, Li Xian and Xiaoan arrived inside a dental firm that sold mansions. After the two of them walked in, there was a man around 30 years old who came to Li Xian's side, smiled, arched his hand and said, "This gentleman, may I ask what you need?" Li Xian directly opened the door and said, "Buy a mansion." The toothman's eyes lit up. Then he said, "What kind of mansion does your excellency want to buy?" In fact, Li Xian also didn't know this house in the great Qian imperial city. What exactly was the situation? So he also said directly, "What are some of them respectively? You introduce me to them." "Okay, on our side. If you, the guest, as long as you have silver, you can basically afford anything, from a small mansion with one entry and one exit, to a medium mansion with 2 entries and 2 exits, as well as a large mansion with 3 entries and 3 exits. This toothman smiled and introduced Li Xian separately. Li Xian frowned and said to himself, "In the future, I'm going to live with Madam, so I definitely can't be smaller." That cheap wife of his is not a simple family and has probably seen a lot of the world. So, naturally, he could not just buy a small mansion with 1 entrance and 1 exit to fool people. How to find a slightly larger mansion better? In that case, it would be a good idea to marry a lady in the future. After all, he came to this side of the imperial city to buy a mansion. Itself is for their future home to purchase. And he himself in the yard still have to do some invention experiments and so on. Surely can't be too small. Otherwise exertion can't start. Gongzi want to buy 3 into 3 out of the mansion. At present our side, just vacated such a set of supporting complete mansion. And even can additionally send you 2 maids, which has some basic furniture. And in that Chang'an street at the end of the place, the location is also particularly good. If not that family member home out of the matter need to resell, that set of houses is not what people can afford to buy. Yes. I don't know. If you are interested? The toothman chuckled. He felt that Li Xian had an extraordinary way of talking and should be the son of a rich family. After all, not all families come from families that are qualified to bring a book boy alongside them. So he planned to just give Li Xian the mansion that had just arrived at their dental office. And if the kid was interested, selling it would be fine. That house involves some extensive. They really do not want to keep it. That is a hot potato. There is already a big person to inform them. Let the early sale. Li Xian didn't understand too much and could only say, "Can you show me around?" A 3 in, 3 out yard is about right. If you can buy it, naturally it's better if it's 3 in and 3 out. And Chang'an Street, he knows where it is. Not far from the foot of the palace, adjacent to the palace. I think the security over there is also the best security in the whole of Dakian. There will not be any idle people to cause trouble. That's natural. Guests please come in. This side is a little far from Chang'an Street. We need to use the carriage to go over. Soon enough, a carriage came out on the side of the dental office, with 2 brown horses in front of it, looking very athletic. Li Xian and Xiaoan quickly sat on top of the carriage and walked towards the Chang'an Street. After a while, the carriage finally stopped at the entrance of a mansion. The Willow House? Li Xian could see the large letters on top of the plaque, so he asked curiously. Yes, the guests you also see. The previous owner of this mansion is surnamed Lu. Just now the family suffered some things, so want to hurry out. In exchange for silver, you follow me in to see it. This set of mansions is a very good value for money. Soon, the toothman took out a key and unlocked the door to the compound, and Li Xian and the others walked in. Stepping into the ancient mansion, Li Xian soon saw an elegant courtyard. The door was lightly opened. An air of plum fragrance mixed with the old wooden incense quietly brushed his face, isolating the outside world's hustle and bustle from the outside world. There was also an old man sweeping the floor inside, raising his head to look at them, and then lowering his head again, silently cleaning the courtyard. Li Xian stepped on the green stone path and glanced at the old man, and at the same time, he also looked at the toothman. The dentist said at the right time, "He is an old man sweeping the floor before the Lu house. His eyes are not working. How can he not go? He is old." De Qian advocates respect for the old and love for the young. We can't do anything to him. Please also ask the guests to understand. Besides, he doesn't need to pay. Just give a mouthful of food, and he can clean up the whole yard for you. This is also quite good. This old man's obsession may be to stay in this mansion. If you want this mansion, this old man will be a free gift to you. Li Xian retracted his gaze and looked at the neat courtyard. estimating that it was this old man in front of him who cleaned it well. If it was one of the old men from the former Lu mansion and there was no one to take him in at this stage, he would have little problem buying the mansion and leaving the other person behind. He didn't mind having such an extra sweeper. Li Xian continued to survey the light inside. He could make out a cluster of cultivated bamboos standing tall next to the courtyard wall, and not far away by the well, plum blossoms bloomed proudly. A few people through the moon-hole door, rockery ponds and swamps, staggering, the main house lofty, flying eaves and corners, carved beams and paintings between the revealing the deep heritage of the former owner. Li Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. This Lu mansion, in the past, he was afraid that it was a famous family. It was also unknown what had happened to cause the other party to want to resell the large mansion. This mansion, it's not simple. Further back, can be seen in the courtyard with a pavilion, stone tables and benches, furnishings, all configurations are very complete. Such a mansion, really deeply Xian-like. What do you think, guest? The toothman looked at Li Xian gently, as if expecting Li Xian's reaction. Li Xian nodded, and while pushing open the door to check it out, he nevertheless said, "This mansion is not bad, I just don't know the price?" Chapter 19 Behind the Scenes. This set of mansion price is not bad, just 2,000 taels of silver. You can directly buy down. The house and our dental office this deed are complete. One hand to pay the deed, to ensure open and transparent. Our dental office but the whole of the largest dental office in Dakian. The official certification of the kind. You don't believe it? You can go to the official government to see. Absolutely worth rest assured. The toothman hastened to explain. By the looks of it, the male in front of him seemed to be interested in this mansion. When he heard 2,000 taels of silver, Li Xian was startled and said with a shocked face, "So expensive? Aren't you guys pitting people? Where can you find such an expensive house? This is outrageous." According to the conversion method of Diqian, after a simple calculation, these 2,000 taels of silver were already equivalent to 20 million RMB in that world before rebirth. A very scary number. You should know that his family's 100 acres of land, coupled with his father's other small business, frugal savings for so many years, only saved more than 1,000 taels of silver just this immediate 2,000 taels of silver to buy a mansion? How could he afford it? And 2 maids and an old man sweeper. What does he use to keep maids? Li Xian immediately pulled Shaoan and wanted to leave directly. Not buying it, buy a hammer. I couldn't afford this mansion even if I sold all my pants. All the silver on his body added up, including selling 100 acres of fields, could not afford to buy this set of mansion, which would not be a place where Li Xian could get his hands on. 3 into 3 this mansion, indeed not he can afford to buy, especially this lot, is not even think about it. Looks like it's time to commiserate with the wife. If you can't, you can go buy a good location 2 and 2 out of the line, not have to be 3 and 3 out of the line, and it's still Chang'an Avenue. There is no need to beat your head against the wall. He still has to save some money to support his daughter. It's not like you're going to spend all your dinner money, is it? After going out today, he can ask around the imperial city this side of the concrete, some of the house market, or to do some of the heart, or easy to be cheated. When the time comes to cry cannot cry out. Guest you wait. Seeing that Li Xian was about to leave, the toothman hurried over and pulled Li Xian with an anxious face, as if he was afraid that Li Xian would walk away. Li Xian looked at the toothy man in front of him suspiciously, and said directly, "I won't give you the road fee if you want it. You volunteered to bring me to see the house. I'm going to look at other houses now. This mansion is really too expensive. I really can't afford it. Guest, not for the traveling expenses. I would like to ask, this mansion, do you sincerely want it?" The toothman rushed to speak. He looked at Li Xian and felt that today, this kid, he was afraid that he would have a chance. Some of the money returned to him from the dental firm side was quite a lot if this order came to fruition, and he got rid of a dental practice, too, and the money he should have made in a few years might have been enough to make a profit. If it's not a big problem, naturally I want it in good faith. This mansion is indeed nice, but it's too expensive. Who can afford 2,000 taels of silver? Li Xian shook his head and said, "You take me to other places to take a look. Even if this Lu mansion is really worth this price, I can't afford to buy it. I'll shell out 1,000 taels of silver at most, and I'm afraid your side won't agree to that. So let's go and take a look at other streets." After saying these words, Li Xian had already retracted his sight with fondness, intending to leave the inside of this courtyard. The mansion, indeed, was so nice. How could he not like it? It's just a shame that he has so little money. There is still a gap between the ideal and the reality. His wife did give him a few ingots of gold, but Li Xian didn't intend to use it. It was an emergency situation. The child's milk powder money, not to be used lightly. Guest, if you really want it, 1,000 taels of silver. It's not impossible, but I need to apply for it. I think it's promising. You need to wait for tomorrow's news. The toothman wiped the cold sweat from his head, bit his teeth directly, and threw out a heavy price. The kid left without hearing him out. He didn't say he wasn't for sale, and since he could bring him here, he must have had a very attractive price, or he wouldn't have come over. The initial quote will definitely be relatively expensive. He could tell the kid wanted it just because it was expensive. It's nothing to be expensive. We can all have a good conversation. Li Xian frowned, staring at the toothman suspiciously. Really? Half the price directly? Toothman hurriedly said. Our side, anxious to return to the capital. As long as the application of universal, absolutely can be consecrated deeds and deeds, you can rest assured that our dental firm, a word out of the team of horses is difficult to catch up. Li Xian had another pang of intent. 3 in, 3 out, near Longacre Street. A mansion like this for 1,000 taels of silver? He didn't miss here? Li Xian followed up with, did someone die here? Inside his understanding, if a house in a good location is going to be sold out in a hemorrhage, there must be some problems, more or less inevitably, and they are not the usual minor problems. Chances are, it's a murder house. The dentist wiped the non-existent sweat on the top of his head, and hurriedly said, guests, you are joking, but all a few decades old mansion, how could not have died? This mansion is definitely dead. If you want a new house, you can go to other places to see. Just this lot, it is close to the outside of the city, and there is nothing inside. You need to follow up on the replacement of the guest. In this case, 4 into 4, and even 5 into 5 can also get down. Everything depends on the prince decided. Li Xian continued to nod, which was fine, but honestly speaking, the mansion far away, even near the city gate side, Li Xian had some little intention. This Dacian imperial city is not small, too far away that cheap wife of his later to come, cannot see how to do? The lot is still a little more important than the square footage, so why is it cheaper by half straight away? Is there some hidden agenda here? Li Xian followed up with another question. This is a question that is very important, so he had to ask. Chapter 20 Old Man Sweeper. If he really wanted 1,000 taels of silver to sell this mansion of his, he was really kind of interested. This 3-entry, 3-exit mansion was very appealing to him, whether it was the environment, the size, or the location. Dentist, this dry cough, said, there is nothing hidden. Lu House was originally the house of Lord Lu. Lord Lu now suffered a prison sentence. His children want to sell their assets, so the deed of the land, deed of the house to us mortgaged over. And then the house side of the house we can do the Lord to sell. To put it bluntly, it is just that simple, and the formalities are complete, and there will definitely not be any subsequent disputes. You can rest assured. You can rest assured. Lord Ryu, the prison sentence. Li Xian narrowed his eyes. Could it be that those 2 maids, and that old man sweeping the floor, were all former members of the Lu mansion? Simply listen to this. It seems that there is no problem. After all, in the Great Qian to buy a house there is not too much dao. There is no property fee, water, electricity, gas and other fees. As long as there is a deed to the land, deed is no problem. For water, there's a well in the yard, and for fire, in the kitchen, you can basically do it for you with dry wood sticks or whatever. As for going to the toilet, this place wants to remodel the drain of the toilet. I am afraid it is a little difficult. After all, the street outside is very mature. Who will let him remodel the drain? So it's okay to reluctantly go to a dry toilet when the time comes. It's not a hassle. Li Xian thought for a moment and said, let's go first. I'll go outside and ask around. You can apply with that side first, and if it's not a problem, we'll communicate tomorrow. Where it's cheap, there's bound to be trouble. It could never be as simple as the toothman says it is. He needed to be a little more cautious to be able to ask more people. Even if it didn't take 10 days or half a month, it was slightly more prudent. That night, Li Xian and Xiaoan still stayed in the restaurant after a busy day. Sitting a person at home is not a big problem, because before he came out, he also said that there is a possibility that he will spend the night in the Imperial City side. If you go back and forth from Yanshan County, although the distance between the 2 sides is quite close, but the time wasted is also quite a lot. So in order to inquire about this set of houses, it is best to live in the Imperial City is better. Or tomorrow morning's time will have to be wasted in the rush above. It is really a bit not worth it. Early in the morning of the next day, Li Xian walked out of the restaurant. After a morning of inquiring, Li Xian was finally relieved. That house, it was really something like that. It was that Lord Lu had just been imprisoned not long ago, and then the people of the Lu family sold the mansion. It was such a simple thing. Maybe there was a bit of a hidden agenda behind it, but it wasn't something he needed to be concerned about. I was able to take that house down myself with little problem. So Li Xian once again found the toothman and went to the Lu mansion to examine it in detail. In the meantime, Li Xian was afraid of checking wrongly, so Li Xian also made a special trip to spend money to find professionals, meticulously checked once, and found that none of the problems were too big. Then only then did he sign the trading program with the side of the toothman, and paid 1,000 taels of silver. At the same time, the deed of the house and land of the Lu mansion were taken inside Li Xian's hand, and the money was paid with one hand and the deed with the other. One day down the line, this set of mansion, naturally, was owned by him, Li Xian. As for the silver bills Li Xian had on him, there were only a few hundred taels of silver left, which was pitifully small. But the good thing is that the house of this wife Ben is there. The next want to be based in the imperial city. There is a place to stay, at least when doing some small business. Do not have to live in the restaurant every night, that would be too adrift. It is that he always felt that the teeth people seem to hide something. This set of houses, by down some excessively smooth. Is it still about something on this Lord Ryu? But having bought it all, Li Xian didn't care about anything else. After all, on his side, he had all the papers for everything. If there were any disputes at that time, Li Xian would naturally be in the right. After yesterday afternoon, Li Xian made a special trip to other dental firms to inquire about the exact price of the mansion. Later found that 1,000 taels of silver. Even other places in the imperial city, such as the East Street and West Street streams, almost 1,000 taels of silver. If it is 1,000 taels can buy a set of 3x3 out of the mansion in Chang'an Street. Naturally, it is to pick up a great deal of leakage. So this is also a good luck for him. After many comparisons, this set of willow mansions on Chang'an Avenue is quite suitable. If you want to do some experiments, you are not too close to the imperial city, and the privacy is good, so there won't be any thievery. That's the set. Subsequently, the dental firm also fulfilled its promise, and at the same time gave Li Xian 2 13 or 14-year-old maids, and of course the old man with a bad eye that was originally brought with him in that courtyard. Li Xian did not say that he would let the people from the dental firm take the people away, and just stayed that way. Li Xian just started to say that this does not want maids to come, but thought of such a large mansion. Maybe he and Xiao and he is a little bad to take care of, so also will be those two maids to stay, plus a sweeping old man, usually some cleaning things, naturally enough. In fact, this Lu residence, said to be at the end of Chang'an Street, but in fact it is not. You also need to go out and walk about 5 miles to the right and then turn a corner to reach Chang'an Street, where the dignitaries live. This place, the Lu Mansion, if you compare it with the imperial capital before rebirth, it should belong to the outside of the second ring and near the third ring, but it is still the core area, which is several times stronger than the rest of the place. There is no doubt that this home is great value for money. It is also true that if you normally want to buy such a house, it would cost you 1,500 taels of silver or even more than 2,000 taels of silver at any rate. So this is why, because the dental firm just started to ask for 2,000 taels of silver, followed by a direct fracture half price, willing to 1,000 taels of silver on the sale of the mansion after Li Xian some heart-bottomless reason. After taking the key, Li Xian finally looked around the mansion with satisfaction, and after realizing that no matter where it was very satisfying to his aesthetic. He came to the old man, and said politely, "Hello grandpa, from now on, this mansion is mine. I just bought it, and you don't have to worry. You just stay here all the time, and I will provide you with food every day." While Li Xian was talking, the old man was still cleaning the compound slowly as if he hadn't heard, as if he was somewhat deaf. It was even as if the old man didn't even see him as a person, indifferent to Li Xian beside him. "Li Xian, grandpa, I'm going to go back today. I'm going to lock the yard gate." "Where do you live?" Li Xian shouted loudly in disbelief. It was only at this time that the old man raised his head and looked at Li Xian. Chapter 21 Getting Rich. The old man's cloudy gaze looked toward Li Xian, who then gestured to the firewood room not far away. Li Xian instantly remembered this firewood room. He just opened the door and looked at it. There was a living atmosphere inside. There was also some food placed inside, so he thought it was also this old man who had been living here. Li Xian also nodded and said, "My name is Li Xian, Mu Zili, the idol of leisure. I'll be here in a few days, so you can stay here." After saying that, Li Xian pulled Shaoan and left the Lu mansion. As for the old man behind him, he continued to pick up the broom, as if he was tireless, slowly sweeping the courtyard, one after another. After locking the courtyard door, glancing at the Lu mansion behind him, Li Xian pondered in his heart that the next time he came, he would hang a Li mansion on it, and at that time, he would also take down the Lu mansion signboard. Li Xian looked at the house next door again and realized that the next door was also locked, as if there was a notice being posted on the door for sale, but he wouldn't consider that side, as he briefly learned about it during that time and found it to be inferior to this side. Soon, Li Xian returned to the Li family village in Yanshan County. "Father, what have you been doing? How come you were gone for 2 days at a time? Gong Sini walked out, her little face pink under the cold sky, pouting a little unhappy. After her father left, she was left to live at home alone. Although there was a lot of food and there was a flush toilet for going to the toilet, but it was really lonely to be alone. And last night Gong Sini was also very scared, and she even had nightmares that her father didn't want her, and even her mother was also in trouble because of something, and the whole of Dakian, in the end, seemed to have been changed in ownership. This nightmare scared Gong Sini. When I woke up, my dad was not at home again. One could only wrap oneself inside the covers and wait somewhat apprehensively for daddy's return home. This waited, naturally, for a slow sleep. After waking up today, Gong Sini found that Li Xian had not yet come, and then made some food by herself, and simply ate a little, and waited, and it was not easy that at this time, father finally came back. So now, Gong Sini looked at Li Xian in an aggrieved manner, pouting and puffing, looking very cute. Li Xian hurriedly walked over and picked up Gong Sini, and while using his beard to tie her up, he apologized and said, "I'm sorry, yesterday daddy had something to do, so he didn't come back, but daddy told you a good news. That is, from the time he left yesterday until now, daddy bought a set of mansions in the Imperial City, and when the time comes to bring you over to live over there, that's also the small home for our family of 3 in the future. Happy or not, our family is also considered to have a house in the Imperial City. Happy or not? I didn't realize that I couldn't afford to buy a house in the imperial capital before I was reborn. As a result, it took 6 years after being reborn to afford a house in the Great Qian Imperial City. And it's not that kind of building, or a flat, but a real Chinese garden style, 3-entry, 3-exit mansion. Such a big mansion was something that Li Xian would not even think about before. But in a Great Qian that was very backward in terms of development, Li Xian took the first step. Really? Gong Sini also froze for a moment. Dad actually bought a mansion. It was something she hadn't expected in any way. Is it possible that Dad is planning to leave Li's village? This Li's village, will it come back in the future? That's of course. Came over here. Father can't keep you in the village. Plus your mother should also be in the Imperial City. So father is thinking, in the Imperial City to buy a mansion, and so on later in the future over there to do some kind of small business. So it is also more convenient. And your mother can also come to see you more conveniently, isn't it? Li Xian said with a smile. He'd actually made a decision. Next, it's off to the Imperial City to start a small business and save up the wife's capital. He now has only a few hundred taels of silver left on his body. Although he is still rich, but from his wife casually dumping 2 ingots of gold on him, it can be seen that his wife's family is bound to be a big family, so he still has a long way to go. Gotta make more money to match the wealth on the wife's side to do that. Otherwise, if a modern man traveled to ancient times and couldn't even save up for his wife's book, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the majority of travelers? The next thing he will do is work toward 10,000 taels of silver. As for paper making and porcelain improvement, it has been given to his wife's side. He naturally will not get involved. And this thing is too widespread. At present as an ordinary person, Li Xian is afraid that he cannot manage. So give and take. As a man back from the modern era, he had complete confidence in making a fortune from any track. Gong Xine could only nod helplessly and pestered Li Xian to make delicious food for her. And this time of year, it's nighttime. The streets of the Dakian Imperial City were very lively, and there were pedestrians everywhere. The only place where there were fewer pedestrians was near Chang'an Street, which was near the residences of those dignitaries. So naturally, few people came over. At this moment, a black-robed man in nightclothes suddenly arrived outside the Lu mansion. The Lu mansion was locked, and the seals that were previously posted were torn down with the imprisonment of Lord Lu, as well as after the mansion was sold. And the Lu family naturally fell into disrepair because of the matter of Lord Lu. This matter of the Lu family is very involved. The man in black stood outside, lingering for a moment. With the arrival of a pair of patrolling officials, the man in black had disappeared in a flash, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in the middle of the Lu mansion. As for the place that had just stopped, but also left some faintly undetectable bloodstains, and in the meantime, in the Imperial City's chambers, the Empress was crouching down to grade the zhengshi. Almost every night, the Empress had to approve the zhengbiao, which was a necessary thing in the middle of every day. The entire Dakian bedchamber was very quiet. The only thing was the Empress wrinkled her eyebrows, plus the sound of sighs that rang out from time to time, and even within the sound of sighs, there was also implied anger. Green Reed, in the dark, was likewise quietly marooned, like an excellent protector of the path. Of course she's not protecting the path, but repaying the favor. The Empress had saved her, and her parents, 7 years ago at the hands of a crowd of experts surrounding the Crown Prince. Thus, she followed the Empress for 7 years and protected her for 7 years, And even though her martial arts skills had long since been raised to a higher level now, she had never thought of leaving. She will protect the empress for the rest of her life, until she dies. The empress saved her entire family. This is a great favor to be repaid. In these 7 years, Qing Reed did give the empress many dangers, and with the contact between the two sides, the relationship between them is naturally getting better and better. Until now, whatever is going on in the empress, in fact, Qing Reed is aware of it. She hoped that Xianguo was getting better and better, instead of becoming more and more decadent with each passing day. But she was also aware that it was just as difficult for Her Majesty, as a woman, as a bright ruler not inferior to the old Qian emperor, to encounter the great Qian, which was full of holes. It is difficult to govern a country, especially one that has long been on a downward spiral. From that spirited young girl princess, and then to the present Qian empress, the pain and suffering experienced in this period, perhaps only the empress herself can understand. Until now, Qingwei remembered that Li's village boy again. Could he be the one the empress has been looking for? Green Reed noticed the empress, and this time, the carrier pigeon flew in again. Chapter 22. It's finally time to say goodbye. At this time, Gong Yuyan took out the paper and looked at the words written on it. Mother, father today in the imperial city Chang'an Street, that piece of place. Bought a set of 3x3 out of the mansion. Said that in the future mother can also come to live. Look at father's appearance. Is intended to be another period of time, then completely moved to that place. Later the time to return to the Li family village should also be very little. Father said he wants to save money. Now too poor. Seeing this passage, Gong Yuyan was a bit surprised. Li Xian bought a house on Chang'an Avenue? She naturally knew about that place on Chang'an Avenue. Wasn't that where all kinds of dignitaries lived? He has the money to buy that house over there? Of course that wasn't the point. The point was that Li Xian was leaving the Li family village. He's coming to the imperial city? At that time, distance from her mother is also much closer. Listen to father's meaning. Is intended to come out to make money, and so on later after making money. Formally marry her mother over the door. Hallowed. And mother for a marriage ceremony. And to sensationalize the whole city, so that everyone envies her mother. Seeing this passage from Gong Yuyan's expression grew a lot weirder. That kid, he wants to marry himself? A sensation throughout the imperial city? That kid, how will he react when he realizes what he is later? Gong Yuyan continued to read on. Looking at, the corner of her lips subconsciously hooked up a smile, even just inside the folding of some annoyance. Gong Yuyan also seems to put down some. Seeing this scene, Green Reed, who was in the dark, became more and more curious. What did His Majesty see inside the letter? What did the princess say to His Majesty? Sure enough, His Majesty may only completely relax a bit when he talks to his daughter. She also knew that Her Majesty, at this time, was the mother, but other times, His Majesty is the king of a country, and on her thin shoulders, she carries the fate of an entire nation, and no one knows how far Dakian can go in her hands. A few days later, Li Xian gathered the entire Li family village. For the matter of Li Xian summoning the villagers, if it was a year ago then maybe they were all prepared and knew what Li Xian was going to do, but not long after the new year, Li Xian actually summoned them again. Did he have something to announce? Muramasa leaned on his crutches and looked at Li Xian with the same curious expression. Today's Li Xian seemed to be a bit different from the past. On his face, there was a hint of faint sadness, as if something had happened today, which also made Muramasa a bit worried. Li Xian sighed and arched his hand to all of them. Fathers and folks. After this one salute, Li Xian also said with some sadness, the late generation is indebted to all of you for your love. In the family father and mother passed away these 6 years inside, but also in a lot of places to take care of the late generation, and as their own people to see, and now will be all the folks called together. In fact, want to announce a thing. One sentence was said and everyone looked at Li Xian, and beside Li Xian, the little girl who looked like a fairy. Li Xian said that was his daughter, just before this year. That is, close to the new year. They had just seen this little girl, and had never seen her before that, and they did not know exactly what had happened in Li Xian's body. They just know that they are afraid that many elders with daughters will be secretly saddened, and those who wait for Li Xian's marriageable girls, but also in the years before and after, have called the matchmaker to the door, no longer waiting. I am afraid that this time Li Xian has a daughter of things, but also let a lot of village suihua flow. Sad completely sealed heart. Village Zhang looked at Li Xian and said with the same nervousness, there is no harm in speaking. Brother Xian, it was an honor for their Li family village, to have Li Xian as a small landlord, even if Li Xian's father, in fact, was also a great benefactor. But Li Xian, this kid, was better than blue, and did the good deeds that Li Xian's father had never done. That's why all the villagers in Li's village were very grateful to Li Xian. Today, officially announced that I'm leaving the Li family village. I plan to go to the imperial city to break into the city. I might also take the examination for the merit. After all, the future is full of infinite possibilities. I'm still young now, and there are more opportunities in the imperial city. Speaking of this, Li Xian scratched his head and seemed a bit embarrassed. After being reborn, he was actually ready to stay in the Li family village for the rest of his life. Even in his 20s and 30s, if he had never been married, Li Xian might find a similar woman at will. Simply get married and spend his life in the countryside peacefully and idly. Instead, it was now a departure from the philosophy he had when he was reborn. Mostly, it's a matter of planning for change. After 6 years of lying flat, it's time to branch out. Currently he has a cute and adorable daughter and a cheap unmarried wife with a solid family situation. Therefore, Li Xian urgently needed to save his wife's capital. Plus, I'm afraid his wife is not from an ordinary family, and if he's in his current situation as a small landowner, I'm afraid it's going to be very difficult for him to marry her over. Even in the case of a daughter, she would be ruthlessly wanted away by his wife. When the time comes, he won't even know who to cry to, so there is a need to save for a rainy day. His daughter was on his side now, and he couldn't let her leave him, no matter what. If he had the chance, he would prefer to have a family reunion someday, rather than now, when his wife was out there all alone, not knowing what she was doing. When these words were said, the entire Li family villagers were all looking at Li Xian with some consternation. Idle brother, are you leaving? There was an old man in his 60s who came out trembling and looked at Li Xian and asked, with some disbelief in his eyes. As for Muramasa, he looked at Li Xian with an appreciative expression. He had stayed for 6 years and was finally leaving Li's village. He had once advised Li Xian before to try to go out and make a name for himself, or even get a meritocracy. Li Xian was so good that he might actually become an official. Only Li Xian wouldn't listen. Now Li Xian is saying he wants to go out. Maybe it's also the little girl beside him? Of course, no matter what, Li Xian had the intention to go outside and make a break for it. And they, the villagers of the Li family village, were all especially willing to do so. In the future, when Li Xian became successful, their Li family village would also be honored with it, and it might even be a chicken and egg. After all, their village hadn't produced a talented person for a long time. Yes, second grandpa, but it's not that I won't come back. I will come back several times a year, to see all the folks. When the time comes we will naturally still be able to meet. I hope that the second grandpa will live a long life, blessed as the East Sea, longevity than the South Mountain. Li Xian walked over to shake the old man's hand and smiled. Then he came to each of the villagers. The old people of Li's village are all very kind. Chapter 23 Housewarming. As the saying goes, poor mountains produce unruly people. But Li Xian felt that he was born in a good place. This place, Li's village, is really nice. The old man finally walked back, and Li Xian looked around, answering many of the villagers' questions. Then all of them were silent. Li Xian added, before I leave, I intend to distribute that more than 100 acres of fields. Simply, it just so happens that there are about 100 families in our village, so I intend to rent the fields to all of you uncles and aunts, grandparents, and then all of the harvest, you are free to dispose of the processing, and so on. When I come back, to bring back some farm specialties will be satisfied. Li Xian hammered away. When these words were said, all the villagers of the Li family village were startled. This was followed by a wave of thankfulness. There were even villagers that directly knelt down for Li Xian, kowtowing continuously. Even though Li Xian had to go to the imperial city to develop, he left behind 100 acres of fields. Even if he didn't give the fields to them, but let them distribute the fields alone, it was still a great favor. This is no different than giving them the field. They believed in Li Xian's character. Folks, don't be like this. We are all our own people. We are all relatives. In these 6 years, you have also helped me many times. I have long remembered it in my heart. Today's goodbye is just a simple word with you all. The latecomer will still often return to the village to see you all. Li Xian made another bow. Then, Li Xian looked at the village headman and said, I'll leave the matter of the fields to you to arrange and handle. I'm sure you'll be able to handle this matter well. The field deed he naturally has. He will not give all the fields to the villagers, because the hearts of the people are unpredictable. The 100 acres of fields are the fundamentals that his old man left for him. He can give alms to others and let them farm for free, but he can't be a little favorite, directly gifted to others. The village chief nodded and looked toward Li Xian's home, saying knowingly, Brother Xianer, can I arrange for 7 or 8 people to help move the house with an ox cart? Li Xian smiled, arching his hand. He said, that's exactly what I want. This was naturally one of his purposes. After today, he would be a part of the imperial city. Work on making money to save your wife's capital. In the letter, He had boasted that he would organize a marriage welcoming ceremony that would attract the attention of the entire imperial city. This was the attitude he gave to the other party, as well as his promise. In the future, he must marry that cheap wife of his, in style. Many thanks to brother Denyo, brother Erju, and third sister-in-law. Soon, Li Xian looked at the men and women villagers who had helped bring things away from their homes and greeted them. Li Xian's popularity in Li's village was very good. Even if he didn't give the fields, these people would help for free. But Li Xian was a modern man. His thinking was different from that of the ancients, so he naturally respected human rights more. The field is also put, not as good as to give the townspeople free farming, but also can give the country to increase the surplus grain, enhance the overall reserve capacity of the Great Qian. There are hundreds of benefits rather than one harm. He felt that although this is not a slavery society, but the ordinary people are too poor. Many times, ordinary people do not have a field, but need to pay a high poll tax. A very horrible system. When will Dakian be able to outlaw this system? Completely outlawed on the good. Such an ancient system can indeed drag down a nation. Although he had spoken eloquently in the letter earlier, the theory was after all a theory, and without the person who implemented it, it was of little significance. So Li Xian did not take those words before. As a matter of fact, it was just some idle discussion with my wife directed at national issues. Hurry up and get a foothold in the imperial city. Saving up your wife's capital is the priority at this stage. None of them. That night, Li Xian and his fleet of ox carts and donkey carts arrived at the entrance of the Lu mansion. Seeing the Lu mansion in front of him, Li Xian was finally relieved for a large amount of time. He turned to the villagers of Li village who came beside him and said with a smile, "Brother Denyo, brother Erju, just put the stuffs in this courtyard. Thanks a lot you all. When you are free to come to the imperial city in the future, I'll treat you to a drink." Shaoan went over to open the gate, while Li Xian slowly directed the crowd to put things inside the courtyard. In these things, in fact, there are a lot of his experimental products. He has a special laboratory, such as papermaking, burning glass, making medicine and so on. It is all in this laboratory output. There are also some test tubes made by Li Xian, although it is not as good as the kind of glass test tubes in modern laboratories, but for this world, it is already enough to be ahead of the curve. Therefore, Li Xian also planned to install a laboratory unique to him inside this courtyard. He had a premonition that this laboratory of his would affect the entire Deqian and even this world in the future. Whether it was good or bad exactly, Li Xian didn't care. He's just trying to protect himself while keeping his head down and making money to marry his wife. That's all. Therefore, Li Xian looked at the scene in front of him and smiled slightly, quite satisfied. Crossing over for 6 long years, lying flat for 6 years. He didn't realize that a ridiculous encounter 6 years ago had brought him not only a daughter, but also a cheap wife with an unknown identity. That's what makes life a bit of a challenge. Soon everything was moved into the yard. Then Li Xian personally sent all those Li village villagers away. Of course, before sending them away, but also invited these people in a noodle shop near his home to simply eat a bowl of noodles. Added a lot of meat slices into it. Eat. Those people are touching their stomachs satisfied to leave. Li Xian once again returned to the doorway and was just about to enter when he frowned, because next to a mansion, it seems that the door has just been opened, and 2 boys walked out, and after they found Li Xian, they froze for a moment, and then they looked at Li Xian with a strange face, and it seems that they are talking about it. It was as if seeing Li Xian by this mansion was a very surprising thing, so much so that when they passed by Li Xian, not only did they look inside the house with a curious face, but they covered their mouths and chatted in low voices, and even looked at Li Xian with a face full of admiration. Then, the 2 boys left this way. Li Xian's furrowed brow had never been relieved. He knew that this was Lord Lu's mansion, and now Lord Ryu, who is currently in prison, and he bought it afterward. The whole thing, it seems okay, right? Why did those boys look at him as if he had done something very strange? Li Xian subconsciously shook his head as he couldn't think straight and walked into the courtyard gate. When you buy something cheaply, naturally there will be some trouble. Only Li Xian hoped that this trouble would not be too big. After all, you can't have both the fish and the bear's poem. Entering the door, Li Xian looked at the old man sweeping the floor, and at the moment, the other party was sitting on the stone table and fuming. "Hello, Grandpa," Li Xian snorted. The old man ignored him, still fuming. Li Xian shook his head and walked inside alone, then began to organize the things he brought from the Li clan village. As for Yi and Shaoan, they were also arranged in a separate room. Now that I'm in this place, I'm sure I'll have to live alone. Yi isn't too young to be living with him all the time. Occasionally, he could come over and sleep together, but most of the time, Li Xian needed to cultivate Yi's independent thinking, which would naturally be of great benefit to some of Yi's future behaviors and dealings. At such a time, night falls quickly. Li Xian packed up his things and went to the back, leaving him with his labware. So he quickly a generalization, placed it in the middle of a storehouse at the very back of the courtyard. Li Xian, who had just gone in to put his things away and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped. He smelled a hint of blood. Li Xian was just about to look for a moment when suddenly a dagger appeared on his neck. Chapter 24 Wounded Woman. At this moment, Li Xian's back seemed to be invaded by invisible ice, and in this cold day and month, fine beads of sweat uncontrollably seeped out from his forehead and slid down his cheeks in a sinuous manner. I have money. I can pay you. Li Xian trembled and spoke tentatively. He felt as if the air around him had frozen and every inch of his skin was tightened to the core. Who would have known that in their own home, they were in such danger? Li Xian suddenly remembered. And that the teeth people know as well as to buy this set of mansion. During the period of time the other party has been incoherent about what happened to this mansion. Just said the reason why this mansion is cheap. And the Lu house that thing is closely related. So is the danger he's in now related to his purchase of the mansion? As Li Xian spoke, the person holding the dagger didn't react much and even moved forward. So much so that the skin of Li Xian's neck even felt the cold touch of the dagger. Li Xian's scalp was numb for a moment. He hurriedly said, Your Excellency, wait, are you because I bought this mansion? If you have any grudges with the owner of this mansion, don't involve ordinary people. I'm just a scholar who was tricked into buying a mansion by that tooth man. There's a head for every grievance. Why should I involve other people? Under Li Xian's passage, the dagger finally moved slightly away, and Li Xian's heart rejoiced. Only, before he could say anything, he suddenly felt a hand reach out in front of his eyes, and slapped it directly to his mouth, feeding in something. Ahem! Li Xian stared at the person in front of him with wide, unbelievable eyes, and said in horror, What the hell did you feed me? The same thing that made Li Xian a little surprised was that the person in front of him was a woman wearing a black nightclothes. This woman was extremely beautiful, only that her expression was cold, with killing intent under her eyes. Probably after hearing him say those words, she still left him alive. Of course it was also possible that the other party did not want to kill him from the start. No doubt about it. This is a very dangerous woman. The woman was just about to speak when she suddenly stumbled on her feet and almost fell to the ground. Luckily, she held onto the doorframe next to her, and then she spat out a mouthful of blood, and her expression immediately became weak. Are you okay? Li Xian asked with a stunned expression. You just fed him something, and now you're injured and vomiting blood? Is he available? Just as he thought of this, Li Xian instantly gave up on this idea. You know, women in this world are not easy. In particular, none of the women Li Xian had met were ordinary people, such as his cheap wife with an uncomplicated background, and the woman beside his wife, as well as the woman in black in front of him. Each and every one of them, they are not ordinary people. I've just poisoned you. Do as I say and I'll give you the antidote within 3 days or you'll be poisoned to death in 3 days. When the woman in black saw Li Xian looking at her with a strange face, she spoke breathlessly. Then she sat on the ground and began to cross her knees, seemingly recovering from her injuries. Only underneath her, a lot of blood could still be seen, and scattered on the ground was a shocking amount of blood spilled by the woman in front of her. Li Xian stared wide-eyed, incredulously pointing at himself, and said in dismay, Poison? The woman sat on the ground, just opened her eyes, said faintly, I'll tell you a few flavors of medicine next. Go and grab them for me. Go to a different pharmacy respectively. Don't go to the same pharmacy, or there will be trouble. After prescribing the medicine, boil it tonight and send it over. Shortly afterward, Li Xian covered his stomach and left from the storehouse with an ugly face. Of course, Li Xian also locked the storehouse to prevent Yi and Shaoan from coming in here. Li Xian stood in the courtyard struggling for a long time. Remembered the black woman said that the poison words. Honestly, he was a little doubtful about the content of what the woman said. After all, what poison? Need 3 days to attack? According to reason, poison but wherever as long as into the stomach, basically will be digested. Poisonous natural also attacked. So is not that woman swindled to scare him, and then need to resort to their own to buy medicine to heal the wound? Li Xian wanted to report to the police, but once he thought that there seemed to be something unusual about this world, he stopped again. After all, the fact that his wife was able to step on snow without a trace was a clear violation of scientific values, which made Li Xian take a deep breath and finally leave the mansion with a silver ingot in his arms. Fear not. Fear not. At this stage it might be better to be good and do the right thing. Before leaving, Li Xian did 2 things. The first thing was to induce vomiting on him, vomiting until his body was uncomfortable and there was nothing in his stomach. Then he stopped. The second thing was to make arrangements for Shaoan, specifically saying that no one should be allowed to go to that storehouse location in the backyard, especially Yi, and that she must not be allowed to go in curiously, though the house he had locked. Who knows what that woman might have in mind for her daughter? When it really comes down to it, you can't even cry. Shaoan nodded and said he would watch Gong Xine to keep from going in. Li Xian sighed in relief and finally left the Lu mansion with the silver in his pocket. Helpless. Not long, Li Xian in a few pharmacies, respectively, prescribed a good medicine. Home after the medicine will be boiled. And finally holding a bowl of medicine boiled out and drying, stood in the door of the storehouse. Fortunately, this mansion is relatively large. The things that happen in the backyard, the front yard is impossible to know. Otherwise live a one in one out of the small mansion words, may now have their own dangerous things. The daughter has long known. Of course, Li Xian also took some alcohol over. While holding a few pieces of cloth in his hands, after a moment's pause, Li Xian unlocked the door and pushed it open. Walking in, inside the warehouse, the woman was still sitting on the floor, looking pale. Under its body bloodstains, very obvious, and can be seen, is black blood, not bright red blood, really is poisoned. Woman, I have followed your orders and have purposely searched several pharmacies to get this medicine together individually, but I personally feel that you don't have to manage this wound of yours? Li Xian handed the bowl over while giving a suggestion. These blood stains on the ground were obviously from her poor bandaging and shedding, and in this situation, it could easily cause ischemia, and it wouldn't be that simple when the time came. The woman didn't say anything, looked up at Li Xian, took out a silver needle and tried it in the bowl of medicine, followed by a careful sniff of the medicinal soup. When she had done all this and realized that there was no problem, only then did she bring the bowl over and then drink it all in one go, and finally closed her eyes and continued to heal her wounds. I saw you bleeding just now, and I've brought the cloth now. Do you really not need to bandage it? Li Xian asked again. It was necessary to ask this question, just now, although the vomiting had been catalyzed, but in the meantime, it had definitely digested quite a lot. Still there was a great danger, so the other party could not be in trouble. A dead body is the scariest thing. The woman opened her eyes and her gaze was dangerous. Come on, I'm just a suggestion. If you don't want to hear it, forget it. After saying that, Li Xian shook his head and intended to leave. Just at this time, there was a sudden thud from behind him. Li Xian looked backward, but was somewhat shocked to find that the woman could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. Chapter 25 Healing Fairy in the World. Li Xian looked at the woman who had fallen to the ground, his face full of strangeness. Woman, are you all right? Li Xian took a few steps forward and asked tentatively. In this instant, one thought flashed through Li Xian's mind, and that was, hurrying to find the antidote. When the other party was poisoned and unconscious, wouldn't the time and place be occupied? He'd be a cutie if he didn't even look for an antidote in this situation. Up, Li Xian was just about to fumble around on the woman's body to find the antidote when he hesitated a bit, because Li Xian saw that where the woman's abdomen was located, there was a very obvious mass of blood that was dripping out from the thick clothes there. This scene was a bit shocking. It was very likely that the other party had already lost too much blood. Struggling for a moment, Li Xian still chose to grope up on the woman's body. A man is not for himself. He did not have the heart to think about the other party's safety now. A few moments later he frowned, however, because he couldn't even find where the antidote was. Where on earth had he put it? Because of the fact that he had touched all over the other party's body, it caused his hands, too, to be stained with a lot of blood. Finally, Li Xian put his hand on the position at the woman's shoulder, and said very seriously, "This unknown sister, I see your current condition. I'm afraid it's very serious. The matter of poisoning aside, I'm not sure what kind of poison you're suffering from, and I can't prescribe the right medication, so I can only say I'm sorry. Just the problem of your wound. I have to take the liberty to take a look at it, to save someone's life. The matter is urgent, and the key is that I have to ensure my own safety, so you can't be anything." Offense. Between words, Li Xian had already placed his hand on the woman's abdominal girdle. Denizens, how dare you? At this moment, the woman struggled all over, but her voice was weak and inaudible. It was just that at this point in time, she couldn't move anyway, so much so that the so-called struggle, in Li Xian's opinion, was just gently writhing for a moment, and if it wasn't for the fact that her body was covered in blood, it would really have quite a lot of beauty. Regarding the matter of the poison on her body, the antidote had just been taken, and it would still take some time, while the most serious area was actually still the trauma. Over the past few days, the blood had flowed from her body, causing her body to be very weak now. In your case, you must stop the bleeding immediately. You can't die. What will I do if you die? What is the so-called propriety, righteousness, integrity and shame in front of life? Li Xian said with a frown, and then, not caring about the woman's threat, he directly untied her gently, and the loose clothes, with the departure of the girdle, soon became easily removable. The woman felt Li Xian's movements, and at this moment, she was so furious that she actually fainted directly. Fainted or not, you say you are going to die. Give me poison for what? This is not intentionally harm me. Really, Li Xian said with righteous indignation. If not for that, he really would not have been so anxious to rescue the first aiders. Before long, the woman was left with a blood-stained close-fitting white belly band. Li Xian frowned, and then removed that belly band a bit as well. What followed was a sight of blood and flesh. The wound, which was more than 10 centimeters long, looked even a bit shocking, although his action was a little ambiguous. But such a scene, Li Xian did not feel that it could be ambiguous. The smell of blood is so thick, he did not vomit out. Can be said to have seen a lot before rebirth. Li Xian shook his head while getting up, muttering to himself, if you hadn't met me, in your condition, in this place in ancient times, you'd really be bound to die. After shaking his head, Li Xian went to a box next to him and found a thin silver needle, plus a long thread that had been saved. Then Li Xian lit lamps all around the left and right sides, and even the top of the cabinet next to him lit 2 lamps to make sure that there wouldn't be any shadows interfering with it. Before he frowned and came to the woman's side and squatted down. Li Xian also from the side of a bottle, the cotton swab will be taken out, and finally dipped in a little iodine, to the woman's wound location, as well as the wound near the simple disinfection, and then to the silver needle, and that put a long time the line, are sterilized to ensure that later when dealing with the time, will not be infected. This iodophore, but it makes him a little heartbroken. He hear medical equipment as well as medical resources. Use a little less. Iodophore preparation is not simple. However, in this case, iodophore disinfection also had to be used. A few moments later, Li Xian, who was ready, said, Lady Warrior, it's naturally best for you to be unconscious, and if you wake up, you must also bear it and not struggle to affect me. Your wound isn't too deep and didn't injure your internal organs. That's a good thing, but it still needs to be stitched up and it might be very painful. After saying this, Li Xian had already put the needle, decisively and incomparably, through. No movement. It seems, she is still in a coma. That's good. So, Li Xian spent the next half hour or so stitching up her abdominal wounds, plus treating them. Li Xian realized that apart from the area on her abdomen, where she had a fatal wound, there were also large and small wounds elsewhere on her body, but of course they were basically below her chest and above her belly as well. The rest of the place, unless there is blood infiltration out, had to go to the treatment of that kind of situation except, otherwise Li Xian think or restrain some better. After all, this is the ancient times. Men and women do not kiss this reason. He still knows. After all the things are dealt with, Li Xianfang wiped the sweat on the top of his head. After he shook his head, he looked at the woman who was lying on the ground, but there was already a piece of thick cotton cloth cushioned under her body, and finally said, in this world, I'm afraid that I'm the only one who can save you, and maybe tonight's encounter is also some kind of destiny. As for the toxin in your body, will it still be fatal? This I am not sure. Still hope you can quickly get well, or small life is held by you. I cannot sleep or eat well. After saying this, Li Xian covered her with a quilt and eventually left the storehouse. As Li Xian closed the door, the woman lying on the mat behind her, her fingers also subconsciously moved. In the corner of her eyes, there are also 2 lines of tears, silently flowed down. Daddy, we were just talking about dinner, and what did you do? When Gong Sini saw Li Xian, she hurriedly came over to ask, puffing up and looking very cute. Father is also said to make dinner. The result is ago is half an hour, if not now backwards. She really thought father out of what happened. Li Xian smiled, dotingly touched Sini's head, and then said, this will be done. Daddy will make a clear soup noodle for Sini in the evening, and it will be out of the pot later. Li Xian went to the brand new kitchen and showed off his skills with the help of an beside him. In less than a moment, Li Xian made 6 bowls of noodles and clear soup and served them on the table. 2 for Li Xian's father and daughter, 1 for Shaowen, and 2 for the 2 maids, and the remaining 1 for the old man sweeping the floor. Shaowen was responsible for bringing the bowl of clear soup noodles over. The old man opened his cloudy eyes to look at Shaowen, and finally walked over to eat it tremblingly. Seeing the old man eating up the noodles, Shaowen was also relieved, and hurriedly went back to Li Xian to resume his order to say a word. Li Xian smiled, but didn't say anything. The next day, Li Xian brought his breakfast and went to the backyard storehouse and pushed open the door. The house, at the moment, is empty. Chapter 26 I have something. Li Xian stood at the door position in silence for a moment, and said helplessly, Woman warrior, don't threaten me with the dagger. I saved your life, even if you don't know the favor anymore, but don't be envious of me. While Li Xian was talking, the person behind him didn't take his dagger out. It seems, she also knows what happened last night. It was an indisputable fact that Li Xian had saved her, even though he had slighted himself. She said coldly, "What are you doing here? Can't you talk properly?" Li Xian sighed and glanced at the woman, signaling what was in his hand before saying, "I brought you breakfast and stopped by to see if you're alright, but it seems like you shouldn't be in any serious trouble now. So when are you going to give me the antidote? There really is no grudge between us, right?" The woman was silent for a long time and replied, "Tell me, why did you buy this mansion?" Last night, Li Xian groped around on her body, and later even took off a lot of her clothes, which in normal times would not be enough to kill him hundreds or thousands of times, but in the middle of the night to slow down. She looked carefully at the location of her abdominal wounds, and found that the abdominal wounds had long since stopped bleeding, and the location of the wounds, but also with the line in a very bizarre way and technique, sewed into the flesh inside. This treatment method, she has never heard of, never seen, but the results, surprisingly, were good, so much so that in the meantime, the woman had long since woken up, only she had clenched her teeth and not made a sound. This was only because the level of poisoning had slowed down a lot nowadays, plus the wounds were completely stitched up, which allowed her to simply walk around for a moment or two, but her body was still very weak. As for what Li Xian did last night, she naturally knew it by heart. The man in front of her had literally saved her life, so she couldn't do anything to Li Xian no matter what. Li Xian's heart flinched before he whirled around and said, "De Qian doesn't restrict the freedom of buying and selling, and since I'm new to the Imperial City, I always have to choose a place to stay, right? Could it be that you have something to do with this house?" When he said these words, Li Xian was also a bit startled. Now it seems probable that the woman in front of me, who has something to do with this house, and not a bad relationship. Sure enough, when Li Xian said this, the woman's eyes instantly became gloomy, only she didn't explain it to Li Xian. Li Xian put down the breakfast and could only say, "You haven't eaten for so long. You must be hungry. Have a breakfast first. This is a benefit that even the great Qian Empress may not be able to enjoy. You should know how to be grateful. After eating a meal first properly quiet. At noon then, I will send you food over." "That, you want to give me the antidote?" Thinking of the poison that was placed on him by the other party, Li Xian asked again without dying. The woman still didn't say anything, just looked straight at Li Xian, as if she was a mute. Li Xian let out a helpless sigh and finally planned to leave the place, even if he didn't believe that he was poisoned anymore. But the other party said about 3 days, then it shouldn't be a big problem. The big deal was that he came at noon. Anyway, he had all the time in the world. "You're not poisoned." Behind her, the woman's faint voice suddenly appeared. His own life had been saved by him, and poisoning or not poisoning no longer meant much. It was true that she hadn't poisoned it, and if she really wanted to poison it, the kind of poison that would kick in if she didn't eat the antidote within 3 days was actually there. In 1,000 worlds, there was nothing strange. In this world, the field of poisons is also very important, and even below many forces, there will be poison branches, specializing in people to develop poisons, like the kind of colorless and tasteless poison, as well as the poison that can make people die suddenly and violently after a few days, plus the poison that will attack for a longer period of time, are not uncommon. She was just poisoned on her body, only she also knew some antidotes, and it just so happened that this poison wasn't serious, so it was also basically a solution to the poison she had been hit with. When he heard the woman say that he wasn't poisoned, Li Xian's footsteps all seemed to become much lighter. Li Xian said with a smile as he went out the door, "Hello warrior woman, my name is Li Xian. Although I don't know what this mansion has to do with you, you can absolutely stay here temporarily for a while to recuperate your injuries. Apart from me, there is no one who knows about you being here, so you don't have to worry. Since these few days, if you need me to do anything, you can tell me anytime." After saying that, Li Xian closed the door and left inside this warehouse. The woman behind her also put her eyes on the breakfast served by Li Xian, and when she saw the food, her stomach rumbled. And she, indeed, hadn't eaten for several days. It was just that what she didn't expect in any case was that she was somehow saved by a somewhat strange-looking bookworm. Originally, he was still thinking that he would get the other party to save himself by holding him hostage through fake poisoning, but now it seems that there is no need for that at all. From Li Xian's speech, she could hear that Li Xian was not an ordinary person, plus Li Xian was able to buy such a set of 3 mansions, which made her feel more and more that Li Xian was not a very human being, or at least the kind of people after the family was not short of silver, and not anyone could afford to pay out thousands of taels of silver. The woman finally withdrew her gaze to the bowl of fragrant noodles. She took out her silver needle and wanted to try it, but after thinking about it, he put the silver needle back and ate in peace. If Li Xian wanted to harm her, he could have done it last night. There was no need to wait until today, so her worries are, well, a little redundant. By mid-afternoon, Li Xian had appeared on the streets of the imperial city with Shaoan carrying a bottle. Yi did not come out. Li Xian found. Yi seems to be very resistant to going outside to shop or something. What is she afraid of? Li Xian wasn't sure, but he keenly captured a key point. That cheap wife of his, to avoid trouble, so she gave him her daughter for the time being. Then, can he understand that his own daughter Cindy, that is, afraid of appearing on the streets of the imperial city have any trouble, so he is not willing to come out? Could it be that his own cheap wife is in the imperial city at this very moment? And the most crucial thing was that the enemy that was working against the wife and their family was also very likely to be in the imperial city at this moment, and had quite a few eyes and ears. Li Xian was startled when he realized this. Just now, if he really brought Yi out, he was afraid that it would be dangerous. Luckily, Yi knew what she was doing and didn't come out of her home. After gently exhaling, Li Xian fell back and secretly woke up with some fear. In the future, he still has to consider more things. Otherwise, even if he does not cause trouble, things will also take the initiative to get involved. This is not a place like Li's village, but the dragon and snake mixed with the Great Qian Imperial City. That's what's most unexpected. Soon, Li Xian arrived in the middle of one of the largest restaurants in the neighborhood and walked straight in. Sir, how many of you? What would you like to eat? Do you have a reservation? Seeing Li Xian and his duo, the junior quickly greeted and walked over. Although it was said that there were not too many people eating at the ungodly hour anymore, there would still be some people coming over here to dine. Li Xian, however, said mysteriously, "You call your shopkeeper out. I have a treasure that I need to show him." Chapter 27 Stunned Boss. While Li Xian was speaking, the shopkeeper in front of him, however, became strange, and also looked up and down at Li Xian in front of him. It was as if he thought Li Xian, wasn't there something wrong with his brain? Otherwise, if you come in with a bottle or a can, do you think this place is a pawn store? Just look at Li Xian's appearance. Was born very handsome, beside the boy for company, presumably which family's son. The store assistant really cannot put Li Xian to directly blow away. So the store assistant hurriedly said, "This gentleman, if you have any great treasures, I can look at them too." Li Xian frowned, but remembered that he did not describe the understanding, but also took out 10 copper coins, while giving the shopkeeper to put in his hand, while saying, "It's like this, little brother. You call your boss out. I'm going to talk to him about a business, to ensure that this inn, to become the hottest inn in the entire Great Qian Imperial City. You can't do this, Lord." The store assistant took the money with joy in his heart, and now that he heard Li Xian say this, he could only hurry to call the shopkeeper to go out. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man with a big round hat on his head to appear in front of Li Xian, who first looked at him with a weird face, as if he was very curious about what Li Xian's intentions were for coming to their store. "I don't know about this gentleman." The shopkeeper looked at Li Xian, then made a bow and asked. Before he could finish, Li Xian took the initiative to take a shallow bowl from the side, and then opened his small bottle of wine and poured it in. It was then that he gestured to the shopkeeper. Seeing Li Xian take the bowl, the shopkeeper originally frowned and wanted to drive Li Xian away, but suddenly the moment Li Xian opened the bottle of wine, the shopkeeper froze there. So whiny. The shopkeeper stared blankly at Li Xian's half bowl of wine and was subdued. Li Xian smiled and said, "Let's not talk nonsense. Shopkeeper, you can taste my wine. If you think it's okay, we'll continue to talk next. If you're not interested, then I'll find another place." He didn't want to waste extra time. The reason for coming here is also because of the proximity to home, which is why it was the first place to come. In the past 2 days he thought about it. There are too many camps to make money, but there are also a lot of restrictions. Thinking about it is only the camp of making wine, the most secure. So Li Xian, in the end, came out to take his chances. The shopkeeper held the half bowl of wine with some trepidation, as if he wanted to drink it all in one go. Cough, cough. Just in the moment when he had just taken a small sip, the shopkeeper coughed. The shopkeeper then looked up with a shocked face, fanning his mouth with his hand while looking incredulously at Li Xian with an exaggerated expression. Li Xian was calm because he knew that it was impossible to make high-level wine in ancient times. Ancient wines, at best and most, could not have exceeded 20 degrees, let alone the 40 and 50 degrees of the kind of liquor common in modern society. There are times when ancient times were limited by the level of technology to that low level of alcohol, and while you can still get drunk if you drink a lot of it, the appeal of this high level of alcohol is just as great. It could be said that Li Xian hadn't really bragged about that statement he had just made. The shopkeeper took another sip of wine, and then only with reddened cheeks did he put down the bowl and looked at Li Xian, saying with a very solemn cupped fist, "How much is the gentleman willing to sell that wine-making recipe?" The palmist's heart also raced when he said this. If there was a recipe for making high-level wine, then their restaurant, not to mention being the hottest restaurant in Diqian, Even if it was the hottest restaurant within the three kingdoms, it would be deserving of the title. It's a tavern. It's only called a tavern if there's alcohol. A restaurant without wine is a rootless duckweed that never attracts customers. Many guests come here, naturally, to seek a drunk. Common wines in the ordinary market, including the famous wines of their restaurant, still tastes light. Need to drink a lot in order to buy a drunk. The first thing that cannot stand is not the alcohol, but the stomach cannot drink so much wine anymore. As a result, at noon today, an unknown male came this way and directly served a bottle of strong wine, so strong that he had never tasted it before. It can be said, without any hesitation, the wine he had just tasted was the strongest wine under the sky, bar none. After just a mouthful or two, the pal, now, was feeling a little giddy. If the signboard is out there, the number of people who come here in admiration is high, then their restaurant. The moment he thought of this, the shopkeeper's eyes were glowing. He stared at Li Xian closely, as if he was looking forward to Li Xian's answer. Li Xian shook his head and said lightly, "Boss, don't say I don't want to sell it. Even if I want to sell this recipe of yours, it's just that the recipe requires specific tools to make the spirits out of it, and it also requires a lot of subsequent processes to be carried out. Sorry for this request of yours. I will only accept to provide the spirits on a regular basis, and then sell it from your side. So this time I came over here in hopes of cooperating with you a bit. Are you willing?" As he spoke, Li Xian also looked at the shopkeeper in front of him with an air of calmness. He naturally would not sell the recipe for high-level wine. As he just said, high-level wine can be more than just a recipe so simple. These people don't have a suitable preparation environment. Take back the recipe. Also can't handle high-level wine this thing. Not to mention the current world. Even in the ancient times before he was reborn, it was impossible for any peak dynasty to produce such a high level of wine. And this was a kind of confidence that he had. Confidence from a modern man. There is no place to replicate it but his place. The shopkeeper froze for a moment, and after thinking about it, he also said, "It's okay, but it's just this pricing and charges." He thought of a problem. Even if he sells this exclusive secret high-level wine to Li Xian, as long as the fame goes out, the customers of his restaurant will still keep coming. This is a positively related thing. In this way, the silver that the restaurant can earn is naturally incalculable. Li Xian directly said, "This wine, I will only send it over every few days' time, and the preparation of the finished product is limited, so it is not a constant flow. Need to bother the shopkeeper to see what price is appropriate to set a follow-up. Moreover, in addition to the money for the corresponding liquor, what was the revenue of this tavern last year, and how much does that translate into each day? And after the sale of this spirit has begun, minus the average of the previous revenue, and all the additional revenue that will follow, I shall take half alone." Hearing Li Xian's request, the shopkeeper frowned and said, "What this gentleman wants is too much, isn't it? Should we no longer discuss it?" He felt that Li Xian was a bit lionized. He offers nothing but a tall drink, and the money he gets from the sale of the tall drink is his, and half of what he earns when the extra customers come in is also his. Such a request is a bit much, the shopkeeper thinks. Li Xian looked at the other party and shook his head. "If it's acceptable, then we'll continue to talk. If it's not acceptable, I'll try somewhere else. Shaowen, let's go." Saying this, Li Xian directly made a move to leave. Chapter 28 Wanted. Li Xian was just about to leave, but the shopkeeper pulled him back. The other party hurriedly accompanied the smile to invite Li Xian into the elegant room, said gruffly, "There is talk. There is talk. In my Lu Fu. Is Fu Yuan restaurant's shopkeeper? Dare to ask the gentleman's name? How to address?" Li Xian was not surprised by the other party's reaction. After all, the wine he brought was indeed extraordinary in its appeal to the restaurant. Li Xian nodded and said calmly, "Li Xian, since shopkeeper Lu has the heart, let's talk about it and hopefully have a mutually pleasant cooperation." Now he was the equivalent of holding a gold brick. Walking anywhere is golden. There's no worry at all that the tavern won't be interested. The restaurant couldn't resist this highly secretive wine at all. What he wants, there's very little of it left. After all, even if he threw out the ones he wanted, the restaurant's income would still be climbing, even riding high. It was something that could be imagined. "That vial of yours, would it be possible to give it to me later, after the preliminary talk?" Lu Fu red face, embarrassed to explain. "Not hide, little brother. This place behind the restaurant. In fact, another person. I am only for someone else here to run the restaurant. As for the specific is who, it is not convenient to disclose to the gentleman. Just this wine. When the time comes, I would like to ask the old master side to taste, and then make a decision later." How? Lu Fu's attitude in the face of Li Xian could not be described as bad. At this moment, it was actually bowing and bending over. making a full gesture. Fuyuan restaurant, naturally, is not his. There's someone else behind it. As a matter of fact, more than 80% of the stores on this Dakian street are almost inextricably linked to those in the Dakian court. Ordinary locations may be okay. Every store that occupies a core location. In fact, behind them are all those princes and nobles. All dignitaries, without exception. The demand for wine from those dignitaries is equally great. Now that there was such a potent spirit, he naturally wanted to offer it up. Give the people behind him a taste and take credit. Li Xian nodded and said, "No problem. Let's talk first. I won't sell the formula. And please ask Brother Lu to make it clear as well. We will only cooperate, not buy out." Lu Fu hurriedly nodded his head. That's. Next, Li Xian was in the elegant room of the restaurant and began to talk to Lu Fu since Li Xian insisted that his principles remain unchanged. And as for the selling price of the wine, it was naturally a key point of the conversation. Lu Fu made a special effort to ask Li Xian how much spirits he could supply per day if he guaranteed maximum liquor production. Li Xian thought about it and tried to say a number, but Lu Fu wrinkled his brow and sighed, saying that it was still too little, and that it might be a limited supply, and not many people could taste it, and that this was the limited number of 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 the limited number. I'm afraid that once it's released, it'll be up for grabs. Those who can taste it are ultimately in the minority. Li Xian, however, said, the production process of this kind of wine is very complex. The current I have been unable to increase production. If the follow-up effect is good, naturally, I will find a way to expand production capacity. You can rest assured that the production capacity will not be set in stone. Hearing these words, Lu Fu finally breathed a huge sigh of relief. It would be best if we can expand our capacity. Next, Li Xian stayed at Fuyuan restaurant for another half hour or so before leaving the half bottle of wine and leaving Fuyuan restaurant. After Li Xian left, Lu Fu hurriedly took the small half bottle of wine and similarly left the middle of the restaurant. While this time, Li Xian was on the street and heard a topic that everyone was talking about. That is, a new kind of paper appeared in Dakian. This new paper, in the market quickly covered, and caused a lot of ordinary people in Dakian's pursuit, just cannot be bought at all. That kind of paper, called rice paper. Starting yesterday, the promotion officially began for the Great Qian Imperial City. The background of this rice paper is said to be so mysterious that no one knows. As for the quality of that rice paper, naturally, there's nothing to say. Paper has a soft texture and is extremely light in weight, and ink sets well on it, making it an excellent writing instrument, 1,000 times stronger than bamboo slips. This makes exposure to rice paper a treasure. What does that mean? It means that they can already give up the thick bamboo slips and switch to this product called rice paper. Not to mention rice paper, which is not expensive. It's so much cheaper than bamboo slips. Good quality, lightweight, still cheap and affordable and doesn't take up much space. Under the absolute crushing of multiple advantages, the rice paper had only appeared for less than 2 days, causing a sensation in the entire Dakian Imperial City. Many people are keen to talk about this matter, which is also many ordinary people after dinner. In addition to rice paper, it is difficult to have another thing, and its comparison. And once the rice paper was put on sale, it caused a mad rush, and almost every time the product was sold, it would all be sold out in just about half an hour. Hearing this, Li Xian was also a bit surprised. Has that wife of his finally gotten this business of making paper off the ground? Then he was still really interested in the identity of this old man of his. So Li Xian quickly began to inquire about who exactly was the power that was selling this specific rice paper. Only after inquiring for a long time, Li Xian was unable to return, and could only give up on this matter for the time being. It's too mysterious. I can't believe people don't know. Many people just know that behind the sale of rice paper, there is a power with a large background, and further investigation will not be able to find out at all. It seems that his cheap wife's family is really not simple. As for Li Xian, will rice paper formula to the wife of the biggest reason. In fact, because the rice paper this thing, he is alone in the imperial city. Afraid of pinch, volume is too large, involved in a wide range of people. It is easy to cause some people with the heart of the coveted, so it is better to send the wife's side. After all, the wife's background is not simple. With any build-up, you need to take your time. As in, he wanted to make money, so he put out highly alcoholic beverages. High-altitude wine is a relatively minor things. Even if people want a formula, may not be so strong desire. His safety factor, naturally, is also the highest. Having traveled here for 6 years, even if Li Xian no longer intended to lie flat, his personal safety was still the most important factor, bar none. It's just that he didn't follow the trail to find his wife's family, which made Li Xian feel a little regretful. When he was almost home, Li Xian realized again that on this street, there were teams of officials and soldiers constantly walking around, as if they were searching for something, and it looked very scary. Have you heard? In less than a month's time, Lord Lu will be beheaded soon. Ah yes? Who did he offend when he was asked to be beheaded so soon? Supposedly. Shoo, be careful what you say. Be careful what you say. Someone passed by and whispered a discussion. Li Xian heard the murmurs and was likewise a bit surprised, because the Lu mansion he bought, the probability is that it's this Lord Lu's former mansion. This Lord Lu, listening to everyone's wind comment discussion, seems to be quite good. Is it a good official? Just offended the wrong person. So suffered a killing? Li Xian shook his head. The other guy's business. He doesn't care. He only cares about himself, plus his wife and daughter. Nothing else matters except this little home. When he came to the entrance of the Li mansion, Li Xian again saw a notice suddenly appear on the wall next to the gate. The material of this notice seems to be the newly introduced rice paper. Wanted. Li Xian glanced briefly and was startled. After carefully reading the above content, Li Xian again looked at the above portrait with a strange face. He only felt that the more he looked at it, the more familiar it became. The more alarmed he felt. After briefly pondering over it for a few moments, Li Xian's heart instantly beat wildly. This man wanted above is staying in his backyard warehouse. The injured woman turned out to be a wanted man. Chapter 29 Intimacy. After arriving home, Li Xian knew that the weather was still a bit early, so he first played with Yi for a while, and in the end, he let Xiaoan accompany Yi to play, while Li Xian, somewhat in a heavy mood, brought some food, as well as an up-to-date outfit inside and out, to the backyard warehouse side. When he thought about the woman he had saved, who was a wanted criminal in Diqian, Li Xian had a bit of a headache. The headache was cracking. Truth be told, he was a man who didn't like trouble. It was because of this that Li Xian had resided in the Li family village for a full 6 years since he had traveled to this world, simply because there was less trouble in the village. It had only just been a few days since he had arrived in the imperial city, and trouble seemed to be starting to find his way to his door. And it seems to be a big one. After all, a person who could be wanted by the government was naturally no smaller. The fact that the other party is currently in his home means that he is, in a way, the harborer. The current situation, unless Li Xian took the initiative to twist the unknown woman to the government, which could clear his name. Otherwise, no matter what, Li Xian couldn't disassociate himself from anything. The ship of thieves that seemed to have gone up since he bought this mansion. It depends on whether he has the courage to go for broke. But then again, assuming he did break down and twist the woman, would he really be out of danger and take himself out altogether? I'm afraid it's not. Li Xian stood in the doorway inside, and after finally knocking on the door, he took out his key and unlocked it, and stepped inside. After Li Xian walked in, the woman in black happened to be sitting on the ground, seemingly meditating with her eyes closed to recover from her injuries. Li Xian walked in and the woman opened her eyes and looked at him calmly. Li Xian smiled and said, "Lady warrior, having known you for so long, can I know your name?" Hearing Li Xian's words, the woman was silent and only looked at the object in Li Xian's hand, as if there was something strange about it. Did Li Xian come over here today for anything other than some of the most basic things? It's always a little unfair when you know my name, and you know what I am, and I'm now crushingly unaware of who you are, don't you think? Li Xian spoke again. He was really curious about this woman in black. The woman was silent for a little while, but finally said, "Lu Qingxue," a sentence that immediately caused Li Xian to raise an eyebrow. Sure enough, the last name is Ryu. Isn't it the name Lu Qingxue that's above the wanted posters out there? If his guess was correct, the woman in front of him named Lu Qingxue should be someone from the Lu mansion, which was why the other party came back home, only to come back home and realize that home was no longer home. Or was this mansion itself an asset sold by Lu Qingxue? But it shouldn't be. If it was an asset she sold, why would she come back? That doesn't make sense. So it's possible it's someone else from the Ryu family. With this in mind, Li Xian added, "I came here today, and besides bringing you some pastries to quench your hunger, as well as brand new clothes, there is one more thing." At Lu Qingxue's skeptical expression, Li Xian added, "Sterilize. What is sanitization?" Lu Qingxue frowned. 2 words she understood. Together they were a bit raw. It is the need to be in the location of your wound. Some cleaning activities. This thing is extremely necessary. Otherwise, even if the surgical suture, it is still very easy to cause wound infection. Wound infection after the consequences. Very serious. As Li Xian spoke, suddenly Lu Qingxue's eyes were like sharp swords as she looked at Li Xian. Under this look, Li Xian's heart flinched, but he still said with equanimity, "Healers do not distinguish between men and women." In fact, he really didn't have anything extra in mind when he came here this time. The other party's small abdominal position was bloody, and he wouldn't do anything drastic during the sterilization period. He had a very positive outlook and didn't have that kind of extreme hobby. As for healers not being male or female, Li Xian naturally disagreed. In his previous life and some of the website above to see more content, he has also seen a lot of hospital perspective, although it does not exclude is the scene in role-playing, but some scenes, necessarily is not a forgery. So that regardless of the doctor or teacher, in the final analysis, but also just an ordinary job, there are good people inside. There are also outlaws. The mud and sand. Where there are people, there is evil. It is unavoidable. Not to mention, the kind of hospital-type places where it's increasingly easy to witness the evils of human nature. Hearing Li Xian say that, Lu Qingxue just looked at Li Xian, meaning clearly, what should she do? Ahem. Li Xian coughed dryly and said, woman, all you need to do is lie down flat and expose the location of the wound. Leave everything else to me. In front of Lu Qingxue 17 or 18 years old, looks very beautiful. Li Xian in looking at her stunning face, also cannot avoid the heart of the ape, but after the other lay down and obediently lifted the wound, Li Xian or gaze condensation, and then took the iodophore and cotton swabs to go over, began to clean up. At this moment the inner thoughts also dissipated. A moment later, Li Xian stood up with a calm expression and said archly, good thing it's not infected. All is happy. How about this? You see this vial of sterilized water, right? You can use this cotton every other day in the future. Just disinfect the wound on the surface. For the rest of the time, I won't do it on your behalf. If there is any wound infection, remember to tell me in time. Li Xian handed the bottle of iodophore to the other party. Ancient medical conditions were very rudimentary. Having such a resource was already extremely rare, and subsequently he planned to make some more iodophore. After all, these things did come in handy. In the past, although he hadn't operated many surgeries in a serious manner, he had also followed the attending doctor and seen many surgical contents, and steps like simple suturing were naturally not difficult. If the other party's internal organs were injured, Li Xian would have a bit of a headache. Lu Qingxue looked at the stuff and said strangely, this doesn't seem too hard. Why didn't you just let me handle it on my own? Li Xian, he coughed again sheepishly and explained, the first time you passed out, I was afraid you wouldn't know, so I'll give you a brief demonstration. Lu Qingxue nodded, but didn't say anything. It's nothing compared to life. Moreover, her private parts were not completely exposed to the person in front of her, so she naturally retained her face. Li Xian is ultimately her life-saving grace. Figured it out. But this time, even the family mansion was also sold. In the bottom of her eyes, there was also a flash of bewilderment. Where will it go next? Outside. A wanted notice for you has been posted. And if I guessed correctly, your father is Lord Lu, who is currently inside the heavenly prison. Right. Li Xian said silently. The atmosphere between the two sides suddenly became oppressive at this moment. From being somewhat relaxed just now. Chapter 30 Backstabbing. In this instant, Lu Qingxue looked at Li Xian. Underneath her eyes was a strong color of self-deprecation. I'm sure we've been exposed, haven't we? When she saw that Li Xian didn't say anything, she immediately said with determination, so this time when you come, you intend to give me clothes and food so that I can leave on my own? Li Xian raised an eyebrow. Before Li Xian could speak, Lu Qingxue said, don't worry, I won't drag you down. When I'm almost recovered, I'll leave on my own. Even if someone comes over here to search, I definitely won't be exposed. I'm confident of that. Li Xian heard these words, and then only said with some deep meaning, I am not this intention. If I want to hand you over, this moment comes in is not me, but those official people. Do you understand what I mean? Hearing these words, Lu Qingxue was silent for a while before finally saying in a slightly weaker voice, many thanks. There is nothing to thank. In fact, I was torn for a long time before I came here. After all, I am a good citizen who abides by the law and loves the law. But then I gave up, because I think, you are not a bad person. So, can you tell me something? After all, half of my feet have stepped into the ship of thieves, and I have the right to know. When Li Xian said the first half of his sentence, Lu Qingxue looked at him with a burning gaze. When Li Xian said the second half of his sentence, Lu Qingxue was silent for a long time again. Li Xian added, maybe, I can give you some advice. And in front of you is the Diqian court, so you can't be too reckless. There are a lot of things that can be cracked by non-attacking, and don't necessarily need to be solved violently. After all, how violent can you be violent over the whole court? That would be a mayfly shaking a tree. What's the point other than driving yourself to the brink of extinction? He came here, ostensibly to sterilize and deliver a new dress to the other party, while the most important thing, naturally, was still to find out what was going on with Lord Lu. After all, the other party's daughters are here at the moment, Just by the looks of it, the other party seemed to have no idea that the mansion was being sold. That is to say, someone may have bypassed the lineage of the Ryu family heirs and then sold the mansion at a relatively low price to a possible ingrate himself. And now he, the wrongdoer, happened to meet the daughter of Lord Liu. And now she is wanted for something. Lord Ryu is in prison and his daughter is wanted. Is it the kind where the whole family is killed? It shouldn't be. Is there such a law in Dichen that a whole family should be executed? As a matter of fact, at that stage of the Ming and Qing dynasties, killing a person even had to be reported to the emperor before it was done. Then in this with the Ming dynasty establishments similar to the Qianli, seems to be in this aspect of the penalty, there are not too many restrictions, allowing the judiciary more room for maneuver. So, itself is considered a good official Lu adults, and now it is also to be removed by the traitors. Not to move. A move is the thunder and lightning, to the old life of the kind. Under Li Xian's gaze, Lu Qingxue was silent for a long time. In the end, Lu Qingxue still said, "My father, called Lu Shi, is the county magistrate of the imperial city of Dichen." Li Xian nodded. He had already guessed. If Lu Qingxue's father wasn't Lord Lu, then it would make some sense for her to come inside this mansion after being wanted. Sometimes the most dangerous place is the safest place. Now this once willow house, which has changed hands, is the safest place to be? It's just that this set of mansion, in the center point of this small storm is just, maybe a lot of people are concerned about the willow house inside this youth. In the end, what is the person? Is it a brat who doesn't know anything? Or is it someone with a little background? Ever since the Willow Mansion changed ownership, there had been no shortage of people from all walks of life who had come to find out the news. Li Xian naturally felt it the most, and whenever he went out and came home during this period of time, he could see a lot of people pointing at him and talking about him. Just after buying this mansion, Li Xian wouldn't regret it. I've heard that your father is a good person and has won the hearts of the people. What exactly happened? Why was he sent to the heavenly prison and will be beheaded soon? Li Xian frowned and asked. When she heard that her father was going to be asked to be beheaded in a matter of days, the murderous aura on Lu Qingxue's body instantly skyrocketed. She seemed to want to do something, but in the next moment, she directly spat out a mouthful of blood, and her complexion then became shriveled. She was seriously injured. There is nothing more that can be done. So you're just going to stand by and watch your father get beheaded? Lu Qingxue's eyes closed, shedding two silent tear tracks. She was very desperate at this moment. Li Xian was silent for a moment and frowned. Can you tell me who your father? Lu Shi, offended, and why there are such consequences. A county magistrate of the imperial city of Great Qian. From the 6th grade official, the grade is already not low, and still end up on the chopping block? That said, it does seem a bit poignant and sad. The county magistrate can be beheaded casually. It seems that the official climate of this Dakian is a bit scary. Can it be that this is the Great Qin dynasty under the control of the clans? Has it dimmed to such a degree? So the high and mighty empress doesn't want to change? Or did she simply not know about it? After all, who knows when someone steps on an ant under their feet? To an empress of a country, a county magistrate is just a bigger ant. It is impossible to pay attention to it. You tell me. Maybe I can think of a way for you. After all, there is still some time before the day of your father's beheading. So maybe there is a certain turnaround. After all, everything is dry and undecided. Li Xian said. Naturally, he wouldn't say that he could help, but as a modern mind, there might actually be some reprieve. The Lu Qingxue in front of him was a good person. A few days ago, the other party was able to put him to death, but still used a common pill to scare him, just to threaten himself. It's kinda cute when you think about it. After all, she was just a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Lu Qingxue opened her eyes, looked at Li Xian with eyes full of death, and finally said in a low voice, last year, the son of the household department's Longzhong broke into an ordinary woman's boudoir late at night after drinking, and killed her after forcibly insulting her. The next day, the family went to the county office to report the case, so the father arrested his son and sent him to jail. Afterwards, the minister of the household came to the door, hoping to make the father lenient, released his son. The father did not agree. All the evidence under his control, reported to the Ministry of Justice to convict him. The Ministry of Justice ruled that his son had killed people, when the death penalty. The Ministry of the Household Longzhong, after the request of the Delizi, due to the full range of human and material evidence, the Delizi to maintain the original sentence, a life to return a life. This is something that happened last year. Since then, father will be the Ministry of Household's Longzhong resentment in the heart. Some time ago reported to the Delizi impeachment of the father to accept a huge amount of bribes. The last ridiculous is that they are still the father apprehended the case. The father as a person, I am clear. Just because the father does not and they are not in the same boat, it is sent to the prison. but do not expect that recently even have to be asked to beheading. Lu Qingxue had a sad face. Li Xian pondered. The household ministry Langzhong is a full 5th grade official position. Lu Shi was a subordinate 6th rank official position, which looked one rank lower than the household ministry Langzhong, but the gap between the two sides can be heard in just a few words. Moreover, even if Lu Shi did accept a bribe, it was certainly not punishable by death, and the law of crimes and punishment was the most basic principle anywhere. But since they have sent Lu Shi to the heavenly prison, those people can let Lu Shi go? When a man is in a heavenly prison, any charge can be laid. It also means that it is a forced beheading. Chapter 31 Li Xian's heart. Hearing this from Lu Qingxue, Li Xian let out a sigh. If that was the case, Willowstream was indeed a parental official who loved the people, but such a good official. In Dakian is in the fringe, because of an impartial law enforcement things, suffered a prison sentence, and even after a period of time to be beheaded in the imperial city. This is ironclad, wanting to screw Willow Creek to death. Is this a deep hatred? Maybe. Everyone views the world from a different standpoint, and the criteria for judging the degree of good and bad are different, and even have a great deal to do with proximity and distance. But Li Xian felt that, assuming his future son did that kind of thing of raping and murdering a woman of the people, he would want his own son to pay with his life. It's not close or distant. Rather, it's a big yes or no. A sensible man. But where an heir commits such an act, even if he is heartbroken, he will himself send his own child to prison, to be sentenced as he deserves. There is no doubt that that householder is not such a person. In the big right and wrong, Lu Shi is to insist on self, and finally angered the Ministry of Households. And this Ministry of Households, afraid of the Ministry of Households, and the Delizi side, as well as the Ministry of Households' more senior officials have a relationship, belong to a certain sense of clan members. In the Qian officialdom, self-contained, snakes and rats a nest. Perhaps the other side came to the door before this and made that clear. Only Willow Creek didn't give in. In this way, Lu Shi, a little county magistrate with little background, even if it is the county magistrate of the great Qian imperial city, which belongs to the 6th rank official position, because of this matter, and is about to face the consequences of the death of the road to disappearance, cannot help but let a person sigh of regret. There are times when it's not about ability, but about standing up for something. Lu Shi, even though there are 100 ambitions, nothing big people to protect him, forced to report the execution of the son of the household department Langzhong who has relations, followed by the other side to find an opportunity to capture the prison, and now looking for some reason to directly ask for the beheading. It makes perfect sense that such a Willow Creek would fall out of favor. As for his daughter, Li Xian's thoughts flowed in his mind. Then he said, "Why were you injured and why are you wanted?" On the side of Deqian, there is no such thing as executing 9 clans, right? And also, who sold this mansion to me? Seeing Li Xian's reaction, Lu Qingxue calmly said, "There is no execution of the 9 clans. I previously went to rob the prison. Unsuccessful. Almost left behind. Killed dozens of people and left. As for the house words, is my uncle, he is uneducated in the imperial city. After my father's accident, stole the deed of the house and the deed of the land, and mortgaged it to the dental bank side, and finally bought by you. Before I came here, I killed him. This matter is related to my uncle, but not only him." Lu Qingxue spoke with some numbness. Perhaps the end of inner despair is numbness. On the day of her father's beheading, she would still fight, even if she had to die. What is there to fear, even if it is against the entire court, even if it is a moth to a flame? Li Xian, you're good. Your old man's in the middle of a prison, and you've gone and robbed it? Isn't that a challenge to Deqian? No wonder she was hurt. As for the house, most likely, it's that household ministry, in collusion with the other uncle. If this man hadn't died, he would have been a great witness, but it's just a shame that he's dead now. You're a martial arts expert? There are people in prison who can hurt you? Li Xian asked again curiously. He had never understood the martial arts of this world and how they were divided. What was the level of ability like that cheap wife of his? Treadmill? To him, the intimidating power of this daughter of Lu Shi in front of him didn't seem to be as intimidating as his cheap wife and the guards next to her. Perhaps she was slightly less powerful. I am a martial artist. Martial artist is already on the level. Killing dozens of ordinary people is not a problem. And then I encountered 2 major martial artist siege, injured and escaped. Lu Qingxue silent for a moment, and then explained. Qian practice martial arts is not many people. The vast majority of them are strong and healthy. Not very meaningful. Assuming that worshipped in the martial arts master, practicing martial arts for a few years, can be called a sentence of martial arts? Starting from the martial arts to the martial arts master, and then to the patriarch. The patriarch for the very end. The day travels 1,000 miles. also known as the land gods and goddesses. As for the back of that household department Longjong, it is said that there is a big man backing. Beside the body also have practicing martial arts experts. I cannot kill him. Speaking of this, Lu Qingxue lowered her head, very downcast. She also explained it very clearly to Li Xian. Then what can Li Xian do to help her? Li Xian looked at Lu Qingxue with a burning gaze. In this world, there really is a martial arts realm. Martial artist, martial master, patriarch. A very simple way to practice martial arts. Rather, it's an extremely mundane low martial world now. It seems that this side of the world, and his own imaginary world, is not too different, like his cheap wife, as well as in front of the eyes of Lu Qingxue class of people, perhaps after all is a minority. Li Xian subconsciously wrinkled his eyebrows. This thing on Lu Qingxue was pretty hard. After all, the Dalizi had sentenced them all to be beheaded shortly afterward. He's a regular guy. How can he handle it? Asking for help from that cheap wife of his? Let's just forget about it. How could that wife of his, already dangerous enough to send her daughter over here, at the self-care stage, care about anyone else at this moment? Naturally, it's impossible. So right now, it might be hard to help simply on your own. Now the other party's background had the shadow of another great Qian big shot. This is no ordinary man. Li Xian wrinkled his brow and thought, I want to think of something. Li Xian sighed and eventually left alone after leaving food and clothes behind. Looking at Li Xian's back, Lu Qingxue didn't have too many mental fluctuations. It was an established fact that Li Xian couldn't help her. It was already a great favor for Li Xian to make it this far, to take her in and save her life. So how could he ask for anything else? So, when the time comes to recover from her injuries, she will go straight to her death. This youth who bought her family's mansion is quite good. She has long since put down. At this time, Li Xian came to the front yard. He started cooking up dinner. Today's dinner was relatively simple. A simple porridge, plus some steamed meat buns from earlier, and some cold vegetables that Li Xian had just mixed up. During the cooking period, Li Xian's mind had been thinking about this matter, so much so that he had forgotten whether salt had been put inside the gazpacho or not. Little and walked over and looked up curiously and asked, "Do you have something on your mind, sir?" Li Xian retrieved his thoughts and casually asked, "Shaowen, did I just put salt in?" "Naturally, sir." He put in a spoonful of salt, and spoke up, and he saw Mr. Salt put in. Li Xian nodded and then brought the gazpacho home. During this time, he said to himself, "A little heart matter, but let it be. After all, I myself is also an ordinary person. Why should mediocre people bother themselves? Cannot help the favor. There is no need to force to help. Think too much is just adding to the trouble. There is no need to blame yourself for some things." Chapter 32 Vassals in Disarray. Shaowen pondered for a moment before saying seriously, "I remember Mr. said something before. You said that the most important thing about being born as a human being is not how much one can achieve, but to stand on one's own feet. This is the first and foremost big thing. After entering the imperial city, sir, it is inevitable that you will encounter a lot of injustice. It is normal for your heart to be compassionate, but only when you have protected yourself will you be qualified to protect others." Li Xian smiled and looked at Shaowen, but also said, "Your kid understands me. In the future, when I have money, I will set up an academy in Dakian, so that you can be the academy's teacher and teach and educate people for me, and it will also reduce my burden." Shaowen immediately bowed his head and said very humbly, "I have only learned the skin of the matter. A person like Mr. is my lifelong goal, and I will be satisfied with serving Mr. for the rest of my life." Such a statement is not at all like something a child of about 10 years old could say, and what he said was not a lie, but he meant every word of it. It was enough to see that Shaowen had learned real things after studying beside Li Xian for so many years. At least many of Li Xian's new ideas and thoughts, Shaowen had learned. Even on Yi's side, she didn't know as much as little Anne. Thinking of this, Li Xian put back the cold dishes and then continued to cook at ease. During dinner, Li Xian saw the carrier pigeon flying over. After a period of time, the daughter Yi once again received a message from her mother. "I do not know that cheap wife of his," and said what? Did not miss him? Gong Sini glanced at Li Xian with her afterglow after reading it. Li Xian gave a dry cough and said curiously, "What did your mother say?" Gong Sini looked to Li Xian, winked and said, "Mother said that the rice paper has been implemented out. The effect is very good in Deqian, caused a great reaction. So go on. The future of Deqian in the transmission of knowledge at this level will be far ahead of the two countries of Qi and Chu, which for the education of Deqian is also an excellent promotion effect. So mother on behalf of me to dad, said a thank you. She said that dad is the merit." "Thank me?" Li Xian touched his nose, somewhat surprised. That cold, cheap wife of his nose to thank herself? Thinking of this, Li Xian instead smiled and said, "You can reply to your mother. If you want to thank me, just meet me in person. I want to hear her say thank you to me in person." Gong Xinyi's eyes lit up. Immediately said excitedly, "No problem. By the way, father, mother asked you a few more questions about the refinement of the imperial examination system. Mother also said that if it's feasible, she intends to let grandpa prepare a memorial to submit a petition to His Majesty. Maybe, His Majesty will have the hope to try to implement this policy. After all, grandpa's status is still quite high." Li Xian subconsciously raised his eyebrows. Preparation of a memorial to His Majesty. Is the family of that cheap wife of his really so prominent that she can directly advise His Majesty? One must know that those who had this qualification were afraid that they were at least starting at the third or fourth rank. After realizing this, Li Xian immediately felt a great deal of pressure, and only felt that the road he wanted to marry that wife was becoming more and more difficult and dangerous. Li Xian said, "Yes, go ahead. It would naturally be best if the Great Qian were to use the imperial examination system as the sole system for the selection of appointees." That night, the Empress chambers. When Gong Yuyan saw the content of Li Xian's letter, she subconsciously raised her eyebrows, her eyes a little cold. He wants to meet himself in person to say thank you to him? Where did that kid get the nerve? Only, when she saw some of Li Xian's questions about the breakdown of the imperial examination system and answered them in a well-organized manner, the Empress also relieved her brows and nodded to herself. What Li Xian said really answered a lot of her doubts. In this way, perhaps after a period of time, she would be able to formalize the way of selection for the imperial examinations, and then directly carry out the first session of the Great Qian's imperial examinations to take soldiers. To know, before this the Great Qian, in fact, also have any person's selection of the imperial examination system, but this kind of imperial examination system in the Great Qian, and Li Xian said the imperial examination system, is like the difference between a small stream and a big river. Such an exaggerated description is not even close to being comparable. Anyway, this imperial examination system, Gong Yuyan intends to promote it as soon as possible. She had her own team as well, and right now her people were constantly drafting all sorts of things about some of the things that were going to happen in the koan system, and there were at least about 10 of them. Policies are made, she provides the general direction and those below her go for the fine-tuning. Otherwise she wouldn't even have to go to court if she was the one handling it all. As of today, the Great Qian has implemented 2 policies. The first is the title directly cut off 2 levels, plus no meritorious heir's inheritance need to be down. The second is for the Qian dynasty outside, the 2 vassals of the order to push the grace. The first cannot see the effect. After all, this is also some of the benefits of the future. The most direct change, maybe not have to pay salaries every month to those who occupy the pit of the viscounts and barons, so that the treasury, there will be a considerable amount of money left over, but also can be used to do more things. As for the second one, Gong Yuyan would subconsciously raise her eyebrows even as she thought of this. How good is it? According to the news that came back from her eyes in those 2 vassal states indicated that, in just a few days, there has already been a vassal state in complete chaos. The cause of the incident was that one of the brothers of the vassal king, after learning that the Empress had issued the order to push for favors, directly dropped his bowl and rose up to ask his incompetent elder brother for the vassal territories. This time, the division is famous. After all, it has received the permission of the Great Qian Empress. This is also a family matter. The elder brother and the heir both have the ability to obtain the fiefdom, so everyone needs to compete against each other to see who is qualified to inherit those resources. In this way, the Great Qian will not care, previously did not dare to fight, because the Great Qian will intervene. Now that Daqian acquiesces, it is naturally the biggest dependency, and his elder brother certainly couldn't have given the vassal throne to him, so that the entire vassal state, naturally, was in disarray, much faster than she had imagined. Li Xian, who proposed this decree, has now come to the imperial city. It seems, he wants to get a foothold in the imperial city and then make money to marry himself? Thinking about this, the Empress got a strange look on her face. She felt that Li Xian could make a splash one day in the future and become the center of attention in the imperial city, but she didn't feel that Li Xian could truly gain a foothold in the imperial city. With the stagnant water of the imperial city, it would be too difficult for him to obtain a position without setting foot in the official world. If this month, the brand new imperial examination system was officially launched, she would ask her daughter to hint to Li Xian and let him participate in an imperial examination. When the time comes to enter the temple examination, it will naturally be a hit. Subsequently, she would also secretly send people to protect Li Xian and give him a position that wasn't too forward. It was a bit of a shame that such a capable person did not come to assist her. As for the imperial examination system, can it be implemented smoothly? The Great Qian Empress' eyes narrowed slightly. This time, she was going to push it through. no matter what, at any cost. Day 2. Li Xian arrived at the Fuyuan restaurant. Soon, he was invited into the elegant room of the restaurant. Chapter 33 The Stature of a Saint. Lu Fu looked at Li Xian with admiration. This kid's strong liquor has completely conquered the master behind him. If not, Lu Fu 3 times emphasized that the other party does not want to sell the formula, only willing to cooperate. Then, maybe his master, then, was going to arrest Li Xian directly. The master behind him is not simple, and in the whole of Diqian, he is also a big shot, so Li Xian absolutely couldn't resist. He only had one choice of path, and that was to become a dedicated brewer in the family, which was of course one of the worst possible outcomes. In the midst of this negotiation, Lu Fu also gave Li Xian a lot of good words, saying that Li Xian's temperament was out of the ordinary, and that perhaps there was more room for cooperation in the future, and that it was not appropriate to be too direct. It was from this that his master agreed to the matter. After all, if there was silver to be made, why not? At this moment, it was the time to sign a contract with Li Xian. Mr. Today, you have already made plans to sign the contract, haven't you? Lu Fu smiled as his thoughts flowed. In fact, apart from signing the contract with Li Xian, there is another matter that needs to be discussed after the contract is signed. It's one of those things that's minor, but important. It also belongs to a big opportunity for Li Xian. This kid will be very surprised when the time comes. Li Xian hurriedly said, Brother Lu is overstating things. I'm not a gentleman. I'm just an ordinary person. Just call me Li Xian. Little friend is so capable, naturally deserve my name of sir. After all, a master is a master, and can't look at the age to judge people by their appearance. Sir is naturally a master to me who runs the restaurant. Sir has the ability to brew potent wine. This is what makes people admire. So it's reasonable for me to call my little friend a sir. Lu Fu said with a smile, and then arched his hand and said, Before signing, I would like to verbose with Mr. In fact, after learning of such wizardry as Mr. The master would like to hire Mr. to be the special brewing master of the Fuyuan restaurant, and give him a salary. Before Lu Fu could finish, Li Xian raised his hand. He didn't want to be some imperial brewmaster. You think your master is the empress of Qianlong? Li Xian said seriously. I appreciate the good intentions of Brother Lu. Let's work together like this. I'm an idle man and don't want to bind any forces. I'm really sorry. Lu Fu nodded his head, while taking out 2 pieces of rice paper. He said, I also know what Mr. means, just to talk to Mr. If Mr. has an idea in the future, it is also completely possible to say it. Our side is always welcome, and we can also act as one of Mr. S biggest backing. After all, my master's background is enough for Mr. to mix like a fish in water in this Diqian imperial city. Since Mr. is not interested for the time being, let's sign the contract. At the end, Lu Fu also looked at the table used to sign the contract on the rice paper. Some emotion. I do not know who is the man who made the rice paper this kind of god. Such a person, the work in the thousands of generations, can be called a saint. He naturally knew what rice paper could do. For the whole of Diqian, it is almost a pivotal position. It's too important. It's just that the person behind it has never been identified. It seems that the person who made the rice paper is very related. So those forces with different minds, they have given up the idea of finding the person who made the rice paper. And they can't find the background of 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 the background. Therefore, it was also not something that ordinary forces could get their hands on. Perhaps only the right and left second prime ministers and other powerful ministers who stood at the top of the hierarchy would have the possibility to get their hands on it. After all, rice paper is so critical, so much so, that many merchants from Qi and Chu, also after getting first-hand news, hurriedly sent this news back to their countries, and also sent back samples. Such a divine object appeared in Diqian. It is a very clear signal. A capable man has appeared in Diqian, together with the rice paper sent back. Naturally, there are these people bought at a high price of improved version of the Qian porcelain. A rice paper, a porcelain, are the beginning of this year, Qian, attracting attention to the 2 major objects. At this moment, when Li Xian heard Lu Fu say that he was a saint, the tea he had just drank almost spewed out. He looked at Lu Fu, and after a dry cough, he said, a paper is just a paper, and you call it a saint? Wouldn't that be a bit petty? Lu Fu, however, looked at Li Xian with a serious face and said, let's not talk about Diqian. Do you know what is used above the land of the 3 kingdoms, outside of paper, in this huge land? Li Xian said, bamboo slips, plus animal skins. About this, he naturally knew. Yes, bamboo slips are very bulky and expensive. The cost is very high. The bamboo forests in Deqian are too few. Need to import bamboo from Chichu and other countries at a high price. The skin of animals is more important. It can be used to make clothes to protect from cold and keep warm. It can be used for a lot of purposes, but the least of all should be used for writing. And now, one that can change the whole pattern of rice paper out. You think this represents what? Lu Fu looked at Li Xian with a grave expression. He didn't despise Li Xian. He just felt that Li Xian didn't understand the key. The invention of rice paper is the most useful and best invention in the whole of Dakian within 100 years, or even within 1,000 years. Without one, he didn't really understand it at first, but after hearing what his master said, he realized the key. Great Qian because of a rice paper. Vaguely turn over the trend. Not that it can be a one-stroke reversal of Chi-Chu two countries, but a certain amount of future capital can make Great Qian in some areas have enough right to speak. In the three countries before this trade, Qian will be at an absolute disadvantage. Lu Fu naturally know well. Li Xian nodded and said rather approvingly, I'm sorry for being short-sighted. Though he knew it was a contraption he had invented, there was still some gratitude in his heart. Sure enough, the rice paper thing is making too much of a splash. Giving it to the wife's side is unquestionably a good thing. If he had handled it on his own, he was afraid that he would now be in a very dangerous situation. Maybe he'll actually be sliced up and studied, engaged in a high degree of white wine out, have attracted the attention of the people behind the restaurant. The danger of making paper is very high. I am afraid that the day after the launch of the others will not be there. There's no harm in it. Sir, you read the contents first. If there's no problem, let's sign the contract. Lu Fu also nodded, did not take it seriously, because the vast majority of people cannot see the meaning behind this. It is also after the master pointing, only now have the understanding. Besides, Li Xian can prepare that kind of high-level wine. Even if it's far from making paper, it's still a rare talent. The kind that's worth enlisting. So while he lamented, he did not belittle Li Xian. Li Xian is also a buildable talent. Watching Li Xian read the contract between the two parties, a thought flashed through Lu Fu's mind. Chapter 34 First Meeting. A few moments later, Li Xian wrote his name at the top of the contract and then pressed his handprint. These two copies of the rice paper. He and the restaurant side, one side of a copy, but also considered to be more fair, and the content of the contract, but also with the previous said very consistent. There is no place to bury the pit. After signing all of them, Li Xian smiled and said, then tomorrow, I will start delivering wine to you, 1 altar a day for 2 days, or 1.5 altars a day. His home wine equipment capacity, about a wine is in 5 liters almost. He is relying on the distillation of wine, and then stored for a good week almost, can be sold out of the home. Now the home, naturally, there is a certain stock of wine, need to be placed for a period of time before. In fact, it is reasonable to say that the longer you leave the wine, the better some of it is. Modern wine is not so simple and rough, and the steps are very tedious. But now the demand is so high that it doesn't matter if the wine just comes out a little harsh and punchy. It's all about the flavor. Besides, he doesn't drink those wines himself. He himself certainly drink step complete boutique wine, sell to the outside world. The new out of it does not matter. The main is a strong character. The more potent, the hotter the sales. 5 liters of wine would be the amount he could brew in 2 days. Then he planned to price it at 200 kanji copper coins per bowl of wine, with a bowl of wine at around 100 milliliters. And with 5 liters of wine in 2 days, he would be able to sell 50 bowls of wine, and could earn 10 taels of silver. At first glance, an average of 5 taels of silver a day isn't really that much, but to count the accumulation of time, in a year, even if he didn't increase his production, the money he could earn was almost 1,800 taels of silver. Equivalent to the price he paid for a mansion. He bought the Lu mansion down, and it was only 1,000 taels of silver. So the price, set high to the sky kind of thing. Fu Yuan restaurant, within all the restaurants in Deqian, was already considered one of the most popular places. A meal under normal circumstances, having to spend dozens or hundreds of copper coins, already belonged to the high price. The kind of profligate gentry might only spend a few taels of silver. In the vast majority of cases, a bowl of noodles at a small noodle shop outside was only 2 or 3 copper coins, and even inside a large restaurant, 5 or 6 copper coins would be enough for a bowl of noodles. Or you could order a dish. The GDP of Deqian for a year, to put it bluntly, is only 10 million taels of silver. The value of silver in this world, compared to the value of those dynasties in the memory of the value of silver, a lot higher. And what an ordinary person earns in a year is only 2 or 3 pieces of silver. One day, the desire to sell it for 5 taels of silver. So this is a strong drink that is not really affordable for ordinary people. Its attributes, its selling price, are enough to prove that it's exclusive to the powerful. Hear Li Xian this sentence. Lu Fu nodded. Also said, can. According to 2 days to take a alter to calculate it. That today, my site is ready to publicize. You leave an address. By then from the beginning of tomorrow's sea time. The restaurant too from the door to pick up wine. Every 2 days to go once. I do not hide from you. This drink, the near future will not be sold to the public. Up to sell less than 1/3. So that the guests taste fresh. The first fame out. The rest have a big shot want to taste. But this money, surely you cannot be less. Hearing this, Li Xian nodded. It didn't affect him to make money. That was enough. As for how the restaurant planned to arrange this matter, Li Xian didn't care. At least for now. It seemed that the attitude of the restaurant in front of him was okay. Li Xian then wrote down the address. This place you live in, sir, is it Lord Lu's old residence? Lu Fu subconsciously raised his eyebrows after seeing that address adjacent to Chang'an Street. Li Xian also nodded and said, yes, what's wrong with that? Lu Fu shook his head and said with some sighs, there is nothing wrong. It is that Lu Shi's daughter is good at martial arts. And some days ago she failed to rob a prison and killed dozens of people. So you have to pay attention to your own safety. And you may be implicated in some way. Li Xian's heart fluttered. It's still really involved. The other person lived in that very mansion and he saved his life. Li Xian thoughts flowed for a moment, then smiled and cupped his fists. Thank you for your concern. By the way, this Liu Shi, there is no way to turn over? Li Xian asked curiously. Lu Fu was silent for a moment, said meaningfully, sir, you still do not need to know about this matter. This is not suitable to talk about. Then since our cooperation is determined, I also want to talk to you about the second thing. This second thing. Just during the time Lu Fu was speaking, an impatient knock had appeared outside. I don't have to tell you, the people are already here. Lu Fu smiled and helplessly walked over to open the door. What met his eyes was a fluttering gentleman whose looks could be considered handsome. He was dressed in an exquisite green shirt, with delicate patterns embroidered on the lapel, colorful but not too elegant. And at this moment, his gaze was locked onto Li Xian's body. The other party held a folding fan in his hand, and above the fan's surface, there were light-inked landscapes and fine brushstrokes of flowers and birds, which were very beautiful, in this cold winter weather. Although this attire seemed a bit strange, but the other side of this pair of selling, even if it was far less than his own face value, Li Xian also felt that the other side is considered a beautiful man. Seiji, since you're here, I'll leave first. Lu Fu bowed and spoke. The youth waved his hand impatiently, and Lu Fu respectfully left. Soon, the youth arrived beside Li Xian and cupped his fists. Brother Li, it's an honor to meet you for the first time. My name is Chu Yun, the Chu of Chu land, the Yun of clouds. The youth looked at Li Xian as if he was looking at an unrivaled talent, and his expression was actually a bit excited as well. Li Xian raised an eyebrow. He caught the word, Seiho. It also meant that the kid in front of him was at least the son of a prince. Could it be that this son of the world is the person behind the Fuyuan restaurant? The connections behind the tavern belonged to a prince. This caused Li Xian, who had captured a lot of information, and his heart couldn't help but beat faster, and it seemed that he had recognized an existence of high status with a strong liquor. Li Xian calmed his nerves and said with an arch, Li Xian has met the world's son. There's no need for Brother Li to be too restrained. Just get along with me and be spontaneous. By the way, Brother Li, did you just sign a contract with Lu Fu to supply spirits already? Chu Yun had a face of excitement. Yes. I wonder what the Seiji has to say. Li Xian nodded with a strange look on his face. He naturally knew that the other party's visit to him must have something to do with the potent wine. I think you must have some private stash at home. Can you send me a bottle? It doesn't need to be too much. This son of the world just wants to get drunk. He drank the small bottle he brought back yesterday. Half drunk and not having a good time. After sobriety. It's amazing. What to say today? I have to recognize the talent that brought the wine. Chapter 35 Dude invites. Come to see him just to beg for a drink? Li Xian looked at Chu Yun with some suspicion, then asked cautiously, are there any other requirements? This is no ordinary man. He's the son of a king. Chu Yun instantly shook his head, looked at Li Xian seriously, and continued, there are no other requirements. I just want to get drunk. I am not hiding it from Brother Li. This Shitsi is addicted to wine, and the goal of this life is to taste all the fine wines in the whole world. It's just that this Shitsi has asked himself to read countless bottles of wine. But it wasn't until yesterday that I drank that bottle of wine that I realized that I have lived for so many years, and I have really lived in a dog. And it's really short-sighted. Li Xian, there's no need to curse yourself, is there? Li Xian nodded, but also got up and said, your son wants to drink. How can Li Xian refuse? I'll go get a bottle of wine for your son. Will your son wait for me here? Li Xian looked at Chu Yun and asked, together? Hey! Chu Yun took his folding fan, wiped the saliva that flowed out of his subconscious, and followed beside Li Xian, like some small children, asking for candy beside adults. Li Xian was helpless for a while, but thinking about these ancient dudes, Li Xian understood. Ancient times, these playboys, food and drink, entertainment is too single. In addition to Ulti's cricket fighting rooster, it is left to drink and buy drunk, plus go to the greenhouse entertainment. So, this Chu Yun should be a member of the clan. That is to say, the category of people who eat the empty salary of Dakian. Soon, Li Xian returned to the Li mansion. Chu Yun stood in the courtyard, but did not go inside the house. He looked at the old man sweeping the floor next to him, then flashed a color of curiosity as he cupped his fists and said, "You live a long life, old grandpa?" He felt that this old man, whose age should be uncomplicated, looked old. De Qian advocates honoring the old and loving the young, and Chu Yun has naturally believed in this traditional virtue since he was a child. The old man, however, was indifferent and just swept the floor to himself. Chu Yun shrugged helplessly and continued to wait. It didn't take long for Li Xian to take out the bottle of wine he had saved earlier from inside. The capacity inside was around 400 milliliters almost, and the degree was more than 50 degrees, which was a sufficient amount for an adult to lie down. As for Chu Yun, who was standing outside the courtyard waiting, he impatiently uncorked the bottle and directly drank a mouthful of it in, then grimaced and said, "Good wine, Li Xian, you don't eat, you drink 50+ proof white wine? What kind of warrior is this? Even those who drank fiercely before he was reborn would not drink dry. Go outside and shop with my brother." Having gotten the spirits, Chu Yun was happy and pulled Li Xian outside. A few moments later, looking at Chu Yun, who was lying drunk on the street, constantly muttering to himself about Lian, Xiao Ya, Honger, and the like, Li Xian was in trouble. The man had gone down, just a small half bottle. Estimating, Chu Yun drank about 4 taels of wine. Li Xian thought it was reasonable. After all, without eating, the drinking masters will have to have their alcohol consumption when they come. Not to mention the ordinary people. Half a bottle of wine went down. Chu Yun lay motionless on the ground and almost poured the other half bottle of wine on the ground. Fortunately, it was Li Xian who was quick on his feet and took that half bottle of wine over and snapped on the cork. "This is all silver, and I estimate that the remaining half bottle will be worth half a tael of silver. It's this Seiji. What to do with him?" Li Xian stood on the street and thought for a moment, but in the end, he brought Chu Yun back home and simply settled in a room. That night, Li Xian gave Lu Qingxue a meal and looked at Chu Yun, who continued to sleep after eating, before returning to his own place. Early the next morning, Li Xian began his morning class. Today's class was, well, biology. These days, Cindy's receptivity is quite good, and she has already learned to add, subtract, multiply, and divide within 100, as well as multiplication facts within 10. In addition, Xine had already developed a strong interest in everything in the world, all the time. For example, why does it rain? Why does it snow? Why do geese fly south? Why do people need to take in food to keep their bodies functioning? How do children come into existence? Etc. All of the above issues are among nature and biology, and Yi seems to be a little more interested in nature and biology so far. As for the language and math, they were relatively uninteresting, and if Li Xian hadn't said he wouldn't tell stories if he didn't learn them, Yi would have long since stopped wanting to learn them. Compared to that, Shaoan was a bit more interested in those math and physics. Today's random question from yesterday, why have I emphasized, during this time, the need to drink boiled water? Li Xian held the ruler and asked very seriously. At this moment, as the sun came out, a sneaky figure appeared outside the house where the lecture was being given. The figure heard a voice from inside the house and pressed his ear to the doorway with a curious look on his face. Why do you need to drink boiled water? Chu Yun, oh, is Brother Li crazy? Boiling water all the way? What a strange question. Only to hear inside, a milky voice quickly replied, Daddy said that the well water has microorganisms and bacteria inside. It's easy to drink it in to get a tummy upset, and after the well water boils, it kills the microorganisms and bacteria so that it's much healthier to drink it into your tummy. Daddy, what exactly are the microorganisms and bacteria that you're talking about? A sentence that made even Chu Yun outside confused. Bacteria? Microbes? For a moment, he was even more curious. Brother Li seems to be giving a lecture? This head of his, it was really hurting. Yesterday, he drank too much, and he drank highly distilled alcohol, which itself was very different from grain alcohol, and it was naturally normal for him to have a headache reaction after getting drunk. Right in the middle of Li Xian's lecture, Chu Yun was unsteady and planted himself through the doorway, and at this time, Gong Sini, who was startled, also hurriedly got up and hid behind a cabinet, quietly looking in the direction of the doorway. She only saw 2 people besides her father. One was her mother and the other was Green Reed beside her. As for the others, they were all out of sight. Seeing that his daughter understood and hid, Li Xian also sighed in relief, and then looked towards Chu Yun who was eavesdropping outside the door but accidentally dropped in. It was also the second son of the great Qian, whom he had just met. This kid, is he finally waking up? Ahem. Chu Yun shook his head and climbed up while saying, Brother Li, your wine. Oh sorry. I will wait for you outside first. You lecture first. Seeing the style of the schoolhouse inside, the key is that there are still children sitting below the lecture hall. Chu Yun also hurriedly shut his mouth. He is not some unintelligent person. Naturally, I know that it's not appropriate to talk about alcohol and such during lectures, especially when there are children. With that, Chu Yun obediently went outside. As for bacteria and microorganisms, what is that guy talking about? It's like listening to a book. The more Chu Yun listened, the stranger it became. He only felt that Li Xian was not an ordinary person. When Chu Yun left, Gong Sini also poked her head out. That guy, is he gone? Keep the class going. Li Xian withdrew his gaze and continued with today's lesson. Half an hour later, Li Xian came to the courtyard and looked towards Chu Yun who was pacing back and forth in the courtyard. Brother Li. Chu Yun looked towards Li Xian and hurriedly called out. Only at this time, his footsteps still stumbled 3 steps at a time, and after realizing his ugly state, he could not help but shake his head and say admiringly, what a strong drink, to be able to affect the state of the next day. I admire it. As he spoke, he had already arrived beside Li Xian and arched his hand. Li Xian was not surprised at all. This stuff can be all industrial alcohol, and it makes sense that you'd react that way. Chu Yun pulled Li Xian towards the outside and said with a big grin, Big brother, I have no other problems with this person, just a good mouthful of wine. In the future, you let me drink wine, I will be your little brother. I can invite you to visit prostitutes, to go to the best place in the imperial city to visit prostitutes. And if you want to have a few sisters, there will be a few sisters, double dragons playing with the pearls, and the Luan and Phoenix are reversed, as you wantonly do. Li Xian. Chapter 36. Something happened in the royal mansion. Li Xian and Chu Yun arrived outside the Li mansion. Chu Yun hemmed and hawed, pointing somewhere ahead with his fan, and pointing at Li Xian, saying, if Brother Li is interested, my brother will let you have a good time tonight, and if Brother Li doesn't feel like enjoying himself, he can take some of the divine medicine from my brother's side, and my brother will give it to you free of charge. Li Xian looked helplessly at Chu Yun in front of him. This kid was really a well-deserved dude. Aside from women, it's all about the wine and what many ancient dudes had in common. Chu Yun's thoughts were naturally very simple. After enlisting Li Xian, he would not have to worry that there would be no spirits to drink next. Of course, he certainly wouldn't drink for nothing, and intended to invite Li Xian to experience manly pleasure. Wouldn't both sides be happy with mutual benefits? Li Xian coughed dryly and continued to politely refuse. Brother Li is overthinking. My brother is new to the imperial city and does not want to visit prostitutes, and that kind of place is too chaotic, for fear of getting infected with diseases. My brother advises Brother Li that he should keep his hands clean. Is this the way of a gentleman? Of course not. What's more, it has gone seriously against his wholesome style, being disrespectful. A gentleman should act rightly and sit upright, when both sleeves are clear. The purser. Chu Yun blinked and threw out a heavy content. Li Xian's eyelids jumped, still fixed on his heart, gritted his teeth and said, no need, that kind of place, it's just too costly. The purser. That is, the mortuary sand is still there. Generally this kind of woman, the first night is very expensive, and need to auction. It is estimated that it will be tens of taels of silver to do. It is said that some top flower girl, a night to hundreds of taels of silver, come so 10 nights and the 3-in-3 mansion is gone. This gold-selling cave in Daqian is naturally very scary. He can't afford to sink into it, otherwise the wife's book won't be saved. Although it was not illegal to go to a greenhouse in such a setting in ancient times, he still had his own cheap wife, so how could he go behind each other's backs and seek flowers? Chu Yun looked at Li Xian and said, no harm done. Does Brother Li know what the 3 greatest places of pleasure in Daqian are? Li Xian raised an eyebrow. Brother Li, these 3 major places of pleasure are Spring Fragrance House, Begonia Pavilion, Full Spring Yard. Begonia Pavilion is my father opened. Brother Li sleeps with the purser. No money. Free of charge. Chu Yun puffed out his chest with a proud face. Li Xian froze and looked at Chu Yun incredulously. Your dad, is he that good? Unbelievable? Chu Yun said proudly. My brother will take you to see the world and open your eyes. As he spoke, Chu Yun had already pulled Li Xian and went to the front. Only in the next moment, 2 boys suddenly blocked Li Xian and Chu Yun's path. After seeing Chu Yun, these 2 boys hurriedly came up for air and said, Shitsi, something big is wrong. Hurry back and take a look. Chu Yun also froze for a moment and frowned. What's wrong? He still has to go to a greenhouse with Brotherly. What is it about these two that they have to say now? It's a real buzzkill. Seiji, Madam's illness is back. A single sentence caused the originally graceful Chu Yun to instantly change his face. Then, Chu Yun looked around. Directly next to a horseback riding past the people rushed down, while throwing the other side a few taels of silver. Said anxiously, this person you settle down, horse will return to him after use. Brotherly, my mother had an accident. You come up quickly. Li Xian was stunned for a moment. Letting him mount his horse? He doesn't know how to ride a horse. Li Xian hurriedly said, Brother Chu, you go first, I'll be right behind you. Chu Yun did not say anything, and with a direct giddy up, he rode away from this side. Behind him, Li Xian frowned. Something happened to Chu Yun's mother? What's going on? The two boys in place, after punishing the man, also looked at Li Xian at this moment. They didn't know Li Xian's identity, but someone who could be with the world's son was probably not an ordinary person. So the two of them respectfully said, this gentleman, you are with my world's son, a piece of it. Li Xian said lightly. A few moments later, he was already with the two boys, arriving at the royal residence. Looking at the overbearing and majestic Xian Wangfu, three big words located in the core area of Chang'an Street, Li Xian was shocked in his heart. That Chu Yun, indeed, had the background of a king, and was also the great Qian Xianwang. Exactly what this sage king did, Li Xian really didn't know. It was just that, but wherever one could be called a prince, the background would definitely not be simple either. So this Chu Yun was perhaps the first existence he knew that had a connection to the heavens. Li Xian walked into the 7 and 7 out Wangfu, and then secretly compared his side of the house. In fact, in addition to the size of this is not as good as the other, Li Xian felt that his side of the courtyard decoration or his side of the smooth sum. Soon, Li Xian arrived outside a fine house, and at this time, there were a number of doctors, constantly coming in and out. There was also the sound of a man storming and cursing inside. Some of the dervishes were slapped and kicked a few times, but they just walked out of their homes with their heads bowed in fear, not daring to complain in the slightest. Li Xian thought about it before curiously walking in. He realized that Chu Yun was standing next to the bed in a hurry. There was a middle-aged woman lying on the bed. The woman's eyes were closed, and her face had a very difficult expression. But of course it had been soothed a lot by this time, and when the attack just happened, it was the most difficult, and she almost fainted from the pain. In the chair beside the woman sat an elderly physician who was taking the woman's pulse right through her clothes. Chu Yun was standing next to the physician, looking worriedly at the woman on the bed. The woman on the bed, it was his mother, the current Xianwan's main wife, the Xianwan consort. In front of all of them, there stood a man who was not angry and authoritative. The man just walked around with his hands folded, occasionally raising his head, with the same very worried face. After a long time, the physician stood up and looked at the man. The man froze and said hurriedly, Imperial Doctor, how is she? My wife? This man was not like the other healers. This man was an imperial physician with a long-standing reputation. So even if he is a wise king, he needs to be treated with courtesy. The physician tried to speak, but then glanced at the men beside him and gestured outside. When King Xian heard this, he immediately walked outside, and then gruffly said to the imperial physician, How is my wife? The imperial doctor shook his head and said archly, Your Highness, I have also seen Madam several times, but Madam's symptoms have become more severe time and time again, so there are some too desirable words that I am not going to say. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Upon hearing these words, King Xian's heart went cold, but he hurriedly said, Go ahead. He also knew his wife, what the disease was, so he was somewhat mentally prepared. And since the other party wanted to call him out, it meant that the condition was afraid to be uncomplicated. On the contrary, it could be heavy. I'm afraid his wife, her days are numbered. Chapter 37. This disease can be cured. When I go back, I'll give the lady a different prescription and try again. After a moment's pause, the imperial physician let out a sigh and added, Your Highness, I'm afraid that what I want to emphasize is something that Your Highness knows, so I won't dwell on it too much. Lady's disease for the heart. From ancient times to the present, heart disease is extremely difficult to cure, and it has a common point. That is, each attack symptoms will become more and more serious. No exceptions. No one can escape this fate. Drugs are only auxiliary. Next, you can only rely on the lady to carry herself. Judging from the lady's reaction so far, it's not a big problem today. Just wait until the next attack, or even the next one. Alas, the old man shook his head as he spoke. Seeing that the king looked a bit unhappy, the old man could only hug his fist before leaving this side. There's no need to be too blunt about some things. The sage king can hear it too. His point was simple. This time the lady carried it off. What about next time? And the next time? The next time around, it was anyone's guess as to whether or not the lady would be able to carry it off. It's not a curse on the lady, it's the truth. It's not mental illness that's being talked about. Rather, this disease of the heart, which has claimed far too many lives by it from time immemorial, is a chronic terminal disease that simply cannot be avoided in times like these. Behind him, King Xian walked back with a gloomy face after sending the imperial physician. At this time, Chu Yun completely lost his previous appearance on the street, that of a playboy. He sadly held the hand of the woman on the bed and said with tears in his eyes, "Mother, you will definitely be fine. The imperial physician will cure you. Right, father?" Chu Yun looked towards his father, King Xian. It is also one of the few kings of different surnames in Diqian. Because of this relationship, Chu Yun's status in the imperial city was also very high, and many people were willing to give this face. Seeing his son's appearance, Xian Wan's complexion also became softer in an instant. He nodded and said, "The imperial physician said that the problem is not big. He has already gone back to prescribe a prescription. When the time comes I'll go to fetch it in person. It might just be a bit harder to bear when the attack occurs. How about you, ma'am? How do you feel now?" The Sage King looked at the woman on the bed. He also didn't bother to pay attention to Li Xian who was next to him. Li Xian stood to the side of Chu Yun, while in his heart, he was thinking about something and seemed to be weighing something. The woman opened her eyes and said with a weak look, "Now much better. I have this disease and you are not unaware of it. The pain is so for a while. It will be fine. You father and son do not blindly worry about it. By the way Yuner, this is..." As she spoke, the woman looked curiously at Li Xian who came in successively with her son. King Xian also looked at Li Xian next to him. "And who is the heir of this youth whom the son has brought?" Li Xian was just about to speak when Chu Yun introduced himself. "Father, this is Brother Li, the one who serves strong alcohol over at our Fuyuan restaurant." "Oh," the Sage King raised an eyebrow as he remembered that recent incident. The previous strong liquor was all drunk by his son Chu Yun though, but after knowing that there was such a talent, King Xian naturally had a bit of a mind to make Li Xian directly become their family's dedicated brewer. Only later, his son Chu Yun held a different opinion from him, and his son said that he wanted to go and befriend that kid, alone, without being so rough. Knowing what his son meant, King Xian then gave up that thought. "I didn't realize that such a strong drink was made by such a young man of my son's age. It's kinda surprising." At this time, Li Xian similarly arched his hand and said, "My humble servant has met with the wise king. I also wonder which is higher or lower. This wise king, compared to the status of his cheap wife's side of the family, is it a regular guy?" King Xian lightly looked at Li Xian and nodded his head. "Well, it's quite good for you to follow Yuner. He definitely won't treat you badly." After saying his words, King Xian was just about to leave when Li Xian suddenly whispered to Chu Yun, while Chu Yun, who heard something at this time, was violently wide-eyed and directly blurted out, "What? Brother Li, you can cure heart disease?" A word that made the Sage King pause, and then, staring tightly at Li Xian, Li Xian saw everyone looking at him before he came to the woman in a burst of helplessness, arching his hand and saying, "At the risk of interrupting, may I ask what are the symptoms of this heart disease of the lady? Please also say it in as much detail as possible. I need to confirm it, if the symptoms match." "So what if it matches?" The Sage King who suddenly appeared beside Li Xian. At this moment, he was likewise staring at the kid closely. Anything related to the lady's disease aspect. In fact, he was very sensitive. Not to mention, this kid says he can cure heart disease. Even a dead horse is a dead horse. Li Xian arched his hand in an unassuming manner and said, "If it matches, I dare not say that the medicine will cure the disease. After all, this is a terminal disease, irreversible, but at least it can be guaranteed that the lady will be able to pass through the onset of the disease smoothly in the next few years, or even a dozen years when the onset of the disease occurs." Everyone stared at Li Xian when these words were said. As for the Sage King, his breathing became rapid as he stared at Li Xian dead in the face. Even the woman lying on the bed also looked at Li Xian with a surprised face, and then only said, "Heart disease. The onset of heart pain is unbearable. The limbs against the cold, chest tightness, panic, shortness of breath, just fainted over, is slowly just woke up. This gentleman you, can really cure heart disease?" As the woman asked Li Xian was also thinking. As for that Chu Yun father and son duo, they were naturally even more nervous. Li Xian thought for a moment and then calmly said, "If I guessed correctly, Madam should still be accompanied by swollen hands and feet and a cough, right?" This one stood out. He's not for anything else. He needs to find a backer, and this chance encounter is his biggest one in recent times. He didn't want to miss this opportunity, so he stepped up. Many things when something is done, then he will not waste this opportunity. King Xian's pupils shrank, and he said very seriously, "What little friend said is consistent with Madam. So what does little friend think? This disease can be cured? The name of the Sage King, too, has changed. For his part, Chu Yun's heart tightened and he looked at Li Xian with the same nervousness. If he had met Li Xian before, just for the sake of drinking, then now Chu Yun. If Li Xian could really cure his mother, then Li Xian was his own brother, the kind that deserved it. The worst of heart disease is not the common period, and it is the time of the seizure, which, when it happens, can at any time be the last seizure of your life. So the Sage King understood very well the words spoken by Li Xian. Even if they really couldn't be cured, as long as they could make sure that nothing would happen to them when they had an attack, that would be the greatest benefactor of their Xianwang house. Li Xian pondered for a moment, looked at Chu Yun who was full of anticipation, and then looked at the Xianwang who was not angry, but was full of worry about his wife. Finally, he nodded and said, "This disease is curable." Chapter 38 Configuring Divine Medicine. In the end, Li Xian left the Xianwang mansion. He took on a quest to heal Princess Xian. If this matter was false, it would be the biggest calamity after he came back to the ancient world, because there was no way the Sage King would allow a quack to practice in his house. In all likelihood, he would be killed by the Sage King. However, if he really cured Princess Xian, or if he could ensure that there would be no worries during Princess Xian's illness, then he would be the benefactor of King Xian. So the risk to Li Xian remains high. Risk is often accompanied by opportunity, something positively correlated. To be honest, in any other disease, Li Xian would not dare to be so certain. Even if it was a simple wind-cold flu, Li Xian didn't have the guts to say that he could cure it. You know, in the medically and technologically advanced world before he was reborn, an ordinary wind-cold and cold, or the proverbial flu, could take the lives of how many people around the globe every year? At least 500,000 or so. If the flu was there, Li Xian really didn't have the guts to go next. But by the way, this ailment is a heart attack, one that can be fatal if not cared for, and one that isn't too big of a problem once the medicine is around to manage it. He had just seen the lady's color, and she was not at the stage of developing severe heart failure, but probably just in the middle of a heart attack, which could be quickly controlled with medication intervention. This disease, however, was in ancient times a disease of waiting for death, without any exceptions. Because of heart disease, there's a drug that goes very precisely for it. That would be nitroglycerin. Just as the core ingredient in many cold remedies and fever reducers is acetaminophen, many medications for heart-related conditions have only one core ingredient, and that is nitroglycerin, a magical substance that can be used as a potent explosive or a miracle drug for heart disease. Unfortunately, he'll be doing nitroglycerin. This world, too, has conditions of preparation. A very simple esterification reaction pairs nitroglycerin with the drug, and when the drug is stabilized, it is a nitroglycerin tablet, which can be held in the mouth during a seizure to provide quick pain relief. As for the various raw materials required for the esterification reaction, it is not too troublesome. These are ingredients that are not too difficult to obtain. One is concentrated sulfuric acid, one is concentrated nitric acid, and the other, glycerin. With a total of 3 ingredients, he was able to formulate a divine medicine for heart disease that had never appeared before in the entire Dakian, or even the entire world. Li Xian returned home and went to the warehouse. Under Lu Qingshue's strange expression, Li Xian drummed up a bunch of things and finally took them out, going back and forth several times. When Lu Qingshue wanted to talk, Li Xian paused and said directly, "Perhaps, this matter of your father, there is a certain turnaround, so wait at ease." After saying this, Li Xian left this way. Behind her, Lu Qingshue, on the other hand, was staring blankly at the direction Li Xian had left. What did he just say? The father thing? It's going to turn around? How can there be a turnaround when the Delizy is all set? At this moment, Li Xian had already started to make it up, because the 3 finished products, concentrated nitric acid, concentrated sulfuric acid, plus glycerin, were definitely not available in Dakian. Concentrated nitric acid, which needs to be made from nitric acid, and concentrated sulfuric acid, which needs to be made from sulfuric acid. As for glycerin, Li Xian was under the tree, constantly writing and drawing. He seemed to be writing the steps to make it, and there were a lot of chemical equations on it, and a lot of fine print, and no step could be wrong or it would be a lost cause. After all, that thing wasn't simple, and it was about whether or not you could get your leg up, so you had to take it seriously. Without realizing it, Chu Yun came behind Li Xian. This famous dude of Diqian, with a curious face, watched Li Xian writing and drawing, but also kept relatively quiet. He felt that Li Xian must be very human, and this could be seen from the fact that Li Xian was able to make strong liquor. "Brother Li, can you really cure my mother?" For a long time, During Li Xian's period of thinking, Shu Yun carefully asked, "Leave me alone." Li Xian said lightly, not giving the slightest bit of face. Shu Yun was deflated and could only obediently shut his mouth and wait up quietly beside him. In the entire Great Qian, there really weren't many people that dared to speak to themselves like this. But now, there's one up. With Li Xian's order, he indeed didn't dare to say anything more. Glycerin can be made from 3 ingredients: lard, sodium hydroxide, and distilled water by mixing and layering. And that should be it. No problem. Li Xian wrote and drew, and finally recalled the preparation method of glycerin, which he hurriedly wrote on the ground. It's not easy to recall how a glycerin is made. Distilled spirits can be mass-produced on a small scale. Distilled water is naturally simple. As for the sodium hydroxide, this stuff is kerosene, which is a material prepared in ancient times. And even if it is not a proper finished product, it can be prepared with soda ash without fretting. Lard, that's even easier to simmer. This matter could be completely left to Chu Yun. So, by the time the sun was about to set that afternoon, Li Xian had looked at the half-layered oil-like substance inside the clay pot and let out a big sigh of relief. Glycerin is naturally produced. Chu Yun looked at the oily substance, stared wide-eyed and said incredulously, "Made of lard?" He was thinking one thing in his mind. This is what saved his life. Could Brother Li be teasing him? Li Xian shook his head and said seriously, "This is not called lard. This is glycerin, a raw material involved in a chemical reaction. Don't worry, after the finished product comes out, you will naturally know." Chu Yun, what glycerin? What chemical reactions? What raw materials? He was as good as new, unknown, but felt. Chu Yun sighed and stood next to him like a respectful little follower, assuming that he could really cure his mother. Not to mention lard. Pig doesn't matter. Next, there is concentrated sulfuric acid and concentrated nitric acid. These are 2 dangerous items that require some caution. Looking at the sky, Li Xian said, "According to this pattern of onset, your mother's next onset should be a month from now, so don't be anxious." Chu Yun nodded. How could he not be anxious when his mouth was like this? "Right. You get me something and I'll do it tomorrow." Li Xian yawned. Under Chu Yun's blear-eyed expression, Li Xian said, "Sulfuric acid, plant stems, fire nitrate, more of these 3 things. Come back this way tomorrow to continue. In this world, there is no nitric acid, but there is diluted sulfuric acid, so you can save some steps. As for the stuff in the back, it's definitely items for treating nitric acid, which are a must-have." Chu Yun led the order to leave. That night, the house of the wise king. King Xian looked at his son buying a bunch of things, wrinkled his brow, narrowed his eyes somewhat dangerously, and said, "Yuner, he's letting you buy all these things with the intention of curing your mother's illness? Sulfuric acid is corrosive stuff. Wouldn't he know it? That kid, does he want to die? What a nerve!" This article only provides basic ideas. It does not guarantee feasibility, so please do not try it if you cherish your life. Chapter 39 Gratitude. Seeing my father's burst of anger, Chu Yun finally raised his head and said, "Father, I've grown up as well, and as I see it, I'm afraid that my mother's situation today is not for long, right?" One sentence was said, and the originally angry Xian Wang, at this moment instantly deflated. Yeah, not for long. What his own lady is like, only he knows. It could be the next seizure, or the next, who knows? In the face of the heart disease that the most famous imperial physician of the Great Qian dynasty's medical skills was unable to do anything about, he had already done his best. Now that he had been reduced to listening to a commoner and using a poison like sulfuric acid, it made the Sage King's expression a bit grim. Perhaps he really is sick and desperate. That kid, just as old as his son, how could he know anything about medicine? Most likely, it was because he saw the critical situation of their Xian Wangfu, so he wanted to take advantage of the fire for a while. But it was a pity that he was afraid that this idea would not be realized. Chu Yun continued, "Other than him, does father have any other methods?" The Sage King didn't say anything, just nodded silently. "Yeah, he's out of ideas. Even if that kid took out ingredients like sulfuric acid, he could only continue to let the other party try. How do you know it won't work if you don't try?" In order to save his wife's life, even if it was all the methods under the sky, he wanted to try. But in the meantime, if anything happens to the missus, he'll be the first to thwart the boy. The next day, Li Xian got all the raw materials he was talking about. Chu Yun prepared full of them. I have to say, it's good to have someone. I'm afraid that if he had to prepare these things, he would have wasted a long time, and the process would have been a pain in the ass. Chu Yun looked at Li Xian and said with a serious face, "Brother Li, I want to say something to you." The dude at the moment, however, was not joking at all. Li Xian froze for a moment, but also nodded and said, Are you trying to say that if you don't have the ability to do so, you wish to make me give up? In which case I can still keep my little life, and still be able to make highly alcoholic beverages for you? Shu Yun stared at Li Xian, and when he realized that Li Xian was calm, then he nodded his head and said, if we continue, if we fail, what my father will do to you, I don't dare to guarantee it, but if you give up now, I will guarantee that our cooperation will still continue. That's my guarantee. Li Xian laughed and said, do you think I'm the one joking with you? Shu Yun did not say anything as he looked towards the bottle of sulfuric acid. His meaning was clear. Sulfuric acid, a toxic substance, is extremely corrosive. Even though this was the ancient world, Shu Yun knew what sulfuric acid was, and he wasn't a cutie. Seeing Shu Yun's gaze, Li Xian said, do you know what is matter? Shu Yun, you know what's an esterification reaction inside a chemical reaction? So, just as I can make high spirits that no one can make, since you don't know anything about it, you might as well read on. How's that? Li Xian looked at Shu Yun. Again, not joking. He wasn't doing it for a bit of fun. He really wanted to hug the big leg of the magisterial king. The point of saving your life is, naturally, enough. Next, Shu Yun did not speak again, but carefully watched all of Li Xian's maneuvers. He found that Li Xian burned straw and got grass ash. Shu Yun was puzzled for a while. Wasn't this some of the avenues those warlocks would often use? There are warlocks in this world who make those elixirs of immortality. The old Qian emperor died because he took these things. Of course, this was also some of his tidbits of information, and at that time, Shu Yun did not know exactly how it was. However, everything Li Xian did made him feel that there was a slight resemblance to those alchemists who made pills. Naturally, there was a difference. That is, Li Xian's operation was more skillful, and everything seemed to be a snap. Under Shu Yun's gaze, after Li Xian went through a series of operations, he eventually obtained long crystals from the combination of grass ash and some other substances. Li Xian displayed the long crystals and casually explained, this item is called potassium nitrate, and it is essential for preparing medicines for heart diseases. Shu Yun did not understand and could only nod. He carefully looked at the crystals in front of him, and just thought it was amazing how a pile of grass and wood ash could turn into this transparent crystal. Li Xianji naturally knows that potassium nitrate is the core material for the preparation of nitric acid, and nitric acid can be made into concentrated nitric acid, and concentrated nitric acid is one of the 3 core components of nitroglycerin. Then, Li Xian looked at Shu Yun and said, did you understand the steps just now? Shu Yun nodded his head in uncertainty, only to then hurriedly shake his head and said, brother Li, demonstrate again. I didn't quite understand just now. Next, Li Xian prepared potassium nitrate once more. It was only then that this step was handed over to Shu Yun. He, on the other hand, took care of the other steps. During this period of time, Shaoan also came to this side of the backyard once, and when he saw that Mr. was busy making something, he just poured some drinking water for him and Shu Yun, and then left this side. After Shaoan went back, Gong Sini pulled Shaoan and kept asking for specific details. What the hell is daddy doing? It's too mysterious. Inside a certain backyard warehouse, Lu Qingxue was likewise looking out vaguely through the window paper. She didn't know what Li Xian was doing, and in her mind, there was only the words Li Xian had said, circling around. Her father's affairs may have taken a turn for the worse. At this moment, Li Xian also thought of the glycerin that had been made and was waiting to be used. In fact, this time if it is made, the soap is afraid of some kind of accessory, because the core ingredient of soap is glycerin. After this matter was dealt with, Li Xian planned to pick a time when he wasn't busy and mass-produce the soap on a small scale. After the mass production of soap, not only can you add some quality of life to the familiar people around you, by the way, you can also sell to the public in limited quantities to earn some silver or something. In short, there are hundreds of benefits but no harm. With this in mind, Li Xian began to purify the sulfuric acid, and his aim was concentrated sulfuric acid. So the process, it's more dangerous. After Li Xian had made the concentrated sulfuric acid, it was nighttime again, and at this time, Shu Yun also produced a lot of potassium nitrate. Seeing this scene, Li Xian said, we'll continue tomorrow, so go back first. Shu Yun opened his mouth and finally left the Li mansion after respectfully saluting. No matter what, brother Li was trying to help him, so he held gratitude towards Li Xian, and in his heart, he had already recognized the friendship between them. Regardless of how it ended, he wanted to preserve Li Xian. This was the single most thought in Shu Yun's mind before he left. A few days later, Li Xian looked at the liquid in front of him and exhaled. Nitroglycerin. Made it. Chapter 40 Healing the Princess. Nitroglycerin was introduced. In the middle of a small mansion in Deqian, Li Xian, who invented this item, was not much surprised. The chemical equation is accurate. and the steps are virtually flawless, and it makes perfect sense to prepare nitroglycerin in liquid form. This is more than just a life-saving elixir, and it's high explosives, too. Li Xian seemed to be a bit emotional. Unexpectedly, he had prepared this very violent and potent explosive. Even if it was such a small bottle in front of him, blowing him up would not be a problem. Moreover, this thing was extremely unstable. If Li Xian took this vial now and directly let it fall freely to the ground, what would happen? The only consequence would be that he would be crippled if not dead. Next, Li Xian naturally couldn't let something so unstable be brought to the Xianwang mansion, so Li Xian needed to neutralize it with some inert substances. Or, alternatively, you can use something that replaces the inert substance, mix it in, and finally use some of the herbs that soothe the meridians and activate the blood, and combine them together to make nitroglycerin tablets, which he needs to dilute. In this way, it is a true miracle drug during a heart attack. As long as the medicine is at hand, living a few more years to a dozen years is not a problem. At the time of this evening, Chu Yun came again. The Chu Yun of these days, and Li Xian's relationship was already extraordinary. Of course, Chu Yun's state was also relatively much more depressing, and he never drank or went to a greenhouse again, for his mother's ailment had been a sword hanging over his head, unable to make him relax. Today's Chu Yun, after asking Li Xian some questions in detail and finally noting down the objects needed, he left the Li mansion and prepared to go. Li Xian carefully placed the nitroglycerin. Finally he looked at the sky, wiped the sweat on the top of his head, and said to himself, "It's really a bit of a big deal to not use such an amazing thing on top of fighting a war. But gunpowder can be much simpler to make than this, and it's really impractical except for heart disease." After shaking his head, Li Xian left the warehouse, and this time, Green Reed, however, bizarrely appeared at the place where Li Xian had just stopped. Qing Reed furrowed her brows and said in the same heart, "Why is he in a piece with the dude from the Xianwang mansion?" Qing Reed, who couldn't figure it out. Before leaving, his gaze also landed on the place where Lu Qingxue stayed, seemingly detecting some kind of aura. After a pause, Qingwei still left the Li mansion without being noticed by anyone. Naturally, she wasn't worried about being found out, because there were almost no people who could leave her behind in the entire territory of Qian, Qi, and Chu, and even fewer people who could spot her. Qingwei could go anywhere, anytime, as long as she wants to. The land of the Three Kingdoms is everywhere. It didn't take long for Green Reed to appear in the Empress chambers. Dong Yuyan raised her head and looked at Qingwei. What is he doing? Green Reed thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, do you know of King Xian?" "You name it." The Empress nodded faintly. The Xianwang she definitely knew. A king with a different surname in Diqian, who had inherited his old son's princely status, ancestor of the old wise king, is the founding minister of the Qian kingdom. This identity does not decay with the implementation of the new policy, because the prince itself is beyond the existence of the duke. The Qian kingdom is only a few princes, just not more than a handful of numbers. That policy of the empress made many ordinary people in Diqian clap their hands. As a result, this period of time, the great Qian empress's support for the voice, but also a hidden rise in a lot, which in the new year after the snowstorm, or relatively rare, Xian Wangfei heart disease committed. The imperial physician went a few times to no avail, which you also know. Some time ago, Li Xian accidentally went to the house of the Xianwang, and then, Green Reed became all weird when he said that. After a slight pause for a moment, Qing Wei still said, "He promised King Xian to help heal Princess Xian." As the words came out, the Empress raised her head and said with some incredulity, "Heal Princess Xian? He can heal?" Qing Reed shook his head and said, "I don't know too much. I just found out that in these recent days, Li Xian was making medicine at home. It doesn't look like a fake. The steps I don't understand at all. In addition, the reason why Li Xian and the Xian King hooked up is also because some time ago, the Imperial City Fuyuan restaurant appeared to have a high degree of alcohol. Then the world's son Xu Yun was very interested. And this white wine, did he make it?" The Empress interjected with a question. Green Reed nodded and said, "It seems reasonable that he could make highly alcoholic beverages. Li Xian, that person is very magical. Can't see through and touch. Is a kid who can bring surprises everywhere. And I don't know this time, whether it can cure Princess Xian. If it couldn't be cured, with King Xian's feelings for Princess Xian, I was afraid that Li Xian would be in danger." The Empress was silent for a moment, and then said, "I want to pick a day in the next few days to implement the imperial examination system in the morning court. What do you think? But at your Majesty's discretion." Green Reed had nothing to say. The Empress's brows flashed with a touch of worry, but finally said, "If you can, keep an eye on him, and be careful of what the magisterial king has against him." "Yes." Green Reed dodged away. After thinking about it, the Empress still wrote a letter and sent it over to the Li residence. Before going to bed, Li Xian also saw this letter from his cheap wife, so he was very curious. After reading the letter, Gong Sini said, Grandpa has already submitted the proposal of the imperial examination system to the empress. There is hope for the empress to adopt it. What does father think? Li Xian was stunned. So fast. Is his old man really that powerful? Li Xian was really curious. So he asked, what exactly is your grandfather's identity? Gong Sini immediately shook her head and said in a milky voice, You can't tell Daddy. Daddy only needs to say the opinion. There is a chance that Daddy will see Grandpa. Now is not the time. Li Xian also does not force. Said casually, since your grandfather have played, father's side cannot be stopped. But the imperial examination system for the Qianlong is indeed the snow in the charcoal. If you can force the implementation of the words, may be beneficial in 1,000 years, be the future generations. There are hundreds of benefits rather than one harm. Gong Sini nodded after hearing this. Finally, write in Daddy's comments. A letter soon landed in the Empress chambers. 2 days later in the morning court, the female emperor to promote the imperial examination system intends to make the latest imperial examination system become the most orthodox method of obtaining a scholar in Dakian. Other clans recommend system and other abolished. The 100 officials were shaken, all kneeling down, hoping that the empress would withdraw her order. And in the meantime, Li Xian's nitroglycerin tablets were also made by him overnight. So, Li Xian got up early, and after having breakfast at home, he took a brief rest, and only after the sun rose did he walk out of Li's house and came over to the Xianwang's house. Chapter 41 Unbelievable. Today, the court shook. All the ministers knelt on the ground for a long time. Even after the court had retired, there were still ministers kneeling outside. Li Xian, who didn't know about all this, was sitting in the guest position of the Xianwang mansion at the moment, looking at the tables and chairs made of golden nanmu of the Xianwang mansion in front of him, and bursting with emotion. This Xianwang Fu is really rich. Home parlor, even can use gold nanmu, this kind of extremely expensive material to build. Enough to prove that in front of the Sage King, really is a dog big family. The trenchant kind. A few moments later, Chu Yun came this way. He arched his hand and said, Brother Li, you're here. In fact, Chu Yun's face was somewhat worried, because he knew that. But if Li Xian didn't have an argument today, Li Xian was afraid that he would be in some trouble, and his father would definitely not be able to spare him easily. Li Xian and Chu Yun made a bow and said with a smile, Don't worry, Shitzi. Some things are not as pessimistic as you think. Chu Yun also sighed. Let's hope so. As Chu Yun sighed, King Xian and Consort Xian, too, came over here. Li Xian got up and said, Grasshopper has met the wise king. He looked at the Sage King in front of him, and his expression was relatively calm. There was also no such thing as a so-called real grasshopper, the kind of expression one should have when meeting a king. He handed something over to the Hyun King and said, This item, then, can heal the heart. King Xian didn't care how Li Xian's attitude was. He took a piece of nitroglycerin tablet, put it in front of his eyes to scrutinize it for a moment, and said, This thing, is it made by you with sulfuric acid? Li Xian smiled and said, I know you don't believe me, but, with your ability, you should be able to easily find a heart patient, so why not try the medicine in advance? The Sage King nodded. That was quite a statement. That's what he meant too. King Xian said indifferently, This king has already sent people to look for it since a few days ago, and little friendly can temporarily reside in the king's residence. The meaning of this statement is obvious. If you can't find anyone, you don't leave. Even Chu Yun opened his mouth as he felt that his father's words had gone a little too far, and at this time, Li Xian frowned and said, Your Majesty, I have a child at home who won't be able to take care of himself, so if I can't find it today, I still need to go home, so I hope your Majesty will forgive me. King Xian wanted to say something, but when he saw his son winking at him, he didn't say anything else. This kid can't run away. Can't run away from the monk, can't run away from the temple. So the virtuous king doesn't care about these things. He just wants to put it all are under the control of the scope of just you. It's not good for you to think of a gentleman in a small man's heart when others are so kind to you, is it? The woman who was dressed in a graceful and luxurious manner, at this moment, helplessly looked at the Hyun King. She naturally watched this whole process, and also carefully observed Li Xian, realizing that this Li Xian was not an idle person, at least that kind of temperament, never an ordinary person. She then picked up a nitroglycerin tablet and came over to Li Xian, saying with a smile on her face, How should I take it when I have my next attack? Li Xian raised an eyebrow in surprise before bowing and saying, Herborist has met Princess Wang. In fact, this thing doesn't need to be taken, but at all times, it must be carried with you. Even when the lady is bathing or going to the toilet, you need to bring it with you, the kind that can be found at hand. Wait until the next onset of the lady. We'll take out a piece of it, contained under the tongue can be. Within a short period of time we'll be able to see the effect. Of course, the grass people also agree with the meaning of the wise king. The lady's body is precious, can never be sloppy, should be the first in the body of other people to try, and so on to see the effect of a good, and then in your body to try. So that also ensures some. Shu Yun's mother is quite knowledgeable. It looks like it should be good to talk too. Of course Li Xian wouldn't think that this was the other party being very good at bullying, but anyone who could rise to the throne as a royal concubine was no simple character. It's not uncommon for a couple to have one red face and one white face. Otherwise, to say something nice, if we had just met for the first time, Princess Xian would have said something nice. Why would we need to wait for such a long time? Princess Xian nodded, then looked at King Xian and said, Your Highness, it's better to do it as soon as possible. If we don't find the person with the heart disease today, it's fine to let the little son go back first. His own wife had given the word, so Xian Wang couldn't say anything and could only nod his head. Right at this moment, several boys brought a man in his 20s who was uncomfortable and appeared to have an ironic complexion to the Xian Wang mansion. Greetings, Your Majesty. The man with the heart attack has been found. He just happened to have an attack. A word that made Li Xian look outside as well. Soon the man was hurriedly helped to lean back in his chair. King Xian looked toward Li Xian, who then also took a piece of medicine and handed it over to him, explaining, Place it under the tip of your tongue and do not swallow it. Xian Wang likewise looked at the morbid man and said indifferently, I won't let you come here for nothing. When you go back, you will be given a sum of money. And don't worry, he was not an uninformed person, taking someone to test the medicine. Naturally, he had to show something before he could do so. That person is an ordinary person. Seeing this scene, can't he guess anything? However, he didn't care, and when he saw the medicine that Li Xian brought over, he immediately opened his mouth and placed it under his tongue, during which he was still uncomfortable and his face was blue. It was only just under a minute later that the man's expression, suddenly, became much better. Even his face, too, was noticeably better. The Sage King's pupils shrank and he asked anxiously, How long has he been sick? Back to the virtuous king. When he was found he had not yet had an attack. He wanted to bring him to the king's residence, but unexpectedly when he entered the king's residence, he suddenly had an attack, so the onset of the attack was very short. The subordinate beside him hurriedly replied. King Xian's fists instantly clenched. The bottom of his eyes flashed with a different light. He incredulously looked at Li Xian, said, This thing is really made with sulfuric acid. Made? By the look on his face, I'm afraid he's already convinced. In a most unlikely scenario, a drug to heal the heart was actually made. How could this not shock him? Sulfuric acid and other poisons like that can make a miraculous medicine. It really took him by surprise. Li Xian arched his hand and said, The king sometimes needs to use reverse thinking. Our common poisons are sometimes antidotes, depending on how they are used. I see his reaction. It should not be a big problem, and there is no need to adjust it next. What the herb wants to emphasize is that the princess must be allowed to carry this with her, and no matter what period of time it is, she must not take half a step away from this medicine. Wait for the early stage of the onset of the disease, or when the onset of the disease is about to occur. Put directly under the tongue to digest. Do not swallow, so as to ensure that the crown princess at least a few years of well-being. The earlier the time to use the medicine, the more will not be painful. Yes, yes, yes. The Sage King was so spirited that he said 3 good words in a row. Chapter 42. What Li Xian is asking for. It was enough to see that the current Sage King was truly ecstatic. Immediately, the Xian King said very politely, If you don't mind, this king will call you sir from now on. Although you are now a man of cloth, you will definitely soar and rock the sky in the future. All things come first. Called Mr. Perfectly reasonable. Li Xian was the type of person that King Xian felt could definitely make a name for himself in the future. Li Xian just wanted to speak, but the man who had completely slowed down, but also knelt inside the royal residence, kowtowed to Li Xian and the Xian King and said, The grass people do not ask for a reward, but only ask for the king to give medicine. For the first time in so long a period of time when his heart disease had been agonizing, he had seen the light of being cured. At this moment, even if he were to work as a cow or a horse for Li Xian, he would be very willing to do so. King Xian glanced at the man and was about to say something when he looked back at Li Xian, giving full respect. In this matter, sir can decide. The Sage King's attitude was like a different person from before. Seeing such a state of affairs, Shu Yun was naturally relieved. As for Li Xian really being able to produce a divine medicine for heart disease, it was also something that Shu Yun admired. As for King Xian, what he was thinking at this moment was known only to him. After seeing the rapid relief of the symptoms of the heartsick person, King Xian's heart was really too shocked. A person like Li Xian was definitely a talent in the true sense of the word, and they, the Xian Wangfu, had to enlist him. Li Xian, however, shook his head and said, "This medicine can only relieve, not considered a cure. For you, unless there is a constant supply of the drug, once or twice of relief is of little significance. This drug is extremely difficult and expensive to make. Even if you are given it, you will only be given 1 or 2 tablets. Do you still want the drug now?" The words came out. The man, however, was torn. How could he not understand Li Xian's meaning? After clenching his teeth, he finally sighed and said with a lowered head, "If possible, the grasshopper wants silver." He compromised. "If that's the case, silver would be better instead. You, give him 10 taels of silver and take him out." With a wave of his big hand, the Sage King directly signaled for this person to be taken away. A few moments later, when Li Xian was the only outsider here, the Sage King came to Li Xian's side, but he bowed directly. Li Xian was startled and said, "Your Majesty, please don't." After paying his respects, the Sage King was looking at his wife. The woman at this moment also had a strange look on her face. She watched as a man with symptoms similar to her own got better, almost instantly, after containing a pill. This scene really caused waves of shock to rise in her heart. She had already resigned herself to her fate, but now God had given her another big surprise. So after a moment's time of silence, she finally came to Li Xian's body, bowed similarly, and worshipped. "Mister's great kindness is worthy of a bow." Between words, she didn't forget to pull her son. Chu Yun naturally came to Li Xian's side and similarly paid his respects. The family bowed in unison, giving Li Xian face. "Your Highness, ma'am, it really can't be allowed." Li Xian burst into bitter laughter. Chu Yun, on the other hand, winked with Li Xian. Li Xian he really made a drug to cure heart disease? Until now, he had been a little unresponsive. "From now on, sir, you will be the most honored guest of my Xianwang mansion, and you don't need to inform anyone when you go in and out of the Xianwang mansion. I will explain it to them." Xianwang spoke again, and as if he thought of something, he bowed in a sincere manner and said, "It was reckless of me to question Mr. earlier. I'm sorry." The person who could make the virtuous king pay a single obeisance was naturally none other than the empress these days. And now, with such a young man, Li Xian was somewhat flattered and said, "The Hyun king's mood is understandable. After all, the lady's safety and security is the most important thing." Chu Yun also blankly eyed his old man, and then said with some dissatisfaction, "You were almost all set to leave Brother Li here before." Really? While these words were said, Chu Yun could hardly hide the joy in his eyes. His mother, it seems, is all right, so to speak. I didn't realize that this person he knew was really a great blessing to their family. Mr. Can have any requirements? Can put forward. Although this king has little ability, but in the imperial city side, at least have a few thin face. Everyone is willing to sell to this king of face, so we'll try to satisfy you. King Xian also looked helplessly at his son, then looked at Li Xian again and asked. A small treatment of entering and exiting the royal residence without notification seemed insufficient thanks for this life-saving favor. Again, it doesn't seem to make much sense if you give silver. The high spirits this kid produces don't come cheap. This kid's ability to make money, naturally, can't be beat. So, he needs to be elsewhere. Thankfully, Li Xian was silent for a moment, a shadow flashing through his mind before he said, "Since your majesty said so, I do have a request from my side, and I hope that your majesty can help me investigate." The Sage King froze for a moment, and immediately clasped his fists and said, "There's no harm in speaking." Sir, Li Xian didn't want anything, instead he was the one who had a hard time. Li Xian had a request that was naturally the best. Slowly if he helped a few more times, he would be at peace. Li Xian said, "Your majesty, I was originally a villager in Yanshan County. This time I set off to the imperial city, and bought a mansion. The predecessor of this mansion is the imperial city magistrate Lu Shi belongs to. I heard that he is a good official. This time he was sent to the heavenly prison, not to mention that he will also be beheaded in the near future. So I have the courage to plead to your majesty on behalf of Lu Shi. Can you help to investigate the matter of Lu Shi?" Even that Chu Yun froze for a moment when those words were spoken. A plea for someone else? Chu Yun blurted out. No wonder I said why the Li mansion was so familiar. It turned out to be Lord Lu's previous mansion. Seeing his son's reaction, King Xian also wrinkled his brow and then said, "This king has also heard about this matter. Are you sure you want to help Lu Shi? There's quite a lot involved behind this." Li Xian bowed and said, "Trouble your majesty. I just don't want no one in Dechen to dare to do justice. A good official like Lu Shi should not be executed." The Sage King is still thinking, this kid is indeed extraordinary. He was asked to help, but he was even pleading for a favor for someone he didn't know. This caused the Sage King to have a few moments of admiration in his heart. As for that Lu Shi, he had naturally heard of it, and it was indeed a good official. It's just a pity that he doesn't know how to be adaptable, and doesn't know how to find a backer, and rashly had a conflict with someone, and it's reasonable to say that he could end up in today's situation. Princess Xian also hurriedly said, Your Highness, I've heard of Lord Lu. He's a man of integrity and an exceptionally good parental official, so help me look into it. As the biggest beneficiary today, Princess Xian also felt the need to take a stand. This request from Li Xian was not that difficult. Chapter 43 By the grace of God. His wife said so. King Xian could only look at Li Xian and said, This king will try his best to investigate this matter, but there is no guarantee that he will be able to fish out Lu Shi. I hope that you will forgive me. Before this king understood a thing or two about this matter. This matter involves a wide range of things. This king doesn't want to get involved in inexplicable dynastic fighting. I can only say that I will try my best. Li Xian nodded, and he did his best. Whether or not we can save Willow Creek depends on what follows. A king of a different name to bail out a magistrate. The status of the Sage King was not much worse than that of the two prime ministers of the left and right. I'm afraid. After all, Xian Wang is one of the few kings of different surnames in Deqian. This category of people in the ancestry absolutely follow the old Qian emperor to fight the river and mountain, that category of great merit, in order to a county magistrate. And Xian Wang have any conflict is not worth it. So Li Xian thinks, Lu Shi, this matter is not a big problem. Li Xian ended up leaving the Xianwang mansion. After the matter of Princess Xian was resolved, Li Xian was also relieved. In fact, he was worried that there was something inexplicably wrong with the nitroglycerin tablets he had made. For example, the dosage is not enough, the content is not enough, so that all kinds of changes are also very troublesome. Now it seems that one step is naturally the best. No one wants too much trouble. After this matter was dealt with, Li Xian was considered to have solved a small problem, and more importantly, he had embraced a thigh, which was big enough to give him a foothold in the imperial city. I don't know, that cheap wife of his, where is she now in the imperial city? Suddenly thought of each other, Li leisure mind, and cannot help but remember 6 years ago that ridiculous night, until now still vivid in the mind. Li Xian subconsciously shook his head to quiet his thoughts. Then, Li Xian came to the entrance of the Li mansion and eventually returned home. After returning to the Li mansion, Li Xian looked at the old man who was silently sweeping the floor and finally greeted him. The other party still seemed to be deaf without any reaction. Li Xian shook his head and left this side. He wouldn't care much about this person. Just let him fend for himself over here. When they die of natural causes, they will find a place to bury them. And that's fine. After Li Xian left, the old man raised his head to look at Li Xian, and finally lowered his head again. One by one, silently sweeping the floor, Li Xian met Lu Qingxue in the backyard warehouse. Today's Lu Qingxue looked much better. It was estimated that in some time, the stitches would be removed from her abdominal wound. Flesh heals much faster than bone, so if you simply get cut, you should heal pretty quickly, almost a week or two. She was also poisoned before, and if it seemed like it now, it should be those herbs that she had bought herself that had worked. Are the herbs in this world so strong in their ability to detoxify? Taking several medicines together, it was surprisingly easy to detoxify the poison. This incident also surprised Li Xian greatly. This world and his previous one seemed to be a bit different, reflected in certain subtleties, but of course overall it was more or less the same. Facing Lu Qingxue's gaze, Li Xian smiled, but also opened the door and said, That matter of your father, wait a little longer. I've already entrusted it to someone else to handle. Lu Qingxue raised her head and looked at Li Xian. Realizing that Li Xian's expression was serious, Lu Qingxue then only said, Thank you. Although she was saying thank you, Lu Qingxue's expression was still somewhat wooden. It seemed that she didn't believe, at all, that her father could come out. But it was also true that the other person had helped her with this matter, so she was grateful. In the face of kindness, it was hard for her to refuse. Heroine, you say we are quite familiar now. I will call you Heroine, or call you by your name? Qingxue, this name is quite nice. It's just that the person looks like a cold and icy look. You should look good when you smile. Why don't you smile with me? Why don't you smile for me to see? Li Xian said something half-jokingly. Lu Qingxue didn't say anything, relatively calm. Li Xian added in a mischievous manner, If I really got your father out, how are you going to thank me? Are you going to give your body to me? Lu Qingxue looked at Li Xian as if she wanted to see through him. Li Xian coughed dryly and was just about to explain something when Lu Qingxue nodded and said faintly, If you want to, you can. Faced with this direct answer, Li Xian froze. He looked at Lu Qingxue incredulously, pointed to himself and then to the other party, and said with a strange face, I have a wife and daughter. I am just kidding. You must not take it seriously. Lu Qingxue shook her head and continued. I'm now a wanted criminal of the imperial court. I wouldn't have expected to be a normal person. If you really save my father, it doesn't matter if you have a wife and daughter. I don't mind. And afterward, if you're worried that I'll be dragging you down, I'll leave on my own. Lu Qingxue said this and lowered her head without speaking again. What she said was true. She was now a dying person herself. The rest of your life can only be lived under the dark side. Li Xian. After sighing, Li Xian somewhat vainly consoled, just kidding. You mustn't mind. And there's no surveillance in this world. There's no ID card or anything. Just wander to the ends of the earth. The heavens and the earth are big. How can there not be a place for you to stay? Lu Qingxue heard Li Xian's words, but she wasn't surprised. She felt that Li Xian was originally a very strange person, so it was very normal for him to say something she couldn't understand. It was just to liven things up. Don't take it seriously. Aha. You're wound. I don't suppose it's infected? Well, if you can. I actually want to practice martial arts more. You can teach me at that time. Picking leaves to hurt people. Flying in the sky and hiding in the ground even if I still have self-awareness. My requirements are very simple. To be able to be the same as you can. You can't. Lu Qingxue looked at Li Xian and shook her head. Picking leaves to hurt people she could still do. Flying around? It would be beyond the reach of man. Even that legendary patriarch who traveled thousands of miles in a day couldn't do that. Li Xian. He can't? When the chat came to an end, Li Idol was sad. When faced with a 17 or 18-year-old ancient beauty who told him that he couldn't, Li Xian wanted to prove that he himself could do it, but he couldn't get the words out of his mouth. With his physical fitness, killing a pig would take 9 cows and 2 tigers, and it didn't really seem to work. But all people who practice martial arts need to build a good foundation from a young age. You are now older. At most you can do to strengthen your body. You have already passed the age of practicing martial arts. Lu Qingxue explained seriously. She didn't mean to say that Li Xian couldn't do it, but Li Xian didn't have that condition anymore. Li Xian nodded and eventually left this way sadly. Later that night, the envelope from the palace came back to the Li residence. Chapter 44 The Introduction of the Imperial Examinations. After Gong Sini finished reading, she said worriedly, Father, His Majesty adopted Grandpa's suggestion today and wants to implement the Imperial examination system. Only that today's morning court has been obstructed by 100 officials, and it's really impossible to continue. And until now there are ministers who are not afraid of the cold wind and are kneeling outside. So how does father think it should be handled? Li Xian subconsciously frowned. The empress adopted so quickly? That empress, he thought, seemed quite enlightened as well, at least sensible. It may be that the stagnant water of the Dacian officialdom is too difficult to advance. Sometimes it's not always possible for an emperor to do what he wants to do, especially in this ancient officialdom where clans were rampant. The emperor had to look at the face of the following to act. After thinking about it, Li Xian asked again seriously, Tell daddy, on your grandpa's side, is it someone on the side of the female emperor? How else can one understand the reason why the imperial examination system was introduced so quickly? It was a question he had wanted to ask for a long time. Gong Sini nodded and said with some admiration, Father is very smart, he guessed it right away. Grandpa is indeed from the female emperor's faction, being praised by his daughter on a rare occasion. Li Xian instantly sat up straight. That's, after all, your father. After a dry cough, Li Xian thought again. How can I put it? This matter, indeed, is moving the clan's fundamentals, and if it remains unchanged, perhaps the clan will change its strategy and let the empress know what to do. So the next step should not be to wait for some reaction from the clan side. On the empress's side, she could take the initiative to talk to the clans about the relevant ratios, and for the time being, the quotas under the clan recommendation system could not be abolished across the board, as this would cause a backlash from the clans, which would have bad consequences instead. Can be taken in parallel to take the scholar, and let the imperial examination to take the scholar, as a next mainstream way, slowly absorb the talent, for its reuse, so as to annex the other way can be. What we really want is a way to enter the Dacian officialdom through this channel and get into the core position of the talent, rather than tearing up the face with the clan. In fact, this is also a technique in psychology, also known as the facade effect, that is, to put forward a policy that is very difficult to realize first, and then settle for the second best by implementing a parallel policy that was originally intended to be implemented, so that those members of the clan will find it easier to accept. In contrast, is a threshold effect. First let them agree to a small request, and then slowly put forward a larger request, so that the possibility of their acceptance is also much larger. Psychology is a very amazing subject. You also have to study well. No, Li Xian said with a smile. Is his future successor. Naturally, it needs to be poured out. As long as it wasn't the kind of content that was too outrageous, Li Xian would let Yi learn them one by one, and maybe the future Yi would really hit the ground running. In that case, he, as a father, was naturally honored. It was just that what he didn't expect in any way was that behind his cheap wife, there was the hidden background of the great Qian Empress. No wonder. You can make paper and porcelain with impunity. This is a background that is really not small. It is no wonder that do something can be done directly, and rice paper and porcelain are also directly launched. The original behind the station of the most honored people in Dakian. In this way, Li Xian could understand. A powerful official at the side of the Empress? Or perhaps, a dark pawn beside the Empress? Otherwise, there's no way he could have gotten in touch with the Empress so quickly. It's just that this Empress, I'm afraid, has some difficulties of her own. Even on his own wife's side, he had to give him his daughter for safety. It was enough to prove that even with the Empress background, it was still precarious. Thinking of this solid fact, Li Xian suddenly sighed and muttered, the old husband's ability is so powerful that it reaches to the heavens. How the hell can I still get a wife? How else to embrace left and right? 3 wives and 4 concubines? Li Xian was helpless for a while. He only felt that his path to welcoming his cheap wife was becoming more and more difficult and dangerous. What do you mean 3 wives and 4 concubines? Daddy? Yi looked up and asked curiously. Li Xian. A few moments later, the letter arrived at the Empress's chambers. Seeing the contents of the letter, Gong Yuyan was silent for a long time. It does make sense. Just behind, when she saw Yi say that the kid wanted to marry 3 wives and 4 concubines, a cold smile appeared at the corner of the Empress's mouth. That kid is so bold that he wants 3 wives and 4 concubines? Your Majesty. Green Reed suddenly appeared beside him. The Empress looked up at Green Reed. He has cured Princess Xian's heart disease. Green Reed spoke up. Until this moment, she still could not hide the shock in her heart. Today, she stayed in the shadows of the Xianwang mansion. Shang Reed knew exactly what had happened in the Xianwang mansion. She naturally knew that Li Xian had invented a drug that could cure the heart disease that many imperial doctors were unable to do anything about. Such an ability made Qing Reed really a little puzzled. How come it feels like he's good at everything? The Empress raised an eyebrow. She naturally knows that the heart disease is difficult to cure. Can be said without hesitation. Heart disease is a chronic terminal disease. No one can survive with a heart disease. But now, it was taken care of by Li Xian. That village wild youth of Li's village seems to be nothing that he can't handle. Gong Yuyan was silent for a moment before saying silently, it seems that Lone still needs to give in, and can't push on regardless. Qing Reed said hurriedly, Your Majesty, what is the difference between that and before? He suggested this first. The Empress added. It was then that Green Reed became a different color. He, naturally, was Li Xian. The bond between the Empress and Li Xian nowadays was Princess Yi. Green Reed knew it by heart. Moreover, the Empress had to rely on Li Xian for many of her decisions. It could be said without any hesitation that the Empress's current backbone was that kid named Li Xian. This matter, Your Majesty, make a decision. As soon as possible, the imperial examination system will be introduced. Let him come to the court. With his ability, certainly can assist Your Majesty, become your rightful minister, and even under his assistance, the great Qian will get better and better. In one fell swoop to surpass the Chi-Chu 2 countries, just around the corner. Green Reed made a rare statement. As the contact got deeper and deeper, she felt that Li Xian was indeed powerful. By the way, what happened subsequently at the house of the virtuous king? The Empress looked at Green Reed as if she thought of something. A few days later, the weather is sunny and the temperature is warming up. The imperial city also posted a notice, notifying the entire Great Qian. A piece of news that also quickly spread from the Great Qian imperial city, to all directions continuously. At the entrance of the Li mansion, there was the same newly posted notice. Dakian implementation of the imperial examination to obtain soldiers. The first year in the imperial city trial, to the text to obtain soldiers, is divided into the preliminary examination, re-examination, the temple examination 3 stages, which the temple examination stage plans to take 100 people. His Majesty personally issued questions to determine the 3 ace. The temple examination selected will get the court to reuse. The first 3 ace will be the female empress personally entrusted with the important task. Welcomed the world's insightful people to participate. Upon seeing the contents, Li Xian was viciously shocked while muttering to himself, surprisingly fast? The great Qian Empress. She is really thunderous. Chapter 45 Grandpa is mean. If that long-standing empress knew that the complete imperial examination system was made possible by him behind the scenes, perhaps it was estimated that her jaw would drop in shock, right? But for him, keeping a low profile is all that matters these days. Just give this opportunity to his old husband whom he has never met. He is not jealous. and he will not have any imbalance in his heart. I just hope that when I meet up with my old man someday, your old man won't give me too much pressure. Li Xian shook his head and eventually walked into the middle of the Li mansion. Truth be told, he would quite like to meet the great Qian Empress. I heard that the other party was not only the 9 to 5, but his face was also a stunning figure within the boundaries of the 3 kingdoms. Once, when the old Qian Emperor was alive, because of the princess's stunning looks, Qi and Chu didn't come to Qianbui for trouble. I just don't know if it's better to hear 100 times than to see one. I also wonder if my own wife, who is at the peak of her face value, can match it. Li Xian felt that the face from 6 years ago was the best looking woman he had ever seen, bar none. It's hundreds of times better looking than any of those stars who had their skinned and slimmed faces glorified in their previous lives. She looked like a woman who came out of a painting, so when he usually saw a beautiful woman, he had to mentally go through a detailed comparison with that face. In these 6 years, there was no woman that could compare to his cheap wife. Father, he thinks that you can participate in this great Qian's imperial examination, so that you can have more hope and protect Yi and mother now. After going back, Gong Sini came to Li Xian's side, raised her little head, and spoke. This, naturally, is what mother would have wanted. In fact, Gong Yuyan had a lot to do with Li Xian's introduction of the imperial examination system so quickly, and if she didn't want Li Xian to participate as well, perhaps the Empress would have to appear more restrained. It will be at least a few months before it is launched. And now, after having Li Xian as a stabilizer, coupled with the fact that the Empress had made concessions to the clan, naturally there was no minister to stop it anymore, nor was there any reason to do so. The Empress has already given in, and the former Great Qian, there is also a system of imperial examinations, just not as perfect as the current one. At that time, the imperial examination selection, at most, the most is to give some way to select talents just. Now the Empress wants to reform. The 6 ministries side also made a commitment. The next will choose to absorb the ordinary no background of the educated into the 6 ministries, allowing non-clan origin talent promoted to a high position. This was the attitude of the 6th ministry, and of course it was a small thing, but there was no one of those who entered the 6th ministry who was not of their echelon. Either be a good boy and stand in line or pack your bags and get out. This side of the 6 ministries is almost monopolized by the clans, which is why a small household ministry Langzhong can send in the county magistrate of the imperial city of Great Qian. It goes without saying that this is the importance of context. Ha! Li Xian froze for a moment and looked at Gong Sini incredulously. He didn't realize that he had just found out, and his daughter, who doesn't come out of her door at home, already knew. Could it be that his cheap wife had said it? Gong Sini continued to say with a small adult like, "What's so surprising? Daddy's literary talent is good. By the time you go through the temple examination, you can also go to the imperial court as an official. Behind you can help mother. Otherwise you want to marry mother. Or some difficulties daddy to work harder." Li Xian, being said so by his daughter. Li Xian was still a little embarrassed. Sometimes children are overly smart and it leaves adults a little helpless. You're only 5 or 6. Wouldn't it be bad to be overly sensible? So Li Xian directly picked up Yi and zapped her in the face several times, saying, "Good you Yi. Even know to make fun of your father. Your father I gave her bride price is not a lot of it. A Xian paper, an improved version of the porcelain, and this beneficial to the country and the people's science and technology system. These are all priceless treasures. Your mother, if you are a little more conscientious, you should talk to your grandpa to say a good word. How difficult is it for me?" Gong Sini pouted and threw out a heavy message. Continuing, Daddy still needs to work hard. My grandpa is fierce and has fought battles before. Li Xian was startled. Nice guy, or a military official by trade? Thinking of his son-in-law coming to his door and the other party raising his eyebrows and glaring, Li Xian was also a bit worried about his old husband. Would he be very difficult to get along with? The good thing, though, is that they are in a unique situation. What are you afraid of if you have a child? No matter how outrageous the old man is, he can't do anything to the baby's father, can he? Thinking of this, Li Xian subconsciously asked, "Letting me go to the imperial examinations, is this your mother's intention?" Yi shook her head. Her little face said seriously, "Mother didn't say. In fact, this is Yi's idea. Mother is too tired. Yi wants father to help mother some favor. If father participates in the imperial examination, when the temple examination is over and has a status, if you become an official, then you can help get mother, or else you can earn more money now. Once you mess with someone who shouldn't be messed with, it will be hard for father to protect himself, much less not to mention to protect mother." Li Xian was silent for a while after these words were said. What my daughter said, indeed, is so true. So this next imperial examination, no surprise, he should be there to take it. He who was exempted from exams before his rebirth. It seems that in this ancient world, after more than 6 years, he is still exempted from taking exams. Li Xian shook his head helplessly. The next day, Shu Yun came to Li Xian. Today's Chu Yun has resumed the spiritedness of the day he met, a pair of peach blossom eyes looking fondly at each other, a smile on his face, the corner of his lips slightly hooked up. He can attract the gaze of many passing women. He was still holding a folding fan in his hand, and he kept fanning it in this cold winter month, wanting the wind and not the temperature. This selling style, although not as good as his own, is still the upper class within all men. Both sides stared at each other for a moment. Shu Yun trotted to Li Xian's side, like a little follower. If this scene was seen by other people, they were afraid that they would call out incredulity. The foppish son of the Xianwang family is so well behaved? Meet the first sentence. Shu Yun will arch his hand, said, Brother Li, about what you said before Lu Shi Lu adults. Father has inquired to go. According to the news I got, Lu Shi in the middle of next month beheading. In the Imperial City food market outside that open area, there are basically all of the Dacian Imperial City beheading when the choice of the place. Away from the present, there are 21 days or so of time. Li Xian nodded. At 21 days, it's still a little early. It's whether or not Willow Creek can be brought out of prison within that 3-week period. After all, a case that has been adjudicated by the Delizy will, in principle, have little chance of being retried. Depends on which side the principal is on. Chapter 46 Signs of a Bright Ruler. Even on my father's side, there is a certain amount of resistance. As far as I know, behind that minister of the household, Lin Yong, is the Lin family, and he is a collateral member of the Lin family, and the Lin family's biggest powerful minister, named Lin Shuren, is the left prime minister of Deqian, almost holding the Deqian dynasty. For example, the minister of revenue, called Lin Dongyang, belongs to the direct line of the Lin family. As for the appointment of these officials in Daqian, above the third rank, the consent of the left minister must be obtained before it will be reported to the empress. As for the issue of the life and death of those ministers below the third rank, in fact, it will not be known by the empress at all, not to mention a county magistrate of the imperial city from the sixth rank. Shu Yun gave Li Xian a brief explanation. Li Xian frowned. No wonder the empress didn't even know about it. The feelings of this Ministry of Justice, Delizy, Inspectorate and other places of justice, were also controlled by the clan, so it won't be reported at all? In that case, it seems that the empress is really quite stifled. It seemed that the previous judgment that the empress was in trouble with herself was a few points more accurate. Li Xian added, that Lin Yong, with such a background, Lord Lu dared? Only now could he hear how headstrong Willow Creek was. It's almost like an ancient replica of Wei Zhang. Moreover, Li Xian felt that Wei Zhang might not even have the iron head of Lu Shi. Wei Zhang dared to face the emperor to bluntly advise. Does not mean that he is not smart. At least the emperor is very important to him. Wei Zhang knows that the emperor will not move him. However, Lu Shi, with no background whatsoever, dared to give up his future and even his life. Lin Yong door to door, naturally said clearly the pros and cons. Only later, Lu Shi or unwilling to harbor crime, will all the evidence of guilt, are submitted to the Ministry of Justice and even the Delizy side. Such a magistrate is indeed impressive. At least there was no fear of power. Such a person Li Xian admired. This was why Li Xian would help Lu Qingxue. If he were Willow Creek, he would never be like this. It wasn't that he wanted to go to the aid of the enemy, but how could he uphold justice when the other party had already come to his door and threatened his little life? In any situation, protect yourself so you can protect others. Then from God's point of view, Li Xian heartily admired Lu Shi, a person who sacrificed his life for righteousness and defied power. Yes, Lord Lu is indeed very powerful and is truly a model for my generation, Shu Yun said with admiration. Although he is a dude, every day nothing to do, only know to go to the greenhouse, go to the gambling house, idle, but he will not do that kind of rape of the people's daughter, but also after the other party to kill the thing. This is already not a dude, but the scum of the people to be put to death. That kind of person is not worth dying for. So on your father's side, is it a big problem? Li Xian asked again. Shu Yun said, it is not clear. Father, this person is very Buddhist, even though he has a high status. He hardly goes to the court, and he doesn't have any close people, and he never climbs on the so-called powerful nobles. Of course he belongs to the powerful nobles essentially. Brotherly should know what I mean. Father doesn't care to do that kind of thing. So this kind of thing which is vaguely troublesome with the powerful ministers, father must be weighing it up and how to balance the matter. Li Xian nodded his head. The Sage King had only said that he would try to deal with the matter, rather than agreeing to it in one fell swoop. After saying this, Shu Yun added, however, it should not be much of a problem to simply bail Lu Shi out. You wait for the news. It's just that after the bailout, Lu Shi is afraid that he won't be able to continue to work for the welfare of the people in his position as a county magistrate. I'll have to make that clear to you. Li Xian was silent for a long time. Then he said, "It's the best if I can protect Lord Lu. Thanks a lot." When he finished, he clasped his fists. Chu Yun asked curiously again. Today, inside and outside the imperial city, rumors are spreading about the new style imperial examination. Will Brother Li participate in this imperial examination? If Li Xian participated, Chu Yun felt that he would be able to hit the ground running. Father said, the empress of this year's series of initiatives, what to push the order of grace, what to cut the title of wealth, what the imperial examination system. Feng has a bit of the appearance of a bright king, the empress of the first 6 years, although she had just taken the throne and needed to recuperate, but she was still a long way from being a bright ruler. And some of the movement this year is a sign of a truly bright king. In the long run, De Qian will surely prosper. Li Xian nodded and said, try it, but this De Qian officialdom, it is indeed a bit dark, a county magistrate for the people, but also can easily be brought to the beheading, isn't it? If Brother Li becomes an official of De Qian, he must take every step and never offend people who shouldn't be offended. Chu Yan shrugged his shoulders and said gruffly, the current Dacian dynasty politics is seriously controlled by the left and right two prime ministers, and those officials below have almost reached a point of heartlessness, or else my father couldn't possibly be like this, and some things are not as simple as they appear to be. It's said that. Chu Yan looked to his left and right before he lowered his voice and said, the empress has to look at the faces of the left and right second ministers in many cases. Even the most honored empress of De Qian was in such a state of affairs, not to mention others. So I came here this time, because I hope that after Brother Li obtains his merit, he must not arbitrarily deliver justice, or else on my father's side, he may not be able to protect you, and if there is something wrong, he must look for my brother. And this time, father then didn't intend to get tough with the other side, but instead looked for connections to release Lu Shi, trying to make this matter as gentle as possible. In this way, it is also one of the safest plans. As for that official reinstatement, or to take the heat for Lord Lu or something, brotherly don't think about it before it's too late. Being able to save someone's life is already the limit. Chu Yan clasped his fists. He was here on behalf of his father, to explain this to Li Xian. It was also hoped that Li Xian would be able to understand the situation of the House of Xianwang. The House of Xianwang was originally sandwiched between the right and left two prime ministers is very embarrassing. Naturally cannot easily interfere in the officialdom of the great Qian dynasty. To protect the life of Lu Shi, is already the limit. Li Xian raised his eyebrows in surprise. With that, Li Xian arched his hand. Chu Yun waved his hand, and then the words turned. Leaping forward, my mother's danger has been lifted, and Lord Lu doesn't need to worry too much. As it is, you and I, the two brothers, why don't we go outside to celebrate tonight? Li Xian raised an eyebrow and said in advance, I don't go to greenhouses. Don't worry, going there won't force Brother Li to do anything. After all, this kind of thing is still willing. Chu Yun dry cough, said in a low voice, my brother has not gone to the Begonia Pavilion for a long time. The Begonia Pavilion can also dine. You can also listen to the song. You do not think that kind of place are dirty things. The Begonia Pavilion of that kind of place, more in fact, is to enjoy the dance and listen to the song, to eat and drink tea. And you want to think of a different. For my brother have said so, but also do not give face? Li Xian thought about it, and finally said, okay, then you wait for me first. I will go to settle the children at home. First, with that out of the way, he needed to save face and make the trip. I also don't know that the Begonia Pavilion, what kind of light is it, that it is worth Chu Yun's bragging so much? Chapter 47 Green Reed Stalking. Brother Li, remember to take the wine. Tonight no wine, not happy. Without your high wine, is the lack of soul. Do not need to take more. A small bottle to help the fun enough. Behind him, Chu Yun reminded a mouthful. Chu Yun knew about Li Xian having a child. It was just that he had never seen Li Xian's wife either, so he didn't know what she looked like. As for the child, he was not interested in the child. He just thought that Shaoan was Li Xian's child, and he was not interested in the child either. Li Xian smiled and shook his head as he went over to the kitchen. There were some things that Li Xian definitely needed to throw his weight around. After all, although he was the savior of the Xian Wangfu, but with Chu Yun's side, he still had to strike a good relationship so that it could be a bit more permanent. Master, are you going out? A maid dressed in green respectfully approached and asked. Her name was Autumn Moon and she was one of the two maids. These two maids were also a pair of twins, and Li Xian found that the looks and personality were quite good, so he gave them names some time ago, one called Springflower and the other Autumn Moon. When they entered the Lu mansion, Springflower and Autumn Moon had not yet taken their names before Lu Shi entered. Nowadays, Their tasks, besides cleaning the Li mansion, were to go outside to buy vegetables and cut meat or something. In short, such ordinary tasks. Li Xian had given them both. Regarding the maid's name, Li Xian was naturally satisfied. If you have 2 more maids, you can name them Summer and Winter, now or forget it. The family also cannot afford to feed so many people. When there are a lot of deposit silver again, when the spring, summer, fall and winter set, he can also be in a lot of places. Free hands, a large 3-entry, 3-exit house, 2 maids, an old man sweeping the floor, plus Li Xian's father and daughter, a Shaoan, and a daughter of Lu Shi over at the warehouse. It's popular, or a little less so. More maids would be nice. Well, Li Xian nodded calmly and asked, Show you, what kind of person was your master before? When mentioning the old master, Autumn Moon's eyes lit up, and then said grimly, The old master is very nice. He does not have any frame, and he will ask us to eat with him when he eats, just like you. And the old master is a clean official, a heavenly good official, and a lot of ordinary people are particularly fond of the old master. It's just a pity that now. Autumn Moon's voice got lower and lower, and at the back it was like a mosquito's voice, barely audible. Autumn Moon dropped her little head and cried silently. Obviously the news that the old master had been captured and was even going to be beheaded in a matter of days was also known to her. Although the new master, they are also very good to them, but they are still heartbroken. Lu Shi, Dakian love the people of the official. Really too little too little. Li Xian comforted. Don't feel bad, show you. Maybe Lord Lu will come out in a few more days. The world is unpredictable. Maybe there are people who want to protect Lord Lu as well. Really? Autumn Moon looked up with teary eyes. Li Xian smiled and said, Of course it's true. Trust me. After he had put the supper on the pot, he reminded Akazuki of something, and said that he would have her put out the fire in a quarter of an hour and then give Little N and Yi Yi their supper. Originally, at the very beginning, the 2 little girls, Spring Flower and Autumn Moon, were to serve him in his daily life. When they slept, one on the left and one on the right warmed the bed, and if they still didn't think it was warm enough, hugging one of them for warmth was also possible. It was all up to Li Xian to make the decision. After all, that's the fate of maids in ancient times. Their minds were actually very simple. When they were looked upon by the master, they were blessed a few times, and if they were lucky enough to conceive a child, it would be a flying start. So the 2 of them had never broken the thought of serving Li Xian in many times. Just Li Xian did not want to do something to this body, did not grow up underage girls at a young age. Besides, for these bed-warming maids, let them go in ahead of time to warm up the bed, is already Li Xian's limit. He felt that this step is already enough. And if you go an inch further, it would be difficult to have peace of conscience. Even going to that begonia pavilion is much better than this. At least, there can be peace of mind. With that thought, Li Xian also left this side. A few moments later, Li Xian and Shu Yun arrived at the Imperial City Street, looking at the pedestrians coming and going around them. The afterglow of the setting sun is like a fine gold dust, dappled on the green stone road of the Imperial City Street, illuminating the elongated and broken shadows of the pedestrians on the wide avenue. Quite a few ordinary people also hurried to hide when they saw Chu Yun come out. It seems that this Imperial City dude is still very intimidating. Brotherly, if it were not for the closer distance, my brother would have traveled on horseback. I saw before that you did not seem to know how to ride a horse. After a while, when the weather warms up, I will teach you to ride a horse. Riding a horse is very interesting. Chu Yun couldn't wait to pull Li Xian and walked quickly while talking to him. The duo's footsteps flew fast, like 2 sharp arrows, plunging straight into the direction of that begonia pavilion. Li Xian smiled helplessly and bitterly, and was curious in his heart. What else can we do in this ancient greenhouse? A few moments later, Li Xian and Chu Yun had already seen the begonia pavilion from afar. Brotherly, it's right there. Chu Yun pointed ahead with a spirited expression. Begonia Pavilion. This famous capital city's greenhouse, at this moment is under the golden sunset, draped in a layer of golden veil. 2 huge red lanterns in front of the door gently swaying in the wind, attracting the eyes of countless people passing by. The vast majority of people look but do not enter. Obviously do not have that economic strength. How's that for grandeur? Chu Yun hemmed and hawed and looked at Li Xian. Li Xian couldn't help but nod his head and said, It's indeed grand. Much more grand than that greenhouse he saw before. With the approach of the 2 footsteps, a sound of silk and bamboo pipes and strings vaguely came, mixed with the sound of the second-floor women singing songs, as well as some of the guests' applause, adding a few points of the atmosphere of the heartstrings, as if the inside is the world of bliss in general, with the outside of the same as the 2 worlds. Li brother, you don't worry. Here are all the places that everyone's son loves to come. Not as dirty as you think. Besides, I come here. I don't dare to be too wanton. After all, my father's side. Ahem. All know. so this night to come here, for my brother to accompany you to talk about the moon and the moon only to taste the food, not to whore women. Hearing this, Li Xian nodded in return. He was still a little nervous. After all, it was his first time in a place like the greenhouse. Even before he was reborn, Li Xian was an honorable 5 good little citizen, and he didn't even dare to think about this kind of place. And at the moment, the tension was coming on strangely, as if there was something staring at him from the shadows, making his skin tighten a little, which was still odd. Li Xian and Shu Yun stepped inside. I have to say, the look is really atmospheric. Daki in this kind of place seems to be the main attached to elegance, but in fact, it is still difficult to escape the men and women that thing, and the begonia pavilion such places, and compared with the ordinary greenhouse, it becomes relatively implicit some, adding the poetry and flute, want to refuse to welcome, less straight to the straight and narrow, long drive into, between a man and a woman, there seems to be an extra layer of mystery covered by a veil. Shu Yun tightly with his side, brows hiding a few imperceptible excitement, his left hand folding fan lightly shaking, his right hand holding a small bottle of high degree of wine, footsteps raised, lightly guiding the way. In fact, even as the son of the world, he rarely came here. This time, his mother's crisis was lifted and his old man was happy, so Chu Yun dared to bring Li Xian here. The moment he stepped into the threshold of a certain place, a light scent mixed with some kind of ethereal aroma hit him, lifting his spirits. Outside the begonia pavilion, in the dark area, Ching Reed subconsciously frowned. What's he doing in a place like this? Is it going to be prostitutes? Chapter 48 Heavenly. Green Reed's gaze was cold as he dodged inside, unnoticed by anyone. At this moment being in the begonia pavilion, Li Xian did not see a match with that spring fragrance house. On the contrary, the difference with the spring fragrance house where someone outside is picking up guests and seducing them is really too big. One vulgar and direct, the other elegant and subtle. If he didn't know beforehand, Li Xian would only have thought that this place was an ancient high-class entertainment center that integrated accommodation, dining and culture, rather than a greenhouse. This is, perhaps, the ancient version of heaven and earth. Brother Li, was it not expected? Chu Yun heatedly smiled and explained. That spring fragrance building and full spring courtyard, on the surface with the begonia pavilion and known as one of the 3 major greenhouses in the Qian imperial city, but they also accounted for a name. The main focus is on the public plus the civilian population. High consumption places have popularity is not bad point of the Qing herdsmen also have. Ordinary civilians bite the bullet, can also go in to experience the experience. And here, ordinary people can't get in. They and the begonia pavilion side, no matter the pattern or configuration, cannot be compared at all. Begonia pavilion walks the high-end route. People here are not rich or noble, and almost every service person are clear herdsmen, so belongs to the backyard of many big shots, where there is a small goblin that belongs to them alone, and does not serve other people. Of course, this is also under my father's name, nowadays the only one and those officials in Diqian. A little bit of intersection. So many people are willing to give my father a face. This is after all a minority. Many people actually do not know. Begonia Pavilion is my father's, even this side of the Qi boss. Shu Yun explained to Li Xian while walking. Li Xian nodded. If that was the case, maybe he hadn't come to the wrong place. The social attributes here at Begonia Court are clearly greater than the most basic physical attributes. It's not a big deal to come here and listen to the tunes once in a while. Seiji, you're finally here. Before the words fell, the person had already swept across the threshold like the wind, bringing up a subtle fragrant breeze to the front of the two. The woman was about 35 years old. Her charm had not diminished. She was wearing a light gauze skirt that swayed gently with her steps. The moment she saw Chu Yun, her eyes instantly lit up. Long time no see, Sister Chi. Chu Yun's voice carried a bit of lightness as his hand quietly probed out and landed on top of the woman's buttocks with a skillful slap. The pop was crisp and loud, and the buttocks rolled. The woman's face instantly turned scarlet. Her pair of beautiful eyes rounded and glared at Chu Yun with a grudging glance. There was both anger and a few points of helplessness in those eyes, as if she had often experienced these things in the past. When Li Xian saw this scene, there was a burst of admiration. Chu Yun's true nature was revealed in a place like this. This kid, you don't treat him like an outsider anymore? Seiji, you're still so jocular. The woman blankly eyed Chu Yun, but there was a smile on her brow. She is Chu Yun's mouth, that Begonia Pavilion's chi boss, but also the pimp of the greenhouse, taking care of the whole Begonia Pavilion, responsible for the house of Xianwang, belonging to the mother of that one after another clear herdsman. The former boss Qi, naturally, was also a purveyor of this Begonia Pavilion. It is only later that boss Qi increased in years, coupled with outstanding ability, slowly became the chief of this side of the Begonia Pavilion, deeply trusted by the Xianwang, has turned over as the boss. As for the Begonia Pavilion is the background of the king of in this matter. In fact, few people know, but also some of the big shots know a little. Of course, know the people are not too comprehensive. Only know that the background is not bad, and the king of Een has a certain relationship. So many big shots are also willing to sell this face. Furthermore, if one were to say that every time Chu Yun came here, it was free of charge, it was naturally impossible. Chu Yun to this side almost have a strict number of times to control, otherwise his old man that off also cannot pass, and the vast majority of the time, Chu Yun are just eating and listening to the song. Simply find a place, and like the clear herdsman to chat so 2 sentences, at most to solve a solution to the I just. Chu Yun would spend his own silver every time. It was impossible to rely on his status and be a bully. Chu Yun came here, most of the time is to listen to the song to see the dancers dancing. Naturally, there will not be the so-called clear herdsman all-night accompaniment. He would like to, but do not dare, because his old man knows every move here. If Chu Yun wanted to eat meat, he would have to sneak off to some other place to do so, come to his old man's this begonia house, but also really reported to the serious mind to come. It was only with Li Xian, who did not want to go to a greenhouse, that it was suitable to come to this relatively plain place to pass the time. Otherwise Chu Yun would have long gone to other places to wildly mix. In fact, over the past 2 days, Chu Yun had already indulged in other places, and now that his body was weak, he was unable to continue to stay in those places. This moment really need to listen to the tune, with the Dakian literati, attached to 1 or 2, meat and vegetables, healthy life. Boss Chi looked at Chu Yun, ate and smiled, and said lazily, "World son, are you planning to spend the night here tonight? Have you eaten?" Her gaze, too, subconsciously landed on Li Xian, followed by a flash of light. This male son, his looks were extraordinary, his short eyebrows and starry eyes, his nose was high and straight, his eyes seemed to hide thousands of stars. This face was even better looking than even the world sun. Chu Yun said, "Go and arrange for a superior heavenly box. Tonight the son of the world feasts on brotherly, overnight even, have a meal and listen to the music and leave." When these words were said, Chi Mama looked at Li Xian in surprise, as if she didn't expect that the son of the world would give so much face to this unfamiliar face. Could it be that he is the son of some big shot? Hearing these words, Boss Chi hurriedly apologized and said, "Shitzi is really sorry, tonight the heavenly box side has been occupied by someone." Chu Yun stopped folding his fan and asked with a frown, "Who used it?" Chi Boss hurriedly said, "Back to the sun. Tonight is our begonia pavilion this side. A new generation of flower leader of the pre-selection night. So the prince of the marquis of the free, tonight in this side of the banquet friends, intends to support the scene 1 or 2. If you are interested, you can also go over to take a look. Just this heavenly box has been fixed in advance. Our side is not good to go back on our word. Son, you see." Facing Boss Chi's explanation, Chu Yun wrinkled his brows and said disdainfully, "It's that Shin Hao who likes to steal chickens and dogs again? What bad luck." Boss Chi didn't pick up when this was said. It was no secret that the easy marquis male son had no other hobbies and loved his wife alone. Because of this matter, the easy marquis didn't spare the other party's ass. Generally out of the matter, basically is silver money to settle. Time and time again so, that boy's reputation has long been infamous. Chu Yun's reputation as a dude was somewhat inadequate when compared to it. Boss Chi again looked at Li Xian with a surprised face, changed the topic and asked curiously, "I wonder what is the identity of this gentleman beside the world son?" Chapter 49 Looking for fun? "He's brotherly, a valued guest of the house of the Xian Wang," Chu Yun casually explained. A shake of the folding fan said, "Arrange an elegant room for us can. The ground size box is also good. It will not be booked again, right?" Chu Yun naturally knew that the Begonia Pavilion side needed to make money. Even if the Begonia Pavilion was his old man's, he couldn't act recklessly. He needs to follow the rules over here or his old man will be the first one to clean up after him. This is still there naturally. "Seiho, please follow me." Boss Chi looked at Li Xian in surprise, and after finally memorizing Li Xian's appearance, he then twisted his plump and seductive hips and walked towards the front. The Xianwang house's honored guest must have an unusual status. Li Xian looked at it for a moment and then withdrew his gaze. It wasn't long before Li Xian and Chu Yun arrived at the Earth-size box, this land-size box, right next to the sky-size box. Of course, whether it is the size, or inside the decoration, the two sides also have a big gap. "World sun, you first in this side of the meal. Flower leader pre-selection night, another hour before the start. I have for the world sun and your friends. Prepare leaning forward position." Then waiting for the arrival of the world sun, after smiling and owing a bow, Boss Chi left this way. "Brotherly, are you interested in that flower girl activity?" After the Chi boss left, Chu Yun eyes flashing light, timely added, You can rest assured. Not as dirty as you think. This night basically, but also a means of Begonia Pavilion convergence. The Begonia Pavilion every year will be launched 2 flower queens. The first half of the spring launch, the second half of the fall launch, after this period of time after the year, but also really is the beginning of the pre-selection. I do not know that this year, the first half of the year, there is no champion of several generations of flower queens, to know the Begonia Pavilion this year, but there is a clear herdsman. Popularity is particularly high. The looks of the country, the appearance of the world. In the face of Chu Yun's bragging, Li Xian smiled, but also said, since the world's son is interested, we can also go to see. But this, it doesn't matter if you're here to see it. I just don't know about this thing. Does it cost anything? Brother Li, don't worry. This doesn't cost anything. You're only responsible for watching. I'm responsible for showing you the world. Chu Yun patted his chest. If he couldn't come up with this amount of money, then he would be too ashamed. After thinking about it, Chu Yun continued mysteriously. Brother Li, do you know that when the average flower leader is elected, where is their destiny? The big man's private collection? Li Xian said casually. He was guessing, too. It's true. Half of them are so. They will wait here, waiting for the big man regularly favor. Also do not have to marry into the door. Of course, there is a small half. Belongs to this side of the imperial city. The long-established reputation of the readers. They write poetry first class, elegant, quite literate, and thus get the attachment of the purveyor of the people. I hope to let those who will marry their own, of course, also have to be these readers have a corresponding silver on the body before the line. Otherwise there is no money, significance is not much, cannot be redeemed for its body. This purveyor of the body is not cheap, not much, can't ransom for it. This Qing herald ransom, not cheap. Chu Yun smiled. Daiki and flirtatious people naturally abound. Such pleasure houses are all over the place, anywhere. He, Chu Yun, is a flirt. Li Xian nodded. It was not far from what he had guessed. Chu Yun thought for a moment, then said, in fact, now that Xian paper has also been promoted, I'm afraid that in the long run, there will be a situation where the literati will flourish and the martial arts will decline. In the past, this category of people, it's impossible to lack of money at all. It's just to see if they are willing to let the family shell out the money. Behind these people, how it's all the sons of the officials and eunuchs. And the next step may be more literati gentlemen of ordinary backgrounds. The introduction of Xian paper is still a blessing to our great Xians. Gave more ordinary people a chance to make a name for themselves. Chu Yun was very optimistic about the introduction of the mysterious rice paper. Speaking of which, Chu Yun also ordered good dishes. And at this time, there were 5 or 6 soft and lovely looking dancers who came to this floor-size box and danced for Li Xian and Chu Yun. The dance is beautiful and the people are even more beautiful. The waist that was less than a handful was like a water snake, attracting the eyes of the two of them. Looking at this scene, Li Xian was overwhelmed with emotion. The daily life of this Diqian dude is still a bit enviable. Can those rich kids or whatever get this treatment in the past? It's true that no era should be underestimated. The food was continuously being served up, and with a wave of Chu Yun's hand, a few taels of silver money were thrown on the ground, saying, reward yourselves, come over and serve and pour the wine. Thank you, Seiji. At this time, 2 of the women, came beside Li Xian and Chu Yun and helped refill the wine. One person came to Li Xian's side, and gave Li Xian a shoulder massage with his soft and boneless hands, taking the initiative to massage his shoulders. Where his shoulders were, there was a sudden burst of tingling. Seeing this scene, Green Reed in the dark clenched his teeth. This son, even openly seeking pleasure? It's amazing that he's this kind of person. At this moment, Li Xian, who enjoyed the massage, was flattered, and hurriedly said to the woman who served him, no, you stand down. The woman froze for a moment and looked at Chu Yun in some panic. Chu Yun waved his hand and said, just dance. No need to serve. As you wish. A few people then continued to dance, show and tell, really enjoying themselves. Brother Li, you are a bit incapable of enjoying life. Chu Yun looked at Li Xian with hatred. How can you not use it when you're being served? In the dark, Qing Wei looked at Chu Yun with an icy gaze. This Xian Wanfu's world son is really a dude. Li Xian coughed dryly and said, my brother has a family, so I still have to be cautious. Green Reed's gaze slowed a little at this, which made sense. If she knew you were disloyal to His Majesty, she'd be the first to do it. What's there to fear? Which capable person? Not left and right? Besides, just press massage and so on. It doesn't affect. But tonight is the main field of our brothers. Other people do have little significance. My brother toasts to you. Once again, thanks to Brother Li's excellent medical skills, saved my mother. In the future you're my lifesaver. Don't ever be polite. Xu Yun rose and bowed earnestly before finishing his drink. He was truly grateful to Li Xian. Li Xian smiled and said, "Actually, I also have a personal interest. Li brother's selfishness for Lu Shi. Such selfishness already belongs to the great righteousness. If yours is selfishness, then I'm really ashamed." Xu Yun shook his head with an emotional expression. Selfishly just to rescue Lu Shi, who was a stranger. He really admired this kind of temperament. Just when Xu Yun was about to continue saying something, he suddenly noticed the noisy movement next door. At that moment Xu Yun frowned and said with some displeasure, "The soundproofing here is so good, but it can all come from such a big movement. What kind of tricks is that punk Shinhao doing next door?" As he spoke, Xu Yun picked up his folding fan and signaled, saying, "You, go next door for me, and say that they should keep their movements low, or else when the Shitsi goes over there, he won't be such a good talker." One of the dancers froze for a moment before leading the way out this way. A few moments later, on this side of the earth-size box, a knock on the door sounded abruptly. Chapter 50 Xu Yun Advice. Hearing the knock on the door, Xu Yun said indifferently, "Enter." He had already guessed that Shinhao next door would definitely not give face, would choose to come over and see who he really is. After the door opened, Xu Yun and Li Xian's line of sight also fell on one of the brocade-clothed youths around 20. The youth's face was originally still very upset. They spent a large sum of money in the heavenly box. Who next door is so not give face? How dare you tell them to keep quiet? If it had been an ordinary person, he would have come straight to the scene and smashed it. It was only after he saw Xu Yun inside that he froze there, and then clasped his fists and said with a somewhat ugly face, "Greetings to the son of the world, the house of the sage king, the world's son." He didn't realize that the person next door was this guy, even if he is really dude. By virtue of the identity of the Marquis of Prosperity, on this side of the imperial city, heaven and earth are not afraid to look at which family's human wife. A few days later the other party is in his bed waiting for favor, to be abused by him, and in the process, there must be the other parties that husband humiliatingly watched as a means of obtaining pleasure. But the Xu Yun sitting in this earth-size box, he really couldn't afford to mess with him. If he wasn't a dude by nature and afraid of no one, he wouldn't have come over here to see just who dared to keep him quiet. Seeing Shinhao crying and greeting, Xu Yun was completely disrespectful and said disdainfully, "Shinhao, this son of the world is having a banquet next door for his friends. Your next door is too noisy." After saying these words, Xu Yun also did not care how ugly the other party's expression was, and continued to eat the meal on his own. And the dancers inside the box, naturally, were still dancing continuously. As the son of Xian Wangfu, he naturally could not look at that easy marquis son, and the status of the two sides was originally unequal. So when facing easy marquis son Shinhao, Xu Yun behaved in an unbeatable manner. Shinhao clasped his fists and didn't say anything, but just took the door and left this side. He could only admit that he couldn't afford to mess with the people he couldn't afford to mess with. Afterward, Shinhao returned to the heavenly box. As for the inside of the ground-size box at this time, it was indeed much quieter. Xu Yun and Li idle while drinking. While eating dishes, the pressure did not even think in the dark beside them, but also followed a woman. The whole time watching the scene, with the wine and food, Xu Yun and Li Xian planned to leave. However, when coming out of the doorway of the box, he happened to meet the next door side again, Shinhao and the friend beside him, opening the door and walking out. It was quite a chance encounter this time. After seeing Xu Yun, Shinhao froze for a moment, although his heart was very unhappy, but still cupped his fist and said, "It is rare that Shitsi has the elegance to come over here today. In fact, Shitsi should have said it earlier. Knowing that Shitsi is coming, this heavenly box, my brother will not book it in advance. After all, it is still the things that are on the body of the Shitsi, which is a little more important." Seeing Shinhao's action, Xu Yun was all drunk and laughed, saying, "What? Not looking for a human wife today? Come here for a change of taste? Want to see a clean herdsman?" Xu Yun did not give this Shinhao face at all. Hearing Li Xian next to him, he was also in a state of shock. This Xu Yun, who was very friendly to him, was even so sharp? Shinhao had a hard look on his face, obviously not expecting the other party to be so disrespectful even when he took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Seiji is joking. Shinhao still clasped his fist and left the side. It looks like it doesn't fit in at all with that preferred man's wife comment. Shinhao left. Xu Yun is a heavy said, "Li brother, this person's father is the Marquis of the Free, is to rely on a number of despicable means, from the hands of his brother to snatch over the title. The Marquis of the Free will also be the elder brother's wife and concubines as much as for themselves. The Marquis of the Free will prefer human wives. His son also inherited this fine tradition. As for this Shinhao, he is the child born to his father and his father's deceased brother's wife, and people who grow up in such an environment are very shady." Yeah, Li Xian was astonished. That's a rare instance of father and son in the same frame. Easy Marquis and Easy Marquis brother's wife gave birth to Shin Hao? This Shin family, it's too incestuous. In addition, Shin Hao's hands, there are many human lives. He has defiled many other people's married wives. Should have been sentenced to capital punishment, but they were all blocked by his old man. The Marquis at large is extremely good at socializing. The Ministry of Justice and the Delezy have people. Although my brother just did not give him face, but brotherly in the future if he meets him, try to avoid some good. This person is ruthless, insidious and poisonous, cannot be against it, can be ranked in the great Qian imperial city, the most should not be messed with one of them. Xu Yun spoke to Li Xian with a serious face. This time, he was talking to Li Xian very seriously, hoping that Li Xian would take it to heart. Li Xian nodded and said, "Thank you for reminding Brother Chu. I've made a note of it. There is no harm for brother to bring you out, is also holding this kind of mind. Brother Li in the future to participate in the imperial examination, will certainly be able to break into the palace examination, by the female emperor valued, granted a position, but even so, in the absence of absolute bottom, try not to provoke this kind of people." Xu Yun continued. Li Xian memorized it in his mind. Before long, Li Xian and Xu Yun had already passed through the intricately carved staircase, and came to the second floor of a chic and very spacious hall outside, which was the place where this night's flower girl was warming up. Which purveyor is the hottest is also inextricably linked to this night. Pushing open the doorway, a scent mixed with the fragrance of light flowers and the sound of silk and bamboo came to his face. The fragrance of the flowers at the doorway intertwined with the ambergris incense smoldering inside the room, causing Li Xian to subconsciously inhale a breath. It's a flavor that I'm afraid was invested in quite a bit in ancient times. This is the true sense of Qian Qian's gold mine. Li Xian gazes into the distance. The interior of the elegant hall was elegantly decorated, with light veils and candlelight swaying, and the atmosphere was extremely plain and clean. All around the exquisite screen placed in a staggered manner. Around the wall hanging celebrities' ink treasures, for this elegant hall adds a few points of cultural heritage. In the center, a stage paved with precious jade was slightly raised, and there was a woman playing the piano, who was playing soft music with her head bowed. At this time, a number of guests in fancy dress had already gathered in the elegant hall. They were either talking in low voices or raising their cups to drink, attracting a lot of attention after Li Xian and Xu Yun walked in. Xu Yun dressed in a light elegant green shirt, lapel embroidered with delicate bamboo leaf pattern, holding a folding fan of his suave, peach blossom eyes looking fondly, stayed in that playing the Qin woman. The bottom of the eyes flashed a flash of appreciation. After eating a lot of meat, this vegetarian is really something else. As for Li Xian beside him, he was wearing a light gray robe with good-looking silk threads embroidered around the edges, and he was dressed quite simply, but he also had a great temperament, especially that heaven-defying face value, and he was a well-deserved beautiful man, and few people could be compared to Li Xian in terms of looks. When someone saw Xu Yun, they arched their hands and clasped their fists in greeting. Naturally, he was also very curious about Li Xian, who was beside Xu Yun, and who is this man? Chapter 51 Miss Chantal. After all, the person who could follow the Xian Wangfu Shizi's side naturally wouldn't be any ordinary person. And which son of the family was it that was able to accompany the prince of the house of Xian? Many people secretly memorized Li Xian's looks, and if they met in other places in the future, they would have to sell face anyway. Xu Yun was very bashful smile. He brought Li leisurely sit in that front. Here is also often he will enjoy a position. She boss naturally in mind. Know that he also want to come. So will this position for him to stay down? From here can be very intuitive to see that above the high platform is also the best viewing area. In the lower guest area, each guest seated place, its side have elegant screen cover, exquisite cloud pattern table and a wide variety of fruits. This decoration, this configuration, led Li Xian a burst of surprise. The sophistication of this place is truly out of this world. How about it, Brother Li? How does it feel? After Xu Yun sat down, he asked with a smile while eating grapes. Li Xian's gaze rested on the woman playing the zither and realized that the other party was dressed in white plain clothes, very light and pure, and only then did he lament. Totally didn't expect that the environment here would be so good. His gaze, at the same time, glanced not far away. Shin Hao of the Easy Marquis house, naturally, also came. He looked at Li Xian and Xu Yun, then withdrew his gaze, not knowing what was on his mind. Xu Yun he smile, proudly said, so for brother today, can really nothing dirty mind, simply is to bring you to see the world. To say this to Qian, where the environment is the most elegant, where the most suitable for listening to music. In fact, this begonia pavilion said the second. There is no place to dare to say that the first, even the palace side of the courtyard cannot be compared to this side of it, are inferior to a lot. Xu Yun had this confidence. During the reign of the old Qian emperor, he also made many private visits to this side, and a certain flower girl left a lot of good words, and finally received it secretly in the palace. It is a pity that the new Qian emperor is a female emperor, naturally will not come to this kind of fireworks place. So vaguely speaking, the status of their begonia pavilion is lower than before. After all, once as the old Qian emperor occasionally loved to come to the place, anyone has to give a face. After Chu Yun finished speaking, with a clear and pleasant bell ringing, the entire elegant hall instantly quieted down, and even the woman playing the musical instrument quietly retreated after performing a salute. Coming, Chu Yun whispered, only to see the curtain on the side of the stage slowly pulled open. Dressed in gorgeous costumes, Boss Chi, without losing his charm, holding a golden fan, twisting his waist and stepping lightly into the scene, which attracted the attention of many people. Sister Chi, the charm has not diminished, Chu Yun muttered. Li Xian raised an eyebrow. Good boy, good this mouth? After coming to the stage, Chi Boss looked around, and then said with a smile, ladies and gentlemen, the first 6 months of the flower girl preheating is about to start. This time on the field of 12 people. These 12 people are these months, the highest reputation of the purveyor. Extraordinary talent. Let's see which one of them can win the top spot and become the center of attention this night. And those who have been selected as the flower leader this night, totaling 3 people, can pick a day to have dinner with the person they are most satisfied with. Boss Chi, hurry up. Yes, don't waste your time. My lord can't wait any longer. My lord is tired of seeing you year after year. Let the newcomer come up. Hurry up and start. A number of urging voices appeared below. Boss Chi didn't get annoyed. After all the people below are either rich or noble, and ordinary people can't come to such places. Her gaze glanced at Chu Yun's side, then she gently bent over, revealing a large portion of her snowy and delicate skin, before she owed it to herself to leave, and the feathered veil curtains closed once again, as if she was already about to start the main event. Li Xian watched this with interest. Naturally he had never experienced this kind of thing before. Rather, in the television has seen this kind of election flower leader scene, but not as big as the impact of this kind of eye. After all, this is really happening in front of the eyes. Unexpectedly, Li Xian's curious expression was seen in the eyes of Green Reed in the dark, and his expression was very dissatisfied. At that moment, the sound of the zither appeared. The feathered curtain slowly opened and a woman playing the zither appeared. The woman was dressed in a flowing colorful dress, her sleeves gently swaying with the wind, revealing a few points of untainted and unadulterated air, and showing the meaning of spirituality. In front of her, there was an ancient zither placed horizontally. As her slender fingers gently strummed the strings, a series of crisp and pleasant, melodious zither sound. It flowed out like spring water, like a fine rain, letting people feel the early spring in advance. The spring is full of flavor. Miss Xianger, her zither skills have gotten quite a bit better. At the end of the song, someone lamented a line. Miss Xianger was one of the pursers who had appeared on this occasion and was very popular. The sound of Miss Xianger's zither does tug at one's heartstrings. Some people are full of love. There were also people who looked at the young girl's face and said, unsurprisingly, Miss Xianger will be one of the 3 inductees for today's flower leader night. As the voice fell, many people took silver tickets and placed them in the flower basket at the very front. This was also the tradition of the Begonia Pavilion. If it was not for the silver money, it would not be very meaningful to organize this event. Mr. Wang rewarded 20 taels of silver. Mr. Wu rewarded 30 taels of silver. Mr. Zhou rewarded 20 taels of silver and presented a poem for Miss Xianger. For a while, there were voices reporting everywhere, and there was no one with less than 10 taels of silver. As for the verse, it was also met with many faces of astonishment. This Mr. Zhou, he is quite famous for his literary skills. It is also under the recent imperial examinations, one of the highest reputation of the imperial city. Many people say that this Zhou Gongzi will certainly be able to break into the palace examination to win the top 3 status. In fact, don't look at the clan's promise to the empress that they gave him a quota, but only the clan itself knows that the promise itself is irrelevant. In the ancient times when educational resources were extremely monopolized, how could people without background have eyesight and learning? The 100 people who were able to enter the temple examination were not those people from the clan who bragged about it. At least 90% of them were the sons and daughters of the clan members. It's a confidence. It's hard to get a son from a cold family, and it's reflected in this era. Therefore, if the empress wants to reform the imperial examinations, what can she do if she is allowed to do so? This Zhou Gongzi is the favorite son of the secretary of the Taishan Temple, Lord Zhou. The secretary of the Taishan Temple is also the official of the 3rd grade. The status is distinguished. The moonlight lightly sprinkles the good person, and the starlight reflects the beautiful face. Green silk like waterfall hanging down the shoulders. Eyes flow like autumn water. The wind is blowing the veil and dancing. And the night is quiet with the fragrance of flowers wrapped around the fingers. I wish to have this growth as a companion to enjoy the good times on earth. A woman came on stage and then read softly. After this verse was read, everyone rose up in a burst of admiration. Such a good poem. To think that it was made by Mr. Joe at the drop of a hat. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Mr. Joe's talent is unparalleled. And more it is out of our reach. I'm afraid that only a talent like Mr. Joe's can match Miss Xianger. And with this verse as a companion, I'm afraid that Miss Xianger's third place spot tonight is already in the bag. The crowd all kept flattering. Obviously this Zhou Gongzi, his status was not low. Even that Shin Hao also clasped his fist and flattered. Xu Yun skimmed his mouth and whispered, how hypocritical. Isn't it just that you want to sleep with someone? Li Xian. Chapter 52 The World's Sun presents a poem. Xu Yun didn't spoil the fun, but just spoke to Li Xian in a low voice. The vast majority of the people present were from powerful and noble backgrounds, and it was impossible for him to make enemies everywhere, which was not Xu Yun's style. Earlier mocking Shin Hao, it was also because he was just not used to what that Shin Hao had done. Other times, Xu Yun was actually still very friendly to these people. Li Xian smiled helplessly. This Xu Yun was really direct. However, the words were rough, and it was already obvious that Duke Zhou's eyes were burning as he looked at Miss Xianger, itching to strip and eat her. Xu Yun contemptuously withdrew his gaze and looked at Li Xian expectantly again, saying, Brother Li, do you know how to write poems? How about writing one later? He felt that Li Xian was very versatile, and that he should be able to write poems and other things. Li Xian shook his head, then only said, if Brother Chu is willing, I can write a song, in Brother Chu's name on his behalf. I don't care about fame. I don't want to be in the limelight. Xu Yun's eyes lit up before he looked upwards with an excited expression. I didn't expect to get something extra today. It seems that bringing Brother Li here was really the right thing to do. After being flattered by the crowd, that Zhou Gongzi smiled, clasped fists with the crowd, and then looked toward the stage, his eyes burning as he said, as long as Miss Xianger likes it, it will be my honor. For a moment, Miss Xianger also looked at Mr. Zhou with a smile on her face, then she owed her body and said, if Mr. Zhou gives a poem, Xianger is naturally flattered. She was naturally very happy to have a man of letters present her with a poem. Having a poem with her was an equal honor for a purser like her. With that, Xianger owed her body. While leaving this side, Miss Xianger, with her chopping hundreds of taels of silver, I'm afraid she'll be the hottest person tonight. Not also, do you forget, that in recent days, the call is very high. Miss Ningxuan? Although Ms. Xianger is also good, but compared to Ms. Ningxuan, I'm afraid it's much inferior. The name of another purser was mentioned. Xu Yun raised his eyebrows and spoke out. Tonight, Miss Ningxuan will come out? Back to the world's sun. Is indeed so. The Begonia Pavilion this night flower leader preheating. Ningfrost will come out to show a side. This is the news that I got. Should not be a secret. The world's sun daycare. Should miss this kind of news. Someone replied very respectfully. Xu Yun nodded his head indistinctly. Some time ago, his mother had an attack. So he was naturally not interested in learning about these things. Thinking of that Ningxuan girl, Xu Yun is also a little excited and Li Xian said, Brother Li, later see Ningxuan. You will know that all the stunning women in the world are not as good as her. 1 point. Ningxuan's beauty cannot be described in words. Later for my brother intends to Ningxuan a poem. Brother Li and think, to highlight the beauty of the Ningxuan, stunning the whole scene. Xu Yun puffed out his chest and raised his head, staring upwards in excitement. It could be said that Miss Ningxuan was one of the women with the highest reputation in the imperial city in the past 10 years. Before this, Xu Yun wanted to meet with him many times, even if it was to take a look at it, but he still could not get what he wanted. Ningxuan in the entire imperial city are ranked at the top of the list of the most beautiful women in the minds of all people. I didn't expect that Nervous Frost would show up as well. Miss Ningxuan was stunningly beautiful, and if it was Ningxuan, then there was bound to be no suspense in this night's hottest candidate, or even the person who would be the next flower leader. Ningxuan's appearance is stunning, and I'm afraid that no one in this entire Dakian can match it. Of course, the great Chen Empress is even. Everyone knew that the Empress's posture, even after exhausting the women of the 3 kingdoms, was unique and magnificent. It is only the identity of the Empress. Do not allow others to discuss just, and this condensed frost appearance. It is said and the Empress is still the Princess Wen. Not similar. Next, 8 more women came out, until the last person. The entire lobby was, for a moment, silent. Even that Shin Hao was staring upwards with a burning gaze. Obviously he had also come for this person. As a soft and mysterious musical sound slowly appeared around, the curtain seemed to be gently opened by an invisible hand. A stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a long colorful dress and covered with a mysterious veil, like a fairy coming out of a dream, quietly stood in the center of the stage. The woman then began to dance flutteringly to the accompaniment of the elegant zither. Accompanied by this music, her movements, both the spirit of a glimpse, but also without losing the elegance of swimming dragons playing in the water. Every turn, every time she raised her hand, all perfectly outlined the curves of the world's women cannot be expected, as if even time has stopped for it at this moment. On the stage, she was like a born noble phoenix. Each dance movement contained endless beauty, making people's hearts and souls soar. The audience below held their breath, fearing that the slightest breath would disturb this stunning image and break this rare tranquility and harmony. The person who appeared on the scene was indeed the Ningxuan girl. Only Miss Ningxuan would wear this veil. She was also the only one who, even with a veil, still could not hide her beautiful posture. Even through the veil, her extraordinary temperament and sunken face still made it impossible to ignore and forget. Seeing this scene, Li Xian was equally surprised for a few moments. The face is covered, but the aura, it's really nothing to sneeze at. Indeed, one of the most stunning pursers of the day. If you put it in modern times, it would be another rare and stunning beauty for a few thousand years. At the end of the dance, Nimbus turned his back to the crowd. She slowly turned around, while the veil on her face gently slid down, and a stunningly beautiful face of national color was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone below stared intently at the face above them, as if they were afraid of missing something. After a slight smile, Ningxuan owed her body. Thank you all for your support. As the words fell, the veil on Ningxuan's face was quickly overlaid, and with that statement, a number of people walked up at once. The sound of silver rewards was unending. Even that Duke Zhou was very excited at the moment. It's just that he and the fragrant girl have already made an appointment. And then, the condensed cream girl can't see him, so it is not very meaningful to say whether to go or not. And today I can see the condensed cream girl's stunning appearance, and I have already satisfied. Where else can you ask for anything else? Shen Hao, the son of the Marquis of Prosperity, also bit the bullet at the moment and gifted the Ningxuan girl with 100 taels of silver. A generous offer, and also the most generous offer this night. 100 taels of silver is the godly hero of the night. Unrivaled. I think that Shen Hao also wanted to have dinner with Miss Ningxuan, too. Everyone clasped their fists in advance to congratulate Shen Hao. After all, 100 taels of silver is indeed a large sum of money, equivalent to this side of the imperial city. To buy a set of ordinary one-in-one-out mansion, the result was given away by Shen Hao casually. The prince of the Marquis of Prosperity, today is indeed a hemorrhage. However, Shen Hao's intention was obvious, and that was to see Ningxuan once alone, even if it was just a simple dinner together. Although he loves a good wife, he is also very much in love with such a stunning beauty as Ningxuan. So today, everyone also gave him this face, and no one gave away more silver than he did. Although the choice of who to have dinner with is in the hands of the purser, it is a customary practice to take the person with the most silver money to dinner on the night of the flower leader. Just now, there's one more person who hasn't given away. The world's sun presents Ningxuan with 10 taels of silver and a line of his best work. The sudden appearance of the voice caused many people, with stupefied faces, to look over to Chu Yun's side. Chapter 53 1,000 Years of Greatness. Chu Yun gifting 10 taels of silver was not a surprise to anyone. After all, this was just going through the motions, and I'm sure that the world prince didn't intend to compete for Miss Ningxuan's qualification for the dinner this time, or else he wouldn't have given away 10 taels of silver for so little. 10 taels of silver on the outside. That is the income of many ordinary people for 3 to 5 years. The figure is indeed not small, but if you put it here, it's not enough. Among the people present, Chu Yun had the highest status, so Chu Yun indeed needed to make some kind of indication. This gift of 10 taels of silver was Chu Yun's indication that he wanted to brush up his presence in front of Miss Ningxuan. Many people thought that the world's son might not miss the matter of competing with the Marquis of Prosperity's son for the Ningxuan girl. And then when they heard about the 10 taels of silver, they naturally knew that the world's son had given up. But giving up is just giving up, with a great line attached? What's that supposed to mean? That foppish son of a can write poetry? Is Seiji joking? Someone whispered and looked at Chu Yun's side with a strange expression. The son of the Xianwang house, besides loving prostitutes, gambling, and horseback riding, could he not have other hobbies? I can't believe I'm giving away verses today. It really made many of them wonder. We must appreciate the poem of the world's son. Someone opened the door and chuckled. The other party's status was high, so it wasn't wrong for them to give a face. As for the poem presented by the world's son, what exactly is the quality of the poem? I think it is just average, even vulgar. Yes, if I remember correctly, it's still the first time that the world's son has gifted a poem to a beautiful person. We should indeed have a good appreciation of it. Miss Ningxuang deserves to be called Miss Ningxuang. She was even fortunate enough to be gifted with a poem by the world sun. In this way, we've been able to see this rare spectacle today. Another person said with a smirk on his face. Although it was said politely, it was hard to hide the mockery. What could it be if the world's sun wrote a poem that wasn't a copycat? Can you write a masterpiece? Write the ultimate masterpiece and he licks the feet of everyone in the room. The present licking kind. I wonder which is stronger or weaker. The poems of the world's sun, compared to Mr. Zhou's? Another person spoke up, vaguely taking out the world's sun, and comparing him to Mr. Zhou. The corners of Duke Zhou's mouth twitched, only feeling insulted, but he still clasped his fists and said in advance, I am ashamed to be inferior to Mr. Zhou's poem. Ha ha ha, you are too modest. Mr. Zhou, as a beginner, Shitzi naturally can't be compared to Mr. Zhou's poem, otherwise it wouldn't have been just a complimentary line. But Mr. Zhou can listen to it for the time being. How is this poem of Shitzi's? Someone smiled and complimented Mr. Zhou. Only then did Mr. Zhou hug the crowd. Afterwards, he cupped his fists to world sun Xu Yun. After all, this face of the Xian Wang Fu still had to be sold. However, Xu Yun unexpectedly did not look at him at all. And Mr. Zhou did not get angry, but only smiled faintly and looked upwards. As for that easy Marquis Shenhao, at this moment, he also looked at Xu Yun with a look of contempt and did not speak. Xu Yun didn't even intend to compete with him, so in that case, he was afraid that he had already gotten his hands on the next opportunity to have dinner with Miss Ningxuang. Tonight, the banquet invited friends. In fact, there is to let Zhou Gongzi this kind of people, to give him a face, and he promised a lot of benefits out of it, so that he is very heartbroken. So that's why, almost everyone didn't compete with Shenhao. Otherwise, if Miss Ningxuang came out, there would be no need to avoid another bout of tit for tat, and she would still be so calm. Earlier, Xu Yun had told them to be quiet, but it was a moment of holding back. At this moment, his heart was naturally much more free. During this period, it was also the people who gathered in that heavenly box of theirs who spoke the most diligently, and the next time the world's sun really made a fool of himself, it would not be good to get off the stage. For a moment, everyone looked at the stage. It's natural for everyone to have a good time with this kind of funny stuff. Shenhao once again touted. The world's sun writes poetry. I'm afraid it's not ordinary. He had been insulted by Xu Yun before, so naturally, he did not forget to throw stones at him at this moment. And at this time, Green Reed in the dark frowned. What son of the world writes poems? Isn't it just that Li Xian kid who writes them? Li Xian, that kid, what does he want to do with that dude from the Xianwang family under false pretenses? When the crowd have stopped giving away silver, a woman also quickly picked up the piece of rice paper, facing the crowd, and then in the atmosphere quieted down the situation. Softly read out, Ningxuang girl national color. Magnificent. This son of the world to watch the admiration to the extreme. The heart inspired, then improvised a poem out. The crowd heard this with a strange look on their faces. Good boy. With a paragraph like that on it? You're not going to be able to get through this without laying it on the line? Quite a few people. A burst of laughter. I guess the Seiji is going to be ugly next. A glance back reveals 100 winks, and the 6 palaces have no color. This son of the world would like to present this poem to Miss Ningxuang, and only this poem can be worthy of Miss Ningxuang's beautiful appearance. The woman's voice slowly echoed within this elegant hall. A sentence fell, but it was eerily silent. Everyone present, after being stagnant for a little while, stared incredulously. That verse, like heavenly thunder, still reverberated in the hearts of all of them. Smile back and 100 winks grow. The 6 palaces have no color. This poem, is really superb. 1,000 great lines. This poem can be worthy of 1,000 great lines. I have a premonition that this poem, in the future, I'm afraid it will be celebrated for 1,000 years. The crowd below, completely exploded. This short line of poetry by Seiji was unbelievable to everyone. The gazes that the crowd looked at Xu Yun carried 3 parts shock, 3 parts admiration, and 4 parts as unpleasant as if they had eaten excrement. This ancient line, together with the fact that Miss Ningxuang had just taken off her veil and smiled back at them, how appropriate and fitting was it? Wouldn't it be appropriate to say that the prince was improvising? And he actually said that all 6 palaces are colorless? Doesn't it mean that even the consorts of those emperors will be dwarfed in front of Miss Ningxuang? That's the kind of praise that's unmatched when it comes to the best of the best. Even without context, this sentence could rank among the best of the ages. In comparison, the poem that Mr. Zhou had just written for Xianger, although it was full of gorgeous rhetoric, everyone had surprisingly forgotten about it now. Only this short and succinct poem still booms and echoes in my mind. Zhou Gongzi's face was pale. Wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face for what he said before? He's more than ashamed of himself. Right now. He couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground and dive right in. As for the person who had previously thought of licking the feet of the crowd, his face was also green and red. Looking left and right and realizing that no one had noticed him, he was relieved. Shinhao similarly looked at Chu Yun with an ugly face. Even if he was a chestless dude, he could still hear the extraordinary nature of that poem. The condensed cream girl froze for a moment and said to herself, a smile back 100 winks. The 6 palaces have no color. How can condensed cream be worthy of such praise? She was silent for a long time. But to the world son Shu Yun sighed bending. Respectfully salute. Many thanks to the world son gift poetry. The world son poetry is absolutely beautiful. Through the history of the extolling of the best lines, but also 1,000 years is hard to find. But just so praise. Frost child to be ashamed of it. Afterward, Miss Ningxuan looked deeply at Chu Yun and left this place. This verse, it can be said without a doubt, has then been tagged with her. Chapter 54 Can't get out of bed. In the future, when everyone hears these words, they will subconsciously think of her. Miss Ningxuan. What a great honor. When you think of frost condensation, you think of this 1,000-year-old poem. I'm afraid it will be hard to match 1,000 taels of silver, or even 10,000 taels of silver. The people present, at this moment, were still full of consternation as they recalled the words of Miss Ningxuan just now. She called herself Frost. Wouldn't it be that she had already accepted Chu Yun in her heart? Then what is Shinhao? Who gave away 100 taels of silver? Shinhao had an ugly look on his face, but he could only clasp his fists with an embarrassed face and said through clenched teeth, Shizi's poem is indeed well deserved, and I, Shin, am willing to pay tribute to it. At this moment, he also knew who Ningxuan had chosen. He had been defeated when Nimbus called himself Frost. His 100 taels of silver, too, has already gone down the drain. Usually can set off several defilement of human wives, but today there is nothing to gain. How can he not let him heartache? You're welcome. Ha ha, this son of the world did it casually. I didn't expect Miss Frost to give her face so much. I really didn't think of it. Thank you all for lifting me up. I'm ashamed of what I've received. Chu. Only Chu Yun hemmed and hawed and giggled, clasping his fists everywhere in return. He naturally knew where the verses came from. Brotherly, really gave him surprise after surprise. At the same time, Qingreed also coldly looked at Li Xian, and finally left the same place. In the middle of the Dakian bedchamber, the Empress was still frowning and reviewing the Zhenzhua. In these 6 years, the Empress has been like this every night, and I don't know how many days and nights have passed, and at the temples of the Empress, you can see that there are some green threads that have quietly turned white. Green Reed appeared beside the Empress. The Empress looked up and said, Is something wrong? Green Reed opened his mouth, unsure if he should say anything. How is she going to explain this? Did Li Xian go to a greenhouse? And then Li Xian not only visited the greenhouse, but also gifted the prostitute with an ancient poem? Even she felt that Li Xian's poem was truly absolutely beautiful. Put it on any woman and it would probably quickly boost the other's fame. But that Li Xian, on the other hand, connived at the world's son and gave it to a greenhouse girl. It's still a waste. She was someone beside the Empress, so naturally she couldn't look at those so-called flower girls. All the flower girls were prostitutes to please men in front of her. So what if they postured even higher? In the end they would still serve some man? It was just that what Li Xian and Chu Yun had done. Would it be a little bad to tell the Empress? Green Reed was a little torn. He was afraid that if the Empress got angry, she would kill Li Xian. Li Xian is a talented person. Qingreed has a love for talent and does not want to implicate Li Xian. Unconsciously, Qingwei's mindset towards Li Xian had quietly changed. The Empress frowned and said, What happened to him? At this moment, the Empress had gotten serious, and seeing how Green Reed was stammering, the Empress guessed who it was. Green Reed sighed and said, Your Majesty, I'll follow beside him for a while and then, the Empress became more and more dissatisfied. When did this Green Reed become a mother-in-law? Like a pussy. Then, he and the Xian Wanfu Shizi went into the greenhouse. Green Reed eventually spoke up. Now that she's here, it means she's going to say it. The Empress's pupils shrunk, then clenched her teeth and said, Did he ever prostitute himself? She even showed her killing intent when she said those 4 words. His own daughter was still with him, but he left her behind and went to a greenhouse to have fun. He ate a meal in the earthly box, and then participated in the Begonia Pavilion's flower leader pre-selection event with Chu Yun, during which time he did not come into contact with any earthly women, but only listened to the songs and watched the dances. What Green Reed said was basically true, and she didn't add to it. At the same time, she automatically ignored the matter of that dancing girl pinching Li Xian's back, because if she said it, the dancer would end up dead. She was very clear about the Empress's character, so she didn't want to randomly kill people's lives. Although she couldn't look at those women in the greenhouses, those women were actually poor people in a way, and their crimes were not punishable by death. The Empress' frown eased a little, but she still said coldly, "What else?" After that, he wrote a poem for that Chu Yun at the request of the Xian Wangfu Shizi, and gifted it to Miss Ningxuang of that begonia pavilion, causing a great sensation. Qing Reed was silent for a moment, and took the initiative to walk over and write down the poem on the rice paper beside His Majesty, not to mention the person who gave it to. In fact, simply talking about this poem, Qing Reed felt that it was a perfect line for the ages, so it's worth giving Your Majesty a look. Li Xian said in his letter some time ago that if you live high up in the temple hall, you are worried about your people. If you are far away in the rivers and lakes, you are worried about your king, which is the same, and it is a perfect line from the ancient times. That Li Xian's literary talent is, indeed, high. A glance back and 100 winks. The 6 palaces have no color. The Empress murmured to herself in a deep voice, savoring it for a few moments before she sneered. Good one, Li Xian. Leaving his daughter alone at home, going to the wind and moon places to eat, drink and have fun. He pretends that loan doesn't exist, right? Green Reed Ho was beside him and didn't say anything. She had expected this reaction from the Empress before she came. His Majesty had asked himself to follow the other side, and in fact had intended to do so. In addition to protecting the Xian Wangfu from any possible aggravation, it was for her to watch that Li Xian, in the near future, the Empress would not go out in the palace, and there was no danger. The palace had its own experts here, so there was no need for her special protection. You go and teach him a lesson for me. Make him unable to get out of bed in January. The Empress spoke faintly, as if talking about something unrelated. Qing Reed thought of something and reminded again. In 2 weeks, it will be the preliminary examination for the imperial examinations. Then let him lie in bed and attend. The Empress frowned and commanded a sentence that could not be questioned. Green Reed even felt that the Empress was jealous. After shaking his head, Green Reed quickly led the order to leave. And at this time, Li Xian had also walked out of the begonia pavilion and returned to the middle of the Li mansion alone. Today's encounter. It is really quite interesting. Those cleaners, one by one, they all have a superior appearance, so that people have a heart of love, hate to hold in the arms of a good favor. It was a pity that Li Xian didn't have the interest, because he's a real family man and needs some attention. With 2 small children at home, it was a shame for him to follow the example of those who travel through the world to go to a greenhouse and sing nightly. So there are some small thoughts that can only be thought about, not practical. His biggest preoccupation right now is to marry that cheap wife back home. One must know that the face value of that cheap wife of his was one of the few in the world, truly magnificent, and even Miss Ningxuan couldn't be suppressed if she talked about her face value alone, not to mention his own cheap wife's high-strung demeanor, which was nothing to sneeze at. So all things considered, Miss Ningxuan is also far inferior. Li Xian made a slight comparison in his mind. He first went to Yi's room and found that Yi had already fallen asleep. Li Xian tucked her in and finally pulled the bed curtains and left this place. When Li Xian returned to his room, after simply washing up, he blew out the candles and added some charcoal to the fireplace before planning to undress and fall asleep. It was only when the clothes were just halfway off, Li Xian's movements stopped, because in the room, there stood a man in black who was creepy as hell. A tingle ran through him. Chapter 55 Nefrost's Invitation. In this instant, Li Xian wanted to question the other party, but just before he could say any words, the black-clothed man in front of him had already disappeared into thin air. Vanished into thin air. This such a bizarre scene that Li Xian was startled. When the man in black reappeared, he was in front of him, staring at him coldly. Li Xian was just about to speak when he received a severe beating. He was so dumbfounded by the beating. His body was in so much pain that he didn't react at all. After the fight, the other party drifted away without leaving any traces, as if he had come here just to beat him up. That's all. Li Xian wanted to cry. Who the hell is he messing with? Li Xian coughed several times in pain before he grimaced and said, "Hairy thief, the next time Grandpa catches you, I will definitely skin you and cane you for 79 days to vent my anger." It's just that his passage is impotent rage at best. That kind of expert could take his life at any time. When did he provoke this kind of existence? There really isn't one. He asked himself if he had always been careful. When had he ever messed with a martial arts expert? Next, Li Xian was shrinking in the quilt with pain all over his body, looking at the door with alertness, waiting for a long time, and found that the man in black didn't come to beat him up again. Li Xian slowly fell asleep, until he fell asleep with his eyebrows deeply wrinkled, as if he had a nightmare of some kind. After Li Xian had fallen asleep, Green Reed reappeared in the house. She coldly glanced at Li Xian and realized that nothing had happened to the brat before she dashed away. Naturally, she didn't really beat Li Xian to the point where he couldn't get out of bed. or else the empress wouldn't be able to pass the barrier. In 2 weeks, the boy has to take the imperial exams, so he needs to exercise some restraint. She had followed the empress for such a long time. Naturally she understood what the empress was like, so Qing Reed simply beat Li Xian up, and Li Xian's body was only in a lot of pain. The other injuries were completely absent, and it was impossible for him to have any internal injuries, and all of his injuries could be healed under a day or two of recuperation. She understands the sense of proportion. The empress was just talking in anger. Naturally she couldn't really beat him so much that he couldn't get out of bed for a month. Only tonight, Green Reed is still cool. Her mind hadn't been this free in a long time. In the future, if Li Xian did anything, she must tell the empress in full. This way, she can take personal revenge. The next day, Li Xian woke up under a wave of peripheral pain. The moment he woke up, he thought of the humiliating events that had occurred last night, and he grimaced as he looked around the house, finally fighting back the pain and getting out of bed. Li Xian said to himself, Mother asterisk 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 in the future, whenever I catch you, the women will be treated as prostitutes, and the men as slaves, so that you can't beg for your life and can't beg for your death. It hurts so much that it's not easy for me to be a little more high profile after 6 years of trepidation. Isn't it easy for me? Only after cursing, Li Xian endured the pain and went out, preparing breakfast for Yi. In the morning, Li Xian's sentence of the ancient maxims had already made a complete name for himself in the Dacian imperial city. Every single one of them would say the phrase a smile back and 100 winks. The 6 palaces have no color, and that Ningxuan girl's name, naturally, had reached its peak. At the same time, news came out from the Begonia Pavilion. Miss Ningxuan is willing to have dinner with Chu Yun, the son of the house of Xianwang. After this news came out, everyone was abuzz. Such a stunning face, to be able to be glimpsed by the world's sun, is really enviable. As for the preliminary examination for the imperial examination in those 2 weeks, it was as if it was also not so popular under the impact of the sentence praising the girl Ningxuan for her thousands of years. At this time, Li Xian was somewhere above the lecture table in the mansion, grimacing in pain while giving lessons to the 2 children at ease. On the way to class, Li Xian still had a bout of pain, especially in his arms and legs, as if he was on the verge of being dismantled by his opponent. The reason why it snows in winter and rains in summer has nothing to do with God. It is because of the temperature. Water freezes when it is below zero, and in our world, the nature of rainfall is due to too much water vapor upward, and then the water vapor in the air by condensation into small water droplets. Thousands of small water droplets finally become clouds. Clouds gathered more and more will form rainfall. In addition, Li Xian spoke at length to the 2 children, explaining the origin of some of nature's rainy and snowy weather. Today, it's also the all-too-common nature lesson, and later he'll talk a little bit about thunder and lightning, gusts of wind, and other natural phenomena, all of which are the best ways to mold a child. That was why Li Xian set aside an hour, or even more, every day to give the 2 children lessons. It was a habit he had maintained for a long time. Even though, last night, he was violently beaten up by a man in black, he still didn't stop, but forced himself to endure the pain and continued the lessons for the 2 children. Before Yi came, he would also give Shaoan lectures. It was just casual on weekdays, lecturing on whatever came to mind. After Yi came, he had to give lessons every day, because Yi was only 6 years old. It was the right time to go to the academy, and even if Li Xian did not intend to send him to the academy, he would still impart knowledge to him every day. Those contents taught in the academy. For Li Xian, that is a completely closed mind. For a long time, I am afraid that there will be Zhang Yang's injury. Yi is so smart. Naturally she can't go to the academy to be put out to pasture. Little Un, for his part, probably already knew certain minutiae, but he just didn't learn them in as much detail, and just happened to follow Yi step by step, piece by piece. An hour and a half later, Shuyan came to the Li mansion upside down. Li Xian stumbled step by step and went outside to greet them. Shuyan froze for a moment and said with a strange expression, "Brother Li, what is going on with you?" Li Xian waved his hand and said lightly, "There is no harm in it. Yesterday a hairy thief entered the home. My brother fought with him all night and finally drove the thief away." Shu Yun was startled and said, "Brother Li, you should find 1 or 2 guards for the mansion. Otherwise no one would know if such a large mansion was stolen by a burglar. The matter of the guards will be discussed in a couple of days." Li Xian nodded his head and said in turn, "What is the purpose of this side of the world today? It doesn't make much sense for the guards not to actually meet the man in black from last night." The other party was obviously a martial arts expert, and he couldn't afford to hire that kind of martial arts expert. Even if there were 100 guards in the mansion, it would be useless. The kind of person who disappeared out of thin air in front of his eyes could never be an ordinary person. After Chu Yun heatedly smiled, he immediately said, "Brother Li, tomorrow night, my brother has the honor of having dinner with Miss Ningxuang, and my brother intends to invite you to join him." Li Xian froze for a moment when he heard this before he waved his hand and politely refused. "Forget it, that kind of place is fine for a one-time visit. He doesn't want to go. Yesterday it was for going to a greenhouse that I was beaten up. God knows, is there a connection to this? Could it be that he and Chu Yun had provoked Shinhao of that marquee at large? And Shinhao didn't dare to look for the Shitzi to take out his anger, so he found him?" Thinking of this, Li Xian shivered, and secretly remembered that Shinhao in his heart, a good thief who likes people as wives, will not be able to spare you in the future. Somewhere in the Imperial City, Shinhao sneezed. Is he being missed by someone? Chapter 56 Dinner Together. Li, how can you do this? I won't hide it from you. My brother has already explained to Miss Ningxuang that you wrote that verse. Miss Ningxuang had to see you after hearing it. Tomorrow my brother is just a companion. My brother is only here today to inform you of this matter. Tomorrow we won't see each other. Goodbye. After saying that, Chu Yun had already left the Li mansion, as if he was afraid that Li Xian would refuse. Li Xian opened his mouth and could only smile helplessly and bitterly in the face of the empty and uninhabited immediate future. He finally returned to the schoolhouse and continued to tell the two children the story. More than 10 days later, is the day of the preliminary examination, the first time this side of the imperial examination. Do not know what the content of the test. Li Xian is not too anxious. See the move can be. On the afternoon of the second day, Chu Yun did come, and he said that he would drag Li Xian out. Today was the day that Li Xian was picked up to go out and have dinner with Miss Ningxuang. Li Xian's hospitality was hard to resist, and after excusing himself several times, he still went to the begonia pavilion with Chu Yun. When he came to a familiar place, Li Xian always had a feeling of uneasiness. In fact, the last time he had come here once, he had the same feeling when he stepped into this place, feeling as if there was someone spying on him in the dark. Li Xian, who couldn't figure it out, quickly threw the matter out of his mind as Chu Yun pulled him along with great interest. It's pointless to think about those things when you're here. A few moments later, in an elegant room, Li Xian and Chu Yun gently pushed the door and walked in. Behind them, two very well-built waitresses quietly closed the door, making that last hint of noise in the aisle quickly disappear. Just before the door was closed, a figure that could not be detected also flashed into the place. Green Reed was here again, with a hint of excitement on her face. She wanted to see what Li Xian wanted to do today. Li Xian and Chu Yun came to the elegant room. The first thing they saw was an exquisite landscape screen. In this cold season, both sides of the screen were planted with several peculiar-shaped green plants, and even some of them had pink flowers. In the atmosphere of the house with a kind of special smoky incense, with these green plants' embellishment, it had a different flavor. Surrounding it is the sound of the zither that gives a feeling of tranquility, like a clear spring flowing and refreshing the heart. The two passed through the screen and the light in the room suddenly became softer. A woman wearing a veil sat there quietly. She stretched out her green jade fingers, one by one, gently fiddling with the ancient zither in front of her. A melodious and clear zither sound was slowly diffused. The notes that kept jumping, mischievously drilling into Chu Yun and Li Xian's ears, tugging at Chu Yun's heartstrings. Chu Yun was thrilled for a moment. As for Li Xian, he seemed quite calm. In the past, he had heard so many good music pieces that he was almost immune to some of the music that had not yet been developed in ancient times. How? The smell here is not bad. Fresh and light, and vaguely permeated with the fragrance of a woman's body, making people unconsciously take several deep breaths. There are 2 tables and chairs in front. Obviously that Ningxuan girl, also know in advance that this dinner is a 2-person pier, so set up 2 tables and chairs. Chu Yun and Li Xian walked over and sat down. Chu Yun gazed at the zither-playing Ningxuan girl in fascination, his heart incomparably yearning for her. If he could drink a cup under the moon with such a woman and have a kiss, he would have no regrets in this life. As for Li Xian, he was attracted by several kinds of fruits that belonged uniquely to this side of the table, and he was not polite, so he just picked it up and ate it. The fruit tasted good, sweet with a bit of tartness, a sort of orange. The flesh chewed but tasted like a peach that was unique. The fruits in this world, and the fruits in his memory. Naturally there was quite a gap, and the fruits that could match up with his memory were almost very few, so Li Xian was very curious about the fruits in this world. As for the zither-playing Ningxuan girl, it wasn't that he didn't find her beautiful, but the other party would definitely want to talk to them later, and was now in the warm-up stage. The other guy wasn't in a hurry, so what was he in a hurry for? He was naturally not the type to monkey around with it, nor was he enamored by it, and had written that verse before, but it was just to give Chu Yun face. Who knows? Chu Yun sold him out? It's not a good idea to make friends. While Li Xian was eating, under the light veil, the eyes that were as clear as autumn water could be faintly seen. landing on Li Xian and flashing a flash of surprise. That guy, how could he turn his back on her? A moment later, the sound of the zither dissipated. Snap! Chu Yun's applause followed. Miss Ningxuan's zither skills are excellent. What a feast for the ears. This song is afraid that it is already the pinnacle level of music. Admire, admire, admire. Chu Yun looked at Ningxuan with a face of adoration, and he was unstinting in his praise for Miss Ningxuan's zither skills. Ningxuan smiled and lightly opened her lips. Only, someone seems to disdain this? The condensed frost girl looked at Li Xian, and a color of curiosity flashed under her eyes. Is he the one who followed the world as sun earlier? Did he write that ancient poem? When these words came out, Chu Yun hurriedly explained. Miss Ningxuan has overstated her words. Brother Li is a free-spirited person and does not get close to beauty. He has such a character that he can bring it to see Miss Ningxuan, which is already the limit. Knowing that I had persuaded him for a long time before this, so only then was Brother Li willing to come. He hurriedly touched Li Xian. Good boy. You're still eating. Miss Ningxuan put the topic on you. Why do you still keep eating? Couldn't you eat it later? Li Xian fondly finished the last bite of fruit before wiping his mouth, arching his hand and saying, Where? Miss Ningxuan's great name is as good as thunder. As these words were said, Ningxuan's gaze, too, landed on Li Xian. She smiled and said, Is it good? Li Xian froze, but also directly said, Of course it's delicious. The fruits here in Miss Ningxuan are all very fresh. In the Imperial City Street can rarely buy fruits and other anti-seasonal items. Li Xian here thanks Miss Ningxuan for her hospitality. It was indeed difficult to eat fruit in ancient times. I'm afraid it's only a few people who can afford to eat the fruit. Hearing this no-frills answer, Ningxuan said with some complexity, The world knows that the son of the world that a smile back 100 winks, 6 palaces without color. But today to come here, Ningxuan know that the author of this poem, there is someone else. In the future, as Nerfang ages and fades, this poem will also be passed down from generation to generation. Nerfang has this kind of treatment. It is really flattered. It all depends on the prince's reward. And today I saw the prince himself, and realized that next to the prince, there are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and that the prince can be so literate, and already be able to assume the title of the great literary hero. And for the prince's talent, Nerfang, very much I admire your talent. As she spoke, Ningxuan slowly raised her jade hand, her fingertips lightly touching the edge of the thin veil covering her face, slowly removing the veil. Chapter 57 Shame on you. As Ningxuan took off her veil, she instantly revealed a stunningly delicate face. Every inch of her skin was flawless, so delicate that it seemed as if water could be pinched out. Her skin was like snow, untainted by dust, as if it was the most exquisite and stunning work of art in the world, and it was difficult to pick out half of its flaws. At this moment, Chu Yun, who was beside Li Xian, had already looked dumbfounded, so much so that the kid almost drooled, but luckily he hurriedly stopped, or else he would have really lost it. Li Xian likewise saw the face and was also very amazed in his heart. This moment in his mind, but instantly recalled that stunning face from the night 6 years ago. Compared to that, Ningxuan might not lose that face in terms of looks alone, but compared to the woman in his heart, the Ningxuan at this moment, however, has also long been eclipsed. Even Green Reed, who was hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but frown. This woman, indeed, was born with a good-looking face, and she did have a knack for seducing people. It's just that as a whore, she's just a man's plaything. So what's the point of being pretty? It's just a foxy girl. It's not shameful. If she were a man, she would have gone over and slapped the other party long ago, and still allow them to seduce her here? If you want to meet someone, why don't you show them your true colors from the beginning? Do you have to take the veil off in front of me? What a hypocritical woman in the extreme. Then look at that Xian Wanfu's son Chu Yun, but as if sucked the soul incense, was mesmerized, body flaccid, cannot control themselves, ugly. Xing Reed frowned for a while, hating to go over and violently beat up Chu Yun, really disgracing Diqian's sons and daughters. As for that Li Xian, only after seeing Li Xian's reaction did Qing Wei's face soften a little. This kid had in turn restrained himself quite a bit, and had not been seduced by the foxy girl. Just what was the meaning of the color of reminiscence on his face? Li Gongzi, you seem to be thinking about other people? Ningxuan ignored Chu Yun, who was almost drooling, and just blinked her big eyes curiously, looking at Li Xian and asking. She was good at reading people, so naturally she could tell that Li Xian seemed to have remembered someone else. It's amazing to think of other people when you see yourself. Who does he think of? Couldn't that person be better than even himself? Gelsemium was very curious. Li Xian collected his thoughts and hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Miss Ningxuan has a stunning appearance. Naturally she is worthy of that verse, and she has not condescended to it by half. It's just that I've already given it to Brother Chu. So when speaking to the public in the future, please ask Miss Ningxuan not to disclose any information about me. I don't like to be paid attention to prematurely. He just did think of his cheap wife and wondered where she was. Now, that incident 6 years ago is still fresh in my mind as if it happened last night. Some time ago he left his daughter alone after hastily entrusting her to him. Is there a lot of danger around her? Li Xian sighed. It is perhaps sad that the couple has a name and a reputation, but it is also a great sadness that the husband and wife are on different sides of the world, and have reality but no name. At this time, Chu Yun also came back to his senses. He coughed dryly and said with a somewhat excited cupped fist, Brother Li is right. Please ask Miss Ningxuan to keep this a secret. Today, to be able to see Miss Ningxuan once, and even see the other party take off her veil, he was truly excited and no longer dared to ask for anything else. It was feared that within the entire Great Qian, the people who could have such a special honor were limited to the two of them. Miss Ningxuan nodded and said curiously, Can the gentleman tell Ningxuan? Is Ningxuan beautiful? When these words were asked, Miss Ningxuan stared at Li Xian, as if she was very much looking forward to Li Xian's answer. Li Xian nodded and said without any pretense, The girl is naturally extremely beautiful. Gilding does look good. Much better than any of the stars in memory. Maybe it's also the reason that such unpolluted landscapes in ancient times create purely natural beauties. So it looks quite a bit smoother. Then why did the Gongzi think of someone else when he just looked at Ningxuan? Could it be your son's lover? Ningxuan asked curiously. Even Chu Yun, who was surprised, looked at Li Xian. Good boy. Just now, Jack took off her veil, and you got distracted? Li Xian smiled bitterly and clasped his fists, saying, It is not convenient to disclose this matter. Sorry. Ningxuan nodded before she then looked at Chu Yun and owed her body. Many thanks to Shitzi for introducing Ningxuan. Tonight, it was said that we were having dinner together, but in fact, there were only some fruits and pastries. Chu Yun hurriedly stood up very knowingly and said with a smile, No harm. I'm already satisfied to be able to see Miss Ningxuan. The so-called vanity has little significance. Brother Li is the main man. You guys chat. After saying that, Chu Yun glanced fondly at Ningxuan and finally gestured to Li Xian before leaving the place. He actually gave this opportunity to be alone with Ningxuan to Li Xian. It was enough to see that Chu Yun really had nothing to say about Li Xian. Li Xian was stunned for a moment and didn't have time to say anything, but realized that Chu Yun had already slipped away. What's the point of leaving yourself here? The atmosphere was so awkward. What should he say? Is your name Li Xian? Ningxuan looked at Li Xian and came to the front of the table, exactly where Chu Yun had just sat. She sat down with Li Xian and looked at him. The woman's unique fragrance comes to the face. Close to face this a stunning face. Looking at the other side of the flawless skin, plus that attractive lips, and then look down. Can even see the Ningfang originally thin body? But there is a very exaggerated undulation. When it is really a fine branch fruit, let a person's heart scared. Ancient women would not have had the same gathering effect as in modern times, and in the case where they wore cloth to bind their breasts, it was almost hard to imagine how shocking the real situation should be. Regardless of her looks or figure, this Ningxuan was the best of the best. Li Xian instantly withdrew his gaze, and his heart was also much more nervous. He backed off a little and said nervously, Exactly. Mr. Li is nervous? Are you afraid that frost will eat you? Ningxuan became more and more curious about Li Xian, and her title, too, had become Frosty. This kid, he was the first one who had little interest in her, and to be able to make those ancient lines, even if only half of them, made Ningxuan feel that this son must be very human. Before this, Ningxuan has learned about Li Xian, the recent popularity of the imperial city's high degree of wine, plus the matter of the princess of the Xian Wanfu inexplicably become better. It seems that all have to do with Li Xian. That's unusual. Because of this, she was interested in Li Xian. Li Xian, Green Reed, who was in the dark, was quietly clenching his fists after seeing this scene. If she didn't want to be exposed, she would, right now, want to go over and clean up that vixen. Disgust gave her goosebumps. What a foxy girl. Chapter 58 Beauty's Heart. At this moment, Li Xian said very seriously, What does Miss Ningxuan want to say today? Might as well open the door and say it straight better. Even if I am interested in Miss Ningxuan now and let the girl serve me tonight, can Miss Ningxuan be willing to do so? That was a bold statement on his part. He, Li, was naturally not intimidated. It was impossible to just allow the other party to molest him while he remained passive and defensive. This was not who he was. After all, he had been saturated with that assortment of information from the modern world and had become much more immune to women. This sentence set out. Condensed Cream unexpectedly smiled, but also sat up straight. The word soft and delicate said, Gentleman jokes. Frost only want to entrust themselves to the most excellent man. So just Frost is not intentionally teasing in the gentleman. Frost is very simple-minded, but also just want to look at. In the end, their own charm or not just. Since Mr. Lee have said so, then Frost is also open the door to the truth. After a moment's pause, Ningxuang's eyes were filled with a strange color as she said, if Mr. Lee is so outstanding, he should be participating in the new style imperial examination half a month from now, right? The imperial examinations? Why does she care? Li Xian frowned and cupped his fists. What should I do if I participate or not? If Mr. Lee participates in the imperial examinations and makes it into the top 3 of the palace exams, Frost will be willing to nominate herself to become Mr. Lee's person. And at that time, naturally, she can also give Mr. Lee a bed. And Frost has never been touched by any man before this, so please rest assured that Mr. Lee is not worried about it. Gelsamite dropped a direct line. She meant simply that she was a complete person. For his part, Li Xian's eyelids fluttered furiously. What should he answer? Li Xian only felt his scalp tingle for a moment. What a good Chu Yun, saying he wrote it himself. So what? Do you have to dump this on him? Facing Ningxuang's slightly burning eyes, Li Xian directly got up, clasped his fists and said, Miss Ningxuang's remarks are too stone cold. Li Xian is sorry for not being able to comply with the order. Farewell. After saying this, Li Xian went straight outside. To tell the truth, that moment just now, he was really heartfelt. A stunning woman who has never touched any man is willing to put herself at his mercy. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a temptation? As long as he's a man? It was hard for Li Xian not to be moved. But until this moment when he came back to his senses, Li Xian only had the idea of getting rid of the trouble quickly. He didn't like trouble, and the woman who came to his door was trouble. Even if she, as a woman of the wind and moon, was meant to serve men, he still felt that trouble had come to his door. With such a high reputation, perhaps no one would say anything if Ningxuang assumed that she was serving Chu Yun Shizi. After all, the world's sun's identity was placed there, and it was naturally reasonable for Ningxuang to become his person, but he was in no capacity whatsoever. And once he accepted Ningxuang's service, even though he was cool for a moment, the follow-up would push him into the wind, which was very dangerous for him. So, Li Xian can only refuse, the very decisive kind. Not to mention, the premise is that the temple exam made it to the 3rd place. That's a lot to ask of this gelding Frost. Is she so sure that she can make it to the top 3? Li Gongzi can go back to consider. Behind him, a voice as soft and delicate as swaying willow silk, gently brushed over his ears, and continuously ruffled in his ears, bringing Li Xian a burst of tingling sensation. Li Xian's footsteps lurched, and he eventually left the place in a bit of a lurch. Just as he pushed open the door, a figure almost fell into it. Taking another look, who else could it be if not Chu Yun? This kid was listening at the door with his ear to the ground. What kind of noise do you want to hear? It's really obscene. Li Xian stared blankly at Chu Yun. Ahem. Chu Yun coughed dryly, and after gently closing the door for Ningxuang, he still shamelessly approached and said, Brother Li, the soundproofing of this place is too good. What did you and Miss Ningxuang chat about? Why did you come out so quickly? He also pondered that the frosty girl had just been impressed by Brother Li's talent and face, so something expected happened to them. In this way, he was able to listen to a slight ringing in his ears outside. After all, Frosty Girl's voice of acceptance, he is also quite want to hear. But now, Brother Li came out so quickly? Is it already done? It's only been a quarter of an hour or so since he came out, right? And he left with both parties still undressed. Really fast. Chu Yun looked at Li Xian with a skeptical face, somewhat stunned and thoughtful, as if he had already experienced many episodes in his mind. Li Xian said lightly, Do you want something to happen to your Frost Girl and me? Chu Yun blushed for a while. Brother Li's words still made him very receptive. What he had just thought in his heart was indeed a bit obscene. It's just a dinner party today. How could something like betting happen? Brother Li is overstating things. Miss Ningxuan can't see my brother. My brother is still self-aware. Chu Yun felt that he definitely couldn't take the Ningxuan girl, so he might as well generously let Li Xian have it better. Brother Li is better looking and more talented than him, so naturally he has a better chance of taking Miss Ningxuan. Li Xian walked in front, then said lightly, We didn't talk about anything. In the future, Brother Chu, or don't associate the two of us together. I can't bear it. And, Brother Chu, remember, don't talk to other people about this. I don't want to put myself in the situation of the wind and waves. Can you understand? When he said that, he meant it very seriously. Chu Yun hurriedly nodded his head. Still curious? That's natural. But you guys have been chatting alone for this moment. But you didn't even talk about anything? Could it be that Miss Ningxuan didn't state anything to you? She didn't say anything about admiring you? Didn't say anything about wanting to serve you in bed? Impossible. Chu Yun chased after Li Xian, chasing him further and further away. Behind him, Greenreed similarly left the area. This time, Greenreed was satisfied with Li Xian's performance. It would be a bit of a division to clean up Li Xian again tonight. So, she would not visit Li Xian in the evening to make him feel better. Just now, Li Xian was able to resist that foxy girl's seduction, so he was already not an ordinary person, and there was barely a sign that he was worthy of His Majesty. So this time, he wasn't going to tell His Majesty's side and let that kid be comfortable for a few days. After all, in a while, it would be time to participate in the imperial examinations, and the other party would have to prepare for it. And now the imperial city, too, had long since begun to set up the venue, and everything was in the midst of intense preparations. As for the foxy thing, Greenreed frowned as she wanted to go back and do something about that foxy girl, but after thinking about it, Greenreed shook her head and left this way. For the next little while, Li Xian didn't go anywhere. He just stayed at home to bring up his children at ease, fixed classes every day to give Yi and Shaoan, preaching and teaching, and then worked out in the yard. During this time, the poor is waiting for the start of the section. Over this period of time, Yi and Shaoan, after familiarizing themselves with the entire Li house, also very curious about the old man sweeping the floor of their house, just that the old man's ears and eyes are not good, so go over and take a ride, found that there is no movement. The two children did not ask for anything more, but only occasionally to go over and tease each other. The yard will also appear in a burst of children's jostling sound. When Li Xian saw this scene, he naturally smiled and felt satisfied. In addition, Lu Qingshue's injuries, finally, were healed, and it was also the day to remove the stitches. Chapter 59 Preliminary Examination for the Imperial Examination. Li Xian once again came to the backyard warehouse, and Lu Qingxue gazed at each other for a moment. Li Xian smiled and said, "Woman warrior, you should also know that there is not much of a problem now, so I came over here to remove the wires for you. Can you reveal the location of the wounds? I'll help you to remove the wires. This is a matter that you still have no way to deal with it by yourself." For fear of residual things, Li Xian looked at Lu Qingxue in a serious manner. Could be. Lu Qingxue didn't think much about anything, lying down peacefully alone, and then lifting up the location of the wound for Li Xian, revealing it. Aside from the fact that the wound was a bit shocking, the skin around it, in fact, was still very smooth and tender. Li Xian borrowed the sunlight coming in through the window and unwrapped the stitches for Lu Qingxue. The other frowned during the removal of the stitches, but held his tongue. The sensation, in fact, still hurts a little. Compared to stitches, though, it had been like a mosquito bite, not much of a difference. Sewing that time, she was actually awake. At first fainted in anger, only to notice the pain later and wake up. Nowadays, whether Lu Qingshue's martial arts had recovered or not, Li Xian didn't know. All Li Xian knew was that after the injuries on her body healed and the stitches were removed, Lu Qingxue said thank you. In that night, Lu Qingxue left the warehouse side directly. Very thunderous. Li Xian also told the other party, saying that she should wait. Your father Lu Shi will definitely be able to come out. Do not go and do something stupid in the meantime. He has already asked the side of the Xian Wangfu, in order to prevent the other party from doing something stupid. Li Xian also revealed some information to the other party. When she heard that the Sage King was helping, the bottom of Lu Qingshue's eyes, at last, had a bit of a glow. What was the background of the Xian Wangfu? As the daughter of Lu Shi, how could she not be clear about it? So, Lu Qingxue was indeed relieved. She looked deeply at Li Xian and eventually left the Li mansion, not knowing where she had gone. As for the point of whether she would be caught by the officials if she went outside, although Li Xian was a bit worried, he also believed in Lu Qingshue's ability. After all, this was a person who could escape and come to his side after killing so many people in a prison robbery and under the siege of a few masters. Naturally, she had the ability to protect herself. Such an expert. As long as it wasn't one of those so-called sovereign masters coming, he was afraid that nothing would happen. As for the latter, Patriarch belongs to the few great masters of the three kingdoms. Li Xian feels that a Lu Shi matter. The probability will not let that kind of character come out. So after thinking about it, Li Xian didn't worry anymore. Before leaving, Lu Qingxue also made a special trip to teach Li Xian a few movements, saying that Li Xian should exercise according to this movement every day for at least half an hour, and the morning is the best. As this maneuver continued to be practiced diligently, his body would get better and better, and he wouldn't be out of breath after running around the yard for so many minutes. Hearing Lu Qingxue say that he was physically incapable, Li Xian's face flushed a little, but then he admitted it. In fact, his own body, Li Xian thought to himself that it wasn't bad anymore. He would surely be out of breath if he ran 1,000 meters at a 3.5-minute pace, which was like this ancient master, who seemed to scoff a bit at Li Xian's 3.5-minute pace. Of course Li Xian felt that those who could be like this were afraid that they were not ordinary people. Even in a place like ancient times, a 3.5-minute pace for 1,000 meters is a pretty good time. On the contrary, ordinary people cannot reach such a level because his physical quality. The landlord's family's big fish and meat to raise up. Ordinary people cannot even eat enough. Where is a good body? After all, masters are a minority everywhere. As for these movements taught by Lu Qingxue, Li Xian, almost every day, studied and practiced diligently, striving to gain improvement one day. Of course, the time here is also converted into Li Xian memory familiar time. Here the timing unit is relatively single, only hours, quarters, etc. And then refined the words are no more general, such as a tea, an incense burner, and continue to say in detail, it is a night. A moment like this, Li Xian practiced hard. He was afraid that when Lu Qingxue came back, he would see that Li Xian hadn't made any progress in his running again and say that he was weak again. Outside of this matter, there were naturally two things that deserved Li Xian's attention. The first thing that happened was that Miss Ningxuang's popularity climbed to the highest peak with the line, a smile back gives you 100 winks, and the 6 palaces have no color. The name of Ningxuang was known to almost no one in the entire imperial city area. Even the yellow-flowered girl who has been living in the boudoir for a long time knows the poem, and if she has nothing else to do, she will recite 1 or 2 lines, copy 1 or 2 lines, and feel a little bit of emotion, which is very difficult to be pacified. This poem really deserves to be 1,000 years old, but it's a shame that it's been put on a greenhouse girl. But I heard that the greenhouse girl was stunningly beautiful and worthy of the poem. So many women, too, are very envious. As for the men, that's even more of a rush. Many men want to meet Miss Ningxuang, even if they wear a veil. It's just that after that, they never saw Miss Ningxuang show her face again. Miss Ningxuang was hidden away in the begonia pavilion, not to be seen with anyone. They just know that after the world sun and the girl Ningxuang had used the dinner, even the world sun had not met with Ningxuang again, and that Ningxuang's fame, along with that 1,000-year-old phrase, rushed out of the imperial city, and even spread all over the entire Great Qian. The world knows that Daqian has come out with a beautiful woman of great beauty, by the son of the house of Xianwang, with a song of the past, held up to the peak. As for that second thing, it is highly alcoholic beverages that have finally caught fire. Height spirits fire very reasonably, so much so that Li Xian needed to shoulder the heavy responsibility of brewing wine every day in addition to teaching and giving lessons to the 2 children. So he still had quite a few things to do every day. Coupled with the high demand for height spirits, the supply was far from enough. Because of these things, Lu Fu's side of Fu Yuan restaurant had urged Li Xian several times, saying that he should increase his production capacity, only to be rejected by Li Xian. He means a little while longer. There's no rush now. He couldn't care less because he was about to take the imperial examination. So where would he find the time to boost his production? Being rejected by Li Xian, Lu Fu was also very helpless. Li Xian was now an honored guest of Xian Wang Fu. He naturally couldn't and didn't dare to mess with him, so he could only wait anxiously. In this way, Li Xian was also able to find time to exercise his body, laying the foundation for his martial arts training. And this afternoon, Chu Yun came to the door. This time, he came to the door, not to take Li Xian to the begonia pavilion. Even if he took Li Xian over again, Li Xian would have to think about it. Today's Chu Yun was planning to go and collect the vouchers to participate in the imperial examination, because tomorrow morning, the imperial examination was going to start. And it was also the time when the preliminary examination for the imperial examination was going to be held. Chapter 60 Willow Creek released. The preliminary examination ends in a week. The re-examination ends in 3 days. And in a week's time, there will be 100 places for the temple examination. Time is running out. After all, it is an experimental new style of imperial examination, which will be very official next year. Not rushed like this year. So that's why this year is an opportunity for a lot of people. 2. This 100 people of the temple examination, although it has not been decided how to arrange, but if you hurry up, you can end in a day. After all, only 100 people just. Within a month, all of this could naturally pass, and even the arrangement of official positions for candidates who passed the temple examination could be ripe for a complete conclusion. This time, the implementation of the new style of imperial examination is quite compact. It is said that this is the only time such a method of obtaining a scholar is held in the whole process of the imperial city. After this, it is in accordance with the township examination, county examination, the temple examination of the 3 steps, to select talents. That's why this is a great event, and a lot of knowledgeable people will come to participate. On the streets of the imperial city, the dense crowd of young people from all over the world was enough to see how many people had been attracted to this grand ceremony. It is said that the price of that greenhouse, with the arrival of literati from all over the world, is also rising. trying to make a wave of fast money. As the heat of the science fair went up, the heat of heightened wine and clotted cream went down quite a bit. I don't know how far I can go. My old man's intention is to at least let me enter the retest, but I'm capable of this. Into the hair of the retest. The preliminary test are all clueless. His old man is really difficult for me. Chu Yun grumbled, feeling only a little helpless. This time, Chu Yun had come with a mission, so there was a lot of pressure. Facing Li Xian, Chu Yun felt out of reach. After all, Li Xian, this kind of strength, even if it is that imperial examination, I'm afraid that it is also a handful of handfuls, and can easily obtain the top 3 awards for people to look up to. Li Xian laughed and comforted. Shizi's status is already so high, and he doesn't care about these false names. How could King Xian not know what level his son is at? So Shizi can just relax. Just think of it as going to test the waters and see this great Qian event. Chu Yun nodded his head, but it was always a bit more comfortable in his heart. As he said while walking, this honor of meeting the Empress will be handed over to Brother Li. Brother Li, please get on the horse. There was a brownish-red horse parked outside, presumably because the location was farther from this side. A few moments later, Li Xian and Chu Yun took the vouchers, and Chu Yun sent him back on horseback. Early the next morning, the weather was clear and cloudless. Li Xian got up early, and he briefly settled spring flower and autumn moon before leaving the house. After leaving the house, Li Xian sat inside the carriage sent by the house of Xianwang, following that same majestic Chu Yun, and went to the place where he participated in the preliminary examination for the imperial examinations. This location, located somewhere in the south of the imperial city's martial arts arena. The martial arts arena at this moment had also been filled with people. A glance could not be seen to the end. So many people. I heard that it is just one of the areas, in the east, west and north of the city, and this scale, the number of participants this time, I am afraid it is very outrageous. How can I still stand out? Chu Yun shrunk his neck, somewhat fearful. He was shocked by the scene. Li Xian smiled, but also quickly diverged from Chu Yun and walked in. Within a few moments, Li Xian had arrived at his area and had sat down on a stool. The weather, although the sun shines high, but still too cold. After all, this is only just after the new year, not long time. So every candidate are playing straight shivering, but also can only endure. Because the imperial city this side, not so much indoor area for them to prepare. This preliminary examination candidates too much, can prepare so much rice paper, already good enough. It didn't take long for the test papers, printed in advance, to appear on each person's desk. With an order, all the candidates began to look at the contents of the rice paper roll. If not, the rice paper was invented in advance. Then, afraid of the Qin government, are difficult to support this grand imperial examinations, so many bamboo slips, cannot supply such a large number of candidates. Li Xian looked at the test paper and realized that the content on it basically belonged to objective questions, and then fill in the blanks in short answers mostly. The questions were relatively simple. For example, which 6 ministries are the 6 ministries? How many grades is the county minister of Dakian? And what are the judicial organizations in Dakian? What is the name of the highest official position? How many countries are there on land? And which ones are they? And please state their approximate locations. And so on questions. The content is basically the same. Li Xian, like many of the candidates, shivered his hands and finished answering the entire paper. After answering, Li Xian tucked his hands into his clothes to keep warm, and found that there were indeed quite a few people who had finished answering the question paper just like him. But of course the vast majority of them were still answering the question paper, such as Chu Yun, who was 100 meters away, and who was currently scratching his ears anxiously, and seemed to not be able to think of an answer. After the difficult hour, Li Xian and Chu Yun left the examination room. Chu Yun came beside Li Xian with a burst of sighs and asked helplessly, "Brother Li, is there a problem?" There were almost a dozen questions that he didn't know any of the answers to, except that he felt sure he could have remembered them if he had memorized 1 or 2 of them before. Li Xian looked at Chu Yun with a smile on his face and said, "Do you want to hear the truth, or a lie?" "The truth," Chu Yun said helplessly. With words like that, he knew he had none. This time the topic really wasn't too hard for him to look at, but he just didn't know. "I'm afraid I won't be able to advance to the retest. Actually, I finished my answer in less than half an hour, half of which was due to the fact that it was too cold to write well," Li Xian replied with a sentence. "Chu Yun, it's a good thing you can't use a book when it's time to use it." Chu Yun left very lowly, and Li Xian returned to the Li mansion. Regarding what was tested in the second retest, Li Xian didn't know. However, as long as it wasn't anything of an ancient nature that was particularly strong, such as something similar to the 8-legged essay, Li Xian basically didn't have much of a problem, and he only needed to wait for the retest in 7 days. 3 days later, Chu Yun came to the Li mansion. He first cupped his fists, then said with both happiness and depression, "First of all, congratulations to Brotherly, entered the retest, and secondly for brother, to give you a good news, a bad news." Brotherly would like to listen to which news first. The reason for the happiness was because Li Xian had entered the retest. This morning, the Imperial City posted the people who had entered the retest, and he saw Li Xian's name, but no matter how he went about it, he couldn't find his name. So the reason Shu Yun was depressed was naturally because he, himself, did not enter the retest. The main thing is that the wrong questions are just too many. With such a result, Shu Yun feels very reasonable. He is an uneducated guy who only knows how to have fun. And how can he enter the re-examination? Li Xian raised an eyebrow and said, "Let's start with the good news." When Shu Yun said those words, Li Xian already knew that he had guessed it. He just wasn't quite sure. Shu Yun immediately clasped his fists and said with a smile, "Brother Li, fortunately, Lord Lu Shilu has been released." In the sedan chair outside the courtyard. Chapter 61 The Humiliation of Diqian. Speaking of which, Shu Yun also let out a huge sigh of relief. Brother Li saved his mother, and his only request was to get Lord Lu out. That's a really small request. If Lord Lu ended up being dealt with by beheading, Shu Yun felt that he really had no face to see Li Xian. That guilt will stay with him for the rest of his life. It was a good thing that the face of his father, the Sage King, still worked. Just a while ago, my father gave a greeting to that side, and then the prison side of that Lu Shi was released. The household department Longzhong Lin Yong, naturally, cannot say anything, even if this person is Lin Donyang, the Minister of Household. He is afraid that he cannot say anything, because this person who greeted him was the Sage King, a different king of Diqian, transcending the existence of a duke. As long as Diqian still exists, the house of Xianwang will flourish. Xianwang rarely used his connections, so even if the minister of the household stepped in to obstruct the matter, if Xianwang wanted to bail out a small person like Lu Shi, he naturally did so, not to mention that the minister of the household didn't even know about it. It's still not much of a departure from what you started to judge. Li Xian was instantly relieved and hurriedly said, "Quickly invite Lord Lu." A few moments later, facing a middle-aged man with a look of gratitude and a complex face, Li Xian also politely clasped his fist and said, "Student, meet Lord Lu." The man in front of him was naturally Lu Shi, the former county magistrate of the imperial city of Diqian. He called himself a student, because someone like Willow Creek deserved to be addressed as such, and he was also a student who participated in the imperial examinations and wanted to get a merit, so it was very reasonable for him to call himself a student. The Lu Shi in front of me is a county magistrate who loves the people and has a strong character. Li Xian greatly admired such a magistrate. Plus something on Lu Qingshue's side. Li Xian then chose to help Lu Shi. What's the saying? He who carries the paycheck for all must not be allowed to freeze to death in the wind and snow. Lu Shi, even if he is not a saint, he dares to do what he can't, and dares to kill those he can't. So Li Xian, he can't let Lu Shi die. That's his original intention. Lu Shi shook his head and smiled to himself before saying, "I'm already a commoner now. I can't deserve such a big gift from the gentleman. The grass people thank you for saving their lives." As he spoke, Willow Creek bowed in thanks, his expression looking lost for a moment. Before he came, Lu Shi knew that the person who had used the Xianwang's connections to bail him out was a young man who was almost as good as the Xianwang house's son. Almost as good as the Xianwang house's son. And this young man, by mistake, had also bought his former Lu residence. It's just that what was once the Lu mansion has now become the Li mansion. When really, the world is not what it seems. Nowadays, this side of the mansion, on Li Xian's side, is quite good. Li Xian saved Princess Xian's life but only asked to bail himself out. Such a young man made Lu Shi not even know what to say better. It's not just a lifesaver anymore. Perhaps, indeed, he was not meant to be. Li Xian hurriedly held Lu Shi, who bent down to salute, and said with a bitter smile, "Lord Lu's words are too much. The late generation this side bought your former mansion. It is also considered a piece of fate, and after knowing Lord Lu's clanking style, the late generation is also very much admired. That's why there were the previous things. So Lord Lu doesn't need to thank the late generation. To thank you for your own bar. What kind of cause gets what kind of fruit? There are times when the evil is not unrewarded, but the time has not yet come." Lu Shi nodded, especially when she heard Li Xian say that those people, it was not that they did not report it, but that the time had not yet come. It was a burst of gratitude. It is a blessing for Dakian to have such a young man who knows right from wrong. In fact, on Willow Creek's side, he didn't even know yet that his daughter had broken into jail to save him. He was completely unaware of this and only knew that his daughter should have left the imperial city. As for that posted outside, about Lu Qingshue's wanted notice, it had now also been torn off by Chu Yun. This place and no surveillance. He secretly tore off a wanted notice. No one could care. Li Xian helped Lu Shi up and said solemnly, Lord Lu, how about staying here temporarily? Willow Creek hesitated for a few moments, but finally nodded in agreement. He did not, at the moment, know where to go, so it's a no-brainer to stay here for the time being. Li Xian looked at Chu Yun again and asked curiously, and the second bad news? What is it? What was something that could be called bad news by Chu Yun? When Chu Yun heard these words, he immediately said with a grave expression, I won't hide it from brotherly. Starting today, the emissaries from Qi and Shu have already arrived at the imperial city, a sentence that made Lu Shi, too, wrinkle her eyebrows. Although he is not qualified to go to the court, but as a county magistrate of the imperial city of Dakian, with a term of several years, he naturally knows that this two-country emissary group, every year, will cause trouble in Dakian. Very arrogant. And the bad news that Shitzi said, if it was the arrival of emissaries from Qi and Shu, was what could be called heavenly bad news. After a while, they will go to meet with His Majesty, and every time a group of emissaries from the two countries come to Ardichian, they will be in Ardichian, doing whatever they want, and they will recklessly and randomly vandalize the imperial city and cause trouble. This is a small matter. What's more outrageous is that every time they bring some unequal covenant to force Dakian to sign, my Dakian needs to give in every time. This is already the 6th consecutive year, and I don't know what kind of unequal covenant they have to force His Majesty to sign. Speaking of this, Chu Yun was somewhat righteously indignant. This time, it's the 6th time since the Empress took the throne, and with all the border friction last year, I'm afraid this one will get more outrageous. Since the latter half of last year, what happened to Dakian has been quite a bit more serious than the previous 5 years. Regarding this point, in fact, from the father's side when he idly chatted with his best friend, it could be heard that the father was very worried about this matter. The legions of emissaries from both countries, who come every year for one more thing, that is to propose marriage to His Majesty. That's right, propose marriage to His Majesty. A very insulting thing. This people of Qi and Shu, yet they mention it every year. Their purpose was simple. Even though they knew that the Empress would not agree, they still made a request for the Empress to marry their emperor. These things, Chu Yun was not good at saying them out loud for fear that the walls would have ears. But these things are really a shame for Diqian now. A country empress, the face of this two countries' messenger corps, actually is time and time again dared not say, watched them, in the Dakian imperial city to do some good, and finally picked up a lot of cheap, high-profile departure. Ordinary people might not know about it, but as the son of the Xian Wangfu, how could Chu Yun not know about these hidden things? These were things that Chu Yun felt angry about, so he felt that it was not a good thing. Coinciding with the introduction of the new imperial examination system of participation, it is difficult not to ensure that these people will do something to undermine the imperial examination. The hearts of Qi and Chu are clear. Chapter 62 Arrogant and Domineering. So, that was what Chu Yun was talking about. A bad news. Hearing these words, Li Xian also nodded his head and said deeply, however, Shitzi, this matter, after all, is too far away from us? I'm assuming a possibility. You say, if subsequently we encounter these messengers in the imperial city, can we do justice? Li Xian was curious. Chu Yun's face changed and he hurriedly said in a serious manner, Brother Li must not do anything. We can't have this possibility happen. We need to avoid them as much as possible. Among the envoys of Qi and Shu, there was no lack of princes and princelings with high status in Qi and Shu, and there would even be crown princes coming, and beside them, there are a lot of experts on the side. Unless Diqian has a patriarch-level character to make a move, it would only be asking for trouble. It's a sure thing. Lu Shi also looked at Li Xian and said gruffly, Little brother, try not to go out in these few days. Wait until the re-examination starts, then go out again. It's really not good to solve it if you encounter trouble. Lu Shi also knew how those people, exactly, had let loose in the imperial city. After all, this kind of thing had been going on for so many years. Adding to the fact that Li Xian saved him out, he must be a person who likes to punish evil and promote goodness. And when it comes to that kind of thing, there is a real possibility of a conflict. That's why it's better not to go out during these special times lately. Otherwise, this side of the Li mansion was at the core of the area, all of which were the kind of high-class restaurants, and those members of the Qi and Shu emissary corps must have lived in the neighborhood. Li Xian nodded and finally cupped his fists with Lu Shi and said, I know, Lord Lu, you come with me first. He needed to simply settle Lord Ryu down. Lu Shi also said thank you, finally looked at the old man sweeping the ground, froze for a moment, or follow Li Xian into the inner courtyard. Unexpectedly, that previously felt pity for each other. The street without clothes almost frozen to death of the old man sweeping the floor, and now also in the middle of the Li house. It seems that Li Xian this person, the person is indeed not to say. And this time, in the middle of the Fu Yuan restaurant, a noble young man dressed in brocade clothes, accompanied by a beautiful servant girl, also frowned and said faintly, "A good Fu Yuan restaurant. Even the name does not live up to its name. This king specially came here today, for the high-level spirits that are popular in Diqian. As a result, this king got up early in the morning and rushed here. And you guys even said that there is no high-level spirits? Are you kidding?" The brocade-clothed youth sneered, looking at Lu Fu in front of him with an extremely high stance. "I'm really sorry. High spirits are limited to a daily supply. Guessed you want to drink. Tomorrow early Q. Naturally will wait for this high spirits." Lu Fu wiped his sweat. This kid he naturally didn't recognize. Normally, he wouldn't give a. But on the Sage King's side, he had already gotten through to him in advance, telling them to be cautious, because these people, they were messengers from Qi. This brocade-clothed youth in front of him, although he is not the person leading the team, he should also be a prince-level existence with honorable status. So Lu Fu's attitude showed very well, and even a little bit of fear and trepidation. In general, the Fu Yuan restaurant, it is also true that it can be used as a reception for members of the two countries' missions, and Lu Fu has experience in this area. It's just that it used to cope well. But this year, the gentleman in front of me had to be highly alcoholic. This highly alcoholic wine is long gone today. Wouldn't it be fine to give him a little bit left over after he promises to deliver it tomorrow? This kid, as it turned out, was still unforgiving. She looked at Lu Fu in front of him indifferently and said, "This king will not make things difficult for you. Tell this king the place where the wine is made, and this king can personally send someone to fetch it." This man, who calls himself the king, no doubt at least a prince. The young man who could be named a prince was almost always a very honorable figure, and the probability was that he was also the prince of Qi, otherwise he wouldn't have been given the title of king. Lu Fu wiped his sweat, and continued to say in fear, "Your guests, you also know that this high degree of spirits, very unusual, so today's, has been sold out. Tomorrow, noisy." Qi Yu waved his hand, frowned, and said condescendingly, "Since you don't need the king to fetch it personally, then give the king a bottle of wine to bring this side within an incense stick of time. Otherwise today, the king smashed this restaurant of yours, and made it impossible for you to do business in the restaurant for the past few days." Their Qi and Chu emissary group, who came over here every year, were actually very high profile. It's too common to smash a tavern or something. He still wanted to let his royal brother, to have a good taste of this high-level wine, but it turned out to be gone, and it was really irritating. What a cheeky thing to do. As for imperial brother now, I heard that he is going to that begonia pavilion. Smile back 100 charming life. 6 palace powder no color this 1,000 years of absolute sentence. Qi Chu 2 countries of the people, naturally also heard. So the imperial brother to go to the begonia's pavilion side of the meal, and in the begonia's pavilion stayed down. Imperial brother means that he will not rest until he sees Miss Ning Shuang. As for the Chu emissary being over there, Qi Yu didn't care. Anyway, he was used to being careful at home, and this time he came to Dakian. He was finally able to relax and unwind. I heard that, in this Qianxi on the street which beauty, captive over directly defile each other. The Qin government also dare not intervene. Very nasty. That's the difference between the strength of nations that can let them do whatever they want and have no consequences. With this precedent, Qi Yu was naturally looking forward to this trip to Diqian. Lu Fu cold sweat, finally can only arch his hand, said, "Little old, go try it." With those words, he really didn't dare to say anything else to irritate this prince of Qi. While speaking, Lu Fu let one of the subordinate who fetches wine daily, leave this side. Before leaving, naturally and this subordinate said clearly the pros and cons. Seeing this scene, Qi Yu signaled with a middle-aged man next to him, who nodded and quietly left the place and followed. And this was just the right time for Li Xian to get that Lu Shi settled. Just as he was about to say some words of farewell to Seiji, there was a sudden knock on the door from outside. Li Xian frowned, then walked out and opened the door. But see before has come to fetch the wine of the subordinate, standing outside. First arched his hand, and then said bitterly, "Li Gongzi, Qi emissaries, must drink highly potent wine, do not give words, will be in the time of one incense burner." Smashed the whole Fu Yuan restaurant. The shopkeepers this side, let me come to ask you, there is no extra sum of the stock of wine. You can come out to deal with emergencies, if it is not out of the way. If not, the shopkeeper will not let me come. Li Xian frowned. He had already promised Chu Yan not to go out, but as a result, these people, they took the initiative to come to the door? Even Xu Yun, at this moment, was likewise wrinkling his brows, very unhappy. How dare the people of Qi be so overbearing? Chapter 63 Qi Yu's door. Xu Yun took a deep breath, looked at Li Xian, and asked, "Brother Li, is there any heightened wine?" Li Xian was silent for a moment and said, "What does the world's sun mean? Is to give some? Wine. Naturally. This is something that is not in doubt. Here he is. Surely he must have a stock of wine. Wine this thing. Store more cannot be bad, but rather the more you put the more fragrant, so he will not brew out." Then directly to the side of the Fuyuan restaurant, probably can store a third of almost, and so when there is no time to brew, but also can be simple to deal with the stock of wine to deal with. After all, this is also one of the bases of his security. Otherwise, when you're busy, you won't have time to brew. And on top of that, Li Xian also brewed his own family's domestic wine, fruit wine, red wine, rice wine and whatnot, and he had some of them in his backyard storage. Hearing Li Xian say this, Shu Yun was finally relieved, then nodded and said very seriously, "Give a small bottle, and it will be fine." So what if? Li Xian spoke of a possibility. That's when the other side gets an inch and comes back for more. Regarding this point, Li Xian felt that the possibility was high. It's just human nature, and it's not about anything else. My brother knows what you mean. After Chu Yun was silent for a moment, he directly said, "When the time comes, there will be no need to give it. My brother will find a way to protect the Li mansion's integrity. You can rest assured." Li Xian nodded and instructed Shaoan beside him to go back, then took a small bottle of wine out and then handed it over to that Fuyuan restaurant's wine-fetching waiter. A few moments later, within an incense stick, the junior did indeed fetch a bottle of wine. Chi Yu frowned. "Just this much? Enough for anyone to drink? You think he's a beggar?" However, at the sight of the middle-aged man who went and returned, said a few words with the ear, Chi Yu also smiled and did not say anything, but to open the bottle of wine. And then there is a burst of wine. The smell of the nose. Good wine. Chi Yu smelled this flavor, and immediately brightened up, only to feel his skin cheering. Such a high level of spirits, indeed living up to its name. Such was the flavor that he took a deep breath at the mouth of the bottle and coughed a few times directly from the nose-punching smell of alcohol. Only then did he choose to pour a little bit of the spirits inside. Selectively, just a mouthful or two, and then he took a deep breath of the flavor of the wine, picked up the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. The strong alcohol into the throat, rolled down. The expression on Chi Yu's face was very enjoyable, as if he tasted a superb wine. Cough cough. After finishing this mouthful of wine, Chi Yu had a coughing fit and looked at the expression of that wine, his eyes growing quite shocked. This wine was a million times stronger than the strong wine he had imagined. This wine was the strongest he had ever had, bar none. And this time, Chi Yu will be a bottle of wine poured a small half out, then another small bottle, handed to the side of the middle-aged man, said, "Go to the Begonia Pavilion, to the Imperial Brother taste, he will know what it means. Such a talent, this trip to the Great Qian, must be spared no effort to take away." The man respectfully left with the bottle. Next to him, Lu Fu only felt a tingle in his scalp when he heard these words. What should he say? He had to air it out quickly. After the man left, Chi Yu, who was a bit dizzy from a sip of the wine, also looked at Lu Fu and said condescendingly, "Why don't you still bring up the best dishes here for this king?" Lu Fu hurriedly bowed and said, "Wait a moment, guest. The back kitchen is already cooking." After leaving, Lu Fu likewise looked for a boy beside him, to go to Li Xian and Xian Wang Fu side, to ventilate the message to go. These things must be notified as soon as possible. This messenger from Daki, I'm afraid he has a bad heart. Surprisingly, the purpose hit the Xian Wangfu benefactor Li Xian's body, and this time, in the palace hall, the morning court still hadn't retired. All the ministers, because of the news of the coming of the messengers of the two countries, quarreled. Seeing the scene below, Gong Yuyan's gaze was icy cold, but in her heart, she sighed. These ministers down below, once they come across something, they will always take themselves out of the picture first and stay out of it, and only then will they think of how to solve the problem. But then, how can it be solved? It's just repeating useless crap. They from the morning court to now, noisy 2 hours, has not been a result, especially the right and left prime minister, at this moment is still bickering, before encountering the border nomadic people to offend. The original main war of the left phase of Lin Shan, at this moment, but also out of the fire. Just to say that we have to appease the two countries, never mentioned the strong measures. As for that right minister Lu Yunqing, the meanings are all similar. At this point in time, all of these people instead made a concerted effort to concede in unison. Nowadays, the Dakian dynasty, there is only one meaning, that is, Qi and Chu two countries, to appease. It was a great disappointment to her that such an opinion had been explored for so long. At noon that day, Begonia Court, Qi Xian, the crown prince of Qi who had come to see Miss Ningxuan but failed to fulfill his wish, drank this bottle of spirits sent by his royal brother. followed by a burst of amazement. Shi Xian held his forehead and shook his head before he then muttered to himself in astonishment. What a potent liquor that is never found under the sky. Such a character must be taken away. Even if he can't be taken away, he must get the recipe and then get rid of it. Shi Xian, as Qi, naturally knew how much profit was hidden behind this. Just like that paper making and porcelain making, the biggest purpose of their coming on this trip is rather not to make the great Qian submissive, but the recent rise of rice paper and blue and white porcelain in the imperial city. Now, there's another highly alcoholic beverage. These three crafts, they have to get their hands on them. I'm afraid that's what that Chu is here for. In addition, Shi Xian's visit to this begonia pavilion today was naturally for the smiling back with 100 winks, 6 palaces without color girl Ningxuan. It's just that the other guy's gesture was too much, and he didn't even see him. He's the Prince of Qi, the future crown prince of Qi. Now a flower girl from a small country dares to have such a gesture? This annoyed Shi Xian. He even planned to use a bit of strong-arm tactics to bring Miss Ningxuan to see if the other party was really as nationally beautiful as she was in the poem. He felt that the reputation was not a good one, since that Ningxuan girl, fame is so big, also was crowned with 6 palace powder without color. This kind of reputation, I am afraid, that really looks extremely beautiful. Qianguo produces beauties. This is something they know all too well. For example, the empress of the Qian kingdom is rumored to be a magnificent woman. Taking another sip of the spirits, Shi Xian was just about to give an order to the person beside him when another person walked over, beside his ear, and said something. Hearing this, Shi Xian raised his eyebrows and pondered for a long time. Afterward, Shi Xian still left the begonia pavilion, going so far as to temporarily give up on this matter. As for what happened behind the scenes, naturally no one knows. Anyway, by the time the afternoon, the Li Palace has been sent by the house of Xianwang, guarded at the door guards, and also at this time in the afternoon, Qi Yu, who had been authorized by his imperial brother, was not far away from the Li mansion at the moment, and came eyeing the situation. Chapter 64 Stormy Weather. Qi Yu frowned at the guard in front of him and said faintly, "This person, what exactly is his background? It's not really possible to just break into a house in this situation." Although he was the Daqi Emperor's son and had been crowned by the Qi Emperor, he had recently come here with the intention of indulging himself. But the indulgence is only for ordinary people. This look is not ordinary people. Ordinary people which have the qualification, with so many guards, guarding the door in advance? It's obvious that they got wind of it, so someone came to protect it. This people of Deqian are smart, but what's the use of being a little smart when you're just a guard for a while? Beside the middle-aged man, at this moment bowed and said, "Back to your highness." This person is named Li Xian. Identity for the common people. There is the background of the house of Xianwang. He not only invented a high degree of spirits, but also rumored to be medically brilliant, will be suffering from a heart disease of the princess of Xianwang, to heal. The degree of accuracy of the information is unknown, but this son, because of the invention of high spirits, was highly valued by the house of the Xianwang, and the house of the Xianwang son Shu Yun. The relationship is irreconcilable. Previously, this son had likewise participated in the preliminary stage of the Qianguo's new style imperial examination and entered the re-examination. Nowadays, the son of the Xian Wangfu, I'm afraid that he's in this Li mansion, removing the people outside of this, and inside, there are also guards from the Xian Wangfu to protect him, so we're afraid that we won't have much to gain this time. This is some of the news he checked out in a short period of time, checking it out thoroughly. On the streets of this imperial city, Li Xian had invented highly potent spirits, and still had some fame. Together with the fact that Li Xian and the Xian Wangfu's son Shu Yun were very close, there were naturally quite a few in the spotlight. Qi Yu frowned and looked faintly at the Li mansion before leaving the place. Li Xian had the background of King Xian, who was also one of the few princes in Deqian with a high position of power, so he couldn't just get reckless. As for the follow-up, he's definitely going to have to take this person away. It is a pity to put such a talent in Deqian. It's just a sage king, and he doesn't even give face to the great Qian empress. Just this matter, need to be discussed later. Did not go to the palace hall formally visit before, or not suitable to make too much trouble in Deqian. Even if the people can't take it away, take the formula away, and then, kill that Li Xian. So is a good way to do it. That's just the way it is, and it's a shame. After all, he had heard that Li Xian could also cure such a terminal disease as heart disease, so if you cannot kill, certainly will not kill. Chief or talent is still quite important. In the outside these people gone. Li House, Shu Yun also relieved. Scoffed to himself, the country is weak, then the people are weak. Do not blame anyone, backwardness will be beaten. My Hall son, but even the courage to fight are not. It is really a bit ridiculous. My Deqian's future. I'm very worried about it. It's a pity that I'm just a good for nothing, but also to let the imperial court to support the dude just, where the face to talk about the future of Deqian. Li Xianya shook his head, then said, what does the world's son, today, intend to do? He didn't expect so many things to happen in Deqian within a short period of time. Just at the beginning of the year, the envoys of Qi and Shu came together in a group, which is a blatant attempt to divide the benefits. Li Xian felt that Deqian's situation was indeed somewhat precarious. I'll stay, otherwise you are afraid that there will be some trouble on your side. At least wait until you enter the palace examination, so that the empress will be concerned about you, and can also protect you, Shu Yun said in a grave manner. After he's gone, I'm really afraid that these people will not be favorable to Brother Li. So he had to stay and see what the other side meant for the time being, and then make plans when the time came. Li Xian arched his hand and said, thank you, Brother Chu. On this side of the Great Qian, there are indeed dangers everywhere. He just invented an irrelevant high degree of wine, but even caused the attention of the people of the Qi delegation. If you know that this rice paper and improved version of porcelain, he invented, I am afraid that his situation is even more dangerous. Sure enough, in a place like ancient times, you need to be careful in everything you do. People are very susceptible to hijacking when they don't have a background. That night, in the Qian Kingdom's chambers, the dove once again transmitted its contents. After Gong Sini finished reading, she similarly wrinkled her small brows and looked at Li Xian, clenching her small tiger teeth and said, Daddy, on mother's side, there's a bad news. Li Xian said, the reason why Qi and Shu came? The bad news at the moment can only be the emissaries of these two countries. So Li Xian remembered this matter in a flash. Yi nodded and said worriedly, yes, mother said that grandpa went to the court today, and the 100 officials were so noisy that before they met, those people had already knelt down, intending to make concessions in all matters on the day that the emissaries from Qi and Shu visited. Even, they intend to have His Majesty order that grandpa's side, on his own initiative, offer up the formula to jointly develop the paper and porcelain making business with Qi and Shu, giving away the profits. Although Gong Sini was small in age, she had an angry face at the moment. She's already sensible and honorable. As a 6-year-old girl understands it, but those ministers pretend not to understand it, so old that they are living to be dogs. These civil and military officials, each and every one of them is humble to the bone. Even the prime minister, who had previously faced the nomads in the main war, also advocated for a respite and agreed to the demands of Qi and Shu as much as they could, only asking for the border friction to be calmed down. Speaking here, Gong Sini's chest rose and fell a little, clenched her tiger teeth, and said to Li Xian very angrily, last year's Deqian, in fact, had already made very big concessions, and agreed to most of the requirements of the two Qi-Chu countries. But then, what was the result? It was also slightly quiet for half a year, and in the latter half of the year, Qi and Shu were still igniting war on the border. So what is the point of killing my people in Deqian? He feels that those ministers, who only squabble and fight internally, and then lay down once it's time to go outward, are a bunch of assholes who only know how to corrode the foundations of Deqian, and do nothing. Speaking of this, Gong Sini sighed. Even if she knew, what could she do? As a 6-year-old girl, there's really something you can't do when faced with something like this. Mother, as the most honored empress of Deqian, couldn't even do anything about it. Not to mention, herself. Li Xian was silent for a moment before adding, your grandfather, what else did he say in the letter? He could think of the Great Qian Dynasty Hall, must have been arguing. Even that recent heat of the imperial examination, also seems to have gone out of fire. Of course in folklore, nowadays the most popular few phrases in Deqian, that must be the new type of imperial examination, the condensed frost girl, high degree of spirits of these three. The only people who really find it troublesome are those ministers who have been in high positions for a long time. This point, after all, is really in their interest. Tangentially, if one day Deqian is really finished, they will be finished too. So over these days, those ministers are absolutely on pins and needles, and it is difficult for them to get around. Chapter 65 Putting out the fire with a paycheck. Facing Daddy's question, raised her head and looked at him before she said in a milky voice, Grandpa said that His Majesty means that he does not intend to continue obeying the other side, because the more you give the more you obey for 5 years in a row, the more the other side gets the better of you. So His Majesty's meaning is to first pretend to be obedient, but not give them any benefits, and then spend the next few months or even a year to recuperate and raise troops with all their might. And then if they subsequently dare to come back to violate the law, they will directly destroy these enemies. Li Xian raised an eyebrow. Empress, so bold? When Li Xian heard this, he felt a bit incredulous. Taking a step back, where did Deqian get the strength to go to war with Qi or Chu? I'm afraid it's difficult. And, His Majesty intends to take the initiative this time, such as sending a group of loyal dead soldiers to Chi or Chu, respectively, in the name of the other side, to carry out covert rebellion, separating the two countries, so that the two sides to fight, as a way to give Dakian a certain détente, so that they will be even less likely to go to war with Dakian. Father, think how? Yi looked up and spoke. When Li Xian heard Yi say these words, he touched Yi's head and said, "It seems that your grandfather is His Majesty's person. Otherwise His Majesty wouldn't have told these things. On your grandfather's side, well, Grandpa is indeed one of His Majesty's men and is very loyal. So Father can also rest assured that what we say is known to no one except Mother and Grandpa." Gongsinni knowingly followed Li Xian's words and said this. He knew that his father was suspicious by nature and very cautious, but at the moment, her father really didn't seem to know that the Empress was this thing of her mother's. It was certainly understandable that Gongsinni felt that even if she directly admitted that the Empress was her mother, her father wouldn't believe it. So under this impossible premise, even if her lies had quite a few holes in them, father could only believe her. So Gongsinni was very relieved. Is so not easy. At such a young age, you have to know so many things. People of the same age at your age are probably just planning to enter the academy to study. Speaking of this, Li Xian was also overwhelmed with emotion. Let alone 6, even 16. What were those girls, before they were reborn, doing? You're only a freshman in high school. 16-year-old girls. In the old days that was the age of ignorance of nothing. As a result, was 6 years old. The age of the first grade of elementary school. She knew so many things. Not to say that people are more angry than people. Just Li Xian felt that some heartache just. It's really not easy to have to worry about the country at such a young age. Looking at Yi's little face filled with anger, Li Xian let out a sigh. A little girl of that age is under some pressure that doesn't fit her age. Maybe his own cheap wife's old man. That is, the old man who has not yet met, should be in a higher position. Otherwise it would not be possible to reach the heavenly hearing, and that the female emperor to speak directly. In this way, the pressure on her grandfather was, naturally, high. There is a saying that makes sense. You see others in high positions of power and feel envious, but very often, it can be described by the saying, if you want to wear the crown, you have to bear the weight. Everyone envied an emperor, but perhaps he had his own pressures. People in high positions of power may not feel much better. Like that empress. Also pouted and couldn't help but hold out her hand in gesture before she helplessly said, Grandpa is also pitiful. His Majesty is even more pitiful. I think His Majesty must be a great person, or else he wouldn't have said anything to Grandpa. His Majesty is just a pitiful person. Other people have family reunions for the new year. A family reunion together, only on His Majesty's side, and not much of a family, and one person is all alone. Hearing this from Li Xian had no choice but to pick up and put her on his lap, saying, Your Majesty has no relatives? It was something that he really didn't know about. Now that he heard say this, Li Xian was naturally curious. How could he not be curious about that legendary empress? Gongsinni nodded and said deeply, before the empress came to power, she had quite a lot of brothers and sisters, but after she came to power, fled and died. So now that she has no relatives, she is quite lonely. I don't know how mother, this year is going to pass. It's really not easy for my mother to govern an entire country. Her heart ached for her mother. Yeah, Li Xian was silent for a moment, but said, you can't see the appearance. The imperial family itself should not have feelings of those who have to die. The emperor, then can't be emotionally involved. There are times when you have to remember this. The most ruthless emperor family, since sitting in that position to begin with, she shouldn't be viewed as the so-called feelings. Everything should be for the service of the imperial power. On your grandpa's side, it might just happen to be on the same side as His Majesty. Gongsinni raised her head and said, the most ruthless imperial family. Father said all these words. All feel trustworthy. Father is an ordinary peasant family origin. Why will have this kind of emotion? Li Xian froze, but also shook his head and said, maybe Dad's side is smarter. There are a lot of things, in fact, can be seen. For example, there are some capable people in history, although it is from the cloth, but still can be ranked in the power ministers, and even waving a brush, it can be a tent and win 1,000 miles away. Gongsinni didn't understand, but just nodded and said, is father such a person? Me? I'm just an ordinary guy with a bit of literary talent, not much of a strategist. Li Xian hurriedly rebuffed. He can't talk nonsense to his daughter. If he told that old man of his, it would be the end of him if he was interested in him then, and he didn't really want to go to war. After thinking about it, Li Xian added, in fact, His Majesty's idea is quite right. You can no longer be submissive. Counting on others to give alms to this kind of idea certainly does not work. There is a saying called, hold the salary to put out the fire. The salary does not exhaust, the fire will not be extinguished. Flattered by the more numerous invasion of the more urgent. Do you know what this is the meaning of it? Gong Sini muttered to herself, holding the salary to put out the fire. The salary is not exhausted, the fire is not extinguished. The flattering is more and more complicated. The invasion is more and more urgent, which is useful to use firewood to extinguish the fire. Although the moment of throwing down, the fire seems to be a little bit smaller, but the consequence is that the fire will be more and more burned, bigger and bigger. The dad analogy feels really apt. Isn't this the great Qian at the beginning? In previous years, at least Qianshu would not have friction on the border with Daqian, but starting last year, border friction had already begun, and there were quite a number of border subjects who lost their lives as a result. That's why Gon Sini felt that such a wasteful program was just accelerating death. Chapter 66 Establishment of the Jinyui. Well, in the long run, Daqian might be dangerous, and nowadays, what Daqian should really do is indeed not to collide head-on, but to make a false peace and then secretly hoard power. And then, just as your majesty said, go ahead and send dead soldiers to divide the two countries. I agree with this approach of your majesty, Qi and Chu, and it is not possible to send troops to Daqian in such a situation because of Daqian's disobedience. So what your majesty should do instead is to harden your heart. Yi froze for a moment, and after her little head thought about it, she said curiously, Daddy, is there no opinion from your side? If there is, I'll relay it to Grandpa's side. Li Xian raised an eyebrow. What opinion do you want? Could it be that old man of his, testing him again? This old husband, though he had not met him, was interested in him. He was curious about the other side, what kind of character it was. Well, Grandpa wants to know what Daddy means, and he'll present it, as is, to His Majesty, so this is a good opportunity for Daddy to show it. Yi winked and egged on. Your Majesty's current predicament, in addition to what was said earlier, is that those emissaries coming to Daqian, they will certainly choose to go to the palace to cause trouble during the stage of the temple examination, so your Majesty is also considering whether or not they are not going to go. Suspend the temple examination as a way of avoiding the front line and ensuring that there are capable people in my Daqian who can be selected? Yi looked at Li Xian. She also didn't realize that her own mother, already, was particularly dependent on her father, a commoner. For many things, Li Xian was silent for a moment, said, the former I have said, this 6th year, indeed should not continue to cater to the other side. As for the latter, I rather think that it should be held normally. Some things are tough. Instead of letting the other side to throw in the towel, once those emissaries live down and do not go away, or leave some people in the once those emissaries stay and don't leave, or leave some people here, then our selection of appointees will be completely stopped. Some things, not you want to avoid, can avoid. In fact, the reasoning has been the same throughout the ages, but many people, instead of not being able to see clearly, are harboring a sense of fluke, thinking that the other side will spare them. The clans of Daqian are all like this. So comfortable and accustomed to it, even without the mind of resistance, and also the sadness of a dynasty's development to the later stage. Daddy's got a point. Yi nodded, then looked at Li Xian again and said with a smile, is there anything else father would like to say? Li Xian paused, but also continued to say, no, what can be suggested? Take your time. Father, look at the situation in the world. 2 strong and 1 weak. This war is certainly not up. At most some friction. You can rest assured. If Daqian is really in great danger, father will not sit idly by and do nothing. If they really fought, Li Xian sighed, naturally, could not sit back and watch Daqian destroy the country. When the time comes, he has his own big kill on his side. It was just that this would also expose him to the gaze of all the people of the world. So this was not an omen of the death of the country appeared. Li Xian really would not come forward. Everything is not predicated on the peace of the nation. Rather, it's his personal safety that will be at risk. Daqian will die. Li Xian's personal safety, naturally, is also threatened. This scenario, of course, is most likely not going to happen. Gong Xine finally looked at Li Xian, finally jumped down to the ground, began to reply to her mother to go. Li Xian had the intention to go over to take a look, but was blocked by her daughter over there, pressing him not to look. Li Xian shook his head helplessly and didn't wonder anymore. By the way, I personally suggest that if your grandpa is someone close to the empress, he can suggest to the empress to set up a secret service organization, which can be named as the Genie Way, which is not a bad name. As the name suggests, the Genie Way is independent of all judicial and administrative departments, monitoring all officials, directly bypassing all departments, acting on behalf of the empress's authority. Among the positions, can be named according to a series of names such as Commander, Tongji, Commander, Zen Fuji, 1,000 households, 100 households, general banner, small banner and so on. In addition, there are also. Li Xian rattled off his first major point of the evening. Gong Xinyi's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly wrote all these contents, which were all dry goods. In this way, the Great Qian Party can rapidly strengthen its centralized power, and in the subsequent implementation of some policies, there will not be any so-called clans of power and wealth that will step in to obstruct them. Li Xian pondered for a moment and stated slowly. A while ago, her grandfather had asked himself about it. It's just that at the time, I thought the other side was going to plot against me. Now it looks like it might be the empress. After all, his own last scheme, including the order to push the favor, cut the title of this system. It seems that nowadays are implemented, which is naturally a burst of amazement after Li Xian knows. And now that nothing has happened to him, it means that Grandpa Yi, the thigh, is thick and completely safe. So Li Xian didn't mind telling the other party the questions that he hadn't answered before. Daqian and the Ming dynasty establishment is basically similar. The nuances of a slight gap. There is no genie way such organizations. There is always something where something is wrong. And now, Li Xian would be able to say it with confidence and boldness. The empress wanted to strengthen the centralization of power, and the brocade guards were naturally essential. Shortly afterward, the empress chambers, Gong Yuyan, who saw Li Xian's message, also subconsciously raised her eyebrows. If there was a real crisis, he wouldn't just sit back and do nothing? Does he think he can reverse the situation? Carrying a paycheck to put out a fire. The paycheck doesn't go out until the fire goes out. The more you serve, the more you encroach. Gong Yuyan muttered to herself, her heart similarly rippling. What Li Xian saw was exactly the same as the reality of the Deqian situation. He exited his mouth and went completely straight to the roots of Deqian. The rest of the content, if anything, is pretty much what one would expect. That is, this time, there is really no more compromise, and we must get tough. If you can avoid it once, how many times can you avoid it? Trouble comes to your door. There's no hiding from it. After taking a deep breath, and remembering Li Xian's words, Gong Yuyan's heart, actually, was also a lot calmer for no reason. And Gong Yuyan, who felt her own state of mind, was equally startled. She would actually think that guy could turn things around after the signs of the demise of the country? Gong Yuyan smiled to herself again. She just now actually will hope. Subconsciously fell on Li Xian's body. Just E in the letter said the last paragraph. Let Gong Yuyan silent for a long time. Obviously Li Xian last paragraph shocked her. Green Reed. After letting out a sigh, Gong Yuyan called Green Reed out. Under the strange gaze of Qing Reed, Gong Yuyan said, Loan wants to set up the Great Qian Brocade Guards, bypassing all judicial institutions, independently monitoring the 100 officials, and exercising imperial power on behalf of Loan. The words fell, but in Green Reed's ears, they were deafening. Chapter 67 Two Dilemmas. Qing Reed was startled and thought of something like that, before asking cautiously, Your Majesty, is that what he meant? Gong Yu Smoke nodded. Very seriously he said, so that can strengthen the imperial power. Loan listened to the deep thought. After today, you for Loan secretly set up Jinui, such as the weather after warming up. Loan will pick a day. Will announce the establishment of the Jinui. This name is really good. The Jinui. The name is really good. The Jinui. The name is really good. To the name of the brocade clothes, line of imperial power. Sooner or later, one day, I want to the left and right of the two ministers all outlawed. A flash of morose coldness flashed under Gong Yuyan's eyes. Green Reed clasped his fists and led the way, then quickly left the place, waiting for Qingwei to leave. Gong Yuyan was silent for a long time, her mind still echoing with what her daughter had written in her letter. A few days later, the retest officially began. This retest is in a place that is already all different from the first one. The preliminary examination. The examination place in a very wide martial arts field. That is because the number of people is too much. From the whole of Deqian, the country over the young people who want a test, all gathered in Deqian. So at that time, it was necessary to use places such as martial arts arenas and military training grounds for the imperial examinations. However, now the re-examination, because the number of people has been greatly reduced the sake, so let everyone in the tribute to the examination. Even if one day is not enough, 3 days is almost the same. The tribute house is huge and looks like it has an air of heaviness about it. So when Chuyun sent Li Xian over, although the outside was overcrowded, it was no longer as watertight and horrible as before. Brother Li, it's all in the air. Play hard and the temple examination will come hand in hand. Chuyun clasped his fists and watched Li Xian walk in. As for Mr. Zhou, who was next to him, he also accompanied Li Xian and walked in. This kid even passed the preliminary exam? During the process Li Xian looked at that Zhou Gongzi. The other party froze for a moment, but also cuddled with Li Xian, giving enough respect. He naturally didn't have any grudges with Li Xian, and he also got Miss Xianger's first night as he wished. In that case, Miss Xianger was naturally already his. As a result, for this youth of unknown origin beside the world's sun, although Duke Zhou could not look at it in his heart, he still gave enough face on the surface. After walking in, Li Xian sat in his seat, although still in the courtyard examination, but also belongs to the kind of semi-open cubicles. Each candidate, there is a cubicle, sitting inside for retesting. There were red-hot charcoal pots at the bottom, radiating warmth and banishing some of the cold feeling. Li Xian's eyes were satisfied up to this point. Having a charcoal pot for the fire was satisfying. During the waiting period, Li Xian looked around the tribute court furnishings, and found in those ancient books recorded on the picture comparison. In fact, not much difference, maybe the only gap, is in front of the tribute court, compared to a lot of exquisite. The ground is spotless. After all, is the imperial city of the tribute court, rather than the local tribute court. After waiting for a little more than half an hour, the rolls were finally handed out. After seeing the content above, Li Xian was a bit surprised because above, there were only 2 questions, and these are topics that are on the hard side. Li Xian, at first glance, found it all a bit difficult, but of course his perspective, which was placed in this place in ancient times, if he were to deal with it on his own, the contents would not be too difficult. Question 1, please create a poem on the theme of snow. Question 2, please elaborate on how to treat water. 2 questions, one question is more difficult than the other. The total time is only 1 hour. The normal time allocation, naturally, the first question half an hour, the second question half an hour, or the first question is small half an hour, the second question more than half an hour. After all, the second question belongs to the strategy, the time should be more. It was quite good that Chu Yun didn't make it to the retest. At least you don't have to face this kind of content and have to do nothing but dry out and not be able to write anything. It seemed that the 100 people who were qualified to enter the temple examination did need to be on a difficulty level in order to be distinguished. Otherwise it would be impossible to distinguish them if they were all on a normal difficulty level. Especially the second question. Li Xian felt that it was extremely difficult for the average scholar of this era. Water control was a top priority anywhere in ancient times, but there was no dynasty that could say it was completely governed. And this Dacian does not belong to any of the ancient times, but since the level of development is similar to that of Qin and Han, does it not mean that even the court does not know how to rule the water? How dare you ask the major candidates about something that the court can't solve? This issue is, indeed, on a great deal of difficulty. As for the words of the first question, Li Xian thought about it and directly wrote it up in a sprawling manner. Several branches of plums in the corner of the wall, blossoming alone in the cold, distantly knowing that it's not snow, for there is a dark fragrance coming. A very simple snow-related verse, catchy and when it comes to the best of the best. After Li Xian saw the keyword snow, the poem, naturally, instantly popped up in his mind. Just like mentioning grass and thinking of the grass on the plains, withering and growing year after year. The wildfire cannot be eliminated, and the spring breeze blows again and again. It was almost a deep-rooted thought. So after quickly answering the first question, Li Xian directly began to think about the second question as he pondered on how he needed to answer this question. It even requires a relatively restrained answer in the process. Cannot answer too far ahead, or some of the things that are ahead of their time. The ancient times do not understand, but will feel that he is a bunch of nonsense, so he needs to grasp a degree that makes the ancient people feel enlightened, about within the scope of what the ancients can understand, and then it will be fine. After thinking about it, Li Xian quickly roasted his hands and put up his pen to answer. During the process of Li Xian's answer, an invigilator also came over, and after realizing that Li Xian had already finished answering the first question, he froze for a moment, and then carefully read that poem of Li Xian's in his mind, and finally looked at Li Xian with a strange expression on his face, and this person nodded silently. This verse, indeed, was very good, and it was already very rare for such a young person to be able to make such a verse. Although this poem may not be so bright at first glance, once you savor it in your mind, it's a catchy masterpiece. If there were no surprises, Li Xian would definitely be able to advance to the temple examination, because he knew something inside out, which was that the second question didn't matter much no matter how he answered it. Instead, it was the first question, the one about composing a poem, that really judged whether or not you could advance. And Li Xian answered the first question in what seemed like dozens or hundreds of breaths. This kid, it's too soon. The invigilator continued to wait next to Li Xian, wanting to see how Li Xian answered the second question, only to see that the invigilator instantly froze when he saw Li Xian sprawlingly write down the first response plan. Chapter 68 Ahead of the curve view. Plugging is better than sparing? The man murmured in his mind with a look of admiration. I didn't realize that my Dacian literati and scholars were so learned. Such content did surprise him a bit, because at present, the most effective way to control water in any dynasty is to plug plus the drain, which is the mainstream way at present, and hydrophobicity is the top priority. The more congestion, the more dangerous. The next thing that happens when you get a moment's pleasure from blocking is that a downpour breaks through the dam, and then it gets worse, and the people are devastated. Therefore, if Li Xian could think of this step directly and go for a precise cut, then Li Xian was already 100% able to enter the stage of the temple examination. A little emotion in his heart. This person just intends to leave, to see that Lord Zhou's son. What masterpiece time. Instead, he saw Li Xian again at the bottom, writing the word 2. Li Xian then began to continue writing out another strategy. Gather all the manpower and material resources of Dacian. In the upper reaches, the construction of dikes, to ensure that rainfall cannot be washed out of the dikes, when it rains to store water, when the drought is descending. In this way, the blockage is also a dredge. Dredge is also a blockage. After seeing this passage and pondering the feasibility of it in his mind, the invigilator's pupils continued to contract. He looked at Li Xian incredulously, his face filled with shock, his lips even shivered a little, and then, he wanted to get out of here and go and report it directly. However, after thinking about it, this person still stopped and looked at what Li Xian had written with an excited face. He had a feeling that this content of Li Xian might become the future strategy of Dacian for the court to implement in the future. Li Xian naturally knew that there had been an invigilator beside him for the sake of it, but he didn't care, since he had written it out. Whether it was useful or not, it would surely be made public, even if it wouldn't be so. This part of his content was enough to enter the palace exams, so Li Xian briefly wrote a few sentences and explained it, and then he withdrew his pen, stretched out his hands and feet, and roasted the fire. The whole process took only a small half-hour. Looking up, I realized that the invigilator was still standing in the same place. Li Xian smiled, then continued to roast the fireplace, and by this time, the invigilator had likewise come back to his senses. He gave Li Xian a deep look and finally left this way. He has a premonition that this kid will definitely be able to shine at the temple test. There was a kind of person who was like that. He could sense that Li Xian was perhaps the hottest candidate in this temple examination, and that his future was definitely not going to be ordinary, especially after reading what Zhou Gongzi wrote. This person is even more certain. Zhou Gongzi and its comparison is a firefly and white moon, cannot compete for glory. That Zhou Gongzi at this time is still thinking carefully about how to compose a poem, but that kid, both questions have already been answered, completely not at the same level. An hour later, Li Xian walked out of the examination room. Chu Yun waited outside, and following Chu Yun, there were several experts from the Xian Wangfu. This move, naturally, is to prevent the Come Here Chi Chu two countries messenger trouble, so the Xian Wangfu to Li Xian's protection, to do everything, right after that incident. In fact, King Xian had heard about it. Xian Wang for Li Xian's safety and security issues, is very agreeable to his son's opinion. That is, this period of time, but whenever you want to travel from the mansion, you must follow closely Li Xian to protect Li Xian. Li Xian, this high degree of wine recipe, even they do not have, those people even want? That person from Qi is really arrogant. Chu Yun clasped his fist and said with a smile, Brother Li, how do you feel about today's examination? Do you think you have a good chance of entering the temple examination next? Looking at the way he had a smile on his brow, I guess he was very confident that Li Xian would be able to enter the temple examination stage. After all, Li Xian's kind of literary talent was already at the level of a great writer, and it would be excessive if he couldn't even get into a small temple examination. Li Xian's literary talent was the best of all time. Li Xian shook his head and said uncertainly, the things that are yet to come are not clear for the time being. After all, the results have not yet come out yet. We will know when there are results. In his mind, he was naturally very confident. Let's not talk about that verse. And he answered the later question about how to cure the water in such detail that he basically got in wherever the teacher marking the paper was a normal person. Of course, if the marking teachers are all members of the clan, and the candidates for the exam are all internalized, Li Xian can't really do anything about it. And that's the problem of the rule restriction, not the problem of his incapability. In this situation, Li Xian felt that it was reasonable for him not to be able to enter. It was just that the empress had carried out the new style of imperial examinations in a grand manner. So how could she let the clans meddle in it? Isn't that a slap in the face of the empress? So an extreme situation like that is certainly not likely to happen. That's why Li Xian was already certain in his heart that it was almost not a big problem. It's this Xianwang mansion. It's really well protected. So many guards? Looking at the guards that followed Chu Yun, and a plain man with a gaze that looked somewhat intimidating, Li Xian felt that this person must be an expert. It seemed that he was also afraid that the people of that Qi and Chu country would make a direct move against him. Chu Yun laughed and said, "That's true. Let's go, brotherly. My brother will send you back and wait for the temple examination in 3 days. When that time comes, brotherly must raise his eyebrows and take the first place in the temple examination. Naturally, my brother will be honored with it as well." Chu Yun took the initiative to lift the curtain of the carriage for Li Xian. Li Xian didn't make any pretense and sat in with Chu Yun. "Brotherly, I don't think you will lose the election. So 3 days after the temple examination, you will be able to see my Dacian female emperor. I heard that the Dacian female emperor is magnificent. No one can reach. At that time, cough cough, you give my brother a good look. In the end, whether it is as rumors of this stunning and beautiful?" Chu Yun squeezed his eyebrows and stated his purpose. Li Xian laughed. "Good boy. The idea of an empress is daring? Hush, be careful what you say." Chu Yun was startled and looked around, staring wide-eyed, and Li Xian said, "What do you mean? You dare to hit on the idea of a female emperor? Isn't this my brother's way of asking you to look up to the empress for me? I'm not qualified to meet the empress face to face, so don't make fun of me, just merely looking up to her, not having any thoughts. Be precise with your words." Seeing Chu Yun's face of fear, Li Xian also smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, if you can enter the stage of the palace examination. When you come back, I will tell you in detail exactly what happened in the palace. It's a small matter, and I wonder, will he be able to meet his old husband in the palace hall?" As for that great Qian empress, Chu Yun was curious, and Li Xian was naturally quite curious as well. So for this matter of the temple examination, Li Xian was equally looking forward to it. Chu Yun immediately nodded his head full of excitement and said, "My brother will wait for your good news." After that, Chu Yun rambled on about some things on Ningxuan, and when he got excited, he actually danced around as if the person was himself. Li Xian shook his head helplessly. This Chu Yun was big-hearted and didn't have much heart. Of course he did not feel that Chu Yun was like this to anyone. The reason was also because he had saved the other party's mother. Perhaps that was why he was treated so well. If it was only highly alcoholic, naturally it would be impossible to get the other party to pull out his heart. A lot of times, it's really all in the eye of the beholder. Facing an ordinary person, Chu Yun was definitely very arrogant and domineering. So Li Xian would not be naive enough to think that Chu Yun was such a simple brat. After returning to the Li mansion, Li Xian personally organized the luncheon. The person who dined today had an extra Lord Lu Shilu. Chapter 69, Serving the Prince. With regards to Li Xian's cooking skills, Lu Shi was equally impressed and said that since Li Xian had participated in that retest, he would definitely be able to make it to the hall test, so that Li Xian didn't have to worry. Over such a long period of time, Lu Shi actually knew something that happened to Li Xian, including that popularity of the imperial cities a smile back 100 winks, 6 palaces without color. The world's sun side naturally did not shamelessly smile, but all will be the truth. Told Lu Shi, Willow Creek is on her own, so it's fine. In addition, Lu Shi was equally appreciative of the fact that the Empress had made so many moves since the beginning of the year, and said with a look of emotion, "If the Empress goes on like this, the Great Qian will prosper." Speaking of this, Lu Shi's expression, after all, was also a bit spirited. He did not care in the slightest whether he is still that Deqian Imperial City County Magistrate. For Lu Shi, if before because of this Deqian a pool of dead water, Su is a bit deplorable. But now, Willow Creek was a burst of energy. Even if, now, he was just a commoner, he didn't care. Because of what the Empress did, she was 100% a bright ruler. 5 years of silence. The female emperor is finally going to do something bold. Before in the prison, he was even talking to himself, saying something like this in the past, "The Great Qian will die." But it hadn't been long since he'd gotten out, and knowing this news made Willow Creek seem like a second wind. Li Xian smiled, arched his hand and said, "Lord Lu has not dared to forget his country in his lowly position." The student is impressed. Even Springflower and Autumn Moon were very excited after seeing Master Lu at this moment. Lord Lu can come back. It is true that heaven has the virtue of good life, not letting good people suffer injustice. A lowly position. Lu Shi muttered a sentence to himself, and then only bitterly laughed. I am just an ordinary person indeed did not forget to worry about the country and the people. But it is a pity that this road is too difficult. The slightest carelessness has not yet said that to serve the country, but has already been dead. But the road to die, and it is these things, His Majesty does not know. It is really a bit of irony. Li Xian shook his head and said, "That's why there are times when self-preservation is the most important thing." When he saw Lu Shi's appearance, He didn't intend to inform Lu Shi in front of him about the matter that his daughter had killed dozens of people and robbed the prison unsuccessfully. I just don't know. That Lu Qingxue, where is she now? Without Li Xian's knowledge. Somewhere in the imperial city. A woman wearing a cloak on her head. At this moment, when she heard the people on the street say that Lu Shi had been fished out, she similarly clenched her fists, her expression bursting with emotion and tears. Xian Wangfu, who saved his father's life, only without his official position. Of course there was no official position. She didn't care. All she cared about was her father's safety. At this point in his thoughts, he realized that a bunch of soldiers had walked over in front of him, and Lu Qingxue quickly disappeared into thin air, as if she had never appeared at all. That night, Lu Qingxue, dressed in black, came to Li Xian's house. She looked at Li Xian on the bed, with his back to her, who was planning to undress and fall asleep, and seemed a little surprised. Is Li Xian going to sleep? She opened her mouth and was just about to say something when, instead, he realized that Li Xian had stopped at once, and then, Li Xian looked at Lu Qingxue in horror. The eyes could be described as very fearful, and even directly burrowed his whole body into the quilt, only revealing one eye. The hairy thief just came and beat himself up the other day, and now the furtive thief is at it again. How could it not frighten Li Xian? Lu Qingxue was surprised. What kind of reaction is Li Xian? This? Mao. This warrior? You just raise your hand. Adults have a large amount of mercy. Spare me. I really did not mean to provoke you. I give you a beating is not okay? As Li Xian spoke, he also puckered his buttocks humiliatingly. Before that hairy thief, he hadn't taken care of his buttocks much. The other parties seemed to have a fondness for his area, but his safety is most important. And in this case, a great man can bend and bend, as it should be, shame or whatever. He didn't care. Lu Qingxue, what happened to Li Xian? That look on his face. What does it mean? He cannot see people now, can only find this kind of time to see him, but he is so scary? No matter how intimidating, you don't have to pucker your ass up and face her in such a humiliating position, do you? Li Xian was shocked when he realized that the hairy thief hadn't been moving much. Then he carefully looked behind him, only to realize that the man in black was still standing there, quietly watching him. Li Xian froze for a moment, then got up and looked at the man in black, carefully arched his hand, and said, "Warrior, you're not going to beat me?" Lu Qingxue opened her mouth and finally said awkwardly, "It's me." She even wanted to just leave because she felt that the posture Li Xian had just assumed was too humiliating, but if she wanted to see Li Xian, she only had the chance at times like this. Otherwise how could a murderer like her dare to come into this Li residence during the day? So she can't leave. Otherwise, the next time you come back, Li Xian will still look the same. Li Xian was startled, and then said with a face full of consternation, "You are, woman?" It seemed that the two were not the same height, and at a closer look, Lu Qingxue did not have anything on her face, so she could vaguely tell that it was a woman's appearance. Is it not the same person as the hairy thief from before? It's me. Lu Qingxue had no choice but to take out the fire folders, and after blowing a bit, she lit the oil lamp on the table, and then a good-looking face appeared in front of Li Xian's eyes. It's really Lu Qingxue. Thinking about his pouting ass just now, Li Xian's face was now very red, so red that it was dripping blood. "Thank you for what happened to my father," Lu Qingxue said gratefully, as if she had forgotten Li Xian's shameful appearance just now. "Today, I came here for two purposes, the first of which, naturally, was the need to say thank you to Li Xian." Li Xian waved his hand and got up to put on a jacket, then only said with a big grin, "Lord Lu has his own blessings, so even if I don't save him, someone else will. Where have you been these days? Aren't you worried about something happening in the imperial city?" Lu Qingxue shook her head and said calmly, "Unless I go to the palace, I can freely come and go from this imperial city, just rest assured." Li Xian nodded his head, still feeling his face was too much, so he explained, "I really didn't recognize you just now. I didn't mean to do that kind of action. Don't mind it." Lu Qingxue likewise blushed a bit and just nodded. "The reason for this incident is that some days ago, a man in black rushed in and beat me up, so I have a psychological shadow. I'm really sorry." Li Xian thought about it, but he still told Lu Qingxue to understand this matter. Lu Qingxue frowned and said gruffly, "That man in black didn't do anything to you other than that?" Li Xian shook his head and said with a depressed face, "Just a beating. It hurt for 2 days, but it doesn't hurt anymore. My body is still quite tough, or else I really can't get out of bed." Hearing this, Lu Qingxue, however, is a little strange. Your body is not really hard, unless the other person, who is simply trying to teach you a lesson, is going to make you hurt for 2 days and that's it. So after hearing these words, Lu Qingxue's worry about Li Xian was much less. She would like to stay and help Li Xian. but it's just that with her status, she was destined to not be able to stay anywhere in the imperial city for a long time. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Qingxue said with a slight discomfort on her face, "In addition to coming here today to say thank you, there is another matter that I want to clarify with you." "What is it?" Li Xian was so immersed in the shame he just felt that he didn't hear anything wrong in the other party's words. Lu Qingxue clenched her teeth and said with great embarrassment, I've been here for the past few days, and my menstruation has come." So, Lu Qingxue took a deep breath, continued to clench her teeth, and said with difficulty, "That's why I came here tonight, but I can't serve you, so I hope you'll forgive me." Li Xian, Chapter 70 Haruyuki's Meaning. Li Xian froze for a long time, before looking at the Lu Qingxue in front of him, and realized that her expression, not a joke, seems to be really intending to offer her body. He'd subconsciously forget about this if you didn't say anything. How come this girl, she still remembers it? But Lu Qingxue's looks is really very good. Her temperament comes with a Ying Qi. Face value is also extremely beautiful, although not compared to Ningxuang and other stunning, but also at least 8 points of the level. To know that Li Xian on the girl's scoring an item is very stingy, so there is such an evaluation, or is not easy. Thoughts addressed. Li Xian also coughed dryly. Then he hurriedly waved his hand and said seriously, "The lady warrior's words are too serious. I was just joking before. I really didn't want to do anything. I will help your father simply because I admire him for his character. So you mustn't think too much about it. And don't bring up these things in the future. I won't take the opportunity to blackmail others. Now is the time. And will be in the future as well. And in the future, you won't say such things again, lest you should get angry." Hearing Li Xian's words, Lu Qingxue froze. She was pressurized to think that Li Xian would say this. She then locked eyes with Li Xian for a little while and realized that the other party's eyes were incomparably clear and didn't seem to be joking at all. On Lu Qingxue's face, Fong appeared slightly embarrassed, plus a touch of relaxed smile. It was as if from this moment on, she too was completely relaxed. "In that case, my little girl is beyond reproach." Lu Qingxue lowered her head again and spoke. "What does she have to show for it, other than this face? She, herself, was already a murderer out of sight, so how could she ask for something else? So, teach me to practice martial arts. Woman, not to hide from you. I am now on their own expectations have been lowered to very low. As long as I can beat 3 or 5 ordinary strong men, will be satisfied. This is my goal. Rice need to eat slowly. Martial arts also need to slowly practice. I am a person who has no other advantages. It is to be able to recognize themselves." Li Xian grinned. He was quite happy to see Lu Qingxue tonight. "I've just lost a bit of face, but it doesn't matter. It's fine if people don't know about it." He didn't care if he didn't have a face. After all, Lu Qingxue had taken care of his face as well. Lu Qingxue nodded and said somewhat grimly, "That's not a problem. It's just that I've caused too many killings, so I can only find time to meet at night. It's easy to be embarrassed when you come to Li Xian at night, and you've just been embarrassed twice." About Li Xian does not intend to let himself in the matter of the body. Lu Qingxue, although relieved, but still cannot help but echo a thought in his mind. He said he has a wife and daughter, but his wife, where is it now? Li Xian had a daughter. She knew that. Is there some hidden agenda about his wife? There is no harm. The sky is so big. Why worry about where you can stay? You don't need to worry, Lady Warrior. As long as you stick to your heart and act chivalrously, you can still have a happy life and live a free life. Don't you think so? Li Xian smiled. Lu Qingxue only her expression remained downcast. Soothing words, and she understood them. But it was still sad to think that she had completely lost her relationship with the common people, and that perhaps in the future, she would never be able to blatantly appear on this street again. In the past, she especially liked to eat the Yangchun noodles of the noodle shop that was out the door and to the left. And there was also a martial arts school that Lu Qingxue used to go to often, but nowadays she can no longer go there. Plus her father's side of the so also quite good. As for your father, you still do not meet better. Your father's side, he still does not know that you have committed these things. I suggest that you have the opportunity to see your father again. Then I will notify you of it. Just not now. You and a little bit more patience. Your father has just come out. Maybe a little bit unable to accept. Li Xian gave the other party a pertinent suggestion. Lu Qingxue nodded and said, "Yes, I'll teach you those styles. So try it." Then, Li Xian tried to keep his movements as low as possible and demonstrated the movements that Lu Qingxue had taught him earlier. Lu Qingxue commented a few more sentences and told him to continue practicing daily. Then she looked deeply at Li Xian and left in the middle of Li Xian's bedroom. After Lu Qingxue left, Li Xian thought about how he looked just now, and again, his face was embarrassed. After a sigh, Li Xian fell into a deep sleep. 2 days later, Shu Yun arrived at the Li mansion. Congratulations to Brotherly. Congratulations to Brotherly for successfully entering the palace examination. Before they even met, Shu Yun's voice had already appeared inside Li Xian's ears. A few days ago, Shu Yun naturally went home because being on this side of the Li mansion was just too boring. However, the home guards, as well as one of the experts protecting him, stayed in the Li mansion for protection. So those emissaries from the Qi and Shu countries did not continue to come looking for trouble. As for the reason why Lu Qingxue came here but wasn't discovered by the other side, it was also because Lu Qingxue's martial arts had improved again after this calamity. So if she wasn't a great master of the clan, she basically couldn't be discovered, which was why she said that as long as she didn't go to the palace, she could basically go anywhere. After Li Xian opened the door, he looked at this face of Chu Yun and said with a smile, "Really?" Chu Yun immediately patted his chest and said 1,000 times true. "What does Brother Li think?" Li Xian laughed and said, "What ideas can there be? Then just go tomorrow. My brother will go to meet His Majesty for you, and come back to tell you about it then." Chu Yun squeezed his eyebrows for a moment before he whirled around and took out the notification paperwork. The content recorded above is nothing more than congratulating Li Xian for entering the palace examination. Please wait at ease at the gate of the palace at 1 minute past dusk tomorrow, and someone will pick them up inside the palace. Li Xian took the things and then said, "Brother Chu is leaving now? Not taking a seat?" Chu Yun shook his head and said, "Do not disturb, do not disturb. I heard that the content of the exam taken tomorrow, the probability will be to give the topic, and then you guys give free play. Belongs to a kind of curatorial theory. Brotherly first prepare a 1 or 2. Tomorrow's matter is too important. After tomorrow, Brotherly remember to give me good news." After saying those words, Chu Yun hurriedly left the outside of the mansion. At this moment, Li Xian closed the door and Lu Shi, who was walking in the courtyard, came out. He looked at Li Xian and said with a complicated face, "Little Friendly is a dragon and phoenix among men, and he will surely make a splash tomorrow." Over the past few days, some of the things about Li Xian's body were actually known when he was chatting with Xine and Shaoan. If what was known before was a generalization, it is now very comprehensive. That sentence looking back a smile 100 winks. 6 palaces without color out. Perhaps no one can match. It's just that the character depicted in this poem is a greenhouse girl, which is ultimately a bit of a shame. Liushi walks right and sits straight. Naturally it is impossible to look down on that kind of greenhouse women, and he has never looked for greenhouse women. Thanks to Lord Lu's blessing, I hope there's nothing wrong tomorrow. Lord Lu, on your side, have the families and whatnot settled in? Li Xian asked with some concern as if he remembered something. Chapter 71 Beautifully stunning. Lu Shi shook his head and said grimly, "I won't hide it from you. My wife passed away a long time ago, and I raised my daughter until she was old enough. So before I was imprisoned, the only relatives I had were my daughter, plus a cousin, in addition to the 2 maids, Chunhua and Shouyue, and seeing that they're all on your side, I'm relieved." Lu Shi felt that Li Xian was really a great person. He went so far as to take in all the maids, plus the old man sweeping the floor. This made this willow stream feel a pang of emotion. A young man with such a temperament might really be extraordinary in the future. It was possible that he, himself, would see the rise of a great man. Exactly how far Li Xian could go, he was not sure. Perhaps this young man is the key to the future rise of Great Qian. Lord Lu, I'm really sorry. I'd like to ask about you and that household ministry Langzhong. The details of that previous case. I don't know if it's convenient to inform the students. Li Xian clasped his fists and looked at Lu Shi. Where is the inconvenience? If you want to know, I will just tell you. Lu Shi froze and finally sighed and began to tell Li Xian Su. And elsewhere in the imperial city. It is also in this morning's time. Qi Chu 2 countries' emissaries, also to the Great Qian side, submitted tomorrow want to go to the court, formally visit the female emperor's invitation. And to the surprise of all the ministers, the empress agreed. The Great Qian empress, surprisingly, went against the norm. This likewise made the emissaries of Qi and Shu somewhat unexpected. Early the next morning, Li Xian was woken up by Chunhua. There was no alarm clock in ancient times, and the only one who could call him was the maid. So the maids in this ancient time, it was not easy, and Li Xian felt that they had no human rights. He got up in the dark, yawning as he was washed up while being waited on by Spring Flower. Li Xian washed his face with the help of Xiao Yu. Then Li Xian sat in front of the chair, and Chunhua gave him a simple dressing up, combing his hair carefully and then simply draping it behind his shoulders, so that the costume of a beautiful man of Deqian would really come alive. The male is so pretty. Chunhua looked at Li Xian with a face of adoration, with only him inside her eyes. Don't talk about trying to get the duke to honor himself in order to get to the top. Let's just say that the eunuchs have this good looks. In fact, it's their blessing to serve the eunuchs, and it's them who take advantage of the eunuchs. not the eunuchs who take advantage of them. So for how to take advantage of the gentleman this thing, spring flowers can only think about it in the heart, and it is impossible to cross the minefield whatsoever. They as a little maid, with Li Xian the most intimate, is before Li Xian sleep, drilling into Li Xian warm quilt, and then left alone. So much for being the closest thing to a male. But even so, Spring Flower and Autumn Moon were happy, because they feel that they are needed by the male. Really, how good is it? Li Xian looked at him in the mirror, but also the corners of his mouth smiled slightly. This scene naturally looked dumbfounded behind the Spring Flowers and Autumn Moon. I have to say, this face is indeed very good looking. No matter the front face or the side face, it is a first-class face now. It was crushing compared to what he was before he was reborn. Autumn Moon, back to the spirit, full of joy, said, Gongzi is naturally extremely good looking. Autumn Moon has also seen many beautiful men, but Gongzi's looks is indeed the crown of the ancient and modern, the beauty of the shocking up, so that the Autumn Moon, let the Autumn Moon heart is very like it. Speaking of this, Autumn Moon lowered her head and somewhat shyly pinched the corner of her coat, her face already red. Your Excellency is going to the imperial examination today and must return in triumph. Chunhua saw Li Xian stand up and then encouraged a sentence, looking at Li Xian with the same adoration. Li Xian nodded and finally took the notification paperwork that was sitting on the table in his hands and went outside in the night. Just pushing open the door, Li Xian saw Chu Yun, who was yawning while standing in the doorway. This kid even waited for himself here early? This behavior of Chu Yun naturally surprised Li Xian. Chu Yun saw Li Xian before he then smiled and said, Brother Li, on the sedan chair. This weather is too cold in the morning, and my brother can't let you be out of shape. Li Xian's heart warmed before he then sat inside. Afterward, he and Chu Yun sat inside the sedan chair. There are some things that really don't need to be said. His relationship with Chu Yun was no longer what it used to be, and nowadays, they were more in line with the relationship of brothers than ordinary friends. After some more time, the carriage came to the foot of the palace gate. Li Xian walked down and waved his hand along with Chu Yun. After dismounting, Li Xian also accompanied the 100 or so schoolchildren and waited quietly. Some people see the son of Chu Yun personally sent him over, so want to come over to make friends. Between words, very polite, came up as to report their own family, and hope with Li Xian know a little. Li Xian's interest in this was lackluster, especially after hearing that the other party was a member of the clan. So his behavior, very calm, asked certainly will answer, but will not take the initiative to go over to say something words, which also let some clan origin youth. No difficult to retreat. Count the candidates, and those whose names are called. Come forward here. One of the eunuchs tore his voice and shouted. This was followed by a roll call. 100 people. None absent. Obviously these people also know that their chance to make a name for themselves is just this once. Therefore, everyone who had the opportunity to enter the temple examination was especially cherished. Even members of the clan origin were especially concerned about this opportunity to enter the temple examination. Li Xian saw a person. Is that night? In the Begonia Pavilion to see the Zhou Gongzi, earlier also met several times. This kid is quite talented. Mr. Zhou happened to be looking at Li Xian, and after realizing that Li Xian was looking at him, he nodded and withdrew his gaze. Li Xian didn't say anything and followed the large troop, quickly walking towards the middle of the palace. And at this time, the Empress Gong Yuyan has also sat on top of the throne, majestic and incomparable, looking down. A great motherly gesture. Of course, strictly speaking, motherhood means empress. And I'm afraid it's not very apt to use this term to describe an empress, so the real word that could be used would be King's Landing. Without anger, the empress at this moment was wearing a veil. The minister, below, was not surprised, because every time the messengers from Qi and Shu came, Her Majesty would put on a veil to prevent the other side from prying. After all, their ministers would be in awe of the empress, but those messengers wouldn't be in awe of the empress. So over the past few years, the 100 officials have become accustomed to it. His Majesty's appearance, even though they were used to seeing it plainly, was somewhat alarming. Of course, they naturally didn't dare to get any ideas. Not only is Her Majesty the Empress, but she is also an expert in martial arts. So if they had any thoughts, how could they hide them from Her Majesty? So every time he went to the court, even if the woman sitting above him had a beautiful face, no one dared to think anything more. Your Majesty, the ambassadors of Qi and Shu are clearly trying to hit on the 100 students of my Deqian's imperial examination. And it is possible that they will speak out in the Great Hall with the intention of adding to the chaos. The left minister, Lin Xian, came out at this moment and arched his hand, uttering these words. It was also the opening of today's morning court. Chapter 72, an audience with the ambassadors. In fact, for the left prime minister, he himself was very satisfied with the 100 scholars who had entered the temple examination at this stage, because, Among those 100 scholars, almost 90 of them were after the dignitaries, and only a few 10 belonging to the scholars without any status, which was naturally a very satisfactory thing for them. This also means that the empress's desire to choose the best and the coldest has fallen through in the first year, because the best people are clan members, and the topics are likewise skewed more in favor of clan members. And of course only those topics can be arranged. Otherwise, how do you conduct a sea of preliminary examinations? There is a big gap between the education received by the sons of the clans themselves and those of ordinary origins. In fact, there is a person, originally intended to be listed as ordinary people. But the investigation into this son and the house of the Xianwang has a very deep connection. The house of the Xianwang side, although they have nothing to do with them here, but it is also one of the few princes of the Dakian, so it will also be that person, listed as a dignitary. Clan members listed. His Majesty wants to do his best to reform, but what can he do? The fact that 100 people have now entered the temple examination is a sign that the rule of their clan is unbreakable. Therefore, Lin Shuren has been very happy recently, because his Lin family's sideline. Then there are several young people entered the palace examination. This achievement is quite good. It was just that the recent visit of the emissaries from Qi and Shu had made Lin Shuren a little depressed. As the left minister of Great Qian, how could Lin Shuren not want to solve this matter? But even the empress could not do anything about it. So what could he do? Gong Yuyan looked at the left phase. The slender jade finger knocked on the armrest of the dragon chair, and then said faintly, "I have promised them." The left phase is trying to let the orphan go back on his word, not? The one who jumped the highest every time was in fact this left minister, Lin Shuren. But whenever he issued some decree, the left minister would definitely obstruct it, making Gong Yuyan regard it as one of the biggest tumors in his heart. The left minister hastily arched his hand and said in a deep voice, "The old minister does not dare to disobey your majesty. The old minister just thinks that since your majesty promised the Qi and Chu two countries' messengers, they are now temporarily not yet arrived. We happen to be here. Is not it possible to have a good chat about how to deal with the specifics? Or to save for a rainy day, a little bit of mental preparedness in advance, or else to face the thieves of the two countries of Qi and Chu in the future? I'm afraid that it's somewhat hastily." "I second the motion." Right Minister Lu Yunqing came out, first saluted, and then said, "This time, Qi and Chu have sent their princes here separately. Wolves are ambitious, and the micro-minister thinks that this is obviously." At this very moment, after Li Xian and the others passed through the palace gates, they walked into the palace. The entire palace was indeed large and looked spectacular. Even at this time of the day when the sky was cloudy, you could see that the palace was majestic and unique. In less than a moment, Li Xian and the others were on a wide open space a few hundred meters away outside the palace hall, quietly waiting. Slowly, the sun also came out. Above the tile roof of the palace, a golden dragon sculpture perched above the eaves of the palace. The dragon's scales are clearly visible. The carving is lifelike, as if ready to take off the clouds, soaring in the 9 heavens. This Dakian palace, but very exquisite. Li Xian's eyes looked behind him. He saw the red wall towering, like blood solidified. The world inside the palace and the outside world, not only on the wall, even on the ground they stepped on, also carved with complex patterns, looks very exquisite. The ground is not any dust, as if not long ago just been cleaned. Wide and thick green stones were laid on the ground, revealing the thick and heavy atmosphere of the imperial city. Beside the other candidates into the temple examination, at the moment the same by the spectacular in front of them marveled, although they are clan origin, but can enter the palace. In addition to the officials of the 3rd grade or above, will only be dukes and marquises and other titles such as high power to be able to do so, although they are the power of the noble origin, but still is the first time to come here. So every candidate, full of curiosity, looked at the Great Qian Imperial Palace in front of them, only to feel that all this in front of them was very appealing to the eyes. Gradually, the candidates stopped being nervous and chatted in low voices. Only Li Xian, his gaze looked at the direction of the imperial city's gates. At this moment there are exactly 2 teams of people, waiting at the entrance of the imperial city. Its expression does not have much fear. Looking at the inside of the more than 100 waiting students, is also a face of contempt, as if the press simply do not care about the same. After they paused for a moment, several eunuchs hurriedly came out from inside. Then passing by Li Xian and the others, he went to the side of the palace gate and shouted loudly, "His Majesty has decreed to announce an audience with the envoys of Qi and Chu." With the appearance of this shrill voice, all the candidates, too, looked in the direction from which they came. Every candidate, at this moment, was filled with gravity. As they were of clan origin, how could they not know about the recent emissaries from the 2 Qi and Chu countries coming to the imperial city? "I heard that Qi and Chu sent people this time, also very honorable, the 2 countries' princes." but they all came to the Qiangua side. And I don't know this time. What exactly is the purpose? Soon enough, the procession of a mere dozen or so people stopped in front of the 100 scholars of the temple examination. Qiyu swept his gaze over the crowd and then said indifferently, "Are these the 100 most outstanding students of Dichen? It seems like it looks just average." The crowd was outraged. This moment profoundly illustrates the truth that a weak nation is a weak man. Well, what can you do with this kind of talk? Going to see the great Qian Empress first is the most important thing. Qi Crown Prince Qi Xian spoke faintly. In the face of Qi Xian's words, Qiyu hurriedly collected his expression and looked at Li Xian with a cold smile on his face before saying, "Yes." After saying that, the man from Qi quickly walked up. As for the people of Chu, after glancing at these 100 people, with a face full of disdain, they similarly followed to the front. Their purpose today was similarly not on these scholars who entered the temple examination. The gap between the two sides' identities was still very large, and these people were not worth staying too long for. A few moments later, the envoys of Qi and Chu walked into the great Qian Palace Hall. The 100 officials stood on either side of them, staring at the emissaries of the two countries with displeased expressions. After all, these people are coming over here to ask for favors out of it. Although they are very from the heart, that should be agreed to as much as possible. But the essence is still very upset. How can you give a good face? These people didn't care. They just looked at the great Qian Empress above with a calm and dignified demeanor. Seeing that the Empress was wearing a veil, Qi Xian wasn't surprised and obviously knew something about it as he arched his hand and said, "Crown Prince Qi Xian of the Qi Kingdom, meet your Majesty of the Great Qian." As for the Chu side, there was likewise a handsome young man who clasped his fists and said, "The Crown Prince of the Chu Kingdom, Chu Yifeng, meet His Majesty the Great Qian." "How dare you? Why don't you kneel when you see His Majesty?" Right Prime Minister Lu Yunqing, although he did not want to fight, but at this moment, did not lose the style of the military general, angry eyes, looking at this Qi and Chu, two countries of the emissary, in the middle of the air and drank. Chapter 73, The Prime Minister's Scandal. At this moment, with Lu Yunqing as high drink, the spirit of the 100 officials are all shaken, and then they have to look at that Qi and Chu, two countries emissary. They will choose how to respond? These people, for sure, will not kneel. Just this cry from the right minister, it does have a lot of gusto. Even Gong Yuyan, who was sitting above, was slightly surprised. It was important to know that the Lu Yunqing of the past had never been like this. That old thing, on the contrary, was hardened for once in a rare moment. At this moment, amongst the group of emissaries from Qi and Chu, everyone appeared to be very calm. As for that frontmost position, Qi Crown Prince Qi Xian and Chu Crown Prince Chu Yifeng, however, both smiled faintly, seemingly not taking it as a matter at all. To be honest, the only one who could be placed in their eyes when they came here today was perhaps the lightly veiled empress sitting up there. After all, it's not just any woman who manages to rise to the top of the throne in the midst of a power grab. That Diqian Prince Gong Xiao was no ordinary person. But even so, all of them were successfully seized by Gong Yuyan. Such strength, naturally no one dares to look down on. Anyone who can swim upstream against the current in the middle of the dynastic turnover is not simple. This former princess of Daqian, Gong Yuyan, can successfully ascend to the throne, then proved her ability. And now, they have learned that the great Qian Empress has never been married, or has never taken a concubine, which is something that many people in the Qi and Chu countries have been talking about. The great Qian Empress, now reigning for 6 years without any heir at her knee, could not keep people from being curious, and the rumor that the great Qian female emperor has a daughter of the news. In fact, they are not to believe. Rumor. Naturally, it is impossible to be too true. Some things itself is catching the wind. The authenticity is not too high. They had actually come here today with such a purpose. Qi Xian thought to this point, then said lightly, as an ambassador of Qi, and the most honored crown prince of Qi in addition to his father, this palace naturally does not need to kneel when seeing the Qian emperor, and this palace has never heard of an emissary coming to Daqian and needing to kneel with his majesty. Is this a rule that his majesty has just set, or is it the intention of the right minister of Daqian? This person's status naturally eliminated the need to kneel. Before, when the old Qian emperor was in power, the Qi and Chu, two countries, came over here dozens and hundreds of times and actually did not kneel. Even the old Qian emperor did not have this request. So Qi Xian said very calmly. Chu Yifeng similarly laughed and looked at Lu Yunqing somewhat mockingly, saying lightly, "This is the right prime minister of Diqian, right?" Lu Yunqing frowned and said, "What can I teach you? This prince of Chu, why did he single him out? These people, what a pain in the ass. Instruction cannot be talked about." Chu Yifeng smiled and said, "The right prime minister of Diqian, many years ago by my dynasty army god beat almost lost his life. Fled. I heard that at that time can be described as scared of the wind. clapped his tail and fled to Deqian. No longer dare to come to the border to show off. Now good. In the court of Deqian recuperated these years, but also so scenic? How dare you ask me to kneel here? Who gave you such big guts? You. Lu Yunqing's eyes widened. This crown prince of Chu. How dare he openly say ugly things about him? All the 100 officials dared to be angry but dared not say anything, because this time, the emissaries of Qi and Chu came to Deqian. Perhaps only the left and right two prime ministers had such a qualification to talk to them. They hadn't heard too many stories like that from the right minister. Just know that the battle was indeed lost then. It is said that Chu military god guard lance is indeed a very strong existence. As long as there were wars in which he was involved, he was on the winning side. And it was in those battles that Deqian lost a lot of territories and then suffered a great loss of vitality. Of course, that was also something that happened during the reign of the old Qian emperor. It is also said that it was during those battles that the Qian kingdom's status was in tatters. Years ago, the great Qian, although not as good as Qi and Chu, the strength is not bad, at least have the qualification of a battle. And now, even if Qi and Chu are constantly harassing the border, Deqian does not dare to counterattack. And this is the status quo today. It is true that the national strength of Deqian can no longer support the war. There is no need for the right minister to be annoyed. Isn't that the truth? Chu Yifeng smiled again. When Lu Yunqing had not yet said anything, the empress sitting above her, however, had already lightly opened her vermilion lips and said, "If you come to my dynasty just to mock a few words, you might as well go back to Chu for a bit." When Qi Xian heard the empress speak, he only felt that simply listening to the voice was very distinctive, like the sound of jade striking, straight into the heart. And it did indeed invigorate the mind. In the past, he had only seen the female emperor's face on the painting, but it was also the appearance of the female emperor when she was a princess. And at that time, she was already a stunning beauty. What now? Qi Xian's eyes flashed with a touch of curiosity as he said, "Rumor has it that the great Qian empress is incredibly magnificent. And since Mr. Qi is here on behalf of great Qi today, I would dare to request that the Qian emperor may as well take off his veil, so that Mr. Qi can take a look at the empress's honorable face." A sentence was said. The left prime minister Lin Shan but also looked at the other party, very dissatisfied, said, "Qi prince, this sentence really is a bit too much. Your father personally came here, but also cannot be so demanded by his majesty. You as a district prince should correct their attitude, otherwise the trouble will come out of the mouth." Although Qi Xian spoke very politely, using numerous honorifics, he was so impolite that as a prince of another country, he wanted to ask the empress to remove her veil and see her honorable face. With such a request, even if the empress didn't say anything, Lin Shuren would have to stand up and retort. Otherwise, are you deceiving him that there is no one in Deqian? Qi Xian heard these words, said meaningfully, "I have long heard that the left prime minister of Deqian is very resourceful and powerful, and at the end of last year, he connived behind him and embezzled the silver of Deqian's national treasury for disaster relief, leading to thousands of Deqian's people directly frozen to death. I did not think that after committing such a crime, the left prime minister is still standing here properly. It seems that the rumors about the left prime minister are true, and that no one in this Deqian even dares to touch you. Admire, admire." As he spoke, Qi Xian applauded while meaningfully uttering these words that no one dares to say in the great Qian dynasty. Qi Xian's words caused the left minister to stare blankly. How could he have thought that this prince of Qi even knew about this hidden matter? Could it be that Qi's eyes and ears in Deqian have been laid so deep? There are actually some topics that we all know by heart. Of course no one dared to say anything. They all chose to keep a point of face. Today, this Qi and Chu emissaries came to the court, and even unceremoniously uttered all these words, and really did not give face at all. Not only did he mock the right minister, but now he was also mocking the left minister. And both of the two powerful ministers dared to be angry but dared not say anything. Worthy of Qi and Chu, it was more than last year's arrogance. Among the 100 officials, there are some clean officials who usually cater to the second prime minister but have an ambition in their hearts. And at this moment, they also sighed. And this is what happens when the country is weak. The titular empress could only sit there and listen to this humiliation. If this is the only reason for you to come to Deqian, you should go back to where you came from. Qi and Chu have a vast territory, but they teach a prince with this kind of cultivation? Do Emperor Qi and Emperor Chu know about this? The empress spoke faintly without anger. Chapter 74 Admiring the Empress. Gong Yuyan's tone was flat, perfectly in line with the posture of an empress. It was naturally impossible for her to remove the veil from her face at the request of the crown prince of Qi and Chu. In fact, this was not only her usual practice when meeting the ambassadors of Qi and Chu, but more importantly, it was also to prevent some unnecessary embarrassment when meeting Li Xian. Therefore, Gong Yuyan only in today with direct veil. She really is not for this Chi-Chu-2 countries of people. They give their face gold. Gong Yuyan's gaze looked outside, and he could vaguely see 100 people waiting outside. And among those 100 people, perhaps there was Li Xian, that farmer boy from Li's village in Yanshan County is really a man of his word. He himself let him come to participate in the imperial examination. I did not expect the other party is really like a crack, all the way to the stage of the temple examination. Such strength, when it is really surprise to her. It was just Gong Yuyan, who hadn't been too surprised, because Li Xian had surprised her enough before. 3 kinds of rice paper, porcelain improvement, high spirits, the order of pushing grace, the imperial examination system, and the policy of cutting down the clans. Any of these is a heavenly surprise. And most importantly, after the retest, someone had already taken Li Xian's complete paper and brought it to her side. Seeing the verses made by the other party, Gong Yuyan was not curious. That was just Li Xian's routine. That verse was good, but not as good as the previous 2 verses, which were the best verses of all time. Let's just say that that poem has the credentials to be recited throughout the ages, but it's not a masterpiece. What shocked the empress, instead, was what was written after seeing the other party talk about how to cure the water that issue. Storing water in idle times and releasing it in dry times? Such a viewpoint has never been seen before. Li Xian's astonishing remark during the retest might become the main way of governing water in Qiangui in the future. In the Qiangui territory, this year's water control steps, she felt that she could follow this way, to try to push on. Then if it really works, this will be beneficial in the 1,000 years of view. With this contribution alone, Li Xian was a great benefactor to Diqian. So today, the empress's voice, even somewhat deliberately, made a distinction from her usual days. Plus that day went to the Li family village. Her voice likewise had a certain disguise, so that Li Xian later came to have an audience with her. Naturally 100% could not hear. This is a kind of confidence in her. Although the 100 officials of Diqian felt that the female emperor's words were a bit majestic and sharp, they were not curious because today was a special day for the emissaries to have an audience. The day of the encounter with the ambassadors of Qi and Chu. Year after year, the other side has been reaping the rewards. The appetite of these Qi and Chu countries, I'm afraid, is getting bigger and bigger. Many ministers sighed in their hearts, but there was only a strong sense of powerlessness. After the empress' words, Qi Xian was not angry. When Qi Xian still wanted to express something, Chu Yifeng directly clasped his fists and said with a smile, Yifeng has met His Majesty of the Qian Kingdom. This day, the palace has come by the order of Father Emperor. There are several things that I would like to discuss with His Majesty personally, and this first thing is that Father Emperor, before he came here, had instructed me in 1,000 ways that I should make sure to inform His Majesty of Father Emperor's sincerity. Father this year learned that His Majesty still has not married after concubines, so Father he is still willing, will be Chu Queen of the Post to give out to His Majesty, as long as His Majesty of the Qian Kingdom is willing to marry my father. Qian will still be Qian, and you will still be His Majesty. Only behind this relationship, you will have one more layer of the greatest protection, and that's me, De Chu. Chu Yifeng's words were sharp, and he did not hide his ambition in the slightest. Unbridled. What is the status of the Empress? Even though you are the Crown Prince, you are delusional. The people of Chu. What audacity! Is this an insult to no one in my Dakian? As the sentence fell, the 100 officials looked angrily at Chu Yifeng and spoke out in reprimand. Year after year, not a single year will fall by the wayside. This Prince of Chu, does he really think that their Qian Kingdom is so easy to bully? With these words, it would truly be humiliating their great Qian in front of the Empress. So, they must take a stand. The Empress raised her hand, and the 100 officials shut up at once, and that Chu Yifeng, but also smiled and said, Your Majesty of the Qian Kingdom, this sentence is not the meaning of this palace, but the meaning of Father. Even Father can just this identity. Do not need Your Majesty to go to Chu, also do not need Your Majesty to pay any price. As long as Your Majesty promised, from today onwards, the Qian Kingdom every year to give things to the Chu Kingdom, can also be put to rest. We, Chu and the Qian Kingdom, will be true allies, and in this way, the Qian Kingdom should be under the patronage of my Chu Kingdom, not far away. Qi Xian said without showing any weakness. Father has likewise said the same thing, that he has been in love with His Majesty, the great Qian, for a long time, and hopes that His Majesty can fulfill his wishes, and that the treatment will only be higher than that of Chu. The two great messengers, in unison, took a stand. The 100 officials were all filled with anger as they looked at these people in this palace hall who did not give the slightest bit of face. Of course, Your Majesty is not in a hurry to make a statement. Before coming here, This palace happens to know that today is the day of the first temple examination selection after the promulgation of Qian Kingdom's new-style imperial examination system. And outside stands some of Qiangua's most outstanding young scholars right now. Might as well take this opportunity to let us take a look at the literary talent and ability of Qiangua's up-and-coming scholars. How about it? Xu Yifeng smiled and then changed the topic. The great Qian Empress naturally could not agree with them. This is a fact. But it is just their Qi and Chu emissaries. The annual routine. It would be the weird part to really say yes. So, they're not really aiming at that one thing. The previous paragraph was just a disgusting great Qian. Things that aren't likely to work, and they're not interested in staying focused on them. If they really pissed off the Empress above, they might all be in a bit of danger. This great Qian Empress is said to be a great master. In addition, within the great Qian Imperial City, there is a Grandmaster expert, and there is more than one, so they appropriately skipped this sensitive topic. Continue to humiliate. They are really afraid that this Deqian female emperor, directly will they people, completely stay in Deqian. It would really pay for itself. So some of the remarks made against the great Qian Empress really need to be moderated. In the moment Xu Yifeng said these words, the 100 officials were relieved, but at the same time, they were a bit wary. Regarding the intentions of the people of these two countries today, how could they not know? This sabotage of the temple examination is one of them. But she saw the female emperor sitting on the throne above her, faintly eyeing the front, as if her gaze penetrated a long distance, and finally calmly said, declare those 100 people to go up to the court for an audience. His Majesty has decreed that 100 scholars be summoned to the court for an audience. The eunuch's voice carried a long distance, making Li Xian, who was standing outside, also raise his head and look in the direction of the palace. Chapter 75 Li Xian Delusion. Li Xian was a little nervous in his heart. Are they finally going to start at this point? In fact, besides being nervous, he was still a bit curious. After all, the person he was about to meet could already represent the highest class of ancient status. And this group of people were none other than the emperors of the three countries of Qian, Qi, and Chu. The great Qian Empress they were about to see was as magnificent a character as Wu Zetian in their memories. Soon, Li Xian walked in with the 100 people. As the crowd approached the hall, the more they could feel the extraordinary grandeur of the palace. The 2 rows of beautifully armored soldiers standing outside, staring ahead, full of a solemn and murderous atmosphere. And inside the palace hall, on the left and right sides, are the civil and military officials of the highest rank in Deqian. The civil and military officials at the moment were likewise looking at them curiously. As for the emissaries from the Qi and Chu countries that had mocked them before, they were also very sensible at the moment and retreated to the side, choosing to leave the center of the center to these 100 people. Otherwise it would be pointless for them to stand in the center all the time. And it's not like they're the ones who are taking part in the temple examination today. The palace hall was wide, holding large hundreds of people, and still didn't look crowded. And among the 100 people present, there was no one who dared to gaze directly at the Empress. But within these people, there was a special case, and that was Li Xian. The moment he saw the Empress, Li Xian froze. He then hurriedly withdrew his gaze and stopped looking directly at the Empress, because he realized that the Empress happened to be looking at him. Good fellow, what is the great Qian Empress doing looking at herself? Could it be his delusion? To be honest, at this moment he was facing any woman. Li Xian might have some doubts, might feel that the woman in front of him, and the woman 6 years ago had a few similarities, knowing that a year ago they also saw each other. How could they not think about this? But now, Li Xian's mind will not give birth to that kind of other thoughts at all. With a preconceived notion, Li Xian naturally couldn't see it. Sitting on the throne, Gong Yuyan, at this moment, was indeed looking straight at Li Xian, who was standing below and avoiding his gaze. And this was not Li Xian's illusion. Gong Yuyan's eyes narrowed slightly, and she didn't know what thing she was thinking about. She could naturally see that Li Xian did not recognize herself. Perhaps it can't be said that you don't recognize it, but rather that it would never occur to you that you are that person. This makes Gong Yu smoke, in the case of a sigh of relief, but also some is lost, secretly in the heart. That guy is not some face blindness? Why don't you recognize yourself when you meet twice? This time it's even if you didn't recognize yourself last time. This made Gong Yuyan feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. She wanted to pick a time to let Qing Wei go and teach this kid a good lesson again. Even she dared not recognize him. The student sees His Majesty. As the frontmost Zhou Gonzi took the initiative to kneel down, all the scholars knelt on the ground. After all, they were facing the great Qian Empress today, the most honorable person in the entire Qian kingdom. Even if they were no longer from clans and high-minded, they had to willingly kneel down. This is the king of a country in Deqian, King's Landing. It is likely that the vast majority of them will only have this one qualifying opportunity to meet His Majesty in their entire lives. so each and every one of them, in awe, did not dare to give birth to any other thought. Only Li Xian crouched on the ground, but in the bottom of his heart, he also remembered that he had just seen that Qi and Chu emissaries were standing on the side. On the left-hand side was a messenger from Qi, and on the right-hand side was a messenger from Chu, and that Qi people, especially there was a young man who seemed to recognize himself and kept staring at himself. That kid, I'm afraid, was the Qi emperor who asked for highly potent wine? Today they are afraid of some trouble in this temple examination. How can the people of those two countries let them get by without any problems? All of you are the future of my Deqian. No need to perform this big salute when you see Lone. Level off. Gong Yuyan faintly swept a circle, then said, come on people, give seats to the great Qian scholars. At the empress' command, a eunuch answered and immediately carried up the 100 tables and chairs that had been prepared in advance and placed them in front of each candidate. These are some of the auxiliary table and chair tools for today's test. Or else make them stand and answer the questions? That's not realistic either. I wonder how His Majesty, the Qian Kingdom, intends to test for today's temple examination? Shi Xian asked with a smile on his face. This palace happens to coincide with this event today, but also very curious. Brother Chu, we may as well take a good look. What do you think? His first sentence, he spoke to the empress. As for this second sentence, it was naturally spoken to Chu Yifeng, the crown prince of the Chu kingdom. They coincidentally came to Deqian, so naturally, they couldn't be too calm. Perhaps today, he was a bit more in the limelight, but Qi Xian didn't think that prince of Chu was much weaker than him. This son, Chu Yifeng, was not simple. It was the entire Chu kingdom, the biggest threat to him. Therefore, the encounter between the princes of Qi and Chu had also begun long ago. Chu Yifeng nodded, clasped his fists and said, in that case, I must also thank His Majesty of the Qian kingdom for being broad-minded and allowing us to watch this great Qian's temple examination. Gong Yuyan was silent for a moment, and said faintly, today's temple test, the method taken, is still curatorial. There will be someone to present the topic, so that they can answer. Start. As soon as the empress's words fell, a eunuch, holding a thick stack of top-quality rice paper from the side, walked out with light steps. On the top of that rice paper was undoubtedly today's topic. Your Majesty, wait. Qi Xian reached out his hand and stopped the eunuch in front of him. The eunuch stopped and looked up at the empress above. As for the civil and military officials, they were equally startled. They only felt that their mood today was as mind-blowing as a bolt from the blue. It was too hard to bear, and it was crucial that they couldn't say anything. Gong Yuyan said, what are you trying to say? She had guessed that these people wouldn't let them carry on normally, so she wasn't surprised. Report to Your Majesty. This Qiangua Scholars Temple exams, the strategy often need an hour to answer the time. It is too long. We can wait. Your Majesty cannot afford to wait. So the palace dare to propose both the selection of Qiangua scholars, but also can be unique, interesting and lively suggestions. As he spoke, Qi Xian clasped his fists. Say, Gong Yuyan's voice could not be heard to be happy or angry. Regarding the point that the empress was wearing a veil, Li Xian was actually a bit surprised. However, thinking of Qi and Chu emissaries coming today, and thinking of some rumors about the female empress appearance, Li Xian can naturally understand, so he obediently stood in the crowd. The same quietly surveyed the civil and military officials, and in his heart, he guessed that his old husband, and where is he standing? Is the other guy secretly watching himself? What an old fox. He's hiding real deep. The palace believes that the topic of the strategy that His Majesty has proposed today can be made public, in the form of opinions, debated on the spot, and every candidate can speak, so as to select talents comprehensively, and then it can also be clearly seen how the Qiangua scholars are learned, and whether they deserve the status of the top 100, so that they can be convincing. Isn't that right? Qi Xian chuckled, opposite Chu Yifeng, but also smiled faintly and echoed, Brother Qi has a point. Today's event, if only buried in ambush, scribble a pass. I wait here, nothing to see, so the significance of what? How about letting me two countries' messenger also feel good? Is not it beautiful? As Chu Yifeng said it, the civil and military officials of Deqian had a headache. In particular, that left and right prime ministers were looking angrily at these two. They have long expected that this Qi Chu, two countries of thieves, want to sabotage the great Qian palace examination, but did not expect them to really do so, and more than imagined, to be more excessive. Chapter 76. How do you rule? If they really let Qi and Chu have their way, how can they talk about selecting talents in Qiangua? It's all been taken out of the limelight by these two emissaries. In particular, the left minister, Lin Xian, was in a state of anxiety at the moment. He had said during several morning court sessions that the temple exams needed to be postponed. and that it would not be too late to send these bogeymen away and avoid them first, and then make plans for the follow-up. As it turned out, His Majesty wouldn't listen. Now it's good. How can they make Qianhua comfortable? With a pang of fear in everyone's heart. Gong Yuyan isn't uncharacteristic. She nodded and said lightly, "It makes sense. Then, let's debate on the spot as the two of you said." When these words fell, the two ministers on the left and right jerked their heads up. Both of them were looking at the Empress incredulously, wide-eyed. Those who were equally incredulous naturally included those from the Qi and Shu kingdoms. At this moment, both sides froze for a moment, as if they had never expected that the Qianhua Empress would agree so readily. They just casually said that they were disgusted by the Qian kingdom, but they didn't expect that the female emperor of the Qian kingdom would really agree to do so. Qi was stunned for a long time before he smiled and nodded his head. This palace would like to see what level this Qian country's most outstanding scholar is at. Shu Yifeng was similarly surprised and looked at the Empress. Then he clasped his fist and did not say anything, but instead quieted down. At this time, at the Empress's signal, the eunuch who was holding up the test papers also left this side. At the same time there are eunuchs with brand new paper and pen. Will be things set over? These things are naturally the next used as a reflection of the use of paper and pen. If the time of the temple examination, even the pen and paper are not words, that is really difficult. So the preparation of the preparations will be ready. In front of each person's table is a brush that has been inked, plus a blank piece of rice paper. Gong Yuyan pondered for a moment, said faintly, "Next, loan will be on you. On-site questions, the overall thinking time, shall not exceed a quarter of an hour. At the same time you answer the content, should also be made to minimize. The site will not be set up to answer the question of any answer to the length of the people who want to answer. You can take the initiative to talk about today's thesis as follows. Please answer, how to rule." Gong Yuyan's sentence fell, and all the people below froze in place. What followed was the process of 100 people frowning and picking up their pens and beginning to rack their brains. Even the people of that Qi and Shu kingdom, especially on Shu Yifeng and Qi Xian side, froze for a moment. They really didn't expect the Qianhua Empress's question to be so direct and sharp. How can some brats who have not yet entered the officialdom pass? And how can they know how to rule the country? Isn't that hard for them? This should be difficult for everyone. Originally heard this question, intended to speak out to ridicule, and let each bring those quite famous literati scholars, to steal the limelight. Qi Xian and Shu Yifeng, at this moment naturally did not have the heart. How do you rule the country? As crown princes, they don't even know how to rule the country. Sitting on top of the throne Qianhua female emperor, did you know? Does His Majesty of the Qian kingdom know or not? They don't know, but those people down there know? How can that be? How can a man of low position dare to speak of ruling a country? That's not making a fool of yourself. The question, which puts everyone in a quandary. If you want to make it difficult to beat everyone, so that their side, there is no way to make a splash? Qi Xian withdrew his gaze from the Empress's side. He had somewhat underestimated this Qianhua Empress. Was the other party aware that the land of Qianhua was relatively scarce and there were not many capable people, so they directly blocked their mouths and asked an extremely difficult question? In this way, the Empress had really made a risky move. Faced with this question, they don't have much of an answer for now. But today, how did those people of the Qian kingdom answer? It seemed that even the civil and military officials of that Qian kingdom did not know that the Empress would ask such a question. So at this moment, every Qianhua minister, all wrinkled their brows. Some people are thinking about the meaning of the female emperor's words, and there are also people who feel in their hearts that the female emperor this year is indeed a little different. Time passes in a hurry. Amidst the continued silence in the palace hall, Zhou Gongzi, who was seated at the very front, but got up and cupped his fists, saying, "See, Your Majesty, the student has some ideas." Gong Yuyan nodded and said faintly, "Speak." Her gaze, at the moment, was placed on Li Xian. How many times does Li Xian plan to speak? The word governance is too grandiose for the student to speak lightly, but this is the question of the day. So students are bold enough to state their understanding. Students feel that there is one word that needs to be achieved in order to govern a country, and that word is benevolence. Your Majesty should rule the country with benevolence, so that the people can have peace and the society can recuperate. Ruling a country is not a one-day endeavor, nor is it within the power of one person. Therefore, the word benevolence, as embodied in the word, can be applied anywhere. For example, it can be to the seriously affected places, less tax, more subsidies. Another example is to increase private investment, in all parts of the appropriate increase in private schools, to enhance the people's wisdom, to love the people's heart, to do the things of the wise ruler. In this way, it is the benevolence of ruling the country. For a long time, the world is peaceful. The people live in peace and work in contentment. It is the policy of ruling the country that the students think. This is some of the students' humble opinion. After Zhou Ting finished his sentence, everyone looked at this kid with a face of admiration, including among the 100 officials. That secretary of the Taishan Temple, Lord Zhou, was also red-faced at this moment, seemingly very satisfied with this exposition said by his son. In this way, others can't use the word benevolence to make an argument. Otherwise his grades and rankings are bound to be lower than his own son's. Today's incident, this Zhou Ting, but also did not give him shame. Even Li Xian, after hearing some of Zhou Ting's arguments, felt that what this kid said was quite good and quite to his liking. Although the paragraph is just empty platitudes. Who doesn't know that the same word benevolence is in the core values of this world? It's just that this kid used the word benevolence and applied it to ruling the country. Maybe it is not considered a powerful point of view, but it is not out of place, and he dared to be the first to come forward. It is already very difficult to have this courage. It was feared that those who stood out at the back would be almost impossible to surpass Zhou Ting unless they spoke out a deeper level of opinion in order to hopefully surpass Zhou Ting. So to summarize, this Zhou Ting still had some real talent, and had not disgraced the talented first person rumored to be in the Qiangui imperial city. After Zhou Ting finished speaking, Gong Yuyan nodded. She swept her gaze around, and ended up on Li Xian's side, stopping for a moment. Li Xian didn't notice Gong Yuyan's gaze. He was likewise thinking about this question, because the answer, it couldn't be too esoteric. It needed to hold a degree. So what would be a better way to say? Meanwhile, another schoolboy stepped forward. Chapter 77 Humiliated to my face. Your Majesty, the students believe that the governance of the country should emphasize the word law. There is no law without a chapter, no rules without a circle. The country is uncontrolled. It will become a scattered sand. The law is the source of the world, the root of all things, and the guideline for the rule of the country. Only the top and bottom of the heart. Everyone favoritism and law-abiding, in order to let the world peace, so that dare to split the dynasty of people fear. What crime? Impose what punishment? No law can be prohibited can be. No authorization cannot be authorized by the law. Let those who aspire to retaliate against the state, let go of their hands and protect them, and let no good man be wronged and no bad man be spared, so that the state may be governed. At this moment, this scholar looked at the empress in awe and lowered his head to speak. Many people also nodded their heads as these words were spoken. The young man, equally well spoken. At least it's not the same as what Jen said, reflecting the gap. But then again, the law is also the mainstream of Dakian, and the Dakian law is meant to uphold the ruling class. So what this kid said didn't make the 100 officials upset. Everyone secretly remembered this son, intending to pull this son to their side of their own camp after His Majesty entrusted him with an important position, and they felt that this son's ranking should be higher. When this assertion was made, many ministers were naturally more than satisfied. Even the people of Qi and Shu also had to admit that among these 100 people, there were still a few talented people. It was already not easy not to have stage fright, and to be able to say his answer without stuttering too much under so much pressure was already a very tough thing to do. Next, a number of other people came forward to speak their minds, but when all was said and done, it was nothing but words like benevolence, law, harmony, rights, and so on, for exposition, and all of them followed the syntax of what the first Zhou Ting said, saying a word first and then going on to expound on it, as if this would make the step slightly smoother. Otherwise it would indeed be difficult to unfold. As for the people behind that, they were just paving the way for Zhou Ting. If nothing goes wrong, Zhou Ting will most likely be the first in the palace exam. Even that secretary of the Taishan Temple was red-faced and very proud. His own son, the power of the other literati, won the first temple examination. The achievement of the first prize, such a reputation, how can he not be satisfied? The empress gaze fell on Li Xian's side, which was over 90 people past. Is he still so calm? Is he not going to stand up for himself? That's about as talented as a Diqian literati scholar can get. Shi Xian sneered a bit. At this moment to see everyone, this temple examination is over, so I cannot help but speak out sarcastically. He felt that, apart from a few people who still spoke well, the great Qian literati were really average. They're all just repeating the same topics that those people just repeated. And there's nothing new? Are those guys a bunch of followers? If this goes on, there is no point in saying anything. Those who don't know still think that these people are only those who participate in the preliminary examination, but it is not expected that they, who are already the best 100 people in Dakian, are really somewhat regrettable. Chu Yifeng similarly looked at the female emperor above and said nonchalantly, on this palace's side, there is someone who wishes to answer this question. I wonder what your majesty of the Qian kingdom would like to do. A word came out and the empress frowned. They are here, selecting the great Qian literati, And you, Chi and Chu, want to come and join in the fun? Is this them getting together? Or interfering with the Great Qian Palace examination? The desire to sabotage is clear as day. It was too late for the empress to say anything. Then a young man from the Chu kingdom hurriedly walked out. He first arched his hand with the empress above him, and then directly said, "Your Majesty of the Qian kingdom, I offer my humble offer." After saying this, the young man of Chu looked around and said with a cold smile, "The policy of governing the country. Where are so many axioms that have been repeated many times? It's too much to say without getting calluses in your ears. If you ask me, a hard fist is the way to go. Rule of the country to rule the country is nothing more than the four sides of the war. There are enemies to offend. When the army to destroy it, there are vassals' heart is not unanimous, but also when the army to destroy it, only the country is strong in order to be rich. Benevolence, law, and the topic of benevolence, law, peace and whatnot. Who doesn't understand? Repeat the previous assertion. Are a group of useless nonsense? Should not appear in the temple examination. This environment, just Qiangui as a party of small countries is understandable. After all, is down. This person speaks, sharp, even high voice, even many Dacian officials, are bright, born of feeling, young people should be as well. In comparison, the Dacian literati, indeed, are all repeating the assertions of their predecessors and falling short. Many people after hearing that paragraph of grandiose aspirations, and even in the heart, have given birth to a strong sense of powerlessness. It is indeed weaker than the two countries of Qi and Chu. This is a fact, but when they say it to their faces, are they not humiliated? The 100 officials of Deqian, at this moment, are all gloomy, only feeling that their faces are not bright, especially that Zhou Ting, who was currently being ridiculed in public for spouting a bunch of nonsense, but was unable to speak up to give a strong rebuttal, because what they say is, indeed, true. He didn't know how to retort, so he chose to shut up. As for the Qi side of the country, the same people came out, but said a different assertion. They believe that the governance of the country should vigorously develop the economy. Only when there is money, you can do a lot of things. If there is no money, do not say anything about the benevolence, law and other topics. It is useless. The people's all clothing, food, housing, transportation and living in peace and contentment, the basis of the operation of all societies, are all based on money as a guideline. The main idea is still the same. The people of Qiangguo only know how to say some empty words, being humiliated by Qi and Chu in succession. All the scholars lowered their heads, not daring to face His Majesty's side, and even those civil and military officials also sighed in their hearts at this moment. Sure enough, that's the difference between the two sides. Their content, perhaps, is subject to scrutiny, but their aura pressed the Deqian scholars, retreating. This time, when His Majesty chose to have the emissaries of Qi and Chu come here, they had already anticipated that it would end up like this. There are still people in my Dacian who have not yet expressed themselves, so it's too early to draw such a conclusion, isn't it? Seeing the smug look on the faces of the people of Qi and Chu, Gong Yuyan faintly said, under this passage from the Empress. Zhou Ting looked at a few others and couldn't help but shake his head. What's the point of having just these few people left? After quite a few people had voiced their opinions, while a few had stage fright and were afraid to take the stage, Li Xian finally stepped forward. He clasped his fists with the Empress above and said, "Student, meet your Majesty." Gong Yuyan is finally relieved. This kid, still no to come out? Does he intend to let these people mock Deqian? If it weren't for you, how could I agree to such a request from the people of Qi and Chu? Gong Yuyan looked at Li Xian, and only then said with some heartfelt dissatisfaction, "What is your opinion?" Chapter 78. After Li Xian stepped forward, on the Qi side, there was a small movement. That is, Qi Yu and Qi Xian next to him signaled. Qi Xian naturally looked at Li Xian as well. Is this man the inventor of the great Qian high spirits? Does he even cure terminal illnesses like heart disease? As the crown prince of Qi, he naturally knew about this talent that Qi Yu had told him about. So this person, too, was one of Qi Xian's purposes today, and even counted as one of the more important ones. Li Xian was a full-grown man of beauty. It's hard not to get noticed by everyone. Speaking purely of looks, even he was somewhat ashamed of himself. Li Xian's face value was perhaps the first among those he had seen. Even Chu Yifeng's side was looking at Li Xian. Naturally, he had discovered Li Xian long ago, only that this kid had been silent, making him think that he was just a useless vase. But he didn't expect that at this time, he would actually come forward. In addition to seeing Li Xian, how can he not know what that Qi Yu and Qi Xian think? A guy who can make highly alcoholic beverages, plus cure heart disease? Chu Yifeng, in an instant, thought of such content. The previous thought that Li Xian was a vase was just a fleeting thought. It was rumored that the a smile back and 100 winks. 6 palaces without color was likewise uttered by this son. The specifics have not been confirmed. After all, De Qianshi Z is so dude. How can he write this kind of absolute sentence? So things were really doubtful, and the only person who could possibly be the author was this young man named Li Xian, who was following beside the Qiangua Xianwang House's son. Li Xian clasped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, students talk about the matter of ruling the country today, so they will not use a certain word to judge, and they will not talk about those conquests of the 4 directions, as well as to go to make money nonsense. Is not this reasoning? Shouldn't it be a thing that every person should understand? There is also the significance of individually going to say out. It is only because they have a certain degree of strength that they are flaunting their power here. How can my students in Dakian not know the importance of conquest and economy? Does it mean that if you don't say it, you don't know it? If I don't talk about eating and sleeping, will the people of Qi and Shu not eat and sleep? It seems to me that all that previous talk was a bunch of useless assertions and vulgarity. But such a poor assertion. But on the contrary, by the 2 of you as a guideline, it is really a bit ridiculous. If the 2 countries of Qi and Shu are such talented people, it would be better not to speak better, but instead anxious to come out, appearing to be nocturnal and arrogant, and to the geographically vast Qi and Shu 2 countries' disgrace and shame. With a single sentence, he disliked the 2 crown princes and froze for a moment, as if he hadn't reacted at all. Qi Xian and Chu Yifeng. It was as if they had never expected that Li Xian would hit them back like this. This boy has a good sharp mouth. My Dakian students, since the talent is abundant, to put it bluntly, just want to talk about the macro perspective of governance. Just in this courtroom, can only talk about, but some barbaric land to the people, but only know the hands of the 4 sides of the war, not to avoid a lot of vulgarity. Do Qi and Shu only know how to fight? I am not saying that there is anything wrong with conquests, but the question is the governance of the country. But your excellency is talking about wars here. Will it not be a bit donkeyish? To use an analogy, that would be me asking you if you've eaten and you telling me you've just gone to the toilet. How ridiculous is that? Li Xian continued to press the issue. On the side of Qi and Shu, they were still somewhat stunned when Li Xian's analogy was uttered. Many people, for a moment, were embarrassed. Metaphorically speaking, did they just go to the latrine? Did they eat in the latrine? What an outlaw kid. If that's the case, when you go to court, why don't you just let a bunch of martial artists sit together and drink and eat meat? And why do you still vigorously develop literature and emphasize literature over the military? Doesn't His Majesty the Emperor of Qi and Shu know this? Another sentence topped off the insults of Qi and Shu. Qi Xian, Shu Yifeng. For a short time, they were surprised that they didn't know how to retort. Only in the bottom of Qi Yu's eyes, there was a flash of killing intent. What a sharp-tongued kid. If he had not gone with them this time, Qi would have killed his son, and he would have feared trouble in the aftermath. As for that Qi Xian, but he also looked deeply at Li Xian, including Chu Yifeng. He also curiously sized up Li Xian, while faintly saying, "It's a relief to strike back, but what great truths can you say? This palace is ready to listen." This sentence out, Li Xian to the empress side cupped his fist, said in fear, "Today's student speech is too radical. Please forgive your majesty." The student only want to briefly restate the inner thoughts. The words of some statements are inevitably mixed with the student's personal feelings. So, any remarks above this great hall can be freely spoken. I will not pursue them, and I believe that the princes of Qi and Shu will not mind. Gong Yuyan looked over to the side of Qi and Shu and said faintly, "Qi Xian and Chu Yifeng." At this moment, did not say anything, they just looked at Li Xian with a bit of a sneer. What a kid who raised his own ambition. They would like to see what this kid could say again? You can go on and on. Gong Yuyan said faintly. She was naturally curious as to what Li Xian would say out in the Great Qian Dynasty Hall today. This was the first time she had faced Li Xian in such a posture, and no one could understand what she felt in her heart. Li Xian's retort just now also made her heart feel comfortable, but if Li Xian couldn't say anything next, it would be a punch in the cotton, and it felt like there was some lack of follow-through, and it wouldn't mean much. In Gong Yuyan's heart, she was slightly more nervous. As for the civil and military officials of Deqian, they were also looking at Li Xian with surprised faces at the moment. This kid is indeed not simple. In a few words, the prince of Qi Chu 2 countries, to refute a sentence will not say, but also really a smooth-talking good boy. Li Xian's appearance was quickly memorized by the 100 officials. Let's hope he really grows on himself and says something original, otherwise it will indeed be difficult to close. Then students dare. We'll use a sentence to summarize today's students for how to rule the country's perception. Some humble opinion, please forgive me. After a moment's pause, Li Xian's gaze was withdrawn, facing the empress above, said slowly, "The student thinks that the rule of the country is no more than the following words when it comes to words. The way of the great Tao is also the way of the world. The billions of people in the world are the foundation of the state. The king is the boat and the people are the water can carry the boat, but it can also capsize it. If the people are precious and the ruler is light, the world will be in permanent peace. If the people despise the king, the world will fall apart. In addition, the way of governance also entails doing what is right for the people. Your Majesty needs to be prudent, not only to fear heaven and earth, but also to fear and sympathize with the common people, because the rule of the country not only to govern the government, but also to rule the gods of earth and grain, the world, the rule of all things, so that the world's worries first, after the world's happiness and happiness, to walk the road, benefit the world. As for the selection of the court, appointing people, is equally crucial. At this stage, need to be meritocratic, to the ability of the wise to rule the world, to the wise intention. In the long run, the world will rise. Li Xian spilled out a paragraph and then shut up. The entire Diqian palace, however, was awfully quiet. Chapter 79 Assisting our palace. For a long time, Li Xian's eyes flashed with a flash of doubt. Had he spoken too much? Should not be so bad? He's been very restrained. Students just stand in the macro perspective of their own words. Students did not target anyone. Perhaps not too much feasibility. Are the same as before the scholars of the empty words? Thanks to His Majesty as well as seniors can listen to the students' humble opinion. Li Xian said this and bowed low once again. Today's passage is sharp enough to get into the top 3 of the temple exams. If the empress was still wise, there was no way she wouldn't defend him. It was a given. His purpose was to gain the attention of the empress, which was the greatest purpose. Li Xian didn't care if there were those emissaries from Qi and Shu next to him, especially the people from Qi. They were already planning to deal with each other against him for the sake of highly potent spirits. How could he still be indifferent here? Naturally, he wasn't made of clay. So this time, he had to show some sharpness to do so, showing his value and attracting the attention of the great Qian Empress. In this way, Li Xian could protect himself. If he had not had this highly alcoholic entanglement with the great Qian Emperor, perhaps Li Xian would not have been so aggressive in his words, and he would have been more moderate. Those words above, except for the rebuttal of Qi and Shu, he said very conservative. At most, he said a meritocracy, governance by virtue and other sentences. Some of the content, although contrary to the actual plan, did not go on the opposite side of the clan, because when the clan selected talents for the empress, they also labeled the meaning of meritocracy, saying that the ones they selected were almost all capable people. So this sentence was not really considered to be an invitation to the great Qian clan, and therefore, Li Xian's thinking during that time was about the scale of this aspect. It's all about making a statement without losing the sense of proportion. When these words were spoken, the great hall was indeed much quieter. It was as if everyone was thinking about the words that Li Xian had just said, especially Gong Yuyan, who was sitting on the throne at the moment. Her heart set off waves, which was enough to prove how shocking Li Xian's words just now were. He really is still so deep, just as if he knows everything, and he exits. It's amazing how literate it really is. Even Gong Yuyan, who was used to seeing Li Xian's literary skills, could not help but sigh in her heart at this moment. Perhaps she was still a bit underestimating Li Xian's abilities. Snap! As an abrupt and extreme sound of applause came, the crowd also looked over at the side of the Qi envoys. It was only then that he realized that the person clapping was Qi Xian of Qi, the same Daki crown prince who had been very arrogant and cocky ever since he came to the Dakian courtroom. Qi Xian looked at Li Xian with an appreciative face at the moment and praised him without mincing words. What a good sentence! The way of the way is also the way of the world. What a good sentence! Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize a boat. What a good sentence! Politics is based on virtue. What a good sentence! The world worries first, then the world's happiness. To govern with virtue, and what a great phrase to worry before the world, and to rejoice after the world's happiness. The sentences that Qi Xian repeated were likewise the core of Li Xian's words. All the ministers, with a thoughtful look on their faces. There were quite a few ministers, and their faces even showed shame. The first to worry about the world, and the second to be happy? They simply heard the words and thought that such a person might qualify as a saint. What about their weekdays? Again? Still not enjoying all the glory and honor in being feared. If His Majesty can really do what this sentence describes, he may really be a wise ruler for the ages, and he may even be able to realize the great unification of the world. Ancient great lines, not only the Qian country prevalent smile back 100 winks, 6 palaces without color. The above short words, there are a few sentences worthy of comparison with it. This day the palace to come here, is really up to see the dry country is indeed the honor of the dry country. Qi Xian face emotionally looked at Li Xian, not at all hide his face appreciation. The palace today's harvest is indeed good. The palace retracted just now in a hurry between the remarks. This Qian country, or there is worthy of the attention of the palace of people. You may wish to return to Qi with the palace of 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 Qi. The future of this palace ascends to the throne can also assist the palace around. Such a talent to stay in such places is a pity. Position. The future of the palace on the throne can also assist the palace around. So talented. Stay in these places is a pity. When Qi Xian's words fell, the entire room was shocked. I didn't realize that the Crown Prince of Qi had invited Li Xian to be the guest secretary of the Crown Prince's residence. What an honorable treatment. Even that Crown Prince of the Chu Kingdom, Chu Yifeng, was also stunned by Qi Xian's remarks at this moment. Is this passage from Qi Xian for the sake of this son's high level of alcohol, plus the medical skill of curing heart disease? Such an ability, coupled with this kid's talent, to qualify for Qi Xian's open solicitation, is naturally very reasonable. Unbridled. Gong Yuyan, who had been silent for a long time, stared at Qi Xian at this moment and said icily, "You're afraid that you've forgotten what occasion this is?" The empress was furious, and everyone present was startled. Even the second prime minister of the left and right, who had originally looked angrily at Qi Xian of Qi, intending to say something, had obediently shut his mouth. At this moment, Qi Xian was being sized up by the empress, and his heart was similarly a bit terrified. However, he was still very bold and faintly smiled, and after clasping his fists, he said, "Your Majesty of the Qian Kingdom, I'm really sorry. This palace has just been eager to love talent, and for a moment, I forgot that this is the court hall of the Qian Kingdom. But this palace really likes him, and I hope that your Majesty can make a destiny with my Qi Kingdom and let him to this palace." How? The great Qian Empress was an expert, and he naturally knew it. So being stared at by the other party, it was normal to feel a little frightened in your heart, except he didn't care about the other side either. Anyway, this Empress cannot take them. How? He represents the great Qi, today came here originally to destroy. As for the Empress angry or not angry, this matter, Qi Xian also does not matter. The Empress getting angry was the effect they wanted. Li Xian was startled when these words came out. He looked around and finally landed his gaze on the face of the great Qian Empress, only that the other party was wearing a veil, and he himself couldn't see what kind of expression the other party was wearing. The great Qian Empress must resist the pressure and not give him away. What did he spare no effort to be so high profile for so long today? Still not a matter of his self-preservation? Where the hell is his old man? And why isn't he talking now? After all this time, Li Xian didn't even realize where his old husband was. He just glanced at that left face and right face, and these two old men, both of them smiled slightly with him, a scene that made Li Xian shiver. What two sinister and cunning old men. That smile is a bit creepy. His old man. He's not one of these two, is he? Chapter 80. It never ends. No way. Thinking of this thought, Li Xian immediately rejected it. Gong Yuyan ignored Qi Xian's request and then said lightly, "Are there any other candidates present who would like to answer this question posed by Lone?" If memory serves, there were a few others who didn't answer. The men's heads went even lower. They just kept their heads down and didn't say anything. They are giving themselves up. It wasn't just that such an occasion gave too much of a sense of oppression. There was also the issue that everyone had said what they needed to say, and it didn't make much sense for them to say it again. Of course, the most important thing was actually what Li Xian said. It was too shocking. That the way of the way is also the world's public, as well as worrying about the world before the world, and rejoicing after the world's happiness, and other remarks are too shocking, so that they only have a strong sense of powerlessness when they hear it. So how can they talk about competition? Including Zhou Ting, who was looking at Li Xian with an equally complicated face at the moment. This commoner who was beside the Seiho was now shining in the temple examination. Surprisingly, he had even gotten a blatant solicitation from the Crown Prince of Qi. It was enough to prove how talented Li Xian really was, compared to the other party. He, the one who thought that his talent was unrivaled, instead only appeared to be eclipsed. But before, he was in a nocturnal state of mind. In retrospect, it's kind of ironic. His sentence, water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn a boat. Until now it was booming in Zhou Ting's heart. How could he come up with such a brilliant sentence? Not to mention, in just a few words, there are a number of statements that are deafening to the human ear. Facing Li Xian, he only had a strong sense of powerlessness. In this case, I have already made a judgment, and the results of today's temple examination will be announced later. When the Empress said this, she was calmly looking at Li Xian, and said faintly, "Is your name Li Xian?" This sudden question from the Empress made Li Xian startled. Then he hurriedly bowed and said, "Back to your Majesty. The student is none other than Li Xian. Today your performance is very good. You should be the first prize winner of the new style of my Dakian Imperial examination, and the follow-up loan will be entrusted to you." When Gong Yuyan said these words, All the 100 officials were shocked in their hearts and looked at the empress in unison. But after a moment of shock, they weren't too surprised, because even if they are sitting on the position of the empress, today's performance of Li Xian, also enough to be the scholar, this son not only powerful back to the two countries of Qi and Chu, long their own aspirations, but also continue to say that kind of talented gold sentence. So talented. If today's candidate for this scholar is not Li Xian words, I'm afraid that it is difficult to convince the public. Perhaps the empress had said this in advance to protect Li Xian. Qi Xian subconsciously frowned. He had taken the initiative to ask for someone, and the great Qian empress, she didn't even give it to anyone? How dare the other party openly refute his face? Even Qi Yu, who was beside Qi Xian, at this moment, under his eyes, also flashed through a smear of killing intent. Precisely this smear of killing intent was seen in the eyes of Green Reed, who was hidden in the shadows. A slight cold smile appeared at the corner of Green Reed's mouth. What a man of Qi, she advised the other. Better be kind. Otherwise, on the empress side, she will surely take your lives for nothing. Subverting Dazi was not so bad. The Qin kingdom was weak and naturally did not have the ability to do so. But this Qi Xian and Qi Yu, on her alone, are qualified to leave each other. Looking at the territory of the two Qi Chu countries, by her in the eyes of the people really not a few. Once the empress gets angry, all of Deqian can be dispensed with. Xing Reed understood that although this entire Deqian was important to the empress, it was really nothing compared to some things. In the heart of the empress, the only thing she really values is her daughter Yi, and the Li Xian who is getting more and more popular. Therefore, this person from Daki had better exercise some restraint, so as not to really draw fire. Well, all scholars today performance is also excellent. Loneheart has been selected the top 10 people, excluding that have not answered the person. The rest of the people, etc., do not distinguish between the rankings, will be subject to the Qian heavy duty. You can leave. Today afternoon, will be announced by the top 10 quota. The empress spoke faintly. Unexpectedly, just after he said this, Qi Xian said, Your Majesty of the Qian kingdom, are you really unwilling to gift that Li Xian to my Qi kingdom? A sentence that made everyone's heart shake. This prince of Qi, is there no end to this? Thereupon, Qi Xian once again said, If His Majesty of the Qian kingdom is willing to hand over the son, this year Daki will no longer ask for anything else and promise that Daki will not invade the borders of Dakian for 3 years. This palace is as good as its word. And of course, this sentence also represents father's meaning. So, I hope that His Majesty of the Qian kingdom will consider this carefully, whether it's to choose a disinterested person or choose an ally that you can work with. It's all up to Your Majesty of the Qian kingdom's whim. Li Xian stopped, his scalp tingling. This prince of Qi has crossed him? The empress has just made it very clear. But this crown prince of Qi still won't relent? After these words were said, the 100 officials of the Deqian court, however, were all somewhat moved, because they want the female emperor to agree to this request of Daki. Sacrifice one person to ensure 3 years of rest and recuperation for the great Qian. How could they not be moved by such treatment? As for talent this point, they naturally cherish talent. This Li Xian was indeed a talent, including the right and left two prime ministers, who also felt that this unheralded Li Xian was a rare talent. But compared with the 3 years of rest and recuperation of Deqian, a talent, it is not so important. So at this moment, the left and right sides of the great Qian looked at each other and seemed to be very intent. It's just that they're all waiting for the other side to speak and don't want to take the initiative to be the outlier. As for the other officials behind that, but also waiting for the left and right two prime ministers to take a position. So the Qian civil and military officials actually maintain a weird quiet state. On the Chu side, which had been relatively quiet, Chu Yifeng said with the same curiosity, Why would Brother Qi go to such lengths for an ordinary person who may have some talent? This was naturally what Chu Yifeng could not figure out. Qi Xian laughed and responded lightly, It's no bother for Brother Chu to be concerned about this. Although you and I came here coincidentally, our purposes are still somewhat divergent. Only that Qi Yu, at the moment, had his head down, not knowing what he was thinking about. In fact, for Li Xian, he was advocating for killing, while his elder brother, it seemed, preferred to take the boy under his wing. Your Majesty of the Qian kingdom, Qi Xian is that kind of request and condition. Then on my side of the Chu kingdom, I likewise can't lag behind. My Chu kingdom likewise puts forth such a condition to ask for this person. Chu Yifeng retracted his gaze and somewhat lazily looked at Gong Yuyan, then said this, Chu Yifeng is simply to follow the wind. Think she must know something, he Chu naturally cannot be left behind. So only out of this statement, the 100 officials shook when these words were spoken. Only Li Xian, now at a loss for words, he could only turn his gaze for help to the empress above him. She was the only one who could save herself. Now, Chapter 81 Kill Li Xian. In this moment of silence, the Empress also looked at Li Xian. She did not refuse, nor did she agree, but only looked at Li Xian with a pair of star-like eyes, and asked lightly, "What do you think, Li Xian?" Li Xian was on the verge of tears. "What can I say? Of course it's your old man who will save me quickly." He thought he was the center of attention today, but he really didn't expect that he would not only be the center of attention today, but he would become the key person of the day. It shouldn't be. It's just a high level of alcohol and heart disease plus a little bit of sharp talent. Why would it make both sides fight for it? Could the paper and porcelain making thing have been exposed? Li Xian was startled at the thought. It shouldn't be. This is a secret, but only his cheap wife, plus his old husband know. One more person who might know about it would be the great Qian Empress sitting up there. It was normal for the old father-in-law to know about this matter as he was a member of the Empress. But if she knew, wouldn't it be more important for her to protect herself? How is it that this great Qian Empress also specifically asked herself? At this moment, Li Xian can only clench his teeth and say, the student's roots are in Dakian. So he was born as a man of Dakian and died as a ghost of Dakian. Please your majesty, fulfill. He had said this to the point that he really didn't want to follow to some Chi-Chu-Tu countries. If you go over there, it's hard to know if you'll live or die. Not to mention, the daughter is still here. Cheap wife hasn't even been married yet. Play what Therefore, Li Xian said this with great sincerity. It was close to being on my knees and crying. Of course, having just knelt all over, Li Xian naturally didn't want to kneel now. His mindset was originally to kneel to heaven and earth, to kneel to his parents. And just now he had no choice but to do so. He naturally wasn't the type of person to casually kneel down, even if the other party was the most honored empress in the entire Dakian. With everyone looking above the throne, the empress was silent for a few moments before she finally opened her vermilion lips lightly and said faintly, "Fine. I'll fulfill your wish. All of you can step back. There's no need to discuss this matter any further." The empress waved her hand and stared at that Qi Xian and Qi Yu, who was now a little impatient. If the other side wants to dwell on it, they really don't know what they're talking about. Taking a step back, even if she had nothing to do with Li Xian, even if she sent Li Xian away, the fact was that Qi and Chu would still tear up the alliance and gain an inch. Where is all the peace and covenants between nations? If you are weak, it will surely invade you. It's a matter of time. So in the case of the major premise is established, she as the great Qian Empress, it is impossible to agree to the two countries of Qi-Chu. Not to mention that Li Xian, this son, is a key figure in the revival of the great Qian. If Gong Xiao was the emperor of the Qian kingdom, he might have sent Li Xian out by now. Qi Xian didn't say anything, just looked deeply at the empress and withdrew his gaze. So, that the kid called Li Xian should die, he really can't give up. He also knew Qi Yu's meaning, which was to kill Li Xian before leaving. If he could get the formula, that would naturally be the best. If he couldn't, then he would kill him. It seems that this time, we can only find a chance to kill this kid. Come here today and state your purpose. Before Li Xian was about to go out, the voice of the empress also appeared behind him. And then as the door of the palace hall closed, the voice was completely isolated inside. Li Xian's face, on the other hand, had a thoughtful expression. Do those people have a purpose? Could it be that they are not aiming at themselves? Li Xian frowned for a moment. He had vaguely discovered a key point. That is, they're this temple examination, but it is just an appetizer. Then the crown prince of Qi and the crown prince of Chu, who said on their lips that they would be at peace with each other if they sent him out. But how could they really be at peace with each other for 3 years after sending him away? Is there really truth between nations? Li Xian was certain that even if the empress did send him away, these people would still end up changing their minds after they went back and swept away the secrets from him. To have a 3-month buffer was considered conservative by Li Xian. The truth that the more you serve, the more you encroach is not just words. This is a truth that has been verified with blood and flesh by how many forefathers throughout the ages. Human nature is such that greed knows no bounds, and it can go on and on. Therefore, the empress definitely would not agree to the request of the two Qi and Chu countries just now, which was a sure thing, and did not waste those push grace orders as well as the imperial examination system that he offered. I'm afraid that the paper making and porcelain making behind the old father-in-law, there is also the shadow of the empress. Otherwise that grandfather alone to engage in such a big business. I'm afraid that it is a little overwhelmed. Then the two prime ministers, left and right, couldn't possibly let such a large profit go unchecked. Therefore, there was no need for any question about his contribution to Daqian. In this moment when Li Xian was thinking about things, quite a few people came over. Congratulations. Congratulations to Brother Li for taking the top spot. I am impressed. Brother Li sentenced the way of the great Tao. The world as public makes me feel inferior. So I realize that there are people outside of people and mountains outside of mountains. and I lost in a reasonable manner. That sentence, governance by virtue, also can be recited for ages. Brotherly today, golden sentence frequently. Especially there is that sentence, first the world worries, after the world's happiness and joy. Such a temperament, perhaps can be called a saint. My Dakian have such a person. Is the great Qian's blessing yes, and the people are the water. The ruler is the boat. Such a metaphor. It's really a perfect match. Brotherly's talent makes it difficult for us to look up to him. A few words, is to illustrate the most central key points of governance. Brotherly deeply valued by His Majesty. Even pronounced on the spot, Brotherly is the new subject scholar. This kind of honor is really enviable. No need to be envious. Those who can do it can do it. The crowd quickly surrounded Li Xian with your words, that originally should be sought after by the crowd beside Zhou Ting. At the moment is empty, as if directly cold general, looks quite a bit despondent. Li Xian, he cupped his fists and said in a very low key, everyone, under is just a fluke, but also because under listened to the words of all of you, quite touching. So only to say that kind of words, or to thank all of you earlier to give in the next mention in patting. If there is no patting of all of you, I am afraid that under cannot say that kind of words. That statement, in turn, lifted the crowd. Many people also nodded with a burst of satisfaction when they heard this. They liked to make friends with people like this, and when they heard that the other party was also from the background of the Xianwang Palace, it would be even more worthwhile to make friends with them. This kid, on the contrary, has humble words. It was natural that such capable people would not make their hearts jealous, mainly because they were so far apart that no jealousy could be born at all. So at this moment, everyone clasped their fists and blew up more and more. The world likes people who are not arrogant and impatient, and they are naturally the same. If Li Xian, just now, was still as indifferent to them as he was before, he was afraid that they would harbor a grudge in the future, which was also the human heart. So Li Xian knew very well what words he should say at this time. Even if you don't befriend these people, you can't make enemies everywhere. Brotherly, that day in the Begonia Pavilion in the middle of the 1,000 years. I'm afraid that it is also composed by Brotherly, right? Another person asked this. Everyone went quiet at those words. It was as if they were all very interested in this matter. Chapter 82, The Sorrow of the Dry Kingdom. You know what the seiji is? Eating, drinking, whoring, gambling, pleasure-seeking, everything. But to say he can recite poetry? You're kidding. They'd rather believe that the old sow in their backyard would get up a tree than that the world's son would recite poetry. And they weren't little cuties. Li Xian followed beside Shirzi, and then Shirzi made a song of a glance back and 100 winks. 6 palaces have no color out of the mystery. So, some would say that this is the work of Li Xian. Many people, even secretly, hold this matter as fact. In the minds of many people, Li Xian was also regarded as the author of that ancient poem. Can in the temple examination stage, let the Chi-Chu 2 countries of the crown prince, our dumbfounded roll, can make that kind of 1,000 years of absolute sentence, is not very reasonable? Even Zhou Ting, at this moment, raised his head and looked curiously at Li Xian. This is something that he is also very curious about, but at that time, he was for the sake of Miss Xianger, but also on the Gelfrost is not to adoration. He knew that the Gelfrost and other stunning natural cannot see their own, so did not Gelfrost on the heart. Then the Prince of the Marquis of Prosperity has lost a lot of money, but now it seems as if everything is not so simple. Did Li Xian really do it? Li Xian said with a straight face, everyone, you've all been tricked by Seiji, a word that froze the crowd. Before anyone could say anything, Li Xian continued, that must be the work of the world's son. All of you brothers and sisters, are you saying that I am not a man? I don't want to be with that beautiful woman. I don't want to have dinner with the beautiful Ningfang girl, or even let her wait on my bed? Which man can resist such temptation? When it came to sharing a meal, there was a rush of longing from all of them. When it comes to letting the condensed frost girl serve the bed, everyone's throat knots, all subconsciously moved. Obviously they can't resist that kind of temptation. This is perhaps the greatest temptation in all the world. Is it really not Brother Li's doing? Zhou Ting walked over and asked with deep meaning. Li Xian smiled, clasped his fists, and said to Zhou Ting, Brother Zhou, this matter is true. Congratulations in advance to Brother Zhou for taking the top 3 awards. Brother Zhou's ability, I also admire. Seeing Zhou Ting come over, all the parties continued to blow off steam for a while. Zhou Ting, who was originally supposed to be smug, had a moment of embarrassment on his face at this moment. After all, he was only likely to win the top 3 awards, and now that the results hadn't been announced yet, he had only been internalized by His Majesty as a Li Xian, so he naturally didn't dare to really take it on. The scholars outside were blowing each other off and drifting away. In the middle of the hall, Gong Yuyen clenched his fists. stared coldly at the crown prince of the two Chu countries below, and said, "Loan. If you don't agree, what should be done?" A sentence set out. The presence of civil and military officials have shed cold sweat. Is His Majesty so tough? That's hitting a stone with a stone. Especially Lin Shiren and Lu Yunchang, who were staring incredulously wide-eyed at the empress above at this moment. Just now, when they didn't agree to send Li Xian away, they had been a bit unresponsive. However, after thinking about it later, it was understandable. As Li Xian was such a talented person, it was very reasonable for His Majesty to be in love with him. It was also unlikely that Qi and Shu would do anything drastic because of one person. But now, the Qi and Shu states their demands. Originally, they went to the court several times and came to a what conclusion? Of course most of them promised each other. Then on the side of Dakian, rest and recuperate, and do not fight hard with them. This was the unanimous conclusion of the civil and military officials. Unanimously. But now the empress, she wasn't even going to agree to them? Is this Majesty really not afraid that they will rise up? Oh, Crown Prince Qi Xian froze for a moment and said with a faint smile, "Your Majesty of the Qian Kingdom, is it that you do not agree to send the paper-making and porcelain-making formulas to us? Or that you do not agree to send one of the major vassal states out? Or is it a matter of not promising to hand over 500,000 taels of silver? In the end, which thing is not promised? Your Majesty can say it, so that there is also a discussion." Xi's demands are simple: the recipes for paper-making and porcelain-making, one of the vassal states of Gagan, and 500,000 taels of silver. It's a request that they don't think is too outrageous. Anyway, on the side of the vassal states, they are also not closely connected to the Qian Kingdom. And now that the two major vassal states on this side of the Qian Kingdom have been plunged into civil strife, it would be much more convenient for them to take over. In this way, Qi's side can be at peace with Dechen for 3 years, which is what Qi means. As for Chu, it means pretty much the same thing. The same paper and porcelain formula, plus another large vassal state, as well as 500,000 taels of silver. Their two countries, actually and discuss the same, to exploit the Great Qian. With these contents, the civil and military officials only felt chills all over their bodies. Last year it was only 200,000 taels of silver. This year it's 500,000 taels of silver. And this year there are more paper and porcelain making recipes, plus a big vassal state. No wonder on the side of the vassal states. I heard that they were very closely connected with Qi and Shu. I didn't expect them to want to rebel against the Qian Kingdom. This was something that no one expected. Qi Chu, two countries of the appetite, is really getting bigger and bigger. This year demanded benefits. The previous 5 years of all the benefits combined are far less. But what can they, other than promise each other? As for Qi and Shu, how to allocate the matter, they follow the allocation is not worried. For example, can Shu take the rice paper formula? Qi take the porcelain formula, and then the two major vassal states a country to share 500,000 taels of silver, even if Dakian cannot immediately take out, but also can be paid to them in installments. So they calculated it well. Gong Yu smoke is a cold smile, forced to ask, last year, loan as much as promised you all the requirements. You also said a year peace and quiet, but to the second half of last year, the Xinjiang border war constantly. Qi Chu two countries soldiers came to my Xinjiang, a total of more than 2,000 people killed innocent civilians. This matter, what explanation? When the empress said these words, the civil and military officials of Deqian all looked angrily at the emissaries of Qi and Shu. This thing is the hardest part for them. How about if something is given and the other side tears up the covenant? This put the civil and military officials on pins and needles. Qi Xian, however, smiled lightly, as if he had already known that His Majesty of the Qian Kingdom would inquire like this, so he directly said, "Your Majesty of the Qian Kingdom, in this matter, this palace is over here to say sorry in advance. It is indeed our Qi Kingdom that is at fault in the first place." As he spoke, Qi Xian shallowly yawned, a sort of guilt for those 2,000 or so people. Gong Yu Yen didn't say anything. He looked at the messengers of Qi and Shu below, with a murderous intent under his eyes that he couldn't help but conceal. The main thing is that my Daki vassal states are wanton, and after that incident, my father was furious, and has already changed the officials of the vassal states up and down, so it is indeed my Qi's side of the blame. As for the things promised today, once His Majesty promised, he will naturally fulfill it, and won't break the promise again. Qi Xian gave an oath. More than 2,000 dead civilians, and it's over with a mere verbal apology and then informing the vassal states that officials up and down the country have been changed? A touch of sadness flashed through Gong Yuyan's heart. At this moment, she made a vow in her heart. Her goal in this life was to spare no effort in destroying the two kingdoms of Qi and Shu. Chapter 83 High School Scholar. Chu Crown Prince Chu Yifeng is a smile. The same light said, "Your Majesty, My Chu rule is not strong. Father has been those people are given to the dismissal of the treatment, and father promises, if the dry country is willing to hand over the paper-making and porcelain production, plus a vassal state, that 500,000 taels of silver can even be exempted, and the promise of 3 years of peacetime is still in effect. The external, Chu, can declare that we are allied with the Qian kingdom to preserve the face of the great Qian, so that we can also make the Qian kingdom less worried. Before, they said they could take nothing if they took Li Xian away. In fact, that was just a fight with the people of Qi. Just saying, Qianguo really want to give people to them. Paper making and porcelain making still want. The vassal states also still want. At most, can be exempted from some silver. The mission for this visit, they've already set. The civil and military officials below were all brightened up. You want 500,000 taels of silver? So it seems, just hand over the paper making and porcelain, plus a vassal state just. Originally they are the great Qian on the vassal state. The control is not very firm, so hand over. The significance of the handover is not very big. The left and right pair looked at each other and both looked at Gong Yuyan. They felt that it was time for His Majesty to say yes. Your Majesty. Left Minister Lin Shuren clasped his fists. He was just about to speak, but he suddenly noticed the creepy eyes of the Empress. At this moment Lin Shuren shivered and actually closed his mouth. Qi Xian smiled, but said curiously, Left Prime Minister of Qianhua, is there something you want to say? Lin Shuren was a bit embarrassed and didn't know whether to speak or not. After all, he was a person from Diqian, and now that he was listening to a word from the Prince of Qi and spoke directly, wouldn't it be a blatant indication that he was on the side of Qi? So he dared not say and could not say. In the next moment, she saw the Empress say, Speak. Lin Shuren froze for a moment, and then only very sincerely said, Your Majesty, paper making and porcelain making are both invented by our capable people in Dakian. The two countries want to directly ask for it. It's too much. The old minister thinks that it can't be directly sent to them. Oh, what does Lord Lin mean? Qi Xian smiled meaningfully. Lin Xian clasped his fists, clenched his teeth and said, Your Majesty, I believe that you can sell certain formulas to them. The lower and medium Xian paper formulas, sold to the Qi and Chu two countries, to retain the upper Xian paper formulas. The same is true for the porcelain. You can take out a certain amount of technology, in order to establish a trade channel with the Great Qi and Great Chu, so that the Xian paper and porcelain circulated in the three countries in the region. Gong Yuyan remained silent. Lin Shuren spoke on her behalf. What a nerve! Did he really think that the other would agree to what he wanted? It's still a ridiculous thought. Qi Xian is a light smile, but also said, the 500,000 taels of silver. The palace will not. As by the formula of silver. As for the rice paper formula, you can only take, in this second-class formula, porcelain. This palace will let to the Chu side, not Chu scramble. He didn't care about porcelain. He thought the technique of rice paper was a little more important. Seeing Gong Yuyan staring at her royal brother, she did not hide her killing intent. Qi Yu also came out and cupped his fists, meaning to say, Your Majesty of Qianhua, my Qi's 100,000 border generals, all of them need silver to feed. These 500,000 taels of silver don't want to be. It's already a commission to them. But please think twice about it, Your Majesty, or else my Qi's 100,000 border generals will be hungry but will have to go to look for food. This has been a naked threat. The threat of war if you don't agree. Who told you to talk? Back off. Qi Xian glared at Qi Yu with a displeased face. Qi Yu bowed his head and said, Yes. Qi Yu then obediently retreated behind him. Qi Xianfang just clasped his fists. Slightly awed said, His Majesty's anger. The younger brother of this person is inevitably some of the hardest fast-talking, regardless of the occasion, is gibberish. So just the language aspects of the impact of the Qianhua. The palace here, to the Qianhua His Majesty to make amends for a not, but also please do not blame this person of Qi, a red face and a white face. Let the civil and military officials of Diqian all feel a burst of humiliation. In fact, these are the most humiliating moments for them every year. On top of that, they were people on top of people within this great Qian territory. But these days, they can only keep their heads down and their tails between their legs. Can't you see that the Empress of Dakian doesn't even say a word? Therefore, the civil and military officials shut up and did not speak. Even Lin Shuren, who had just been there, was looking angrily at Qi Xian's side at this moment, not daring to speak. Although he suggested the sale of paper and porcelain, but has not thought of mutiny or something? His roots in the Great Qian, naturally to the interests of the Great Qian. So Lin Shuren really did not collaborate with the enemy or something. The Empress was silent for a little while, looking down at the crowd, and finally spoke slowly. At this moment, Li Xian and the others had not yet departed from the palace. They stood where they stood before, seemingly waiting for those things in the palace to end as well, and without realizing the wait, it was already noon. The palace at noon, under the sun, looked majestic. It was feared that a fierce exchange was taking place in the palace hall. Li Xian sighed, secretly somewhat introspective. He had almost become a target. It seems that in the future, one must keep a low profile. Li Xian just stood outside, feeling a little bored in his heart, looked around, and just wanted to go to the distance to take a break when suddenly a few eunuchs came over. One of the eunuchs said, "His Majesty has decreed that the exact rankings will be announced soon, so please be at ease, and you can leave the palace with us." As he spoke, the eunuch walked outside. Li Xian was finally relieved. If he kept them waiting like this, he really couldn't wait. Li Xian naturally knew that there must be fierce exchanges in the palace right now, and that the situation of that great Qian empress, caught in the middle of two great powers, was very difficult. I guess the other side, inevitably some lion's share of the money. It was just that he couldn't get involved, and he had done his best with that speech in the Great Hall earlier. If it wasn't for the fact that he was trying to get the empress to bail him out, he probably would have had to keep a much lower profile. Where would he have said something like that to irritate the other party? Now that he had provoked the people of Qi, although that Chu had nothing to fight with him, but Qi and Chu had come this time, and their interests were originally similar. So how could Li Xian think that the other side would have nothing in mind for him? It's kinda whimsical if that's the case. Li Xian quickly retrieved his thoughts. This time waiting outside the palace waiting Sun Chuyun also saw Li Xian, then hurriedly squeezed through the guards, broke in. That eunuch just want to say what time, but see the person is the Prince of Xian Wangfu, and the other side also to his hand stuffed a little silver. This is a slight smile, very polite arching hand, said, "Why is the son of the world in such a hurry? Step aside." At this time, Shu Yun, however, did not want to take care of that dead eunuch at all, but only said anxiously, "How is brotherly? Did he enter the top 3? That dead eunuch does not care, just enviously said, "We are here. Congratulations in advance to Lord Li." Not to hide from the sun, His Majesty has been publicly declared. Lord Li is the new scholar of the subject. Lord Li in the future. Don't forget it is us to guide you in to participate in the palace examination. A word was spoken, and the range outside the field suddenly went from noisy to completely silent. Then, it completely exploded outside. Scholarship is out. Chapter 84 Sage King's Suggestion. Li Xian is more than just an ordinary scholar, or His Majesty himself pronounced the scholarship. This Lord Li, who was following the world's sun, could it be that Li Xian, who was beside the world's sun and prepared highly potent wine, thus gaining fame? After learning of this news, Li Xian's reputation quickly spread from Diqian like locusts crossing the border, and at this time, Li Xian also sat inside the sedan chair of the Xianwang mansion with a somewhat depressed expression. "Isn't it just a new scholar? Why are you so excited?" At this moment, Chuyan said with a face full of admiration, "I knew that Brother Li would be able to win the position of the top scholar, as long as the female emperor's side is sensible. Brother Li taking the top scholar would be a real honor. How about it? See the female emperor appearance, weather and rumors in general, the magnificent appearance of the city. The empress is veiled and cannot be seen," Li Xian casually explained, and then said, "You are not aware that I was in the palace hall, but the Qi and Chu two countries were offended to death. The follow-up of that Qi and Chu two countries of the people. I'm afraid that they will not let go of me. The crisis has not been lifted, so I need to think about the follow-up measures to deal with the situation." Shu Yun froze and said gruffly, "What exactly happened?" Next, Li Xian very meticulously told Shu Yun all the things that happened in the palace hall. After hearing this, Shu Yun wrinkled his brows and said with a gloomy face, "This matter needs to go back and talk to my father. This matter is afraid that it won't stop. It must be planned early." As he spoke, Shu Yun had already instructed the horseman outside to turn the sedan chair over to the Xianwang mansion. A few moments later, in the middle of the Xianwang mansion, when King Xian heard what Li Xian had done, he likewise looked at him with some consternation, clasped his fists, and said, "Mr. Great Justice, today, he didn't go to the court, because he knew there was little point in going. Instead of suffering all that humiliation, it would have been better to stay at home and have nothing to do." So after King Xian heard that the 100 candidates were all silent under the taunts of the other side, and only Li Xian stood out, said those words, and toppled the people of Qi and Chu, he was likewise very relieved. So this sentence, "Sir," was even more convincing. As for the fact that Li Xian was able to be announced as this year's new scholar by His Majesty in the middle of the Great Hall, King Xian also felt that it was very reasonable, and that what Li Xian had done was undoubtedly a long face for Diqian. I'm sure it was precisely because of this that His Majesty directly declared him to be this year's top scholar. It was a powerful retort to His Majesty's bailout of him. Li Xian smiled helplessly and bitterly and said, "What is the use of great righteousness when it is difficult to protect oneself? Mr. Worry too much. Not only this king's side will arrange some guards for you, even His Majesty's side will absolutely send people to protect you in the dark. Next, your safety problem. Don't have to think about it. If this whole Deqian is the most unlikely to have an accident, it is not you. This is the king's intuition. Although our Deqian comprehensive strength is very weak, but want to protect a person, or easy." The Sage King spoke very seriously. Li Xian was surprised and asked back, "Your Majesty will protect me?" The great Qian Empress was so high up that she really wouldn't pay attention to herself? Because Mr. is the face of the entire Deqian. His Majesty, that person I know, in his heart hides a great ambition. Just the reality of the conditions do not quite allow it. If we say that letting His Majesty attack the two countries of Qi and Chu, it may be that his heart is more than enough, but letting His Majesty to protect you, there is no need for you to question that. His Majesty will never let anything happen to you, especially in the Deqian Imperial City. Unless Deqian falls completely, you, sir, will definitely be fine. The Sage King once again dropped a heavy bomb. Unless Great Qian was destroyed, Li Xian, who was in the Qian Kingdom's Imperial City, would not be able to do anything. Li Xian heard it in his ears and naturally breathed a huge sigh of relief. He clasped his fists and said, "With these words from the king, I am relieved. Thank you for answering." King Xian shook his head and said with great emotion, "Mr. That phrase governance by virtue is afraid to speak to His Majesty's heart, knowing that His Majesty's year after ascending to the throne is Zhengde, and this year is the 6th year of Zhengde." Li Xian raised an eyebrow. The 6th year of Zhengde? Isn't this Zhu Hozhao's year? However, the year number overlap in ancient times is not a particularly rare thing. This side and the memory of Zhu Hozhao year number overlap. It is not very surprising. After this, His Majesty should dispatch those emissaries from Qi and Chu, and I don't know what benefits they will reap. And year after year, if Deqian remains unchanged, it will be dangerous. Xian Wang sighed, and said with a grave face, "In short, in the next few days, His Majesty should announce you into the temple to accept the reward, especially the top 3 people. Almost all will be appointed to the government. As for your words, this king and ask you a question." "How?" the king asks. Li Xian hurriedly clasped his fists. The Sage King added, "What do you think of the clans? Problems with the clans?" Li Xian froze for a moment and looked at King Xian, saying in his heart, "Don't you belong to the clan?" However, when he realized that the other party's expression was sincere, Li Xian poured it out and said, "Controlling the court, a puddle of stagnant water." King Xian nodded and said with deep concern, "Yes, this is the officialdom of Deqian. If you are willing, it is perfectly fine to enter the 6 ministries, but the 6 ministries are too centralized. You won't have much to build on going in instead. So, if Mr. is not willing to be in the same boat as them, it is better not to enter the 6 departments, which is into the cabinet, as well as the State Council, Hanlin Academy and so on. Do not go to the 6 departments of the kind of deep water, or go in to die do not know how to die. In addition to." Next, King Xian went into detail, giving Li Xian the general classification of officialdom in Deqian, because the next goodbye to His Majesty will certainly give him the title of official. This is the thing that can be thought of. So at this time, there is an urgent need to have a person to explain clearly to him. For a long time, Li Xian almost understood the matter, and also had a clear perception of the officialdom of Deqian. Li Xian then clasped his fists and bowed. "Thank you for answering your doubts, Your Majesty." The Sage King treated him, naturally, like nothing else, and by the looks of it, it seems that the Sage King and the mainstream clan side are not dealing with each other. What's more, the Wise King seems to be staying away from the court. Could this be a statement from him? King Xian's status in Deqian is very high, but far from the court, which makes Li Xian's mind cannot help but think of one thing, whether the King Xian is also avoiding the front. Do not want to join the involvement of the right and left 2 prime ministers. No harm done. Just be ready. The Sage King waved his hand and sighed again. The reason for the sigh was naturally for the future of Deqian. "Are you going back to the house?" the Sage King asked again. Li Xian nodded and said, "Exactly. Just in time for my brother to see you off." Shu Yun listened to the side for a few moments, only to feel clouded and unable to understand anything. When he heard the return to the house, Shu Yun reacted. Next, Shu Yun sent Li Xian back to the Li mansion, and at this time, somewhere in the elegant room of the Begonia Pavilion, that Ning Shuang, who was in the middle of combing her hair, was also the first to know about this matter. He really did get the top spot, Ning Shuang murmured, a pair of beautiful eyes flickering with a strange light. Her slender hand, too, rested on the overly full spot on her chest, gently caressing it. One could feel that her heart seemed to be beating faster. And such a talented man is really worth pulling himself together. Chapter 85 Chicken and Dog. You should know that Li Xian got not the top 3, but the first place. It was said that Li Xian was a hit above the hall. It seems one's expectations of him were, after all, much lower. Who the hell is he? Why has he suddenly appeared in the middle of this great Qian's vision? After a moment of contemplation, Ningxuang took out paper and wrote a letter, then said to the female attendant waiting outside, "Send this letter to the Li mansion at the end of Chang'an Street. Go and return quickly." A few moments later, the letter quickly appeared in the Li mansion. After getting the letter, Li Xian frowned, then opened the envelope. "Congratulations to the gentleman for winning the first prize. The young lady is waiting for the gentleman's arrival at the Begonia Pavilion Ningfeng." Upon seeing the contents, Li Xian's eyelids jumped hard. That congealed frost of the Begonia Pavilion. How could she know so quickly that he was the scholar? Is the other side's channel for receiving news that fast? Such speed, however, made Li Xian more and more wary. He felt that in the future, he had to stay away from that gelatinous frost. The other party's purpose was too clear. Besides wanting to dye his own color, there might be other purposes that had to be guarded against. Although he didn't know exactly what she wanted to do, Li Xian had the advantage of avoiding evil. So the Begonia Pavilion, you don't have to go there, do you? After frowning, Li Xian directly took the letter and threw it into the fireplace, and as a burst of heating quickly burned it away, Li Xian was also instantly refreshed. Afterwards, Li Xian found Yi and picked her up in a hug, saying while tying her up with his beard, "Yi, father should be the top scholar if there is no accident." Gong Sini was just about to say something when she suddenly froze when she heard Li Xian's words. "Right, didn't Dad go to the imperial examination today? Why did Dad come back all of a sudden? Doesn't that mean that father met mother in the middle of the Great Hall?" At the thought of this, Gong Sini became a little worried. Did father realize that the empress is mother? Gong Sini looked at Li Xian cautiously, blinked and said, "Really? Really? This also cannot fake. Also do not look at your father who I am. To get a first prize is also a small meaning. Today at noon Dad give you to do good food." Li Xian hemmed and hawed, then put Gong Sini down and hurriedly prepared the ingredients for noon. At 7 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Xian brought out the lunch and had Shaoan thoughtfully bring a copy to the old man sweeping the ground outside in the front yard. And at the same time, on the streets of the imperial city, there was also a team of officials who came out and then posted the royal list on it. This royal list was clearly a list of the 100 characters of the temple examination. Scholar, Li Idol. Top, Zhou Ting. Tantrum, Wu Yu. There were dozens of people in total, and that which was most attractive was naturally the first 3. It was only after seeing the first person that this caused many people who thought Zhou Ting would be the top scholar to stare in disbelief and murmur incredulously. "That hangs in the first Li leisure. This sun is not precisely that imperial city range. Recently is hotly debated high degree of wine invention of the person? I heard that he was still a member of the house of the Xianwang, but now he got the title of scholar." The crowd looked like it had exploded. If that moment at noon when Li Xian came out, it was still only a small shock and not too many people believed it. Then with the posting out of the royal list, is a wide range of fluctuations, because this is the nail in the coffin, cannot allow half a bit of forgery. The story about the release of the list was also spread everywhere in a short time. Even within the Li family village of that Inkstone Mountain County, such rumors had appeared. Muramasa got the news and stood up with the same excitement on his crutches, trembling, because there are people from the government, riding horses to notify them, saying that they have produced a scholar in the Li family village. Although Li Xian not long ago moved to the imperial city of Chang'an Avenue, now has been living in the Li house, but Li Xian's household registration, still in the village fell, currently did not move the household registration over, still going through the formalities of the Qin dynasty procedures are very slow. Move a household registration is estimated to be more than half a year's time, so Li Xian is not too anxious. Also for this reason, a group of people had come directly to the Li family village to celebrate today. It's a good time to beat the gongs and drums. Under the rendering of such gongs and drums, the Li family village, which had been quiet for a long time, was finally bustling with activity. Many of the villagers of the Li family village walked out with curious faces, and there were also many yellow-haired children, following these teams, looking curiously at these gongs and drums honor guards. What were they doing over here? Idol brother's son got the top grade on the exam. The aged village chief burst into tears. Then he leaned on his crutches and hurried to the village entrance location to gather all the villagers. With the attraction of this banging of gongs and drums, naturally a number of villagers all came out. Now everyone, too, knew the news that Li Xian had gotten the top spot on the exam, including the next-door neighbor's girl Suihua. After hearing the news, also hugged her mother and cried for a long time, saying that she almost married Li Xian. This scene also let the official people a burst of surprise, after seeing that Suehwa's appearance, also was shocked for a long time. Secretly the scholar even preferred this kind of tough face? Suehwa, however, didn't care about anyone else, she just hugged her mother and kept bawling. She remembered the next door Li Xian, who was very warm to everyone and very good looking, and they had had several other close encounters. Although her closeness here might have been just Li Xian saying a few words to her face to face, men like that are finally making a name for themselves. Your Majesty's holy authority and imperial grace is immense. Li family village villager Li Xian. Literary talent. Outstanding ability. In the hall above the excellent performance. Power over the crowd. His Majesty licensed his scholar position. The Li family village with honor. Sealed as the scholar village. Within 10 years. Exempt from all taxes. Without anyone to serve. With the eunuch's loud reading. Many of the villagers knelt on the ground. Their faces full of excitement. This year's Li family village is really going to have great good luck. Not only were they exempt from all taxes for 10 years, but men of school age were not required to serve in the military. Such a grace was really a blessing for the Li family village, and it was really a blessing of 1,000 years to have Li Xian in the Li family village. Many people fell to their knees, tears streaming down their faces in gratitude. That idol brother is really out of his league now. This is the truth that when one man gets a government position, the chicken and the dog get a government position. The villagers of the Li family village were able to receive this treatment, and every villager, at this moment, was very excited. Golden scales are not the stuff of the pool. Once they meet the wind and clouds, they turn into dragons. That brother idol is indeed a dragon. The Muramasa was in old tears, and just such a passage flashed through his mind. This verse is naturally not a product of this world. Instead, one day a few years ago, village Zhang visited Li Xian's home, and saw Li Xian writing on a piece of paper, and remembered a passage most vividly. How can a golden scale like brother idol be willing to live in shallow water? Chapter 86 G Assassination. The aging old village chief of Li's village now remembers the idol brother who smiled warmly. Not long ago he had just left the Li family village, saying that he was going to go out and make a name for himself. And as a result, not long ago now, he was already ranked as the top scholar. Such speed is really unexpected. This wind of the top student was blowing far and fast. At least Lu Qingxue, who was somewhere outside of the imperial city, was likewise aware of this news that was flying all over the place. Li Xian, scholar. After knowing this news, Lu Qingxue let out a deep sigh. The distance between them was really getting farther and farther away, and they themselves were getting less and less worthy of each other. I also don't know what level the future Li Xian will develop to. Lu Qingxue was also very happy about Li Xian's success in the examination. She wanted to go see Li Xian and say a word of congratulations to him, but thought that the other party was now at the height of his fame, so she might affect him. After thinking about it, Lu Qingxue still gave up. Nowadays she, naturally, knows that her father is also in the middle of Li's house. It must be that her father does not know that she hijacked the prison thing, so she thought that she would say it again after a while. After all, the imperial city is now everywhere posted her wanted. Gazing in the direction of the Li mansion, Lu Qingxue eventually left the place. That night, Green Reed waited in the shadows of the Li mansion. She was in the process of taking a nap when her eyes opened and her gaze rested on that not too far away, as if she had seen something other than her. This Li mansion also had an expert sent by the imperial palace, as well as an expert from the house of the Xianwang, the three great masters, now in the Li residence to protect. Of course, these two people also do not know their own existence, their own side. Is the empress is worried about not enough? So specially let her come over. At this time, a masked black-robed man, indeed, sneaked outside the Li mansion, just stopped for a moment and jumped in with a leap. This person suddenly saw that there was a middle-aged man standing not far away. This person is the expert of the Xian Wangfu. It is also the person who protects Li Xian in the open. The expert sent by the Sage King's house was at the peak of martial master strength and belonged to the true sense of martial arts experts. He was responsible for protecting Li Xian's well-being in the Li mansion. People of Qi, please also go back. The middle-aged man spoke faintly. He naturally knew where the person who wanted Li Xian's life came from. That's why he also said it nonchalantly, not giving the other party any face. Protecting Li Xian for a few days. He did squat someone. The people of Qi are really thieves. They know that the empress will protect Li Xian, but they still want to test it out. Do they really think that the empress will let them do what they want? The man in black, however, laughed coldly and was outright unimpressed. But if he wanted to enter the courtyard, he had to break through this middle-aged man. So he stared at the middle-aged man with a deadly stare. Then he smiled sorrowfully and charged directly towards the middle-aged man at a fast speed. If Li Xian had seen this scene, he would have stared in disbelief. Because, The scene in front of him had far exceeded the limits of perceived human beings. In the next moment, a burst of chi fluctuation appeared in the front yard of the Li mansion, and the dust on the ground continued to sputter and dissipate under the effect of the chi. Bang! The two men parted with the fall of the last clash. The expert of the Sage King's house had a surge of chi and blood as he looked across the room with a grave expression. Still saying, "Aren't you worried that if you continue, you'll stay here completely?" The black-clothed man from Chi sneered. He had just exchanged blows with an expert from the house of the virtuous king and realized that his opponent was inferior to him. Given half a quarter of an hour, he would definitely be able to kill this person, so the other party couldn't stop himself. The man in black was just about to continue, but suddenly stopped. For behind him, another man of advanced age appeared. The man's face was a bit gloomy, looking like a eunuch. He licked his lips and said in a feminine manner, "There's no need to make things difficult for our family if you're a valued guest of Qi. What do you think?" This person was sent from the palace side to protect Li Xian. Realizing that the martial artists of the Xian Wanfu could not stop the other party, this person naturally had no choice but to show himself. It's not too intimidating to go back and forth. It was only the strength of this eunuch behind him that made the black-robed man's pupils shrink before he blurted out, "Qiangua Zongshi. What a Qiangua empress." He really didn't expect that Qiangua would really send very precious Zongshi level characters over here to protect that kid Li Xian. This discovery was nothing less than a great embarrassment to him. However, he was fearless of anyone under the sovereign, but there was a world of difference between below and above the sovereign. As long as a patriarch was angry, unless there were 10 people like him fighting to the death, it would be difficult to counteract them at all. So at this moment, he knew that it could not be done. The person then clasped his fists and flashed away. With the presence of the patriarch, he was naturally powerless to do anything about tonight's test operation. Shi Xian asked him to come. He did have the intention to test, and did not intend to kill Li Xian at once, which was impossible. Of course, if that Li Xian didn't have anyone around to protect him, this temptation might become a reality. He'll get his hands on the high liquor recipe first, then he'll kill the kid handily. Only tonight, there was nothing more he could do. 2 against 1. And there was also a Zongshi master on this side. He was like a mayfly shaking a tree. If he continued, he would be completely sent to his death. At that time, he didn't even have half a chance to resist. That's why withdrawing at this point is the safest move. Not long afterward, in the middle of the restaurant, Qi Xian frowned, narrowed his eyes and said, "That Qian empress really sent someone to protect Li Xian, and even let the few patriarchal figures of De Qian are down to help." Qi Yu frowned and said, "A eunuch patriarch? That eunuch probability. Is the eunuch chief beside the emperor of the Qian kingdom? His strength is okay. Once in my dynasty patriarch fight, behind a few points defeated." Speaking of which, Qi Yu's expression didn't take it too seriously. For so many years, both Qi and Chu had had encounters with the Qin kingdom, and the Zongshi figures had naturally sparred with each other. So for the Zongshi, that kind of expert, they knew the basics. After thinking about it, Qi Yu said tentatively, "Imperial brother, nowadays indeed things cannot be done, or not before leaving. Let the patriarch go?" This time when they came to the Qian kingdom, they naturally had patriarchal figures beside them who were secretly following them. Having a sovereign figure follow them would also prevent the Qian kingdom from becoming enraged and making a move against them. His killing intent towards Li Xian was high. Can't wait to get rid of that kid. Although not much happened between them, Qi Yu just couldn't stand that Li Xian guy. I don't know why, but when I saw Li Xian's face, I wanted to destroy him. That kid, so hateful. Chapter 87. Tomorrow at the court. Qi Xian shook his head and said, "This time, I am afraid that I cannot kill that Li Xian. In the case of the Dacian Empress death protection, the patriarch is also useless, and it is easy to draw fire. In fact, the progress of today's negotiations, they, Qi and Chu, also felt a tiny bit of resistance. This has never been done before. That great Qian Empress was uncharacteristically unrelenting. Such a tough attitude, coupled with the recent Qiangua action, is really too much. First paper making and porcelain production, followed by a new type of imperial examination system, and then against the vassal states to push the order of grace, against the clans of the cut policy, this clan policy down, so that the Qi and Chu two countries are very nervous. Behind the great Qian Empress, there are bound to be capable people. It wasn't as if they didn't connect Li Xian towards this, but after studying and judging for a long time, they realized that there was really some mismatch between Li Xian and the person behind the great Qian Empress, so they didn't think much about it subsequently. It's just that the current state of Qiangua really needs to be a wake-up call. If it was said that they could move the Qian kingdom at will, this was naturally impossible. Anyone know what Chu means? If they fought with the Qian kingdom, and Chu turned directly towards his Qi hinterland, then his Qi kingdom would really have to drink their hearts out. although Qiangui is weak, but to send troops to Qiangua, or to run towards the goal of destroying Qiangua, at least need to use about 60% of Qi's troops to do so, leaving that 40% of the troops. Even the complete Qiangui can't beat it, not to mention the strength of the Chugua, which is not weaker than Qi's, and once the back is attacked by the enemy, Qi is the first one to be destroyed, so there are some things that are not so simple to do. It's hard to make a big attack between countries, except for a little friction, at a time when the back of the enemy, even the powerful Qi cannot. Chu is naturally the same reason. Negotiations were inconclusive today. As for tomorrow, is the time for Qi and Chu to meet separately, specifically talk about what content. Worst suspicion, which is also one of this year's Emperor Qiangua, she is not willing to meet together to discuss, but separately in Qi Chu two countries to negotiate. This Qiangui Empress, she is indeed much smarter this year. Of course it's possible that she's got something to fall back on, so we're not going to let him off the hook completely? Qi Yu frowned, a little offended. He felt that if he had scruples about a person, he would have to cut off the roots, and he could not sleep or eat without Li Xian's death. Qi Xian smiled faintly and said meaningfully, "How come? After we leave the Qian kingdom, won't we have no more worries?" Hearing his imperial brother's words, Qi Yu first froze for a moment, and then his face was ecstatic. The words he heard. A few days later, a eunuch came from Li's house. The meaning of the eunuch, in fact, very simple. That is, His Majesty declared that Li Xian and others will enter the temple tomorrow for the court. At that time, His Majesty will have the appropriate arrangements, and I hope that Li Xian will be able to go on time. Of course, the palace side will also send people to pick up Li Xian. This is the special treatment of the first prize, so that there is no need for Li Xian to choose his own mode of travel. When he heard these words, Li Xian was also startled. Is this the start of his ordination? Li Xian received the decree, and then returned to the Li mansion with a somewhat strange expression. This unexpected news is really not in line with the concept that he just traveled to this world. Xu Yun, who accompanied Li Xian to receive the decree, also walked back with a face full of excitement, and laughed he. Brother Li is awesome. He will be an official soon. If the Empress lets Brother Li choose an official, what kind of official does Brother Li want to be? At this moment, Xu Yun looked very excited, as if the one who was an official was not Li Xian, but him. Of course Xu Yun does not care about being an official or anything like that. He's Xian Wangfu, son of this identity. See, the vast majority of officials have arrogant and domineering capital. As for the word powerful, naturally, it was also what Li Xian had imparted to him, and he didn't expect Xu Yun to learn it skillfully. Li Xian shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. It's fine to be an idle civil official. I think it's still important to do things at home. And this imperial examination Kujitsu, after the end of it, it feels like it's just like that. It's not as good as earning more silver, so that it's a little more grounded. How big an official can be as big as his old man who reached the heavens? Naturally, it's impossible. At the most, he'll just get a 6 or 7 grade officer. He is a scholar, not a prince. Traditionally the scholar cannot be directly on the seal of a 3 or 4 rank officers. Otherwise those civil and military officials will not agree. In any dynasty, throughout the ages, even he, the first generation scholar of the new style imperial examinations, could not, at the very beginning, scamper to a very high position. Rather, they will choose to stay in the 6 or 7 grade official position for a few years, and slowly promote the official position again. Surely it is not possible to directly achieve it overnight. That is really whimsical. So knowing this point, Li Xian wasn't too thrilled. Besides, he had always felt that whatever position he sat in, he had to endure the pressure and trouble of it. So Li Xian wasn't looking forward too much to what official position he was given. Xu Yun looked at Li Xian helplessly and said, "Brother Li, you're a bit beaten up. The Hall of Scholarship, but to say it's just like that? Do people say that?" If Li Xian's remarks were heard by other people, those people were afraid that they would come over and directly fight with Li Xian. This kid, he's so beat up. Xu Yun thought for a moment and added, "What father means is that even if one starts with a 6th or 7th rank official position, it is best to choose a position in the Hanlin Academy. This is useful for future promotions." Li Xian nodded and said, "Thank you, Brother Chu." But, after a moment of silence, Li Xian added, "You also know that I am not the kind of person who is interested in power. And this time I participated in the imperial examinations only because there were reasons behind it that I had to participate. While others are willing to go for it and rush for it, I have discarded it and scoffed at it. This is how I feel in my heart, and I even feel that there will be trouble waiting for me this time when I go to the court, either from the two Qi and Shu countries or from those clans. Next, it's hard not to take sides. How could the members of the clans that controlled the court let him go as the new scholar of the academy? Shu Yun sighed, from brotherly willing to give me 1,000 ancient lines. It can be seen that brotherly is not the kind of person who prefers fame and fortune. For brother, can only say that I admire. Shu Yun was truly 5 for 5. There were times when he felt that he was lucky to have met Li Xian. Anyway, tomorrow someone will come to personally pick you up. Remember to get up early, for brother is to notify you. There is. My father said. As far as possible, do not directly into the 6 ministries. Can enter are to be refused. The Hanlin Academy of the State Children's Eunuch and so on. The most stable some, but also not easy to get involved in the strife. After saying that, Shu Yun clasped his fists and quickly left the Li mansion. That night, Spring Flower, Autumn Moon served Li Xian a bath. Chapter 88 saw it all. This bath was also a preparation for going to the formal court tomorrow. Therefore, even if Li Xian didn't pay attention to it in his heart, he had to pretend to pay attention to it formally, superficially. So bathing and dressing was the more important thing to do today. In the past, Li Xian bathed alone, several times, when the 2 little maids, Spring Flower and Autumn Moon, wanted to follow them in. They were stopped outside by Li Xian. But this time, while the 2 maids, with tears in their eyes, were saying that the prince could not abandon them, and that they were only serving the prince's bath, and rubbing his back, which he could not clean, Li Xian touched his nose awkwardly, a little heartbroken. The whole back rub thing, to be honest, Li Xian hadn't felt it for a long time. For the past 6 years, he had been on his own, his hand reaching behind him and simply cleaning his back, cleaning it certainly not as well as someone else who specialized in back rubs. It's something that's not in doubt. So faced with 2 pathetic little maids, after pondering for a moment, Li Xian allowed the other party to walk in. Afterwards, Li Xian stood there somewhat nervously, letting Spring Flower and Autumn Moon take off his clothes behind him. He planned to let the 2 little maids serve and wait on him tonight, and also experience the corrupt life in ancient times. Li Idol blushed a bit during the process. Would this be a little bad? It's so extravagant. He really wasn't blessed with it, and he couldn't get past that point in his mind, because this was the first time he had been served a bath by a little maid. He was always a little weak. Li Xian, who had his back turned to the little maid, coughed dryly after his clothes were removed, intending to lift his legs and take a step himself into the bathtub in front of him. Only the next moment, Xiaoyu walked forward without avoiding suspicion. She extended her hand to Li Xian to test the temperature of the water while blinking her big eyes to see what Li Xian looked like in front of her. It seemed that this ninny, Autumn Moon, was very curious. In this instant, Li Xian saw Autumn Moon's gaze. Startled, Li Xian hurriedly reached out to cover it. However, he realized that it was difficult to cover it with the size of his palm. Li Xian was embarrassed to death. In this situation, he could only hurriedly walk over and get into the bathtub. The whole process was so lousy that Li Xian almost fell into it and drank a few mouthfuls of water from the tub. After getting out from inside the tub, Li Xian wiped the water from his face and looked at Xiaoyu somewhat breathlessly, saying in annoyance, "Why did you come out all of a sudden?" Thinking of Li Xian's appearance just now, Xiaoyu's face swished red. Doesn't he know why she just ghosted out? She just wants to go to the front to protect the point, afraid that the male sun will fall. After all, this bath is so foggy that it's easy to slip. As a result, subconsciously, she saw, during the period of thinking about things, Autumn Moon's small face was flushed, like a ripe apple, and she didn't know what content she had remembered. Li Xian looked at the innocent expression on Xiaoyu's face, and had no choice but to let out a sigh, and said in a serious tone, "Xiaoyu, both of us are equals. In this family, I am treating you as if you were my sister. There's no need for you to think of anything else, okay?" Xiaoyu let out a hum sound, then gently rubbed Li Xian's back. She only felt that her male son's back, all full of manliness, attracted her gaze. During this time, Spring Flower looked at Autumn Moon with a face full of envy and a slight chagrin in her eyes. She had just been distracted for a split second, and was surprised that Autumn Moon had gotten the better of her. That guy dared to take advantage of Gongzi and showed him his body, which was really irritating and enviable. So Manhwa, who was not willing to lag behind, now rubbed Li Xian with a good-smelling soap while twisting and turning. "Gongzi, we want to serve you together tonight. The soaps in the house, which have never been out of stock, just aren't sold to the public." So when Li Xian bathed, he could use the soap that was not available in this world. When he went to the toilet, he could use the soft toilet paper, and when he brushed his teeth, he likewise had a soft bristled toothbrush that he had made himself, plus some simple version of clean toothpaste. In short, for the aspect of his own experience, Li Xian never skimped. In these 6 years, most of his days drilling alone in Li's village had basically been wasted on these things, failures and successes naturally. So after spending 6 years, he managed to invent something, naturally, quite a lot of things. and I'm afraid that if it was announced to the whole world, it would cause a big change in the quality of life of the people of the world. No, you're all too young. When Li Xian heard this, his eyelids fluttered uncontrollably for a few moments, and then he flatly refused. These two little maids, they really are getting bolder and bolder. How dare you hit on yourself? How dare you just look at yourself blatantly? What a weekday habit. It was only when he heard that the two little maids with lovely looks and meek characters wanted to serve themselves together at night. Li Xian's heart was in a state of apathy. All he felt was warm water, and it didn't squelch some of the thoughts that were running through his mind. Subsequently, Li Xian's heart silently recited the Tao Te Ching, thinking in his heart that he was already a family man, and could not arbitrarily break the precepts. After all, they were still children, and he could not be a beast. So in such a situation, Li Xian ended his bath with difficulty. Before he stepped out of the tub, saying whatever he had to say, he shooed the spring box behind him away, while he wiped himself off and went back into the middle of his bedroom. Who knew if the two maids would continue to ogle him immorally if he didn't kick them out? Before leaving, Li Xian had secretly made up his mind that he wouldn't let these two maids in for the bath in the future, or else it would be really easy for something to happen. When will he let the cheap wife of his give him a back rub? And then he will have a heartwarming Mandarin duck's bath. Which is the way to go? Thinking of this, Li Xian got into the quilt, only to feel that the inside of the quilt was very warm and filled with the faint body odor of a young girl. The comforter just now. I'm sure a maid has already warmed the comforter. This ancient beasts are really enjoying themselves. It's true that from time immemorial, those who have money to play with are really all the same. Li Xian sighed, burrowing into the quilt for a long time, yet a wave of ups and downs still fluctuated within him. Damn, it's not over, is it? Li Xian stared wide-eyed. Anger came up, and then gave a hammer blow directly afterward, so that the party stumbled up. Li Xian exhaled and slowly fell asleep. In the shadows where Li Xian doesn't know, Green Reed, however, couldn't help but curse softly. In the Green Reed face, rare some redness, just should not look at. She saw. Chapter 89. The Empress seals the officials. Early the next morning, Li Xian got up early. It was mainly because Spring Flower and Autumn Moon had served him a bath during last night. So early this morning, Li Xian's essence was very full, feeling clear-eyed and energetic. As for Spring Blossom's little face, it was still flushed. The gazes they looked at the eunuchs also carried a look of admiration that they couldn't help but conceal. After they went back to their residence last night, they had been whispering all night, and both sides were encouraging the other to sneak into the duke's nest and serve him. But each of them, they didn't dare to be too proactive, because they were afraid that the eunuch would get angry, and they discussed it for a long time last night, saying that for the male to have that reaction, he definitely had something in mind for them, so they needed to take the initiative to do so. That was the conclusion they unanimously came to. They're not so young, they're 14. At this age many girls of the same age are married or even have children. And so, in such whispers, they slowly fell asleep, waking up early this morning, almost missing the time to call the mail. Gongzi is a scholar. So powerful. Autumn Moon brushed Li Xian's hair while giving him a word of praise. She felt that it was truly a blessing of several lifetimes for her that Master Lu Shi was safe and sound. And then she was fortunate enough to meet Gongzi. Springflower is also not willing to show weakness. Hurriedly said longingly, yes it is. Gongzi will be an official this time. And I don't know what kind of official Gongzi can be. They were also happy about the fact that their male son was going to be an official. Li Xian, however, sighed, his mind completely on the side of the palace hall. Therefore, he didn't chat much with Springflower, Autumn Moon, and just settled the two to take care of EE before quickly going outside the Li mansion. It didn't take long before Li Xian had arrived outside the Li mansion, and by this time, a sedan chair was waiting for him outside. A eunuch lifted the curtain and said to Li Xian with a smile, please invite the scholar Lang to get into the sedan chair. Li Xian blandly walked in and closed his eyes to fake sleep. Not long, the sedan chair stopped. No one outside to invite him to get off the sedan chair. Li Xian is naturally lazy to go out. Just sit inside the sedan chair. Continue to wait up. Declare an audience with the scholars. As the sun rose higher, the eunuch's voice, at last, appeared all around. The curtain of the sedan chair Li Xian was in was lifted. And then Li Xian walked down. Li Xian also followed the crowd and walked in the direction of the main hall. During this time, he and Zhou Ting exchanged glances. Zhou Ting nodded with Li Xian. Li Xian's ability had earned him respect, so he would not look down on Li Xian anymore. For this Zhou Gongzi, Li Xian didn't have much antipathy. The other party just had some arrogance that belonged uniquely to the children of the family. And in essence, it might not be bad, so he nodded in the same way. Soon, about 90 people, who were newcomers, appeared in the main hall of the palace. Seeing that there were no emissaries from Qi and Shu at this time, Li Xian also raised an eyebrow. The Qi and Chu emissaries. Have they already left Dakian? He hadn't really seen each other in the past few days. The other guy hasn't come after him either. Of course there is also the possibility that came to find him, just by the people who protect him to stop. It is estimated that the people of Qi now hate to get rid of him before fast. So when he realized that the emissaries from Qi and Chu were not in the palace hall, Li Xian was also relieved. Until this moment, he was at ease. The empress sat above, unruffled. Li Xian swept a glance at the other party and realized that the empress was still wearing a veil and froze slightly. Li Xian wasn't too overly surprised. He was just standing in the middle with the 90 or so people and was a bit formal. During this time, Zhou Ting gently touched Li Xian, signaling him to speak. Now Li Xian, but the scholar. How can Zhou Ting overstep his role and take the initiative to speak? Thinking that he was at the front of the line, Li Xian fell back and said, "The student pays his respects to His Majesty." As he spoke, Li Xian wanted to kneel down. However, I saw the female emperor above faintly said, "All of you, do not need to kneel." With that one word, Li Xian instantly stopped his knees. Unexpectedly, those schoolchildren behind him all knelt on the ground. Li Xian smiled awkwardly as he arched his hand with the empress, still choosing to bow and pay his respects. Facing the empress of Diqian, etiquette still had to be done, and the other party did protect him, so he had a slight feeling of gratitude in his heart. Zhou Ting followed beside Li Xian and was equally startled when he realized that Li Xian did not kneel. By this time, though, they were also on their feet. At this moment, the civil and military officials all looked at Li Xian at the very front. That kid, I can't believe he didn't kneel down just now. This kid's got a lot of nerve. It's just that if His Majesty doesn't even say anything, they naturally won't say anything, and the new scholar has raised His Majesty's eyebrow for him, so it's impossible for them to make His Majesty unhappy at this time. Gong Yuyan was silent for a moment, said faintly, "This new style of imperial examination." The curtain fell successfully. Lone on your performance is very satisfied. So today, Lone intends to reward you. The first prize winner Li Idol out of the line, declared. After these words, Li Xian then hurriedly took a few steps forward and stood there. The first person to be rewarded was himself, which was pretty straightforward. Many of the scholars, at the moment, were looking at Li Xian with envy. I also wonder what kind of reward the scholars' side can get. For starters, it should be a 6th or 7th grade official position, right? As for them, apart from the top 3, most of them should only be able to go to various departments and start from the bottom. That's the biggest difference. As for Li Xian's future, he was afraid that he would at least start out as a 3rd or 4th grade official. A eunuch stepped out, cleared his throat, and said, "Your Majesty's holy prestige, the imperial grace is great." This time to seal the new scholar Li Xian as the county magistrate of the imperial city of Dakian, the official position from the 6th grade. After these words, Li Xian froze. A moment of consternation could be seen on his face. Direct official placement for him? You didn't ask him what he likes? He wasn't allowed to choose an official? Magistrate of the imperial city of Dakian. Wasn't that Lord Lu Shilu, the previous official position? Even the civil and military officials were all pondering at this moment. They naturally had nothing to say when they gave the scholar an official from the 6th rank. However, the fact that His Majesty wanted Li Xian to be the magistrate of the imperial city of Dakian really made them not expect it. At first, they really thought that Li Xian's home was the Hanlin Academy and the Imperial College or something like that. Those places are far away from the disputes in the imperial court. It is really a good place for a scholar to gild the lily. Not that high and mighty magistrate, especially the royal magistrate. County magistrate is actually quite good. In the county can be a family, but the only place magistrate, that is the dog do not want, belongs to the most lack of existence of the official position. That is, the imperial city magistrate. Your Majesty, Li Xian subconsciously opened his mouth. What? Lone has made a decision and you don't want it? The empress looked at Li Xian and faintly asked. Chapter 90 Gifts from the Left Minister. The empress's eyes glowed calmly, and she didn't know what she was thinking. In fact, last night, she had thought about the matter of what official position to give Li Xian for quite some time. Besides, she naturally knew about the Willow Creek thing a long time ago, and she also knows that Lu Shi and that household department Langzhong's grudge. And finally by Li Xian out of the hand. Please Xian Wanfu will Lu Shi to protect down. This now Lu Shi. Then in Xian Wanfu stay. Gong Yuyan knew all of these things. So nowadays, the county magistrate of the imperial city of Daqian happens to be in a vacant state. Also for this reason, after thinking about it, Gong Yuyan planned to give Li Xian this position. This position was not big, but it could also play a big role. She would like to see what Li Xian could do in the position of the county magistrate of the imperial city of Daqian. Li Xian was immediately startled. bowed after a bow, said gruffly, "The student. Thanks your majesty for sealing the official. The student must be a good magistrate. I hope you will be as good for the people as you say you are and have a heart for the world," Gong Yuyan said meaningfully. Only after saying these words did Gong Yuyan stop talking. Subsequently, there were some rewards for other people. For these things, Li Xian was not interested. He only knew that on his side, he was afraid to be somewhat idle. But any magistrate of a place, and a magistrate of an imperial city at that, must be especially full of things and troubles. The previous experience of Lord Lu Shilu was then vivid in his mind. How could Li Xian forget it? Was the empress implying something about herself in that last paragraph? That passage was not something he could afford to think about. Moreover, Li Xian thinks that the female emperor is likely to know that he is the person who invented the paper and porcelain. Otherwise he would not have let him serve in the position of county magistrate. Is this, perhaps, a test for him from the other side? Until after the retreat of the dynasty, Li Xian had not reacted, and his mind was still filled with some conjectures about the empress's mind. In the face of some words of congratulations from the 100 officials, Li Xian had clasped his fists in response, and did not know what words the other party had said to him. Only when Li Xian returned to the Li mansion did he squarely stop with a strange look on his face. Facing Lu Shi, who was strolling in the courtyard, Li Xian wanted to say something. Lu Shi asked curiously, "What official position did His Majesty promise you?" Li Xian sighed and said quietly, "Lord Lu might as well guess that this official position, which has a lot to do with Lord Lu, caught me completely by surprise." Lu Shi's face changed and said, "Imperial City Magistrate?" He actually, at once, guessed the truth of the matter. Li Xian nodded, helplessly said, "It is exactly where Lord Lu was before. His Majesty said that this position just happened to be empty, so let me be on it, as good as some." Until it was said now, Li Xian was a bit unresponsive. Ah, the magistrate. What on earth is in that empress's mind? Could the other side be keeping an eye on them? Lu Shi pondered for a moment before saying with deep meaning, "Your Majesty should know what happened to the old man, and also know that the house of Xianwang made a move to bail me out. It's just that your Majesty's meaning is, perhaps, not general." Li Xian nodded and said approvingly, "I think our Majesty is not an ordinary person. Perhaps it's just the environment that limits her play. She seems to know everything. From the simple exchange out can be seen, the Qian Empress of Thunder and Lightning, do what will not waste time, including to give him the matter of sealing the official, the same as directly to him to arrange a position, and did not say that let him go to the initiative to choose what. This is really to let Li Xian unexpected things." Li Xian naturally had some admiration for this de Qian Empress' thunderous behavior. 6 years ago took over a great Qian that was riddled with holes. The Empress, even if she had more ambitions, might be a bit incapable of exercising them. There are some things that you don't just want to do. There is a time and a place, and you can't have one without the other. The news that Li Xian had been appointed as the county magistrate of Deqian quickly spread in all directions. This is a matter that has been the talk of many of the public in recent days. Li Xian, the first prize winner, is a brilliant writer and a man of courage and resourcefulness. He angrily rebuked the emissaries of Qi and Shu on the palace examination, making the other side speechless, and said the way of the road is also, the world is public. The world's worries first, the world's happiness after the joy and happiness, and the people are the water and the ruler is the boat, and so on thousands of ancient lines, so that all the knowledgeable people are a burst of emotion and admiration. There were even many literati and scholars who secretly honored Li Xian. Perhaps His Majesty also knows the grievances of Lu Shi. Now, then let the scholar Li Xian, to come to this position of the county magistrate of the imperial city of Daqian, and expect him to have something to do? The scholar was made a magistrate of the imperial city, an official position from the 6th rank, as the actual power of the county magistrate, and in the hidden Crouching Dragon in the Qianlong imperial city, the next movement of the attention of the people, whether it will repeat the mistakes of Lu Shi, there is no way to know, but they feel that Li Xian at least will not be in that Lu Shi general, was arbitrarily executed, if it is not the virtuous king's hand, for the people's welfare of the Liushi afraid of a long time ago, no longer. So, will the scholar Li Xian, who took Lu Shi's place and had a lot to do with bailing him out, be hated by the minister of the household? I'm afraid it's all unknown. Zhou Ting, into the Hanlin Academy, serving in the Hanlin Academy editorial repair, belongs to the positive 7 official positions, belong to some of the normal imperial examination children belong to the place, serving in the Hanlin Academy, within a few years will be transferred to other places, that is a place of gold plated to the scholar. No one feels surprised. Silver ticket belongs to a silver replacement. Silver is too heavy. Sometimes it is not convenient to carry. It is used to replace the silver ticket printed by the division of the Qian silver ticket. in the Qian belongs to the official institutions, very prestigious. Many money changers will be exchanged for silver tickets for spare parts, and there are a number of rich merchants come to do business in the Qian will use the silver ticket. As for the rest of the people, they have each arranged their own belonging. Everyone belongs, and no one is surprised. Unexpectedly, only the empress had made arrangements against Li Xian. During this period of time, the streets of the imperial city, everywhere is about the scholar as the imperial city magistrate this discussion. Many people are naturally curious. Li Xian will not make a difference. And as the early spring deepened, Li Xian had not yet taken office. At the entrance of the Li mansion, there were a few boys, carrying stretchers and holding up very heavy things stopped. Afterward, a boy walked over and rudely knocked on the Li mansion's door. "Who's out there?" Shaoan happened to be on this side of the front yard and brought a bowl of rice over to the old man sweeping the floor. After hearing a knock on the door just in time, and stood and asked a question. "We are from the left minister's residence and are delivering something to Lord Li in place of the left minister." The boy outside spoke condescendingly. Chapter 91. There's a thief. Even the subordinates of the left minister's residence were actually a bit puzzled. I don't know why that high and powerful left minister would show favor to the district magistrate, although this county magistrate is the new style of the Great Qian Imperial Examination Scholar, but the Great Qian next year every year will have a scholar. This a certain year a scholar. And what is the significance? That's what they think. And it's something that a lot of people can't figure out. It may be difficult for those who have not experienced the temple incident to imagine what happened at that time. Only an officer who had experienced that event in the middle of the Great Hall might be able to understand it. Hearing that it was something sent by the left minister, Shaoan was startled, and then looked at the Xian Wangfu expert who walked out. And the other party also said indifferently, "There's no danger. You can open the door." This person had followed the Sage King for so long that he naturally knew what level the left minister was. Therefore, he was also very surprised that the left minister had personally shown his favor to Li Xian. Until now, he had been here to protect Li Xian and fulfill the promise of the House of Xian. Shaoan shook his head, still explaining to the other party, "Mr. said before, anyone regardless of rank, because of the matter of the imperial examinations to visit, do not let me open the door." Said he guessed that there will be someone to the door. So, after thinking about it, Shaoan told the people outside that Mr. will not open the door for anyone, and asked them to go back from where they came from, and that Mr. appreciated their kindness. This explanation made the toadying boy outside freeze in his tracks. It's just a magistrate, not opening the door for someone from the left minister's residence? After waiting for a few moments, they left the courtyard still somewhat oddly. That Li Xian, the left minister doesn't even give face. That's really something. In fact, as early as Li Xian several days ago, he had told everyone in this Li mansion that everyone who knocked on the door should not open it, except Xu Yun who came to the door. Little and naturally took it to heart. It was a time when he was waiting to take office. So Li Xian is at home, making wine like crazy. Otherwise he might not have time to make wine after he really takes office. And that's why he is rivetingly stocking up on highly alcoholic beverages in the hope of solving a momentary emergency in the future. In fact, during this period of time, Li Xian also discovered a problem. This is a problem that used to feel like an illusion, so I subconsciously ignored it. But now, if the illusion was more than enough, it also made him feel abnormal. That's the dwindling stockpile of good, high-quality wine inside the warehouse. Not occasional reductions, but regular reductions. Although the amount of reduction per day was not particularly large, probably only a small few hundred milliliters, but with the reduction every day, Li Xian could not help but worry about a thief in his home. In the end, Li Xian placed the first target of this worry on the old man sweeping the floor in the front yard. Sweeping old man, is it the same as what is written inside the novel? This seemingly ordinary old man sweeping the floor in the mansion is a martial arts expert who was addicted to alcohol, and these days, Li Xian was also frantically testing that old man sweeper. And finally he came to a conclusion that there was no smell of alcohol at all. Moreover, the other party's body is several times under the temptation, but more and more weak a lot. Once in Li Xian's temptation, the other party and even almost fell on the ground, scared as snot and a tear. If not Li Xian eyes and hands fast, maybe this old man will really a life. These old bones couldn't withstand Li Xian's continued tossing and turning. So later, Li Xian moved his target away from the old man sweeper. He began to target the experts from the Xianwang mansion who came this way. So Li Xian pretended to ask for advice and tried for a long time with a strange look on his face. But he didn't try to find out anything. Still no results. Later on, Li Xian's target, naturally, could only be placed on one person. And that was the mysterious black-robed man who had once come to beat him up, who came and went without a trace. If there was a possibility that the other party had stolen the wine, Li Xian really thought it was very reasonable. In the end, Li Xian secretly cursed a few times, but he didn't care about anything. After all, stealing some booze or something is nothing compared to getting your ass kicked. Under this kind of time, the spring of Dakian is deeper and deeper. The snow melts, everything recovers, the temperature of the air, but also gradually rise a lot. Li Xian felt that the spring in this world was warmer than expected. At least these days, Li Xian no longer need to wear thick cotton clothes. He only need to wear a thin shirt, and then simply wear some innerwear inside. It is a fluttering beautiful boy who can adapt to the spring climate. Walking in the street turnaround rate is almost 100%, so that Li Xian is a little embarrassed. As for these days, Xu Yun was very chagrined. He really couldn't figure out some things, because Li Xian was indifferent to Ningxuang's invitation. Ningxuang has already made it clear that she wants to give you a bedtime. Why did you wimp out, kid? It shouldn't. Ningxuang realized that the letter sent to Li's house had been untouched, and then he could only try to contact Li Xian through Chu Yun of the Xianwang house. It just still doesn't work. This caused Chu Yun to be helpless for a good while. Good boy. The beauty has taken the initiative to throw herself at you. And you're indifferent, is it? Li Xian is not good at that? Thinking of this, Chu Yun, who had once again come to the Li mansion, stared suspiciously at Li Xian's back. Afterward, he secretly pulled the passing spring flower aside and whispered, Sister Spring Flower, I'm going to ask you something. Don't tell anyone. Seiji, please. For the Shi who often came to the Li mansion, Spring Flower Autumn Moon was naturally familiar with him, so she respected him. Chu Yun thought for a moment and then asked with a dry cough, You guys are so good looking. As of now, have you ever served your young master in bed? He felt that if he had such two good-looking maid sisters, they would have escaped his clutches by now and been favored by him early on. This is something that is not in doubt. Otherwise, the bed-warming maid and himself were in contact together every day. As a man of this age, Chu Yun knew well what the situation was. How could he possibly endure it? To know the Xian Wang house side, since he stepped into the 13 or 14 years old, his old man arranged for him and the side of a few maids, even if not as good-looking as the spring flowers and autumn moon in front of him, but also with him have had an unclear relationship. Those maids are also his road to the enlightenment of the teacher, or now Chu Yun. It is not possible to be so flamboyant. Hearing this, Chunhua blushed and didn't want to answer. Just under Chu Yun's successive questions, Chunhua still shook her head and said with a red face, No, I'll be damned. It's true. Chu Yun came to a realization and said with a curious expression, Is your young master unable to get a hard-on? Spring Flower. Chapter 92 Unspeakable. Chu Yun's direct words have long embarrassed her. At this moment, Spring Flower's face was red as if it was dripping blood, so Chunhua bit her lower lip and directly left this side. This Shitsi really had no sense of decency, even asking her such a shameful question. How can the young master not get a hard-on? Autumn Moon has seen it in its entirety. She has told herself. She said young master. Young master. At the thought, Spring Flower let out an ah. Then, Chunhua saw the male sun suddenly appear in front of her eyes. Chunhua's face blushed and she had to say somewhat sharply, Young master, you are here. Li Xian looked at the blushing Chunhua with a strange expression and said, What are you thinking about? This little maid, is there something on her mind? Why does your face look so red? After saying that, Li Xianfan looked at Chu Yun who was standing there constantly scrutinizing himself and had a strange look on his face, then frowned and said, Are you bullying my maid? If Chu Yun really hit his maid with his idea, Li Xian would not allow it. Seeing Li Xian frowning, Chu Yun hurriedly explained, Brother Li, no. How could my brother dare to hit on someone close to you? Don't worry, there is absolutely no such thing. Cough cough. Li Xian then looked up and down at Chu Yun, frowned and said, I still think you're thinking of some crooked idea. I've told you in advance, the Begonia Pavilion I won't set foot in it for half a step, so just let Ningxuang die of that heart. And besides, I've got a family, I can't think about it too much, and there are some things that can't be forced. Only after hearing this passage from Li Xian did Chu Yunfan let out a quiet sigh. Until this moment, he understood the meaning of forcing in Li Xian's words, and actually developed some bitterness in his heart. Then Chu Yun clasped his fists and said solemnly, My brother understands. It is my brother's previous thoughts that were too harsh. In the future, my brother will not rush brotherly. At the same time, my brother gave himself some inappropriate remarks before apologizing here. Brother Li, don't mind. There are some things that really can't be forced. Li Xian looked at Chu Yun in surprise. It was rare to see the other party being so thoughtful, so he nodded as well and said, It's not easy for Brother Chu to think this way. It's almost noon, so stay and dine. A few days later is the day he took office. In this spring blossoming days, but also has a kind of one day to see all the flowers of Chang'an feeling, Also do not know his own in the imperial city magistrate this post, and how will have some kind of action. But Li Xian had a feeling in the dark that he wouldn't stay in this position for long. Xu Yun, however, sympathetically clasped his fists and said somewhat hurriedly, "No need. My brother went to the Begonia Pavilion today, and fixed a meal over there, so he will dine in Brother Li's mansion on another day. Thank you." After saying that, Xu Yun left this side and hurriedly went to the Begonia Pavilion. Behind him, Li Xian raised an eyebrow. He always felt that this Xu Yun was hiding something from him. And this thing? And he still has a lot to do with it. Otherwise this kid would not be stumped. After shaking his head, Li Xian didn't think much more. His mind was very light, so he wouldn't put on a lot of things. More things really belonged to mediocrity. And at this moment, Xu Yun, who had left the Li mansion not long ago, also met the lightly veiled Ningxuan girl in one of the elegant rooms. Miss Ningxuan looked at Xu Yun. If Xu Yun hadn't said that she had news of Li Xian, she wouldn't have met Shitzi. In the moment they just met, Xu Yun somewhat solemnly clasped his fists, and then said very helplessly, "Miss Ningxuan, I have gotten not too good news." Perhaps it is precisely because of this unspeakable secret that Brother Li failed to go to the appointment. I hope that Miss Ningxuan can understand. Miss Ningxuan froze, then asked, "What news? What is Li Xian's secret?" When Li Xian was mentioned, Miss Ningxuan really came to be interested. At the moment when the gelatinous girl blinked her great eyes at herself, Xu Yun but subconsciously opened his mouth. He really didn't want to say it. After all, this was Brother Li's secret. To say it would be a disgrace to Brother Li. But when he thought of Miss Ningxuan waiting here in agony, he felt he needed to inform the other party. Can't afford to lose a good person. So Xu Yun sighed and said through clenched teeth, "It's not that Brother Li doesn't like Miss Ningxuan, it's really that Brother Li growing more and more curious." Jelsa might asked, "What's wrong with him? Go ahead and say it. What's so hard for Li Xian to say? He can't get hard." Xu Yun clenched his teeth, and finally told Ningxuan about this matter. "Please also Ningxuan girl, don't tell anyone about this matter. It's Brother Li's secret." Xu Yun felt that Brother Li's secret was indeed important, but compared to Ningxuan's agonizing weight, it was still this side that was more important, and he hoped that Ningxuan wouldn't tell anyone. After all, Li Xian was his savior and his brother. Hearing these words, Ningxuan's small mouth opened slightly as she looked at Xu Yun with some incredulity, enough to prove how surprised she was at this time. After a moment's stunned silence, Nerf instantly reacted. With a slight flushed red on her face, she directly pointed outside and said with great annoyance, "Please don't humiliate Ningxuan with such words. It's a shame for Mr. Li to have a friend like Mr. Li. Mr. Li, go well and don't see me off." There had never been anyone who had said such shameless words to her, so Ningxuan was very shy and angry. After these words were said, Xu Yun sighed and also said slowly, "I naturally treat Brother Li with no excuse, and as Brother Li is my savior, how could I randomly fabricate some lies to defile his innocence? But this is something that is really true. I know that Miss Ningxuan is interested in Brother Li, but Miss Ningxuan really doesn't need to wait. You can totally consider this son. This son is also a talent. Suave. And the key is to be able to get up to." Speaking later, Xu Yun's words had lowered considerably. Apparently he felt a little embarrassed by these words, too. Some chutzpah there. Ningxuan's eyes had already appeared angry as she directly said, "Get out." Xu Yun helplessly shrugged his shoulders and left the middle of the elegant room. He didn't tell a lie. It's true. When a man sits upright and can get up is to get up. Xu Yun is not telling lies now, and will not tell lies in the future. Regarding this, Lian of the Spring Fragrance House knows this all too well, having been exhausted for several days in a row. But the thought of Brother Li's unspeakable. Xu Yun then let out another sigh, feeling a little sad from the bottom of his heart. Your body is already like this, yet you can still maintain the same posture and demeanor as Brother Li? Brother Li deserves to be brotherly. This open-mindedness is not something that ordinary people can compare with. After Shirzi Xu Yun left, behind him, Ningfrost was similarly stunned for a while, obviously still not having reacted from the shameless remarks made by Shirzi just now. Li Xian is such a talented man, such an extraordinary temperament, such a beautiful man in 10,000. His body, surprisingly, no wonder when he took the initiative, he was able to be so calm, just like the old monk who had settled down, not moving like a mountain, not looking at him. At the thought of this, Ningxuan's face, likewise, crawled with a blush, and, of course, there's the inevitable hint of regret. The young girl who once again thought about this matter, but a hard pang of compassion appeared in her heart, making her so much less tentative and ulterior motives towards Li Xian. Then Ningxuan bit her red lips, took out the rice paper, and wrote a letter over to Li Xian. That night, Li Idol got this altered letter from the girl Ningxuan. Chapter 93 The County Magistrate's Complaint. While reading the letter, Li Xian shooed away, who came over next to him to join in the fun, before opening the letter somewhat awkwardly. But of course before doing so, he glanced at his daughter with some amusement. Your mother's letter. You didn't even let me read it. Want to read your father's letter from me? Then let me read it next time too. Gong Sinny, on the other hand, was pouting, as if she was a bit not going to be happy. What a dad, to get on her bad side. Soon, Li Xian opened the letter. Ningxuan already knows what Mr. Li means, so Ningxuan thought about it. This letter is not for any other reason, nor do I have any extra thoughts. I just want to simply make friends with Mr. Li in the future, and it is also a kind of repayment for Mr. Li's gift of poems, and if it's possible, Ningxuan can even refer to herself as a sister to Mr. Li. So, will Mr. Li still be wary of Ningxuan? Seeing the contents of Miss Ningxuan's letter, Li Xian frowned. To be honest, he really didn't expect that Jelsamite would say something like this. The other side has changed their words? What's this about? Unknown Li Xian, after thinking for a moment, finally took out the rice paper, intending to give the other party a reply letter. He wasn't sure what the other party was selling, but since she said so, it would be fine to send one back to her himself. A few moments later, Li Xian has already drafted a letter. Ningxuan girl is too much to worry about. If Ningxuan girl simply wants to make friends with me, even if it is to call herself a sister, Li Mao is also very welcome. In fact, I just simply don't want to go to that kind of moon place. Nowadays, as a parent official, naturally it is even more impossible to go to that kind of place, or to say sorry. After writing it, Li Xian had his subordinates send it over. After all, the other party's reputation had also risen because of his own 1,000-year-old poem. So many times, they did get involved, and it was unreasonable to keep not replying to each other. He always had to give face to Shitzi. Together with the fact that Ningxuan had spoken like that, Li Xian naturally put down a lot of caution. As far as they are concerned, there probably hasn't been much crossover between them, for even if the other party was a purser, she was, after all, a woman of the wind and moon, so how could she get out of such a place? Now because of the reason of that 1,000 years old, I am afraid that the redemption cost of Ningfrost will be quite horrible. 1,000 taels of silver will be afraid of condensed cream cannot be ransomed out. After all, condensed cream's fame, although not to the top of the ancient world, but also is really in these years, no one out of the right. With a reputation like that, it might have to be several times the value of that Li house of his. Not long after, Li Xian's letter finally arrived at the Begonia Pavilion. Seeing the content of Li Xian's reply letter, Ningxuan sighed quietly in one of the boudoirs of the Begonia Pavilion, seeming to sympathize with Li Xian's encounters. There is such a man in the world. Demonic looks, talent, perfect, but he is physically somewhat defective, and he can't even perform that kind of thing. Seeing the content of Li Xian's reply, Ningxuan had already confirmed that what the son had said was not a lie. What was contained in the other party's tone was already clear. Otherwise but any man in normal health. Why did you willingly make friends with yourself and nothing else? Gaze knew how tempting she was to the man, and it was because of that perhaps he kept so much of his composure. It's not that you don't want to, but you can't, so he simply rejected himself outright. Ningxuan gazed out of the window, thinking, in fact, she had her own considerations. She had the need to get close to Li Xian. This was a secret that few people knew. Her pair of crystal clear beautiful eyes were a little complicated, and she didn't know what she remembered. A few days later, mid-February arrived. With the arrival of the middle of February, it is said that the Chi-Chu two countries of the emissary also has long left the dry country, which let know the news of Li Xian, is also secretly a big sigh of relief, specific that the empress and the Chi-Chu two countries of the emissary to talk about what results. Li Xian really do not know. Even E side of the grandfather, in and E chat when the news back, also at most know a female emperor promised a part, and then need a period of time to fulfill the specific details of the words. Li Xian also do not know. After all, he is far away from the court, can know some of the words, but also because of an old father-in-law's sake. When mid-February arrived, it was soon time for Li Xian to take office. On this day, Li Xian woke up early, and then made an early trip to the noodle shop next door to buy a bowl of this side's unique clear soup noodles. He drank a big mouthful of noodle soup, satisfied and touched his stomach, muttering to himself, this ancient and modern times, the biggest difference is the ordinary people. Modern times at least the ordinary people do not lack a mouthful of food. This ancient times said that starvation is starving to death. When will the agricultural fertilizer with that old husband to say a word to the old fox to report to the empress to promote a little bit? The cultivation techniques of this Dakian is still too singular. And surprisingly, even the farmyard fertilizer will not be used. The grain harvest is too little. fertilizer is not too difficult. But the first to use farmyard manure to promote a large area can also be fertilizer, then slowly promote. That thing is in his laboratory inside the stock. When gave that old man test, he will naturally know what it means. But this time, Li Xian felt that he had to bring some demands. He couldn't always give without knowing how to take, which could be a long way off. Now that you're a new scholar, and you've become an official, and you've made so many contributions, you should be worthy of your daughter, right? Wouldn't it be better to slow down the whole marrying a wife thing a bit? Otherwise it's always been a letter contact, which doesn't make much sense. Marrying his cheap wife home is the biggest goal. As for spreading the fertilizer up, it is indeed a good thing for the country and the people. And when next year comes, at least a lot fewer people will starve to death. And how great a merit is that? Saving millions of people is a great virtue. Then Li Xian got up and went to the location of that imperial county office. He went there on foot, because the county office was only a 10-minute walk from his Li mansion, so it was naturally very close. Just after arriving at the county office, Li Xian saw people kneeling long outside the county office, and on the heads of these people were wrapped white cloths with the word injustice written in blood color. Li Xian froze. It's just the first day on the job, and you've got a case before you've even had a chance to fire the new officer? After seeing Li Xian, these people first froze for a moment, and then seemed to recognize Li Xian's looks. So they came directly to Li Xian and cried and knelt down. Lord Li, you have to do right by the grassroots. What appeared to be a farmer-like man was currently hugging Li Xian's leg and constantly kowtowing. He was on the green stone path in a few moments, knocking what appeared to be blood, and the sight was a bit shocking. Chapter 94. It's a big deal. Seeing this scene, Li Xian was immediately startled. Not having experienced these things, he hurriedly helped the man in front of him up and said, "Older brother, you can't make it. Have something to say. Don't hurt yourself." Li Xian had never really encountered this before, so he was stunned at this moment. Another peasant woman came over, knelt down for Li Xian, and kowtowed up. Then these two, both were helped up by Li Xian. He couldn't help it if he didn't help it up. He was really afraid that these two would kill themselves in front of him. Li Xian frowned, asked, "Two, me this first day when the magistrate, have not gone in to understand one or two. You two cannot always pull me not to go in if not, you two first follow me in, you two first wait, and so I am familiar with some of the basic processes and norms. Then we should be elevated to the hall. The work to do things, the case to say the case. How do you two think?" The reason Li Xian frowned was not because he hated these two. Rather, it is because, just on the first day in office, he encountered things that show that his position is really troublesome. Not bad for a royal county magistrate. He saw a lot from behind, and if these couples would have met the man who did the work, perhaps they wouldn't have just met and kowtowed on their knees. The couple, both of them, were obviously waiting for him. He was the second county magistrate, after Lu Shi, to have a high popular appeal within the boundaries of the imperial city. Under Li Xian's appeasement, the husband and wife wiped their tears while waiting up next to them. They probably also heard Li Xian's words. Not that they didn't want to care, but they had indeed just come to the post. They certainly couldn't stop and not allow Li Xian to go in, and their intention was to ask for a person in charge, not to cause trouble. The officials and soldiers standing not far from the county government office originally intended to come over to drive away these two people, but seeing Li Xian personally chatting with the other party, they closed their mouths and said nothing more. What happened to the two farmers, which they knew more or less, was quite pathetic. It is the knowledge that no one can or dares to regulate. The involvement behind it is deep. During the time Li Xian was not at the county office, it was all done by the county minister, who couldn't make any waves and couldn't stop Lu Shi while he was in power. After Lu Shi, the original position is intended to be internalized to the county minister. After all, this is the regular operation of the officialdom of the Great Qian, a county magistrate only, casually trading. Regarding this official position, it is said that the other party of that county minister sent quite a lot of silver taels up, but then, with an order from the empress, the county minister's path to promotion was, naturally, prevented. Whether or not you can go anywhere else aside, at least the position of county magistrate is out of the question. So for Li Xian, the county minister was very dissatisfied, but no matter how disgruntled he was, he had to come out to greet him at this moment when he got the news. After all, Li Xian is not an ordinary person. How many years up and down this imperial city, there has never been a case where the right and left two prime ministers have given him gifts, and as a result, they have all been returned. The new scholar of the new subject is really extraordinary, and he really has a hard head. So when they came out, they saw the scene of Li Xian talking to that couple. The county minister Wei Tung frowned. That couple was here a few days ago to redress their grievances. Only he didn't want to care because the things involved behind the scenes weren't simple. and the other party's identity was deep, so he didn't want to see these two at all, and every time he came, he drove them away. And today when Li Xian took office, these two came again, obviously not dying. Soon, Wei Tang, along with the crowd of county office officials, watched as Li Xian led the duo over and they stopped. Afterward, Li Xian directly asked, "Everyone, where is the place to ascend the hall?" The people looked at each other. All of them did not say anything, and seemed to be somewhat puzzled. "This magistrate, don't you want to go through the process and familiarize yourself with the magistrate's office?" Many people looked at Wei Tang, as if they wanted Wei Tang, the county minister, to take the initiative to speak. They wouldn't dare. If in an ordinary county, they do not matter, but here is the imperial city. Often after the dignitaries, a careless step into the dust of Lu Shi enough head iron, right? And it almost ended up in beheading, didn't it? If it wasn't for the Xian Wangfu stepping in, Lu Shi would have landed on his head by now. So there are some things, not that they don't want to do them, but that they can't do them. It would be better to live a more mediocre life, and be able to eat the royal food anyway. The county minister Wei Tang is a man in his 30s, with a lot of fat on his face. He looks a little rich, his small eyes turn around, and he looks like a character with a lot of thoughts. He coughed dryly, then straightened his clothes, cupped his fists and said, "My humble servant, Wei Tang, is the county magistrate of the Imperial City County Office. I have met Lord Li." "Wei Tang?" Li Xian raised an eyebrow. Li Xian didn't care about the name. He directly gestured to the two couples behind him and said, "Arrange them to the place where the hall is raised. I'll take care of it now." After one sentence, the expressions of the crowd grew quite strange. Li Xian frowned and said directly to that Wei Tang, "Where to ascend the hall? Nobody knows the place?" Wei Tang was helpless for a while, and finally pointed his finger at the location that was not far away. Li Xian nodded and said, "Take care of this now. It doesn't make much sense to leave your clothes on." After saying that, Li Xian led the two of them towards that side, leaving Wei Tang behind him, as well as a group of officials from the county government office, not knowing what to do. This magistrate lord, how can he not even wear the magistrate's clothing for a while, not even go to check the accounts, and not even understand some of the internal structure of the county government office and so on, and go to the ascension of the hall? Don't be so hasty. They were all ready to go, but it turned out that this magistrate, who had risen to solve the case, had gone. Isn't this playing them? It's out of the ordinary. Ta Jianwei. This. The chief bookkeeper moved closer to Wei Tang and spoke worriedly. "Follow it." Wei Tang took a deep breath, clenched his teeth and said, "This matter, this official has been unable to control. See how the situation is, even though he is noble as a scholarly origin, but it is not what he wants to do. This case involves a wide range of cases, not simpler than that of the household department Longji." After that, the crowd followed. A few moments later, Li sat idly at the top, looking at the couple at the bottom. The county minister and the others also waited by the side, seemingly wanting to see how Li Xian would handle the case. Li Xian looked at the two below and said with a frown, "These two aren't criminals, just victims. Why do they have to kneel and talk to report a crime? Come on, give them a seat." A thunderous quote that made Wei Tang's eyelids jump. Then he opened his mouth, but he still had the good sense not to speak. A few moments later, a magistrate brought two chairs. Those two people were flattered for a while and did not dare to sit down. After seeing Li Xian's gaze, but still carefully sat on it. "Say, what's the matter?" Li Xian asked with a frown. What was the matter that stopped him trying to redress his grievances on his first day of work? Chapter 95. A cheap life is not worth it. "My lord, you must do right by the strawman." As these words were spoken, the folkwoman in front of her knelt down once again, kowtowing while saying in tears, "The grass people have a daughter, 15 years old, this year." Once this familiar line appeared, Li Xian's eyelids instantly jumped. This beginning, on first listen, is not simple. As for the matter of the other party's knees seeming to take root on the ground, obviously sitting, but choosing to continue kneeling and kowtowing, Li Xian did not care. Sometimes this was the root of the times. The only way to stop them from continuing to kneel was to break the knees in their hearts, rather than making them sit over and over again now. This whole thing means very little, but rather it will make the other person so intimidated that they won't be able to complete their sentence. Maybe the only time I can speak more clearly is when I'm on my knees. After listening to it, it's actually relatively simple regarding some of the specific causes. It is this couple's daughter, 15 years old this year, and then their daughter is quite good looking. So the couple discussed it. So they plan to go into the city to give their daughter to a big family as a maid, and also hope that if there is a chance to follow up on it, they can be seen by a big person to be taken as a concubine, and then against all odds, they will change their fate. The exact process Li Xian was not sure of the authenticity, but the motive, it made perfect sense. In ancient times, these ordinary farmers' daughters, in order to let their children live a better life, will choose to bring their own daughters to the city, given to the family of the big man as a maid, and the process of the maid not only do not worry about food and clothing, there will be money to get, and then you can send back to the family part of the subsidies for the family. If you don't see him at home, there are two maids, Spring Flower and Autumn Moon, who are waiting for him to pamper them with all their hearts. So he understands the thoughts of such people. Everyone has their own destiny. This ancient poor people are too much. He did not need to feel how sad about it. Stick to their hearts, that code. Firm beliefs can be. Some things need to slowly change. So Li Xian did not so phenomenon of the Qian dynasty. How much criticism of the mind. There is little question about this couple's motives or process, but as a result, something happened. The liaison for arranging maids for all the big families. There is a special official default authorized private agency in Diqian. Basically this place has connections with those big families. Paying a sum of money, you can buy these maids over. Usually up to 20 taels of silver or so. Good-looking maids might be a bit more expensive, and then ordinary maids a bit cheaper. That teenage girl's mom and dad will only sell it for a little less. After all, it's understandable that this organization has to make a certain amount of difference as well. When the couple's daughter arrived at the transit agency, the couple took 5 taels of silver from the sale of their daughter and left. But just a few nights ago, their daughter was found dead in the field, long since frozen, and their daughters, there are still traces after being violated, and get 5 taels of silver has not yet covered the heat of the couple. Naturally, grief, to find the official. It is a pity that the official seized the daughter's body, and then never came forward to preside over the matter, but only offered to compensate 5 more taels of silver to put the matter to rest. It also means that their daughters are dead, and they sold their daughters over here, selling their lives for 10 taels of silver. As parents, sending their daughters to a big family is just to make their daughters' lives better. So how can they agree to such unreasonable demands after their daughters' tragic deaths? So they came several times in the last few days, and each time they knelt outside for a long time during the process, but no one even cared about them. It didn't matter if they were kneeling, but if they made a mess, they would be directly driven away by the magistrates. These days they had no way to get to heaven or earth, until they heard that the new scholar had assumed the post of county magistrate and was about to take office, and they came this way. This is the entire previous process? Hearing this, Li Xian frowned. Another case of a young girl being persecuted? The last time Willow Creek handled a case like this, I think it was a case like this, wasn't it? It seems like a large percentage of the cases in this imperial city are poor people's girls who are violated by these dudes, or even end up raping and killing. Such tragic cases. Below, the couple both looked at Li Xian with hopeful faces, kneeling on the ground and constantly kowtowing gently, their bodies trembling. They hoped that Li Xian would take care of this matter. If Li Xian didn't even care, they really didn't know what to do, and it would be better for them to die after harming their daughter. Seeing this, Wei Tang felt the need to remind Li Xian, so he came over and said beside Li Xian's ear, "Can Lord Li take a step to speak?" Li Xian looked at Wei Tang next to him. Something wrong with this thing? Afterwards, he left here with Wei Tang. He also needs to understand some things that should be known. This county minister Wei Tang, without a doubt, is the right person. A few moments later, in the direction of the side door of the lobby, Wei Tang arched his hand. Very polite. Li Xian said, "Lord Wei might as well get to the point and save some time." Wei Tang nodded his head and said, "Li Tajian, the next official to your sentence first the world's worries and worries, after the world's happiness and joy speech, is also very admirable. The next official think Li Tajian must fly in the future. Ranked in the court, the future is bright, but the next official but advised at this moment, Li Taoshi, this matter is best to press down better. Give that couple some silver money on it, not to be deeply investigated." Li Xian said, "The murderer who raped and killed that young girl and then dumped her body has an uncomplicated background?" As expected, it was just as he had guessed. If it was a case between ordinary people, Wei Tang would be able to handle it unless he completely fled the imperial city. These words made Wei Tang nod. He sighed, but still said, "Lord Li, I won't hide it from you. It doesn't make much sense to bring the person in if we can't find any evidence. And the background is indeed very deep. Our side can't afford to mess with it by any means." Li Xian cupped his fist, but also continued to ask, "Thank you for reminding Mr. Wei. Just this official would like to ask you again. Do you know this person's last name?" "Tajian Wei, don't worry. Since you can get hold of this information, this official can certainly get hold of it as well as investigating. Why don't you tell this official earlier to be better exactly how to deal with it? This official will certainly not implicate Tajian Wei." Hearing Li Xian say this, Wei Tang hesitantly said, "Really? Li Xian said. This official doesn't care to use you yet. If this official wants to do something, he naturally doesn't need to use Lord Wei's hand. It's just that Lord Wei can provide a little convenience to Li. Wei Tang struggled for a moment before uttering a name, Shen Hui. Li Xian instantly heard a keyword, the surname Shen. Li Xian frowned and said, is the background of the Marquis of Prosperity? Shen's name? He knows Shen Hao. Shen Hao is the background of the Marquis of Prosperity. This Shen Hui, then, should also be from the background of the Marquis of Prosperity. Sure enough, Wei Tang nodded and said, it's not a core identity. His father and the Marquis of Prosperity have some blood relations, and then by virtue of this relationship, Shen Hui and that Shen Hao came together, and the two sides are quite familiar with each other, and they often play together in the imperial city. The background of the Prosperity House. The previous Chu Yun had once told him very seriously that Shen Hao could be called one of the most unchallengeable existences in the imperial city, and when he and Chu Yun were in the Begonia Pavilion, they also competed with Shen Hao for a spot to dine with Miss Ningxuang, and that Shen Hao threw 100 taels of silver in for nothing, and returned with no success. Now that he had just become a county magistrate on his first day on the job, he had encountered such a tricky case that involved him with the Marquis of Prosperity. There is indeed some trouble. Compared to the case that made Lu Shi almost die, it didn't seem to be that much worse. One was the background of the left minister Lin Shan, and the other was the background of the Marquis of Prosperity. This place of the imperial city. It is true that whenever something goes wrong, it is an existence that cannot be messed with. Wei Tang saw Li Xian thinking, then only relieved. Persuaded, Li Sir. The next official or that meaning, give them some silver. Send off, forget it. For a cheap life, not to and free Marquis House to formal Liang. Wei Tang's passage, however, caused Li Xian to look at him with a forced gaze. This momentary glance caused Wei Tang to be startled. Li Xian said word for word, bitch, life? Thanks to brother Wu Haiming. Chapter 96 Catch and Release. Wei Tang was fawningly smiling at the moment and did not speak. Isn't that the truth? How is it that this new scholar of the academy seems intent on holding out for the common man? You have this mind is certainly right. After all, Annie just joined the county magistrate. The beginning is certainly want to make some achievements, so that it can afford the temple examination on those grandiose aspirations. But Wei Tang felt that when another period of time passes and you kid can still maintain such a mentality, I will count you as great. Just like that willow stream, who didn't listen to him no matter what some time ago, and what happened to her in the end. But you're still a commoner now? Even when the wise king stepped in, he couldn't get you reinstated in your official position, almost died and was beheaded. This is the downfall. Truth be told, when Wei Tang first became an official, he also had some ambitions, but came to this place just a few months' time. He became a smooth worldly man. To change such a place, not a small magistrate can do. Unaware that even the empress sitting on the throne couldn't do this thing. This Li Xian, as a new scholar of this year's subject, what kind of virtue was he capable of? Wei Tang felt that Li Xian's hot blood might just be a few days away, so he had enough patience. Li Xian looked at Wei Tang with deep meaning before he finally walked out through the side door. Just the next Li Xian's first sentence makes Wei Tang, who walked out, almost didn't he scare and pissed his pants. Come on people, take that Shen Hui, and arrest him for this official. These words caused all the magistrates present to stare at Li Xian with wide eyes, incredulously. When the couple kowtowing below heard this, they were grateful and increased their kowtowing. These two had already sobbed uncontrollably. Li Xian was really a good official. As for the others, they just looked at Li Xian with stunned faces. It was as if they had heard the strangest words under the sky. You're talking to yourself and they're not moving? Li Xian frowned and said, what? The words of this official are useless. In this county office, is it? He didn't recognize anyone else either, so he looked at Wei Tang beside him with a somewhat unkind gaze. Knowing that behind Li Xian was suspected to be the house of Xianwang, Wei Tang was also in a state of shock. Just at this moment, his expression was harder than crying. He really wanted to kneel down for Li Xian to beg Li Xian to take back his order. Good my ancestor, just now I said so long, is it in vain to tell you? I've made myself clear, and you still don't think you've heard me? To be apprehended directly. The other party is from the Marquis of Easy. What to catch? Wei Tang opened his mouth and really couldn't he help but say, Lord Li, say what you have to say and fart what you have to say. Li Xian was getting more and more upset. No wonder. Willow Creek had the same exclamation as before. This place he serves in is indeed dark and over the top. You killed a man and got away with it? You didn't even catch him? What a great Xian official environment. Is the empress intentionally giving herself this position and then trying to make a career out of it? So she's testing herself on purpose? But the other party was obviously pushing himself into the fire. And if the empress didn't keep him safe, he would definitely quit after realizing the danger. Love who do who dare. He is only responsible for solving the case. Anyway, now he is still surrounded by masters to protect. A small capricious Wei Tang had an ugly look on his face, but he still said, "Lord Li, it's necessary for my humble servant to remind you that the magistrates of our county office can't enter the Marquis of Prosperity's mansion. They don't have the qualifications." Speaking of this, Wei Tang was helpless for a while. "You have the background of the house of the Xianwang, and you are a generous man. So don't torment me anymore." He was really afraid that Li Xian had dragged himself down. Should he hurry to resign from his post and return to his hometown? Li Xian, however, said, "As a lawless dude, I don't believe that he stays at the Marquis of Prosperity every day. Come on, give me a go to investigate his movements. And when you find news, immediately report it to the county office side." After saying this, a court officer was ordered to leave. Before that, but they secretly glanced at the county minister Wei Tang's side. Wei Tang helplessly nodded his head, and those magistrates then hurriedly left. Thereafter, Li Xian walked over and explained to the couple, saying that they could come over here daily and ask around, and that he would inform them in time once he had news. In this case, he's in charge. In this way, with the couple continuing to kowtow a few times, Li Xian was able to send these two away. Li Xian, who then walked back, also said meaningfully, "Lord Wei, your voice in this county office is much higher than mine." Wei Tang was startled. He was on the verge of crying out, "Lord Li, please don't discount my humble servant. Who doesn't know that Lord Li is highly valued by King Xian? And His Majesty is also quite concerned about Lord Li. Lord Li is now the red man of the Qin Imperial City. I'm a small county minister. I really don't have the face to compare with Lord Li. It's not that they don't listen to you. It's just that this matter is too alarming. And dare to take the Marquis of the Free House. You're the first one. Lord Li, really?" So, Li Xian looked at Wei Tang thoughtfully and said, "In the past, whenever this type of clan's children committed any offense, whether it was forcibly robbing the people's women or looting their homes, or even openly killing someone on the street, did no one care about them? Did they just let them get away with it? At this rate, won't it be a mess?" Li Xian's question made Wei Tang's old face red. Then Wei Tang shook his head and said, "It's not like that. Most of the time, our yamen are able to catch them. It's just that even if they are caught, the other side comes to ask for someone later. We have to hand them over. A county yamen in a place like the Imperial City, it is equivalent to a setup. If the Ministry of Justice and the Delizi do not want to care about this matter, it is simply useless. Caught but also have to release. As far as I know." After a slight pause for a moment, Wei Tang added mysteriously, "That son of the household department's Langjong is the only one who has been sentenced to capital punishment after being reported to the Ministry of Justice and the Delizi in recent years. Why? It's reasonable to assume that in this case, it would have been reported and suppressed. Is there any hidden agenda in this case?" Chapter 97 Kicking in the Door. Seeing Li Xian's face full of curiosity, Wei Tang sighed in his helpless heart. Sensed that this guy, right now, doesn't know anything? But it was understandable. After all, Li Xian had just come to this side of the county office, and many things needed to be communicated and exchanged with him, and he was also the patriarch of a county office. So Wei Tang organized the language, but also directly explained, how else? There is Lord Lu investigated and solved the case, so the human evidence and material evidence are all there. And the victim's back is also a bit of influence of the village gentry, has gathered a bunch of people, in the Imperial City side of the protest. Plus, under Lord Lu's protests, officials from both the Ministry of Justice and the Delizi had also inquired on the left minister's side, and the left minister authorized that the rules would be followed directly, so much so that he had to be put to death just. It is said that this incident also made the left minister angry, so the real reason, it is the left side with the death of him, not the Ministry of Punishment executed him. The Ministry of Punishment is just a knife. In itself cannot kill people. It depends on the person who holds the knife is who. Wei Tang whispered. He knew that Li Xian's background was not simple, so he told Li Xian many details, which were all details that were completely unheard of during Lu Shi's reign. Li Xian was astonished. He heard another brand new version. There was a slight discrepancy with what Willow Creek had told him. It seems that Lu Shi doesn't know that the left minister authorized this matter? Li Xian nodded and said with high interest, "It so happens that all of my colleagues are over here, so you can give me a brief explanation of the structure of the county government office, such as what we should be in charge of, and what we shouldn't be in charge of, so that I can make sure I have a good idea of what to do in the future." Wei Tang, your old man has just arrived and has already managed something he shouldn't have. Does it make sense for me to talk to your old man again about what should and shouldn't be regulated? Later on, Wei Tang still went through the motions and explained a lot of things to Li Xian. This explanation is until the sun rises high. By noon, Li Xian also felt that it was time to dine. and wanted to go outside to buy food for dinner, only to find that the county government office side even had its own kitchen as well as cooks. This discovery, on the contrary, made Li Xian very satisfied. After he tasted the flavor and found that the whole was quite good, he said directly, "It's not bad, pack me. Forget it, let us eat here directly." And that is, the magistrate, should have a break at noon, right? Li Xian originally planned to send some food back to Yi and Shaoan, but he thought that spring flower and autumn moon's cooking tasted pretty good too, so he gave up. It's still mostly too much of a waste of time, and there's no point in coming back and forth when the food might be getting cold. Wei Tang nodded and said helplessly, "There it is, this side of Lordly." Before the words were finished, a magistrate suddenly came in a hurry. After seeing the county minister Wei Tang, the magistrate opened his mouth and seemed to be considering whether to speak or not. After all, this matter, indeed, involves a wide range of trouble. Li Xian frowned and said directly, "Speak." The words, too, startled the magistrate. With that, the Yaman didn't care what Wei Tang's expression was. He hurriedly said, "Lordly, we were patrolling the streets and found that Xin Hui was walking into a restaurant, seemingly intending to dine. And this incident just happened not long ago." One sentence out, Li Xian directly slapped the table, got up and said, "Go, follow this official to catch people." The news of finding Xin Hui made Li Xian already completely lose his mind about eating. He would like to see today, why is that kid so reckless? Killing someone and still dare to strut around the streets of the imperial city? Do you think there is no law in Deqian? If the other party had been hiding in the Marquis of Prosperity's residence, he might even let the other party be comfortable for a few days before considering how to deal with this matter. After all, it was indeed a bit tricky, but he won't be polite if that kid dares to come out. That would be provoking so many magistrates around him. The catch! At the same time, a brocade-clad youth was sitting in one of the finest compartments in the restaurant. Beside him were several women, either dancing or rubbing his shoulders and back. And what's more, there was also a woman holding delicious food on the table, holding it in her mouth, and then bringing it to the youth's mouth. The youth, on the other hand, was squinting and enjoying himself, and his liberated hands didn't forget to mooch off the many women beside him, causing the ears to be filled with dainty giggles and making one's heart go pitter-patter. Beside him, there was the son of the easy marquis, Shen Hao. Shen Hao's enjoyment, the same no less, in his sight of the woman than this Xin Hui, more and more delicate and colorful, so that people cannot help but feel bad. Shen Hao similarly put his hand inside the collar of the woman beside him, and was enjoying this rare idle life with his eyes closed. In fact, he does not feel that this is much fun, is nothing more than the daily life as a dude. It is difficult to mobilize his emotions, for fear that the only way to arouse his interest for a few minutes is to meet a person's wife who makes his heart flutter, and these things at the moment can't even make him have too much fluctuation in his heart. If Li Xian was here, he naturally knew that this kind of boredom of Shen Hao's was that the stimulation threshold had been raised to a very high level. This is why, throughout the ages, many people in high positions of power have emphasized moderation. When everything becomes within reach, the person's threshold of excitement is quickly raised and then it all goes out of control. Just like some ancient tyrants who robbed and plundered with force and wanton domination, and had nightly sex with millions of concubines in their harems. Another example is the modern-day mega-rich. When women, wealth and status are at their fingertips, it may be the beginning of his descent into delinquency and criminality. Ancient and modern, naturally the same way. The Shinhao in front of me is naturally no better than this, and he who prefers a human wife has been slightly restrained recently, because his father, the easy marquis, warned him, but really, he doesn't really like human wives anymore. He changed his flavor, and this flavor was still somewhat unique, just difficult to realize, so it made Shinhao sigh for a while recently. Shinhao squinted his eyes in boredom, then said lightly, "Don't worry about your business, this imperial city stage. I don't need to give anyone face yet." Hearing these words, Xinhui paused in his movements. He then sighed with relief, hurriedly arched his hand, and said gratefully, "The ability of the clan brother. I naturally will not question it, but I just saw that there seems to be a magistrate outside, and found us. I am worried about it." Xinhao waved his hand and said with some disdain, "No harm done. If they dared to arrest someone, they would have done it long ago just now. Don't worry." Hearing Xinhao so certain, Xinhui was relieved. Only, just as they were still enjoying such a lunch, there was a clunk. The door to this compartment was kicked right in. Chapter 98 Xinhao Killing Heart. The person who kicked open the box was naturally Li Xian, who was leading a group of magistrates. Li Xian stood in the center and leaned forward, now looking inside and frowning. He saw 7 or 8 very thinly dressed women inside, and then 2 youths. "Arrest!" Li Xian waved his hand and didn't say half a word. As for that county minister Wei Tang, he didn't dare to follow Li Xian when he came out. He really doesn't want to live if he's going to follow. So the people who followed Li Xian this time were only a dozen or so magistrates. At this instant, Shen Hao and Shen Hui were both startled. Shen Hao looked behind him with a face full of gloom. What kind of person is it that dares to arrest someone in the place where he eats? Is he living impatiently? When he turned around, Shen Hao saw Li Xian's face. The moment both sides' gazes met, Shen Hao instantly froze in place. Li Xian! And at this time, the magistrates all rushed over excitedly, because before coming, Li Xian promised them a sentence. That is, all the things that happen next have nothing to do with them. He will take the responsibility alone. This is the meaning of lordly, and it has nothing to do with them. So this statement made the magistrates very excited. There were a lot of arrests, and they really hadn't arrested anyone from the Marquis of Prosperity. How can they not be excited? Within a few moments, Shen Hui had already been brought to Li Xian by the magistrate. So much so that Shen Hui still had something in his mouth. And at this moment he hurriedly spat it out and shouted out in a hurried and panicked voice, "Clan brother, save me." Many of the people who were dining stood out at the moment and looked this way. After discovering the people arrested by these yamen, some people who knew Shen Hui were similarly startled at the moment. And following that, the news quickly spread out to the surroundings. Under Shen Hui's pleas for help, Shen Hao looked at Li Xian with a gloomy face. He naturally recognized Li Xian early on. Who didn't know Li Xian's name at this point in time nowadays? The fame of the newest scholar is just too great. I didn't realize this kid had just taken office and was coming to arrest people. Seeing that Li Xian didn't even look at him and was just about to leave, Shen Hao hurriedly got up and said, "Brother Li, stay. Surface face, still have to give a little face." After all, Li Xian's background was indeed not simple. Even though Shen Hao was no matter how lawless he was just out of sight. But it didn't mean he was stupid. Imperial City, this piece of place hidden crouching dragon and dragon. The same as his free marquee house cannot mess with the existence of. So Shen Hao showed very restrained. At this time, Li Xian stopped, looked at Shen Hao, and said faintly, "Something wrong?" Although Chu Yun had told him that he could not provoke this person, Li Xian was not too overly worried. First of all, the person arrested today was Shen Hui, not Shen Hao. Secondly, he couldn't stand the sight of this guy. The fetish of preferring human wives is truly disgraceful. And this kid, or his dad Easy Marquis, and as a brother of the last Easy Marquis wife born out of the thought of such a relationship, Li Leisure feel perverted. Not exactly inbreeding, but the whole having a baby with your older brother's wife thing is pretty messed up to the max. Can you put down the brother of my clan for the sake of my brother? Shen Hao looked at Li Xian, cupped his fists and said, "That thing on Shen Hui, I also know the specifics of how. In fact, may Bi and Li brother know the content. There are some discrepancies, so that Li Tajian temporarily let go of Shen Hui. This afternoon, I will go to the county court to pay a visit to the door. Will be this matter with Li brother said understand?" At that time brother Li then do consider. How? Shen Hao felt that he was already very polite when he spoke like this. He was the son of the Marquis of Prosperity, and he could be considered to be ignoring everything in the Imperial City. But now, he was giving Li Xian such a big face. If Li Xian was not a member of the Xianwangfu and had a close relationship with that Chu Yun, even if he was a new scholar, Shen Hao would not give a damn about the other party. But precisely this Li Xian's background. He could not move, so Shen Hao could only lower his stance. The whole Imperial City can be worth him to put a low profile. Really few people. I hope this kid do not give face, or make things big. It is not good for anyone. At this moment, even Shen Hui looked at his clan brother in front of him incredulously. How could he be so nice to this kid? Li Xian, however, asked in return, "Let me ask you, is his name Shen Hui? And then a few days ago, he was related to the murder case of a young girl? You only need to answer yes or no." Shen Hao frowned, but still said, "For brother have said the specifics of the matter." And brother Li sighed to understand the content. There is a great discrepancy. So, Li Xian raised his hand to interrupt the other party and said indifferently, "Just admit it." After saying that, Li Xian left the side without a moment's hesitation. Behind him, Shen Hao froze for a moment. What's right? He didn't say anything. After reacting, Shen Hao looked at Li Xian's departing direction with a gloomy face, his gaze flashing with a morose killing intent. Shen Hao then waved his sleeve and left the restaurant. It didn't take long for Li Xian to bring Shen Hui back under Wei Tang's incredulous gaze. Li Xian said indifferently, "On our side, is there a special place for detention as well as interrogation? In any dynasty, there is actually no way for the county office to directly carry out sentencing or anything, unless some smaller cases. There are some small places where perhaps the county office is dominant and some judicial systems have a hard time extending their tentacles this way, so the magistrate is a landed emperor. But the imperial city, this place, Many cases may need, such as the Delizy, Ministry of Justice and other places, for consent to work. As a result, most of the cases here need to be reported before they can continue, especially for the sons and daughters of prominent officials. They basically have to be reported to the Ministry of Justice for processing, and then cross-checked with the Delizy for a final review before a sentence can be imposed. It can be said that the county office is a rather embarrassing place, inside and outside. But on the contrary, it also belongs to the kind of place that needs to go directly to the jurisdiction of all kinds of cases, and the Ministry of Justice, the Delizy, and called the Inspectorate. The existence of a lot of weak, it is mainly on the 100 officials to monitor the activities of some major cases may also be overhand, but almost a relatively transparent department. All kinds of cases are still mainly the Ministry of Justice and the Delizy in the handling, depending on the situation of cross-examination. Of course, if you want to talk about the highest rank of officials, it must be the highest in the Ministry of Justice, but a lot of times in some cases, it doesn't really depend on the level. For example, that the first grade of the master, or the cabinet of some first-grade officials, in fact, see the same first-grade left and right phases, but also have to smile and greet, because the Prime Minister is pretty much the pinnacle of power. If that female emperor wanted to strengthen the centralization of power, in fact, one of the most direct ways was to abolish the Prime Minister, which was a step that had to be taken. At the very least, the Prime Minister should be allowed to exist in name only. So all the way back here, Li Xian was learning about it. At this moment, when he heard Li Xian ask this question, and then glanced at Xin Hui, who was full of defiance next to him, Wei Tang only felt his scalp numb at this moment, and with his two strands fighting, he wanted to leave first, but Li Xian was still staring at him, which also made it impossible for him to leave the place. Seeing Wei Tang, who had a difficult face, Xin Hui immediately said unconvincingly, "Lord Wei, I just gave you a sum of money some time ago. It was good that he was restrained in these words. Otherwise, if he had come here before, Xin Hui would have cursed his mother. He also saw Xin Hao's restraint, and that's why he was a little anxious in his heart. This guy who took him away seems to have an uncomplicated background. How did he get into trouble with such a bogeyman? I should have known better than to hide." Chapter 99 First Interrogation. Give what you will. Don't make up your mind here as a suspected prisoner. Just after this sentence was said, Wei Tang directly interrupted Xin Hui, somewhat annoyed. This Xin Hui even openly slandered himself. Wei Tang then said to Li Xian with a very angry fist, "Back to Lord Li. Here at the Imperial City County Yamen, there is indeed a jail for prisoners. As for the interrogation, you can absolutely interrogate in this place in the Ascension Hall, which is also convenient and trouble-free. Of course there are some hidden things that can be interrogated in the jail. It's all up to you, and I don't know anything from my side. After all, this county office is now in your hands. If it's alright, I'll leave first. Just now the news came from my old homeside. My old father is seriously ill and dying. His life is at stake. I have to go back." Wei Tang cried and said this. He had sensed that something was wrong. At this moment, he had to hurry up and leave this place of wrongdoing. Otherwise he would sleep one night with his head separated from his body and he wouldn't even know it. That's why it's important to divest yourself of it in a hurry now. He had thought that Li Xian might really want to take care of this case, but he hadn't expected the kid to bring Xin Hui back directly. This is completely pants without taking off the hard to come, then to go to the outhouse or fast. People to go to the outhouse always have to brew a little before, but Li Xian is straight to the heart. Let his heart jumping. Today almost a heart attack. Li Xian said lightly, "No harm. I believe that Lord Wei's old father will be able to turn his life around. Besides, Lord Wei still has a great role to play for Mr. Li. In that case, it's best for Lord Wei not to leave. Lord Wei has trusted people around him. Naturally, he can send someone back. This side is better off." He wasn't going to let Wei Tang leave. Just now that Xin Hui's words, even though they were only half, Li Xian heard the other side's meaning. It seemed that Xin Hui had given Wei Tang part of the money before, so Wei Tang had released the person? Wei Tang felt bad all over when he heard this, but he could only close his mouth and stop talking. The conversation had come to this, and he couldn't leave if he wanted to. And with those words just now, Lord Li is afraid that he's very unhappy in his heart. Xin Hui listened to the entire conversation between Li Xian and Wei Tang. He frowned at Li Xian beside him and said tentatively, "Are you the new scholar of the imperial examination? The current magistrate of Huancheng County Li Xian?" He also saw that Wei Tang, as the county minister, didn't seem to have much of a role to play. The person in charge here is Li Xian. Li Xian did not answer the other party, but just looked at Xin Hui with a cold face and said, "This official asks you, can you admit the death of that young girl?" Xin Hui face full of ugly. "This kid does not give the slightest room for maneuver? You just grabbed the guy and didn't even say a word?" but in the face of that, he certainly couldn't admit it. So, Shinhui directly denied, I don't know what you're talking about, and how to admit that the son of a thing? In the end, what is a young girl? This period of time I stayed in the imperial city at large marquee residence, did not go anywhere. About this point, there are at large marquee residence many people to testify. As long as he doesn't confess, everything has a chance of reprieve, even if he did rape and killed a person. So Shenhui knew one thing, and that was to never admit it. Just admit it and he's toast. This could be seen from the fact that just now, Shinhao was also scornful of this Li Xian. This kid, the person behind him might not be simple, and once he recognizes it, it's dangerous. And some of the physical evidence of that incident is actually long gone. The young girl was just a cold corpse. How could she identify him? Even that folk organization that collects maids doesn't know the specific details of this. And that side doesn't dare to mess with the Marquis of Prosperity at all. This is something that can be said to be almost seamless. Li Xian didn't say anything, just looked at Shinhui in front of him faintly. With that, Li Xian withdrew his gaze and looked at Wei Tang beside him, saying very calmly, Lord Wei, it's time for us to have lunch. This official is hungry. It's all ready for Lord Li over there. Lord Li, follow me. Wei Tang wiped his sweat and hurriedly ordered. He couldn't get away from it now, but he felt that no matter how powerful Li Xian was, he would have to release him, and at most, he would be imprisoned for a few days, which was meaningless, because next, the Marquis of Prosperity would surely come to ask for someone, and how would Li Xian deal with it then? There's really no solution to this situation. During that time, Li Xian finished his lunch. He then hung Shinhui out to dry where he was and kept the kid standing, not allowed to sit down. Throughout the entire process, Li Xian didn't say anything superfluous. Even kneeling didn't make Shinhui kneel. That's a nice treat to give. Wei Tang looked in his eyes and flashed a color of suspicion. Although he was curious about what Li Xian was doing in his heart, he was happy to be at home without his business. Time gradually passed. Li Xian walked outside with his hands on his head and looked at the sun, realizing that the day was still long, and he then let out a sigh. Afterward, Li Xian yawned while saying, this work is uncomfortable. After such a long time, how come there's still half a day left before we can leave? Wei Tang next to him coughed dryly and said tentatively, if Lord Li is sleepy, might as well arrange for the people to be in the jail, and then we'll find a place and simply rest for a while? This sentence set out, has stood not Shinhui. Suddenly eyes light up. The heart shouted quickly put him inside the prison got. He really do not want to stand so. Stand really hard. Li Xian didn't respond, only glancing faintly at Wei Tang. Wei Tang lowered his head in embarrassment and didn't say anything. It had nothing to do with him anyway. He swore in his heart, when this matter is over, he will directly find a relationship to leave this Thai place. This county office he does not want to continue to stay for a moment. It's only a matter of time before something happens. After another half an hour, Li Xian continued to yawn and got up to go beside Shinhui, who winced and forced himself to sleep, staring at Li Xian vigilantly. Li Xian looked at the other party and continued to ask, why did you kill that girl? Were you worried that things would fall apart? Originally sleepy Shinhui's spirit shook, and immediately denied, I didn't kill anyone. I didn't do that thing at all. Don't put unfounded charges on me. Lord Li, when meeting with Shinhao today, Shinhao said that the Easy Marquee House, in order to protect him, prepared a few sets of programs. One of the programs is to find a scapegoat, but he needs to hemorrhage. Is not necessary to do so at the critical juncture, and will never take this risky step. So he was waiting, assuming that Li Xian really had the background to manage this matter. He naturally had a scapegoat to help bear this matter down. These days, many people don't have enough to eat, so naturally there are sellouts. So Shenhui was vigilant in his heart. Even though he was standing uncomfortably and sleepy now, he was still vigilant. After all, this was closely related to his little life. Li Xian sneered. This official didn't even say which girl it was. And you're denying it? Beads of sweat appeared on the top of Shinhui's head, but he still continued to clench his teeth and said, Lord Li, I really didn't kill anyone. Still balking at the idea that he didn't kill anyone. He can't admit it. Li Xian knew the breakthrough was in Shinhui. So, he did not bother to check the body of the young girl or anything more than that. In this matter, firstly, there is not much fingerprint and DNA testing technology, and secondly, there is no surveillance in this imperial city, so it is not meaningful to look at the body of the young girl. Li Xian turned to his side and commanded with the yaman next to him, you guys come over and watch him, keep him standing all the time, you can sit down and keep an eye on him, and the others can simply rest for a few moments, but you have to keep an eye on the man for me. When I found him asleep, I just woke him up, no matter what the method, even if he fell asleep standing up, he woke me up. If I find out that someone did a bad job and let this kid fall asleep, I'll deduct a few months' salary and roll you out of here. You hear me? Yes, sir. Chapter 100 No offense. At this moment when Li Xian was arranging things, many people had a burst of spirit. They could finally take a little break. Only Xin Hui, with the passage of time, his eyelids were fighting, closing and being opened. In short, not allowing him to close his eyes. This place was particularly quiet. Only the vague sounds of hawking outside came in. All these tiny sounds made Xin Hui sleepy. The key was that everyone was sitting. Only he was standing, which made Xin Hui really tired. His kind of dude who had long been emptied of his body by alcohol and sex, could not stand in military posture for a small half hour, let alone this 1 or 2 hours. Xin Hui's legs were trapped and once he was about to sit down, he was helped up. At one point he was so sleepy he couldn't stand up and just collapsed on the floor. Only the next moment, he was splashed with cool water on his face, followed by a burst of spirit, and then he was helped up by 2 yamen, who did not let him rest for half a quarter of an hour. He also realized that Li Xian was standing right in front of him and asked, "Why did you kill someone?" Xin Hui said breathlessly, "Lord Li, I didn't kill anyone." Li Xian didn't say anything and continued to leave Xin Hui's side. These several strange conversations caused everyone, including Wei Tang, to look at Li Xian as well, wondering where the meaning of Li Xian's questioning over and over again was. For a while, Wei Tang also looked down on Li Xian. This new scholar, who seems to be of average ability, only knows to keep asking questions. He really wasn't as good as Willow Creek, who had a mediocre background, but Willow Creek was still pretty good at solving crimes. Soon the time came to evening. Li Xian was still observing Xin Hui. He realized that the boy was even more fragile and vulnerable than he had thought. During this period, Xin Hui fell down several times, and was finally helped up to force him to stand, even to the point that Xin Hui fell asleep while standing, but was still woken up. Li Xian asked again, "Want to sleep?" I. Xin Hui braced his will, and after waking up in a moment of shock, he still weakly and feebly defended, "I didn't kill anyone. I really didn't kill anyone." Li Xian left again. He was in no hurry. That night, when the 11th hour was about to end, Wei Tan was still forced to stand there. After a while longer, when the time reached 3 minutes past the hour, Li Xian walked over and looked at Xin Hui, whose eyes were lifeless in front of him. With interest, Li Xian arranged, "Give him a chair." Xin Hui sat on a chair, his face full of weakness. Standing all afternoon plus all night, he's really going to be wasted. Li Xian had the yamen wake up Xin Hui and let him experience the comfortable feeling of sitting on the chair for a moment before continuing to have the yamen help him up so that he could continue to stand. Xin Hui was filled with pain, just eagerly looking at the chair below his buttocks. Unattainable. Li Xian asked, "Are you very sleepy now? Arms and legs feel powerless? Can't help but want to find a cozy bed to lie down and sleep?" Faced with Li Xian's groundless words, Xin Hui did not reply. Only he knew how tired he was. Before he was captured, that is, the night before, he was in the Marquis of Prosperity's mansion, accompanied by 2 maids. Coupled with the fact that he was on edge these days, he hadn't slept much at all. Moreover, he hadn't eaten for a day, and he had eaten a little bit at noon before being grabbed by Li Xian, so now he was tired, thirsty and hungry, and the point was that he really wanted to sleep. He's not even conscious anymore. His eyelids are drooping and his legs are shaking. He did want to find a bed quickly and lay down on it for a good night's sleep. It's getting late, and this official has to go home. Let's do this. This official will ask you a few questions at last. You answer quickly. Don't waste time, and when it's over, you can be allowed to go to rest, and the interrogation will continue tomorrow. Li Xian looked at the other party indifferently and asked, "What were you doing 7 days ago? At the Marquee? Was it cold that night?" "It's pretty cold, but I didn't go out." "Well, what do you like to eat?" "Roasted foie gras, rabbit." "Not bad." "Ah, this official and you are not the same. This official is more like to eat bear paws, deer antler, sea cucumber, abalone." "Right." This official heard that Xin Hao preference for wives, violation of wives of the period, but also especially like to let the side of the traitor to tie up her husband. Let the other party in the side of the humiliating to look at the whole process, so that the party can satisfy some of his psychological fetishes. This official although the same like beauty, but cannot accept this kind of taste. What do you think? Clan brother. Clan brother is just a bit unique in his preferences. In fact, Clan brother is still a good person. I beg to differ. Do you think that daughter of old man Lu is good looking? Good looking. That night must have tasted good. Ha? Why did you end up killing her? I was afraid she'd call out to the others. I didn't kill anyone. In this instant, Xin Hui's eyes went wide and his chest huffed and puffed. Even if he was sleepy, he was woken up by the shock at the moment. It could be seen that the whites of Xin Hui's eyes were filled with blood everywhere. He was truly trapped to the extreme and only knew how to mechanically answer Li Xian's questions, especially when Li Xian just started the conversation. It was still so casual, just like pulling a family affair, making him, in a split second, lose his defenses, only thinking about ending today's pain quickly, and waiting until tomorrow when his clan brother would come to save him. And just now that scene as if chatting as usual, but Let Wei Tang also stared wide-eyed, incredibly looking at the front. Li Taosher unexpectedly. Snap. Pop. Pop. Li Xian got up and clapped his hands in satisfaction. Then he looked at the crowd and said, "Gentlemen, you all heard that, right?" Everyone's scalp went numb for a moment at this moment and they didn't dare to speak. They did hear it, but no one dared to step forward at the moment. Ta Zhenwei, you can take him inside the cell. More than 20 people here are witnesses. But don't worry, this official does everything by himself. You only need to testify. Am I right, Ta Zhenwei? Li Xian looked at Wei Tang and continued to smile as he asked. Wei Tang opened his mouth, or a blank stare at the annoyed, deadly Shin Hui. Just now this kid, in fact, has confessed to the crime. Wei Tang then sighed and cupped his fists and said, Lord Li, has an unkind request. Something just happened to the old father, and it's not going to happen to the old mother again, is it? Li Xian asked a rhetorical question. Wei Tang's face reddened before he said, assuming that the next official follows up on the incident, he begged Lord Li to help take care of the children in his family as far as this matter is concerned. Okay, I helped. Li Xian agreed without thinking. Wei Tang sighed, my official still does not want to get involved. But you've heard it. Li Xian smiled slightly. Wei Tang then clenched his teeth and nodded, saying, then, the next official will hear it. Chapter 101 Killing opportunities abound. Then it would be best. I hope you can awaken your sleeping conscience. You are not sitting in this place to enjoy your blessings, but you are here to do justice to the people. Don't you have any ambition in your heart? Li Xian asked rhetorically. Wei Tang blushed, but he just laughed awkwardly. There are some things that you can't just say you want to do. It's like that willow stream. It belongs to the ambitious people, right? But what happened to him? Isn't he now relegated to the status of a commoner? Li Xian retracted his gaze, while yawning, while muttering to himself, good a hard-mouthed kid, not to exert a method, really not good enough to let you personally admit it. This son in the prison under strict guard. Tomorrow I will be collected evidence, submitted to the Ministry of Penalty side, your side but any one of you to let go of this guy. I'm not finished with you. Goodbye. After Li Xian finished the sentence, he glanced at the terrified Shen Hui and finally left the county office side in the dark. At this point in time, it was actually very late, equivalent to the feeling of getting off work at 11 or 12 o'clock at night, or even 1 or 2 o'clock at night, at that time before 007 was reborn, laying flat for 6 years. Now in this completely different place, he had finally experienced it. The night of the Great Qian Imperial City is still a bit dim, and the temperature difference between day and night is big on the northern side, so the weather is not as warm as during the day. Plus the moon is covered up in general, so that Li Xian feels that the atmosphere, some seepage. The situation about this world also having a moon made Li Xian also wonder for a long time. Maybe it's a flipped earth? Li Xian shook his head and continued walking towards the front. Although Dakian does not impose a curfew, the entire street looks dark and gloomy, and there are hardly a few pedestrians. Even the Imperial City does not have much light, let alone other places. To describe it, it would be like the streets of one of those ancient county towns in modern times. And then it just so happened that there was a massive power outage at night, and the merchants around them were lit with oil lamps that shone eerily on their faces at a brief glance. So Li Xian is walking at a tight pace. The main reason was that he always felt that there was a feeling of being spied on behind him, a feeling that had existed since the moment Li Xian came out of the county office gate. This feeling was like a fish in the throat, like an on in the back, making Li Xian's body uncomfortable. Li Xian subconsciously looked behind him several times, and he realized that the crowd was sparse, and people weren't paying much attention to him, so he couldn't see any danger. Could there be someone following them, like that Marquis at large? If it is really the people of the Easy Marquis house, it is still very possible. After all, he himself today completely did not give face to Shinhao. That Jair Shinhao sent people outside to chase and intercept. Very reasonable. In the end, Li Xian was still very difficult. From the county office entrance street, back to the entrance of the Li mansion, the feeling of being spied on disappeared for a while during this period, only to recur, perhaps so many times 2 or 3 times before it finally began the moment Li Xian pushed open the door of the Li mansion compound. That intermittent feeling of being spied on was finally gone for good. Afterward, Li Xian gently exhaled. When he looked into the courtyard, he found an old face like a dead tree. This is the old man sweeping the floor of their Li mansion, and he didn't even sleep for so long at night? Li Xian smiled awkwardly and said curiously, "Master, you're not sleeping?" The old man sweeper shook his head and hissed and awed twice, meaning he couldn't sleep and came out for a walk in the yard. Obviously after this period of time, after familiarizing with Li Xian, the old man sweeping the floor also knew to respond briefly to a sentence or two. The old man could not speak, and then his hearing was not too good. He had to increase the volume of Li Xian's voice in order to hear clearly. This was also a mode of getting along with them after they became familiar with each other. At first, Li Xian still thought that it was this old man who stole his wine to drink, but now it seems that maybe he was overthinking it. This old man may not be able to go into the ground after a while, and it doesn't look like any high-level person. His skin is loose, his movement is slow, and the whole person is horribly weak. His skin is the same as that of a tree that has been bare for the last thousands of years, and it looks very wrinkled and flaccid. That's why Li Xian always felt that the person who stole the wine was the man in black who had punched himself. Li Xian left the front yard and then walked inside, and somewhere not far from the Li residence. The specific time may need to dial back a little. Roughly half a quarter of an hour ago, Li Xian just happened to walk out of the door of the county government office from the moment. Behind him, indeed, followed a man. The man's gaze narrowed slightly as if he was walking down the streets of the imperial city like an idle stroll, but always managed to follow Li Xian as he wordlessly moved forward, as if he were a very good assassin who was not in a hurry. This person was a Qi patriarch who had followed beside Qi Xian many days ago. It's just that Qi Xian and Qi Yu went back, but this person stayed on this side of Qiangua. It seems that his mission is Li Xian, and only after dealing with Li Xian will he leave Qiangua. After the man appeared, he didn't follow him for long before he stopped. Afterwards, the Qi patriarch looked not far behind him with a smile on his face that he had already expected. As expected, the palace eunuch patriarch who had been following Li Xian also appeared opposite the man at this moment. The Qi patriarch just smiled faintly and said calmly, "It has been several years since we have sparred with your excellency. There are many people here. Why don't we go somewhere else to have a look? It would be bad if we hurt ordinary people. After all, this is your Qiangua, not my De Qi side." In the face of the Qi patriarch's response, that Dechen eunuch chief did not respond directly. Instead he said with some curiosity, "Why would there be other deployments for the sake of one person?" The chief eunuch at this moment, seeing this person's reaction, how could he not react? He had realized what was really going on. This person's purpose was not actually Li Xian, but was specifically to stall him. Then the person who came to kill Li Xian this time, there was actually another person, who had followed Li Xian away back at the moment he intercepted this Qi patriarch. The other party's breath is very obscure. If it is not because of the discovery of this, he will even subconsciously, to miss that breath is much stronger than him. I'm afraid that Qi's side has spent a lot of money to invite this person to come out. That person had few enemies even amongst the sect masters. The purpose of this was naturally very simple, and that was to kill Li Xian. A district's newest scholar had sent two great divine masters to come. Two great masters, specializing in taking the head of an ordinary man. This Li Xian was so important that at first he felt that His Majesty had overemphasized it, but now, he felt as if he could not see it, and His Majesty sees much farther than he does. He really didn't understand why this was necessary for a commoner. Chapter 102 There's going to be a war. The eunuch, however, was not too furious. As a patriarchal figure, he was able to be very calm in the face of the emperor, so at the moment he was just puzzled, taking a step back. In fact, he also dutifully followed Li Xian to protect him for such a long time. It was also considered to give face to His Majesty. Even if His Majesty wanted to order him to do something, it would be difficult to do so. Up to the figure of a zongshi and so on, even the emperor had to give a few moments of face. Then the prime minister might have to kneel down when he met His Majesty, but the figure of the zongshi didn't need to do so. This is the privilege of a patriarch. So, he tried his best. Why is that? Qi patriarch smiled faintly, said, "If that Li Xian does not die this time, perhaps the future. You know, some things you Qiangua people, the eye is still too narrow." Ha! After saying his words, the Qi patriarch disappeared into the area. This time, the purpose was not to kill, because after the Qi delegation returned, the emperor of Qi knew about it and had only one request, and that was, to bring the person back alive. Therefore, Li Xian would not die, but instead would live better than anyone else. The chief eunuch didn't say anything and just followed the Qi patriarch away. Just at the moment when both of the sovereign figures had left, Li Xian just happened to walk to the location of the section between the county office and the Li mansion, and at that time, that prying feeling just disappeared from him. At that time, Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief and picked up his pace slightly. The strange sensation that had only disappeared for a short while didn't last more than a few seconds, but it continued to appear again. The other Qi patriarch, who was originally waiting in the shadows for a chance to make a move, similarly stopped as he looked behind him incredulously. This person was an old man, looking like a crane, wearing a gray shirt without any lines on it, plain and uninteresting, but his eyes were shining brightly. At this moment, he was like an enemy. He saw behind him a man in black, bizarre to the core, looking at him with an icy face, his eyes glowing with a murderous intent that he couldn't help but conceal, and the aura on the man in black made him feel very threatened. Another zoner, two great masters, protecting Li Xian together? They had already paid enough attention to it to send out two major zongshi, and one person who was a famous person within the zongshi, and this person was naturally him, but they didn't expect that even if they paid so much attention, this Qiangua side even had a strategy to deal with it. The Qi patriarch narrowed his eyes and watched as Li Xian walked up the second half of the journey at a fast pace. Apparently that Li Xian also noticed a hint of something wrong, and this was the exact moment when Li Xian felt something was wrong and quickened his pace once again. Then, the Qi patriarch cupped his fists with Qing Reed, who was dressed in black, and said, "Your Excellency is a great Qian patriarch?" Green Reed didn't say anything. She's angry. Not generally angry. Rather, he wanted to kill the Qi patriarch in front of him. Sending two patriarchs over here just to take Li Xian's life? This person from Qi is really a bit over the top. So she's keeping the old man today. She says one thing and nothing else. Even if those two patriarchs acted together today, she was sure to leave the other behind. This was a kind of confidence that belonged to her. Green Reed's strength was a ceiling in the entire territory of the three kingdoms. Maybe she wouldn't kill the other person, but it would be really easy to leave this person behind. Without saying a word, Green Reed disappeared. As the sounds of exchanging hands appeared in the air and separated again, the old man's face was horrified. His legs trembled, and an uncontrollable look of panic had appeared under his eyes. "You are..." This person's voice was a bit trembling, just less than around. He realized that he was unable to defeat them, so with a horrified face, he wanted to escape from this place. What's the point of chasing Li Xian from this moment on? Staying alive is the most important thing. Although he didn't know Qing Reed's specific identity, he vaguely had a few guesses because he basically knew who some of the Qiangua's patriarchs were. But it was because of this that he was alarmed, because that one has been retired for many years. Decades have passed and everyone thought he was dead. But now, he realized that the one was still alive. How could this not alarm him? If he struck out, he would surely die. Without half an exaggeration. "Do you really think you can come and go as you please?" Green Reed let out a cold laugh and leaped after him. The old man in front was filled with panic and desperately sped up. But when he realized that the person behind him was rapidly approaching, the old man's eyes widened in anger, and he just felt that his soul was scattered. Green Reed is fishing here, and now that the fish are hooked, it's time to reel in the rods. At the moment Green Reed chased him out, Li Xian was still at that last halfway point. Then Li Xian entered the courtyard gate and greeted the old man sweeping the floor who was standing in the courtyard. And only at this moment did Li Xian's feeling of being spied upon dissipate. He didn't know what was happening. He just knew that his sixth sense was, perhaps, accurate. Just now on the road, someone definitely tried to make a move on himself. It could be someone from the Marquis of Prosperity, or, possibly, someone else. But then, the other side seemed to have some concerns? Or maybe it's just overthinking it? Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Then after pushing the door open, he looked over to Yi who seemed to be ambling over there writing a letter to her mother. Realizing that his daughter was still not sleeping, Li Xian could only smile a little and asked, "Yi, what did your mother say?" Yi raised her head to look at Li Xian and said with some exasperation, "Just on the first day in office. It's just like this. So I complained to my mother about you, saying that ever since you became this magistrate, you've been going out early and coming home late, and that I have the right to suspect that you're out there, and whether or not you're harboring a woman." Raising her head to finish the sentence, Gong Sini lowered her head again and muttered to herself, "Last time, she also wrote back to someone else and didn't let me read it. Definitely there is someone outside. It's true that men are all double-minded bad guys. Poor mother is alone and lonely, living out there with no place to stay, and she doesn't have a good night's sleep every day." As she spoke, Gong Sini continued to write a paragraph up. "Li Xian, Daddy will tell you what has happened today." After letting out a sigh, Li Xian hurriedly walked over and held Yi on his lap, explaining and calming her down for a while. After a while, Li Xian only let his daughter believe that her father was solving a case today, and really solved a case. Let a bad man confess, during which no torture was inflicted. It was very gentle to let the bad man confess. Gong Sini asked curiously. He didn't say it at first. Why did he say it later? This is the simmering eagle. Untamed eagle can be tamed. Not to mention a mind is not firm. An indulgence of the playboy. Dad also thought that he had to go through a whole night of continuous torment. I did not think that he could not hold out for an afternoon, but also really shameful. In that case, Dad, and then give him a chair. Pulling with him, chatting gossip. He will naturally subconsciously say it, in the psychology of the inside, but also very calm. Li Xian smiled and explained. So, Gong Sini propped up her tiny chin and thought for a moment before she rubbed the piece of paper and threw it away. She couldn't help but sigh. Father, Mother relayed Grandpa's side of the story on my behalf. He said that Xianguo might have to go to war this year, and the probability is very high. A sentence that startled Li Xian. Chapter 103 Military Crossbows and Arrows. Li Xian looked at his daughter Gong Sini with some incredulity, and said with a face full of gravity, "Are these words really what your grandfather said? Is this the meaning of the female emperor's side?" Upon hearing Yi's words, he, who was originally tired from the county office and quickly became sleepy after returning home, was also once again energized at this moment. Not spiritually. The Qian kingdom is at war, and the people suffer. How could he, a magistrate of the imperial city, who was as proud as he was of the Qian kingdom, how could he not be a fish in the pond? This was something that was closely related to him, so Li Xian couldn't help but be concerned. What does the empress side mean? It's that His Majesty feels that there might actually be a war this year, and even if it doesn't develop into a full-blown war, it will definitely be bigger and quite a bit larger than that time last year. It is estimated that if this calculation goes on, at least 10,000 people will be killed or injured. And last year, Dakian did not do anything and let Dakian's people die in vain. If His Majesty continues to make little movement next, the hearts of the people of Deqian will be lost. If you can't defend your country, how can you talk about recuperating and biding your time? Yi held her chubby cheeks and was very worried, so worried that her face had grown a little fatter lately, and she looked as cute as a porcelain doll. Her own mother was the Empress of Dakian, so how could Yi not be sad in the face of Dakian's crisis? Now don't say that you haven't given those formulas yet. Even if you give the Chenghua side at the latest in the latter half of the year, you will also fall into a bigger crisis. That is, as my father's saying goes, the other side will only serve more and encroach more and more urgently. It's human nature. Instead, if you don't give it, you'll make the other side slightly more scrupulous. Li Xian said thoughtfully. So now, the Empress is taking the stalling tactic, and this year, she didn't give any favors to the Qi and Shu countries. Aha! Gong Sini nodded and said worriedly. His Majesty's side promised a period of half a year. Within half a year, hand over everything promised to the other party. If they can't, I'm afraid that there will be some trouble. But Yi feels that it's actually useless to give or not to give. They might feel threatened because of some changes in the Qian kingdom. Gong Sini, as a 6-year-old girl, being able to know these things, being able to say such things, was already unrivaled in the entire continent, even if it was placed in that era before the rebirth. In fact, Gong Sini's intelligence was unparalleled. Even if you add 10 more years to their age and get to that stage of 16, they probably aren't as worried about the country as their daughters are. Li Xian reached out his hand and rubbed Yi's head, then only said, "This is too far away from us. What are you worried about as a 6-year-old girl? Right, Yi? These days father can only take time to give you lessons, such as the rest of the time, to give you a good makeup for this course, and then at home, I will let Shaoan to simply tutor you. Now those teaching materials prepared by father before will be useful, and then come back in the evening to unify the answer." After his first day on the job, Li Xian felt that he would have to activate Plan B in the future in order to do so. And option B is to let Xuan instead of the daytime lectures, and then their own side. Is the night back to answer? To the day of rest, is more important big class. So to bring the baby, but also to make up for the guilt in Li Xian's heart. Now with a baby to make money, he already had a lot of things going on, but then he became a magistrate in a haphazard manner, which was really something that he didn't expect. Gong Sini nodded, still not changing the sadness on her face. After thinking about it, she continued to ask, "Does father have any way to stop the war from breaking out?" Li Xian laughed bitterly, and then said helplessly, "Father is not a god in the sky. They want to fight. Father can't stop. But the Empress's previous idea is good, is to send people who can be absolutely trusted respectively, to go to Qi and Chu to polarize the relationship between the two countries, so that they are suspicious of each other. In this way, perhaps to a large extent, delay some, but the cure is not the root cause. One day to fight." Regarding this point, Li Xian had long anticipated it. He just didn't think it would be so fast. Gong Sini looked at Li Xian and added, "No." Li Xian looked at his daughter, who had to have an answer, before saying, "If I have to say there is, father, say it quickly. Can you bear to watch the 10 million people of Dechen being killed like this?" Gong Sini pouted in exasperation and kept shaking Li Xian's arm. Daddy definitely has a way. Now in her mind, Daddy Li Xian is the Almighty? so no matter what trouble he encounters, Daddy can dissolve it. Li Xian was shaken a bit dizzy and could only say helplessly, "You now record a small thing for your mother's side, just so your mother can use it when she sends someone to divide the two Qi and Chu countries. But this is not a method for me, but a small invention. The use may not be as great as imagined." Only then did Gong Sini sit down with satisfaction and began to take notes. As she wrote, Gong Sini said suspiciously, "Military crossbow?" Still, she went through the motions and wrote down everything Dad said. Shortly afterward, Greenreed met the Empress and found that she happened to remove the letter from the leg of the carrier pigeon, which her daughter had just sent to her. "Got the man?" Gong Yuyen faintly asked. Chang Reed nodded and said irritably, "Temporarily sealed that old guy's meridians and locked him up. I didn't expect them to send out two great masters for Li Xian this time. This Qi country may have guessed something, and they are also too sensitive." Gong Yuyen faintly then took out the letter and read it. A moment later, Gong Yuyen said with a puzzled face, "Bow and arrow lone no. What is this crossbow? If according to what he said in the letter, this power may be increased many times, and more stable. Green Reed, you send someone to do it." Gong Yuyen gave the letter to Qingwei. Green Reed got his stuff and nodded his head before putting it away and leaving this way. When Qing Reed left, Gong Yuyen thought of Li Xian, and finally her eyes looked into the distance as if she was looking at this great Qian that had accumulated poverty and weakness. But in her heart there was only a deep sense of powerlessness. What about him? Will it be the future of Qianhua? The people on the side of the Marquis of Prosperity had finally arrived late, a day after Li Xian had taken Shenhui away. Before this, Lu old man and wife see the rape and murder of their daughter's originator. The emotions are very excited. In Li Xian acquiescence, red-eyed up as on Shenhui a burst of punches and kicks. After the families of the victims had simply vented their anger, Li Xian signaled the government officials to separate them, because at this time, those people from the Marquis of Prosperity's residence also walked in. They naturally saw this scene, so their gazes were a bit gloomy, but they didn't say anything more about it. "Lord Li, may I have a word?" The one who spoke was a housekeeper from the Marquis. Chapter 104 Evil in the Air. This person looked very smooth and worldly, arched his hand, but also gave Li Xian enough face. Shen Hui's identity is actually average, just outside the reputation of the Marquis, plus in Shenhao relationship is good, so this time, it is him who came. His purpose, naturally, was to take Shenhui away. This was young Master Shenhao's request, as Shenhui had also taken quite a bit of silver out. Just look at Li Xian's attitude toward Shenhui. "I'm afraid it's not good to take people away. This new scholar, it's a bit more difficult than imagined." Li Xian sat on the top and said condescendingly, "If you have nothing to report, you will not be welcome in this place." Wei Teng, who was following beside him, had a numb scalp at the moment. This is the man from the Marquis of Prosperity's mansion, and he's not even giving face? Lord Li is really powerful. The housekeeper of the Marquis of Prosperity house froze for a moment, opened his mouth and wanted to speak. Then Li Xian continued, "Come and send the guests away. Send the things away together. The county government office is too small to accommodate them." The Marquis of Prosperity's people came this way and also brought something with them, which seemed to be the sincerity of the Marquis of Prosperity's side. It was just Li Xian's side that pressed on and didn't even look at it. Li Xian this kind of oil and salt, so that the people on the side of the free Marquis, like a punch in the cotton. Hands cannot do it. After all, behind Li Xian is the house of Xianwang, and he was in the easy Marquis house but he knew a lot of things. It is said that the one in the palace seems to be concerned about Li Xian. All the things that happen here, perhaps will be transmitted to the palace. Even that left and right two prime ministers, I am afraid that they will soon get the news. So all of this, all under the light. Unlike before, what happened in this county office? At most, the most is to pass to the Ministry of Justice or the Delizy side. Pressure will not have any storm, can be said to be very calm. At most, just a little ripple. And now, what's happening on this side of the county courthouse is almost always a giant wave. So while everyone's eyes were on Li Xian, the county magistrate, the Marquis of Prosperity, didn't really dare to do anything too drastic. At most, he would talk to Li Xian's side, gently, hoping that Li Xian would sell the Marquis of Prosperity a face. Of course it was obvious that Li Xian did not give this face. In the end, the housekeeper of the Marquis of Prosperity's residence still left the county office here. After the people from the Marquis of Prosperity left, there were also many onlookers standing outside who were ordinary residents of the imperial city. This person from the Marquis of Prosperity won't ask that murderer out, right? I heard that that little girl was really pitiful, and when she was found, her face was filled with a look of horror and despair, that the people of the Marquis of Prosperity were too bad. Yes, I hope Lord Li won't be like Lord Lu. It's too hard to be an official for all the people. The people outside were all talking. Li Xian's popularity and reputation in the folklore still sounded good. As for that easy marquee housekeeper, he glared at these people and finally left angrily. A group of fools is just a group of people, and he did not dare to provoke the anger of the crowd. So many people said bad things about the Marquis of Easy, he really did not dare to say anything, and could only leave in disgrace. The people outside gathered more and more. Li Xian personally went out and spoke to the crowd, so that these people dispersed and left in all directions. Next, Li Xian instructed the county court to collect the evidence in detail and submit the testimonies of Mr. and Mrs. Lu Laohan to the Ministry of Justice. If you follow all the normal procedures, the case of the rape and murder of a young girl by brutal means, in the Dacian law, it is the death penalty. It's also a life for a life. When the person who drove away the Marquis of Prosperity's residence, and then the complete testimony of the crime was submitted by Li Xian, the entire officialdom of the imperial city was all abuzz with excitement. Xian's new scholar Li Xian, even really so iron, will be free. Marquis Shen Hui, to the Ministry of Justice, directly submitted to the side of the Ministry of Justice. And what made everyone fail to react was that Shen Hui even admitted that he did that thing? Why would he admit that? I heard that Li Xian did not give in to the fight, because on Shen Hui's body, there wasn't half a wound. And this is a lot of people have seen things, so Shen Hui simply cannot refute. Even that the Marquis of the Free originally made some countermeasures, but also after Shen Hui personally admitted, cannot carry out the next action, and finally can only endure the onlookers of the civilian scolding, whisking his sleeve to leave. These days, Wei Tang had a hard time and was a bit worried. Not only was he worried about himself, but he was also worried about Li Xian, because as they got along, Wei Tang felt that Li Xian was a very powerful person. He not only angrily rebuked the envoys of Qi and Chu above the Great Hall, with a passionate heart, but even in this county office, he did not back down, and this kind of backbone made Wei Tang's heart feel very guilty. Guiltily, he had previously thought that Li Xian would put people back before long. As a result, Li Xian, indeed, chose to tough it out to the end. How can one not be humbled by such bones? Wei Tang could not help but let out a sigh and came to Li Xian, who was checking the history of the county government office, and said with a desire to speak, Lord Li. In fact, over the past 2 days, Li Xian had been studying some of the cases on this side of the entire county courthouse, such as some of the cases that had once happened to Shen Hao. But these cases, there was almost no backstory to them. The only thing the county court side can do is just to seal the case and then finally negotiate with the victim's family and give them a sum of money. And naturally, this money is not given by the government, but it is the money taken out by that easy marquis when he wiped his ass. Just in that Shen Hao related to some of the more significant cases. It is full of more than 20, can be said to be full of evil, bad to the extreme. Among them, there were even dozens of cases related to human lives, either drunken killings or having someone wipe the neck of a person's wife and kill her directly after violating her because of the angry revenge of her husband. In addition, a note was thoughtfully labeled on the back of the cases about these assaults on human wives, and it was only when he saw the note that Li Xian was left with a pang of helplessness. The notes indicate that over the years, the vast majority of women who were assaulted and their families would not report to the police, and if we don't count some of the cases recorded on the official side, it could add up to about 100 cases. Seeing what this Shen Hao did, Li Xian can only say that such a person is not too much to be killed by 10,000 knives. Inside those 100 or so cases is the suffering and destruction of a full 100 families, and that Shen Hao, who faced himself and still looked somewhat polite, was so dark and vicious behind the scenes, with more than a dozen human lives in his hands. As for that random beating and maiming, I'm afraid it's all hard to count. Li Xian didn't even raise his eyelids, just said faintly, "What's wrong?" Li Xian continued to look through the contents of this, as if he didn't even notice Wei Tang, who was standing next to him. Chapter 105. Next door neighbors. Wei Tang found that Li Xian did not respond. Then he stammered, "Lord Li, don't you care about all these things spreading in the imperial city? You should know that Li Xian is now at the center of the entire storm. This guy, he really doesn't care at all?" He asked himself that if such a thing happened to him, he would probably have trouble sleeping and eating, and would not be able to sleep well, because it represented that he had tied his head to his pants, the kind that could fall off at any time. But this Lord Li, why is he so calm? Li Xian asked rhetorically. If I worry, won't these things spread? Wei Tang. That said as if. Is that way? What's the point of worrying or not worrying? With Lord Li at the center of the storm? This mindset of Lord Li is exceptionally strong. Li Xian looked at the sky and realized that the time for work was almost up. Then he got up and said lightly, "Worrying or not, it won't change the current situation I'm in. So what's the point of me worrying? And Ta Zhenwei, there's no need for you to worry over nothing. You'll definitely be fine." exactly what will happen. Just slowly watch and find out. Goji? What's the meaning of the word goji? Wei Tang, who was behind him, couldn't help but ask curiously. Li Xian froze for a moment and laughed while getting up to put the information away. Lord Wei should be Qianrun worrying, meaning he's worried about the sky collapsing, and just slipped his tongue. Ha ha ha, how could the sky fall? Wei Tang smiled awkwardly and reacted in the last instant, but did not say anything. He did worry that something would happen to him. It's nothing to be ashamed of. So after thinking about it, Wei Tang continued. Lord Li, my humble servant has a question that I'm curious about. Assuming that Xin Hui won't be punished accordingly? No? Li Xian, who had not taken many steps, stopped and then said meaningfully, then there is no need for me to stay in this position, and in the future, I should congratulate Lord Wei on his success in the throne. After saying this, Li Xian quickly left. Wei Tang, who was behind him, reacted only after freezing for a long time. Then a complicated look came over his eyes. Does he want that to happen? How could he not hope for that if he followed his own career path? After all, if Li Xian goes down, the person who will be the top magistrate will indeed be him. Moreover, the magistrate of this county office should have been his. It was just an arrangement by the empress that disrupted his rhythm and made Li Xian come over here. But Wei Tang at this moment, but subconsciously does not want this thing to happen, because the conscience that still exists in his heart tells him that Xin Hui casually kills people, indeed deserve to die, just like Lu Shi Lu adults that time, that the household department Linzhong Lin Yang's son, do not deserve to die? All those people did deserve to die. He only dared to curse once or twice in his heart, and if he was asked to take care of these things, he definitely did not dare to do so. That's why Wei Tang's expression was quite complicated. If what I say really comes true, then it's better to execute Xin Hui. He does deserve to die. Wei Tang muttered to himself inside before quickly leaving this side of the county office. Before Li Xian returned to the Li mansion, he looked at his mansion next door and found that the next door, which had originally been vacant, seemed to have been recently renovated. Before buying the Li house, Li Xian actually briefly understood what was next door. He knows that the next door is also empty, and then the next door overall area is a little smaller. The price, if they are all about the same, compared to this side is the most suitable, because the Li Fu here is half-price sale. The attraction is very big. At that time, Li Fu's side comprehensively crushed the next door, and Li Xian didn't care anymore. Now there's a new owner. Is it possible that on the next side, someone new has bought it? Li Xian curiously looked over at the next door, but he couldn't see inside the doorway either. Just as he was about to return to the Li mansion, a small maid suddenly appeared at the door, and the maid froze for a moment when she saw Li Xian, and then said with a face full of surprise, "You are Lord Li, aren't you?" Li Xian froze and said, "It's me. May I ask what you want?" One of the maids here next door even knew herself. Is he a celebrity now? It's like this. Our master of the house has instructed us 1,000 times that if we are fortunate enough to meet Lord Li, to have Lord Li wait a little bit for whatever he says, so you wait for me now. After saying that, the maid left this way in a hurry. Li Xian looked at the maid's direction of departure with a strange face, and then did not leave. What threat can a little maid be? He'd like to see what this next door owner was up to. After all, they were also neighbors, and now that the mansion next door had an owner, Li Xian was also curious about what the other party's identity was. Soon the little maid came out. In the hands of the little maid, is carefully holding 3 things. The outer packaging is wrapped light gray oil paper, and then with white thread tied a good-looking bow. Looks square, the size of a grown man's palm, so big, but very small. Look, feel more delicate. Li Xian was stunned, then said, "This is, for me?" "Yes. I'm not hiding from Lord Li. This is a specialty of the master's hometown. It's a particularly delicious osmanthus cake. Oh, very few people can taste this kind of pastry, at least inside the great Qian Imperial City. Lord Li is the first person. You can taste it when you go back and eat it up early because it's made by the master himself. The materials used are all very expensive." After the little maid lifted up her flat chest to explain a sentence, she continued to say proudly, "Master already knows what has happened in the Imperial City since these days. So for Lord Li, Master is also very appreciative. And Master has no purpose. Lord Li need not worry about anything. Slave girl, this will not bother Lord Li. If there is a chance, Master will come here to visit you, but not now." With that, the little maid wanted to go back inside the mansion. Li Xian could not help but be surprised for a while, and after thinking about it, he still took the 3 wrapped osmanthus cakes and said, "Say thank you to your master on my behalf." Afterward, he returned to the middle of the Li mansion and unwrapped the 3 cinnamon cakes. After thinking about it, Li Xian took out the silver needle again and tried each one, although he knew that many poisons actually did not react with the silver needle, and the silver needle poison test could at most only distinguish foods containing sulfides. such as arsenic and other drugs. However, Li Xian still felt that defense was not an option, so he briefly tried it. Then Li Xian brought the osmanthus cake to his mouth and simply took a small bite. Then, Li Xian's eyes lit up. Chapter 106 Second Invitation. The flavor is light and pure in the mouth. The bite is soft and sweet, and it doesn't feel like there is too much sugar, but it has a different kind of sweetness. The osmanthus cakes delivered next door were much better than the ones he remembered having once eaten, so it could be said that this one bite made Li Xian a little surprised. Li Xian then wolfed down an entire intact piece of osmanthus cake. Don't look at the small one osmanthus cake. After a grown man ate it, he actually had quite a lot of satiety. At this moment still lips and teeth. It had to be said that this ancient pastry was indeed a pleasure to the palate. Perhaps this was the first time since Li Xian came to this side of the world that he had eaten such a pastry that was similar to what he remembered from the modern world, but was far ahead in terms of flavor. Next, Li Xian opened the remaining 2 pieces of osmanthus cake and cut 4 pieces each, while bringing 1 piece each to Yi and Shaoan. And of course, 1 piece each to Spring Flower, Autumn Moon. As for that old man sweeping the ground plus that expert from the Xian Wang house who lives in the front yard of the Li house, they will be temporarily entrusted. It is really that this side is not enough to share. After the 4 people finished eating, they all acted particularly surprised. It seemed that they liked the flavor of the osmanthus cake. Yi pestered Li Xian for more of this osmanthus cake, but Li Xian was taking from other people. Naturally he couldn't turn out any extra. Plus at this stage there were too many things going on in the county government office, or else he could have really thought about making some osmanthus cake for Yi to eat. Looking at Yi's appearance, she was quite fond of this kind of pastries. The next day, Li Xian woke up early and simply ate a bowl of food similar to soup dumplings before taking a walk while going over to the county office. In fact, after that night, Li Xian never had that feeling of being spied on again. And this time, just after arriving at the county office side, there was a news that made him very surprised. That is, the Ministry of Justice fired through the audit. The sentence of Shin Hui execution, submitted to the Delizy audit, and is now in the process of Delizy audit. This content made Li Xian somewhat unresponsive. That's a bit too fast, isn't it? Even in that era before the rebirth, it was out of reach. When something like this happened before the rebirth, it would have to go through the steps of arresting the prisoner, going through a court judgment, then the prisoner appealing against it, then having the appeal rejected by the court, having the judgment upheld in the second trial, and then finally executing the death penalty. The process comes down to at least a year or more of wasted time. So Li Xian felt that the speed of this review was really godly. There was definitely something wrong with things being perverse, and Li Xian quickly saw Wei Tang. At this time, even Wei Tang, who knew the news, was stunned and said, "Your Honor Li, perhaps you are a little more important than the next official imagined." It is the next official looked away. The next official here to apologize to you, but also hope that you adults do not remember the small man over. Sometimes, in fact, Wei Mao cannot help it. Li Xian shook his head, ignoring these flattering words from Wei Tang, and said indifferently, "You came to see me today. Other than this matter, is there anything else?" Li Xian always felt that this Wei Tang was prepared, not just slipping up on him. Wei Tang coughed dryly and said, "Your Honor Li anticipates things as if they were God. My humble servant does have something to do." "Your father is seriously ill at home and wants to take a leave of absence?" Li Xian asked a rhetorical question. Wei Tang wiped his sweat and hurriedly said, "Not this matter. The day before yesterday, news came from my family that my father had slowed down. My father came to find Lord Li this time because on behalf of a big person, he said a word to Lord Li. I hope that Lord Li can consider it." "Big shot?" Li Xian frowned and asked, "What big shot?" In this instant, Li Xian thought of the left minister and the right minister who had once sent something to the Li mansion. Those two deservedly powerful ministers of Diqian. The left minister. Sure enough, Wei Tang spoke seriously next. To be exact, it was someone from the left minister's residence, saying that there will be a banquet at the left minister's residence in 7 days, and he hopes that Lord Li will be able to be there to talk about it. And as for today's matter, it's a gift from the left minister to Lord Li, and he also hopes that Lord Li can enjoy it. Wei Tang's expression was a bit complicated even as he said this. A 6th-ranked magistrate. How could he be favored by the left minister's residence? And I heard that before this matter, the left minister's house had also long submitted an invitation to the Li house side, wanting Lord Li to pay a visit, only to be rejected by the Li house side. Lord Li is really admired for such a bone of contention. Now it's good that the left minister gave Lord Li such a big favor just to see him. This made Wei Tang really wonder. The hall of first-grade officials, but also to 3 times to Li Xian invitation. Is it that this Lord Li still has some abilities that he does not know? Li Xian pondered for a moment and said thoughtfully, that is to say, if the Sangha hadn't intervened this time, It might not have been possible for the Ministry of Justice to pass it? The left minister nodded his head in order to agree to the matter of the free marquis Shenhui. Li Xian suddenly felt that this Deqian judicial system, some collapse. The prime minister has too much power, holding the government, swaying the judicial system, so the situation really need the appearance of the genie way to work. Wei Tang, although he did not want to admit it, but he still nodded and said with emotion, yes, the left prime minister has a high position of power, and can sway the life and death issues of that Shenhui, and does not let people feel surprised. Li, under today. In fact, there is a sentence from the bottom of the heart, but also hope that Li can listen to one or two. Say, Lord Li has already refused the left minister once. This time, the left minister, through my side, continues to invite Lord Li. If Lord Li doesn't have a special event, perhaps he should go there. Even if Lord Li doesn't defect to the left minister's house, he still has to give face, or else he will be in trouble. The left minister, that person is not simple. This time to give Lord Li such a big convenience. Perhaps want to say something to Lord Li, may not just appreciate Lord Li so simple. Wei Tang looked at Li Xian with great gravity. Now Shen Hui's death was a foregone conclusion. Currently in front of Li Xian. Naturally, there is only the matter of the left minister's second invitation left. The first invitation may not be sincere enough, but this second invitation, but it is full of sincerity. This is a generous treatment that no county commissioner, ever, has experienced. For the first time ever, above the position of county magistrate of the imperial city of Deqian, perhaps in the future. It's an unprecedented example. 2. He even felt that a person like Li Xian, as long as there were no accidents, would definitely be able to reach the level of the right and left second prime minister in the future, and he didn't even dare to question it. Li Xian nodded thoughtfully, then muttered, so that old fox didn't go to me because he was afraid of being rejected by me and then asked you to be this lobbyist? Wei Tang. Chapter 107. The Four Dudes. Wei Tang's old face blushed. The truth was indeed true, but what Li Xian said still made him a little embarrassed. Just then, in reaction to Li Xian saying that the left minister was an old fox, Wei Tang was instantly startled and his heart slowed down by half a beat. Wei Tang looked around and found that no one was paying attention to this side. Then he gently patted his chest and said in horror, Lord Li, you are going to scare me to death. How can you talk about the left minister like that? Li Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Even if he discussed the empress, he still believed in freedom of speech, so naturally he would not have much reverence in his heart. However, he is generally outside, and does not talk about the empress much, the face that should be given or to give. At most, when the father and daughter have nothing to do, chat about the empress. It was worth mentioning that the daughter, Gong Sini, held that female emperor in high esteem. Li Xian couldn't figure it out about this point. It might be some of the Mujiqiang mentality of a small child at work. To be honest, he did have little interest in the left and right two prime ministers. Maybe those two are very smart. In the officialdom mix like a fish in water. But Li Xian felt that the left and right two prime ministers, facing the kind of performance of the Chi-Chu two countries, so that his heart has long despised the other side. So he has always been on the invitation of the officialdom of the Great Qian in pulling together. Not much interest. After experiencing the whole ambassadorial fiasco, Li Xian's last trace of awe towards the Deqian officialdom naturally dissipated. Looking at the whole of Deqian, what Li Xian was most interested in was probably the Deqian empress who had never seen her true appearance so far. The other party was able to get to the top of the emperor's throne with a daughter's body, in spite of the fact that many clans and officials did not look favorably on him. Such a person, Li Xian thought, was very powerful. Wei Tang nodded helplessly and said in a low voice, of course, this time, the invitation from the left minister's office, to go or not to go, it's all up to Lord Li to make the decision, and when the time comes, there's no need for any invitation paperwork. The left minister's office will send their own people to pick up Lord Li from this side of the county office, and in my opinion, it's entirely possible for Lord Li to make a trip along the way. Li Xian rested for 4 days at a time, so the Li Xian after 7 days was definitely on this side of the county office. Of course there are special circumstances. They will not rest, if it is always idle state, basically can implement 4 days a break, and then a month rest 7 days. This system, the rest time on the Dakian side is not bad, similar to the future double rest system. Li Xian just pondered the meaning of the left minister this time, invited twice in a row, and this time also gave himself such a big convenience. Honestly speaking, Li Xian was a little embarrassed not to go, so after thinking about it, Li Xian directly said, okay, we'll see then. I should be over here in 7 days, so I can also make a trip there if there are no surprises, which is nothing. Li Xian finished the sentence. Wei Tang then spat out a breath, and then sighed, Lord Li, Wei Mao has seen too many young people, like you, this wild and unruly people. Wei Mao first time to see. On the contrary, you are not courageous and tactless, but behind the back of something. Lordly, this belongs to the front, and does not lose proportion. Let in my very admirable. Wei Tang was not telling a lie with this statement, even if he, himself, was from the Xian Wanfu background, but the left and right prime ministers, as well as so many powerful people, have invited, but the result of this kid, all refused, not half a bit of mercy. Not that he was envious or anything, but if it was himself, he probably wouldn't have given face that day, and he'd have been a corpse that night, so how could he refuse? Rumor has it that Li Xian on the day of the temple test, above the palace hall, angrily rebuked the Chi-Chu two countries this matter. At first Wei Tang was not convinced, feeling that this is a bit exaggerated. After all, on the court side, don't they just love to stick it in their face? So it's just a face-saving project. Wei Tang doesn't believe it to death. How big was the gap between Qianguo and Chi-Chu? Could Wei Tang not be aware of it? But now, Wei Tang was somewhat convinced. Someone like Li Xian can really do it. Li Xian looked at Wei Tang, whose thoughts were drifting, and finally said, Wei Taoran, if it's okay, tell me about some of the hidden things inside the two major factions of the left and right phases of this imperial city, so that I can have a bit of a bottom in my heart, as well as the four big dandies of this imperial city, and you can also explain them to me respectively. After a brief understanding, Li Xian knew that in the great Qian imperial city, there were four major dilettantes with the names of Lin Shi, Lu Shukuan, Shen Hao, and Chu Yun, respectively. Chu Yun he recognized, was the son of the Xian Wanfu, and an old acquaintance of Li Xian, so Li Xian directly skipped it. Shen Hao he also dealt with, is a not too much heart, on the contrary, also feel that they are quite clever scum. Even joy and anger do not show color cannot do. Not worth mentioning. This other duo, Lin Shi and Lu Shukuan, were somewhat less familiar. However, Lin's surname and Lu's surname were not unfamiliar to Li Xian, a left minister and a right minister. These two were afraid that they were both inextricably linked to that left and right two ministers, especially for Lu Shukuan. Li Xian was most interested. This name reminded Li Xian of a deceased person before he was reborn. Of course these memories are all too distant, and only vaguely so, not to mention. 1 week later, regarding the Xinhui matter, the Delizy is still pressing for a review and has not made a judgment. It seemed as if it was waiting for something. Li Xian found this, but did not surprise. These people are all human, not sure of their attitude before, perhaps not even possible to carry out the next step. Cannot people are not sure will come? Xinhui killed it? Xinhui rampaged for so many years, afraid also did not expect. He will become a gift of the big man to give to others. It is really good and evil will be rewarded. As luck would have it, that night a week later, Wei Ten stammered over, as if trying to warn of something, but not too boldly. This week, Li Xian also dealt with a number of reported incidents. Basically some of the parents and short things. Dealing with it makes Li Xian feel a little tired to deal with. So much so that he agreed that the world should be divided according to the street police station. All the trouble, sink to the grassroots level to deal with. And not every single thing needs to be handled by him. The county commissioner, troubling Li Xian. The county magistrate, in everything. At first Li Xian might have found it interesting, but now Li Xian only found it troublesome. The point is that these things are really particularly odd inside. For example, a family lost a cow reported to the police, and finally, after investigation, found that a chicken was lost, or a chick that had not long been born. For a chick, lied to report that it was the loss of a cow. It is reasonable to be able to use this reason to punish the other party, but Li Xian waved his hand and did not say anything more. This matter, which is a false report, can only be criticized and educated. It really messed with Li Xian's mind. The loss of a cow in ancient times is not simple. After all, a cow, but the value is very high, belonging to many ordinary families, all the belongings of a family. It is worth reporting to the police. But losing a chicken? Or a chick that's not even a month old? Chapter 108 A visit to the minister's office. There's another one that's even more bizarre. It was a newlywed couple. Initially because the husband found that his wife often went out and stayed out at night. The husband could not resist loneliness and went to a brothel to visit prostitutes, and found that the receiver was actually his own wife. So the husband reported the case in a fit of rage. Li Xian had to go to the greenhouse to deal with. When the couple was over there arguing and spitting, next to the pimp also consciously aggrieved, shouted to Li Xian, said who knows they're greenhouse prostitutes, idly go out and get married? This matter made Li Xian's entire face turn green. The strangest thing, in fact, is not yet over. When it comes to the one that happened the day before yesterday, a thief hides under the bed in a widow's room and waits for an opportunity to act at night when she is asleep, forcibly defiling her. His idea was very simple and crude. Night was here. In the middle of the night, very quiet and out of reach. Just the right time to sneak up on the widow's bed. With this in mind, this person came out and excitedly got inside the widow's nest. It turned out that later, he reported it to the police. The reason is that this person went to the wrong door, into the home of a bachelor, and then went to the bed of the bachelor. But this bachelor man is also a butcher who kills pigs. Powerful. And even some unspeakable special fetish. You can't say you don't want a gift like that, can you? Later this little thief, naturally, was reluctantly violated by that bachelor butcher. Watching the man cover his ass and cry out in pain as he pointed at the butcher and spoke, while the butcher said with an innocent look on his face who made him seduce him, Li Xian was in denial. He's on the verge of tears. It's okay to be a magistrate who doesn't solve crimes every day. Why are you giving him all these weird cases? He's going to solve the case. Don't want to deal with all this chicken stealing, chicken finger cow weirdness. So when it came to the back, some of the parental matters, Li Xian directly handed it over to Wei Tang, leaving that old boy still snickering along in the back. Although this old boy has little backbone, but to deal with these things, it is indeed much better than Li Xian. It seems to be a veteran in this, knows to appease everyone, knows how to solve these strange events, knows how to treat the symptoms and hit the pain. And Li Xian's way of dealing with the situation was basically bold and straightforward, which also made some people not very satisfied. Plus Li Xian was also idle for a bit, so why not? So the agreed time came this afternoon, and Li Xian, familiar with a lot of Wei Tang, cheeky, came to Li Xian, dry cough, said, Li sir, it is late. The minister's sedan chair has been waiting outside. I know, I'll go out later naturally. Don't you worry, Li Xian said faintly. Wei Tang nodded and then left. After another period of time, Li Xian looked at the color of the sky outside, and only then did he change out of the county magistrate's official uniform, put on a simple dress and then packed up his bamboo cup and left. And just as he went outside, he saw a butler come beside Li Xian and clasped his fists, and said politely, Greetings to you, Sir Li. The left minister ordered me to wait for you here. Last time it was a boy, but this time it was upgraded to a steward. It seems that left minister's house, too, was afraid that Li Xian would mind this, so he changed someone over. Li Xian took the initiative to sit inside the sedan chair. A few moments later, the sedan chair stopped at the core of Chang'an Street. Lord Li, we're here. I'll take you in. The steward opened the curtain of the sedan chair for Li Xian and said very politely. Li Xian walked down and began to be led by the steward into the middle of the left minister's mansion. How many times does this compound go in and out? During this time, Li Xian curiously looked at the layout of the left minister's mansion and felt that it was quite large. Compared to his own home, the layout of this place felt at least twice as large. Back to Lord Li. This is a mansion with 6 entrances and 6 exits, so it is indeed a bit bigger. The steward explained directly, but was very polite. He naturally knew a bit more comprehensively about some of the things behind Li Xian. Therefore, he also knew that Li Xian was not so flowery on the surface, but had great abilities, so he had to be a bit more reverent towards Li Xian. A few moments later, the steward had already brought Li Xian to one of the inner courtyards with mountains and water, with a unique scenery, where quite a number of people had already appeared, all of them eating and chatting at the same time, and after realizing Li Xian's arrival, everyone also looked over to Li Xian's side. Today's weather is naturally suitable, although Dakian is in the north, but the warming speed of this empty world, compared to the memory of the north, to accelerate a lot more, maybe close to the weather in March, is already suitable for outdoor activities, and long time to stay out of the house. At this stage there are also a lot of Dakian scholar began to all kinds of trekking, to go to the mountains and forests to hunt, etc. Some people have invited Li Xian, just by Li Xian has been invited, only to be rejected by Li Xian. Many people looked at Li Xian. These are, basically, young people. Upon seeing Li Xian, everyone clasped their fists and nodded, giving face. For example, Li Xian met his acquaintance Zhou Ting within these people. And that third scout, the kid should be called Wu Yu. In fact, Li Xian's memory only remembered the names of these 2 people, but nothing else, but the looks all felt quite familiar. In addition to these people, of course, there is also an acquaintance, such as Shen Hao of the Easy Marquee House. At this moment, Shen Hao was accompanying a few people over there to drink, next to the good-looking female waitresses serving. After realizing that Li Xian had arrived, Shen Hao instantly changed his face. This kid was not a person who was happy and angry, so some of his emotions could be shown completely on his face, such as Shen Hao at this moment, who had a gloomy face. Shen Hui is in a precarious position. The key was that he couldn't do anything with Li Xian. Therefore, within Shen Hao's heart, He could not help but conceal his killing intent towards Li Xian now. 3 times several times did not give face. But where Shen Hao has some temper, it is very reasonable to be able to have such a reaction. At first it might have been possible to fake a forced smile, now it was almost impossible. Li Xian retracted his gaze and saw a group of about 7 or 8 people, led by Zhou Ting, walking towards his side. After Zhou Ting arrived beside Li Xian, he politely arched his hand and said with a smile, "Brother Li, goodbye." The one time he met Li Xian with Chu Yun, Zhou Ting was very disdainful, thinking that Li Xian was just a minion who hung out with Chu Yun. The preliminary examination and re-examination, and finally breaking into the palace examination, Zhou Ting was a bit surprised, and felt that Li Xian was still a talented person, and it really wasn't easy for him to successfully break into this stage with the role of the world's son's follower. After the temple examination, Zhou Ting completely changed his opinion of Li Xian, and had only admiration and worship in his heart. The first thought a person has when he realizes that the people around him are better is jealousy. But the vast majority of what this man thought about that moment when he was leading across the board, even riding high, was nothing but admiration. It's human nature. Not to mention the invitation from the left minister some time ago. What was this kid's reaction? Don't even think about it. Just reject it. Now to this side. Seems to be also because of the left prime minister's second invitation, and the Face House side nodded to agree with that Xinhui incident. The second show of goodwill. The other side only came to this side. Brother Li's style and bones are really unconvincing. Wu Yong similarly clasped his fists with Li Xian and said, "Brother Li, chapter 109 who's barking?" Wu Yu was a plain-looking youth who even had a bit of dark skin, and his height was only about 1 meter 6, so naturally he couldn't compare to Zhou Ting, who was so instrumental and upright. But this Wu Yu, indeed, has some talent and insight, and is considered to be one of the best among those people. The main thing is not that he is excellent, but everyone else is average. So that it is indirectly set off Wu with the extraordinary. Some things, indeed, the most afraid of comparison. Farewell. Li Xian smiled, between the flow of thoughts, cupped his fists and said, "Brother Zhou and Wu, in that Hanlin Academy and the Ministry of Households, I'm afraid that they are living a prosperous life, very idle, and all of you benevolent brothers, it is said that they all have a good home, so that people are envious of them, which is like me, now as the Imperial City Magistrate. Every day face those big and small cases, busy almost can't stop, especially since these days, head is going to explode." Alas, Li Xian wasn't telling lies. He wanted to cry now after being hit by those strange cases back to back. Wu Yu cupped his fists and smiled bitterly. Brother Li is overstating things. He naturally knew that the Imperial City Magistrate was indeed not a good position. I don't know why His Majesty has given him such a post. Is it His Majesty's intention to cultivate him? Zhou Ting, on the other hand, said awkwardly, "In fact, we also know that this is His Majesty's intention, and that His Majesty may have some deeper intentions for Brother Li. Brother Li must not fail His Majesty's intention. For so many years, His Majesty has never paid so much attention to a young man, and Brother Li's outstanding performance over there in the palace hall is enough to make His Majesty pay attention to it. And for my brother, I can also understand that Brother Li's talent and boldness with me and others is the leading edge of the fault line, and I'm afraid that my brother's talent and boldness is difficult for me to reach throughout my life. Yes, Brother Li, you're the one His Majesty values, so don't be modest here." Li brother the day of the temple examination when the golden sentence, for brother daily detailed study, every day have new insights and feelings. Li brother's talent, really is the crown of the past and present, let the heart of the people to admire. For a while, many people complimented it. Li Xian responded with a series of clasped fists. In the spirit of not making enemies, he naturally dealt with the world quite well, and every person spoke politely. Until a voice came in. Some slight achievement is just here constantly complacent. I originally wanted to meet this Dakian new section scholar, but I did not expect to see today, but also a commoner, and a short-sighted commoner. The name does not live up to its name. The person who spoke was a young man who was playing with 2 exquisite night jewels in his hands, and his figure looked to be robust and powerful, standing at a height of more than 8 feet. At this moment, the youth came to Li Xian's side and looked at him condescendingly, seemingly full of disdain. Beside him, he was followed by Shen Hao, the son of the Marquis of Prosperity. Although Shen Hao's expression was still arrogant, it could be seen that in front of this young man, he still showed relative restraint, and seemed to vaguely honor this man. After seeing this youth, many people's faces changed. It seemed that they all knew the big man's last name. As for the youth beside Shen Hao, they do not feel surprised, because Shen Hao and the relationship of this youth, originally even on the good. The two are known as the Great Qian 4 Big Playboys, and belongs to the same camp. Before seeing these two, they were afraid to avoid it. Now, They seem to want to come over to Lord Li's trouble. Li Xian, as if he didn't see the youth playing with the night pearl, still talking to Zhou Ting. Brother Zhou, you can come out to get together when you have time. And you can also come to the county government office this side in your break time, to see Li Mao solving the case. After all, the county government office side to say that if you want to say interesting words, you can indeed have fun in the midst of the bitterness. For example, not long ago, that case, it really is to let my brother stun for a long time. Li Xian was actually directly ignoring those people. This caused the lanky youth next to Shen Hao to have a moment of gloom and doom. Does he pretend he doesn't exist? Good. Zhou Ting opened his mouth, but he still respectfully, and this youth playing with the night pearl, directly cupped his fists and said, my humble servant has seen the prince. He could listen to Li Xian talk like this, but he couldn't accompany Li Xian in this drama. Li Xian might not be afraid, but he was really scared. This stout young man was named Lu Shukuan. Lu Shukuan is one of the 4 great dilettantes of Daqian, the son of the secretary of the Ministry of Military Affairs, the personal grandson of Lu Yunqing, the right minister of Daqian, and one of the most honorable people within the young people of the entire Daqian. Even Shen Hao had to look up to him in front of him, because the background of the Marquis of the Free House is the right minister of the Great Qian dynasty, so it can be said that Shen Hao and the grandson of the right minister are grasshoppers on the same boat. In addition, it was the remaining one, Lin Shi, plus Chu Yun of the Xian Wangfu. In this way, the 4 big dudes of Daqian are naturally complete. Where is the male? Male? Until this time, Li Xian pretended to look around, and after searching carefully, his gaze then fell on Shen Hao's face and said, who was barking just now? Was it you? It wasn't that he deliberately made enemies, but he had already sensed Shen Hao's killing intent that he couldn't help but conceal. At this time, what was the point of him pretending to call himself a brother with Shen Hao and the people beside him? Wouldn't that be like putting a hot face on a cold ass and making a fool of yourself? It's better to be a little more aggressive. And with this sentence, Li Xian directly scolded 2 people. You, Shen Hao stared wide-eyed. Did not expect Li Xian to completely not give him face under this kind of occasion. Does this kid really want to completely break up with the side of the Marquis of Prosperity? Even that Lu Shukuan, at this moment, similarly froze for a moment, noticing that he had just been cornered and scolded as a dog. He also revealed murderous intent in his eyes and said word for word, your name is Li Xian, isn't it? How dare you? Everyone's scalp went numb as they watched this moment of saber rattling. They knew that Li Xian was crazy, but they didn't expect Li Xian to be this crazy. He went so far as to directly call him a dog in front of the right minister's own grandson, Lu Shukuan. To simply quote, if the right minister's own grandson is a dog, then what is the right minister? Not also a dog? And an old dog at that. That's a lot of cursing in one sentence. Bull. I don't know if he's bold. I just know you're pretty bold. Suddenly a voice like a spring breeze appeared and everyone looked to the side. It was only then that the crowd realized that there was a gentle-looking, flamboyant gentleman with a scholarly air, who came to Li Xian's side with a smile on his face, and said lightly, Brother Li is a valued guest of my Songfu, so for you, a guest, to be shady in my Songfu is a bit of an understatement, isn't it? When they saw the visitor, many people felt their hearts slow down again. Lindsay, the left minister's own grandson. Chapter 110. Kneel down and apologize. Simply by virtue of the identity of the left minister's grandson, hidden this Lin Shi's popularity and prestige is also higher than Chu Yunsum. What was the reason for today? How come several of the most honorable young men in the imperial city were all here? The 4 dudes, but that doesn't mean it's the most honorable 4. There were only 3 people within the 4 big dudes that could be considered to be called that. That is, in the free Marquis Shen Hao outside, Xian Wangfu Chu Yun and the right minister of Lu Shukuan, as well as the left minister of the Lin Shi, is the imperial city's most noble 3 people. Although Shen Hao also had an honorable status, he was naturally a step behind these people. While Lin Shi was speaking, Lu Shukuan ignored the other party as he still looked at Li Xian with an icy face, seemingly not intending to let Li Xian go. It was only when Lin Shi came to Li Xian's side and looked at him somewhat warningly that Lu Shukuan casually clasped his fists and said perfunctorily, Brother Lin, you understand what you're saying, Lu, but let's leave this matter alone for the time being today. The old man has to ask about this matter clearly, or else I won't be finished with him. Between words, Lu Shukuan will be the night pearl, casually to the side of Shen Hao. He came to the side of Li Xian, word for word forced to ask, you just said the words, have the guts to say it again. He is surprisingly not counting to give Lin Shi face, and at this moment, he is still pressing Li Xian. Apparently just now, Li Xian first ignored and then called him a barking dog, completely enraging Lu Shukuan. If it wasn't for the fact that this was in the left minister's residence, and that Li Xian was from the background of the house of Xianwang, and that His Majesty both held him in very high regard, With his temper, he would have even made a move directly against Li Xian. This kid looked weak and definitely couldn't take a punch from him. And Li Xian had completely enraged him with that just now. Li Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at Lu Shukuan in front of him. He also felt that the big guy in front of him was a bit brainless. Of course he felt that what he had said was, indeed, a bit of a rush. But in this kind of public occasion, when others have publicly humiliated you, if you still can't fight back, then it's not reasonable. He is not without any reliance. Li Xian said indifferently. So what if I say it? So what if I don't? Li Xian can see that this kid's family belongs to the kind of martial arts family, and then associated with the right phase Lu Yunqing before really is a military general. It can be figured out. Facing Li Xian's gaze, Lu Shukuan didn't say anything, he just continued to force his eyes. I heard that part of the conversation just now. If you kneel down and apologize, I'll take that as a word you never said. Otherwise I'll beat you up. I can't even control my own force if I step out. So you're either dead or crippled. Choose for yourself. Speaking of which, Lu Shukuan still had a forced look. He is the grandson of the right Prime Minister Lu Yunqing. The right Prime Minister had fought a lot of battles, and control of the Dacian army, so as the grandson of the right Prime Minister Lu Shukuan, naturally inherited some of the momentum of the military, coupled with the childhood exercise over there. So he speaks with his own momentum, the impact of the strong. Moreover, he was also a martial artist, although he was only a beginner martial artist. To these unarmed literati scholars in front of him, he was a crushing presence. Your name is Lu Shukuan, right? Li Xian likewise said. I was quite interested in you because of your name, but now I'm not interested. How about you try to see if you can beat me up? I'll just stand here and you do it. How about it? When these words were said, everyone was staring at Li Xian with wide eyes. Incredulously, Zhou Ting and Wu Yu were shocked. They continuously gave Li Xian a look, but Li Xian was indifferent. The two were anxious, but at the moment, they didn't know what to do. The Li Xian in front of him was the equivalent of bumping into a gun himself. Wouldn't that be shocking? Offered to let this dude from the Lu family beat himself up. That's not putting the other side in the eye of the beholder. Lu Shukuan was a martial artist, and it was easy to kill an ordinary person. However, they could also hear that Li Xian was also angry, because what was said in that passage was really excessive. How can a new scholar kneel? This was a clear indication that he didn't intend to give face to Lin Shi, nor did he intend to give face to Li Xian. So this conflict, without a big shot coming out today, I'm afraid that it would be very difficult to reconcile. And Lin Shi, it's also true that he can't help this Lu Shukuan. Seeing this scene, Shinhao was filled with excitement. Today this kid, he's definitely finished. Even dare to provoke Lu Shukuan, even he faces Lu Shukuan. Have to be respectful, that Li Xian is just a new scholar, plus a Xian Wanfu background. And what can be crazy place? Shu Yun personally stood here, but he didn't dare to talk to Lu Shukuan like that. This kid, he's still a little too young. Lu Shukuan heard this sentence, immediately a burst of strange looking at Li Xian. He found that the expression of this kid does not seem to be fake. This is a caricature of a laugh. Directly towards the face of Li Xian, a fist smashed over. His temperament also did not allow Li Xian to provoke him. Li Xian's face was indifferent as he faced Lu Shukuan in front of him. Stop! Lin Shi was startled. A middle-aged man not far from Lin Shi's side directly moved at this moment, because Li Xian was a guest of their left minister's mansion. If something happened to him here, the left minister would definitely be unable to absolve himself of the blame. So as a martial artist protecting Lin Shi's side, he was duty-bound. It was just a kid who had entered the martial master at the beginning, so he naturally didn't put it in front of his eyes. As this person stopped in front of Li Xian, Lu Shukuan sneered, I've noticed you long ago. If they were to fight him, perhaps the other party would be able to maneuver around for a moment or two, or at least protect Li Xian temporarily. But to say that pure defense is pure torture, the size of the two sides, it's just not in the same order of magnitude. He just said that he didn't know what to do when he struck, and that was it. Don't look at the fact that he had only entered the martial master realm for the first time, but today's Lu Shukuan was already able to fight with many old-timers of the martial master realm, back and forth. This is still the right sensei's accomplished martial artist. As for some of the martial arts masters in this left minister's residence, it really didn't put him in his place. Then Lu Shukuan threw a punch, and it landed with a bang in front of this person's purely defensive arms. At this moment, the left minister's martial artist's face changed abruptly, and then with everyone's jaws dropping, this person directly grazed Li Xian's body and flew backwards into a dozen meters away behind him. All of them, full of consternation. I did not expect that this Imperial City dude, boxing and kicking strength is so strong. Before just heard that this Lu Shukuan is very powerful. Now after seeing it, finally have a clear perception. I heard that he had only just stepped into the martial master category, but why was he so powerful? Even the veteran martial artist of the left minister's house couldn't block it. Lu Shukuan faced Li Xian and threw a punch again. This time, it was really overwhelming. There were some people that had their eyes closed. It was as if they had already seen Li Xian fall to the ground, dying. Some people's gazes trembled and they couldn't bear to look at them. That Li Xian. I'm afraid that he's going to suffer the greatest calamity today. Chapter 111 The Prime Minister's Arrival. Lu family dude. Indeed. Not others can be compared. Mainly because of this guy itself. In the military exercise for many years. So even if he is a dude, but also is not an ordinary person, the war power is really extremely strong. In the nick of time, Lu Shukuan's fist strength, however, strangely stopped abruptly at a place 1 inch in front of Li Xian's face. Everyone, with a puzzled look, looked at this scene. That punch didn't go down? Could it be that Lu Shukuan is simply just scaring Lordly? Only Li Xian, who was on the opposite side of Lu Shukuan, realized that something was wrong. That is, Lu Shukuan's face was filled with horror. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and even the other party's body seemed to be trembling slightly. Realizing this, Li Xian finally exhaled. Switching to the opposite viewpoint, Lu Shukuan suddenly saw that behind Li Xian, an old eunuch appeared. The other party's figure flickered, but the other party directly stopped him. Everyone present didn't notice the old eunuch. It was because he was the only one who was a martial master level existence, and even if he himself had just entered the martial master, he had few enemies amongst the martial masters, because he was born with divine power. Therefore, as long as it wasn't a top martial artist making a move, he was fearless. Let's stop in moderation. At the moment Lu Shukuan just saw the eunuch, a very strange and old and shrill voice also appeared inside Lu Shukuan's head. The guttural voice made his pupils slam shut and his body shiver. That is the Qianguo Zongshi, the most mysterious existence in the Qian kingdom besides His Majesty. For this Qianguo eunuch chief, Lu Shukuan had seen a few faces before. His old man let him worship each other as a teacher. Only the other party checked his root bones, said that it was indeed born with divine power, but this type of person, not suitable for his disciple. Here's some of their previous encounters. The reason he was trembling might have some correlation with the patriarch's aura, but it really wasn't the main cause. The real reason was that Li Xian was actually being followed by a patriarchal figure. Following him around for close protection? What kind of honor is this? What a treat! It's simply unheard of and unseen. Patriarch figure, that is even the most honored emperor of Dakian. All polite existence. His old man faced this kind of character. Have to be polite. Do not dare to have the slightest negligence. Not to mention himself. Lu Shukuan's fist just stopped an inch in front of Li Xian, unable to continue. This scene also caused everyone to be startled, including that Lin Shi of the left minister's mansion, who had truly never thought that a small clash between the two of them would develop to this point. Finding that Lu Shukuan didn't continue, Lin Shi was relieved. This guy had a short temper, and no one in the entire Great Qian Imperial City knew about it. But the strange thing about him is that this kid closing his hand makes him very incomprehensible. Why does he still look sweaty? What the hell happened? A child of the Lu family. So much for not giving face to the guests of my house? Suddenly came a voice that made everyone look over there. Only then did he realize that a man with a majestic face had appeared at the side of the crowd. The moment they saw this man, everyone was startled, and then they all bowed in unison and said in a panic, "Greetings, Prime Minister! Greetings, Prime Minister! The left minister is here." With some whispering, even that Lu Shukuan, with some difficulty, looked towards the left minister Lin Shuren. And at this time, that eunuch-in-chief, however, had also left silently, as if no one could discover the other party except him. It wasn't that the patriarch had disappeared, but that no one would notice him. There might be times when the person was just standing over there, but the vast majority of people who saw him would automatically ignore him. And that was the terror of the patriarch. After seeing Lin Shuren, Lu Shukuan Fong reacted a little. He promptly bowed his head and said, "Sorry, just now. It was the fault of the late generation." The late generation apologizes. Even if he hadn't experienced the first moment of the patriarch's intimidation. In fact, when he saw Lin Shuren, Lu Shukuan had to treat him respectfully. It's a matter of courtesy between latecomers and elders. And Lin Xian is the left prime minister of the Great Qian. A person under the existence of 10,000 people is not an ordinary person. His grandfather Lu Yunqing, on this Lin Xian, is very scrupulous, said the other party is a very powerful person. So, Lu Shukuan has a great attitude. Lin Shuren also looked at Lu Yunqing's grandson in surprise, and seemed to be a little surprised in his heart. How could the Lu family's descendants, who were consistently not short-tempered, be so good at talking and have just managed to restrain themselves? Lin Xian some think not understand, but also said lightly, Li Xian little friend tonight, is my Fei's house of the guest of honor? Today the old man temporarily have something to do. Then let the grandson Lin Shi simple settle it too. Did not think you are here, will be so treat people? When you go back, waiting to let your grandfather to chastise it. The old man will not say anything superfluous words. While the left minister was speaking, that Shen Hao lowered his head, not daring to raise his head at all. Good thing that the left minister also cannot see him as a person. Even the eyes have not been placed on him for a moment, so Shen Hao is also a big sigh of relief. Only then did Lin Shiren retract his gaze and looked at Li Xian, smiling and saying, little friend, forgive me for my poor hospitality. I didn't come over here first, I'm over here to apologize to you. In the face of the left prime minister so courtesy seen, Li Xian immediately exuded a flattered expression. Said, left the prime minister is overstated. Is the next official some time ago? A time in the center of the storm. So some of the heart is just terrified. Hope that the left prime minister can be disregarded this matter. In this way, the matter was naturally easily dissolved. Li Xian didn't see it either. And that patriarch stepped in to help. Of course, it wasn't that he had an iron head, not to mention a hard life, but he knew that there was someone protecting him, just that he couldn't realize it, and he knew that the person was a grandmaster. These were the words that he himself had said to himself 2 days ago when he was drinking highly alcoholic beverages with a master of the house of the Sage King once. That's why after that, Li Xian's heart was somewhat stabilized. This is an expert that the empress has arranged for him, a clan master. Basically, as long as you don't make a fool of yourself, you can walk horizontally anywhere. Of course you have to be in a position of reason. If not, Li Xian wouldn't dare to bet that the other party would not help him. He was in possession just now, and he bet that the other man would help himself. Looking at that Lu Shukuan, perhaps his temptation was fulfilled. If it wasn't for the other party stopping him, he might have to be beaten to death. Thinking about some of the situations just now, Li Xian still felt some excitement. Next, the left minister took Li Xian over here, and after introducing a few Dakian second and third grade officials, he let Li Xian walk around alone over here. Of course before leaving, the left minister still took Li Xian aside and looked at him with a smile. Chapter 112 Too much of a libertine. Under the smile of the left minister, Li Xian winced and respectfully arched his hand. If the prime minister has something to say, there's no harm in saying it. This old man's heart definitely runs deep. Li Xian stood with this old man. At this time felt uncomfortable all over, and could not wait to leave. Not to mention being alone. In the future, absolutely can be avoided to avoid. It felt as if there were thousands of ants crawling on my body. Lin Shiren heard this sentence, but then said meaningfully, little friendly, that paper making and porcelain making, is also your invention, right? One sentence was like a thunderbolt descending, striking Li Xian's scalp to the point of numbness. It's amazing that he knew about it. Is it possible that the left minister is his father-in-law? No way. Li Xian thought of this for a moment, but then rejected. First of all, the left minister and the empress is not a camp. The left and right two ministers of the camp, just for their own clan services, and even can say, the empress now hate the left and right two ministers. Get rid of it, and how can it be a camp of people? So with this, Li Xian knew that the left minister was not his mysterious old husband. Then in that case, the left minister can say just that sentence to himself. Does it mean that the other party just relies on guessing and guesses this matter? Of course, it is possible that he just wanted to ask for confirmation or two, so he did not directly assert that he had invented it, but called himself over specifically and then asked a question. If he had been certain, he would have been afraid that he would not have talked to himself like that long ago. After he had just finished speaking, the left minister had been observing Li Xian. The Li Xian of that moment, although his heart was tightened with thoughts, he really didn't show much content, so the mind to hear. Li Xian then only calmly arched his hand. Fearful said, Prime Minister jokes, for that rice paper and porcelain, Li Mao is also very hopeful that the next official himself, but unfortunately the ideal and reality, there is still a big gap, because Li Xian felt that the other party was a bit of a wimp. There was no such thing as awe, especially some officials in this ancient times. Li Xian is even more in the preconceived not much reverence, so he said the words, can be described as not humble, and even vaguely a hint of flattered, which is naturally pretending, showing a sense of trepidation that it's clearly not him, but is mistaken for him by others. It's safe to say it's a moment of acting that does pull out all the stops. The left minister looked at Li Xian thoughtfully, and a strange look flashed under his eyes. Could he have guessed wrongly? It wasn't this kid Li Xian, but in the imperial city so far, who else could possibly have invented these besides Li Xian? There's really no one else. That was the reason why he chose the object of his suspicion on Li Xian. But now, looking at Li Xian's appearance. It seems that this kid did not do it again. Otherwise, but a young man, being asked by himself so much, would have long been revealed. The left prime minister's mind to this point, only then nodded and said, well, it is all right, Li Xiaoyu next if you have any mind. You can feel free to come to the side of the phase house. The old man has already said with the steward to understand. They will not block you. This phase house Li Xiaoyu feel free to come and go. Even if paper making and porcelain making were not invented by Li Xian. But Li Xian's play at that time in the palace hall still made the left minister like it very much. In that case, he naturally had to pull some strings. It would be a shame not to take such a talent into his camp. Although he felt that he might not be able to compete with the empress this time, because the empress's side of the emperor was very serious about Li Xian. But it was said that he even had martial arts masters close by to protect him, which was a privilege that no one had ever had before. Thanks to the prime minister, Li Xian clasped his fists and quickly left this side. The next thing, it is much simpler, that Lu Shukuan and Xin Hao has left the left minister's residence. Apparently also do not want to continue to discuss uncomfortable here. Just when Li Xian felt bored and wanted to leave this side, a middle-aged man, however, reappeared beside him. Li Xian raised an eyebrow as he was about to speak, while the middle-aged man directly clasped his fists. The man seemed polite, but in reality, he said condescendingly, Lord Li, can I borrow a step to speak? Li Xian sensed that the other party was more arrogant than even the left minister, and said lightly, this lord, you might as well just say it outright. No one near you or me can hear it. Hearing Li Xian say this person also had some displeasure on his face, but he still tried his best to restrain himself and said, I am the Marquis of Prosperity, Shen Wanhan. After all, this was the left minister's mansion, not some random place. He, Shen Wanhan, is also not a person of the left minister's house, but a person of the right minister. So in this left minister's mansion, he needed to show some relative restraint. As for Li Xian looking for trouble on his side 3 times, he really had little interest in Li Xian, and if the right side had a few interests in him, it was also the right side's business and had nothing to do with him. He had come this time with a very obvious purpose. That's for Xin Hui. Li Xian also knew all about it. So he said, the Marquis came to me because of that Xin Hui matter? When he heard Li Xian said so, Xin Wanhan nodded and said, that Xin Hui did do wrong, but the crime is not to death. So I hope that Lord Li gives Xin a little face. Let that Xin Hui go. So, can also make a good karma with my easy Marquis house? What does Lord Li think? Li Xian was silent for a moment and asked again, does the Marquis know? What is my identity? Aren't you the magistrate of the imperial city of Dichen? Shen Wanhan said with a frown, what the hell is this kid? Shady as hell, trying to say? The Marquis really said right. I am the imperial city magistrate. Then I asked the Marquis again, that couple's daughter, is it by that Xin Hui to death? Do you think that according to the laws of Dakian? What crime should he be guilty of? Li Xian asked again. Shen Wanhan's expression immediately became a bit icy. This kid's got a lot of nerve. Under Li Xian's words, Shen Wanhan narrowed his eyes and said, so, Lord Li is not going to give Xin this face? The Marquis is overstated. Li Xian clasped his fists and said faintly, Marquis, let me ask you, if your daughter suffers from this, and someone finds me and wants my officer to give him a face, do you want my officer to give him this face? Shen Wanhan's expression grew colder and colder. How dare he be here, talking to himself about this useless crap? Marquis, it is not that I want to kill him, but the left minister wants to kill him. The left minister does not want to kill him, and there is nothing I can do about it. Do you think so? Li Xian continued. At this time, Shen Wanhan also took a deep breath and stared dead at Li Xian. This kid, as an imperial city magistrate, even if he was a new scholarly origin, he hadn't been a bit too licentious. He was so upset that he even wanted to thwart Li Xian. Chapter 113 Guests at Home. After Shen Wanhan took another look at Li Xian, he directly whisked his sleeves away. Apparently he also knew that there was no point in saying anymore. Li Xian looked at Shen Wanhan's back and shook his head before thinking nothing more. He had someone behind him to protect him, and it was the empress at that. Such backing made Li Xian feel great. Therefore, he is not afraid of any threats, at least so far. It is, when he was doing something, the right relative grandson Lu Shukuan, he could not care about it, not to mention a free marquis. As long as he has the upper hand, he is fearless. Next, some more people came to Li Xian's side, looking at him with admiration. In their words, they were very polite. Obviously they also knew what exactly had just happened. I heard that this kid didn't even put Lu Xiang's own grandson in his eyes, and the other party had just lost the battle. It was indeed a bull. Bold and talented. Such people are actually admired wherever they are. For a while, there was just some bragging and patting. Some people were even discussing that he would be dismissed from his official position within a few days and that something would happen to him within a few days. And when they realized that Li Xian had walked over, they burst into awkward laughter. Li Xian felt bored and still quickly left this side of the sangha. When he returned to the house, naturally, the sedan chair of the left minister's house also sent him. The distance wasn't far or close, and Li Xian didn't want to walk back himself. When the sedan chair stopped, that left minister's house steward also quickly clasped his fists and said meaningfully, "Lord Li, the left minister entrusted me to say a word to you. He said that the minister's house is open for you at any time. As for the matter of the Marquis of Prosperity's house, you don't need to worry about that. He hopes that you can continue to punish the evil and carry out the good and not live up to His Majesty's high hopes." Li Xian nodded, then walked into the middle of the Li mansion. After arriving at the Li mansion, Li Xian looked at the departing sangha sedan chair outside the door and pondered for a while. The left minister is afraid that he still has not been able to eliminate some of his doubts. Today's test, perhaps only to solve a moment of trouble, perhaps the next more trouble, will come one after another. And something happened tonight that made him realize he was inadequate. He's still too far down the pecking order and needs to capitalize on the momentum. Let's say that Lu Shukuan, assuming that the people standing in front of him were Qi Xian and Chui Feng, who were also unarmed, would he dare to make a move? Definitely wouldn't dare. It's a sure thing. Above the Great Hall at that time, their grandfather noble left and right two prime ministers. The fart did not dare to put a word, let alone when the grandson of them. So it's true that one is a little worse for wear these days. The empress's protection was only temporary. After all, the threat of Qi and Shu was still present. If the threat of Qi and Shu is gone, or if Qi and Shu have declared war on this side, so when the time comes, what is he going to do about it? When the time comes for the bare bones commander, he is afraid that it will be a bit difficult for him. If it is not secretly protect yourself, that person, stop Lu Shukuan words, afraid of the current self, has long been lying in bed, seriously injured. Facing that kind of martial arts expert, Li Xian thought to himself that he did not have the slightest ability to resist. I'm afraid that Lu Shukuan can call out that expert of the Xianwangfu. Li Xian had a lot on his mind. He naturally wanted to become a martial arts expert, but Lu Qingxue had also said that this current base of his own was just too poor. Now with his foundation, even if he kept practicing, it wouldn't mean much. At most he would be able to practice to be 3 or 5 people of his age like this, and that would be the end of it. As for wanting to be like Lu Qingxue, let's just forget about it. At least Li Xian felt that it was impossible in this life. Although this world was a common ancient low martial arts world, the threat of some martial arts experts to him was actually still very high, such as the masked man who had punched himself. So want to enhance the strength, want to protect themselves, want to marry that cheap wife of his. It seems that now, or not, always feel that something is missing. Could it be that this is the reason why the cheap wife of his has not been willing to see him until now? Li Xian shook his head and finally looked at Springflower and Autumn Moon, who were moving things around the courtyard. That sister is really beautiful and kind-hearted. Yes, it's the first time I've seen such a beautiful girl, especially the osmanthus cake she brought. It's really so delicious. It's simply the most delicious food on earth. Since I grew up, I've never eaten food as delicious as osmanthus cake, and now I'm all relishing it. You say, how can there be such a beautiful girl under the sky? I think that the Ningxuan girl that was rumored to be very mysterious in that imperial city is not as good looking as that girl. She's like a fairy walking out of a painting, making me a little overshadowed. The two maids, Springflower and Autumn Moon, chattered away. Li Xian froze, and immediately walked over and asked with a frown, "What sister? What words are you talking about?" Autumn Moon let out a yah. It seemed that she was startled, and only after realizing that it was Gengzi did her eyes light up, curving into the shape of a crescent moon as she said sweetly, "Young master, you're finally back." Back to young master. It's that time today, almost evening. A very good-looking sister from our family came to visit our home, and then is now being a guest in the inner courtyard. He also likes that sister very much, and it seems that she is also that neighbor next door to us. And the young master even brought osmanthus cake over before. You saw it when you went in. Springflower also hurriedly explained. For some acquaintances, they will naturally not stop anything. Li Xian froze for a moment before returning to the inner courtyard vigilantly. Soon, Li Xian saw 3 people were swinging in the inner courtyard yard. Xiaowen was pushing the swing rhythmically for Yi. Yi was enjoying the swing while chewing a small piece of soft osmanthus cake in her mouth. Her 2 little feet were crossed and the corners of her mouth were rippling with flowers. The little expression on Yi's face showed that she was enjoying herself very much. As for Yi's side, there was a young girl in plain clothes with a stunning appearance. The young girl was chatting with Yi, but soon, she looked over to Li Xian's side. After realizing that Li Xian had come to the inner courtyard, the young girl under the color of the night, likewise froze for a moment. She then arrived beside Li Xian with a smile on her brow, bringing a fragrant breeze with her as she owed her body modestly and said, "Concubine Ningxuang, I have met Lord Li." Li Xian, Chapter 114 Strange Patience. So how did you get out of there? At night, in the middle of the Li mansion, Li Xian and Ningxuan walked in a place far away from the others. Li Xian gently wrinkled his eyebrows. He was really surprised that this next-door neighbor was Ningxuan, the flower leader of the Begonia Pavilion. The site he's talking about is, naturally, the Begonia Pavilion. It's not easy to redeem herself with her reputation. At least, it would take several thousand taels of silver. If she didn't redeem herself, there was no way she could have walked out of the Begonia Pavilion. That kind of place was a prison-like existence for people like Ningxuan. To put it nicely, this type of purser sells her art, not her body. To put it bluntly, the Begonia court is a place that specializes in serving men, regardless of whether she is a Puritan or an ordinary woman. In the end, it is difficult to escape that kind of end. Therefore, at this moment when Li Xian saw that Ningxuan was at home, he was truly surprised to the core. This was followed by a moment of caution. Gongzi, Ningfang has saved some silver money over the years, plus the status of Ningfang, so the Begonia Pavilion does not have too much constraints on Ningfang. As for the mansion next door, indeed is the Gelfrost some days ago to buy down. Gelfrost want to be neighbors with the gentleman, and Gelfrost personally do the osmanthus cake. Yi is also very like, by the way the gentleman, she, is your daughter? Ningxuan's voice was soft and sticky, ringing beside Li Xian's ears at the moment, also causing Li Xian's heart to have quite a few ripples. Every time he faced Ningxuan, Li Xian would be a bit uncomfortable. This young girl is just a little too seductive. In fact, this was also what was puzzling in Ningxuan's mind. It is reasonable to say that Li Xian is hard, not to be hard, so how can he have a daughter? Although she has not been touched by a man so far, and the palace sand is still there, it is logical that she should not know anything. However, due to the environment that Ningxuan was in, so naturally she had been exposed to some of the knowledge about how a woman could accomplish childbearing and how to serve her guests, and she also knew that if a man couldn't get it up, he definitely wouldn't be able to complete that step, and naturally, it would be impossible for him to have an heir with a woman. That's the most important step. Plus Li Xian's wife also seems to be a transparent person. Never heard Li Xian said, never seen each other, is it that? This daughter is just a reason for him to reject others, so that others know that he is a normal person. And in fact, the other party is just a somewhat intelligent and lovely ordinary little girl. And Li Xian does not have any blood relationship? Like the two maids, Spring Flower and Autumn Moon? Thinking of this, Ningxuan also felt that she was afraid that this guess of hers was not far from the truth. Li Xian didn't know what was going on in Ningxuan's mind. If he knew that because of Chu Yun's wild speculations, he had such a reputation in the young girl's heart, maybe he would really look for that kid to fight for his life. At this moment, he also just sighed and helplessly said to the other party, Miss Ningxuan, I really don't have much interest in you. Hopefully it's known. Although Li Xian felt that it was no big deal for his daughter Yi to meet someone, but she still couldn't meet too many people. There were some things that were too much, and she was afraid that it would bring trouble to her wife's side, so this time it really belonged to the broken. But unexpectedly Ning Frost smiled and said, Gongzi is overstating the case. Frost does not have too much heart. Frost will buy the mansion on this side, but also just want to be a neighbor with Gongzi. Does Gongzi think that Frost is that kind of prodigal person? Must let himself to Gongzi betting is not? In fact, she had already redeemed herself with the Begonia Pavilion side, but she just didn't say anything to Li Xian. Some things don't mean much when you say them. Li Xian, it's a statement that is still very embarrassing. He let out a bitter smile and hurriedly cupped his fists and said, It is my abruptness, or thanks to the girl's osmanthus cake. That pastry is very delicious. Just that it is already late in the day. Li Xian as if he meant it. It was getting late before he returned from the Sangha. Not to mention, it's now, which is not a time for hospitality. Father, Sister Ningxuan is very nice, and this is the first friend I've met. After Yi realized that Li Xian and Ningxuan had walked here, she hurriedly chased after him and pulled Li Xian's arm, smiling sweetly. Even if she was no matter how vigilant she was actually just an ordinary 6-year-old girl, so naturally she couldn't have too much of a watchful mind. Ning Frost also didn't want to embarrass Li Xian, so she said, Frost knows, try to come here during the day in the future. Sister will go back first. Come back again when you have the chance. No way. Why don't you stay and sleep with me? Daddy doesn't even sleep with me anyway. Yi took Ningxuan's hand and wouldn't let go. Li Xian's eyelids jumped. Ning Frost, on the other hand, squatted down and touched Yi's head, full of love and said, No need. Sister is better to go back. There is a chance to say. Gongzi. Frost said goodbye. After saying these words, Ningxuan left this side of the Li mansion. Yi, on the other hand, was looking at Ningxuan's back with some reluctance. Ningxuan made her feel good and wanted to get close. This kind of feeling was really rare. It just seems like she has a bit of a strange mind for daddy. Yi thought of that for a split second, but quickly threw away the strange thought. How can any other girl have a heart for daddy? Daddy has his mother. Xiaoan took the initiative to walk out to see off Ningxuan and close the door, while Li Xian looked at Yi and said, "When did she come?" "That time in the afternoon. By the way, father, that sister is so beautiful. Apart from mother, it's the first time I've seen such a beautiful girl. Do you think she's beautiful, father?" Yi was very happy to talk to Li Xian, and didn't even care about Li Xian coming home late. He can't say anything if it's beautiful or not. Who knows if this daughter will tattle on her mother. Li Xian sighed. In fact, he wanted Yi not to see that condensed cream. After all, the heart of defense, her mother sent her to her own side, itself is to avoid some unnecessary trouble. But come all came, things are also known. So the words came to his mouth. Li Xian did not say anything again. It's also unfair to Yi to meet with just a handful of people when she's here all by herself. Daughter's safety is certainly important, but also can't say that a person is missing. So after thinking about it, Li Xian picked up Yi, and didn't say anything about not being allowed to see Ningxuan words in the future. He could tell that Yi was very fond of the Ningxuan girl who was about 10 years older than her. Perhaps it was also his own guardedness that was too strong, but there was no need to hide his daughter so tightly, and it was good to let her see people for a little while. Qi Territory, a small town with a population of tens of thousands. This place is adjacent to several popular cities in Qi, and is a transit place for many travelers as well as merchants. So naturally, people come and go in an endless stream, and the nightlife is very rich, and there are even several greenhouses in the city, which is considered one of the most lively small towns in Qi. Turning the clock back a little, just one day after the year, the same point in time when Li Xian had made a splash at the temple examination, the city's medical center, however, received a strange patient. Chapter 115 Shen Hui's death. The patient himself, not surprisingly, was a merchant who traveled from country to country trading rice paper. The recent Great Qian has invented two things that have made the entire range of the three kingdoms very keen. One is the rice paper, a natural porcelain. These two commodities let the Qian trade deficit directly reversed, earned a lot of silver in the past, and so far Qi Chu two countries within the territory. Many people will be very respected Qian's rice paper and porcelain. So because of the circulation of these two commodities, but also led to the three countries of the trade between the three countries, many more businessmen to and from the three countries, which compared to last year, and even many years ago, is never before the scene. It is very scary to realize that bamboo slips have been completely replaced in many places within the Three Kingdoms region. The rice paper industry on the Great Qian side has long since expanded many times over. As for this businessman who came to the medical center, the man's symptoms were very strange. He had a severe fever, pain in his joints, weakness in his limbs, shivering, and on his limbs and face, a number of somewhat oozy-looking red spots. Looking at the bizarre symptoms of the patient in front of him, the old physician of the medical center was at a loss. In the end, he could only follow the ordinary fever disease, gave this person a prescription for some fever-reducing medicine, was dragged on a stretcher by his companions to take away. After another 10 days or so, this merchant, who was originally taken away, was completely gone from the world of men. This time period coincided with that time when Li Xian was waiting to be appointed as the county magistrate, and he didn't know that such a thing had happened in the faraway Qi country. Even the people of Qi couldn't have taken it too seriously. There are too many people dying every minute of every day in this world, and at this time of the merchant's death, the old physician of the medical center similarly high fever with a red rash. Then the medical center directly closed the door to shut down. Of course, in this 10 days or so, the old physician similarly to help a lot of people to receive a diagnosis. The symptoms are basically the same. Some people are serious, and some people are not serious. As for the merchant beside, during the period there are also a lot of companions, scattering each left, even back to the Qiyu and Qixuan line, also passed nearby. But after they sensed that something was wrong with the town, they were actually smart enough to choose a detour. Once a person reaches the realm of the patriarch, he will be able to detect something different, even if he can't detect the spread of the disease, but he can smell the air, filled with a different smell of blood. Daiqian. A few days later, the one where the Delizi went straight through the household ministry, sentenced Shen Hui to be beheaded in 3 days. After this matter was spread out, it made all the people of the imperial city, sure, one after another. The people, at this moment, have shouted that Li Xian is a parent official who works for the welfare of the people. Such a county magistrate is really for many ordinary people to esteem. After all, this easy marquee background of Shen Hui are to be executed. It was a feat that had likewise eluded Willow Creek during his reign. However, last time, Lu Shi was found in trouble and almost died. What about the current Lord Li Xianli? Will something happen too? For a while, many people were worried for Li Xian, fearing that if Lord Li executed a bad guy this time, his life safety would be threatened. So the most talked about thing in the imperial city was this matter. Some people felt that something would happen to Lord Li, while others felt that Lord Li was a new scholar and had been personally rewarded by the empress, and had a much higher status than Lu Shi, so nothing would happen to him. For a while regarding some of Li Xian's next situations, the ordinary people of the imperial city were divided into two factions, and the discussion was lively every day. In this case, 3 days later, Shen Hui, in the imperial city vegetable market street to the south of an open space, began to ask the beheading. On this day, outside the vacant lot on Vegetable Market Street, there were many ordinary people gathered around, the kind that couldn't be seen at a glance. Surrounding them were fully assembled government officials, maintaining order. In this matter, Li Xian naturally didn't go, because there's no point in him going, and went just to see a guy killed? There was nothing to see in killing people. Instead it made him a little physically ill. Beheading this kind of thing is really unseen for him. Even if he has seen it on the internet, he still feels some psychological and physiological double discomfort, so he won't go to that hustle. This ancient time is really still a bit of a tough folk, surprisingly not afraid. Today's Li Xian, realizing that there was nothing going on at the county office, came back home early. He gave Yi and Shaoan a lesson and answered some of the questions that the two children had accumulated in recent days, and with such time, the morning quickly passed. At noon, Shu Yun found Li Xian, intending to bring some more heart sickness divine pills over to his mother's side, and in the meantime, also have a good chat with Li Xian. The two of them hadn't seen each other for a while, and Shu Yun's complexion, lately, had gotten a lot better. Mentioning that Shen Hui, Shu Yun said with some emotion, knife starting and ending ah, it's really sharp. I wonder if that Shen Hui regretted the things he did before he died. Li Xian smiled and asked, you think he regrets it? Perhaps. I have seen him wet his pants. Really disgraceful, but are going to die. Disgraceful or not is not very meaningful. Anyway, just so a moment of things, if I say or cheat that kid, should be lynched to death. Let him experience the feeling that life is worse than death. So taste all the pain. In order to vent their anger, I'm sorry. Shu Yun directly poo-pooed it. For that type of person, Shu Yun felt that the other party was not worthy of death, and Shen Hui died a little too easy. While the young girls and human wives he brutalized suffered a lot of pain before they died, so it's very unfair. He was fond of beauty, but he took the formal way. He never forced a woman to do things she didn't like to do. This was Chu Yun's principle, and also the reasoning of dealing with people in the world. As for Shen Hao, who prefers wives, he felt that the other party was insulting him by calling him one of the 4 great dudes of the imperial city, including Lin Shi, Lu Shukuan, and he, Shu Yun himself, actually didn't have too much black material, and wouldn't have anything too bad in mind for ordinary people, especially in a bully kind of situation. Lin Shi and Lu Shukuan, the grandsons of the left and right ministers respectively, were naturally subject to more restrictions and could not bully others at will. As for him, Chu Yun is just staying in the greenhouses and casinos. In fact, when it comes down to it, there's really nothing that qualifies as a big crime. We're all in it together, and it's a fair deal. But that Shen Hao, however, completely relied on the relationship of the Marquis of Easy, and bullied others in the imperial city. Li Xian shook his head and said, Brother Chu, you don't know the evil of human nature. He is just afraid. Not feeling wrong. These are two concepts. You have to be clear before you can do that. There have been far too many of these people throughout the ages. It wasn't death on the line, so maybe he really wouldn't be too scared. Even some days ago, Shen Hui felt that the Easy Marquis had saved him. It was only the moment before he was escorted to be beheaded that Shen Hui was truly afraid. Shu Yun sighed. Brother Li, in fact, my brother came here today, is to say a few things to you, about today's early dynasty. Recently, well, something happened. You need to pay special attention to it. Chapter 116 Godlike Plague. These days, Shu Yun even knew that Miss Ning Xuan lived next door to Li Xian in this matter. He was, by all accounts, very well informed. If there was a specific reason, Shu Yun really did not know. He only learned through Boss Chi's mouth that Miss Ning Xuan was still in the Begonia Pavilion externally, but internally, she had already paid the ransom silver and left the Begonia Pavilion, and even took away a few of the maids over at the Begonia Pavilion. And Miss Ning Xuan's real purpose might be Li Xian. It was strange that she still made such a decision even though she knew about Brother Li's health condition. This made Chu Yun sad. Miss Ning Xuan should have picked him. He's good too. It really upset him for a long time. I'm afraid that in the future, it will be difficult to get a kiss. It's just a shame that Brother Lee. Thinking of this, Shu Yun sighed again. He really meant it. In fact, Shu Yun was not too jealous of Li Xian, but just felt that it was a pity that he was unable to accomplish some of the things he wanted to accomplish for him. Li Xian interrupted Shu Yun's mind and asked, "What is it?" "The matter of the morning court." Shu Yun specially came to inform himself. "Is something wrong?" "And there's more than one. The first thing is that inside a town on the Qi side, it is rumored that there is a large civilian death, inexplicably dead, as if there are quite a lot of people. This since the beginning of spring, one after another died hundreds of people. The officials there originally wanted to suppress, but he later found out that something is wrong, only to report to the court of Qi, and then our people also rushed to bring back the news. At first there are only 1 or 2 cases, and recently it seems to be more quite a lot of this year. I'm afraid that things will not be less," Shu Yun explained. Li Xian froze when he heard these words. "Inexplicable death?" Afterward, Li Xian said gruffly, "Could it be an infectious disease?" "Infectious disease?" Shu Yun was similarly stunned upon hearing these words, then swallowed and tentatively said, "The thing that Brother Li said is the plague?" Even Shu Yun was a bit shocked when he said this word. Plague is still a scary word, to be honest, although he has not much ability, but also well read. As the son of the world, he is really exposed to a lot of content, naturally that know what the plague is. Every time one erupts, it takes a lot of lives. The key is that this thing, but also has a very high degree of contagiousness. Once infected a piece, even if not dead, will have to shed layers of skin, go through a very painful stage. Very scary. Li Xian nodded and said gruffly, "I suggest that you keep an eye on this matter in Qi. If it is a plague, you must respond to it sooner rather than later. Even if it happens in Qi, Xiangua, will have to swiftly stop trade with the 2 countries of Qi and Chu, especially in terms of people coming and going, and you will need to keep me informed of the progress. It's very important." Why did the plague cause mass casualties in this ancient setting? It's not because it's not taken too seriously, and because they don't know how to quarantine, and people's hygiene is so poor that it's the biggest factor in the plague running rampant. So when he heard about the plague, Li Xian was really shocked. This body of his, he doesn't have any antibodies right now. This was the body of a purely natural Li village villager, although a little younger, but the degree of vulnerability can be imagined. For the plague, this kind of information, Li Xian is really sensitive, because it is really a threat to him. Combined with the fact that there was little sense of protection in ancient times, any contagious disease was likely to have serious consequences. Shu Yun nodded gruffly. Li Xian asked, "Is there more?" Shu Yun was startled by the plague remark, which wiped the sweat liquid and continued. "There is. Today, during the morning court, His Majesty's side announced the establishment of a special department, called What Genie Way to Come. For brother is not too clear. Only know that this department, just to the empress alone responsible, only accept the empress's orders, and then monitor the 100 officials, can in some cases, first to kill." Hearing these words, Li Xian was equally surprised. "I'll go. This old man of his is too powerful, isn't he?" Not long ago he just gave the other side of the advice. The result of the back foot of the old man gave the empress, and then the empress really used, and will be this brocade guards, to the direct replica? It's still unexpected. Is that high and mighty empress of Deqian really so obedient to persuasion? All that he had said with the aid of his old husband's mouth had so far been rolled out. This made Li Xian feel incredulous. Li Xian asked again, "Then will the 100 officials not agree?" Of course they don't agree. They kneel down in the palace during the morning court to protest in all kinds of ways, but they still let His Majesty give a strong dismissal. Since this new year, His Majesty's series of measures have not been too thunderous, so this time, the policy was actually set up by His Majesty against the pressure. My father also said that Your Majesty will definitely bring Great Qian to a brand new position in the long run down the line, even surpassing the 2 Qi and Shu countries. Speaking of which, Shu Yun also greatly admired the empress. It's the people who do the wrong thing that worry about this jinx. He Xian Wang Fu a mind to make money, and not involved in the officialdom, not in anyone has any entanglements. Do not engage in what the officialdom interest groups. He is the Xian Wang Fu son. Naturally that does not worry. Shu Yun could be said to be very worshipful towards the empress now, and had already become a brainwashed fan of the other party. And that third piece is the movement of Qi and Chu. Speaking of which, Li Xian raised the same eyebrow. These pieces of news that Shu Yun brought were really timely. As a small imperial city magistrate, he naturally didn't know these things. So many times, he didn't know a thing about what happened in the morning court. So far Li Xian's way of obtaining news, one is his daughter and that cheap wife of his when the letters are exchanged. The other is Chu Yun's side. Probably because the two Qi and Chu countries didn't get any benefits from this trip to Dakian, coupled with some changes in Dakian. There was movement on the side of the two Qi and Chu countries when they returned. There were already rumors from scouts that a number of soldiers had been deployed at the border with Daqian. Recently that side is also practicing, and on the border villages, from time to time harassment. The good thing is that those villagers has been transferred in advance by the officials and soldiers. Today the Empress also announced to the border side additional soldiers, in case the other side of the sudden attack of the army, so that you can also save for a rainy day some. Chu Yun sighed as he spoke. He doesn't want to go to war, but it seems like it's really coming. After a slight pause for a moment, Chu Yun added, by the way, there is also that former Crown Prince Gong Xiao. It is said that the connection with the side of Qi and Chu two countries is also very close, and he is in the territory of our Qian country. Just because someone is following and protecting him, so he has not been found. It is really a tumor of Daqian. It is not that Chu Yun is overly worried about the country, but now this posture, there is really a very big risk of war, and at that time, if Daqian loses its defense, he will also have to be finished. As the son of the house of Xianwang, he was naturally in the same boat as Daqian. Li Xian nodded and said silently, indeed. As for that Gong Xiao, suddenly, Li Xian's self-talk came to an abrupt end. The former crown prince's last name is Miyagi? Chapter 117 Blatant Beatings. This discovery made Li Xian's heart tighten for a moment. If the former crown prince's surname is Gong, does it mean that the empress' surname is also Gong? After all, the empress and the former crown prince are brother and sister, and then associated with their own daughter surnamed Gong. This matter. Li Xian was instantly startled. There was something of a stunned look on his face, but then, he didn't think about this outrageous thing. Some of the correlations between the two sides are really so far apart that it's almost impossible. Simply comparing the identity of the old father-in-law again, perhaps between the old father-in-law and the female emperor, the relationship could be not simple. Most likely, the old father-in-law was a person from the Gong surname clan, belonging to the female emperor's side of his own people, or even one of the female emperor's elders. No wonder some of the suggestions and strategies he gave to the old father-in-law's side ended up being pushed out by the female emperor after a while. So that's what this is about. Realization dawned on Li Xian's expression. As far as he knew, the Gong surname was also one of the great Qian clans, belonging to a family similar to the Lin family and the Lu family, and was also a royal family in the true sense of the great Qian. So wouldn't it make sense to have some high-powered people in there? A couple of people who go straight to heaven? Thinking about this for a split second, Li Xian sighed for a moment before suddenly feeling some pressure. No wonder. He couldn't find out the information about where the source of that paper making and porcelain making was. It turned out that it was the royal family that was running the matter. In this way, many of Li Xian's previous doubts were really solved. Moreover, his own previous boast about marrying his wife in the imperial city in style was really something of a mouthful. This time of year really feels like a stressful time. His cheap wife is actually a royal family background. It's all tied up with the most honorable empress of Daqian. There seems to be something distant about his progress in getting a wife. That Gong Xiao is indeed abominable, but it's not something we need to think about. By the way, brother Li, the things that happened to you the other day, my brother knows all about it. You're still a bit too reckless. How can you do something that provokes Lu Shukuan? That kid, but half of it is not connected with the dude. Just the ordinary people of this imperial city have given him a dude name. He is a real martial arts expert. It is said to have the posture of a patriarch. In the future you must stay away from it. Know it? Chu Yun looked at Li Xian with great gravity. In the case of Xin Hao, he can help if he is provoked. To put it bluntly, Xin Hao was not too important, but Li Xian had messed with Lu Shukuan. Chu Yun was alarmed. Brother Li was really bold. I heard that on that day. The situation was very tense. That Lu family boy almost injured Brother Li. If not for the timely arrival of the left minister, I'm afraid that Brother Li would be in danger. He didn't know too comprehensively, so he naturally thought that it was the left minister who had eased the situation. Li Xian shook his head, knowing that Chu Yun cared about him, but also said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Chu. I have my own considerations when I do something, so you can rest assured." When Chu Yun still wanted to say something, he suddenly heard the Li mansion's gate, and a knocking sound appeared. The guards that had just been recruited in recent days on the side of the Li palace opened the gate with them. Li Xian then saw a few yamen appearing at the door. They came up for air and said, "Lord Li, something's happened. Go and take a look." When these words came out, Li Xian frowned and said, "What is it?" "Back, to report to the adults, that Xin Hao, just in the imperial city street openly beat people to injury, was found by our yamen to stop. Our people and Xin Hao's guards have clashed. Now over there is still in the middle of the confrontation. Wei Tajian let the little one hurry to notify you. He can't handle this matter, a magistrate explained under his breath. Wei Tang, but do not dare to care about this matter. Now can only hurry to call people to find Li Xian over to deal with. The words came out, but Li Xian's eyes lit up. I was worried that I couldn't find a chance to catch that Shinhao kid, but now it's here. Seeing Li Xian pulling him away from the Li mansion with a face of excitement, Zhu Yun was dumbfounded for a moment, as if he hadn't come back to his senses from Li Xian's reaction just now. What the hell is going on? Wasn't he dissuading Li Xian from messing with those Imperial City second generation? How is it that this brotherly, when he found out that the people from the county office had a conflict with these second generation ancestors, instead became inexplicably excited? What the hell is going on here? It didn't take long for Li Xian to have arrived at the place where the clash took place, only at this time, that Shinhao had already left. Apparently he also knew that a magistrate had gone to report to Li Xian. He could care less about the Imperial City magistrate, but that windy Li Xian. Shinhao also had to avoid his front. My lord, you must do right by me. The man on the ground cried out in haste. Today Shinhao could be said to be very depressed. Originally, he had been very upset recently, and as a result, he even clashed with an ungrateful guy on the street. Shinhao's anger came up, so he let the servant beside him beat up the other party, during which he was discovered by the magistrate, and they confronted each other for a few moments. But later, Shinhao still waved his hand directly, signaling the servant beside him to leave the scene. This time, Shinhao, who should have been arrogant, also restrained himself quite a bit. In the course of Shinhao's beating, he also only beat people to minor injuries, and did not beat them as heavily. If it was before this, Shinhao would not have been so restrained a long time ago. But now, this was the time when Li Xian was in full swing, and he didn't dare to touch him. So this time Shinhao, some depressed in the middle of the restaurant, while enjoying the massage of the maid, while pondering in his heart, whether he is back to the Marquis of Easy to avoid a better? After all, just now, he had clashed with the magistrate of the county court. But the next moment, Shinhao sneered as if he was self-conscious of his disgrace. It's not like he did anything, just beat the guy up. Not hard, just went up and kicked him a couple times and made him bleed a little. That's all. In the past, when his temper came up, he would have dared to kill that ungrateful fellow, not to mention punching someone. Those magistrates are nothing. So Li Xian want to come to find his trouble. Is really want to in Free Marquis House, completely break not? Where did he get the nerve? As soon as he thought of this, Shinhao also felt a lot more stable in his heart. It was the thought of Li Xian's face that still made Shinhao feel uncomfortable all over. After shaking his head to get rid of Li Xian's face, Shinhao began to put his hand into the collar of the maid's clothes, wanting to do something to relieve the depression. Bang! Came out of nowhere. After the familiar kicking of the door to this compartment was opened directly. Shinhao, who was startled, looked at the door with a face full of consternation. Only then did he realize that Li Xian's face, which disgusted him to the core, had appeared in sight again. Chapter 118 Surrounding the Marquis Mansion. He saw that beside Li Xian, there was another Shi Chu Yun with a strange look on his face. Within a short period of time, Li Xian, the little follower who followed the Xian Wangfu's son, had directly turned into having the son follow him around. Such a shift in identity made Shinhao feel uncomfortable all over. Shinhao subconsciously drew out his hand and said with a gloomy face, Li Xian, what do you mean by this? Do you want to explain it to me? Don't you know that I'm inside? How dare he openly kick in his own door? What a nerve! His own father, but the easy Marquis, the few and far between honorable Marquis of Deqian. Li Xian's gaze flashed a touch of disgust. This kid had just blatantly punched someone on the streets of the Imperial City, and now he was even over here enjoying himself? What a scumbag scum! Li Xian waved his hand and said faintly, I'll go in and arrest the people for me. Don't you dare! Shinhao stared at Li Xian dead in the face, then said word for word, Lord Li, I'm afraid you've been sitting a little too comfortably in your position as county magistrate, and you've dared to call attention to me. After Shinhao's voice, the Yaman beside him also had some hesitation. You know, last time it was Shin Hui, so maybe there wasn't much of a psychological burden. But this time, the person, but Shinhao, easy Marquis background, one of the 4 big dudes in the Imperial City. The gap with them, that is a heaven and a hell. The son of a Marquis, very honorable. Such an identity was enough to make them very jealous. So for a while, no one dared to move. This also made Shinhao slightly relieved in his heart. However, Li Xian directly said, give this official to arrest people. If anything happens, this official will bear the responsibility alone. All hurry up. Under this urging from Li Xian, those magistrates still didn't dare to move. What Lord Li did was a little too shocking. Chu Yun also frowned and said, all ing disobedient, right? Who's your boss? If you can't, you can all get the hell out. Under these words of the world's son, the magistrates finally clenched their teeth and rushed over. Just the next moment, the magistrates stopped again, because in front of Shinhao, there was a man blocking the front, looking at Li Xian's side somewhat grimly. Afterwards, the martial artist who followed Shinhao to protect him clasped his fist and said, "Lord Li, you have gone a bit too far." Oh, upon hearing this, Li Xian asked a rhetorical question. He openly injured someone on the street. Could it be that your excellency thinks that I should praise our brother Shun for doing a good job? That martial artist froze, but he didn't know how to reply. Shu Yun also laughed coldly and said, "A good son of the Marquis of Prosperity, openly resisting the arrest of the officials here? Are you really not afraid of making a big deal out of it?" The face of the martial artist of the Marquis of Prosperity's residence was cloudy for a while, but he still looked at Shinhao with a little restraint and said, "My lord, apologize." Shinhao's face was in a state of shock and uncertainty, no longer having the arrogance he had just had, because he realized that Li Xian really dared to arrest him. At this time, Shinhao took a deep breath and tried his best to say with some humiliation, "This matter, I will be responsible for all of his medical expenses, as well as the subsequent compensation costs, and then regarding the subsequent stages of this matter, what requirements there are, I will be responsible for them all." Lord Li, how do you feel about this? He is really giving in to the extreme. No one has ever made him do that. So Shinhao, who bowed his head, flashed a deep color of resentment under his eyes, but unexpectedly, Li Xian continued to shake his head and said lightly, "Compensation is compensation. The punishment for hurting someone still needs to be there. You need to follow this official to the county office first. This official will determine it according to the laws of Dakian. So this is two different things." This official asked again, "Can you plan to resist arrest today?" When Shinhao heard these words, he was filled with an ugly expression. This kid, he's crushing it. He had lowered himself to this level, but the other party was still unforgiving. Shinhao didn't say anything, but that martial artist smelled a hint of something wrong, and he said in a low voice, "My lord, I'll take you back to the mansion first." Shinhao nodded and followed the martial artist to leave. When passing by Li Xian's side, Shinhao's gaze was gloomy for a while, and after a cold snort, he was still led away by this person, and Li Xian's side did not stop it. He fondly remembered how Lu Qingxue had killed dozens of people and had left with injuries despite being surrounded by several martial masters. A martial arts master was a martial arts master, and the few magistrates they had were simply not enough to look at. So Li Xian wouldn't stop the other party because it couldn't be stopped. That martial artist, Pauline Shinhao, is up. After Shinhao left, Li Xian looked at the several magistrates who were scratching their heads in some embarrassment, and he looked at Chu Yun, who was trying to speak. Li Xian asked, "What do you think, Brother Chu?" Chu Yun hemmed and hawed, thinking about the cause and effect of the matter, as well as Shinhao's last expression of resentment, and also said seriously, "Naturally, it's a drum roll to get the man. What's the point of talking about all that nonsense when we're at this point? Either don't do it or do it all at once." Li Xian nodded, turned to face the magistrates, and said directly, "You, go back and get all the magistrates, and this time go with me to the Marquis of Prosperity's mansion to arrest the suspect." All the yamen were frozen for some time, but they all acted with excitement on their faces. In the next half an hour, more than 150 magistrates, led by Li Xian, went to the location of the Marquis of Prosperity's mansion in great numbers. Behind these yamen were followed by the people of Deqian who were watching the fun. The excitement can still be seen all over the faces of ordinary people, because today's Lord Li, he's going to arrest Shinhao, to rid the people of the evils of the world. That guy, Shinhao, is notorious, and now that the government is finally going to take out this tumor, how can they, as ordinary people, not be excited? The vast and unobstructed crowd just rushed towards the easy Marquis mansion. It didn't take long for more than 150 magistrates, all of whom stopped outside the Marquis of Prosperity's mansion, to surround it. At this moment, the guards outside the Marquis of Prosperity's mansion were also all like enemies, their legs trembling, as if they wanted to leave this place very much, but they couldn't. Even as ordinary guards at the entrance of the Marquis of Prosperity's mansion, they were very high and mighty on weekdays, not putting anyone in their eyes, but at this moment, they are afraid, not only the 150 guards, but also those ordinary people who gathered more and more. At this moment, there were a few people who had once suffered from Shinhao's bullying and insults, wanting to walk in to see Li Xian, but they were prevented by the magistrates. Li Xian noticed the scene and then had the men send the men in. Then, a crippled man, aged around 20 years old, knelt down directly in front of Li Xian and cried bitterly, "Grassman, meet Lord Li." Li Xian hurriedly helped this person up and said, "What do you have to say?" Back to Lord Li. Herb's married wife, 3 years ago, was defiled by Shinhao of the Free Marquis House, and subsequently hanged herself. So Herb is here today to implore Lord Li to make a decision. As he spoke, the crippled man's face was already streaming with tears. This time, the opportunity was given to him by God. If he doesn't step up to the plate, he really doesn't have a chance. Li Xian's heart sank as he hurriedly said, "What exactly happened? Please tell us in detail." It occurred to him that his movements today would cause some to follow. "But I didn't realize that a former victim, too, had come to my door." The cripple clenched his teeth. And then, with all the people around him quieted down, he told some of the things that happened a few years ago. Chapter 119 Gotta kill them. The reason for what happened is very simple. He and his married wife, a childhood sweetheart, from childhood, too small, they were in their early teens, in the family's expectations, to worship the marriage, tied the knot. This scene, however, was seen by Shinhao, so his recently married wife, on the occasion of her wedding night. That night was originally one of the few happy events in life. The result was that night his family broke into a demon. That Shinhao in front of his own face, defiled his wife. That scene deeply stung him. He wanted to fight with Shinhao, but there is no way to make it. Shinhao and other playboys want to make a person out of action. Naturally there are 100 ways to do it. The night he saw his wife crying out in a hoarse voice, while he was controlled and tied to a chair, and could only watch the scene with impotent abhorrence. After the beast had finished venting and left, his own wife, in front of his own face, hanged herself directly above the beams of the room and died, apologizing to him until her dying breath. Such a scene had not been forgotten by him in the past few years. After this matter, he never married, bent on revenge, but helpless the dude scum every trip, followed by people to protect, either guards or martial arts experts. It is difficult to get close to, try a few times, was beaten a few times, the last time even broke his legs, so his legs are lame, and today he learned about this matter and hurried to come here, and the purpose is to expose the crime of that Shinhao. He also finally spoke about this matter in front of Li Xian, in front of all the people of the world. Arrest Shinhao, capture Shinhao and lynch him. I can't sleep or eat until this kind of scum is dead. After saying this, the anger of the crowd was almost too much to contain. Some people started to take rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves and threw them at the Marquis of Prosperity, but due to poor accuracy, they almost hung the rotten leaves on Li Xian's face. Even those rotten eggs prepared in advance were almost thrown at Li Xian's head, and Li Xian was startled. Afterward, Li Xian hurriedly stopped the people as he told them to be quiet. Then he looked into the crowd and asked in a deep voice, "Is there anyone else who wants to expose Shinhao's crimes?" Previously did not look closely at Shinhao body happened these crimes, and the county office file above, about Shinhao's crimes, just a certain one a stroke, which is now listening to the ears, listening to such a big impact, such a person, even if it's just this one thing, is guilty of a great crime. It's kinda ironic that he wasn't even arrested by the authorities under those circumstances. It seems that today's self is really in the right place. Me, surly. My mother went out on the street to purchase cloth and was beaten by that Shinhao subordinates under his orders, blinding her left eye. Surly, you must do right by me. One man stood out, denouncing Shinhao for an atrocity he committed months ago. Lord Li, a year ago I was walking nicely on the street, and just because I didn't give way to Shinhao, he had someone break my arm, and until now my arm is unable to lift heavy objects. There is a short stature of people. At this moment Li Xian showed a broken and somewhat twisted arm. Obviously this person is really broken. There is no money to find a doctor to see a doctor. So he just let him recover on his own. It looks like the arm is a little scary, like a half-twisted twist. Lord Li, my daughter was defiled by Shinhao as well as his entourage in turn 2 years ago, and killed my husband who went to report to the police. I hope Lord Li will do something for the people. A woman with a scarf on her head knelt down and kept kowtowing. For a while, there were cries of injustice everywhere. Li Xian, what should he say? He expected someone to come forward, but he didn't expect so many to come forward. Before, this son of the world really do not know Shinhao body. There are so many crimes, really beast then I imagine more disgusting. If this is really so, kill him 1,000 times are not enough. Such a person should be born to bear the pain of reincarnation. The next life reincarnation when for people to driven. Shu Yun also let out a sigh of emotion, not realizing that Shinhao had done so many things over the years. To say the least, it really made people somewhat hate to lynch him. Li Xian saw this scene, but he was silent. What is this? Notorious? A full of wickedness? A big crime? Fear is that these words are difficult to describe what that Shinhao did. Shinhao is one of the 4 big dudes. Li Xian felt that this kid, really to the imperial city 4 big dudes shame. At least Chu Yun's lust was taken in the right way, and even though he had the ability, he never coerced any of them. That Lu Shukuan guy? Later, after some of their own understanding, in fact, the Lu family of that boy, was disciplined or very strict, never to the ordinary people. At most, there have been some fights, and the most serious is also a minor injury. The follow-up is the Liu family to take the money to appease the processing. This is the limit of the Li leisure can understand. It couldn't be any more serious, perhaps. As for Lin Shi, on Lin Shi, there's hardly any slots. The night we met, we could tell that the other guy was a gentle, very polite, and thoughtful dude. Li Xian for Lin Shi in this grandson's other understanding, is Chu Yun on some of the words, said he also know not too much, at most is to know Lin Shi city is deeper, and his old man looks handsome, can be counted as one of the most prestigious beauty of the great Qian, seems to be very much want to marry to the female emperor. It's just that Lin Shiren had said this several times and was rebuffed by the empress, and then realized that old age was not an option. So Lin Shiren tried to marry his grandson Lin Shi to his majesty again. Li Xian knew about such things and could not help but feel a little strange. After all, the other party had children and still wanted to marry his majesty, while his majesty still had not married a wife and taken a concubine. So it was inevitable that that boy would take advantage of his majesty a little bit. And of course the content of this, also was Chu Yun secretly said. As for the subsequent Lin Shi, he was naturally even more unworthy of his majesty. This also belongs to the secret. Only a few people know about this matter. And after the empress explicitly stated that she would not allow Lin Shiren to continue to mention this matter, Lin Shiren has not said much over the past 2 years. Perhaps these 3 people above are, at best, just titles that ordinary people have placed on them. They may be dilettantes in the line of duty, because their families are rich and have no scruples, but really can't call it bad. The only real evil is Shin Hao. That's real bad to the core dude. Under this dreary atmosphere, the guards of the Marquis of Prosperity, too, wiped their sweat. They didn't know that so many things had happened to Shin Hao, and at this moment, when they heard these contents, they similarly felt a bit of numbness. Chapter 120 Li Xian raised his hand, after the crowd quieted down, said, "Everyone, a little peace and quiet. This official since I came here, I intend to give you an explanation, especially the victim. This official will not sit idly by, but also please do not disturb the order, throwing debris, so that this official can next proceed to the next step. May I?" Under Li Xian's voice, the crowd's crusading voices gradually minimized. There were a lot of people that were looking at Li Xian with bated breath. They were also worried whether Li Xian would clash with the Marquis of Prosperity. After all, a few days ago, Li Xian had just apprehended Shen Hui of the Marquis of Prosperity and followed up with a beheading over at the vegetable market street. Li Xian looked at a few guards at the door with vegetable leaves on their faces and rotten eggs on their bodies and said indifferently, "Aren't you going to go in and report? Let that easy Marquis give a statement, or else after a quarter of an hour has passed, I may have to take some special means and break into the house." He wasn't kidding. These guards had been blocking the outside and there was no way he was going to deal with them gently. The few guards looked at each other in disbelief, but someone still respectfully saluted Li Xian before walking in. They felt Li Xian's goodwill, and at this time, they really didn't dare to say anything more. And at this time, in the easy Marquis residence, there was a resounding pop. Shen Wanhan slapped on the face of Shin Hao, who was kneeling on the ground. Shin Hao covered his face and looked at Shen Wanhan with a face full of incredulity. His father, to hit him? In the past, it was something that had never been done before. Shin Hao clenched his teeth and his fists. He was restrained enough just now. Shen Wanhan said angrily, "How many times have I told you? Warned you, said that I would let you exercise some restraint these days, and what did you do? Openly injure someone on the street? Are you afraid that he won't have a reason to come and arrest you? Are you really not worried that after he arrests you you will never have a day to come out again?" Shen Wanhan's face was furious. He now couldn't wait for this son of his to be thwarted, not saving himself any trouble at all. Such a sensitive and critical part of the process. Now it's good that Li Xian has brought the government officials and openly blocked the door. What would make him handle it better? Have the guards remove the magistrate? How is that possible? Those yamen, more than 100 people. His marquee of easy houseguards add up. Only a few dozen people just. How to fight with those imperial city yamen? Judging from that scene, Li Xian was determined and had come to find himself in trouble. This is fundamentally difficult to reconcile. How can the easy marquis not see it when he has been immersed in the officialdom for so long? Moreover, taking a step back, the guards are the guards. The magistrates are the magistrates. The guards are just their easy marquis house. But the magistrates are the official figures of the Great Qian, belonging to the people of the Great Qian. Even if he had the guts of heaven, perhaps some occasional conflicts didn't matter because the other party wouldn't look for trouble with the Marquis of Prosperity. But now that the matter had become a big deal, he really couldn't continue to start a conflict. So at this moment, Shen Wanhan was really riding a tiger. His own son, his own weekdays. Spoiled a little too much. Shenhao covered his face, with some blood at the corner of his mouth, and lowered his head without speaking. Father, I was wrong. After knowing that Li Xian was blocking the easy marquee house with more than 100 yamen, he also knew that he was in trouble. But according to his character in the past, if there is someone who is not eye-catching, he will directly break the legs or break the arms and throw them away. And if he is still not convinced, he will directly kill them. He used to be like this. He had just been beaten up, and could only be considered a very minor injury, and had already shown quite a bit of restraint because of his father's various warnings. But then that Li Xian was like a vulture that had smelled carrion, and had come straight to him, not giving any face at all. It's not enough to return to the easy marquee residence, but to bring government officials to block the door. This matter was something that Shenhao, in any case, could not have imagined. He thought that Li Xian was bold enough to openly let Lu Shukuan beat him, and then Lu Shukuan didn't beat him down, so he didn't know exactly what happened. However, he did not expect that Li Xian was so bold, directly surround the Marquis of Prosperity's mansion. How outrageous! Marquis, that Li Xian asked our side to give a statement, or else. A guard walked in, and on him, there was still some dirt. This person looked a bit pitiful. Of course the pitiful must have a hateful place, might not be applicable in many places, but it was shown here. When they used to enjoy Shenhao's convenience, they never thought that there would be this day. Shen Wanhan had a gloomy face as he looked at the guards and said, how else? The guard's face was embarrassed for a while, but he still said, otherwise, he will have to break the door. Li Xian he only gave a quarter of an hour. One word out, and the guard thought it was going to be a change of heart. A county magistrate who dared to cause trouble in the Marquis of Prosperity's mansion. This was something that had never even been thought of before. It was simply a bit outrageous. How dare he? Shen Wanhan narrowed his eyes, the bottom of his eyes flickering with a morose killing intent. This Li Xian, is he really tired of living? It's just that he doesn't really know what to do about it yet. He heard that not long ago, Lu Shukuan, the grandson of the right prime minister, even had a conflict with him, and as a result, Lu Shukuan retreated in defeat, which was unbelievable news to him, because that day, he had also approached Li Xian, just did not say too much content and left unhappily, but did not expect that before that, also happened that kind of thing. Waste. Shen Wanhan was distracted for a while, then kicked Shenhao. Shenhao directly flew backwards a distance of 3 meters. Shen Wanhan then flung his sleeves and walked out with a grimace. A few moments later, the door of the Marquis of Prosperity's residence opened, revealing a face of Shen Wanhan. After seeing the densely packed people outside, even Shen Wanhan's heart trembled for a moment, and then he coldly looked at Li Xian who was standing outside. He wanted to see what the kid was trying to do. After realizing that Shen Wanhan had come out, Li Xian arched his hand and said with a smile, Marquis, we meet again. Meeting before, this Shen Wanhan might also have never imagined that meeting again. They would be through such a scene. Shen Wanhan looked at Li Xian with an icy face and laughed coldly. If Lord Li wants to come to visit, my Marquis is naturally sweeping the couch. But why did Lord Li raise an army? More than 100 magistrates, hundreds of ordinary people, and still gathering more and more. Such a battle, the high and mighty easy Marquis had never experienced before. He landed his gaze on Chu Yun's face, which was the Xian Wangfu Shizi. He had little to do with the Sage King and was not very familiar with him. Therefore, he had only heard about the fact that the son of Xian Wangfu was following Li Xian's side. Today, when he saw it, he really found that the other party seemed to be like one of Li Xian's followers. This moment Shen Wanhan, in his heart, was a little strange. Even the son of the house of the Xian Wang, are the only one who looks after Li Xian? Chu Yun discovered the easy Marquis looking at himself, but he didn't care and shrugged his shoulders. Today was Brother Li's home turf, so he was here to give Brother Li a shout out, and he wouldn't say anything superfluous. It's all come down to this stage, and he's not going to be afraid of anything. Besides, his old man was the magisterial king, so he didn't need to be afraid of a small Marquis of Prosperity. This Marquis of Prosperity father and son duo, it really made people feel disgusted. Perhaps it is true to the saying that good and evil are rewarded in the end, even if they are really put in prison and beheaded in a few days. The tears they leave behind are not tears of remorse, but tears of fear that they will lose their lives. Brother Li's remark is a classic. They don't think they are wrong, but they are afraid. Until now when he thought about it, Chu Yun felt that Brother Li's view of the problem was truly incisive and into the woodwork. Oh, the Marquis is talking about the purpose of my servant today? Li Xian said in a loud voice. Today, the son of the Marquis, in the street lawlessness, openly hurt people, and in the next officer to take people to catch the case. The Marquis' son directly resist arrest. According to the 3rd chapter of the Qin Dynasty Regulations, Article 48, said, hurt people who resist arrest. The crime of a second degree. Need to be arrested as soon as possible. So the Marquis. Also please your convenience. That Shinhao handed out. You can rest assured that a beating only, even if the crime of a second degree, will not be wrongly accused of your son. Please also make it easy for you to hand over that Shinhao. Li Mao will definitely try normally and won't wrongly accuse your son. Don't worry. A beating is just a beating. Even if the crime is added to the first degree, it won't be sentenced to any felony. Let Li Mao deal with it in an impartial manner. After these words were spoken, the corners of the Free Marquis mouth twitched as he sneered. What does Lord Li mean? Is it necessary for this Marquis to hand the person over? Hand it over? If he really handed it over, he'd believe in ghosts. Chapter 121 His Majesty's Decree. It's true that hitting someone won't result in any felony conviction, but what did his own son do that he, as an old man, could not know? For a crime like that, 100 deaths wouldn't be enough, if we're really serious about it. So the Free Marquis knows in his heart that today, he really can't send his son out. Once it's sent out, his son will never get out of jail. By the time he went over to the county courthouse, it would be even harder for him to say anything. Hand over, you're his father, and you have an unavoidable responsibility. Hand him over. For a while, the people who were onlookers outside, all shouted loudly in excitement, as if they really wanted to rush in and beat the prosperous Marquis up. It's better to beat them to death with a stick. He, as a father, can hardly be blamed for teaching that kind of unforgivable son. And folk rumor, this Free Marquis is not a good person. He forced to marry his brother's married wife, and then with his brother's wife, gave birth to Shinhao. In this way that Shinhao is guilty of being a bad seed. Such a father and son are truly hateful. Li Xian raised his hand and the crowd quieted down. Under the gaze of the crowd, Li Xian persuaded. This official advised the Marquis, it is best not to think of sending the Marquis' son away during this period, because such a crime is the second time resisting arrest. The crime plus second class. So I hope that the Marquis is good. Do not be obsessed with it, and give his son a chance to repent. A chance to repent? The easy Marquis was about to spit out blood. What did his son do that he couldn't know? So the Free Marquis took a deep breath, and Li Xian said angrily, this Marquis does not hand over people. And how? You still really can break into this Marquis residence, not? Li Xian also stopped wasting words and said directly, come on people, follow this official to break into the house. Who dares? The Marquis of Prosperity shouted loudly, looking around the circle with his own majesty. This sentence set out, all the yamen are all heart beating to look at the Li leisure. Li adults this. Do not be too exciting some right? This is the Marquis of Prosperity's mansion, not just any old tavern. On the opposite side is the honorable and incomparable Marquis of Deqian. Li Xian glared with the magistrates and said directly, full of concern, everyone, all the consequences. This official will bear all the consequences. Give me to go in and catch the suspect. With those words, the magistrate finally moved. Not for any other reason, just because after a short time together, they trusted Li Xian. The easy Marquis face changed suddenly, because the magistrate in front of him had already rushed in towards him, just a few steps away. These people, they are really daring. In the next moment, the martial artist from the Marquis of Prosperity's residence appeared at the doorway, coldly looking at the magistrates. He was actually planning to block these people out. Of course, he was also worried that the easy Marquis had been hurt in some way. At the same time, the magistrates came in front of the easy Marquis, intending to force their way in. The martial artist, on the other hand, had his chi outwardly released and gave a direct push. This time, it pushed the yamen who rushed at the front to the outside. But he didn't hurt these yamen. After all, they are the people of the government. It is really not good to say that they have overdone it. Li Xian frowned. 100 yamen, all stopped by one man? Of course he also knew that this was because the space was too small. If he advanced in all directions, even a martial master would have to be overwhelmed by the crowd. He's a martial artist, not a grandmaster. The martial artist he understood was at most the stage of 100 enemies or within 100 people, and any more fillers would have to fill him to death. If it was a patriarch, Li Xian felt that these people of theirs were simply not enough to look at. Even Lu Qingxue, that martial artist, killed 7 times in the middle of the prison and escaped with injuries. And if Lu Qingxue wanted to hide, in this ancient time where surveillance was lacking, almost no one could catch her. Even the walls of the current imperial city streets were plastered with wanted notices for Lu Qingxue. Finding that they were blocked by a single person from attacking, those government officials who rushed ahead also stopped with pain all over their bodies, and quite a few of them were still lying on the ground rubbing their bodies and weeping from the pain. The martial arts master pushed that a little bit is not simple. Dakian practice martial arts a lot of people, but basically all in the military. Like their kind of inheritance of the father's yamen identity came in the second generation. Naturally, It is impossible to practice martial arts. Is an ordinary person's physical strength? And how can be able to withstand the martial arts master a push? So the situation in the Marquis of Prosperity's mansion was again somewhat eerily quiet at this moment. Marquis, it's best to stay behind closed doors. This matter shouldn't become a big deal. We can't continue to escalate the conflict. The martial artist whispered. After all, it was indeed Shin Hao who hit the man. If Shin Hao didn't hit anyone, there probably wasn't much reason for Li Xian to come and arrest him. When the Marquis of Prosperity heard the words of the martial artist beside him, he coldly glanced at Li Xian, and then whispered to the martial artist, if they want to break down the door, what should they do? How dare Li Xian? He thought Li Xian really dared. This kid, he's no ordinary man. I heard that he had dared to speak out against the crown prince of Qi and Shu, above the Great Hall, not to mention that he, a free marquis of the Qian kingdom, was really nothing in comparison. This kid, he's just a guy who's not afraid of anything. One sentence made this martial artist speechless. If Li Xian brought people to break down the door, he really couldn't do anything about it. If he could block it for a while, how long could he block it for? This conflict, it's definitely going to explode. And that Li Xian didn't care at all. Or maybe today, that kid was just looking for trouble from their Marquis of Prosperity. So at this moment, everyone is riding the tiger. At this moment, even some of the populace outside that place were all eager to try, as if they wanted to break through the Marquis of Prosperity's residence, find that Shin Hao out, and then beat him to death with a stick. His Majesty has ordered that the easy Marquis receive the decree. Suddenly, the shrill voice of a nearby eunuch came. Next, everyone looked to the location not far from the street beside them, only to realize that a eunuch, at some point, had appeared there. The next moment he saw the eunuch, the easy Marquis was shaken, and then, he directly shook his clothes, respectfully knelt on the ground and said, I don't know, Your Majesty sent someone here. What are the orders? I will certainly go to the soup and fire. 10,000 deaths. This eunuch, on the contrary, was not the patriarchal eunuch who protected Li Xian. Rather, it was the eunuch who read out many policies for the empress in the Great Hall, a position of great power. How could he not know this man? I've seen it too many times before when I was in court. So facing this person, and carrying the empress decree, the easy Marquis could only kneel. The eunuch narrowed his eyes and said faintly, after the investigation by the brocade guard, Marquis of Prosperity Shen Wanhan of the Great Qian dynasty, taught his son poorly, condoned his son Shen Hao to commit more than 100 acts of misconduct in the imperial city, and did not discipline him to do wrong, causing the people of the imperial city to be bored with their lives, and there were many grievances. As of today, deprive the Marquis of Prosperity of his marquis status as a punishment, and if there is a recurrence of the offense, the punishment will be heavier. After these words were said, the easy Marquis immediately turned white with a swish of his face. Chapter 122 Marquis at Large Falls. At this moment, the easy Marquis pupils contracted violently several times. He was trembling and his voice could not stop trembling as he said with some disbelief, what virtue or ability does Mr. Shen have to make His Majesty personally issue this holy decree to Mr. Shen? He's just a marginalized person. Why did His Majesty personally punish him? Marquis? Oh no. Shen Wanhan, recognize these people? The eunuch smiled and spoke, very politely pointing to the person beside him who was dressed in a flying fish suit and carrying an embroidered spring sword on his waist, looking more scenic than even the imperial city's forbidden guards. Shen Wanhan raised his head, looked at these groups of people dumbfounded, and said, brocade, clothes, guards? It hasn't been long since His Majesty established the Jinyui, but when he went to the court that time, he was aware of the brocade guards, His Majesty's newly established organization. The powers and responsibilities of the other party are to monitor the 100 officials and to exercise some rights in place of His Majesty, among which are the right to act before the law and the right to bypass all judicial departments. For this reason, a few days ago the 100 officials knelt in the Great Hall in protest, but then, even when those officials passed out from hunger, His Majesty did nothing. In this way, the organization of the brocade guards, naturally, was established under the strong posture of the Empress, but he did not expect that today the first action of the brocade guards would be used on him. Is this, intending to take him to the Marquis of the Free House? Lord Li. At this moment, a brocade guard man with a feminine face but very dangerous looking eyes who stood at the very front there, clasped his fists with Li Xian. Li Xian was startled for a moment before he similarly clasped his fists and said, hello everyone. I did not expect that the Empress was really thunderous. The brocade guard said to engage in, and not only used some of his suggestions, but also accepted it in its entirety. Even the flying fish suit and the embroidered spring sword got it right. It really makes Li Xian not know what to say better some. That's why Li Xian was still very weirded out when he heard the other party greet him. This brocade guard at the forefront. He didn't know what level he was, but Li Xian felt that since he had the right to apprehend the Marquis of Prosperity, he was probably also at least 1,000 household level or above. No, come and arrest a Marquis, possibly even the Commandant himself now. After all, the status of the Great Qian Marquis was not simple. Marquis, oh, I'll just call you a Marquis. Today it just so happens that Lord Li is also here. So that matter of your son, why don't you just hand it over to Lord Li to deal with it, don't you think? After this person greeted Li Xian, he looked at Shen Wanhan, who was fighting with his two strands. This person's demeanor was so dangerous that it actually made the Marquis of Prosperity not dare to look at him at all. Even that Hofu martial artist lowered his head. One must know that the strength of this person in front of them, as early as when they met, was already half a foot into his own share. A few years ago in the rivers and lakes there were also rumors of this person, but I did not expect a few years have not seen. He has become the empress of the people. Shen Wanhan didn't say anything, but this person directly waved his hand and said, since the Marquis doesn't say anything, then I'll take it as the Marquis acquiescence to split the two people to go in and bring Shen Hao out. The next thing he knew, there were two brocade guards, walking right through the doorway. Shen Wanhan didn't move a muscle, and even the martial artist next to Shen Wanhan didn't move a muscle. It's not that I don't want to, but I don't dare. Facing Li Xian, he at least dared to resist for a moment or two. After all, Li Xian beside, but some ordinary magistrates just, but now the Jinui, but the will of the Empress, he even if it is the existence of the level of the Patriarch, but also do not dare to openly in the imperial city to do something rebellious things. So soon, that Shen Hao was brought out by the brocade guards and then handed over to Li Xian's side. Shen Hao had already been scared out of his wits, and at this moment, he was actually scared to the point of incontinence. Especially, after Shen Hao heard that the Empress had ordered to mess with his Marquis of Prosperity, Shen Hao's soul now flew out of his mind, and he long ago did not know what words to say. The feminine man looked at that Shen Hao with contempt, subconsciously licked his lips, and said, Lord Li, what do you think about leaving this son to your disposal? After all, Li Xian was busy today, and he couldn't let Li Xian return empty-handed. Moreover, this person, Li Xian, was also very interesting to him. What is the reason for the close protection of the Great Qian Patriarch? This is a strange man. Li Xian shivered, smiled awkwardly, and said, such is naturally the best. Your Excellency, don't worry. My humble servant will enforce the law impartially. The feminine man laughed and said, there is no need to refer to yourself in such a manner. Lord Li, you are His Majesty's side of the red man na. Calling this Lord, really makes me feel ashamed of myself. He. After Li Xian shivered, he looked at the easy Marquis somewhat strangely and said directly, let's go. And so more than 150 yamen soon left the outside of the Marquis of Prosperity's mansion in great numbers. After the matter of Shen Hao is dealt with, the matter on you, Shen Wanhan, should also be liquidated. Before leaving, Li Xian heard such a voice. Then, Li Xian's face gently changed, followed by an incredulous turn to look behind him, coincidentally meeting eyes with that feminine man. The other party smiled slightly, and Li Xian and the other party nodded before then leaving outside completely. Even Xu Yun, who was following Li Xian, kept his head down the entire time, not wanting to be seen by that feminine man. He had seen many martial artists and only felt that his opponent was very, very dangerous. At the very least, it was the most dangerous one within the martial masters, so he didn't dare to say half a word out of it, only fearing that the other party would target him. He was also one of the Great Qian dandies, so how could he not be afraid? It seems that the future of the Great Qian Imperial City is not the easy Marquis this one character. Xu Yun exhaled, so it was good. The threats around Li Xian in the future naturally dissipated. Otherwise, if the Marquis of Prosperity had been around, Xu Yun was really worried that this Marquis of Prosperity would do something out to Brother Li, in which case it would naturally be eliminated. The easy husband is completely out of it. The news spread quickly like transit locusts. He was eradicated directly by the Jinui, and without any involvement of the Ministry of Justice, the Delizi, or the Inspectorate. He was directly disposed of by the Jinui, and in secret, supposedly authorized by the Empress. The same people say that the brocade guards took out tens of thousands of taels of silver from the easy Marquis residence. As for all this silver going to the treasury? Of course not. As a matter of fact, all that silver went over to the Empress's private coffers, and what was really brought to the treasury was only a token amount of about 1,000 taels of silver. But everyone knew that it was just a walk in the park, because the treasury side is the Ministry of Households in charge of. The Empress wants to move also have to look at the face of the Ministry of Households to act, and the Empress's private coffers are her real backbone. The Emperor is honored, but no money but still everywhere. So at the beginning of the year, the private coffers of the palace feather smoke because of the rice paper and fine porcelain. pouring into a steady stream of silver. It could be said that even the empress herself was a bit stunned by the money she had earned over these days. So the tens of thousands of taels of silver obtained from the plagiarism, put there before the absolutely indignant empress, but now just waved her hand, somewhat less concerned. This caused Green Reed to also feel a wave of emotion, and then quickly left the chambers at the empress' command. When the news that the Marquis at large had been copied out appeared, the entire officialdom of Dakian was in a state of panic. Chapter 123. Share with me. Perhaps no one in civil or military affairs had ever imagined that after the empress had established the brocade guards, the first person to move the knife was the one who chose the Marquis of Prosperity. The two clans represented by the two left and right ministers were now looking very calm. Whether they were really calm or pretending to be calm, there was no way of knowing except for themselves, but for all anyone knew, it was possible that the two phases, left and right, were brewing up some revenge. It's like last year, when the empress tried to make a move against the clan, only to have the clan counterattack, and this time, the clan was bound to counterattack. The last regression was the empress. What about this one? No one knows. After all, on the easy Marquis side, it was Right Minister Lu Yunqing's people. In contrast, is the overall Great Qian imperial city? The female emperor's voice reached a very high level. Almost many places are singing the praises of the female emperor. On Li Xian's side, Xinhao was detained in the prison and collected evidence, intending to send it directly to the Ministry of Justice for trial on a certain day. His old man, the Marquis of Easy, was copied by the empress, so what does a little dude count for? On the side of the Ministry of Justice, the Delizy, and the Metropolitan Police Department, if they had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to refute it. Of course, before beheading him, Li Xian also found professionals in the prison to serve him, ensuring that he would not be able to die before beheading him, but he would definitely be unable to beg for his life and unable to beg for his death. Even if that kid did die, no one would care. It's just a wasted pawn, and now it's not half as useful as it should be. In addition, Li Xian also planned to bring Lu Shi to the county office side to simply assist him. Lu Shi's ability was really good, and he couldn't stay on the Li residence side all the time, idly doing nothing. In the days when he first took office, Li Xian might have some scruples, but now that he's done so many great things, he's messed with the ones he should have messed with and the ones he shouldn't have messed with, and he's brought a Liu Shi over here, so who dares to say anything about him? After taking care of these matters, Li Xian returned home early, only to see Miss Ningxuang at home again. At this time, Miss Ningxuang, who was chatting with Spring Flower and Autumn Moon, happened to have her back to Li Xian and didn't see him. Li Xian walked behind him and didn't bother the three girls. He wanted to hear what these people were talking about. Ningxuang held the soap and asked curiously, "What is this?" Autumn Moon heard Ningxuang inquired. Only then did she explain with some complacency, "You don't know, right? This is what the prince made. Named soap. Cleaning ability is very strong. When we bathe in the bath, wipe on the body is soothing for a few days. You can also bring a piece of it back to use it." Spring Flowers also hurriedly said, "Yes, by the way, Frost sister, your hair is so big and soft, but it looks like your body type is very thin. How in the world do you eat out? Good looking is good looking, but every day walking, don't feel heavy and hard?" As she spoke, Chunhua reached out her hand and subconsciously touched Ningxuang's chest. She felt a soft touch, and even gently bounced her hand with the delicate elasticity of a young girl's skin. Spring Flower was envious for a moment. As for her, naturally, it's a small lotus. Nothing can be seen or touched. After all, she was only 13 or 14 years old. It was normal that she didn't develop. Of course, if Autumn Moon, it was a lot stronger than her. Every time they bathed together, she felt that Autumn Moon was growing happily. Only she was motionless. It was really exasperating. At this point she was going to be compared to Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon even. Why is the frosty girl in front of you so massive? It didn't feel like the size it should be for such a skinny girl. It made Spring Flower so envious. Frosty. Being told these things by a younger sister who was a few years younger, and even coming up and pinching herself, Ningxuang was still a little embarrassed, and a nice layer of redness rose on her face. However, after all, they are all girls, and these two girls do not have too many bad thoughts. So Ningfrost, still red face, explained, maybe my mother was born well. You will also be good in the future. Then this piece of soap, sister, I will smile, and go to use it in the evening when I bathe. When he said this, Nimbus burst into a different color. Was this also invented by Li Xian? Moreover, Li Xian had also invented many novelties including high-level spirits, such as soft toilet paper, then the fine soft toothbrush that Xiuyu had just shown her, as well as delicate spoons used for eating, a pair of silver chopsticks, plus some of the things called glass in the house, all of which had surprised Ningxuang greatly, especially the glass at the end. Isn't that all natural glaze or crystal? Something like this is very expensive no matter where you are. But on Li Xian's side, it was he who made it. Once it was released, it was hard to imagine what kind of sensation it would cause. The precious and incomparable glaze could be manufactured in bulk. What else could he not do? It's really hard to imagine such a strange person. At least Gelding Frost is not imagining it. Maybe you'll only meet one person like that in this life. Ning Shuang's heart was very complicated. The more he understood Li Xian, the more mysterious he felt. Autumn Moon also said with a smile on her face at this moment. Yes, this kind of actually depends on how Mother was when she gave birth to you. If Mother is good, the probability is that we won't be too bad either. Spring Flower thought carefully for a moment, but shook her head, and couldn't help but say, my mother died when I was a child, and I was fortunate enough to come to the Imperial City, and I was originally going to be sent to a greenhouse, but it turned out to be a mistake, and was taken in by Lord Liushi after he saw it, and has stayed until now. Girls like them, if they were too young, naturally they wouldn't be accepted by the greenhouse, unless they were particularly good-looking sorts of seedlings that the greenhouse was willing to cultivate. Ordinary people, when they are a few years old to their early teens, more often than not, they will be treated as maids of large families to be nurtured. Just like the case related to Shenhui that Li Xian solved before, these young girls were sold by their parents to those organizations early. Of course, we can't say that these parents did not do the right thing, because that way down the line, most of the girls, they will have a better place to go, though by the time he reached his teens, he would be used as an enlightened teacher on some level by the young masters and sons of the house, picking and choosing as they went along, and his own body might not be under his own sway, but what they ate and lived on was nothing like the family origins of these girls. So for the sake of their daughters to have a good life, the parents also have a heart of gold, and if they continue to starve to death, what is the point of talking about anything else? Compared to life and sustenance, everything else means very little. Of course, there are also some fatherless and motherless little girls. These belong to the ownerless, originally used to buy people's money. You can give them additional clothing, as well as food, shelter, etc. So none of these girls, with a slightly better bottom line, will endure freezing and starving. After all, there is still a big market for maids. Sister Springflower's life is still quite pitiful. Nimbus sighed as well. Each one, perhaps, has its own destiny. And what is her destiny? She doesn't know. All she knew was that she came with a mission. But there are times when she can only be wrapped up in moving forward, and she can't help it. Springflower, on the other hand, was again very naughty, pinching the fullness of Ning Frost's chest, and laughed softly. Sister Frost, you're so elastic here. If you can share a little bit with me, it's good. I don't want much. I just want a small half. Behind him, Li Xian, Chapter 124, Words of Tigers and Wolves. Behind, where Li Xian hadn't noticed, Xingreed similarly narrowed his eyes with a slight anger. What a horny kid. Surprisingly, stood back to sneak a peek at other girls joking and fighting. Watched for a full half a quarter of an hour. How did you have the cheek to keep watching? When that mate of yours pinched that Ning Shuang's chest, could it be that you wanted to try it too? In fact, even Green Reed herself felt a little jealous. That Begonia Pavilion woman really grew a heavenly jealousy of the face. Even the body is a woman among the top of the people. Of course, she as a martial arts practitioner, feels some places, is a liability. So what's the point of having even a few moments of beauty? Indeed, as the maid had said, it was heavy and too much of a drag on itself. Green Reed, on his side, didn't want to be a liability. Green Reed was very upset, especially when she saw Li Xian's gaze, and specifically looked at that condensed frost chest several times. Xing Wei's mood was even less beautiful. Also Reed, what a kid with the heart of a thief but not the guts. Tonight, if I don't take care of you, I won't be called Green Reed. Ah, young master, when did you come back? Manhwa, who had originally planned to continue pinching Ning Shuang's chest, was subconsciously turned around after Ning Shuang's red face evaded for a moment, and saw Li Xian standing behind the three of them. Changhua froze. The Green Reeds at this moment also left behind as Chuanhua's gaze looked over to Li Xian's side. After being demolished, Li Xian, who still intended to continue to take a look, dryly coughed and said, I just came back, intending to come over to talk to you guys. What are you doing here? Gelsenium's face was very red, like the evening sun. What can they do? It's nothing more than talking about topics that girls talk about amongst themselves. The two maids in this Prince Li's residence, Spring Flower and Autumn Moon, can be restless and dare to go out and molest themselves. But the moment he thought about the hidden disease of Li's body, Ning Shuang had some regrets in his heart. And even in this moment of Ning Shuang, a thought was born in his mind. Should he find an opportunity to show Li Xian some godly doctors, to see if he could treat the hidden disease problem on his body? After all, Some local miracle doctors are really good at healing. Thinking of this, Ningxuang remembered that Li Xian seemed to be a healer as well, and would treat such a terminal illness as heart disease. But it was hard for a healer to heal himself, and the thought of it solidified Gelsomite's inner thoughts. Spring Flower and Autumn Moon had a moment of embarrassment at the moment, and they didn't know what Li Xian had just seen. However, Autumn Moon hurriedly said, "It's like this, Gongzi. We gave Sister Frost a piece of soap. We intend to let Sister Frost go back and use it. You won't be angry, right? After all, it was Li Xian's invention, and most of it was Yi's initiative to show Frosty, not their responsibility. Yi had played all day and had just naturally slept through it." As for Xiaoan's words, he was at this moment with the masters of the House of the Xianwang, as if practicing Zamabu or something. In fact, they don't understand those things on men. I heard that Xiaoan wants to strengthen his body and practice martial arts to protect his son in the future. Soap? Li Xian watched the whole process just now. He could only pretend to be full of concern with a dry cough, and then said, "What did I think it was? It doesn't matter. Let her take it away. It's a small matter." Ningfang, on the other hand, looked at Li Xian with curiosity, and asked with a smile on her brow, "May I ask you, is that soap invented by you?" "It's not much. It's simply made with lard," Li Xian casually explained. Then he stood over here again and chatted for a while with Ningxuang as well as the two maids in one sentence or another. Ningxuang realized that Li Xian didn't have much desire to spend time with her, so she also quickly excused herself, naturally pondering the feasibility of some of the thoughts she had just had in her mind. That night, Li Xian's mind thought about things for a long time. The content is what Zhu Yun said during the day, pondering whether it is better to find the Empress and tell the seriousness of this matter. After all, in the beginning, the plague does cause people to let their guard down and not be taken seriously. This is a common problem in ancient times, even modern times, where one would subconsciously want to keep things down, rather than quickly isolate and deal with the plague. In addition, about what he said before the fertilizer method, there is an opportunity should also be quickly promoted in the Great Qian territory. Things are quite a lot, all need to be implemented one by one. Let's talk about it tomorrow. It's really late. No, tomorrow we'll try to see if we can meet the Empress. There are some things that really can't be put off. After talking to himself, Li Xian undressed and wanted to sleep. It's just that, before Li Xian could finish taking off his clothes, Li Xian then saw a black-cloaked man, strangely and incomparably appearing. Li Xian froze for a moment, finding that the other party did not move. He guessed in his heart that it could be Lu Qingxue. Therefore, Li Xian said tentatively, "You haven't appeared for a long time. It really makes me miss you a bit. Tell me, what have you been doing these days?" "Green Reed? What are you talking about? Itchy skin wants me to loosen up?" Li Xian realized that she didn't say anything and felt that the other party was stammering, as if she wanted to say something, so Li Xian sighed again. "You're not trying to come to me to get your body again. That's not acceptable." For such a long time, that hairy thief had not come to beat him, making Li Xian subconsciously think that Qingwei was Lu Qingxue. The key is that the duo are so much alike in terms of their build and height, so much so that under the color of the night, it's hard to tell the difference at all. "Green Reed, what's with the body? This kid is talking about tigers and wolves." Green Reed's expression grew duller and duller for a moment, but then, she reacted. It couldn't be that Li Xian deliberately said such words to disgust himself, right? So Green Reed became enraged and walked towards Li Xian. Then came a brutal beating. The area that Green Reed focuses on is especially Li Xian's ass. Anyway, that part of the ass was thick-skinned, and nothing would happen if he hit it, so Green Reed was very relieved to be hitting it. She wouldn't be able to tell the Empress about this incident that happened tonight, and it wasn't the Empress who told her to teach her opponent a lesson. She took matters into her own hands and planned to give the boy a good beating. This kid, today's behavior was so infuriating that he stood behind someone else's girl and sneaked a peek for so long. He really had the guts to disgrace the Empress. During the violent beating, Li Xian could only protect his head. Until the female thief left, Li Xianfang was covered in pain and cursed, "You give me weight. I have the opportunity to catch you. I must strip your clothes and hanged up with a rattan whip 100 times. Not 1,000 times is not too much. Grandma, steal my wine even if, but also dare to come to beat my old man." Really? Really? As Li Xian spoke, Qing Reed reappeared and stared at Li Xian unkindly. Chapter 125 Terrifying as Hell. Li Xian. In this instant, Li Xian didn't know what words to say to make it better, but he couldn't say nothing, so Li Xian subconsciously smiled awkwardly and said, "Warrior, why are you back again?" Qing Reed didn't say anything, but only gave Li Xian a warning look before leaving again. This time, Li Xian didn't dare to speak again. His face was full of the expression he had after being abused. "That's the second time this year I've gotten my ass kicked." Li Xian didn't want to go through this experience for the third time, but at the current trend, It seems like it's really going to happen a third time. Where's that old eunuch hiding in the shadows? Isn't he in charge of protection? Why hasn't he moved? Li Xian instantly thought of this in his mind before some of his heart was overwhelmed with grief and anger. It was because of the people protecting him that he just didn't feel that it was the thief who wanted to come to his door and beat him up. Otherwise he wouldn't have joked about it. In the end, Li Xian could only stretch out a feeble middle finger and gesture in the direction of the thieves' departure, smacking the other party 100 times in his heart before he could vent his anger a little. The next day, Li Xian got up early, had breakfast with Yi and the others, and then went to the county office. Of course before that, Li Xian also found Lu Shi in advance and said something about wanting Lu Shi to come to the county office to assist him. After hearing this, Lu Shi was startled and refused. However, following up, when he learned that it was just to give himself a job to do, and that Li Xian had conveyed to him Lord Wei's idea of wanting him to go over and work together, Lu Shifeng thought for a moment with a strange face before finally nodding his head and agreeing to go down. It really wasn't a solution for him to keep staying at the Li mansion. It's that Wei Tang who doesn't like him much. I'm afraid that this statement by Lord Li is a bit of nonsense. When he finished handling a few cases and explained to Wei Tang about bringing in Lu Shi, Li Xian thought about yesterday's thoughts and went straight inside his office. Looking around, not finding anyone, Li Xian then said to himself, "Senior Patriarch, are you following beside me?" A word was said, but there was no movement around them. Sure enough, it doesn't follow. No wonder he got his ass kicked last night. The odds are that they also follow themselves intermittently during the day and not all the time. However, the undeterred Li Xian said to himself again, "Senior Patriarch, there's something I want to see the Empress. Can you inform me about it?" After saying this, there still didn't seem to be any movement in the shadows. This made Li Xian frown. Could it be that the Patriarch is really gone? Just as he turned around to return to his seat, Li Xian suddenly paused, because behind him, an old eunuch with a pale face but regal eyes appeared. The old eunuch eerily stared at Li Xian and said sorrowfully, "Lord Li, what is it that you need to see His Majesty?" When His Majesty instructed herself to protect Li Xian, she actually said something like this, that if anything happens to Li Xian, she must inform her in a timely manner. His Majesty was so high on this brat, so after hearing that part of Li Xian's speech, he felt it was still necessary to show up and ask about it. "See you seniors." Li Xian respectfully clasped his fists. Sure enough, there are old eunuchs around themselves. Just last night, has the old eunuch gone to bed? The old eunuch said faintly. What does Lord Li have to say? Or give us a quick say out better. Don't waste unnecessary time. Li Xian immediately said. Senior, it's like this. The next official has a very important content. Need to report to His Majesty in person. I hope that senior can inform His Majesty. The next official rank may not be qualified to see His Majesty at all. But this matter is really 100,000 fire. So I hope that senior can pass on the report as well. He thought about writing to his old husband through EE, and then his old husband to the Empress. But behind that, it was still vetoed by Li Xian. For one thing, there were no specialized carrier pigeons over here to passively reply to envelopes, and Li Xian didn't know how long it would be before his cheap wife wrote again. The second was that the process could take several days, and there was a possibility that something unforeseen might happen. So Li Xian hoped that it would be better if he could have an audience in person. At these words, the old eunuch frowned at Li Xian and finally nodded before leaving the place. Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Not an hour later, the old eunuch reappeared on this side of the county office. The old eunuch looked at Li Xian unexpectedly, and finally said sorrowfully, Lord Li, His Majesty has agreed to an audience, so you can come with us. Li Xian exhaled. This Empress, she's really good. At least Li Xian felt that a lot of the Empress's vigor and patterns were deeply liked by Li Xian. This was a very rare thing in many ancient emperors, so to be in Dakian might also be a stroke of luck for Li Xian. Li Xian was just about to leave, but he realized that the old eunuch was not moving. Li Xian was filled with doubt and asked, Why don't you leave? Senior? The old eunuch was silent for a moment, and continued, Please Lord Li, hold our arms hard, and then we will take Lord Li to have an audience with His Majesty. Li Xian froze. What the hell? Holding your arm? Realizing that the old eunuch didn't look like he was joking. Still tentative, Li Xian took the old eunuch's arm. Next, as the old eunuch accelerated, Li Xian wanted to hang directly on the other party. It was too scary, and his footsteps couldn't keep up with the other party's rhythm at all. However, he was soon carried by the other party like a chicken, carrying him and moving at a rapid pace. Li Xian experienced a different feeling, especially when the scene beside him passed by rapidly. Li Xian was truly shocked. It's just that at this point in time, he can't really say anything, because the feeling of air backing up into your eyes and mouth is too much. Even breathing, it was a bit difficult. Finding that Li Xian was about to swallow his breath, The old eunuch directly changed Li Xian's position, so that Li Xian's face was behind him, so that Li Xian was able to breathe a little better. After gasping for several breaths, Li Xian, who was rolling his eyes from holding his breath, was full of astonishment after reacting. He had never understood what a clan master was. Why would Lu Qingxue say that the patriarch traveled thousands of miles in a day? Until this moment, Li Xian understood. That's properly an engine installed in the body. It was already far beyond the limits of human beings as he understood them. If it wasn't for the fact that this category of people had long stood at the highest level of strength in the world, and that there were only a handful of people in this category, Li Xian would have thought that this was the world of immortal cultivation, low martial overhead world, perhaps equally terrifying as it is. It didn't take long for Li Xian to stop. It wasn't until then that he realized he was on the side of the entrance to the bedchamber door. Li Xian shook his somewhat dizzy head for a moment. Then after taking a deep breath, he began to look around. On his side of the ear then appeared the old eunuch's voice, "His Majesty is inside. Lord Li can just go there on his own. Although we don't know why His Majesty has agreed to see you. We hope that Lord Li, in front of His Majesty, can know some manners and not be afraid of anyone," as he was at that time in the Xiangfu. Chapter 126 An audience with the Empress. Hearing this voice of the old eunuch, Li Xian's heart was startled, and he realized that the reason Lu Shuquan's fist stopped in front of him at that time was indeed because of the other party. Li Xian fixed his eyes and realized that he had arrived in a completely unfamiliar environment. After looking around, Li Xian followed the path inside and walked in. This place is very big, but the good thing is that there is only one big road that goes towards the front. Even if there are some passages around, it doesn't look like a place where the Empress wants to see him. As Li Xian passed by, there were some nice-looking screens with some landscape paintings on them, and the floor was a carpet that showed all the honor. You could see that it was spotless. It should have been cleaned up and cleaned every day. And there were also some maids coming in and out. They were all looking at Li Xian curiously. Li Xian smiled awkwardly and nodded hello to the maid. The maid, on the other hand, blushed as if she had never seen such a good-looking man before. It didn't take long for Li Xian to pass through a few screens before he saw a majestic woman wearing a veil, sitting on a chair and staring at himself with unblinking eyes. At this moment, Li Xian was startled. He hurriedly half-kneeled on the ground and said very respectfully, "The humble minister, sees your majesty." It was the first time, in a way, that he had met the Empress alone. That's why Li Xian, at this moment, was still a bit nervous. The Empress didn't say anything, but just looked straight at Li Xian as if she was sizing up something. Only on the Gong Yuyan side of the perspective to know. This moment of her heart is really a lot of waves. Li Xian compared to 6 years ago the tender boy, matured a lot. That night 6 years ago, Gong Yuyan remembered it very well. At that time, Li Xian was also just a very ordinary peasant boy, very young. The current Li Xian, on the other hand, was mature with a sense of stability and had grown up a lot. This makes the heart of the palace feather smoke, cannot help but flash over a slightly absurd idea. Fortunate this guy, is not too much of a loss. At least Li Xian was among many men. No, is almost all the men he has seen, has been the most excellent type of that type. In Gong Yuyan's heart, she felt that perhaps the Emperor Qi and Emperor Chu, who were rumored to be inspiring and capable, were also completely incomparable to Li Xian. Not to mention King Xian, who was not even a fart but thought of marrying himself every day. The Empress didn't say anything, just silently looking at Li Xian. So the atmosphere between the two sides was just completely quiet. It's as if you could hear a pin drop. At this time, Li Xian didn't dare to stand up. He didn't know what words to say, what things to do for good. This Empress, she wouldn't blame herself for not getting down on both knees, would she? That one knee doesn't seem to be a problem. It's not as if the Empress has that monstrous female superiority mindset that she feels her imperial dignity has been violated if she doesn't get down on both knees in the face of a meeting with someone whose status is lower than hers. If this was really the case, Li Xian also felt that it was impossible for the Empress to sit in this position. A person with such vigor does not look like a person who can win in the process of seizing power with the crown prince. Level your body. I don't know what is the scholar's business in seeing the orphan so urgently today? Finally, the Empress spoke. This gave Li Xian a big sigh of relief at last. Good thing the other guy didn't mind if he got down on one knee or both. However, this voice of the Empress actually appeared a little familiar in Li Xian's heart. The feeling suddenly came over him, causing Li Xian to freeze for a moment. After quickly discarding the distracting thoughts in his mind, Li Xian arched his hand and said, "Back to your majesty. I want to see your majesty today because I have learned about the recent events from the side of Chu Yun, the son of the house of the Xianwang. Your majesty, you should be aware of the news of the suspected plague over in the Qi kingdom, right?" Li Xian's words caused the Empress to similarly freeze. This kid came to see himself and it had something to do with the plague? Couldn't he have something in mind? the empress said faintly. No, that in itself was the news brought by her scouts. It was just that it was mentioned during the morning court, and she didn't actually take the news too seriously, since it was within Qi. It was too far away from here in Deqian, and the word is that the plague over there. It's not too bad. In that case, I suggest that your majesty close any trade with Qi and Chu as soon as possible, as well as all the people circulating along the border, to confirm whether or not it's a plague. If it is a plague, Deqian will also suffer from this calamity, and by that time the deaths won't be in the hundreds of thousands, but hundreds of thousands, millions of people, and the people won't be able to live. Li Xian's expression was very serious. He was a man with a complete modern education. Naturally, I know how terrible the plague was in this part of the world in ancient times. Once the situation is out of control, it can be completely described as a situation where the people are suffering and the people are not happy. This sentence also made Gong Yuyan frown as she said to herself, the plague would spread so far? Wouldn't I Ching be overdoing it a bit? Not much is written in the history books about the plague, but it was certainly quite a nuisance. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for someone to break the news alone during the court, but it couldn't be more of a hassle, and it shouldn't be so sensitive. Li Xian actually suggested that she shut down all trade and commerce? Li Xian nodded and said very gruffly, Your Majesty, you must pay attention to this. You must know that people have a characteristic that they will try to choose to suppress and not report it, or report it to a lower level. Therefore, the probability is that the news returned by your scouts over there, Your Majesty, is not first-hand news. The process went through layers of relaying, mixed with some personal preferences and emotional tendencies. So on the Qi side, it was highly likely that it had already fallen to several places before spreading to this side, and therefore the real status quo. Then not only dozens or hundreds of people died so simple, perhaps the plague has already unknowingly spread. So, you then suggest lone side, block all in Qi Chu 2 countries circulation channel? The empress looked at Li Xian again. She realized that the expression on Li Xian's face did not seem to be fake. If it was any person who suggested this, she probably wouldn't pay too much attention to it, because cutting off the trade exchange would mean cutting off the Qi and Chu side of the two countries, regarding the constant stream of profits from the rice paper and porcelain. But it was offhandedly what Li Xian said. It's not a suggestion, it's a must, Li Xian emphasized with a face full of gravity. Not only that, His Majesty also needs to send out scouts to constantly get first-hand news, especially within the Qian kingdom. Whether there are people with the same symptoms, once found, directly isolated, do not let the patient contact with anyone, be sure not to conceal the report omission misreporting. After a great disaster will be a great epidemic, the general public hygiene is too poor. Once the outbreak, Qian 10 million people, will quickly fall, and more importantly, according to the Minister for the Return of the Plague symptoms of the comparison, that symptom, the probability of smallpox is the plague in the middle of the smallpox. Li Xian looked at the empress with great gravity. When he said this, Li Xian was still a bit scared. How many people died as a result of the smallpox epidemic in the world before the rebirth? Li Xian didn't know, but he knew a rough estimate that it would be at least 100 million or more, and even several times that number was possible. Compared to so many dead people, Xianguo's population of 10 million was not enough to look at all. It is the fact that in the short term after humans are infected with smallpox, the lethality is not too outrageous and the incubation period is a little longer, which is the reason for the massive and rampant spread. Li Xian is afraid of some people in Deqian territory who have no symptoms but are smallpox carriers. Assuming that this is the case, his safety will be greatly challenged. What is smallpox? The empress's expression, however, was a bit bewildered. Chapter 127 Food Production. She really wasn't faking this expression. It's true that in this world before, there were plagues, but they didn't really seem to be too horrible. To Gong Yuyan, she only knew that the plague belonged to infectious diseases, and then responded with some policies, such as quarantining a certain village after the onset of the disease, and the local area could easily extinguish the ravages of the plague by simply using some policies. In her memory, the history books have died the most plague, also only died nearly 10,000 people less than that or the war stage. There is no effective control, belongs to the most infectious plague. Most of the plague is just a few hundred on the thousands. That plague from the Dacian this era, has been the past nearly 1,000 years, belongs to the world is not yet a serious kingdom of that note of time. Of course time has passed so long, may specific some of the content has long been changed. But what was the smallpox that Li Xian described? A plague she'd never heard of? And Li Xian's expression in the face of the plague was too much of an overreaction, wasn't it? It made the empress wonder if she had really been too negligent. Li Xian heard the empress' voice and was similarly stunned in his heart. I wonder what smallpox is. Also right. This is Deqian. not the ancient world as he understood it. That being the case, those infectious diseases he knew in his heart such as bubonic plague, cholera, smallpox, and so on, were naturally not the same in this world. It's possible it's not there at all. It's possible it's some other name. Li Xian felt that if these infectious diseases had actually appeared, would people still be so calm? Especially the great Qian Empress in front of her. Why did she feel as if she didn't care at all about the contagious disease? Is smallpox really the first time it's been seen, or are you right about the wrong symptoms? Seeing Li Xian's expression did not react. Gong Yuyan still know that Li Xian's medical skills are relatively high, so perhaps smallpox is a classification among the plague? He attaches great importance. As soon as he thought of this, Gong Yuyan also nodded and said, "Loan. We'll send more brocade guards, as well as scouts, to collect news in various places, but for the time being, it is still impossible to truly cut off the business and trade exchanges because this decision is too adventurous for some. I hope you can understand." She was being very polite when she said that. If any other minister had spoken to her like that, she couldn't have been so nice. A word came out, and Li Xian was equally startled. This matter, the Empress really knew about it. That old father-in-law of his. It seemed that he had leaked all the information to the Empress. It was no wonder that the Empress had chosen to have the great Qian's incomparably honored Zhongshi-level figure to protect herself closely. With such a talent, even if he was the great Qian Empress, he would spare no effort to protect himself. Afterward, Li Xian bowed his head and said, "If His Majesty likes it, it's naturally the best." Mostly, the other side wasn't too attentive to his advice against the suspected smallpox virus. This caused Li Xian's heart to feel a little regret. At this time, the Empress remembered something as if she faintly said, "There is also that military crossbow. Is also very good, powerful and very small sound. If Your Majesty likes it," Li Xian added. "It's over. It's over." That old man. He leaked all the information, sentimentally saying that the Empress knew what she had done? Now that he was facing the Empress, wouldn't it be the same as having no secrets at all? So, do you have some other suggestions that you want to tell Lone? Don't worry, Lone will reward you and won't take advantage of you for nothing. The Empress asked faintly. If Li Xian had come to seek an audience with himself this time, just for a plague that was far away in another country, Gong Yuyan felt that it was all a bit too big for him. So, she inquired extra. A plague is not worth that much. Li Xian then thought for a moment and said, "If Your Majesty wants to put it that way, I seem to have an idea. And that is about an experiment in terms of boosting grain production." Boosting food production? As soon as Li Xian mentioned this, Gong Yuyan's body, too, sat up straight in a rare manner. This was a scene that wasn't there just now when Li Xian emphasized the plague that time. In fact, it is not to blame Gong Yuyan, mainly because her heart just did not have this concept. How to let a person who does not know how horrible the plague, to force to experience that kind of horror? It was as if, in that era before the rebirth, an official of a certain country had advised the highest leader that he wished to shut down all trade routes for doing business with foreign countries because of the mysterious colds that were ravaging the country. Definitely not going to take him up on that suggestion. But food is different. Food is the only thing that matters to the people. It's a sentence that applies everywhere. Everywhere. What is it like in your own country that Gong Yuyan doesn't know in her heart? It was because she knew that she was very sensitive to the word food. Very sensitive. There were times when she fretted about the existing problems that could not be solved. For example, the entire range of Qiangua, in addition to the imperial city, is a little better. Now outside the imperial city, everywhere is a disaster. Everywhere is unable to afford to eat. About this, know the news of the palace feather smoke, silent for a long, long time. But she couldn't do much more than order local officials to set up relief points along the way to spread kanji. The Great Qian is short of money and even more short of food. This is also why Li Xian and Yanshan County at that time just managed their only village as sake, because more management, first of all, cannot manage over, and secondly, the hearts of the people are different. Not Li village, those who are not the family clan. Li Xian knows that you cannot do too much good things, and sometimes do good things. It will really bring trouble to him. So this was the biggest reason why Li Xian only swept the snow in front of his own door. It comes down to the fact that there is so little food. How many people have starved to death since the several heavy snowfalls last year? This number made Gong Yuyan's heart heavy. Not dozens, not hundreds, not simply thousands. Rather, tens of thousands of people. And that number, it's still growing as spring begins to warm up this time of year. Although she would not be overly worried about the country. This one figure, all of which was a manifestation of her ineffective governance, seemed to transform into a sharp knife that stabbed her in the chest, leaving her with 1,000 holes in her heart. So when Li Xian talked about this topic, Gong Yuyan was very serious. The matter of food is at stake. Speak on. Gong Yuyan looked into Li Xian's eyes. He just said, is boosting food production. Such words made Gong Yuyan's heart beat faster. Every time, Li Xian seemed to surprise her. Chapter 128. Thank you, Secretary Li. Li Xian just raised his head and met this pair of good-looking eyes. Then Li Xian lowered his head and said slowly, before I say anything, I would like to ask your majesty, is the way of cultivation of the people in our Qian kingdom, or this continent, very monotonous, and is it just a simple pattern of tilling the land plus sowing the seeds plus watering the soil? Gong Yuyan nodded. As the empress of Deqian, she naturally knew this and spoke to Li Xian in the exact same way. Nowadays, when people grow food, the most they can do is to plow the land, then sow the seeds, then water regularly, and in the fall, collect the food, and that's all. I believe that the way people farm is so poor that food production is too low, and after my previous experiments, I have a program that can significantly increase food production. Li Xian thought for a moment and then continued. In a while, near summer, the weather is just right. Your Majesty next. You can compare with 3 groups respectively. The first group is the unaltered present-day farming method. The second is the watering process with the addition of human and animal manure and water. And the third group is the fertilizer formula that I will give to your Majesty next. And you can promote each of these 3 methods one after another, compare and contrast. Of course, I suggest that the second way is directly popularized nationwide, and the third way is more productive, but it takes some time for the formula to be made, so your Majesty can keep the formula and gradually promote it. Li Xian gave a serious hug. This thought was originally intended to be told to Yi Yi, so that Yi Yi could give it to the Empress through that route of his old husband, but he felt that since they had all met, and since the Empress knew all about those being supplied by him, there was no need to take off his pants and fart around and be redundant. Being direct about it is what counts. The Empress's slender jade hand brushed over the face of the hair, to hide the shock of the heart, slowly said, these 2 methods, yield can be raised respectively how much? The production of this is of great concern to her. It was because there was so little arable land in Dakian and the yields were so low that caused Dakian to not have much food and then so many people died. Human and animal manure can boost grain production by 10% to 20. And the fertilizer formula that I gave to His Majesty can boost grain production by about 30% to 50%, and if the process is paired with reasonable plowing, watering, and cultivation, it can be boosted again by another 10% or 20% on top of such a foundation. Li Xian explained a sentence. The Empress's heart, however, was flooded with a monstrous wave. Is it surprising that a mixture of human and animal manure alone can work so wonders when watered? Moreover, the fertilizer formula that Li Xian described, if we follow his description, even if it is boosted by 40%, wouldn't it mean that the overall grain production of Deqian can feed all Deqian civilians and still have something left over? If there had been so much food last year, those people wouldn't have starved to death. Does your Majesty have a pen and paper? I can write it out now. Li Xian said. Who is the person that Deqian should please the most? Your own cheap wife? His own mysterious old man? Of course none of them are. Undoubtedly the great Qian Empress. As long as the great Qian Empress gives an order to bestow marriage on him and his wife, who would dare to disobey? Just kidding. So Li Xian saw it clearly. He can tell the difference in this place. Who's in charge? In this way, Li Xian was very much from the heart. Gong Yuyan hurriedly got up and got Li Xian a pen and paper. At this moment, Li Xian also came beside the Empress, smelling the faint fragrance from the Empress' body. And even at this time, when he raised his head, he could see the Empress moving eyes under her veil. But Li Xian didn't look up, but carefully wrote the fertilizer formula. Of course he also wrote briefly about natural fertilizer recipes and intends to go beyond all the recipes with a detailed list of farming methods and so on. These are some of the experiences accumulated over thousands of years in Huaxia, and are naturally very precious. This place, Dakian, was perhaps only nearly 1,000 years of civilization, and there was little history further back. It was all similar to the myths of that ancient time before his time, so it didn't stand up to scrutiny. That is to say that the development of Deqian until now has experienced a period of about 1,000 years, which is still quite short. Gong Yuyan turned sideways and watched Li Xian keep writing, a burst of surprise and excitement in his brows. In fact, she wouldn't blame Li Xian for not saying it earlier. On the contrary, at this moment, Gong Yuyan, her heart was very excited. If she could really enhance the food, even if it was just 10%, she didn't have to starve to death so many people last year. Not to mention, it's a full 50%. This was one of the most exciting pieces of news that Gong Yuyan had heard so far this year. Soon, after Li Xian wrote a bunch of words in a sprawling manner, he left the front of the table and bowed very politely and said, Your Majesty, if you trust me, you can completely promote it directly. There's no need to compare them. They are all harmless, and to our Qian kingdom, There are 100 benefits without a single harm. There is no laboratory here. A comparison and get the summer. And then after a few months before the line. By then the yellow flowers are cold. So Li Xian previously said the control test. In fact, there is no need to carry out. When the production comes out in the fall, naturally everything will fall into place. Li Xian realized that the empress was looking at what he had written. And he, too, set his gaze on the empress' face. At this time, the empress was covered with a veil, making it impossible to see what she looked like on the inside. But one could see from the eyes that the empress's appearance was really good looking. It was as if she could see through the veil and see a stunning face inside. Maybe it's not too far off from his own cheap wife from 6 years ago. Of course we are simply talking about looks here, independent of other factors. It's the empress's eyes. How some, as if suddenly thinking of something, Li Xian shivered. At this moment, the empress also looked at him, and Li Xian hurriedly lowered his head and stopped gazing. Gong Yuyan naturally perceived the gaze of Li Xian just now. Her heart is also a little nervous. This kid will not recognize himself, right? Thoughts to this, Gong Yuyan said. Li Aiqing worried about the country, the heart of the people. Loan here, for the world of the people. Thank you Li Qing. She didn't half fake that statement. Li Xian was worthy of a vassal and a prime minister for simply having such a contribution. Not to mention that outside of these, Li Xian's contribution is still a lot. If not worried about promoting him too quickly to make enemies. Gong Yuyan hate to let Li Xian become the prime minister of the great Qin dynasty. Li Xian was flattered, then hurriedly bowed and said, "It is a blessing for the people of Deqian to have your majesty." Gong Yuyan, however, smiled. "You know how to flatter too?" The Gong Yuyan of this moment was actually speaking softly with Li Xian as if she was pulling a family affair. Li Xian's heart tightened, then said, "There is no one who is willing to believe in me. There is no one who implements it. Even if I have more ideas, it is meaningless. So I also thank the trust from your majesty. Your majesty has the honor of knowing me. So that statement of mine is not flattery. There are times when the honor of knowing me is more important. Talent has no place to show, is a kind of sadness." Gong Yuyan nodded and flung a token made of gold Nanmu over to Li Xian, and said faintly, "With this token, you can mobilize any Jinui to help you as you please. So you can leave now." Li Xian's heart stirred as he looked at the token. Chapter 129 Assessed Contributions to the Land. "Thank you, your majesty, for your love." After briefly looking at the token, Li Xian then placed it in his clothes pocket. After thinking about it, Li Xian added, "I have one more thing. Say." The empress looked at Li Xian, her heart great. She was considering how to reward Li Xian better. She was really happy today, probably the happiest day since the beginning of the year. "I have this paragraph about Qiangui taxes. I hope it can attract your majesty's attention." Li Xian opened ahead. Su Su said, "Deqian has such a status quo. I think, with the tax is too heavy has a great correlation. After a few snowstorms last year, the average person in Deqian can't afford to eat to starve to death. Yet there are still so many poll taxes to be paid. And violent levies, unstandardized levies are frequent, poor supervision and other conditions." Li Xian said a lot about what he had learned. Then, Li Xian added, "Therefore, I think that your majesty should not be embarking on major issues and everything, but should also give proper consideration to the ordinary people in the world. How can we reduce the burden on them? And how can we face the situation where the ordinary civilians are going to be so hungry that they can't afford to eat, yet they still need to pay a high poll tax every year? Your majesty knows that when civilians can't get food, the magistrates beat and scold them at will, and act as if they were bandits. And the biggest key to this is that many of them, who don't have fields and work for the landlords, don't have any food of their own, but are suffering under such a headcount policy." Li Xian said this without another word. He knew that it was just about time to get here. He just happened to see the empress himself, and wanted to try and fix this thing if he could. And if he couldn't, he tried anyway. The poll tax plagued many ancient kings, and today's Deqian, naturally, is deeply disturbed by it. It can be said that if there is no so-called poll tax, perhaps the situation in ancient times can still be stable for many more years, and the ordinary people in ancient times would really not rebel if they could not afford to eat. The empress frowned, and she knows it. But what is the foundation of the state? Or taxes? How does it work when you don't collect taxes anymore? How can a dynasty last when the treasury is running out of money? It wasn't that she hadn't thought about these things, but she had thought about them a million times. But there is still no good solution, because the current solution, perhaps not the right one, is irreplaceable in itself. It has to be. The empress sighed in her heart and said helplessly, "I am also aware of this matter. Does Secretary Li have a solution?" At this moment, the empress didn't want to talk too much. She only knew that when Li Xian said this matter, perhaps he must have come with a solution. rather than being similar to those ministers who only gave her the problem without giving her a solution. Li Xian nodded and said, yes. Say, there was a slight intent in the bottom of the empress's eyes. This kid, he really has a way about him, and really surprised myself a lot. Does he really have a program that collects taxes and reduces the burden for the average person? I'd better write it down for you. Li Xian thought about it and continued to walk to the side and began to put pen to paper. After writing, Li Xian exhaled and said, I hope that your majesty will pay attention to what I said today. After saying this, Li Xian clasped his fists and pushed down the trace of doubt in his heart that couldn't be waved away, and finally left the place. Behind him, Green Reed appeared in response. Green Reed's gaze was complicated for a moment. Every time, Li Xian seemed to bring surprises to De Qian. The method of letting the grain increase the harvest by 3 or 5% is really precious, but it is directly taken out by Li Xian. So what kind of person is it in the end? She couldn't understand Li Xian more and more. Could it be that Li Xian was sent from the heavens to save the Qian kingdom? The empress, on the other hand, came to the piece of rice paper, and after reading it, she muttered, amortization into acres? This policy made the empress silent for a long time in the middle of the reading process. And inside, Li Xian also improved something about the history of memory, the impact that the negative issue of apportionment into mu can bring, such as uneven apportionment and other issues. Li Xian introduced in great detail, so much so that after reading it, her heart rippled for a long time. It was difficult to calm down. The onerous poll tax was changed to a tax based on the number of fields. Moreover, Li Xian also thoughtfully gave the method to enhance the harvest before this, which could also greatly avoid some of the disadvantages brought about by the different harvests of the fields under some policies. And more importantly, those ordinary people who did not have fields might not have to worry about facing the high grain tax. And the court side? The same can be levied to what should be levied, and also secretly limit some landowners and clans, which makes Gong Yuyen, inside, very excited. For a long time, Gong Yuyen put down the rice paper, her face showing a complex color. Green Reed also walked over and looked at the top at the Empress authorization. Subsequently, Xing Reed said with a look of emotion, he is really able to bring you surprises every time. This time the fertilizer that enhances the grain harvest, as well as the reform of the Great Qian poll tax, is the true meaning of complementing each other, and benefit the two major measures of the Great Qian. In the long run, the Great Qian will prosper. Although she didn't understand too much, she had followed the Empress for so long that she could see whether some things were good or bad. Because of this, Green Reed was a bit emotional. It seemed that she also greatly admired Li Xian's ability. In that case, is Li Xian still unworthy of His Majesty? Perhaps with Li Xian's talent and face value, he was good enough to be worthy of His Majesty. Of course, he himself had beaten up that brat for the Empress not long ago, so there was still a slight embarrassment on Qingwei's face as she spoke. He had just punched that kid. But it turned out that the kid had sent such a good thing to the Empress within a few days. It made Green Reed's expression slightly unnatural. Could it be that she had punched less in the past? Must be flogged more often? Do you think he recognized loan? The Empress put down the sheets of rice paper with the recipes and policies on them and muttered to herself. What Li Xian wrote down was a general policy, which was equivalent to a general direction. And naturally he couldn't write everything down. And he couldn't do that kind of thing. The only thing he did was to provide the direction and framework, so that the Empress, as the king of a country, would naturally know how to proceed with the next steps. Xing Reed paused for a moment and said, no, even if he had some doubts for a certain moment he wouldn't believe it. His Majesty's status is too different from 6 years ago. The Empress then nodded with relief, and then said, you go down, help Lone arrange it, and follow what he said, and promote it nationwide. Yes. Green Reed took the rice paper, intending to leave. Just before leaving, Xing Reed added, Your Majesty. He said something about the plague, Li Xian just now, but directly suggested to directly blockade the border. Such an approach, even in the heart of the Green Reed, feel a little worried about excessive? The plague from ancient times to the present, although it is said to make people panic, but it really has not caused any large-scale deaths. The general situation spread to where focus on where to control can be, basically will cause months of trouble. Slowly the plague naturally no more. Instead of what Li Xian said, now that we're still deep inside Qi, we're just going to blockade the border, not allow any circulation, and monitor it closely or something. As for the smallpox, Li Xian said, what type of plague was it? Green Reed really didn't know. She wanted to pay attention, but seemed to think that Li Xian was overdoing it a bit. But Li Xian's words were never false. Could it be that this time the plague would really become serious? No one knew, at least not Green Reed, but she felt that she should pay attention to what Li Xian said. Chapter 130 Tragic Death on the Street. Gong Yuyen pondered for a moment and said, add manpower, pay close attention to it, Loan now the silver is still far from enough. If you block all the trade at the border, the next time something happens in Dakian, there will be no money available. And then the downfall will be even more troublesome than the plague that may be caused by the plague now. As the king of a country, how could she not know that when there was no money available, the next time Qi and Chu invaded Chengguo again, it would really be a no-brainer? Green Reed nodded. It was indeed true that this could not be banned. It's not that you don't want to, but you can't. There are times when what they are dealing with is not as simple as they think. By the way, the Empress pondered for a moment, and said, earlier, he wrote a content in the re-examination. It is written about some of the essentials of water management. You deal with the matter of food. You can start to test his content about water management. Perhaps really useful. Promote it, may be able to alleviate some of the problems of many rivers in Dakian. So with the point of fertilizers, it may be miraculous. It's water treatment plus fertilizer, plus poll tax reform. A multi-pronged approach. Perhaps this year's sight of the Great Qian, as long as it can steadily progress, it will be a sea change, which is before, no matter how, cannot think of things. As she spoke, the Empress took out the previous retest paper of Li Xian's and looked at it for a few moments before handing over another copy to Qing Wei. The Empress handed over to the Green Reed. Is the subsequent Empress according to the content of this volume? Let a group of water treatment field aspects of the competent person. More in-depth comprehensive and detailed planning, made out of a detailed and incomparable water treatment essentials. It covers almost all of the large and small rivers in the Great Qian territory. Of course, for small rivers, is also completely applicable, but small rivers will not be very meaningful, basically will not develop into any hidden danger. The real hidden dangers will always be those major big rivers. Green Reed nodded with emotion. Many people know that the Green Reed represents the Empress. Naturally, there is no need for the Empress to individually notify them one by one again. Over the years, the Empress has a lot of people, in all walks of life. It is not a bare-knuckle commander one, just because within the hundreds of officials, there are not many people who are truly loyal to the Empress. To say that she didn't even have anyone she could use would be an understatement. Green Reed took the items and quickly left. When she left Gong Yuyan alone, a flash of hesitation flashed under her eyes. Just now, in the moment Li Xian locked eyes with her, how could she not see inside Li Xian's eyes? That touch of familiarity? If not for the fact that her status was so different from his, perhaps Li Xian might have recognized her, which was indeed true. With this thought, Gong Yuyan thought of her daughter again. She had not seen her daughter for a long time since the last time she saw her. She thought about visiting her daughter, Gong Sini, in the next few days. At this time, Li Xian, who had left from the imperial city, was sent to the Xianwang mansion by that patriarch. And of course, this was a request from Li Xian, who wanted to have a good chat with Chu Yun about some things. Today he is quite satisfied overall, but there was something that Li Xian felt needed to be confirmed. Afterward, the eunuch patriarch seemed to have something on his mind and briefly left Li Xian's side. He was indeed protecting Li Xian, but it was not possible for him to be by his side all the time. Just like Cheng Wei, it could only be said that a large portion of the time, he was following in the shadows to protect Li Xian. But like just now when the Empress had commanded some orders, Cheng Wei would not follow beside Li Xian. And as for this eunuch patriarch, the same was true. When there was something going on, he would briefly disengage for a moment. Soon, Li Xian walked into the house of Xianwang and met Chu Yun. Chu Yun curiously said, "Can Brother Li have something to do?" Li Xian nodded, frowned and said, "Regarding the plague, my brother has some uncertainties and would like to ask your side." Next, Li Xian and Chu Yun chatted and talked about the plague before finally leaving the Xianwang mansion with some concern. In fact, he felt the importance of the Empress for him, and he also felt the other party a state of excitement when he knew that there was a method that could enhance grain production. But the only thing he didn't sense was the importance the Empress placed on the plague. Only then did Li Xian allow the other party to send him to the house of the Xianwang. Just in the world Sun Chu Yun good talk for a while, only to know this world, surprisingly really no smallpox, and some of the previous plague, seems to be not too serious, at most is the death of hundreds of people look, and then there is no ravage all over the case exists. After knowing this thing, Li Xian mood is a little heavy. Great Qian valued it, and he felt a little intimidated. Not to mention, it's Dakian who doesn't pay attention. After walking out from the Xianwang mansion, Li Xian chose the way that the Xianwang mansion sent someone to carry a sedan chair and send him back to the county office. Sitting inside the sedan chair and walking forward, Li Xian's feeling that he had once been spied on in his heart appeared again. After subconsciously frowning, Li Xian instructed the people outside to speed up their pace. During the process there were also some ordinary people in Deqian who found out that the one sitting in the sedan chair was Lord Li, so they greeted him, and there were even some people kneeling down on the ground. seemingly thanking him for what he had done during this period of time, and uprooting the Marquis of Prosperity might not be the work of Li Xian alone, but it definitely had a great deal of Li Xian's credit. So at this stage, Li Xian's reputation in the imperial city could almost be said to have reached its peak. It was only when he was about halfway through the journey that the palanquin stopped. Subsequently, Li Xian also lifted the curtain and looked outside. Somewhere in the imperial city, there were many people gathered inside. It seemed like something was going on. Seeing this trouble, Li Xian subconsciously wanted to leave, but thought of his identity, so Li Xian still walked down and asked, what happened up ahead? Originally, no one intended to let him, but after someone outside saw that it was Lord Li, they were all startled and then respectfully made way. Then Li Xian walked in and saw on the ground, lying a few beggars who had been dead for a long time and their bodies were stiff. These several beggars seemed to be young people, and the age of the smallest but only the early teens, the largest is only 20 years old. Both young beggars who died horribly in the streets. It was a very shocking scene. Chapter 131 Creepy Monk. Some people at this age enjoy a fine life, while others die in the streets. That said, there is something really hard on the heart. Some women, at the moment, wiped their tears and said something about the injustice of the world. And beside these few beggars, there was a bald monk, who was exuding a sad and compassionate demeanor, giving these few beggars supernatural powers. As for why a few beggars died, no one really knows. The odds, of course, are that it died of starvation or disease. After all, there are so few sources of beggars and perhaps things. Through the sight of some of the murmurs can be learned. These several small beggars, it seems that some time ago, but also at home on the street can see them, but these days not how to meet. I did not expect to see again. Has died. It is really hard to predict the world. Soon the government officials came this way to disperse the crowd. When he wanted Li Xian to leave as well, he suddenly saw Li Xian's face, and the magistrate was startled. They then hurriedly said, Lord Li, you're already here. This Lord Li, he's really fast. Li Xian nodded, then looked at the bald monk. Is there even a monk in this world? While Li Xian was sizing up the other party, this bald monk also looked at Li Xian. Both sides stared at each other for a moment, and Li Xian frowned. This monk's eyes, how to look a little weird. Not that the person is weird, but that the other party looks at him, does not seem to be surprised, like you know who he is? Monk, you should be Lord Li Xian Li, who has become very famous in the Qian Kingdom's imperial city in recent days, right? The monk rose and joined hands with Li Xian. At this moment, the monk did ask with some courtesy. That's natural. Our Lord Li loves the people for the people. Since Lord Li took office, in the imperial city street order are much better. Those damn guys also dare not freely bully others. Yes, it's all because of Lord Li. Li Xian didn't answer. Instead, those ordinary people gathered outside answered for Li Xian. Li Xian's old face reddened, but at this time he still said, Are you a monk? Amitabha Buddha. Lord Li's wise eyes are like a torch. A glance saw through the identity of the poor monk. The poor monk is exactly the monk. Dharma name Huineng. Today I found these beggars, and felt compassion, so I am here to give them superhuman. This time I have seen Lord Li, and I realized that Lord Li has a body of wisdom, and has a destiny with our Buddha. The monk once again clasped his hands together and bowed to Li Xian. Li Xian was still a bit unresponsive as he listened to the first half. When he reached the second half, Li Xian instantly got goosebumps. To be honest, he was really respectful of these religious nature stuffs, especially the last sentence, have a connection with my Buddha, which made Li Xian shiver. He doesn't believe in any Buddha, Taoism, immortals or gods. He only believes in himself. To put it bluntly, he was a pure practitioner of materialistic values. So how could he possibly listen to the monk in front of him who was full of nonsense? And for some reason, his subconscious told him that he had to stay away from this monk now. This monk, he's so weird. It was as if he had come over here specifically to wait for him. Why was he so sure that he would get out of the sedan chair and walk over? Li Xian's heart flinched, then hurriedly said, The master is overstated. I have no affinity with the Buddha. I only believe in myself and do not believe in anything nebulous. Of course, I also respect the faith of the master. Afterward, Li Xian turned around and signaled the magistrate beside him to take the monk away. Staying a little longer was all over him. How come in this world there are monks? Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the monk said the words that caused Li Xian's footsteps to suddenly lurch, followed by his pupils shrinking violently. Lord Li has been a man of 2 lives and is endowed with wisdom. Doesn't that show that he has a connection with our Buddha? These words made Li Xian pause. Inside, he was flooded with huge waves. 2 lives. It's amazing that he said something so bizarre as that. Then Li Xian paused for a moment, and his body turned somewhat stiffly to look at the monk, only to find that in the position behind them, There was nothing more monks, only a few corpses, somewhat miserably landed over there, seeming to tell of a tragic life. Li Xian's scalp tingled. People are missing? Is the other person a zongshar? Only a patriarch would make Li Xian feel that it was possible to appear unknowingly and then disappear unknowingly. So subconsciously, it made Li Xian lean towards this idea. It was just that the other party's words before he left that similarly caused Li Xian's heart to beat violently. He can tell he's a two-timer? It was getting him all over the place. Li Xian looked around and asked, "Where did that monk go? Lord Li, are you alright? Where did the monk come from?" In fact, what Li Xian was most afraid of hearing was these words. But well, a few yamen beside him likewise scratched their heads and said, "Yes, just now that monk where to go? How suddenly disappeared? It is really strange. Strange how the living are suddenly gone." Several yamen are looking around, but did not find anyone. Many onlookers of the public also froze for a moment. Seems to be curious just that the monk who overtook the corpse, why suddenly disappeared into thin air. This big living person under the sky, how can suddenly disappeared? Li Xian retracted his gaze, a little worried in his heart, but not too worried because he had people following around to protect him. So Li Xian was not afraid. For the next while, he still methodically took care of the bodies. I just hope that guy, he's just saying that to swindle him. When Li Xian had been busy all day and was returning to his house from the county office, Li Xian suddenly but stopped. Not far in front of him, that is, under the night, in the direction of an alleyway entrance. The monk who had appeared once during the day had stopped over there once again at this moment. The monk was smiling and just looked straight at Li Xian, looking very weird. Li Xian footsteps, want to go around the other side, but here is a necessary place, so simply cannot go around. Li Xian stopped in front of the monk. He would like to see what this guy really want to say. Amitabha Buddha, Lord Li, you and I are truly destined to meet again. Hui Neng clasped his hands together and greeted Li Xian. Chapter 132 commissioned. The corner of Li Xian's mouth twitched. Then he said, "Didn't you deliberately wait for me here?" Hui Neng shook his head and said, "It's a heavenly fate for a poor monk to wait until Lord Li, isn't it?" Li Xian, he felt that no matter it was the monk from that previous world, or this monk he met in front of him, all of them had one characteristic. That is, their mouths were quite powerful, and they could always find some shameless remarks to round out what he had said. And they didn't change their color when they spoke, and they didn't change their face, they didn't change their heart, and they were really hypocritical to the extreme. "Lord Li, the poor monk has an unkind request." Hui Neng looked at Li Xian, and when he didn't say anything, he put his palms together and said this. Li Xian frowned, but still said, "Master Hui Neng, I still have things to do and have to go home." As he spoke, Li Xian took a detour and left directly. He was thinking that he should have little problem with having someone around to protect him. So during that time, Li Xian also calmed down a little bit, but because of the other party's words of two lives during the day, it made Li Xian still not want to get close to this person. He does have 2 lives, and that's the biggest secret on him. This monk who suddenly appeared by his side was a bit too weird. It was just that Li Xian wanted to go around, but he realized that his body was no longer under control. To be precise, it wasn't that his body wasn't under control, but his body, which was picked up like a chicken, and then flew away from the imperial city. It was like going to see the empress before and being carried by the eunuch patriarch to that scene. This caused Li Xian's pupils to slam shut and his heartbeat to rapidly accelerate. Since Lord Li doesn't give this face to the poor monk, it's not easy for the poor monk to wait for this opportunity. So I'll just commission Lord Li to take a walk with the poor monk. I hope that Lord Li can be forgiven. Hui Neng's voice, too, quickly appeared inside Li Xian's ears. And at this time, since Hui Nan was walking with him, the speed was so fast that Li Xian couldn't keep up with his breathing a little bit, let alone saying something. He could only ow and growl twice, but to no avail. This bald ass, he was planning to just rob him. Li Xian's eyes widened. What the hell is going on here? Where's the old eunuch? Why didn't he come out to help him? Li Xian was on the verge of tears. What had he been through? He'd been cautious enough, and he'd still ended up with a target on his back. It didn't take long for the monk to have led Li Xian out of the imperial city and to have appeared in the mountains and forests outside of the imperial city. In the middle of the mountain forest, the temperature was much lower than the imperial city, and the eye could not see all around. It was pitch black, literally couldn't reach out and could only vaguely discern that they were now in front of a reserved clearing, and then surrounded by thick branches. It looked eerie and horrible as if they were going to drill out a beast at any time. It was only at this moment that Hui Neng's speed slowed down. He let go of Li Xian and said with a smile, "Lord Li, the little monk just now didn't disturb you, did he?" Li Xian, he was afraid to say anything now. The fear is that this monk is commissioned to capture him to Chi and Chu. Of course it was possible that the monk was a simple creepy monk who just randomly laid hands on him, The former had a purpose. At least the purpose wasn't to kill him. Otherwise, if the sovereign figure wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to survive at all. So in this case, Li Xian wasn't too worried. The latter's words were casual and Li Xian was still really elusive. There were too many evil monks inside those movies and TV shows that I remember watching. While Li Xian didn't say anything, Hui Nang looked at Li Xian and continued to put his palms together and said, "The poor monk has made amends to Lord Li for treating him so rashly." And after that, Monk Huineng owed his body in a false manner. Li Xian was on the verge of tears as he listened to the sound of wolves barking far and near around him. Even if Monk Huineng told him to leave now, he wouldn't dare to do so. Wolves are smart though and don't usually attack humans. But in this kind of two general circumstances, Li Xian really do not dare to guarantee that he came to this place in the middle of the night. Escape and can escape to where? The probability that he can only obediently follow the other side. Master Huineng, where are we now? At this moment, he was really only able to talk like this. Otherwise it's really hard to have your little life held in someone else's hands. Where's the Qian eunuch patriarch? Didn't they say that the other side had been following them for protection? And so on. Li Xian remembered just Hui Nang said it was hard to wait for this opportunity. Did it mean that the eunuch patriarch happened to have something to do and left briefly for a while? And in that gap, he himself was targeted? Highly likely. It's just that what Li Xian didn't even expect was that this Qi and Chu, the two countries, really couldn't get enough of him. It's amazing that things haven't given up after all this time. Master, are you from Qi or Chu? Li Xian asked cautiously. Other than that, the people who could have a heart for him were unknown to Li Xian. To put it bluntly, it was nothing more than Qi Xian of the Qi kingdom, as well as Chu Yifeng of the Chu kingdom, who had great intentions towards him at that time. Hui Nang is to continue to palm. Respectfully said, Li Tajian. Poor monks all over the world. Qi, Chu, Qian, three countries, even that far north of the bitter cold land, are poor monks' home. As for Li Tajian said masters, poor monks' shame. Poor monks is a common little monk. Just to prove some of the heart of the thought. So the aggrieved Li Tajian. I hope Li Tajian forgive me. But Lord Li don't worry. Poor monk next. Will not force Lord Li to do anything that Lord Li is not willing to do. Li Xian frowned and asked again in the night. But what exactly is your purpose in bringing me out? And where are you going? Please also tell me clearly. Master. At least the monk was still treating himself quite well now. So Li Xian was not in a position to tear his face off. The main thing was to tear his face off. It also didn't mean much. In the face of a monk who was suspected to be at the level of a grandmaster, Li Xian didn't have half the strength. Not to mention, the other party had also seen the secret on his body. This made Li Xian feel as uncomfortable as if his whole body was stripped naked when facing this monk. Hui Nang continued to put his palms together and said, "The heavens are vast, and on this journey, one can go wherever one wishes." Li Xian, this monk, and the monk in his memory, really weren't that different. All ing talk and hide and say they don't understand something but have to keep people guessing. A pisser compared to the monks in his world. The point is, one can't beat the other. And that's too distressing. If I have to say a destination, the poor monk has also come on this trip for the sake of a friend's trust. So our destination is probably in Qi. This next statement from Hui Nang made Li Xian not say anything else. Sure enough, it was still the thieving hearts of the people of Qi. Li Xian sighed. Sir Li, why are you sighing? Wisdom asked curiously. Li Xian, can you not be such a hypocrite? I sigh. Can you not? Can the master send me back to the imperial city? Li Xian clasped his fists and said, if master does so, I will be grateful. Seeing Li Xian do so, Hui Nang continued, Li Taoyuan. This time the poor monk is only entrusted by someone. The little monk can guarantee that Li Taoyuan won't be out of anything. And after Li Taoyuan has seen some things, or after certain considerations, if Li Taoyuan is still stubborn, then Hui Nang won't force Li Taoyuan. And if Li Taoyuan wants to come back at that time, Hui Nang will surely safely send Lord Li to the Qian Kingdom's imperial city. Monks never tell lies. As for now, still hope that Lord Li will follow the side. More aggrieved. Sorry, Li Xian didn't say anything. Won't you force me? At the same time, the direction of the great Qian imperial city. The time came to the end of the Ohio hour. That is, near 11 o'clock in the evening at this time. Li Xian but still failed to return to the Li mansion also made his daughter Gongxini find out about it. Chapter 133 Li Xian disappears. Ever since she found out that her father didn't come back, Gongxini was distracted and found Shaowen. She spoke to Shaowen, who then spoke to the Xian Wangfu masters who were waiting at the Li mansion in the same haste. And then, the expert of the house of the Sage King froze for a moment. He looked at the sky and realized that it really was getting late. He pressed his heart full of doubts to leave the Li mansion and went to the gate of the county office. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that the gate of the county office had long been closed. meaning that Li Xian had also left this side of the county office a long time ago, a discovery that startled the masters of the house of Xianwang. After thinking about it for a while, the person ended up making another trip to the house of the Xianwang. Then he found Chu Yun, who was already asleep, and woke up the other party. After Chu Yun woke up and heard that Li Xian hadn't returned to the Li mansion, Chu Yun, who was still a bit groggy, instantly came to his senses. Chu Yun recalled for a moment and hurriedly said, "Brother Li did come to find me, but that was during the daytime. He went to the county office at that moment during the daytime. Could it be that Brother Li was not at the county office?" Under Chu Yun's stony expression, the man shook his head. Afterwards, he said gruffly, "There is no one in the Li house, and no one in the county office, and when I couldn't find anyone, I tried to come to the side of the world sun, and now the world sun doesn't know. So it seems that Lord Li is afraid that something has happened. This is also one of the last things you want to encounter." But now it seemed that the probability of something happening to Li Xian was high, because Li Xian was very regular and unlikely to go to that kind of fireworks place. It shouldn't be, at this hour. It's long past time to go back. Chu Yun muttered to himself before saying, "Could it be that Brother Li went to the Begonia Pavilion? Impossible. Brother Li just can't get a heart on. What's the point of going over there? What are you talking about, Seiji?" The man frowned. "This Seiji, it's come to this. What are you still thinking about?" Nothing. People are missing. We have to look for them. If we really can't, we should notify His Majesty's side. Didn't you say before that His Majesty let the patriarchal figure follow Brother Li around for protection? Brother Li shouldn't have too much of a problem. After all, that's a patriarch close protection," Chu Yun hurriedly said. At that time, when he learned of this news, Chu Yun also lamented for a long time. Right now, though, he was pressing half a mind. The middle-aged man nodded, and then went directly to the direction of the palace, but then halfway, turned back to the Li mansion, because he did not have this right to go to the palace in the middle of the night, so going over to the imperial city now would be for nothing. And at this time, Qing Wei, who had also finished handling some things and intended to go to the Li mansion to take a look, froze after arriving at the Li mansion. He saw the chief eunuch, and the others seemed to be waiting for her to come at the moment. After spotting the other party, Green Reed frowned and said, "What happened? Other than that reason?" She couldn't figure out what the point of the other woman waiting for her was. As expected, the eunuch patriarch said with an ugly face, "Li Xian, I can't find it." Since he was following around the empress, he naturally knew that beside the empress, the most powerful person was Green Reed, so he could only wait for Green Reed to arrive. Within their field, the achievers come first. A person with high martial arts skills is a well-deserved senior. Therefore, when he faced Green Reed, who was much younger than him, he was also very respectful and would not be arrogant and think that he was arrogant because he was older. Under these words, Chang Reed's face changed dramatically. Afterward, Chang Reed stared at the other party closely and said word for word, "When did this happen? And were you there or not?" "Not present. We can't wait by Lord Li's side every moment. We left for about a few hours. There were some things that needed to be dealt with at that time. And when we came back again, Lord Li could no longer be found, and we would follow up by going to see His Majesty to collect our punishment." Despite his words, the chief eunuch did not blame himself too much. That in itself is not his responsibility. Protecting someone doesn't mean not moving an inch. Even if he was a patriarch, he still had some things of his own, not to mention His Majesty's side, looking for him to have some tasks to do, and it had been a long time since the incident with Qi and Chu, plus the fact that there was still a Qi patriarch captive over here. Why were they still hitting their attention on Li Xian? It was something he couldn't figure out in any way. Could it be Chu? Green Reed suddenly disappeared into thin air. She was going to find out for herself. After half an hour, Green Reed still appeared. She had just searched all over the city, including the several greenhouses that Li Xian had a very low probability of possibly appearing in, plus that next door to Ning Xuan's bed. There was no figure of Li Xian. That kid, it's like he's disappeared. At this time, Qing Wei's gaze also looked towards that expert from the Xianwang Palace. After the other party encountered these two sovereign figures, he also respectfully clasped his fists and said with some trepidation, "Greetings to the two seniors. Li Xian has never been to the house of the Xianwang?" Ching Reed asked directly. She had just gone to the Xianwang house, no one was there, but she didn't check in detail. The man shook his head and said, "I've been there once during the day and it's already gone. And I've just been to the county office and there's nothing on the county office side either." With those words, Green Reed Fong left this way. Then, a somewhat anxious Ching Reed appeared in the Empress's chambers. She didn't go looking for it haphazardly. The four directions of the imperial city, east, west, south, and north, could go out anywhere. and the probability was that only a Zongshi would be able to take Li Xian away without God realizing it. The patriarch traveled thousands of miles in a day, and no one could find it after all this time in the past, so some things really can't be rushed. Green Reed knew this, and naturally, he couldn't be looking around like a headless fly. Upon learning that Li Xian had disappeared, the empress, who was staying up all night to grade her sonata, likewise had her heartbeat stop violently. Then she looked at Qing Reed and said in a slightly calmer manner, "Recently in the Imperial City, are there any suspicious things or suspicious people? Especially those at the Zong master level?" Letting Green Reed test everyone, Green Reed couldn't do it as a girl. Therefore, the empress was keen and spoke of the patriarchal figure. This was the existence that was most likely to lay hands on Li Xian. Green Reed thought for a moment and shook his head. Hardly, but dash. As the words came out, Green Reed's expression lurched. Then, she looked at the empress in front of her with a strange face, seeming to be somewhat unexpected, and also seeming to be somewhat afraid to confirm this matter that she thought. Say, Gong Yuyan was now completely unmotivated to approve the Zhangji. One Li Xian is better than too many things. Does your majesty know that Hui Nang, who came to the imperial city at the beginning of the year to preach the teachings of Buddhism? Green Reed named a key player. Subconsciously, she would ignore the other person, because those monks, apart from preaching the doctrine, basically have no desires, and because the other side preaching, are some formal content, such as teaching people to be good, can be in the next life to a good birth, and then save a life, the equivalent of the accumulation of great merit, etc. So these contents, after some tracking and checking, the officials also allowed those monks to preach. Anyway, these monks have existed for thousands of years. There has been no problem. In addition to some nagging, basically will not cause any harm to the ruling class. Because of the three countries, all tacitly agreed to the existence of these Buddhism and so on carved out of the control, allowing them to preach in the country. But after the empress reminded her, she remembered that in the imperial city, there was indeed a patriarchal figure who had been staying in Deqian for quite some time now. That little bald ass? Gong Yuyan wrinkled her eyebrows. She knew this person. Chapter 134. The decaying look. As a patriarchal figure, she naturally knew each other. It was just that as a religious character amongst the patriarchs, they generally didn't get involved in worldly affairs. So that was why, subconsciously, the empress would ignore him. But so, the imperial city's patriarchs, they all know. Then the only thing that can't be controlled is the Qi Buddhist Hui Nang, which is also a patriarchal figure that they subconsciously ignored. Your Majesty, you have someone look for Hui Nang. I'll leave the city now and head towards Qi, but I don't think I'll necessarily be able to find anyone. That little bald donkey will definitely take some slight detours if he's a bit wary. It's unlikely that he'll go over to the Qi side in the form of walking in a straight line, so at the worst, it'll be hard to find anyone during this time. Green Reed spoke gruffly. As he spoke, Green Reed was about to leave. Behind her, the empress clenched her teeth, thought of something as if, only then said word by word, first find. Once found that something happened to him, the entire Qi royal family to accompany the burial, as well as that Buddhist old bald donkey. Green Reed took a step, then nodded. If she does not count the cost, she does have the ability. Just that the situation of the three kingdoms. I'm afraid that the world is really in chaos. Day 2. Li Xian and Hui Nang were already far away from the range of the imperial city area. It was too simple for a patriarch to take someone out of the imperial city. What is the concept of traveling 1,000 miles a day? It's equivalent to the speed of a green train in a previous life. It's even speed, not rapid speed. So that by the time Li Xian reacted, they had already appeared on top of a dilapidated wide avenue outside of the city, surrounded by overgrown weeds, yellow soil, and potholes, as if they had come to some extremely dilapidated and sparsely populated place. But from the pedestrians on the road, this is really not a sparsely populated place. It seems to be the official road of Dakian, but it is just old and dilapidated, and it looks rather shabby. A number of beggars dragging simple luggage were walking along this potholed road. There were also a lot of skinny, bony adults with a couple of equally skinny, bony children, barefooted, with not a few pieces of cloth on their bodies, just walking down the road, deep in the ground. And the only thing these people had in common was that they were very skinny, skin and bones, and they looked very intimidating. There are a lot of such people, not just the usual ones. After seeing these people, Li Xian was silent. Amit Ba. Hui Nang folded his hands, said with compassion, Lord Li was pampered, born in the noble imperial city of Dakian. Have you ever seen the current situation of Dakian? And now Lord Li Si is only the tip of the iceberg. Here is only close to the great Qian imperial city some, a little better, and then go out. Such scenes are too many. Everywhere are corpses. Everywhere are wild dogs gnawing. Nowadays the great Qian, Cannot say that 1,000 holes, but has been completely decayed. Li Xian was silent. He could only choose silence. Truth be told, he really hadn't left the imperial city, and he really didn't know that the outside world was like this, especially in the territory of Diqian, where there were so many disaster victims. This makes Li Xian feel a bit surprised. After all, before this, he stayed in Yanshan County for 6 years. Then he went directly to the imperial city to buy a set of mansion. In Yanshan County during that period of time, Li Xian almost didn't go anywhere, just guarding the home's 1 acre of land, inventing and so on at home. In short, for the whole of Dakian, Li Xian's knowledge and understanding of all the cognition, almost all in people's word of mouth and the content of the understanding, such as Dakian has a female emperor. The pattern of the whole world is Qian, Qi, Chu 3 tripods, the world is a hollow type of world, never seen before and so on. Above, is all Li Xian knows, even if he knew that the people of Qianguo were suffering, and that many people died last year because of the snowstorm. Even so, it didn't have the same impact as the scene in front of him. This is especially like a scene of war that may be close to the imperial city. Those who don't know think that Diqian has been fighting the war for a long time. Pressing is not at all like the overall peaceful state of the Dry Kingdom. Ba. Hui Neng sighed and continued, Lord Li, are you still planning to give them a helping hand? Do you have any silver and spare food on you? Do you believe that if you take it out, they will absolutely rush to them instead of being grateful? How does Lord Li think such a status quo should be resolved? Li Xian didn't say anything. This sentence, he naturally believed, because he understood that there are times when one really can't report so-called good intentions. When a person does not have enough to eat and is about to starve to death, looking at another walking person, all feel like a piece of meat, and can't wait to go over and eat it raw. Not to mention that it's now in this situation. He wants to use some of the only silver left on his body to help people. Li Xian feels that the next moment he'll be eaten by a portion of the food. They should know that when they passed by, these people saw that he was dressed exquisitely and appeared to be from a rich family, but they frequently looked at them with sideways glances. If he hadn't dared to do it in broad daylight, he might have been robbed. This type of phenomenon is found throughout the territory of the 3 countries? Li Xian asked. No, only the Dry Kingdom. Hui Neng shook his head and said slowly, Qi and Chu, although the civilians are equally miserable, they are not starving to death. It can be said that everyone has food to eat, everyone has clothes to wear, and the land over there is vast and the mountains are beautiful, so naturally there are very few situations that can lead to starvation, and your Honor Li will see it when the time comes. Li Xian was silent, looking around at those who passed them by, a little jumpy. If they hadn't seen a monk following beside Li Xian, they might have already made their move. The more they lived in misery, the more respect ordinary people had for this type of monk, so they had thoughts, but did not move, and could only take 3 steps forward and 1 step back, watching Li Xian slowly leave. As Li Xian was almost out of this official road, he and a man with a cloak rubbed shoulders. Afterwards, the cloaked man's footsteps lurched a little, but he still staggered away. This subtle change was not noticed by Hui Neng, nor was it noticed by Li Xian. However, the person inside the cloak spotted Li Xian early on. This person is Lu Qingxue. It was only after the 2 sides staggered past each other and Hui Neng and Li Xian had walked a long distance out that Lu Qingxue stopped and frowned at the direction Li Xian had left. Why does Li Xian follow a monk? What the hell is going on here? Isn't he the magistrate of the imperial city of Dakian? It's suddenly thinking of a possibility. Lu Qingxue shuddered. Then, she quickly chased after him in the direction where Hui Neng had taken Li Xian away. Chapter 135 Qianguo Border. What Lu Qingxue thought was correct. Nowadays Li Xian was indeed coerced to leave. Otherwise, it would be more appropriate for Li Xian to stay in the Li mansion instead of coming outside. A few days later, another late night, Li Xian and Hui Neng arrived inside a village. They had, by now, come to the area near the border of the Qian kingdom, and on the way, they saw quite a number of human corpses and bones, which were very shocking. From that moment on, Li Xian finally understood what was meant by the vermilion door stinks of wine and meat, and the road has frozen bones. Everything experienced before my eyes is a profound illustration of what is described in this verse. This was a scene that could never be experienced in the imperial city. No matter what, hearsay is far less shocking than seeing it for yourself. The village in front of him, from the outside looks very shabby, live inside the home, but is relatively clean and tidy a lot. At least Li Xian think. Ancient times can live in such a place. Has been very not easy. Especially in this setting. It's rare indeed. Li Xian and the monk beside him, the 2 of them, briefly borrowed a widow's house this night. Well, this widow is not a widow in the usual sense, but a widow whose age is more than 40 years old and looks very old, so there is nothing that will feel out of place. In the evening, they ate rice porridge. The rice porridge here is still fundamentally different from the rice porridge over in the imperial city. It is estimated that the amount of a bowl of rice porridge on the other side of the imperial city can be simmered here for 3 to 5 days. And it is still the kind of thing that several people will eat for 3 to 5 days. Not only is there a difference in quantity, but even the color of the rice porridge. There is a natural difference from the imperial city. This is still the family has guests in the case of some food. If there are no guests, this widow at most, is to eat something similar to konjac and other local things to fill their stomachs. That thing does not have any nutrients, but at least the whole still say so. Can let a person a little bit of a sense of satiety has been very difficult. Maybe the people here can afford to eat these foods, and then poorer neighboring places, afraid of could not even afford to eat this. After eating, Li Xian lay on his bed, thinking, how? From this outing, Li Xian was the first time he realized that the outside of the imperial city of Deqian could be so bitter and miserable. It occurred to him that ordinary people outside the imperial city would be suffering, but I didn't realize that it was so bitter. It was very different from what he knew. This silenced Li Xian's entire being. What's the best way to get the most out of a piece of paper? He certainly didn't know anything like that until he came out. He simply thought that the ordinary people of Deqian had indeed frozen to death and starved to death, and were in dire need of salvation. So he gave the empress those policy suggestions. He also tried his best, but I didn't realize that it had come to this. Or maybe, right now, this is already a better place, and there are places worse than this? Li Xian thought again of that, including himself. Some people in the imperial city. This kind of people every day brocade clothes and jade food. All kinds of mountain treasures and seafood. All uninterrupted. The consumption of the Begonia Pavilion and Fuyuan restaurant. Ordinary people can eat at least more than a year. As a result, those foppish children can freely reward to the woman, without caring what these people eat in one meal. Maybe 10 ordinary people could not eat in a year. That's the biggest gap. Li Xian sighed. He finally realized why. In ancient times, the common people had risen up in droves, because there's not enough to eat. Maybe the average person's requirements are, really, quite low. It is an indisputable fact that as long as one can afford to eat, as long as one can wear warm clothes, as long as one can barely get by, it is impossible to rebel. So, Deqian now is really full of holes. After Li Xian had sighed several times in his mind, he was already lying on the bed, thinking about things in his mind and gradually falling asleep. Outside the door of this room of his, a dark figure with a cloak suddenly appeared. This person, naturally, was Lu Qingxue, who had followed her all the way to the present. Just the next moment, Monk Huineng then appeared in a position not far from Lu Qingxue's side. He clasped his hands together, signaling that Li Xian was inside, hoping that the other party would not disturb Li Xian. Lu Qingxue was like an enemy, but she still left this place. A few moments later, a faintly inaudible sound of fighting suddenly appeared on the mountain not far away. After a long time, the two separated. Put. Lu Qingxue stomped back several steps and spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. Hui Neng withdrew his hand, then folded his hands and said, "Female monks are so young that they have already crossed 1 foot into the realm of the patriarch. It is really surprising. However, I still hope that female monks know what to do. Poor monks won't do anything to Lordly. Poor monks guarantee that it's impossible for Lordly to be in any harm's way." Lu Qingxue looked deeply at the village where Li Xian was and casually left this place. She has a lot of human lives on her body and belongs to the wanted criminals of Deqian. So naturally it is impossible for her to have any contact with any people of Deqian. So now she is the one who is alone. She had followed Li Xian all the way from the time she found him during the day until now. Now it seemed that the monk had long since realized he was following him. So Lu Qingxue quickly left this side. Next, Huineng goes back. When Huineng went back to the village, Lu Qingxue appeared nearby again. She just looked at that village and didn't intend to leave completely. Li Xian had saved her whole family's life. She would not hesitate even if she had to use this life to exchange for Li Xian's life. Therefore, she also had to follow Li Xian to make sure that nothing would happen to him. The next day, Li Xian got up early. They are still staying in this village. At this time, however, Huineng found a couple of freshly shot hares and brought them to the mistress of the place, the widow, to cook. The widow was very excited to see that there was meat to eat. Li Xian asked with a strange face, "Monks also kill life?" Huineng raised his head, put his palms together and said, "Lordly, which of your eyes saw the poor monk kill a living being? It's not killing if you can't see it?" Li Xian asked again. "If you don't see any killing, it's not killing? This monk is, indeed, evil." Noticing Li Xian's rhetorical question, Huineng shook his head again and said, "Lordly shouldn't have this prejudice. The poor monk didn't kill any living beings. This is just something the poor monk picked up on the road." Li Xian, people are so hungry they'll allow rabbit meat on the road? Isn't this an international joke? But he didn't care about that. Having rabbit meat to eat was hard enough. You know that he hadn't eaten much good food since the past 2 days, and now that he had rabbit meat to eat, what did he care about anything else? It didn't take long for a large pot of broth to appear on the table. Li Xian used his hand to pick up and eat a bite, but subconsciously frowned. This widow's cooking style, inevitably also too porous, but after thinking about it, Li Xian did not care too much. The original flavor is also quite good. The very period of time to do very thing, can have a simple boiled meat to eat, but also has been a lot of ordinary people extravagant things. The widow ate very carefully, grimacing from the heat as she did so. It was as if she had never eaten this kind of meat in all these years, and it had been a wise decision to take in this monk yesterday. Just as the three of them were eating the rabbit meat, outside the widow's house, a few officials suddenly broke in. Chapter 136. What is the offense? The next moment, several officers and soldiers were kicking the door open. Just when they were about to say something, a few people suddenly smelled the aroma of rabbit meat. Then the eyes of these officers and soldiers straightened. One could see the rich color of greed in the bottom of the eyes of several officers and soldiers. And there was even someone who inhaled deeply, seemingly smelling the smell of this. This family is actually eating meat. It's really incredible. They couldn't afford to eat meat in general, and only during festivals. They might eat some meat, but as a result, when they came to an ordinary village to deal with official business, this old widow was even eating meat with someone. A widow, a monk and a gigolo? This odd combination made the several magistrates feel that the scene was a bit weird after they glanced at each other. Just a few magistrates pressed to think in detail, and the indisputable tears also subconsciously flowed out of their mouths. Ah, it's you guys. Seeing several government officials, the widow, who was still eating the rabbit meat, was startled, and even the meat around her mouth did not dare to continue to bring it into her mouth. These government officials, every once in a while, came to collect last year's grain, but it was a pity that their family really didn't have any grain left, so it resulted in every time they came, these government officials returned in defeat. Of course the process will also happen some dirty things that should not happen, although the widow is old Zhu Huang, but there are still some of the bottom of the young time in, so every time you come here, a few people will be on the widow's words and actions to lighten up quite a lot, one time more than a bold, and this time around, to the surprise of a few, there were two more men. Good you widow Wang, how dare you seduce men for meat here behind our backs? You are so ungodly. May I ask what the offense should be? A somewhat buck-toothed yaman at the front of the line, suddenly glaring, came to the widow's side and chided her. Even his movements were very bold. After this person came over, directly from the table, the rabbit meat will pick up a piece, put into the mouth is to eat up. Do not care about what manners not manners. Several other officers saw this scene and likewise approached with some urgency, joining in the meat-eating session. For a while, the widow's house was filled with the sound of eating meat. This made Li Xian lose his appetite for a while and stopped eating. He watched the scene in front of him thoughtfully, his eyes flicking back and forth between a few faces. This uninvited situation, this greedy appearance, Hui Nang but as if not surprised, just a slight smile, and even gave one of them, broke off a piece of rabbit leg, handed it to the other. You monk, so weird, even eat meat, but, this master like, ha ha ha. One of the yamen ate with a mouthful of grease and patted Hui Nang's shoulder, but he was dodged by Hui Nang, whose hands were too dirty and could easily dirty his clothes. Although Hui Nang didn't care about that, the clothes he was wearing, he still loved them very much. As for Li Xian, after sizing him up for a moment, he frowned at the magistrate in front of him and said, "Are you the magistrates of the nearby county office? Trespassing not to mention." And look at the reaction of the widow who took them in. By no means come once or twice, and these people's words and behavior, more like robbers than robbers, instead of pressing not at all like the magistrates, which makes itself as the magistrate of the county of Li Xian. His heart sank, his tone was not good. With such a yamen, over in the imperial city, he would have long ago sent all of these people to the prison and disqualified them. It's like a bunch of bandits and robbers. What do you want to do, you little white boy? Asked the master. The buck-toothed magistrate at the front seemed to be the leader of these people. At this moment, the gaze he looked at Li Xian also carried a bit of mischief. This kid looked so feminine and beautiful, better than a woman. It was really creepy in one's heart. Li Xian, I'll settle the score with you properly after eating. Don't disturb the big man's food. Another officer hemmed and hawed and continued to eat. There wasn't much rabbit meat to begin with, and after adding a few more people to the mix, it was naturally eaten quickly, and it was wiped out in a matter of seconds in a windy manner. During this time, Li Xian looked at Monk Huineng, but the other party kept a faint smile on his face. It seemed as if he had expected it. This reaction made Li Xian frown. After having eaten, two of the magistrates, however, directly drew the knives on their waists, viciously pointed at Monk Huining and Li Xian, and said, "You two are acting very suspiciously. Follow us back to the county office to be investigated." Monk Huining dutifully stood up. Li Xian didn't say anything. He didn't really know what he could do in the face of this situation. If the other party was unarmed, he probably wasn't too scared, but with a weapon, Li Xian still chose to concede from the heart. The point was that this patriarchal monk beside him also looked well behaved, so he could only see what this bald ass, in the end, had in mind. "Sir, they are good people." The widow froze for a moment when she saw this scene, and immediately knelt down and spoke out to plead for mercy. "They're only staying with me temporarily for a moment. They're really good people. I beg the officials to spare them. Get your ass over here." One of the yamen directly embraced the widow in his arms in one go, and while laughing cheaply, he began to run his hands up and down. Obviously they have done these things, not once or twice, but lightly and very skillfully. How could they keep coming this way if there wasn't a sassy widow here? There's nothing else to do. Next, the widow suffered a burst of insults under the watchful eyes of Li Xian and Huining. But today, due to the two unexpected little surprises, these people did not have much in mind on the widow, just mooching for a while, and then escorted Li Xian and Monk Huining, leaving this side. Throughout the process, Li Xian looked at Monk Huining, who maintained a faint smile and finally withdrew his gaze. The scene of Li Xian and that Monk Huining, being escorted by the magistrates from the village entrance, made Lu Qing-shui, who was not far away, look at it in her eyes, which caused Lu Qing-shui to be stunned. Lu Qing-shui wanted to make a move. Still, she followed from afar in the shadows and wondered what the hell was going on. Soon, Li Xian and Monk Huining were escorted into the middle of the county town by the magistrates. The look among the county towns was surprisingly unimproved compared to the villages. The county before us is likewise very run down. Chapter 137 Impersonating Li Xian. It says it's a county, but there's really no clear demarcation, like modern times, and there's a distinct feeling of being in town. Here, a simple sign could be seen. Two wooden sticks were pestled there. Supporting the sign, a gust of wind blew by. The sign was even swaying against the wind. It looked like the quality of this sign was not very solid either. Then the wooden sign of the perimeter. Is some padding slightly flat some of the soil and stone? The wooden sign above the display of a certain county so and so words. Do not know also thought to come to the village inside the same. The county in and out of the same people are all thin as a bone. Looks like there is no blood. The face is not much expression. Numbness. This county looks like the kind of county that is poor to the extreme. Children, adults and old people. Almost none of them are not skin and bones. In the county court escorted Li Xian and Huinong monk walked in. These passers-by are even looking at Li Xian curiously. It seems that they have never seen such a well-dressed person. This was also the reason why, when the magistrates at the county court saw that Li Xian and the others were actually eating rabbit meat, they acted very surprised, and then they all pounced over like hungry wolves who had seen meat. This place, compared to the imperial city, was almost a very different disparity. One in the sky, one in the ground. Into the middle of the county, the ground is not even a green slate road. Here is a colorful soil gray road. Potholes, surrounded by a number of uneven earth house, slightly with some wood or window decorations one or two, has been considered to be a good life of the family, and the beggars on the ground are really everywhere. At the sight of Li Xian and Monk Huining, these people instantly brightened up, but after noticing that there are a few magistrates following around, these people restrained the impulse of the bottom of their eyes, and could only see off the magistrates, Li Xian and Monk Huining, and took them away from here. That looks like a rich man. Maybe he has silver on him. It didn't take long for Li Xian and the others to arrive at the county office side. This area, said to be the county office, in fact, compared to Li Xian's impression of the imperial city county office, this place was like a village shrine-style place. Soon, the magistrate, who had heard the news, appeared beside Li Xian and the others. The magistrate was a man with a big belly, and as Li Xian surveyed the other man, a strange thought arose. The magistrate in front of him was probably the only fat person with some meat on his body inside this county. The rest of the people were all skinny. This place he didn't know where it was, because when he stepped into the county, the font of the plaque had a piece of it that wasn't clear, so naturally he couldn't possibly know the entire Qiangua, what kind of counties there were, and he couldn't remember them. But probably, this place has come to the border range of the Qian kingdom. If you don't know, you'll think you've come to a deep forest. But he understood that this was actually still the territory of the Qian kingdom. They were already far away from the location of the imperial city. Soon, Monk Huining and Li Xian appeared in the center, surrounded by a row of skinny and bony magistrates who didn't seem to have any majesty. As well as sitting on top of them, was the county magistrate with a big belly. Who is this visitor, and why does he not kneel when he sees this official? Noticing Li Xian's looks and dress, and looking at the monk's weird smile next to him, the magistrate felt that the two people in front of him didn't look like ordinary people, so he had an extra mouth and asked. Moreover, Li Xian's posture was as if he was in a high position of power, completely disregarding him. He also did not want to provoke people who should not be provoked. This side is a bird place, and do not know what will come here. Li Xian said to himself. This is the county town of Diqian? What are you talking about? If you don't give your name, don't kneel down for this official. The magistrate's eyes widened and he tapped the board. This kid is looking the other way. Is there something fishy going on? Li Xian was silent for a moment and said, this official. When these two words were said, the magistrate was also startled, and then looked at Li Xian with suspicion. Could it be some kind of superior official who was making a private visit in a microcosm? My name is Li Xian. I am the magistrate of the imperial city of Diqian. Li Xian said these two words faintly. He's disappointed now. Because of this situation in Xianghua, he had never known. All his previous knowledge was among people's word of mouth, but he really didn't expect that this place would be so despondent, and so dark. People here, living less than. The magistrate who was originally shocked when he heard Li Xian say this official, when he heard him say that his name was Li Xian, and that he was the magistrate of the imperial city of Daqian. This magistrate immediately looked at Li Xian with a strange face, and then, after enduring for a long time, he asked, this year's new scholar in the imperial examination, Li Xian Li Tajian? Li Xian nodded. Exactly. What could he do at this time? The only thing he could move out of the way was this identity. He did have a token of the brocade guards on him, but the brocade guards had just been introduced, and many people did not know about this organization, and this kind of place, where the brocade guards came from. So that's all Li Xian could say except for Hui Nangbald ass beside him who wasn't planning to help. Ha ha ha. Did you guys hear that? He said his name is Li Xian, that the sky is high and the emperor is far away here, and that the new scholar is crazy to come to this hole of a place. At this moment, looking at Li Xian's certain expression, the magistrate couldn't help himself and burst out laughing. Yes, how could the honorable Lord Li come to a place like this? How dare you impersonate Lord Li? For a moment, there was a chorus of mocking voices all around. Li Xian didn't say anything either, but just looked at Monk Huineng with some surprise, and said with a sudden realization, the situation at hand, is what master wants me to see? Huineng didn't say anything, just smiled slightly. He should have seen more. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Men, search me. What an impostor of a court official. County magistrate face fat me to shake. Will board snapped, fell on the table, and then directly ordered Yaman. Began to Li Xian body search up. Then, these government officials seized a token from Li Xian's body, followed by some copper coins from when he went out for breakfast, and of course, some scented pouches. The scented pouch was sewn for him by Springflower and Autumn Moon who took the time to sew it together piece by piece, and there were quite a lot of light and refreshing spices in it. After all, the kind of place like the county court, which was full of men, was expected to have a very heavy smell, so Springflower and Autumn Moon hoped that the prince could be a little bit refreshed, and that he could be refreshed when dealing with some matters. The eunuch is so good looking, naturally he can't be defiled by so many men over at the county office. I've heard that the people over there, all of them are big and thick, with little culture or education. At this moment, the magistrate submitted everything to the magistrate, and when he saw the token, the magistrate frowned and read, Jin Yi Wei. At that, the magistrate shivered. Chapter 138 Put in the jail. He wasn't really supposed to know the word jinx, but it just so happened that some time ago, after a trip to the prefecture side, he knew about the brocade guards, an organization that had just been established by His Majesty, so it was really a coincidence. He heard that the Jinui could bypass the three places of the Ministry of Justice, the Dalizi, and the Inspection Yuan, and directly monitor the 100 officials and exercise His Majesty's authority. Such an outrageous organization. He naturally remembered it very well. At this moment, upon seeing that there was a token made of gold Nanma wood with the three words Jin Yi Wei engraved on it, the magistrate was instantly a little shocked and uncertain. It's hard to believe that this token. Thinking of this, the magistrate's body, all over, was bubbling with cold air. Doesn't messing with the Jinui people mean that he, the magistrate, is at the end of his rope? During that time, there were also government officials searching on Monk Huineng's body, but they found that they could not search anything, and the government officials could only return without any success, and the clothes on the monk's body were not of interest to them. Still, this magistrate narrowed his eyes and played with the token in his hand for a moment before saying, the two of you have committed a great crime by impersonating court officials and committing deception. So come on people, Give me the opportunity to put them in jail. When these words came out, Li Xian instantly frowned. Next, not surprisingly, Li Xian and Monk Huineng were both sent to the inside of the prison. The whole process, very direct and rough. Pressure simply does not on his identity, for half a check. Or maybe, in fact, that big-bellied magistrate has already noticed that something is wrong, but he's used to being a bully here, so even if he did come himself, it wouldn't matter at all? Most probably, it is the latter. It was good that it was spring, so there were no mosquito bites in the prison. It was inside the straw pile that there seemed to be rats scurrying around, which made Li Xian frown. Moreover, there was a stench coming from the depths of the prison, as if it was the smell of corpses, which caused Li Xian to close his breath as much as he could and start breathing through his mouth. Li Xian sighed and said, "Master, what is your intention in bringing me over here?" Monk Huineng put his palms together, sat down on the ground and said, "How much of the meaning of this has Lord Li realized? If you ask me, you monks are just hypocrites. Don't you just want me to know the miserable state of Dechen now? Isn't it because you want to tell me that Dechen is not the Dechen that I imagined? The people here are living a really miserable life. The people are not happy. People can't even have enough to eat and the officials in these places have almost become vampires. The world is in a mess, right?" Li Xian laughed, casually. If that's Wiseman's intention, it's no big deal. He was indeed surprised, but, just seeing the scene, it is precisely for this reason that Dechen has perhaps been unfairly treated by Qian Chu. In this way, Li Xian understood why Deqian's status had deteriorated over the years, and the reason why. The empress was willing to agree to the unfair treaty between Qi and Chu year after year, but also to avoid war. Doesn't she have a temper? Are the people of Qianguo willing to be humiliated? Of course not. It is really such a status quo, which is already full of holes, and it is difficult to continue, and the war can only cause one consequence, that is, to accelerate the demise of Qianguo. That's all. In the middle of the dimly lit prison cell, Monk Huineng shook his head and said very calmly, "Lord Li has overstated his case. The little monk just wants Lord Li to come out and have a good look at the world. That's all. Exactly what Lord Li has realized and what he has in mind. The little monk won't be able to sway him. Lord Li is a wise man, and what he sees and hears, he will have his own considerations. And the little monk's trip is but as a Lord Li's protector is just. When do we leave?" Li Xian asked again. "It can be that they have been staying in this county jail of nowhere, can it?" As time passed, the outside world was likely to attack the plague, so Li Xian didn't want to stay long, but it shouldn't be now. Not much time had passed since the outbreak of the plague in Qi. Even the Omicron strain of the new coronavirus, which has an extremely horrific rate of transmission, isn't this fast. When the time comes, you and I will leave. Monk Huineng spoke again in a lofty manner. Li Xian shut up and didn't say anything. There was little point in him talking to this monk any further. The other party never said a single accurate word, the same as those monks before they were reborn. One and all of them were not deceitful, but one and all of them were only able to play riddles, as if it was hard to feel uncomfortable if they didn't say something profound and unfathomable. Moreover, this monk Huineng also kills and eats meat, and says that invisible killing is not killing, and is really an evil monk. Such monks are different from those in memory, but they also have a lot in common. The way of the great Tao is also the world for the public. Lord Li's words are deafening, and until now they are all in my monk's mind, booming, like the sound of the Buddha in the 9 heavens, echoing for a long time. After a few more moments, Monk Huineng continued, "If it wasn't for these remarks, Monk Huineng wouldn't have noticed Li Xian." Li Xian, however, suddenly laughed coldly. "What a monk! Your Buddha said that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Seeing so many people starving to death, why don't you save them? Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda?" Monk Huineng muttered to himself for a moment and then said, "I am really sorry. The Buddha did not say such words, but this passage does have some truth." Huineng wrote it down. Li Xian's speech stalled. This is the overhead Dakian, not the same place as before. I guess the so-called Buddhism is quite different. Li Xian shook his head and didn't continue talking. To say any more would just be talking to a cow. Lord Li seems to have a very different concept of Buddhism. The little monk dares to ask, "What is Buddha? What is truth? What is the great way?" Monk Huineng looked at Li Xian with a puzzled expression. He wanted to ask Li Xian for advice. Being a Buddhist, he has a lot of confusion. On this point, his master could not answer. He was one of the most talented among the Buddhist sects over the years, regardless of martial arts cultivation or Buddhist cultivation, so he was allowed by the abbot to travel around the world, because there was no longer any progress in the temple, and his Buddhist teachings surpassed his master's, and his strength, sooner or later, surpassed his master's as well. "Sorry, I don't believe in Buddhism." Li Xian arched his hand and said without a word. Monk Huineng continued. There is no harm. Lord Li can speak freely. My Buddha accepts anyone. But my Buddha will not force anyone. Lord Li need not worry. Could it be that in the previous life where Lord Li was, there was also a Buddha? Wiseman continued to ask. Li Xian's heart tightened. But then he looked at Monk Huineng and frowned. Where did you see that I have a previous life? Chapter 139 The Bones of a Master Teacher. Monk Huineng shook his head and said, Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Li Xian then stopped talking. What a bald ass. Really good at this kind of nonsense. Li Xian finally said, What's your problem? Huineng asked. Just now. Has indicated to Lord Li. Li Xian casually said, Everything in the world is in the midst of change. How can you prove that the problem you just wanted to understand is the problem you want to understand now? How can you prove that the Buddha you understood before is the Buddha you understand now? How do you think that someone else's way is your own way? A word that shut Huineng's mouth. He began to think. Li Xian didn't say anything. Mentally muttered. Well, do we have to bluff these monks with this seemingly sensible, but actually not sensible, bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Now it was good. His ears, clear. Huineng pondered for a long time, then respectfully clasped his hands with Li Xian and said with an immense amount of gravity, Lord Li's words are very insightful. Huineng has been taught. After saying that, Huineng closed his eyes alone and continued to think. And at the same time, a woman with a cloak appeared right outside the prison. This person was Lu Qingxue, who had followed her here. She knew that inside the prison, there was Li Xian and that monk Huineng. Lu Qingxue wanted to go in and rescue Li Xian, but she knew that it was all just a luxury. That monk's strength, even if she had stepped into the sovereign, she wouldn't be able to beat the other party, not to mention the fact that the current her was only half a foot into the sovereign realm, so she can't go in, because it doesn't make much sense, and odds are, that monk will protect Li Xian. After taking a deep breath, Lu Qingxue was soon in the shadows, quietly waiting. She waited here, naturally afraid that she would not be present when the monk took Li Xian away, so she quickly lost him. Therefore, she must wait here. Early in the morning, Li Xian woke up. The moment he woke up, Li Xian thought he was in the middle of the Li residence, being served by the two little maids, Spring Flower and Autumn Moon, who put on their clothes and then washed their faces and ate. As a result, after yawning, what he saw was that Huineng bald donkey beside him, looking at him with a smile on his face and saying, Lord Li, you're awake? Li Xian subconsciously shivered before he said with a leathery smile, Ha! Seeing Huineng's face and this bald head, Li Xian was a bit speechless. Huineng put his hands together and said with a smile, There is no need for Lord Li to complain. Very often, we should discard some hearsay statements. Use our eyes to see. Use our feet to measure. We should take a good walk through this land. Is it a model that you understand? Is it worth the trouble to save it? Instead of living in the imperial city for a long time in that gilded cage, not being able to see anything, this is in fact the preliminary intention of the young monk. Li Xian raised an eyebrow as he caught the keyword, rescue. This bald ass. Is he trying to abduct himself? As for that, but not to mention, within a short time of coming out this time, Li Xian had seen too many things that he had never seen before in the imperial city. Now the great Qian, which is full of holes, and the empress who sits high on the throne. Does she know? Maybe no. Just can't do anything about it? Li Xian thought of this before sighing. So you brought me out? Huineng shook his head and said, Yes please. By whom? Li Xian asked again. This is something that he is very concerned about. When it's time for Lord Li to know, he will naturally know. The poor monk thinks that it's better for Lord Li to let everything take its course rather than deliberately arranging for it. That would be too far-fetched, and everything will fall into place. Huineng explains a sentence. Li Xian didn't say another word. He knew that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of this monk's mouth. Not long after, the magistrate simply gave the people inside the prison a meal. It was Li Xian's and monk Huineng's turn. Looking at the food that was like pig food, Li Xian refused to eat it. Only monk Huineng clasped his hands together and took it without blushing, simply eating some of it, as if he didn't care at all about such dirty food. This made Li Xian's eyelids jump. This is still a patriarchal style? I can't believe you don't care about all this slop cooking rotten cabbage. He was somewhat impressed by that alone. Nearly as much he ate, such as the old widow's family entertained them with. But the food here, which is slop boiled in rotten leaves, is disgusting to smell, let alone eat. And deep in the prison, there was a stench of rotting corpses, so he really couldn't eat. The only thing that Li Xian did not expect was that Huineng was able to be calm and comfortable, eating this food. Seeing that Li Xian was not eating, Huineng said, Lord Li, having 100 meals is likewise a form of cultivation, and poor monks have eaten much filthier things, even human feces. The corner of Li Xian's mouth twitched. Sentimentally speaking, this monk even eats? Li Xian, on the other hand, shook his head gravely and said, Master is powerful, but I don't eat it. I'm afraid of infection. Hui Ning asked, what is awesome? As for infection, the poor monk remembers that it will only be transmitted from person to person, and that food is also contagious? Li Xian, he doesn't believe in those words. Hui Nong was a patriarch, standing among the highest martial arts and best physical group of people under this entire world. Maybe smallpox can't be infected, let alone simple slop. So he believed this monk when he said he had eaten. A patriarch's immunity was feared to be at the peak level of the entire world. As for himself, he was an ordinary person, eating out of diarrhea this problem. This world and there is no medicine to stop diarrhea. Really want that? Li Xian think he may be pulled alive and deflated, and then pulled to death. It's not impossible. Diarrhea was very scary in ancient times, no less than the flu. It's just that the difference is that one works on the digestive system and the other on the respiratory system, and each has its own pain. Hui Nang saw that Li Xian didn't say anything, but he also said, Lord Li may just lack some insight, but the young monk would never belittle Lord Li's knowledge. Perhaps the young monk was too talkative. Hui Nang respected Li Xian. If it wasn't for Li Xian's ability, this time Hui Nang wouldn't have personally invited Li Xian. While Li Xian and Hui Nang had a word or two, the big-bellied magistrate that he had met once yesterday had also come outside the jail. Looking at Li Xian and the weird monk, his expression seemed a bit strange, especially when he looked at Li Xian's expression. It grew quite a bit weirder. Yesterday, he was still a little unconvinced that Li Xian was Li Xian. After all, Li Xian stayed high up in the imperial city and was well dressed, but after a full day of investigation, he was convinced. This Li Xian in front of him, who had been captured by himself and was locked up in the prison, might be the real new section scholar, the real imperial city magistrate. Li Xian Li Sir. Chapter 140 The Cult of Everlasting Life. For this matter, he really felt very weird. How come Lord Li and a monk somehow came to this side? What in the world is the reason for this? But what can you do if you've caught them all? The sky is the limit here. We can't say we're letting the kid go, can we? Wouldn't that be something on him that was also defeated? Why don't we just do one thing or the other and take things to the extreme, so that he can live in peace? Thinking of this place magistrate is also a cold smile, and then he looked at the body not far away. That is, the direction of the prison door. Soon, outside the prison, several men dressed in gray shirts that wrapped their heads tightly around them walked in. After coming beside the magistrate, the men seemed to be carefully sizing up Li Xian's looks, and when they realized that no matter how they looked at this kid, he was a first-class beautiful man, they nodded their heads with great satisfaction and said, Your Excellency, you've really caught us a big fish. Not bad, not bad. When the magistrate heard this, he immediately hemmed and hawed and laughed. That's natural. If you can be satisfied, it's the best. And this is also a windfall for this official. Ha ha, it is this silver. Don't worry, we naturally won't shortchange you on silver. And then there's this batch of sacrificial maidens. Are they ready? The gray-robed man at the forefront looked at the magistrate and asked with a wry smile. As he spoke, it was as if the temperature around him had lowered considerably. Li Xian shivered. Himself, a big fish? Did the other party know his identity and still insisted on it? As soon as he thought of this, a cold sweat rose directly from Li Xian's feet and surged directly to his head. And the last thing the other guy said, sacrificial maiden? This made Li Xian fall like an abyss. It just feels like this place is really hell on earth. Knowing that I'm the imperial city magistrate and still colluding with others here. You really aren't afraid of death. Li Xian coldly stared at the magistrate in front of him and shouted. This one, he hoped, would give the other side something to think about. That magistrate, however, laughed coldly and said, Kid, you are out of your mind. What imperial city magistrate? I am still the left Prime Minister Lin Xian. Why do you see me not to worship? The few gray-robed men, too, looked at Li Xian with a weird expression. They naturally knew that Li Xian was really a new scholar. It's because of this that it feels a bit unexpected. As far as this place is concerned, where the sky is high and the emperor is far away, what is Li Xian doing over here as the magistrate of the imperial city? Got nothing better to do than send them over? Finally, after the magistrate opened the door of the prison, Li Xian and monk Huineng were taken out together. Originally, he only wanted Li Xian at first, but after thinking about it, he took both of them. So after going out of the prison, Li Xian and monk Huineng, tied up, appeared inside the blackened sedan chair and proceeded to take them out of this side. The sedan chair swayed fast enough to see that it should not be slow. After some time, when the sedan chair slowed down, the carriage outside quickly stopped, and then Li Xian saw that the curtain of the sedan chair was opened. Then several men with grey clothes wrapped around their heads and bodies took them down and waited outside. In the middle of the mountains, there were quite a few people inside the mountain forest, and at this moment, when they saw Li Xian come in, they were all talking in low voices. Quite a few people were also pointing and talking to Li Xian with surprised faces, as if they were surprised that Li Xian could appear in such a hole of a place, and that he had been captured by them. You know, what happened to Li Xian some time ago, but it has long been spread throughout the north and south of the Yangtze River. Who does not know that the new scholar Li Xian, on top of the Great Hall, angrily reprimanded the emissaries of the two countries of Qi and Shu? Who doesn't know the saying, the way of the world is the way of the world? Who doesn't know Li Xian's reputation? This world is known to all. It could be said that Li Xian's reputation had already spread out of the Qin kingdom's imperial city, and had become as loud as thunder in the entire Great Qian. Perhaps Li Xian himself didn't realize that his own reputation had spread so widely. And of course there was the talk, in this counterintuitive look of his. A male body is so charming and seductive. Quite a few grey-robed people were looking at Li Xian with strange faces. Li Xian shivered as his body moved slightly closer towards the monk Huaining next to him, being surveyed by so many gazes. At this time he felt that this bald ass was actually somewhat less disgusting. He whispered, "Bald monk, you can protect my safety. This official still has a lot of ambitions yet to be carried out. Cannot be in trouble." Huineng nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, Sir Li, the young monk will be able to protect you." Sometime later, several young girls in their early teens, similarly grabbed, came over here, looking at their surroundings with awe. After seeing the young girl, Li Xian wrinkled his brow. What kind of people are the county offices here colluding with? Why does it feel like everyone in this place is so weird? Are these girls to be sacrificed? It looked quite a bit weirder than even Monk Huaining next to him. Monk Huaining looked at Li Xian with a strange expression, and finally asked in a low voice, "Just now, when Lord Li looked at Monk, was he talking about Monk in his heart?" Li Xian grunted and didn't say anything. With this patriarchal monk by his side, nothing should happen to him. It was this monk's purpose that made Li Xian a little puzzled. In addition, this place, it did make Li Xian a little unexpected, so he really wanted to look down. In the end, what the hell is going on? Even if he captured him here, how much does it mean to sacrifice a young girl? Is it really literal? Soon, surrounded by a few grey-clothed men, a man with a mask similarly arrived in front of Li Xian, looking at him with a strange expression. Li Xian also looked at this person. "I've heard for a long time that Lord Li's posture in the temple examination is incomparable, but now that I've taken a look, Lord Li is truly not an ordinary person," the man said faintly. Surprisingly, he was not going to hide it and directly recognized Li Xian. Li Xian was silent for a moment and said, "Who are you?" "Oh, I have no name. I have no surname, and it means little to know my name. But," the man paused for a moment and said faintly, "after hearing about you, my lord is very interested in you. So next, I will entrust Lord Li to meet my lord. Of course not right now. Right now it is still a matter of business. There is no need for Lord Li to be in a hurry, and it is just as well that Lord Li can also take a look at the rituals of my elderly life sect." Lord Li Xian got weirder and weirder, and so on. Everlasting Life Cult. Li Xian remembers seeing this sect while reading some volumes. This sect is very secretive, and every time it seems to eliminate them, but after a short time, it resurfaces. It's a real cult. Chapter 141 Rituals. The Eternal Life Sect belongs to a sect that the imperial court has put to death several times and failed to eliminate its roots. And then think of the young girls who were taken. Li Xian immediately stiffened his body. Then, Li Xian looked incredulously in the direction of those young girls, and his body subconsciously trembled from this moment onwards. Meanwhile, the man quickly arranged for someone to take him and Monk Huaining elsewhere. As for the young girls, they were likewise followed by a few grey-robed men, leading the way. After half a day, they finally stopped. At this time, the man at the very front held out his hand, signaling to stop. Someone beside him went over and spoke in the man's ear, and the man looked at Li Xian and said to himself, "Lord Li is the one the Lord is interested in, so there is no harm in taking a look. And as for that monk," speaking of which, the man frowned, seemingly wondering what to do with the monk. A bald monk doesn't seem to have much use. Amit Bab Buddha. The little monk followed Lord Li here and is considered a servant serving Lord Li, so feel free to do as you please. Don't worry about the little monk. And the little monk is also very interested in the Eternal Life Sect. Monk Huaining realized that the other party had landed his gaze on him, and immediately put his palms together and said, looking very humble from the heart, "In that case, never mind." The man let out a cold smile, then looked at the time and realized that it was 3 minutes past noon, and directly said, "The hour has arrived. You can start the sacrifice." The voice fell and the man stepped aside. Someone then quickly cleared the side of the mountain, as well as a cluttered area in the center, revealing some bizarre symbols and writing on the ground. In a dark cave hidden in the side of the mountain, more than a dozen young girls were pulled out, adding up to more than 20. Then, the scene that made Li Xian's scalp numb appeared. As the bizarre words and symbols appeared on the ground, several gray-robed men began to stand in their respective directions and perform a strange dance with a peculiar and bizarre pace. They were dancing and saying some weird and unbelievable incantations at the same time. The ghostly night is sinking in, and the eldritch teachings are: a young girl in a pavilion, her plain clothes dyed in Dan, vast chaos, everlasting life, divine breath surrounds, spells secretly transmitted, calling the ancient spirits and shadows, starting the eternal wheel and the light cold. The soul of a young girl, her blood falls from the altar. With the soul as a contract, I pray for a long life, cursing the stars, ordering the stars to come out of the sky. The church's prestige is great, and its prosperity will last forever. As the spell continues, knife up, heads down, the blood at the neck of the young girl, like a fountain rises, like fireworks bloom, also like a flash in the pan, and then quickly withered. Some gray-robed men collected the blood gushing out from the young girl, very reverently, inside an altar in the center, and with the fresh blood, lit some fuel with blue fire inside. Blue flame, ghostly flames, in the blood of the young girl, drenched not extinguished, but the flame vaguely increased a few points, so that the blue ghostly light jumping, looks very bizarre. In this instant, Li Xian's pupils widened and he breathed heavily. The blood of that young girl just now, even part of it, splashed onto his face, as well as the corners of his mouth. Inside his nose, he also caught a strong and incomparable smell of blood that went straight to his head. Li Xian looked at the scene in front of him with a face full of stupefaction. His mind rumbled. No orthodox sect can sacrifice a living maiden. Such a cult, but rightly so, colludes with the officials of Diqian. The current state of affairs in Xianguo was too dark. It's a live killing, and it's a present killing in an inhumane ritual. Looking at those other young girls, they faced this scene as if they were used to it, with only a touch of numbness on their faces, not looking scared at all. There are even some young girls whose faces, after being splattered with blood, revealed a touch of somewhat obsessive crazy smile, as if they were unafraid. Only the few young girls who were newly captured and brought in, their faces were in a state of shock, and some were even scared to the point of incontinence. The young girl's rolled head just appeared at the bottom of Li Xian's feet. The young girl's somewhat obsessed gaze, those wide unclosed eyes, looked straight at Li Xian, as if she was chasing after the souls of the messengers of hell. It's all so impactful. Such a shocking moment happened right in front of us. Li Xian couldn't control it anymore. He looked directly at the monk Huining beside him and shook the other hysterically. You're a monk. Hurry thee up and save the people. Why don't you save the people now? You're a monk and you're just going to stand by and watch them kill people? What did your Buddha teach you? Tell me. Li Xian's roar also made the gray-robed man over there, who was making a move to kill, stop. Afterward, everyone looked over to Li Xian's side. Even the gray-robed man from before narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, Lord Li, such a holy ceremony of our religion. I hope you won't defile it. When you join our religion subsequently, you will naturally understand it. Go on. The man in gray spoke up. At the moment when the rest of the gray-robed men wanted to continue to make a move on the other young girl, the blood in Li Xian's head went straight up. Picking up a stone on the ground, he rushed towards the man who had made a move to kill. His hands and feet, in fact, were not bound. It's just that there's someone beside me watching. After all, in a way, he was also a guest. At this moment, a sigh appeared strangely next to Li Xian's ears. Hui Neng muttered to himself, Lord Li, now that things are not to be done, why are you so bitter? Even if little monk saves these people, if the officials don't do anything, there will still be a steady stream of young girls being sold. So what can you make little monk do? Little monk just want you to come to see. Xianguo nowadays the status quo is what looks like. You also see now, the eldritch cult, blossom everywhere. The official evil collusion, has become the climate. It is difficult to stop. As he spoke, Hui Neng had already disappeared into thin air. The moment Li Xian reacted, he had already been lifted in mid-air by Huineng, and then left this side. Huineng actually did not intend to continue to care. Of course, before that, Huineng also easily slapped away the several martial arts masters that rushed towards Li Xian. He was a monk with his own personality. Therefore, he will not bind himself with those worldly perceptions that people remember. He will do whatever he wants to do, and he only seeks to have his thoughts realized once he is enlightened. These ordinary people who had sacrificed their lives deserved it, and he would not easily interfere with the fate of others. And this bizarre scene also caused the movement over there to pause directly. Seeing Huineng quickly leave with Li Xian, the gray-robed man raised his hand, signaling that side to temporarily stop the sacrificial action. He narrowed his eyes at the direction Huineng left, and two words squeezed out of his mouth as well. Zong, Master. Chapter 142 Arrival in Qi. Under this sky, only a patriarch could conceal himself from his detection, and only a patriarch could get out of the siege so easily amongst so many of them. It was important to know that the few people who were chasing after Li Xian were martial master level existences, and they were not bad at all. Therefore, after Li Xian was taken away, the grey-clothed man also thought of Huineng's strength in an instant. Doesn't it mean that their stronghold here is exposed? They weren't afraid of the officials. They weren't afraid of anyone. They knew how to utilize the weaknesses of human nature, so they were able to make deals with the officials in many places. However, they had to beware of the patriarch, which meant that it was highly likely that the Great Qian Empress would know about this matter of the Eternal Life sect in a short period of time. The Great Qian Empress did not have any compromises with regard to the Eternal Life sect. The sacrifice is terminated. Destroy the altar. This place should not stay for long. The man made his decision almost instantly. It was just at the moment when Huineng had left, which was only about a quarter of an hour, and this side had just finished destroying the altar, and was planning to take the maidens away. Once again, a person has appeared in this place. This man, Green Reed. Who chased him here? Green Reed swept his gaze around and subconsciously frowned. Her eyes, for the first time, fell on the young girls. Subsequently, also fell on the ground body head separated from the body above. In the air, there is a faint smell of blood. Green Reed vaguely guessed just experienced what? Ching Reed's gaze met the grey-robed man at the very front, and under the grey-robed man's expression full of scorn, he said word for word, long life, teaching. The grey-clothed man's face was grave, but he was not afraid due to the fact that the other party was only a woman. Quite a few grey-robed men, all surrounded Green Reed. It seemed that the intention was to get rid of Green Reed. Green Reed took a deep breath. She naturally knew about the Eternal Life sect, and she had even had several hangings against the Eternal Life sect, only to have the other party escape every time. It can be said that the reason Green Reed, constantly leaving to deal with some things, in addition to the Empress to run those businesses, is in the investigation of the matter of the cult of longevity. Just the other side is too hidden, everywhere in chaos not to mention, and simply cannot be found. To find can only be overthrown in one of the strongholds just. And now, in the process of pursuing Li Xian, he accidentally found a sacrifice point of the Eldritch cult. This made Green Reed very angry and his killing intent boiled over. She muttered, "You all deserve to die." As the words fell, Green Reed had already transformed into a residual shadow. After a short period of time, all of them fell to the ground, out of breath. Only those numb young girls, plus the eye-rolling gray man in the middle, said incredulously at this moment, "Another Zongshur. You, name the cult headquarters and you'll be spared." Green Reed's voice just dropped. The man had planted himself on the ground, equally dead. Apparently, after realizing that things were not going to work, the person simply took poison and died. Before dying, the man was still full of madness and reciting the ghostly night is heavy, and the eternal life teaching altar is full of young girls' pavilions, and the plain clothes are dyed with Dan. Vast chaos, eternal life is honored. That bizarre to the extreme incantation made Ching Reed's killing intent boil. His fists clenched, but he was unable to stop the other party. After the everlasting cultists were captured and found to be unable to resist, they would basically take poison and die. Green Reed fell silent as he looked at the bodies all over the ground. The path of tracking Li Xian was broken due to the interference of the Eternal Life cult. Even the clues to the Eternal Life cult were once again cut off because of the man who had just taken poison and killed himself. After taking a deep breath, Green Reed ended up staying. That bald donkey are taking Li Xian away. She also needs to stay and arrange these young girls. These young girls are poor people. If she leaves, they will have no one to take care of them, and they can only be left to their own devices. Huineng can ignore these things, but Ching Reed can't really ignore them. These young girls today, freshly captured and grateful and snotty, kowtow on their knees. As for those young girls who had long been numb, they slowly came back to their senses at this moment. But next, these young girls did something that made Green Reed frown. They rushed at Green Reed with their teeth and claws open, as if they wanted to take revenge because the god's ambassador had been killed. 3, 2, Green Reed looked at the young girls, and when the countdown ended, he went straight to his hands. The next moment, all the young girls died in droves. Green Reed looked at the ground full of corpses. There was a long silence. These young girls, long ago, have lost their sense of self. Even taking care of them for years would not be of any use. The everlasting cult can develop to this point, naturally has unique and bizarre means. It is impossible to have no means of controlling people and scourge the Great Qian. So faced with this situation, The only thing Green Reed could do was to kill them all. That would be a relief for them. As for the young girls who had just been captured, they were naturally worth saving. A few moments later, the heads of the brocade guards, who were scattered in the area, came to Ching Reed's side. Green Reed gave an explanation and then directly disappeared. The original county side, the county magistrate with a big belly, was packing up his fine things and planning to leave this side. He was a smart man and knew that the moment he met the imperial city magistrate Li Xian here, it was a bit dangerous. Not to mention that he had sold Li Xian out today. Plus he had recently sold a lot of young girls to the everlasting sect, which were all explicitly prohibited by the Deqian court. It's off the top of my head. So this person is already planning to leave. Just the moment he was about to leave, the brocade guards, who had already received the news, came behind the magistrate and just watched the man pack his things. Just as he turned around, the magistrate was startled. He then said, "Who are you?" "Lord Han. Come with us." A man at the very front sneered and then walked over. A few days later, Li Xian had crossed the Great Qian border and left the Qian kingdom. They arrived in the territory of Qi after several days of trekking. In the process, Li Xian also saw some soldiers at the border of Qiangua and the border of Qigua. The contrast between the two sides makes it perfectly obvious that one is weak and the other is well trained. For that size and equipment comparison does make a big difference. And how can you beat the other side in a war situation? After seeing Li Xian and Master Huineng, those soldiers were wary, but they didn't intend to take care of them, mainly because the monk looked too dangerous. And the monk, on their side, had a unique status, so those soldiers didn't dare to make a move. And they wouldn't even come over to ask questions. It was just that during this process, Li Xian was looking at them while still intermittently dry heaving, and these soldiers were a bit puzzled and even felt a bit insulted. "You kids, do you think we're that disgusting?" If it wasn't for the master following them, they would have gone over to clean up that kid. Until Li Xian left the sight of these people, it took him several more dry heaves before he took a deep breath. Chapter 143. Something big is going on. Li Xian cleared his throat. So much for always feeling better. Although a long time had passed, every time Li Xian remembered what had happened and what he had seen a few days ago, he felt so uncomfortable that he couldn't even eat. The man of the other day didn't react to the sight of a young girl's head on the ground and the smell of blood, so at that time, his spirit was somewhat stimulated, and he directly rushed towards those people. That was indeed a bit reckless. Although he had Huineng's bottom line of protecting him, Li Xian in that moment was really only having one thought, that was to go fight with those people regardless of everything. That's not inhumane anymore. It's genocide in the true sense of the word. A kind of heartlessness. After being taken away by Huineng, Li Xian naturally reacted. So Li Xian threw up, quite unashamedly, for a long time. Including these days, when Li Xian ate something, he thought of that young girl's somewhat maniacal expression. It was truly vivid and disgusting to the extreme. He threw up until his stomach, which didn't have much food in the first place, vomited out all the stomach acid, and it was only until now that it eased up a little. So much so that Li Xian's hands were constantly shaking. In the past, in Penguin Space or something like that, he might have seen some far-out videos that were equally bloody and violent, and even that made him uncomfortable. Not to mention, it's the kind of situation it was a couple days ago, and the blood of the young girl, splashed on his face, above his lips. Huineng put his hands together and said gently, "Lord Li, now you feel better, don't you?" Upon hearing these words, Li Xian then looked at Huineng and stared at the other party somewhat unkindly. He was upset, but then again, he couldn't beat his opponent, so there's only so much impotent rage to go around. Li Xian sneered. After that incident, what does master think? How do I look? Can I be considered to have seen enough? Monk Huineng put his palms together and continued. Amit Ba Buddha, what you see, Lord Li, is just the tip of the iceberg. Li Xian shivered, then clenched his teeth and said, "So, still the tip of the iceberg?" Huineng nodded his head, but also not false. Said, "The little monk traveled all over the world. Qiangui is unique. Of course, if you really want to say, a few days ago, that thing is indeed more serious and cruel. Perhaps you can call one of the iceberg, but the grayness of the Qiangui is definitely more than that. The reality is more than imagined. To be even more brutal, all the darkness you can think of are not as good as what is happening now in the Qiangui happening." Li Xian raised his head. The sun was a bit harsh. Maybe? After taking a deep breath, he asked, "There are no cults in Qi and Shu?" Huineng shook his head and said calmly, "Cults only appear when a dynasty is in turmoil, otherwise it is impossible." Li Xian was silent, and he couldn't pick at that statement. As much as he wanted to dislike the other man, he strongly agreed with Haino's statement. Li Xian added, "So, it's the empress' fault? Amit Ba Buddha. Perhaps it is the result of accumulation over time, The current emperor of Qiangui is just taking over a mess. The current Qiangui is filled with victims and chaos everywhere, being suppressed by the local officials, and the emperor of Qiangui doesn't know a lot of things. The current situation in Qiangui existed when the old emperor of Qiangui was alive. For example, the everlasting cult, an evil sect that has been active for more than a decade. So it is not entirely her fault, and very often, cults, as well as riots, may be very difficult to stop. Just like the Great Snow Mountain in the extreme west, when the avalanche, it is difficult to stop. Hui Neng explained and added, since experiencing these things, what considerations have been made in Lord Li's mind? Li Xian didn't say anything, just stared ahead. He remembered his daughter Gong Sini in his heart. This environment is, indeed, somewhat precarious. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave. If he was alone, Li Xian asked himself that he would have left a long time ago in the face of this phenomenon. He is not a citizen of the Qian kingdom. His soul is otherworldly, and if he really did not have a daughter, and realized that something was wrong, he would have long ago gone to Qianshu, wherever it was stable. But right now, he can't. His cheap wife, a member of the Miyagi clan, his daughter, too, is related to the empress. His identity had been completely tied to the Dakian royal family, a fact that was difficult to strip away no matter what. Not to mention that this person, is still the imperial city magistrate of Deqian. Many times some things, indeed some shocking, until now Li Xian is all over the place. But, he really can't go. Seeing that Li Xian didn't say anything, Hui Neng just folded his hands and continued to lead Li Xian away from this side. Over the next few days, as the temperature continued to warm up, Li Xian did get to see some of the descriptions that came out of Hui Neng's mouth. Stepping into Qi's territory was indeed far better than the Chu side. At least in Qi, there are many more trees, the river is clear, even some of the ordinary people on the road who should be unclothed are wearing clothes, although they still look average, but at least compared with the Qian side, there is really a big lead. Everyone can eat a full meal, the body is at least normal, not like the Qian side. Those people on the road, look at their eyes, hate till they ate them alive. The towns here are the ones that look like proper towns, with elaborate gates, rows of beautiful houses. The whole street is filled with children playing, vendors selling their wares, women purchasing cloths, and all walks of life functioning in an orderly manner. Everything is so harmonious. It is the ancient look of a typical small town in the south. It was as Li Xian pushed deeper into Qi that he discovered a point that could not be ignored. On the Qi side, people were gradually avoiding each other on purpose as they walked along the road. It's as if the people on this side of the fence are concerned about something. Could it be that the plague has spread? Thinking of this, Li Xian immediately shivered and felt a straight cold sweat. Have you heard? Someone inside our town had an accident. All burned. I heard it was the plague coming. Yes, it is said that that family was infected and burned alive. Compared to those previous plagues, this one is much more horrible. After finding out, they will be quarantined directly. And when something happens, they will all choose to burn it. It's so cruel. Shoo, be careful what you say now. As they passed by the outermost part of a town again, a few people in a hurry, casually saying a few words, hurriedly avoided the crowd and rode away. At this moment, Li Xian's face changed abruptly. He stopped directly outside the town and looked over at Huineng. Monk Huineng also stopped, seemingly sensing something. He looked at Li Xian and said, "What does Lord Li think?" Plague. Chapter 144 is smallpox. Li Xian stood at the entrance of the town at sunset and looked at Monk Huineng in front of him. He said with a face full of gravity, "The plague that happened in Qi I have known for a long time. I think the master also knows about this. We next need to try to avoid places where there are people. This virus doesn't care what kind of Zhongshu martial arts master you are. After the infection there is still the possibility of dying of poison, so we must pay attention to it." How does the master feel? He didn't want to take any chances. Huineng is a patriarch, so he'll probably be fine, but he was 100% that something would be wrong with the infection. Seeing Li Xian's expression, Huineng nodded and said with emotion, "Amitba Buddha, the plague is here again. I hope the people won't suffer so much, and I also hope that this time the plague will pass peacefully. Rise, the people suffer. Die, the people suffer." Li Xian was silent for a moment and finally said this. What he had seen and heard in these few short days had left Li Xian already exhausted. He was like an ascetic monk with Huineng. Every day when he was hungry, he ate wild fruits. When he was thirsty, he drank boiled water to warm up his stomach. And occasionally Huineng would find him a mountain chicken and a wild rabbit or something. So the overall food wasn't too bad, and it was too much better than those who didn't have enough to eat. After all, within his food, there were fruits and meat. It was the things he experienced along the way that made Li Xian just feel like he had spent a small half-life. It was too torturous. Rise the people and die the people? Hui Neng muttered a sentence to himself, and then only said with deep emotion, Li Taosher outstanding talent. The exit, worthy of the rumors of that stunning nickel, the talent is unmatched. The little monk, willing to worship the wind. As he spoke, Hui Neng took Li Xian's advice and led him directly away from the town. He is a patriarch, not a cutie. At this moment in time, he also smelled something wrong in there, and there was a faint odor of blood in the town, which was hard to hide, no matter what. Perhaps nothing would happen to him if he went in, but Li Xian, as an ordinary person, would have a high probability of getting into trouble if he contracted the plague, so with the purpose of protecting Li Xian, he naturally couldn't go inside. That night, the two sides were above the mountains outside the city. Looking in the direction of the city, the two could see that there were places in the city that were ablaze with fire, with officials and soldiers moving in and out vaguely, as if they were burning something. This small town, now panic. Some people want to rush out to escape, but was blocked by the officials and soldiers do not allow to go. So hissing and officials and soldiers clashed, but soon be suppressed back. The hands of the ordinary people, even if the impotent rage, it is difficult to face the heavy suppression, rushed out of the heavy siege. The scene was quite chaotic, and it was as if the sounds of chaos could be heard over the hill. Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully he didn't go inside at that time in the afternoon. With the entire town unable to walk, everyone is at risk of infection. Li Xian was silent for a moment and said, "Can the master find a place to find out more about it? And please don't touch anyone and keep a safe distance. I want to know the current plague, to what extent, and then the symptoms and whatnot. It's better to know or understand in detail. I need to judge the severity of the matter, whether it matches what I expect in my mind." The plague that he had originally avoided, but as a result, now by mistake, he had come directly to the place where the plague had broken out. And the plague at hand is most likely smallpox. This scares Li Xian. Smallpox has taken too many lives, but it's come to this. There's no use being afraid. So what Li Xian wanted to know more was how far the plague had progressed. This is crucial. He hoped it was smallpox and he didn't. The former was due to cowpox skyrocketing smallpox, as Li Xian knew well. The latter, because those already infected with smallpox had to die if they couldn't carry it off. The plague spread out and everywhere it passed was really miserable. You could call it a body count. The people in ancient times suffered enough, and when the plague ravaged them a bit, it was unimaginable. There was also a certain reason why he was really afraid of the plague here, that it would evolve into a different version that was crucially contagious and lethal, which would be really game over. Hui Neng froze for a moment, then clasped his hands together and said, "Lord Li, wait a moment." As he spoke, Hui Neng left this side with a few bounces. Li Xian, on the other hand, sighed as he looked at the fire in front of him. He'd like to leave, but he really doesn't have the courage. Not to say that there is a plague. Even if there is no plague, walk casually in the streets of Qi. He does not guarantee that he will be able to survive. This was ancient times, and he couldn't tell the direction of Xianghua. He was a pampered Xianghua magistrate. No shame in that, but it was true that wilderness survival skills were somewhat lacking. So without someone to save himself, Li Xian wouldn't try too much. He is a man who can recognize himself. What cannot be done will not be attempted lightly. After all, it was his life that mattered. After a small half hour or so, Lu Qingxue, who was wearing a cloak, appeared not far behind Li Xian. When she saw that there was no one beside Li Xian, Lu Qingxue's eyes lit up and she wanted to go over and take Li Xian away. Only when she was just about to go over, she simply disappeared into thin air. By this time, Hui Neng had returned. Hui Neng looked at the place where Lu Qingxue had just stayed, and said directly to Li Xian, "In the current Qi, about 1,300 people have died because of the plague. Considering that there are some delays in the news, and problems such as false local reports, so this number may continue to double. There are 32 counties in Qi, and the plague has spread to 13 counties." The words came out and Li Xian sighed. In fact, it really wasn't long before he learned the news. But on the Qi side, there's already 40% of the country that has a plague trail. Li Xian felt that the other 29 counties, not that they didn't have any, but they were still in the incubation period, so the next period of time, which was about a month or two, would have to spread all of them sooner or later. This rate is quite a bit more accelerated than one remembers smallpox infecting. This made Li Xian's heartbeat, too, speed up a lot. The so-called war he had anticipated would, he feared, go on without a fight. There's no way the war could have been fought with the plague. But this is a much more horrifying situation. That symptom. Li Xian looked anxiously at Hui Neng again. Hui Neng nodded and continued to give Li Xian a detailed description. For the first few days, it's fever, headache, and weakness in the limbs. It will be followed by a red rash, which will turn into blisters over time. and then follow up the blisters will burst, and then the mortality rate of the infected person, about 2 or 3 out of 10. The contagiousness is very high, suspected to be spread through the air. The little monk in the period of understanding did not contact anyone. Lord Li, feel free to rest assured. Li Xian was shocked in his heart. It's almost exactly the same as the remembered symptoms of smallpox. It's a match. Chapter 145 Tian could divine medicine. After taking a deep breath, Li Xian said, Master, where is our next destination? Can we stop wasting time? If we don't stop it, sooner or later it will spread to the entire Three Kingdoms region. The plague must be stopped as soon as possible. Hui Nang froze for a moment and said, Imperial City. No one's infected over there yet? Li Xian asked again. He was concerned about it. Don't just go over there and get infected yourself and die before you get out. For the time being, no. In fact, even in these 13 counties, there is this phenomenon in places where the circulation of the population is relatively large. Many villages, many places do not have the situation. Roughly speaking, it is also a localized nature of the contagion. For example, in the county where we are now located, there is only this place where there has been an outbreak of the infection. But, Hui Nang paused for a moment and said in a slightly gravelly manner, this plague is indeed much more lethal than the one recorded in the history books above, especially the speed of contagion, which is many times faster, and is perhaps the worst plague that has ever existed. Lord Li, do you have a solution to the plague? Hui Nang looked solemnly at Li Xian, who had just given him this illusion. Li Xian was silent for a moment, but finally nodded. Unsure at first, after a few checks, Li Xian was almost certain. This is smallpox. If it's smallpox, that's what can be restrained. Li Xian nodded his head this time, making Hui Nang's direct expression froze, and then directly said with an ecstatic face, is this true, Lord Li? If it's true, it's a good thing for the good of the world. Li Xian could even be called a medical saint in the world. In fact, that was not the purpose of bringing Li Xian out this time, but rather there was a commission from someone else. The matter of the plague was an accident. Hui Nang also did not expect the plague to spread so quickly. So when he heard Li Xian's words, Hui Nang was really feeling incredible. Could it be that he had really done the right thing by promising someone to bring Li Xian here? Li Xian did not say anything, just a moment of silence, and then said, before saving people need to save themselves. Master, you first help me find out whose cattle are sick. The symptoms are. Next, after Li Xian finished talking about the cow's symptoms in immense detail, he continued, the symptoms must match, so bring me to confirm it then. What does Master think? Although Hui Nang didn't understand what Li Xian was doing, he still nodded his head and said very submissively, good, then we'll set off now and look for it while we're on our way. The young monk will try to avoid the crowd to minimize the risk of infection. For the next few days, Win was in the process of finding the problem cattle. This part of the process is fast. After all, there are a lot of cattle, but cattle with cowpox and matching symptoms may be rare. After searching for some time, on the 7th day, Huineng finally found a cow. This cow's teat area had blisters with pus oozing out of it. After Li Xian briefly confirmed it, he directly took a sharp knife and cut some tiny wounds in his arm, then collected the pus and evenly applied it to the location of the wounds. The whole process was very decisive and ruthless, causing Hui Ning to be slightly surprised as well. Li Xian then used the cloth from the rest of his body and wrapped it around the area. Li Xian frowned and grimaced a little as he pulled the piece of clothing from the sleeve piece down to cover the area. Hui Nang watched Li Xian's movements throughout and said, Lord Li, aren't you afraid of infection? What is the purpose of this? Obviously the cow is infected, and in this case, there is a real possibility of infection to Li Xian. Although he didn't quite understand the complicated specialized words such as virus spreading, inoculation and so on described by Li Xian, anyone with a clear eye could see that it was an established fact that the cow was sick, and Li Xian cut his own skin, specializing in body fluids from where the cow was sick, and smeared it. There is arguably a great deal of danger in this situation. Hui Nang was a well-traveled man who had seen quite a lot of things. Right now in Li Xian's such behavior of people, it is really the first time to see, can be said to be a long time to live. Li Xian said that he could possibly solve the plague, but before that, Li Xian brought him here, which made Hui Nang really have some puzzles. Could this behavior of Li Xian be helpful in curing the plague? Thinking about it, Hui Nang felt a bit incredulous. Li Xian shook his head and casually said, You're a patriarch, so since you're not afraid, you don't have to be like me, okay? Do I want it to? Murphy. Hui Nang froze for a moment and said somewhat incredulously as if he thought of something, Lord Li, are you saying that the body fluids of cows after they have been infected with the disease can cure the plague that is widely spread today? Hui Nang, even if he was a fool, thought of this in a flash. There are times when it's not that he doesn't know any better, It's just that his eyesight and perception limit his thinking. And for Huining to be able to think of this step was already extremely difficult. And for someone in this world to be able to think of this in a split second was already a very active mind. Li Xian nodded and said, I don't dare to guarantee it, but this is the most direct method. Next we need to wait for about 2 weeks before we go to the imperial city of Qi. I need to take a look at my symptoms. Hopefully everything is as expected. No, Lord Li hasn't contracted the plague yet. Wisdom frowned again as he spoke. He couldn't figure it out again. Those infected with the plague, when well, are partially protected against it. About that, he knew. Those who have survived the illness don't seem to be prone to continuing to get sick. But Li Xian, this is not part of the infection of the plague, but to infect a disease in cattle. What is the reason for this? Huining couldn't figure out the principle of it. And at the moment, he was actually like a student, looking at Li Xian with bated breath, hoping that Li Xian would give him an answer. Li Xian closed his eyes and felt the pain at the wound, then only said helplessly, Master, don't think nonsense. The reason why a person infected with this disease of the cow can somehow resist the plague is because this disease of the cow has almost no symptoms in the human body and is relatively very mild. But the immune impediments released when the human body resists the disease are able to extinguish the plague in the same way. So that this person who has been infected with the cattle disease and then appears in a place where there is a plague, will not be infected with the plague. I say this. You may understand? While Li Xian was explaining this, Huining meditated. Li Xian has the most jargon in this passage. What are immune antibodies? Huining doesn't know, but he can cite to understand most of the words he can understand, meaning that after a person has been sickened with cattle disease, they will not be infected with the plague again? Wiseman was smart enough to capture the key words. Chapter 146 Green Reed finds us. Li Xian nodded. Seeing this scene, Huining's eyes lit up. However, he didn't say anything and quietly waited up for some symptoms on Li Xian, during which Huining didn't choose to inoculate himself as well, because he was a patriarch and had never contracted any disease, so he wasn't afraid of it. Inside the next period of time, Li Xian and Huining then chose to wait slowly in the middle of the mountain forest. Day after day passed slowly. Summer is approaching and the weather is warming up. From the very beginning out, Li Xian's discomfort of being a bit cold at night was gradually decreasing. The temperature has really gotten much better this time of year, especially at night, and it's gotten warmer, so at least you don't wake up freezing after you fall asleep. Wait until 13 days have passed. The wound on Li Xian's arm went through the process of redness, pimples, blisters, pustules, and finally scabs, during which he also had a brief fever. But luckily he carried through. There are actually some risks associated with such an inoculation, because that cowpox virus, which was fully active, was dangerous, and inside the pus, there were a lot of other bacteria and viruses, and it was really dangerous to be exposed to Li Xian's wound like that, and in very close contact. What a person should really be inoculated against is actually the inactivated pure cowpox virus, not the live cowpox virus. But there was nothing Li Xian could do in this situation. If he had been in his home lab, he might have had some way to figure out how to inactivate the cowpox virus and inoculate his daughter. But this is in the middle of Qi. There is no equipment whatsoever, and there is the possibility of smallpox virus everywhere. So that little risk, he took. It was only at this time that Li Xian let out a sigh of relief and looked at Huining, who was next to him as if he were an old monk in meditation, and said, "We are now ready to go. In that case, Lord Li will be able to ward off the plague?" Wisdom opened her eyes and asked curiously. His expression, he looked very serious, although he had behaved much differently from an ordinary monk so far along the way, a monk with a bit of wickedness, acting recklessly and doing things by virtue of his own preferences. But the matter of the plague is of great importance, so Huining was still rare and serious. In terms of right and wrong, Huining was not evil, and overall was still a monk with a relatively positive outlook on the three things. This was what Li Xian, during this time, had learned. Li Xian shook his head and said, "Maybe, we're not going? Go. Now poor monk will take Lord Li to the imperial city." After taking a deep breath, Huining was still a bit unresponsive. How is that possible? That's completely impossible. But now he really did seem to believe it a little bit. It wasn't that he felt convinced in his heart, but he had to be. After being in contact for this period of time, he understood that Li Xian was not the type of person to talk blindly, and it was true that there were more unbelievable things when it came to Li Xian. So Huining tried her best to put herself in Li Xian's shoes, to think vicariously, but in the end, Huining still sighed. There was something he couldn't figure out. He just wanted to see Li Xian next. Will it be true that he won't get infected? As for the rest, Huining feels that it is still the reason that his own practice in the earthly world is not enough, or else he will not be able to see it. Difficult to get. However, The thought that Li Xian had brought him an unexpected surprise, which made Huineng's ancient well of heart, also finally flooded a lot of ripples. If things do come to pass, then Li Xian is a true saint. Soon, Huineng led Li Xian past one place after another. During that time Li Xian said that he didn't need to be jealous of places where there might be cases, and that it was okay to just pass by. In fact, the wound had already scabbed over in 7 days, but Li Xian was uneasy. He wanted his body to fully produce the antibodies, so that's why he waited for more than 10 days. At this time, theoretically speaking, he should not be afraid of any smallpox virus, so Li Xian wanted to give it a try. Huineng thought about it, and finally brought Li Xian, for the first time, to the middle of a city with a case of smallpox virus, where there were not many people on the road, and it looked cold and quiet. The only thing that could be heard was the sound of coughing, the sound of pain, and the sound of people's wailing from the inside of the closed doors and windows next to them. Obviously, someone was suffering from the painful ravages of smallpox. Li Xian was silent for a long time when he heard this voice. Amit Ba, Wiseman sighed. Afterward, Li Xian and Huineng passed by the city. Once we pass this place, we will be able to reach the imperial city after crossing another city. After 2 weeks or so, I didn't expect that even places so close to the imperial city, there were people infected with smallpox, and the speed of infection this time was really fast. Out of many people's expectations, it was dozens of times faster than the memory of his own perception. It is reasonable to say that in a place like ancient times, with poor circulation, it would be very difficult for any virus to spread. But this virus, which is suspected to be a variant of smallpox, has taken such a short time to blossom all over Qi. It is not so much that all of them have fallen, but at least inside so many counties, except for the imperial city side, where no cases have been found so far, it seems that there are already cases in all of them. This kind of spreading speed, compared to the memory of smallpox, to be a lot of horror. As for the death rate, it may indeed be lower. The terror, however, was stacked geometrically. Infecting 10,000 people with a 20% lethality rate means 2,000 deaths, and infecting 1,000,000 people with a 5% lethality rate would mean the death of a full 50,000 people. It's a very simple comparison. There is no doubt that it is the latter that is a bit more terrifying. Li Xian needs to make this cure for cowpox publicized as soon as possible, especially in the Dry Kingdom. This matter is very important. He didn't believe that on the Qianghua side, there were no such cases. He was taken out from the imperial city until now. At least a month has passed. Within this month's time, she blossomed all over the country. The Qin kingdom is bound to have a case, and is in the process of spreading rapidly. The reason smallpox has caused so many deaths is that it has an incubation period and little to no symptoms during the incubation period. The incubation period for smallpox is at least 2 weeks, during which time a rash appears and it is already at a highly contagious stage. But no one cares at this time. That's enough time under those 2 weeks for people to do lots and lots of things, to get people with illnesses and spread out and go lots of places. This also creates a situation where the smallpox virus can run rampant in the extreme. Just as Li Xian and monk Huineng were planning to cross the street and leave through the city gate on the other side, both of them stopped. In the street ahead, a woman in a simple dress appeared. The woman looked ahead, eyes on Li Xian. Chapter 147 The Qi Emperor receives you. The woman was dressed in black, vigilantly staring at monk Huineng beside Li Xian. After monk Huineng saw the woman across from him, he also put his palms together with some gravity and said, "Junior monk has met senior." The monk Huineng at this moment showed great respect, simply because of the woman's scent, a green reed, someone whose cultivation was far above his. He knew green reed. Once, he also fought with green reed but lost without any suspense. Although his cultivation has improved recently, he asked himself that when facing green reed, he also did not have any chance of winning. Green reed's strength was already at the peak level amongst the sect masters, and the martial realm was even more out of this world than even his master. Bald ass, you have big guts, dare to bring my dynasty's life officials openly to the side of Qi. Qing Reed was very upset, and now, without anything else to say, she just wanted to beat monk Huineng half to death. As for Li Xian, he looked at green reed with some strangeness. The other person was masked, but you could certainly hear that it was a woman. Could it be someone sent by the empress to take him back? Huineng put his palms together and continued. Senior, in addition to bringing people out, the young monk did not force Li Shir to do anything he was not willing to do. What cannot be done, the young monk will give up. Lord Li, you can go back with her. This person is the side of the female emperor of the Qian kingdom, the person who came to take you back. Under these words from Huineng, Qingwei, who was just about to make a move, stopped. This bald ass, so good? But yeah, it's better to just send someone out knowing that you're going to get your ass kicked next. But I did not expect Li Xian carefully looked at the green reed, and then looked at the side of Huineng, as well as the surrounding cold city, after a long time of silence, and finally tried to say, "This senior, do not wait a few days?" Green reed's eyelids fluttered. "I've come to save you and you have to wait a few days? Have you been brainwashed by that monk? Or is it something exciting?" "Elder, it is like this. The plague of Qi spread. I want to solve the plague here before leaving. Here belongs to the source. Do not solve here. My Qianguo will also be infected. And more importantly, I think Qianguo now. There have been infected plague people appeared, right?" Li Xian looked at Qingwei seriously and spoke. "Qianguo is now, inevitably, infected by someone." Green reed frowned. She looked at Li Xian's current expression, which didn't seem like she was joking, so after thinking about it, she still nodded her head in silence and said, "Theirs. What did Li Xian say a month ago? He said that this plague, unlike the previous ones, must cut off any trade routes. At first she and the empress didn't believe it, but now, she does. This plague was indeed more horrific than those recorded in previous history. The current Qian country, just like the Qi country once was already very much under martial law, and apart from some isolated rural areas where normal activities could be carried out, the towns and cities with a larger flow of people were already completely devoid of people, especially the areas close to the Qi country. When Li Xian saw Qingwei's reaction, he thought about it before walking towards Qingwei. Seeing this scene, Huineng didn't speak or move. The moment he realized it was green reed, he knew he couldn't keep Li Xian. The purpose of this visit to Qi, in fact, was really not the plague, but something else. But there was nothing more he could do in this situation. After coming to Qing Reed's side, Li Xian arched his hand and said, "Elder, I'm telling you a method now. Need to get His Majesty to order and organize the nation's manpower and resources to quickly inoculate everyone from towns to villages." Next, Li Xian told Green Reed all about how to resist cowpox, and he also told Qing Reed that if there were not enough sick cows, he must infect as many as possible and make as many cows sick as possible, so that the demand for inoculation in the whole of Qianguo could be met, or else the supply would exceed the demand, and that the people to be inoculated should be preferred to be those from areas where there had been no outbreaks of plague, and that it would be sufficient to scratch out the wounds during the treatment, and to smear them with a small amount of pus. Then, Li Xian once again said seriously, "My daughter's side, I will go back after a while, personally give inoculation. Don't let anyone touch the Li house, don't let the Li housemaids go out, but also please ask seniors to help. The content of what my senior said is 1,000 times true. I hope that senior will go and return quickly next. Give me a week's time. After a week, I'll go back with senior, even if I plead with your majesty on behalf of senior. How about it?" Green Reed stared at Li Xian and frowned. Li Xian was able to find a way to break the plague, which Qing Reed was surprised by, but also felt was more reasonable. She just couldn't figure out what Li Xian was thinking nowadays. She could force anyone, but she could not force only two people. One was the empress, and the other was Li Xian, and she knew that Li Xian was, perhaps, trying to save the ordinary people of Qi. But Qi is the enemy. He did this. After letting out a deep sigh, Green Reed glanced warningly at Huineng. Huineng said from the bottom of his heart, "Don't worry, little monk will protect Lordly and won't let him be in any danger. You'd better be true to your word, or the entire temple of vultures will have to accompany you." After a warning, Green Reed then disappeared. She has to go back first, to settle down some situation in Qianguo side. Now Qianguo really did not have a large area to spread, but Qiguo's horrible spreading situation has already made Qianguo panic, even His Majesty's side. Recently there is also a burst of cloud. Li Xian was taken away, coupled with the plague did come than ever, more rapid and terrible, which makes the empress easily happy some, and becomes sad again. So that news that Li Xian said that cowpox can resist the plague must be spread out as soon as possible. Only when everyone spreads out can the spread of the plague be quickly blocked. This method is not difficult. Compared to the plague, I think the ordinary people, even if they have not been educated, they also know what to do at this time. What to do? After Qing Reed left, Huineng then came to Li Xian and bowed very respectfully. "Little monk, many thanks to Lordly." This time, Li Xian was able to walk, but not walk. It made Huineng treat Li Xian, already, with the utmost admiration. "We will, now, go to the imperial city, and ask Lordly to get ready within." As they spoke, the two left the place. It didn't take long for Huineng to bring Li Xian and appear in the imperial city, which was several times more imposing than the Qian kingdom's imperial city. Here is the imperial city of Qi. It was also Li Xian's first visit to this place. Now that it has come to this, the young monk will not hide it from Lordly. The person who has something to ask for this time is in fact His Majesty of Qi, and I hope that Lordly will not mind if the young monk hides it for so long. Standing in the streets of the imperial city, Huineng explained. Li Xian shook his head and said, I guessed it. Are we going to meet people now? May. Huineng took Li Xian and went over to the palace from the city. Under the patriarch's leadership, without even needing to pass through the layers of barriers, Li Xian arrived at the Qi imperial palace side. Huineng said, please wait a moment for Lord Li. Li Xian didn't say anything, but just surveyed the palace in front of him with a curious look. A moment later, a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe appeared in Li Xian's gaze. Chapter 148 Unexpected Surprise. The middle-aged man at this time did not come to Li Xian's side. Instead, he chose to stand more than 20 meters away from Li Xian and sized him up. This person had a straight posture and handsome appearance. His eyes were as deep as an abyss, with a majestic color in the darkness, as if he could see through a person's mind. Cold and soul-stirring. This person, naturally, was the most honored person in Qi, the Emperor of Qi. His look is not angry and his hands and feet show the Emperor's demeanor. With this posture, he is indeed a very dignified person, worthy of being the Emperor of Qi. It's just that he doesn't look too good. Li Xian couldn't help but have such thoughts in his mind. After surveying for a few moments, the Qi Emperor only appeared with a smile, like a spring breeze brushing his face, and said, I have long heard of the great name of my young friend, and today when I see it, I really do have an elegant appearance, and my temperament does not lose to my son's. What a good young and promising young talent. Of course I still hope that little friend doesn't mind. It's better to pull away at extraordinary times. Emperor Qi was naturally also worried about the plague, knowing that this time the plague was fierce and airborne, so he was now acting cautiously. Li Xian nodded his head and said with the same politeness, Grasshopper has met the Emperor of Qi. Grasshopper has come today. There is one thing I want to explain. Go ahead. Emperor Qi froze for a moment. Shouldn't he be the one to make sense of it this time? Li Xian also has something to say to himself? That bit of time, though, is irrelevant. Soon, Li Xian said the method to restrain the plague, and when Emperor Qi heard the content of the method, his original expression, which was still quite calm, instantly became filled with incredulity, and even his fingers were shaking slightly. His breathing turned chaotic as he stared tightly at Li Xian, saying word for word, this words, when it true, he had asked Huineng to bring Li Xian here, but he actually had another purpose. But he really didn't expect that Li Xian had just met with him and gave him a heavenly surprise, a surprise that he couldn't have imagined no matter what. That's what can restrain the plague. The Qi Emperor at this moment was even shaking with excitement. Suffice it to say, he was shaken to the core. Huineng clasped his hands together and said with the same emotion, Lord Li has not been infected so far, and with Lord Li's backbone, the young monk believes that Lord Li will not tell lies, and that this matter is worth believing. Well, come on people, pass the orphan decree down. Next, Emperor Qi quickly made arrangements, even if, as a follow-up, Li Xian emphasized that those who had already been infected would just have to depend on his life, and that the cowpox method was only applicable to those who had not been infected. But Emperor Qi didn't even care. When all these things were arranged, Emperor Qi once again looked at Li Xian, and then he bowed deeply. Huineng, who had just been there, had already used a unique method of transmitting his voice to tell him about Li Xian being able to leave, but not doing so. A man of such great righteousness is a saint. The posture of a saint is worthy of his bow. He was an emperor, and he was even more in awe of this type of saint. Li Xian didn't have much of a reaction, but said bluntly, what exactly is your majesty's purpose in inviting me here? I would also like your majesty to inform me now. Emperor Qi nodded. He actually wanted Li Xian to stay and eat something nice. This journey was windy, and he probably didn't eat anything good, and from Li Xian's dirty clothes, it was obvious that this journey was hard. But the Emperor of Qi is still very serious. Said, I heard that the little friend can cure the heart disease. Not to hide it from you, the orphan's beloved consort, 2 years ago suffered from heart disease, and in recent years, the symptoms worsened, the onset of the frequency of accelerated. Very dangerous. So, speaking of this, Emperor Qi lightly coughed dryly, his expression somewhat embarrassed. After all, this time it was said to be invited, but in fact, it was taken captive. As the king of a country, even if he was thick-skinned. In the case of Li Xian repaying his grudges with kindness and saving the Qi from the flames, the Qi Emperor was still a bit overjoyed with his face. In contrast, it was as if he was the villain. Li Xian froze for a moment. Subsequently, Li Xianfang came to a realization. If the only person in the world who can cure the heart, it may indeed be himself. Because of that, it seems reasonable to bring yourself here? Qiangua, Imperial City. Next door to Li's house, Gelsenium sat in a rocking chair, while behind her, the maid shook it for her. During this time, a masked man appeared beside Ningxuan and respectfully saluted. Gelding signaled to stop, then said, "Well, have you heard from him yet?" The masked man said, "The latest news is that Li Xian is in the imperial city of Qi and went into the middle of the palace. It is suspected that the emperor of Qi wanted to see Li Xian and that's why he asked Master Huining to take him away." "It shouldn't." Gelsamite muttered a sentence to himself. Those monks were all high and mighty. How could they possibly follow the Qi emperor's orders? Could it be that there is something hidden in this process? Good a Qi emperor. Even no Qian would dare not do anything to that patriarch. Want to play a kettle to take away the payroll? Ningxuang shook his head, and then asked, "The plague in the outside world, how is it now?" "Still spreading. I heard that a village on the outskirts of Yanshan County near the imperial city. It seems that some people have been infected, and the officials are urgently closed to deal with it. In addition," the masked man explained. Ningxuan nodded and said, "After today, you should not come to see me. There are some things I have my own decision." After the masked man nodded respectfully, he quickly left the courtyard. After thinking of Li Xian, a flash of intolerance appeared under Ningxuan's eyes again. Only after a long time did Ningxuan let out a sigh. She looked up at the clear blue sky. Li Xian's face, again as if appearing above the sky, lingering. And at this time, the Chengui Empress also appeared in the Li mansion. Of course the Empress had not informed anyone before this. She looked towards her daughter Gongxini, who was playing with Spring Flower and Autumn Moon in the courtyard, and some relaxation finally appeared on her worried face. His daughter has grown quite a bit since she was entrusted to him, and she looks about the same as she did last year. Raised quite well. It seems that Li Xian, that kid, is quite attached to his daughter. Sister Autumn Moon, is my father over at the palace or not? Why did he go out for so long? I keep thinking you're lying to me. Gongxini stopped playing and suddenly huffed. The sound made the Empress's heart tighten for a moment. Chapter 149 Woman in Chinese Dress. Autumn Moon saw Yi Yi's appearance. A flash of panic under her eyes. Hurriedly explained, Yi, don't worry. How could my sister lie to you? The male son will definitely come back. Don't you know that there is a plague recently? The male son chose not to go home precisely because he was afraid of spreading the plague back. When the plague outside is over, the male son will definitely go home. Autumn Moon quickly explained. Chunhua likewise said, yes, lately we don't even go outside. We all let people put dishes and meat at the door, then bring them in, then sterilize them with the method that the Gongzi instructed, so that we will bring them back for cooking. Now it is indeed too dangerous outside, but the Gongzi can't stay at home. The Gongzi is the magistrate. He needs to break the case. After ensuring the safety, the Gongzi will only come back it. The plague is very dangerous, especially for small children. The girls used a lot of methods in order to calm Yi down. It's just a shame that Yi is too smart to believe ordinary excuses. Later, it was Chu Yun who came over, stood at the door, and said through the gate that there had been a plague recently, and that Brotherly had come into contact with a plague patient and didn't dare to go home, so he went to his side temporarily to notify him. In this way, Gongxini was only half convinced. Until now, it has been a month and a long time has passed indeed. I don't know. Where on earth has the male gone and how has he been doing lately? Looking at her daughter's appearance, Gong Yuyen was silent for a long time. In the end, she left this side only after she looked outside the Li mansion. A few moments later, in a certain off-the-beaten-path alley outside the Li mansion in the imperial city, Gong Yuyen met Qingwei who had gone and returned. At the beginning, Gong Yuyen's expression was somewhat elated. Only, when she realized that there was no one beside Green Reed, Gong Yuyen frowned and asked, "You didn't find anyone?" "Found it," Green Reed explained, then said helplessly, "But, he won't come back." "Not coming back?" The Empress' eyes widened. "You found it and you're not coming back? He doesn't want to go back to Qianhua?" With these words in her ears, the Empress felt that the boy had not been stimulated by something. "Your Majesty, it's not that he doesn't want to come back, but he will come back after he learns about the current state of the plague in Qi and says that he will solve the source of the plague in Qi." Qing Reed sighed and said with some complexity, "As you know, he is not a normal thinking person at certain times, so he stayed there for the time being, and I can't force him to come back. If I force him, I'm afraid that there is no one in this world who can control this plague." The Empress clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles making a clack-clack-clack sound from the force she exerted, and you could even see that the knuckles of her fists were glowing white. She thought back to a month ago. This plague was indeed like what Li Xian had said. It was something that should really be blocked ahead of time, but it's too late to miss that golden period. Now the Qianhua. There have been many places. There is a plague, highly contagious, and the death rate is not small. Every person who is sick, regardless of whether it will die, will be very painful. That's why even if you don't die, you have to suffer a lot to do it. This year's Three Kingdoms region is feared to be suffering. The horrific nature of this plague is dozens or hundreds of times more horrific than those recorded in history. But there are some things where a horse's ass just doesn't make sense. The empress knew in her heart that if she was given another choice, she wouldn't listen to Li Xian. Because there are more important things that need to be taken care of. As the empress was about to say something else, Qing Reed continued, "Your Majesty, he was unwilling to come back with me, but he has developed the solution to the plague." Into a solution. This sentence made the empress look at Qing Reed and said incredulously, "When? Really?" Green Reed nodded. Next, he told the empress the entire steps. This includes how to inoculate against cowpox and then infect healthy people with cowpox, so as to circumvent the plague are all spelled out. Afterward, the empress took a deep breath and directly left this place. The next day, the morning court. The empress proclaimed the cowpox cure and demanded that it be quickly spread throughout the country. This was why Li Xian was grateful to the empress. Even if he was as powerful as he was, there was no point in implementing this policy without someone who was willing to believe in him. So on some level, the empress is his boho. At this moment, with the announcement of the empress policy, the 100 officials were startled. Then there were quite a few people, all looking at the empress in disbelief, seemingly contemplating what they wanted to say to dissuade Her Majesty from using those side channels. At this stage, blockade is the king. Just the next moment, the empress said directly, "The method." That Lone said is the method found by the new scholar Li Xian, who is on the front line of the border of the Qian kingdom, the place where the plague broke out, and is on the ground exploring and researching. This sentence made the civil and military officials, all of them, stare incredulously. Li Xian, he mysteriously disappeared for a month. I didn't expect him to go over to the border of the Qian kingdom. And, Li Idol is still in the land of the plague outbreak? The news made everyone shiver. Left Prime Minister Lin Shan clasped his fist and said, "I heard that Lord Li is good at treating heart disease and other such terminal diseases, and now Lord Li has sacrificed his life for righteousness and took the initiative to go to the place where the plague broke out." The old minister admires it. He had met Li Xian. Li Xian was indeed no ordinary person. Nowadays, making this kind of behavior is in line with that kid's character. It was such a risky thing to do that it still made the left minister a little emotional. This time the plague came with a vengeance, and was more terrifying than previous plagues. Now the territory of Qi has fallen, and Qiangua territory. There have been a lot of people were infected with the plague. It is said that the people who died are breaking through more than 1,000 people. The genus is a bit terrible, and the left minister is well informed. He actually knows a lot of things. About Li Xian appeared in the border of Qianqi, as well as being caught in prison, and subsequently encountered the Eldritch cult. The left minister also knows a lot of things. Right Prime Minister Lu Yunqing squinted at Lin Shuren, but the same emotion, yes, since it is lordly, despite the dangers, developed the method, then the old minister will spare no effort. Agree to the method. Promote down. As Lin Shuren's nemesis, he naturally knew something. As the two prime ministers on the left and right took a stand, the civil and military officials gradually lost their voices. If it's the method summarized by Lord Li's personal involvement in the infected area, then it does have some persuasive power. In addition, from today onwards, the imperial city, except for the necessary procurement of living goods and other people, prohibit all movement of people. The morning court is temporarily cancelled, and wait for the follow-up latest news notices. Violators, beheading. The next moment, the palace hall continued to be filled with the empress's unquestionable voice. Qi, in the middle of the palace, Li Xian met a woman in fancy dress. This woman lying on her side on the bed, her agar rose nose, lips like a cherry, skin color is fair and snowy, with a warm and moving luster, a head of waterfall of green silk down, hair hairpin hidden, beads and emeralds surrounded, adding a few points of luxury. In the side, you can see her body slightly plump, a gorgeous dress-wrapped body, damask silk embroidered with exquisite flowers, her jade arm lightly resting on the edge of the couch, soft razor like snow, fingers like green onion roots, fingers slightly curved, as if a leisurely painting, so that Li leisure feet stopped, a face of surprise. This unique aura was the first time Li Xian had seen it in the other world. Chapter 150 Harem Consort Xuanfei. Li Xian could only find two people who were comparable to him in terms of looks and temperament, one being his own cheap wife, and the other being Miss Ning Shuang of the Begonia Pavilion. If that cheap wife of his is a domineering female president, acting very decisively, without delay, Ning Shuang is the charm of heaven, also like a peach in the green with pink, still with a little childish. Then the woman in front of me is all over, revealing the soft fragrance of the languid meaning, is an incomparable seductive creature, as if after 1,000 years of cultivation, comes with a noble woman temperament, body style, as just blooming roses, is worth a flower the most delicate moment. As Li Xian looked at her, The woman also looked at him. In the next moment, the woman then raised her eyebrows gently, her eyes glowing slightly. How on earth could there be such a stunning-looking man? Li Xian's looks were superior to any handsome-looking man. Even the most tricky and mean women can't pick any faults. And in terms of looks, it's simply a flawless man. Ahem. Under the atmosphere of both sides staring at each other, Emperor Qi coughed awkwardly, seemingly embarrassed by the scene of Li Xian and his beloved consort, strangely staring at each other, but neither one of them speaking. He knew that his beloved consort was very beautiful, and her appearance was overwhelmingly beautiful, no less than that Qiangua female emperor. Of course, because of this, Emperor Qi's pursuit of the Qiangua empress has waned a lot over the past year. The biggest root cause was still because of the woman in front of him. He also knew that Li Xian was a beautiful man, that even he was a bit surprised when he first met him, so it makes sense to be somewhat attracted to each other. But, you're here for the cure. Why do you keep staring at my concubine? The moment Li Xian, who heard the sound of Emperor Qi dryly coughing, also hurriedly withdrew his gaze. He then bowed gently and said very respectfully, "Herb, meet your highness." The woman in fancy dress also looked at Emperor Qi and said unexpectedly, "Your Majesty, who is this person? Can it be that your Majesty is afraid that my concubine is alone and lonely here, so you asked him to serve me?" Li Xian, he's thought of many storylines, but he was truly surprised that his first meeting with the Qi Emperor's noble consort, and in front of the Qi Emperor, this woman in fancy dress, was so bold. She's a consort. Emperor Qi doesn't want to lose face? That's a bit too much bullying. Only next, Emperor Qi was not annoyed, but explained with a bitter smile, "Xianer, you're joking again. He's a physician. He can help you treat your heart disease. Perhaps after a while, Xianer, you will be able to move around normally and not have to endure the pain of heart disease every so often." Oh, the woman in fancy dress froze for a moment, and then she took a closer look at Li Xian, muttering to herself, "Aren't physicians all a bunch of old guys? How come there is such a young physician? Where did you find this, Your Majesty?" Emperor Qi continued to explain. "He is Li Xian of the Qian kingdom. He's Li Xian." The woman's eyes lit up, then stared at Li Xian. Many people within the three kingdoms have heard of Li Xian's name, especially Li Xian's words in the middle of the Great Hall, but also let a lot of people are very admired, and a lot of literati are regarded Li Xian as the first person in the literary world, including Qi and Chu. There was not a single literati who did not admire Li Xian. Therefore, this Qi Emperor's concubine in front of her had also heard of Li Xian's name. In fact, if she has nothing to do, she will also write Li Xian as those thousands of ancient lines to pass the time. But she did not expect that today Li Xian came to this side of the harem, which really made her have some surprises. "Li Xian, are you that famous?" Should he say something? Just at the moment of Li Xian's embarrassment, Emperor Qi looked at Li Xian and smiled faintly. "Dare I ask you, little friend, how do you need to treat Loan's beloved consort next?" When Li Xian heard the word treatment, he froze slightly, and some thoughts crossed his mind. Even that concubine Xian narrowed her pretty eyes and sized up Li Xian with a strange look on her face, not knowing what thing she was thinking about. Subsequently, Li Xian discarded the subconsciously born distractions in the bottom of his heart and respectfully said, "Back to Emperor Qi. I need some raw materials. As long as there are raw materials, I can configure the medicine for heart disease." Then Li Xian uttered those ingredients that he had said earlier when he faced the Xian King at the Xian King's residence. The ingredients are the same, and the drugs used to treat heart disease, naturally, do not change. It is that this side lacks some equipment for doing experiments to extract nitroglycerin, and he needs to take care of some simple equipment first, and maybe he can carry out the subsequent experimental operation before he can do it. After listening to what Li Xian said, the Qi Emperor nodded his head in an unspecified manner even though he couldn't figure it out and said, "I'll have people prepare things as fast as they can, and as for you, just stay on Xian's side." "Ha?" Li Xian froze for a moment. Is he sure he heard right? Emperor Qi knew that his words were slightly ambiguous, so he hurriedly explained, "Xianer, this side is very large. Live you a person more than enough? In addition to the little friend live in this side, also can cope with some occasional needs, if not unexpected. Xianer this month is afraid to be onset again." Speaking of this, Emperor Qi had a pang of sadness. He has Princess Xian, but he can't see or touch her because the other has a heart condition. It just so happened that he knew that Li Xian of the Qian kingdom could cure heart disease, and that's how the Qi Emperor got the idea about Li Xian. The above is some brief background. Only then did Li Xian exhale and respectfully said, "As you command." He also knew that the place where ancient concubines lived was indeed quite large. Sometimes living hundreds or thousands of people did not feel crowded, and many eunuchs and palace maids who served the bigwigs lived here. Not to mention, it's one more him. Just let his heart is a little unsettled places. Just now this Qi Huang Xuanfei look at their eyes. In this case, thank you little friend, Lone still have things need to arrange. Xian, are you here? Send someone to simply arrange him on the line. Do not belittle the little friend. After giving a solemn command, Emperor Qi seemed to have something on his mind and quickly left. If it wasn't for Princess Xian's matter, perhaps Hui Nang would have brought Li Xian to visit the palace, and he wouldn't necessarily have had the time to meet. Recently, Qi has had a lot of trouble because of the plague. Coupled with his age, the body is also deteriorating. The crown prince as well as some of the other princes of the party feud. Vaguely some uncontrollable trend. These are the Qi Emperor's trouble. Li Xian, on the other hand, didn't react, and just watched Emperor Qi leave quickly with a grim face a split second later after smiling with concubine Xian as well as him. At this time, however, it was as if concubine Xian didn't care at all about the departing Emperor Qi. Concubine Xian's brows smiled, her vermilion lips slightly hooked up as she rose up, her lotus steps moved gently, swaying, and she twisted her slender waist, so she walked slowly towards Li Xian. Walking in front of Li Xian, a wisp of ethereal fragrance hit his nose. This loving and languid demeanor caused Li Xian to stare in astonishment. It was a moment of four eyes. Li Xian panicked. And so on. Qi Huan, why did you leave all of a sudden? Chapter 151 Prince's Visit. Li Xian panicked. Now in this situation, should he leave? You are the Li Xian of the Qian kingdom who made the saying, a glance back and a smile brings 100 winks. And the 6 palaces have no color? Consort Xian came in front of Li Xian. She exhaled her warm breath and gently brushed it on Li Xian's face, looking at the Li Xian in front of her with a surprised face. It wasn't until they got close to Li Xian that they realized Li Xian's appearance was truly mind-blowing. Li Xian's figure was slender and thin. A moon-white robe loosely draped over his body. His head was topped with neatly bundled-up black hair, with a few strands of broken hair hanging down in front of his forehead. His skin color is like sheep's fat, jade is delicate and warm. Eyebrows like a touch of light ink new willow, long and stretching. Eyes shaped like a dark pool, dark and clear. The nose is high and straight. Hard lines, thin lips light color, but more and more set off the man's amazing face. Xuanfei's simple gaze for a moment will feel the heart a little adoration. The world can have such a face. The bookman's attitude is revealed, but the beauty of the shocking, calling people over the eyes unforgettable, and more importantly, Li Xian's talent, which was also the best in the world, had made her admire him for a long time. Today, after seeing myself, I realized that people's excellence is what? Perhaps the talent is a little shallow, but the appearance is already upside down. No one can match. Li Xian was embarrassed for a while, but he still nodded his head politely with some composure and said, some slight achievements are not worth mentioning by the imperial concubine. The imperial concubine's body is the most important thing. Are you concerned about me, sir? Concubine Xian smiled with a full smile and seemed to find Li Xian amusing. Li Xian took a step back and said calmly, just now, His Majesty also said that he put me in charge of the heart problem of the imperial concubine, so it's not really a concern. It's just to fulfill His Majesty's command, and it's not a waste of a trip here. Is the gentleman that rusty? Princess Xian asked again. Taking a step forward, Li Xian continued to back away and said, Imperial concubine. This is not good. That being said, Li Xian was now itching to leave in a hurry. Once Emperor Qi went and returned and saw this scene, he would truly be done for. This was the consort of the Emperor of Qi. From the fact that he had gone out of his way to have several patriarchs frequently come over here to pick himself up in the past, it could be seen that the Emperor of Qi's treatment of the Xian consort in front of him was truly as the same as that of the Zhou Yuang facing Baosi as recorded in history. Concubine Xian was amused by Li Xian's reaction. She looked at Li Xian with a strange look on her face and added, Can Mr. compose a poem for me as well? The scent carried a faint sweet fragrance, as if a hot and moist warm breeze was lightly ruffled, causing Li Xian's eyelids to jump, and he once again took a few steps back. This was truly an all-around tantalizing beauty, and Li Xian could hardly even use words to describe the person in front of him. However, for the sake of his little life, he still smiled awkwardly and cupped his fists gruffly and said, Imperial concubine has praised me too much. I am just an ordinary person. How can I be worthy of Imperial concubine's compliments? I hope that the Imperial concubine will inform me where I live, so that I can also configure the divine medicine for heart disease for the Imperial concubine as early as possible, so that the Imperial concubine will not tease me here. Li Xian took another step back and bowed his head. The scene was exciting but not blessed. Li Xian had always known one thing, and that was that it was either treachery or thievery to offer an unprovoked favor. So in the face of this situation, Li Xian acted calmly. Consort Xian ate and laughed, once again came to Li Xian's body, stretched out her hand and pulled Li Xian's collar, somewhat complaining, But how do I feel that you are the divine medicine for my heart disease, without the need for the so-called medication? Li Xian's eyelids fluttered for a moment as he continued to take a step back, saying in fear, the words and actions of the imperial concubine seem to have overstepped the bounds. He must not have any excessive contact with this Princess Xian. That Emperor Qi isn't a vegetarian. This concubine Xian is even bullying in the harem, intending to green the Emperor of Qi, isn't it? What a nerve! Li Xian felt that Emperor Qi's head was already intolerable. Jokes aside, if he really wanted to green the Qi Emperor himself, he felt that even if he was born with 3 heads and 6 arms, he would have to stay over here completely. Someone come, find a good place for your guest to stay. Do not neglect him. Xuanfei then smiled faintly, walked back to sit on the bed, crossed his legs, this next tight Chinese dress, but also more and more revealing Xuanfei's figure of good. No one can reach. She didn't intend to continue molesting Li Xian, but ordered people to give Li Xian, and arranged for a place to stay in the harem. Li Xian then exhaled, all tired and wanting to go to rest early. Lord Li, the Empress called me over here, summoning you to dine on her side. Not long after, that is, while Li Xian was wondering how to eat something and sleep again, the voice of the maid appeared outside. Li Xian thought of that moving Yukai, and immediately shivered, then said, please this sister, just say that I'm too tired. Can you bring me some pastries and other food? I intend to simply eat and then rest, so I won't bother the imperial concubine side. After saying that, the maid quickly left. A few moments later, the maid appeared in front of the door, and after knocking, with Li Xian's permission, she walked in and placed on the table a full 7 kinds of pastries, plus a plate of freshly cooked meat. Li Xian's appetite increased and he ate straight away. He was a bit surprised that Princess Xian actually agreed, but the other party's purpose was really hard for Li Xian to figure out. A woman's heart under the sea needle. That Xuanfei openly made that kind of bold behavior to himself. Let Li Xian feel some unimaginable. Even that Qi Huang suddenly left that expression. Let Li Xian also take in the eyes. Is something happening on the Qi side? Thinking of this, in Li Xian's heart, he was likewise a bit wary. Good thing he'd made a deal with the master who'd come to get him for a week or so. The odds are that nothing will happen so far this week. After exhaling, Li Xian ate half of it, wiped his mouth, and planned to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, another outside guard knocked on the door. Li Xian frowned. What is it? Back to my lord. The crown prince asked me to bring you a message. The situation in Qi is not clear, and he is afraid of trouble. He ventured to let me come to notify my lord, and hopes that you can go to live outside. The crown prince has great admiration and respect for your lord. He will be able to protect your lord's integrity. The guards outside, weirdly enough, said something like this. This made Li Xian instantly startled. Li Xian's scalp tingled when he heard this. Qi is afraid of trouble? And it's still Crown Prince Qi Xian, letting the dark pawns on Consort Xian's side tell himself this passage? Qi Xian, the Crown Prince of Qi, already knew that he had come to the imperial city and was staying in the imperial concubine's palace? The prince's speed of being well informed was, indeed, somewhat fast. Just these words. Li Xian's face was uncertain, and thought of the behavior and demeanor of Princess Xian just now, as well as when the Emperor of Qi left. That flash of gloomy expression, so that Li Xian felt more and more that this Qi is afraid that something is really going to happen. He seems to have caught a not-so-great moment in time. Chapter 152 Qiyu Ambition. Li Xian had some regrets. Regret the choice to stay in Qi. He should have gone back to Deqian directly with the clan master who came to pick him up at that time a few days ago. Lord Li, how's the consideration going? The guard outside urged. Now that the plague is raging, the carriage arranged by His Highness the Crown Prince cannot wait too long outside the city. Please make an early decision. Sir Li. Hearing this, before Li Xian could reply, suddenly there was no sound from outside. Then, Li Xian heard the words, I'm sorry for disturbing you. Sir, please have a good rest. After those words, there was no more sound from outside. Li Xian, he wasn't fazed. After mulling it over for a moment, Li Xian pushed the door open and looked around. Spotting a man, the man bowed his head respectfully and said, What can I do for you? Sir? Li Xian opened his mouth and said, That person just now. His Majesty is old and the royal sons have some dissenting thoughts. Please rest assured, sir, that His Majesty will naturally finish handling these matters and will not disturb you. The man explained. Li Xian nodded and went back inside the house anyway. After letting out a sigh, Li Xian laid down on the big bed, thinking about things in his mind, and gradually fell into a deep sleep. And at this time, a certain location in the imperial city of Qi, Qi Yu, the Prince of Qi, likewise knew about Li Xian's arrival in Qi. Qi Yu was surprised for a moment, then sneered and muttered, Isn't it good to stay in Xianhua? Must you rush here to die? Before, even the patriarch had failed to take Li Xian away with 2 strikes. And for once, the kid was actually brought back, and really gave him great news. Just heard that the imperial brother's side has already made a move. Really bold. However, the Emperor of Qi wants to abolish the Empress and establish Princess Xian as the Empress. And the next step is to want to the Empress's son. Qi Xian is also the current crown prince of this news, also in the recent dissemination of the very fast. I heard that Li Xian came over this time, intending to treat concubine Xian. After this, concubine Xian would be in the same room with father, and the child born to concubine Xian at that time would be the new crown prince. Has father gone so out of his mind that he intends to take the risk of forcibly renewing his throne for more than 10 years? And more importantly, everyone knows, father has been a year ago into the palace of the Xuanfei, to the dizzy, do not know why. In the past 2 months, the father is not interested in the morning court, day and night obsessed with following Xuanfei and come to the alchemist. Engaged in what prolonged life, or even return to youth, immortality elixir thing, day and night sleepless. In addition to the matter of Xuanfei, the father did not have half of the other ideas, but also on the recent plague, so that the father slightly some headaches just thinking of the majestic father, now old but doing many outrageous things. Qi Yu also took a deep breath. A half fear, a lesser half hope, and a hint of uncontrollable madness appeared on his face. When everything is in chaos, he Qi Yu may not have no hope of sitting on that throne. This sleep, Li Xian slept a lot and for a long time. At first he was still in the stage of deep sleep and didn't have much of an impression, but later on, he began to have dreams. His first dream was about the Qiangua female emperor, and then they also held a ceremony to worship and marry. This ceremony was very rare in the entire Three Kingdoms region, and it made a lot of people very envious. On the wedding night, the empress and he were in the cave. Li Xian slowly walked towards the other party, lifted the other party's red head, and discovered a beautiful face. Then, Li Xian hugged the empress. The next episode was somewhat regrettable for Li Xian, because they were just about to go into the bridal chamber when this dream ended, and then turned into another dream, the dream of him crossing back to the modern world, and lived the bitter life of 007. And then Li Xian, in order to fight the oppression of this dog company on him, once to the point on time and on time off work, the results of the follow-up company in order to disgust him, gave him a lot of pressure cannot be completed performance, completion of the achievement of deductions, and finally dismissed him, and then he applied for labor arbitration and so on, and there is no any the first signs of the internet said that those who fixed the company and so on words are false. Let Li leisure a good burst of sadness. Then later, Li Idol was terrified in his dream. He opened his eyes straight away and woke up. He remembered his arrival in Qi. Only he tried to move, but realized how he couldn't, and there was no doubt that it was a ghostly bed. The current Li Xian was fully conscious, and at first Li Xian was a bit calm, but the next thing he knew, Li Xian felt someone coming beside him. It was a feeling that startled him, but Li Xian, no matter how, it is difficult to turn over, even difficult to open his eyes to see the person who came to his side. In the end, who is his head, which was facing the direction of the inside of the bed, so he couldn't see the outside of the window, or even beside himself. Li Xian just noticed something furry touching his cheek, and the sensation made him want to sneeze, but he couldn't. It was a little hard. It seemed as if the other man was at his bedside, sitting for a moment, then had left his side. After noticing that the other party had left, Li Xian instantly woke up. He sat up with a start, his heart beating violently. The heartbeat at this moment is at least 140 per minute or more. He broke out in a cold sweat, sweating like a pig. Li Xian looked around but didn't find anyone. The same feeling was born in him at this moment. He felt thirsty and hungry. It was as if it had been a long time since I had eaten. Li Xian looked outside, only to realize that the sky was bright, and no one was on his side of the press. So what the hell was that feeling he just had? Li Xian frowned and wiped his sweat. The odds are, it's a simple ghostly pressure, and then half asleep, just dreaming a lot. Li Xian felt his heartbeat slowly leveling out and let out a bitter smile. I didn't expect to come to a strange place and ghost the bed. At that exact moment, the silhouette outside shifted as well, and he could also hear that there was a lot of commotion outside the courtyard, as if someone was unloading a load. Li Xian asked with immense vigilance, "Who? You are awake, my lord?" After the new guard outside froze for a moment, he hurriedly explained to Li Xian, "My lord, all the ingredients you need to formulate the medicine have been found and are in the courtyard. You can come out and take a look." Upon hearing the voice, Li Xian then opened the door, and while looking at so many things in the courtyard, he then looked at the guard beside him and said, "May I ask how long have I slept?" The guard froze for a moment, then respectfully said, reporting back to the lord, "I am not sure, but according to the time I came to look at it, you have slept for about a day and a night. During that time, His Majesty came over here once, and Master Huineng also came once, knowing that your lordship was tired outside and slept for a longer period of time. So he didn't let anyone disturb you, and if you're hungry, you can go over to Lady Xian Fei's side to dine. Li Xian was startled. A full day and night? Chapter 153 Unwell. That's a good 20 hours or so. If it was true, this was the first time he had slept for so long in his 2 lives before and after his rebirth. At first, he didn't feel anything, but as soon as he said that he had slept for more than 20 hours, Li Xian's stomach rumbled. Subsequently, Li Xian briefly looked at the raw materials brought back to configure the medicine for heart disease, and when he found that there was nothing wrong with any of them, he then let the other party organize them into a small storehouse next to him, and then Li Xian asked the maid who was walking on the road, and following the road that he had come to before, he then went directly to the direction of Consort Xian's bedchamber. Although he didn't want to go see that Princess Xian, but now he was too hungry. The matter was urgent, and he could only go over there to dine, or else it would not be good to go to the Emperor Qi for dinner to go. An emperor of a country probably didn't have that kind of time to eat with him, and now that the plague is spreading in Qi, the Qi emperor must be too busy to care about him. Not long after, Li Xian came to Princess Xian's side. The place where he lived, said to be within the confines of Consort Xian's chambers, was nevertheless on the fringe. That was why, at that time before sleeping, Prince Qi Xian's inner circle could walk in and give him a message. Li Xian remembered this matter, and his heart also felt some sense of crisis. Now Qi may have a lot of trouble. It was just that he couldn't get involved. He just hoped that these few days would pass quickly, and then he could return to Qiangua peacefully after formulating the medicine for that Princess Xian's heart disease. He was more concerned about the spread of the epidemic in the Dry Kingdom. The imperial concubine told you to just dine here alone when you arrive. A maid with a pretty face came over and gently bent down and bowed to Li Xian, then softly explained a sentence. Okay. Li Xian nodded, and only then did he look over at the incredibly fine dining table next to him. On Princess Xian's side, even the dining table placed outside was made of very high-class and good-looking wood, worthy of being the most luxurious palace in Qi. After lamenting for a moment, Li Xian then sat down in his chair and waited up. In less than a moment, one delicious dish after another had appeared on the table. The imperial concubine instructed the slave girl, saying that you can dine directly. It's just that the imperial concubine instructed that after you dine, it would be best if you went to see her. She was a little unwell when she got up today and needed you to go and take a look at her. The maid spoke again and respectfully handed Li Xian a pair of chopsticks. Is the imperial princess all right? Li Xian frowned. The maid hurriedly said, there is someone on the side of the imperial concubine. Nothing will happen. It should be the aftermath of some heart disease. The imperial concubine just committed a heart disease 2 days ago. It's not possible for the heart disease to relapse so quickly. Li Xian nodded his head, quickly shaking the thought to the back of his mind, and looked at the Dao cuisine on the table. The table was lined with delicacies, including sizzling venison with its skin roasted until golden and crispy, a plate of plump and glistening emerald shrimp, and a bowl of fresh soup, in which mountain mushrooms, wild bamboo shoots, and plump, tender diced chicken mingled with soft, glutinous, corn-like food that looked appetizing. In addition, the snacks are also very important. Candied fruits, orange apricots, golden mandarin oranges, as well as shortbread shaped like a half-moon, a glass of fragrant juice, etc. At this moment, Li Xian only felt an increased appetite. Perhaps this was the most sumptuous meal Li Xian had seen since he had traveled to this world, so he didn't think much of it and just started eating. It was only when he was about 8 minutes full that Li Xian put down his chopsticks with fondness but satisfaction. He was a man who knew what moderation was, so he never ate more than an eighth of a full stomach in moderation. This kind of more than 24 hours without eating, a meal to 10% full, is also a small burden on the stomach, so Li Xian ate to 8% full on the line. After eating, Li Xian rubbed his stomach and then looked at the maid who came to his side. The maid respectfully said to Li Xian, the imperial consort asked you to eat your meal and then let the slave girl lead you to meet her, saying that she wants to show Lord Li how the imperial consort's body is. Now, after Li Xian thought of Princess Xian, his eyes looked ahead to the aisle that had a slight depth to it, then associating it with Princess Xian's words and behavior not long ago made Li Xian subconsciously frown. With this thought in mind, Li Xian slowly got up, looked at the maid beside him, and asked curiously, when did the imperial concubine come to Qi? When he first saw the emperor of Qi, Li Xian felt that the emperor of Qi, in addition to his not-so-good color, may still be overall very pleasing to the eye, is an eloquent emperor, at least the Qi country under his governance, too much stronger than the Qian country. About the Chu country, Li Xian is not clear. He only knows that the Qi country is really quite good. However, After meeting concubine Xian with Emperor Qi, Li Xian saw the glint in Emperor Qi's eye towards concubine Xian. How can I put it? It's the eagerness that reveals an undisguised obsession and fervor. That look, definitely not normal. And then think of Xuanfei's beautiful and unbelievable speech and behavior. Li Xian has some feelings. Heroes are hard to pass by. And since ancient times, emperors, likewise, are hard to be exempted. Perhaps Emperor Qi's mind was now on concubine Xian. Back to my lord. The imperial consort came to Qi last year. The maid hurriedly explained to Li Xian, and in the process was still secretly looking at Li Xian, as if she thought Li Xian was very good looking. I heard that this is the prestigious Li Xian who came over from the Qian kingdom, and now that I've seen it, it really lives up to the rumors that it's as good as that. Even his looks are so outstanding. Li Xian nodded. You've been here less than a year? Such a short period of time. Let the Qi emperor obsessed into such. Have to say that Xuanfei too have means. About this discovery, is also let Li leisure to enhance a lot of vigilance mind. Next, Li Xian followed the maid through the winding corridors and traveled to the door of a quiet and exquisite room. The imperial princess is inside. The maid respectfully bowed with Li Xian and then left. Li Xian stood in front of the door and paused for a moment. Then knocked. Come in. Inside, came Princess Xian's lazy voice. This voice, and you can say it's in poor health? Li Xian said somewhat strangely. This is the imperial consort's bedchamber. It is inconvenient for me to go in, so it is sufficient to inquire outside. Is the imperial consort not feeling well? Well, come in and help me. I do feel a little sick. Inside, once again, Princess Xian's voice came. The next moment, the door opened right up. Li Xian frowned before walking in anyway. Only just as he walked in, the door closed on its own with a bang in response. Chapter 154 Demoness Stop. Li Xian was startled and subconsciously looked at the door. This should be the place where Princess Xian lives, and it looks extremely luxurious. Into the eye is a very elegantly arranged large room. The floor is paved with polished jade, in a little water vapor moist with a slight luster, and in the surrounding walls, hanging a few ancient colorful scrolls. The painting of the landscape is extremely exquisite, seems to break through the wall. The four corners of the room are decorated with exquisite bronze toadstool incense burners. The furnace rises up curls of green smoke, and the water mist mingled together, so that the whole space is like a dreamy fairyland. As Li Xian walked, some hot air raised his face. Li Xian stopped and seemed to be pondering whether or not to continue forward. This place seemed to be a bit spooky, and when he thought about the scene of the ghost pressing on his bed earlier, it made Li Xian's heart grow quite alert. Come in if the gentleman is here. Suddenly hearing this seductive to the extreme voice, Li Xian wanted to leave, but his steps didn't stop. He actually ghosted around the screen and the aisle, and stepped in. Soon, Li Xian's footsteps lurched and he subconsciously froze in place. He saw that the light veil mantle in the dense water vapor is hidden. Through the veil, vaguely visible side of the bath, floating on the surface of the water colorful petals, and Xuanfei is bathing in the pool. Her ink-like long hair was loosely pulled up, and a few strands of green silk fell down on her fair shoulders, sliding down to the water along with her slippery skin, as if she couldn't see Li Xian. Her jade hand gently stirred the warm pool water, bringing up strings of crystal water droplets, which flickered with a fine light under the illumination of the surrounding candlelight. Her body was half covered in the water, her white tender arms gently raised. Water droplets slid down her jade arms and then dripped into the pool, splashing a circle of tiny ripples. The bare shoulders were even more rounded in the water mist, as if they were carved out of sheep's fat jade, emitting a charming luster. Li Xian. At that exact moment, Princess Xian stood up. At this moment, the picture was like a stunningly beautiful picture of a goddess taking a bath. Her long satin-like hair hanging down like ink, a few strands of wet hair clinging to her bare back, following the soft curves as they snaked down until they joined with the part of her waist where she was holding a handful of hair. After noticing that Li Xian walked in, Xianfei gently turned around, revealing a delicate and exquisite face. Under the upturned agaric nose was the slightly open red lips, just like the delicate rose petals, with a few moist luster, taking in the hearts of the people, and her bare shoulders were rounded and smooth, resembling alabaster emitting a fascinating luster. Further down is the haunting scene, rising and falling with her breath, like mountains lightly covered by clouds, hidden in the haze. Princess Xian's entire person was thus unreservedly presented before Li Xian's eyes. As for Li Xian, at this moment, he has long been stunned in place by this sudden scene. His body, as if it was fixed, and as he smelled the faint scent around him, he only felt soft and fluffy, making him somewhat confused in his consciousness. And just like when he heard Princess Xian's voice at the door, he subconsciously walked towards the front, as if he was subjected to some kind of invisible manipulation. Li Xian, who sensed something at this moment, was distraught. There's definitely something wrong with that scent. Does the gentleman think I look good? Inside, the corner of Xuanfei's lips slightly hooked, her voice with a hint of lethargy and charm, that tone as if with magic, so that Li Xian instantly alert. A trace of sobriety appeared. Your Imperial Highness, forgive me. Li Xian bit the tip of his tongue hard, turned around and tried to escape by taking the road. If we don't leave, I'm afraid something will really happen. And most importantly, this is the Qi Emperor's noble consort, the most favored person of the Qi Emperor. This Xuanfei crazy not, in broad daylight is so bold? At this moment, on the contrary, he was a tender woman, and the other party was that conniving flower picker like, which made Li Xian shiver for a while. Seeing Li Xian fleeing through the door without saying a word, concubine Xian raised a willow eyebrow. She draped the tulle over her body in an instant. Then her hand flicked up, and a bunch of white embroidered feathered veil flew straight out towards Li Xian. And then, the embroidered feather veil was wrapped around Li Xian's waist, and a strong force instantly wrapped around Li Xian like a rope, violently yanking him back. Li Xian's scalp tingled as he tried to break free, but he was yanked straight back like a mole cricket shaking a tree. Li Xian said hastily, "What does the imperial concubine mean by this?" Concubine Xian looked at Li Xian and said with a grudging face, "Why did Mr. leave all of a sudden? Is the concubine's charm not enough to attract Mr.?" Li Xian looked at the scene of consort Xian's light veil covering her delicate body, and could only avoid his gaze, bowing his head and saying, "Imperial consort, you're really inappropriate, so how will His Majesty see it? What's wrong with that? That old guy doesn't know. Not to hide it from you, sir. My concubine has always been very interested in you, sir. Not to mention when I first saw you, sir, not long ago, I fell in love with you at first sight. I just want to be able to have a good chat with you, sir. Why do you have to put it off thrice? My concubine isn't a demon. I can't eat you." Concubine Xian moved lightly with lotus steps and bullied her way up. She came to Li Xian's side and looked Li Xian up and down, like she was scrutinizing a prey. Between Li Xian's scalp and numbness, he could only continue to clench his teeth and say, "What you said, Imperial concubine, is a great disrespect to His Majesty, and His Majesty asked me to come over here so that I can treat your heart disease." Xuanfei laughed, while looking at Li Xian, said, "No harm. I lied to him about having a heart disease. He really believed it, so he wouldn't have touched me. In fact, I don't have a heart disease. It's just that I didn't expect it. He would have brought you straight here. Really obedient. What a demoness." Li Xian looked stunned. This is the consort of the Emperor of Qi? Those who didn't know thought it was a lawless and horrible demoness. At this moment, Li Xian realized that the other party was 100 times more dangerous than he had expected. Next, before Li Xian could say anything, concubine Xian pressed close to Li Xian, a pair of jade hands pressing down on his shoulders. Then, the warm and moisture-laden breath hit Li Xian's ear and whispered, "Besides, sir, since you have just looked at it, where else do you want to go? You are destined to be slaves person." Between his speechlessness, Li Xian attempted to turn his head away, but was forcibly wrenched back by Princess Xian's slender jade hand. Concubine Xian admired Li Xian's face, which was so beautiful that it was shocking, and laughed delicately. "Demoness? This appellation is good." Li Xian opened his mouth, but he just couldn't speak. Concubine Xian directly tapped at Li Xian's acupoints, and then violently pushed Li Xian down on top of the soft couch on the side of the bath. Then the other party bent down. A few strands of hair constantly ruffled Li Xian's face. Her hands also in Li Xian's chest slowly wandered up, fingers such as nimble little snake, lightly twisted and scratched, wherever, Li Xian's muscles unconsciously tense. To the end, Xuanfei's left hand obediently probed Li Xian's belt. Gently a pull, the light veil fell, covering what was happening inside. Li Xian's consciousness from this moment onwards was also unable to restrain himself from falling in, and there was only one thought in his mind before he sank. This was the second time. The scene behind the light veil became more and more hazy, with only faint outlines visible overlapping in the light. Chapter 155 Granting of State Masters. I don't know how much time has passed between the years. Li Xian seemed to spend a long and chaotic dream. He sank several times in the endless grayness. His body seemed to be deep in the mud, in a muddy mess, difficult to pull out. His consciousness, too, was heavily wrapped in a thick mist and lost several times. Gradually, Li Xian had a trace of consciousness returning to him, and finally he slowly opened his eyes, only to feel that his head was drowsy, and a hangover-like uncomfortable feeling permeated his entire body. When the vision cleared a little, what came into view? But it was Princess Xian's incredibly good-looking face. Li Xian's pupils suddenly shrunk, and he was instantly taken aback. Consort Xian subconsciously furrowed her brows and said softly to the person next to her, "Your Majesty, after Mr. came in to dine, he suddenly fainted on the ground, and now he's woken up with great difficulty. How is he now?" Li Xian froze, incredulously looking at Princess Xian in front of him. Just now and at this moment, the Qi Emperor's slightly worried voice also appeared beside Li Xian's ear. "Tai doctor, how is Mr. Now, body?" Li Xian was once again shaken. Cuckold Qi Huang was there? So what happened before? Was fake? No way. It was impossible to fake anything with that feeling. But this Emperor Qi in front of him was a real person. What happened during the process? Li Xian remembered again not long ago. The Crown Prince entrusted to him to say that paragraph. The Qi in front of him is becoming more and more bizarre a lot. At this moment, he only had one thought on his mind, that was to hoof it, and hurry to get out of here. At the same time, there was a pale voice next to him, respectfully explaining to the Qi Emperor, "Your Majesty, Sir Li is just overworked. Some Qi and blood deficiency. Resting for a few days will be fine. Next, the old minister will prescribe him some medicines to replenish his Qi and blood. Take them for a few days, and basically recover from the dietary regimen for a few months. There is no big problem." "That's fine." Emperor Qi breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Li Xian, arching his hand with great respect and said, "Mr. is overworked, and still has to solve the plague problem for Mighty Qi. It has indeed been hard on this journey." Li Xian, however, instantly sat up and looked at Princess Xian in front of him with an incomparable alertness. Concubine Xian, however, acted as if she was unaware of this and just looked at Li Xian with a slight smile. Li Xian's hand is not idle, subconsciously touched his body, but found that wearing clothes, before that thing, as if it is a hallucination in general. This caused Li Xian to freeze for a moment. Then his gaze fell on top of Emperor Qi's innocent and suspicious expression. Li Xian looked around and said with concern, "Where is this place?" "This is naturally where the gentleman lives." Qi Huangpo also spoke out to explain. "Not long ago, Mr. Yu and Xian are this side of the bedchamber dining. On the way suddenly fainted. Lone rushed to find that you were overworked cause. Now Mr. Feel better, right?" Li Xian shivered. Then said, "Where is Huainan?" "Ba. Not far from the side." Once again came Huinong monk's voice. "Li Tajian. The little monk is standing next to. Adults rest assured. Your body is not a big problem. Is probably too pampered. The outside world environment is a bit bitter. So laborious for more than a month. Suddenly rest down. Some do not adapt to just. The plague, by the way sir, has reached the imperial city." Emperor Qi explained. His face saddened. Many thoughts flashed through Li Xian's mind before he finally nodded. He only felt that the imposing Emperor Qi in front of him had a green head. As for Princess Xian next to him, Li Xian didn't even look at the other party. Even if he broke it down in public, Qi Huang wouldn't believe it. And the first person who dealt with him when he said such words out loud would probably be Qi Huang. This demon girl's methods are truly terrifying. Qi Huang is not expected anything like, continue to say. Li said the method, loan also has been sent to pass down, is currently being carried out in an orderly manner. I believe that in the near future, the plague since will disappear on its own. I hope that inoculated with cowpox, will not be subjected to any infections. In addition to, Qi Emperor slightly Emil, continued with a smile on his face, said, after this plague is resolved, for the sake of Li Xiaoyou's face, I will let the Qi state and the Qin state alliance, the follow-up no longer give birth to any war, but also hope that Li Xiaoyu can agree to loan selfishness, to become my Daki a person under 10,000 people on the national teacher, until the last for the loan supervisor, finally for loan supervisor. In this way, Loan can concentrate on alchemy. At that time, when Loan return to old age, you and I monarchs and ministers, will be impeccable. Emperor Qi's attitude when he said this was very good, enough to prove that his mind was, perhaps, not false. However, after hearing what Emperor Qi said, Li Xian directly ignored the matter of state master that should have given birth to surprise and blurted out, alchemy? Qi Emperor nodded, proudly said, yes, Loan last year, I know a Taoist master. Now the other side is for Loan refining the immortality of the elixir. Within this year, the medicine will become, and Loan last night, has been the queen into the cold palace. Just wait for Mr. Xian's heart disease cure. Loan will set up Xian Fei for the queen, when the Qi will be impeccable. Speaking of this, Emperor Qi's expression, a burst of longing appeared, as well as a hint of unspeakable fervor. However, it is understandable that an emperor who is getting older and gradually losing his strength can suddenly know that he can still return to his old age. How can he not be excited? The expression that Emperor Qi exuded caused Li Xian to have a sudden pang of scalp numbness. At this moment, Li Xian hurriedly said, I will definitely help Princess Xian cure her heart disease. By the way, Your Majesty, I would like to say something to Huineng. No wonder he thought Qi was so weird. So the Emperor of Qi had gone crazy. None of those ancient emperors who were addicted to alchemy were normal people. Can Trouble, mister. Configure the heart disease as soon as possible. God medicine. If you can. Mister. Will heart medicine formula? And inform the orphan also line. Xuanfei for the orphan introduced alchemist. Orphan heart to Xuanfei is also very guilty. So Xuanfei must not accident. Emperor Qi quickly left with consort Xian after his next command. When only Li Xian and monk Huaining were left in the whole house, Li Xian took a deep breath and lowered his voice to ask in a gravely voice. Master, don't you think there's something wrong with me? Hui Neng froze for a moment, then looked at Li Xian strangely, only then said in a serious tone, there is, but I think, some things can go with the flow. Your honor is a flirtatious nature. In the state of Qi, someone to serve is normal. That is, I see your honor's Qi is not too good. The essence of the loss of energy. I think it is also a couple of days of indulgence in the loss of the essence of energy. This kind of things is still too much. Li Xian, Chapter 156 Qi Xian Rebellion. What should he say? Let's just say that you were forcefully defiled by Princess Xian just a short while ago? He is truly unable to say such things. It's mostly just too embarrassing. And that demon girl, she really is too weird. He don't go on curing the heart and take him in. Moreover, Li Xian was aware that Princess Xian did not have a heart condition. It was just that this concubine Xian had compelled the Emperor of Qi to think that she had a heart condition. And now that the Emperor of Qi was still obsessed with alchemy, it made Li Xian instantly lose his mind to continue to stay. Therefore, Li Xian took a deep breath and said with a face full of gravity, Master Huineng, I want to leave Qi, right now immediately. This is my greatest need. Huineng froze for a moment, looked at Li Xian and said, Lord Li is ready? He actually didn't ask Li Xian what the reason was. Of course, it was also because he owed Li Xian a favor. So when faced with Li Xian's reasonable request, he needed to carefully consider it. Li Xian nodded and looked at Huineng gruffly, saying seriously, Master, you don't see anything wrong? Huineng put his palms together and similarly said with some gravity, in that case, it is indeed true. The little monk just watched His Majesty's face, is already surfacing dead gray, vitality day by day remaining. If it continues, Qi in the near future, fear of trouble. When Li Xian heard this from Huineng, he was really shocked and asked again, didn't you say some time ago that Qi was very prosperous? The people are living in peace and happiness? Why did you directly change your tone now? Huineng shook his head and added, situations in the world are often ever-changing, and naturally there is no such thing as a constant. Li Xian continued, in fact, Princess Xian has no heart disease. Everything is her compelling the Emperor of Qi. This is what she personally admitted. Master, can you take me away today? Huineng nodded and said, His Majesty was kind to the monk earlier, and the monk so made an exception to bring Lord Li here. Both the favor has been returned, plus the monk owes Lord Li a favor in turn. So today, the monk will comply with the wishes of Lord Li, and take Lord Li to leave the imperial city. We will leave now. After saying this, Huineng continued to sigh like an old monk in meditation, raising his head to look at the sun above his head. The sun shone on him a little, slightly stinging his eyes. Huineng closed his eyes. A moment later, Huineng opened his eyes and said, Lord Li is right. Everything in the world is in a state of flux. I can't prove that the Your Majesty that I know is the same Your Majesty that existed before, and I can't prove that someone else's Tao is my own Tao. Everything has a destiny. Qi is now in the midst of a sudden change. Perhaps Qianguo will thus gain a ray of hope and completely reverse the situation. Heavenly chances are hard to predict. As he spoke, Huineng had already brought Li Xian and left this place in a few vacillations. However, after Huineng checked around for a moment, he stopped. Huineng and Li Xian stopped at a certain location in the palace and whispered with an apologetic voice, It's not time to leave yet. The palace is already overflowing with water and there is a patriarch present nearby. So for the time being, Lord Li will first observe with the little monk first. Waterlogged? Li Xian froze for a moment. What waterlogged? Crown Prince Qi Xian's army is approaching. The biggest change in Qi has arrived. And it's coming a little faster than the little monk expected. And the little monk wants to see what changes are coming next. Huineng looked at the blue sky above his head gravely. And his monk's clothes, washed until white, with the Buddha beads that kept turning in his hands, looked like an accomplished monk. On Qi's side, too many things happened that he didn't anticipate. Qi, which was originally very healthy in his words, had changed so much in a month or so. Standing in the prince's shoes, Huineng could actually understand. Because of the abolition of the empress, the crown prince, who is the heir of the empress, will perhaps be deposed together, and then the crown prince will really have no chance if he wants to resist again. So today's Qi Xian has to rebel even if he doesn't. This is His Majesty's side, forcing his own son to rebel. Li Xian, regarding the Prince of Qi, Qi Xian, Li Xian had still met him once, and at that time, a dog beside the other party, that is, the imperial son Chi Yu, seemed to want to kill him very much, and he didn't know exactly for what reason. He held a grudge against him. At first, it seems to be just for him to formulate the process of high degree of alcohol, a very common thing, so you have to go out of your way to kill him. That Prince Chi Yu is indeed very poisonous. As for that Prince of Qi Xian, Li Xian couldn't see anything but that the other party was a man of the city. I did not expect that today. Within the palace of Qi, actually staged such a drama, really is a rapid change. Let a person a little caught off guard. However, this moment of Hui Nang gave Li Xian some rare sense of security. At least in the aspect of protecting people, Hui Nang was quite reliable, and he wouldn't take orders from the Qi Emperor. This is also Li Xian's biggest dependence now. At this very moment, outside the palace of Qi, it is indeed surrounded by layers of troops. To the water, as far as the eye can see, there are tens of thousands of soldiers. This scene looked a bit appalling. So many of the imperial city's citizens closed their doors and windows tightly, their eyes looking through the cracks in the windows in horror. Looking at the street, the line of soldiers running in the direction of the imperial palace, and at the foot of the palace gate, the person standing in the very center position of the soldiers was clearly Qi Xian, the crown prince of Qi. At this moment, Qi Xian's eyes were glittering with pain, and he really didn't want to counter. But since he had traveled from the Qian kingdom, and when he returned, he had watched his father, who had begun to treat his mother coldly, and now, just a few months later, he had sent his mother into the cold palace. This matter caused Qi Xian a great deal of pain. There are some things that can't be done without doing them, just like the current siege of the Qi palace. He didn't want to force his father to abdicate, but now the crazy father has become so that he is completely unrecognizable, coupled with Hui Nang will bring Li Xian over. Xian Fei's heart disease has been able to control the situation. His father is already not going to pretend to go on. In these days, he wanted to see his father time and time again, but were refused. It can be said that Qi Xian has been forced into the present situation. The Emperor of Qi hadn't been to court for months, so how could the 100 officials not know? So from this moment on, half of the courtiers stood by Crown Prince Qi Xian's side. As for Li Xian, that little variable, Qi Xian couldn't stop it, because after Li Xian arrived at the imperial city, he went straight inside the imperial palace, which was almost all of father's people, and for that reason, all of his eyes on consort Xian's side were dead. Qi Xian took a deep breath. Determinedly, he looked towards the Emperor of Qi who stood above the palace walls. Emperor Qi narrowed his eyes and looked at Qi Xian below, and said with the same coldness, "Xianer, what is this for?" Chapter 157 Imperial Palace Chaos. The sun was in full bloom, and she loomed large in the light of its glory. Just this daylight, but there is no previous peaceful atmosphere, but instead filled with an undisguised murderous atmosphere, so that people breathe a little difficult. Qi's palace, above the city wall, the Emperor of Qi was dressed in a brocade robe, his brows locked, like two regal gullies, his gaze slightly disappointed as he looked down below, at the Crown Prince Qi Xian, who was also clad in a python robe. It's his son. But now they were about to make short work of each other. Father and son look at each other. Qi Xian eyes flashed a flash of pain, and finally clenched his teeth, said directly, "Father, I call you the last father. I hope that the father, not to be compelled by the traitors, will be the mother released, and at the same time to give the death of Xian Fei and that magician." So, the son of the child willingly plead guilty, even if he resigned the position of the crown prince. The position of the crown prince, also recognized. At this moment, Qi Xian then glared angrily at concubine Xian, who had come to the side of Emperor Qi. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of this foxy woman, how could father be like this? At first, Qi Xian thought that his father might just be addicted for a while, and that there was one more stunning woman in the harem, so it was really no big deal, and Qi Xian didn't care. After all, which one of the emperor's harem is not 3,000 beauties? Even though concubine Xian was heart-stoppingly beautiful, it made Qi Xian less worried. But now, things have developed towards an uncontrollable trend. The Qi Emperor directly abolished the mother yesterday, and his position as the crown prince is also in danger. If the course of events at the very beginning continued, the Qi Emperor would reign for less than 3 years at the most, and he would be the new Qi Emperor, which was the point that everyone wanted to see. But now, the father who is addicted to the art of immortality, has a fox-charming woman beside him to demonize and confuse the people, plus an alchemist. In a short time, the father has completely changed a person. There may be a long way to go from tyrant to wise ruler, but it can be a matter of a split second to go from being a wise ruler to a tyrant. Please think deeply. Your Majesty. The first to speak is the old master. His wrinkled face is now red, forehead heavily knocked on the cold masonry floor. making a dull sound. Your Majesty, the Empress has been in charge of the palace since the Queen. Dignified, virtuous, well organized to manage all the affairs of the harem. For His Majesty to avoid a lot of worries. It is the foundation of my Daki, the Empress of the many years of the world's motherhood for many years. The Empress has been the patroness of the world, and has been highly respected and loved by all the people. The main position of the Middle Palace is related to the foundation of the country and the government. So how can we just abolish it at the whim of the moment? I have served Your Majesty for many years, and I humbly implore Your Majesty to withdraw this order. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister then advised in a loud voice. The Empress comes from a famous clan and has made the harem peaceful, but now she wants to abolish the Empress for no reason. If she is not careful, she may create a big mess. Your Majesty. Between the words, he also crouched down and bowed. Your Majesty, think twice, please. Your Majesty, withdraw your order and execute Princess Xian. The civil and military officials all gathered to agree with one another, and shouts rang out one after another. Now, the Emperor of Qi seems to be obsessed with his mind, knowing only about alchemy and going to find Princess Xian, completely disregarding the situation of the court and the foundations of the ancestors. The ministers have repeatedly asked for an audience, but have been turned away for various reasons. They were really forced to come here. At this moment, the actions of Crown Prince Qi Xian and the group of ministers made the Emperor of Qi's gaze icy cold as he said in a deep voice, Good. He said 3 good words in a row, and just as he was about to say something, he was a little surprised, and looked at Princess Xian, who had suddenly come over here next to him. Concubine Xian's figure was graceful and elegant. Today she changed her attire. A head of black hair was loosely pulled up. A few strands of green silk fell down around her neck, further accentuating her skin to be more snowy. She wore the original phoenix hairpin representing the Empress in her hair, with ruby inlaid phoenix eyes, gold casting phoenix body, phoenix tail hanging down the fine bead curtains, along with her subtle movements rustling. Concubine Xian was wearing a red embroidered gold 100 flowers palace dress. The gold thread embroidered 100 flowers were different, blooming recklessly on top of the skirt and sleeves. Each petal was embroidered vividly, because of the heart disease reason. Outside her clothes, covered with a layer of snow-colored tulle, hiding the moving body like a weak willow by the river. Seeing this phoenix hairpin, that below Qi Xian pupils shrink, angrily shouted, It is that. Still dare to beside the Father Emperor demonic words. If not you, Father Emperor, how to this? Being said so by Qi Xian, the delicate face of concubine Xian, who had just come over here, instantly faded away from its blood color, and her pitiful state was revealed. Her body slightly staggered close to the Qi Emperor's side, her shell teeth lightly biting her vermilion lips, her eyes reddened, and with a few choked sobs, she said, Your Majesty, I never thought that between you and the Crown Prince, you would come to this situation where father and son would be in a short battle. At this point, she said directly, Please, Your Majesty, grant my concubine a death. Between the words, she slowly bent her knees and bowed down towards the Emperor of Qi. Below, the 100 officials who had followed Crown Prince Qi Xian were all tilting their heads to look at this scene on the city wall. Those courtiers with slightly weaker minds only felt that this pearly cry of consort Xian was so pasty that their souls were trembling. For a while, many courtiers were flooded with one thought, no wonder His Majesty would be deeply infatuated with this Princess Xian. Just by looking at this behavior today, it is clear that she is by no means an ordinary person. Unbridled, Emperor Qi took a deep breath, looked at Qi Xian below, and said, I wanted to give you a chance to explain, but I didn't expect you to be stubborn, and to openly dishonor the new Queen of Qi over here. While Emperor Qi rebuked Qi Xian, concubine Xian continued to sob in a low voice. Below the city wall, the last trace of hope in the bottom of Crown Prince Qi Xian's eyes instantly dissipated. At this moment, he left a tear trail at the corner of his closed eyes, then wordlessly waved his hand and said, In that case, my son knows. He looked behind him. The soldier's armor was shining with cold sharpness in the daylight, but every soldier here was clutching his weapon in his hand, and sweat was seeping out quietly. After all, raising an army against the Son of Heaven, such a thing, no matter what kind of original intention, is tantamount to the life of the family hanging in the hair. Once the failure is the consequences of the whole family extinction. Your Majesty. Right at this moment, another pale voice followed, and then an old man in green and gray robes walked out in a very grave manner. The old man bent respectfully and then said, The alchemy is at a critical stage. There is no room for error. I have already anticipated the rebellion of the Crown Prince, and this matter should be suppressed with an iron fist, otherwise Qi will be in great danger. The duster shook in the old man's hand, and that appearance did look like it had a bit of transcendent flavor. Seeing this old man, Qi Xian clenched his teeth once again. It is this alchemist, plus Xuanfei, that demonizes the public. Hearing these words, The Emperor of Qi no longer remembered the love between father and son, violently flung his sleeve robe and coldly said, effective immediately, stripped Qi Xian of his position as the crown prince, relegated to the status of a commoner, and sent to the heavenly prison. Qi Xian directly ordered all the generals follow this palace to clear the king's side, correct the dynasty, and break the city. After pausing for a moment, the soldiers, as if they were drowning in a flood, shouted and killed so loudly that the ground shook, and rushed towards the palace regardless of the situation. Chapter 158 stopped. This moment, the sound of Qi's palace gates being overwhelmed appeared instantly, shaking under the impact of the city-breaking sharpshooters. At the same time, several black shadows flashed out from the crowd in a ghostly manner, directly attacking the Qi Emperor on the city wall. The leader of a person, but also extremely fast, seems to want a Qi Huang alive, but his real purpose, but Qi Huang beside the Xian Fei, this person killing intent boiling. Is Qi Xian heavy money to ask for a high person? Kill a woman is as easy as a poem. Patriarch, Emperor Qi's pupils shrank, and there was a coldness in his tone. Qi Xian had indeed accumulated quite a bit of power during this crown prince's reign, and had even managed to find a patriarch he had never seen before to work for him. This makes the Qi Emperor, who thought he knew his son like the back of his hand, also have a lot of gravity. Today the most feared natural is the variables, especially the Zhongshe masters. More than one will have one more point of variables. The person who pounced on their side was naturally the Hierophant clan master. This person was dressed in an ink-colored power suit. His face was cold and stern, and his body's chi was bulging, as if it was wrapped in the power of 1,000 pounds. His body bounced a few times, his toes tapping at the 90-degree wall, and the hard and unrivaled masonry on the wall even instantly crumbled and splattered in all directions, living up to the name of a grandmaster. Borrowing this reaction force, this person made a false shot in the direction of the Emperor of Qi, attracting the protection of the people around him, but like a sharp sword, he shot straight at Princess Xian's throat. In addition, the other men in black also ran to the scene. These were all high-level martial artists. Together they flew to the scene. It was indeed a bit scary. The imperial guards on the city walls were filled with concentration when they saw this. However, duty calls. The foremost soldier let out a low roar and then took the lead in holding up his shield, while the rest of the imperial guards raised their swords and spears to form a defensive line. Especially on Princess Xian's side, there were several martial artists standing in front of her in defense. As for concubine Xian, at this moment, she was pitiful and lost her color, making Emperor Qi's eyes show tenderness and a good deal of heartache. If Li Xian were here, he would have stared with wide eyes and exclaimed Demonis, because this Xuanfei, it's all pretend. At this moment, that patriarch had an ordinary longsword in his hand at some point. The sword body gulped with cold light, glowing with a regal luster. He threw the long sword directly over. With a click sound, the solid iron shield was even split open like brittle paper. The shield guards' tiger mouths were cracked, blood splattered, and a few people at the very front were shaken by the huge force and flew several feet, knocking down a piece of imperial guards. Afterwards, this person once again easily shook several martial masters all the way back. At this moment, the power of the patriarch was revealed. Emperor Qi narrowed his eyes, very calm. Just as this patriarch came to Princess Xian's side, another mysterious person appeared opposite this person. He then charged towards this attacking Zhongshe without saying a word. For a time, the sect masters were at war, and the onlookers were simply unable to intervene. As for the others, the gates of the palace in this matter also collapsed under the impact of the city-breaking weapon. The army led by Qi Xian then rushed into the imperial city. These people soon bumped into a group of imperial guards who had already been waiting at this place. Next, there is a melee, waving swords and chopping, straight spear stabbing, under the shadow of swords. At any time people fall, blood constantly splashed in the palace, limbs and broken arms flying. The scene is tragic to the extreme. Not far from the location of Qi's palace, Li Xian, who was dressed in a green shirt, watched the scene of melee with his heart pounding. Beside him, Master Huaining was clad in a robe, and between his expressions, he was filled with an air of quiet. The patriarch who was monitoring Huaining before has already left, apparently also because of the Prince Qi Xian impact, so he had to gallop over. As for Li Xian's side, is naturally idle and can leave at any time, so he is also slightly bolder. And Huineng looked at the immediate watching the change of Qi. If he had appeared inside that crowd, he probably would have been dead already. That scene at the entrance to the palace in the distance was indeed a bit scary. The knife went in and came out, and the person fell to the ground. People are really fragile. Amit Bab Buddha. Human life is like grass. This one life, and whose family's good sons and daughters, but they all become sacrifices under the imperial power. At this moment, Master Huaining had a feeling. He believed in the equality of human life. But the truth is, Some people are grass and die without leaving a name. Li Xian looked at the scene of the two armies mixing in the distance and felt some discomfort in his heart. Finally he said to Huineng, "Master, we should probably leave." He wasn't one for watching. Perhaps the Qianguo and Chuguo side of the Qiguo's change have noticed something, but for him, he was just an ordinary small county magistrate of Qianguo. There was no point in thinking too much, so there was no need for him to wait for an ending at this moment. The Qi Emperor wins, and the Qi Kingdom continues to be squandered by the compelled Qi Emperor, which is good news for the Qian Kingdom with no harm done to it, and good news for Li Xian. The Emperor of Qi was defeated, and the country of Qi had fallen into the hands of Qi Shen, so there was no way of knowing what would happen next. However, that Qi Xian is not a very human, may have a certain ability, but just experienced a coup, coupled with the spread of the plague, will still leave some time for Qian to recuperate. So this Qi turmoil, no matter who wins and who loses, on the great Qian is a certain benefit. Master Huineng put his palms together and similarly said, "Amat Ba Buddha, the poor monk will take lordly away." As he spoke, Huineng brought Li Xian and directly intended to leave the palace, just when Li Xian had just left the palace by Huineng not long ago. Huineng, however, stopped at the imperial city street. Across from Wiseman, several people appeared. At this moment Huineng, his face was slightly ugly, and his voice also appeared in Li Xian's ear. "Lordly, the other side has a Zhongshe character. Another patriarch?" Li Xian was equally startled. However, the person he is looking at the moment is Qi Yu, who is standing on the opposite side. Elder brother Qi Xian was fighting with the imperial city imperial guards, but as a result, the imperial son Qi Yu, at this moment, stopped Li Xian, who was about to leave. And this kid was so mindful of him? Li Xian was somewhat grim-faced. He had bypassed the emperor of Qi and avoided the crown prince Qi Shen, and had thought that there would be no more trouble when he followed Master Huineng beside him, but he had not expected the inconspicuous Qi Yu to stop them. And listening to Huineng's grave voice just now, "I'm afraid that this time there's some trouble. This king doesn't want to be an enemy of the master. I hope that the master can leave this son behind." Between this king and this Li Xian, there are quite a few grudges in the past that need to be resolved. Qi Yu, who was wearing a gorgeous brocade robe, looked at Li Xian at this moment and sneered. The expression on his face was as if a cat had caught a mouse. This kid, at last, he's got it in for him. What did he think he could do with a patriarch at his side? Today, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to leave this place. Chapter 159 Villainy. As for the monk Huineng beside Li Xian, in Qi is indeed a troublesome character, not to mention the patriarch itself. Say Huineng monk's master, will be the same as a high monk. The strength is very powerful, counted as Qi territory, the strength of the strongest group of people, so it is not the case of last resort. Qi you really do not want to and Huineng have any trouble, and therefore the face that should be given, even if it was as crazy as Qi Yu, had to be given. Li Xian was startled. Just after Qi Yu's honorable title, Master Huineng was shaking his head, and after sweeping his gaze at the generals behind Qi Yu, he said with a meaningful meaning, "Your Majesty, the duty of the young monk is to protect Lordly, and perhaps it is necessary to disappoint your Majesty, and it may not be too late for your Majesty to turn back at this time." Huineng's attitude relieved Li Xian. This monk didn't betray himself. It's the current situation that I'm afraid is a bit dangerous. In that case, I am offended. After Qi Yu said this, he looked at the patriarch beside him. The other party was similarly looking at Huineng at the moment, his gaze narrowing slightly as he said, "Monk, you won't be able to protect him today." Huineng sighed and said, "Can't protect it, also have to try. After all, in the Buddhist sect, can't mouth out without faith." After saying these words, the opposite patriarch quickly rushed over. Huineng, on the other hand, was protecting in front of Li Xian with a grave face, trying to take Li Xian away from the flanks. He did not intend to fight hard, because in a hard fight situation, maybe he could protect himself, but Li Xian would face a great crisis. On the other side, the patriarch was like a black-robed god, exuding a powerful aura, directly blocking the direction that Huineng wanted to escape from, cutting off Huineng's path to death. Huineng took a deep breath, knowing that this battle was unavoidable when it came to avoiding it. Only then did he let out a furious cry, his voice sounding like a bell, just like a thunderstorm on the flat earth. And after placing Li Xian in his place, he took the lead towards the other party. His right palm was wrapped in a faint golden color aura, and he slapped towards the black-clothed sect master's chest with great force, the palm wind whistling. Seeing this, the other party did not show any fear. His body was slightly sideways, and his left elbow was like a steel gun, swiftly pounding out, directly hitting Huineng's wrist joints, with a strong and powerful force. Huineng wrist flip, palm into a fist, fist and that elbow tip collided. Just like a flood bell ringing, bang, a loud sound shocked the surrounding people. Actually is the buzzing in the ears. Patriarch used the force of a twisted body. The right leg like a battle axe with the force of 1,000 pounds swept out. Leg win like a sharp blade cutting the air, emitting a whimpering whistling. Hui Nang does not avoid not to let. Left arm horizontal gear. Muscle taut bulging. Hard to receive this powerful blow. Clothes instantly by the wind torn. Wood chips spattered to the side. The two of them staggered their figures. You and me. Fist shadow. Palm wind. Chi vigor. Mighty. In a short period of time has already exchanged dozens of moves. During this time, Hui Nang tried his best not to let Li Xian be exposed to other people, but it was this concern that allowed him to sell a break on his side. And with a bang sound, Hui Nang's body stomped backward several steps. That patriarch let out a cold laugh, and then rode the wave of victory, both palms coming out together, some black aura surging in the center of his palms, and quickly pushed towards Hui Nang. Hui Nang was unable to dodge. His chest was hard hit by these double palms. The chi and blood at his chest instantly poured out. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. The whole person stifled a grunt and fell back several steps. The robe that was on Hui Nang was also torn to rags. The next moment, Li Xian, who was caught off guard, he was lifted up by that patriarch and brought directly in front of Chi Yu. Chi Yu, dressed in a brocade robe, embroidered with gold and jade, slowly came to Li Xian's side. The bottom of his eyes as he looked at Li Xian was filled with contempt and disdain. A twisted smile hung at the corner of Chi Yu's mouth. His eyes seemed as if he was watching a mole cricket struggle as he let out a burst of ridicule. Li Xian, you don't know how to live and you dare to go against this prince? Now that you've fallen into this king's captivity, how does it feel? Ha ha ha. After saying that, Chi Yu then laughed out loud while lifting his foot to kick Li Xian. Li Xian was instantly in pain. Still, he didn't say a word. Is this a sign of petty ambition? It is true that he did not expect the changes in Chi. But since he is a prisoner, he will not beg for mercy. This Chi Yu itself had no intention of letting him go. If he said something nice, I'm afraid the other party would be even more reckless. So it was precisely knowing the character of such people that Li Xian would not say anything more. Chi Yu's laughter echoed in the empty streets of the imperial city for a moment, and then he added, take this son with you. This king is going to the imperial palace, to see how the imperial brother and father are fighting now. At this moment, Chi Yu was so spirited. During the speaking period, there was the appearance of another strong martial artist at his side. In addition, tens of thousands of troops quickly gathered at his side. It seemed that there were officers who had mutinied, intending to follow the king to win a good future. After all, Chi Yu had already promised him the title of great general. Once Chi Yu sat in that position, then he would be a founding member of the country. This Chi Yu is actually planning to reap the benefits? Li Xian raised an eyebrow. After seeing this scene, Hui Nang then put his hands together at this moment and said with apologies, Amat Ba Buddha, Lord Li, the little monk owes you a life. After saying this, Hui Nang did not leave, continuing to follow the crowd. He seemed intent on waiting for an opportunity. That other patriarch frowned, but nothing moved. Hui Nang's strength was secondary. The focus was behind the other party. There was also a long famous great master, so they would not lay a deadly hand on Hui Nang if they were not forced to do so. Just about this time, that one patriarch who was following Chi Yu, however, had a horrified expression on his face. That martial artist in front of Li Xian only had time to slap out a palm, and his entire body was like a cannonball, quickly smashing into the soldiers, falling to the ground and dying. The other patriarch, on the other hand, looked horrified and took a step back in haste. The Hui Nang at this moment was similarly bright, running directly towards that patriarch. Subsequently, before Li Xian could come back to his senses, he only heard two clear and loud sounds of pa pa pa, which sounded like thunderous explosions of applause that rang out abruptly. The voice was so sudden that Li Xian only felt his neck tighten, and his entire body instantly left the ground with both feet and was lifted up by a strong force. And then look at that Chi Yu, originally still full of arrogance and unrivaled. At this moment under these two slaps, his mouth opened, a few teeth with blood mixed with a mouthful of blood spat out, and the whole person directly tumbled to the ground, his hands covering his mouth where the blood was coming out, and curled up in pain. That bowed and shrunk to the ground like a small shrimp struck by a heavy hammer, and in the blink of an eye became blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. And dozens of meters away, Ching Reed's stance flickered lightly and placed Li Xian firmly on the ground. Li Xian froze and his eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the visitor. His face instantly blossomed with joy as he said, Senior, you're here. Green Reed, however, just glanced coldly at Li Xian. That look did not carry a trace of temperature, not to mention not responding to Li Xian's words. Her heart was full of anger, secretly thinking, if this kid did not insist on choosing to stay in the first place, Why would it be so thrilling? Almost all the little life is not guaranteed? She made up her mind that if she ran into something like this in the future, she wouldn't listen to Li Xian's opinion and let him do whatever he wanted. Last time, she also didn't make a decision and almost caused a big trouble. Afterward, Qing Reed turned his head to look at Huineng, who stood there with a face of admiration. Then with a wave of his long sleeve, he rapped Li Xian, and his figure quickly left this chaotic Qi imperial city like electricity. Chapter 160 Li Xian feeding. Huineng watched Qing Reed lead Li Xian far away until his figure disappeared, and only then did he relax and let out a long breath. He knew that he was not well protected and almost caused a big disaster. He planned to go to Qiangua to look for Li Xian in a while. Firstly, to make amends sincerely, since he said he owed Li Xian a life. He would definitely do it. Secondly, he wanted to discuss the Great Tao with Li Xian. What Li Xian had said before made his heart have some enlightenment, but also had a lot of misgivings. In the meantime, he'd have to go on a retreat to digest all this. Of course, he also had to go back to the master to find the master. Tell Li Xian's words to the master originally. Ask the master's opinion. Expect to solve the doubts, and further on the road to seek the way. Of course, he didn't have much hope, because he was originally the highest Buddhism that one of the Buddha's son. Just that the master has experienced more things, may be able to have some help for himself. A moment later, Huineng sighed helplessly, dragging his slightly tired body and slowly leaving the imperial city street. Only a mess was left behind with a group of stunned soldiers, as well as Qi Yu, who was still lying on the ground, injured by 2 slaps from Qingwei. And not far away, on the second floor of a certain restaurant, a man with a cloak stared coldly at Qi Yu on the ground, and then disappeared into thin air. That night, the palace conflict continued to escalate, and outside the imperial city, something happened. That afternoon, out of the division of Qi Yu, it was not easy to treat almost, but was found, suddenly died violently in the middle of the king's residence. In the territory of Dakian, the night was getting thicker. Li Xian dragged a slightly tired pace. Beside him was the green reed that covered his face. This way, a few hours passed. Green reed seems to be a silent iceberg. Not a word. Li Xian took the initiative to talk to, in exchange for just a cold glance, and then they will take care of themselves to take him to rush. Li Xian full of helplessness and depression. Fortunately, although the trip was far, it was not day and night, and at this time, they had just left the border of the Qian kingdom and stepped into a mountain forest. In the forest, the trees were tall. The branches and leaves were overlapping, the dark shadows were dappled, and the sound of insects was rising and falling. Li Xian's stomach rumbled with hunger, and after drumming for a while, he set a trap, and within the next half a moment, he was lucky enough to catch a wild pheasant. Afterward, Li Xian handled the mountain chickens he caught with his hands and feet under Qingwei's suspicion-filled gaze. He came to the rocky side of the stream, removed the feathers of the mountain chicken, disemboweled and gutted it, rinsed it with stream water, and then looked for some native big materials that he had luckily unearthed over the past 6 years in the mountain forests, and crushed and mixed them with a piece of stone, evenly wiping the chicken's body inside and out, and marinating it. Finally, Li Xian took the moist mountain soil, dipped it in water and began to mix it briefly for a few moments, and then took broad leaves and spread them on the ground, then put on the marinated wild chicken, and filled the chicken's belly with mushrooms and green onions newly picked from the mountains, and tied the chicken tightly with thin rattan strips, and then wrapped the chicken in the leaves, and the clay was pasted on the outer layer. A few moments later, the clay dough was molded. Li Xian began to light the fire, placing the clay ball in it, adding wood and dialing the fire from time to time, and the smoke was thick. Li Xian had been busy for so long. Qingwei was having a hard time hiding the curiosity in her heart and finally asked, "What are you doing? It's just a chicken. Why don't you just kill it, gut it and roast it on a stick? It has to be so complicated. And what is the practice of crushing those ingredients and rubbing them on the chicken?" And what surprised her most was Li Xian's practice of wrapping the chicken body in mud. Hearing that his senior was finally talking to him, Li Xian then looked at Qing Reed and said, "I'm hungry and plan to make a meal. Is it inconvenient for senior to show his true colors?" Qing Reed hummed and said indifferently, "I was only entrusted by the empress to bring you back. Don't get close. I'm not that familiar with you." Li Xian sighed helplessly. "All right, but senior, when the mountain chicken meat is cooked later, will you eat it?" "Not interested." Qing Reed directly closed his eyes and continued to meditate. Li Xian helplessly shrugged his shoulders, but he didn't say anything more to this high-strung senior. Although the other party was very high and cold and didn't look good to talk to, Li Xian still felt that Qingwei was very nice because they had an appointment for a week. But Qi has changed dramatically, and according to the appointment, he is probably being tortured by Qi Yu. So the Chenghua seniors who arrived in time did make Li Xian very grateful. With a bad attitude, he didn't care at all. The other party had saved his life and was already a great benefactor. Soon, Li Xian waited for the clay shells to dry out and char before extinguishing the fire and continuing to smother and dry. After a few more moments, Idol folded a stick and swept away the fire, knocking the clay to make it peel off. The leaves bloomed at the same time, and a fragrance then instantly filled the surrounding area. Even Green Reed, who was meditating, subconsciously sniffled. And at this time, Li Xian looked at the scene of the chicken skin shiny and crispy, endured the hot tearing open the chicken leg, and put it in his mouth at once, eating the smooth screaming chicken in his mouth. It was called a free and easy. Listening to the sound of Li Xian eating cold chicken, Qing Wei swallowed her saliva. She sat beside the campfire, seemingly aloof, but in fact, her gaze had frequently wandered that way since Li Xian pried open the sealing clay and the squawking chicken appeared. Don't look at her as a martial arts master, but she was always shallow in her appetite for food and drink, and she basically managed to eat one meal for several days. But at this moment, the spike of the sword in her hand was gently swaying, enough to prove that she did have some cravings. Seeing Li Xian beside her feasting and eating chicken sound after sound, she pursed her lips tightly, wanting to say something. It's just a mountain chicken. How good can it be? Green Reed whispered darkly. Li Xian heard it muttered next to him, but he also hurriedly said, Elder, you also eat a chicken leg. No need. Green Reed spoke faintly, but subconsciously the knot in his throat moved. Her afterglow, still stealing glances at Li Xian beside her. The chicken aroma silked straight to the inside of the nostrils. Li Xian coughed dryly, but did not point it out. He wrapped the chicken leg in a leaf and came to Qing Wei's side, with a few smiles, handing it to Qing Wei, saying, Senior, you've already labored a lot by coming to save me, so how about you give me face and give a taste of the late generation's handiwork for a while? Qing Reed was stunned, raising her eyes and bumping into Li Xian's slightly sincere gaze, but also met with this kind of straightforward feeding. Her face also had a little redness. It was no longer difficult to maintain her coolness, and after a moment of hesitation, she finally reached out and took it, nodding her head and saying, Thank you. Chapter 161 entered martial artist. After the other party finished speaking, Li Xian knew that the senior didn't want to let herself see her looks, so she also knew better and went to the position she had just stayed at, and silently ate the just roasted cold chicken. Qing Reed naturally noticed Li Xian's knowledgeable movements, so she withdrew her gaze with satisfaction and gently removed her mask, then passed the chicken thigh to her lips. After a slight lunge, she tentatively took a light bite. The chicken belt was crunchy, the chicken meat was tender and smooth, and with the mysterious spices it quickly melted away on the tip of her tongue. At this moment, Qing Reed's eyes were filled with consternation, as if she tasted food for the first time like a small beggar, a face of incredible looking at the chicken in front of her, the flavor with their own previous eaten, very different, but also through a very different good smell of the flavor, especially Li Xian wiped the big material, but also the chicken's aroma, very good stimulate out. This gave Qing Reed a feeling of disbelief. She sneaked a look at Li Xian who was not far away, then she could no longer care about the reserve of a high-ranking person. A few mouthfuls of a chicken drumstick instantly went up in smoke. The speed was so fast that if Li Xian saw it, he would definitely stare at it with his eyes wide open and exclaimed that it was unbelievable. Of course, at this time, Li Xian, due to the night falling, he really couldn't see that senior next to him, and what movements he was making. He couldn't finish the screaming chicken either. Instead he was left with a full half of it, and after thinking about it, Li Xian wrapped it in his shirt that was half torn down. This is a very long way. He and the Chi Palace side just change good clothes and have to suffer, so during the tear does not matter. It is better to be a chicken wrapped in the face of some good. After eating and drinking his fill, Li Xian glanced at Green Reed who continued to meditate. Then he shook his head and stood straight up. Li Xian, who was excited, just stood in the clearing of the mountain forest, set up his stance, with Lu Qingxue demonstrating those movements vaguely in his mind, and after a moment of contemplation, he subconsciously practiced, from rusty to skillful, at least at this time now, he could not pick out any faults of the movements that Lu Qingxue had taught him. Of course, it's possible that his movements, all of them, are flowery, only the shape of which he doesn't know the meaning. Caught by Qiyu this time, Li Xian felt a sense of crisis. Sometimes, maybe the patriarch couldn't even protect him, so he had to at least make himself become slightly more reasonable, not so much that when he encountered Qiyu's kind of waste, it would be difficult to fight back. That's why he is also very attached to his body. The body still had to be practiced, and it felt like the whole thing was deflated after a trip to Qi. Li Xian couldn't help but let out a sigh when he thought of this. Lu Qingxue said that he had reached the stage of a martial artist at the most, but he wasn't even a martial artist at the moment. Seeing Li Xian's movements, Qing Wei, who was still meditating, raised an eyebrow in surprise. As for Li Xian, he initially only intended to practice for a while, exercise the body. At most, is to strengthen the body. But he never thought that while practicing, a faint warm current surged up in his body for no reason, flowing through his limbs and bones, as if he had drunk 5 taels of high-quality wine in his stomach, and he only felt the hot warm current, constantly overflowing. Every time this stream of warmth passed by, the muscles and joints seemed to be flexible for a few minutes, and the originally rusty movements actually became quite coherent at this moment. Li Xian froze for a moment as he subconsciously clenched his fist and blasted out. At this moment, there was some fist wind whistling out. This caused Li Xian to instantly retract his fist, which was then filled with dismay. He got started? Lu Qingxue said. Practicing the wind of the fist is an introductory martial artist? Just now he clearly has swung the wind of the fist, and more importantly, Lu Qingxue, but said that this process, on the basis of his diligence and hard work, still need at least a few years of time to be able to, from the first time Lu Qingxue taught himself to the present, as if it has not been how long the past time, right? And it's not like he's practiced a couple times. Could it be that he, now, has been initiated? A strange expression crossed Li Xian's face. Green Reed had appeared beside Li Xian at some point. She frowned at Li Xian and asked, "When did you learn that?" Her voice was cool and unexpected. Li Xian, however, froze for a moment, scratched his head, and somewhat awkwardly returned. "A friend taught a move and a half. Does Senior recognize it? The moves he practiced were seen?" After all, in Li Xian's perception, in many places in ancient times, there were sects for every move, which was why he asked. However, Li Xian feels that it should not be possible. After all, this one in front of him was a zongshi, and he had snatched himself back very sharply at the hands of a zongshi, so he must be a very powerful character within the zongshi. How could Lu Qingxue be desperate enough to rob a prison when she had such a fellow disciple? Green Reed raised her eyebrows lightly, still having some difficulty understanding. She has seen a lot of martial arts masters, and knows that if the foundation is not solid, it is a building in the air, and no one wants to reach the sky in one step. She commonly Xian, and even Li Xian a few times hands. Naturally no Li Xian is what root bone. He is clearly an ordinary scholar. Hands without chicken power. Even from Chi pick up this kid, all the way he is the pace of flimsy, like those who are indulging in the playboy. If Qingwei didn't know Li Xian's character, she would have thought that Li Xian was the type of dude who often hung out in greenhouses. Not to mention anything else, just the introduction to Zamabu, practicing breath. Ordinary children since the age of 10 years old and up and down to start suffering, and even 6 or 7 years old to refine the body. So day after day, tamping down a solid foundation, and then after several years, before you can be in adulthood at the time of a small success. But what about Li Xian? A few days ago, he couldn't even walk, but just now he was able to swing his fist with wind? It's like a teething baby who suddenly speaks out of turn the next day. She didn't blame her for making such an analogy. Li Xian was devoid of any foundation that a martial artist should have, let alone any internal energy. And just now, Li Xian suddenly punched out his fist energy, making Qing Reed a bit confused. Green Reed heart doubts do not diminish. She is straightforward by nature. Act decisively, so no longer spend more words to babble, only to see her not waiting for Li Xian to react. One of her hands probed out, her fingertips condensed energy, and with a few muffled sounds of bang 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 bang, she accurately struck Li Xian's joints around his body. Li Xian only felt a tingling and slight swelling pain spreading from the place where he was knocked. His body instinctively wanted to dodge, but he still held back. Only in this moment he flashed a flash of illusion, an illusion that felt familiar, but he couldn't recall it. As Green Reed's tapping continued, she grew more and more alarmed. Common first-time practitioners of martial arts. The root bone is weak and feeble, the meridians are blocked and occluded, and the qi and blood run slowly. But Li Xian is completely different. His body, there is a trace of internal force quietly traveling in Li Xian's veins. Thought it would encounter heavy obstacles, unexpectedly that the meridians as if being dredged day and night river. Spacious and transparent, internal force unimpeded. Qing Reed withdrew his hand, his eyes full of surprise and suspicion looking Li Xian up and down, muttering under his breath, "Strange, obviously an ordinary person." The previous time she had cleaned up Li Xian in the middle of the night, she had also probed Li Xian's foundation. It was just an ordinary person who was so ordinary that he could not be ordinary anymore. But now there was such a change. It did make Qing Reed a little unbelievable. Li Xian is also full of bewilderment, spreading his hands and asking tentatively, could it be that the just called chicken belongs to a mutated demonic beast? What demonic beast? What's this kid talking about? Qing Reed frowned, but still said, don't talk nonsense. Think carefully about what unusual things have happened over this period of time. As if remembering something, Li Xian's heart suddenly jumped. In his mind, the incident that happened in Qi instantly appeared. Still, Li Xian then shook his head and digressed, saying, "There's nothing much going on. By the way, senior, nowadays I count myself as a martial artist? Does it mean that I might be able to become a grandmaster expert in the future?" Speaking of which, Li Xian was still somewhat unable to hide his excitement and anticipation. Chapter 162. Back to the Li Mansion. Looking at Li Xian's somewhat excited expression, Qing Reed shook her head. "It's late. If you practice diligently, you might be able to reach martial master, which is already the limit." As he spoke, Green Reed folded back and sat on the ground to meditate. Regarding the weird things that happened to Li Xian, she wasn't that surprised even though she wasn't sure. Maybe Li Xian had other encounters as well. As for Li Xian, under the excitement, he continued practicing the moves that Lu Qingxue had taught him. The next day, when the sky had just turned fish belly white, Li Xian and Chang Wei continued to rush up the road. The sky is getting late. The two of them are already approaching the Qiangwei Imperial City. At first it has been the female senior beside him who led him forward at high speed. At the back, that is, near this time of the night, the other party put themselves down. This time they slowed down their steps and walked for a little while. "Elder, how is the Qiangwo plague?" Now, the afterglow stretched Li Xian and Chang Wei's silhouettes to a slender length, reflecting dappledly on the not-so-even official road. Li Xian remembered about the plague and looked at the town ahead with a slight frown on his brow and opened his mouth to inquire about it. Qing Reed's green shirt moved with the wind, and when he heard Li Xian's inquiry, he explained, "His Majesty has issued a strict order, and now that Qiangwa has found sick cows suffering from cowpox, the officials around the country are working closely according to the instructions to cultivate a sufficient amount of pox vaccine with solid effectiveness, so that they can promote it as soon as possible." Li Xian nodded and walked into the town with Green Reed. He was vaccinated, and the person beside him, Zhong Shi, was naturally not afraid of being infected by the plague. Qing Reed raised his eyes to look at the street, only to see the past bustling streets are now closed. Only a few stores for the government to sell necessities are still half-covered doorway, fellows listlessly guarding the stalls, and occasionally there are a few officers and soldiers hurrying past. These fellows are also cloth towels to cover their mouths and noses, and look terrified. It seemed, for fear that he, too, had contracted the plague. Qing Reed sighed and added, "At present, in addition to remote rural areas, due to the slightly slower transmission of news as well as the inconvenience of transportation, is still in the normal spring plowing and summer planting, no one to strictly control the outside. The whole of Qiangwei up and down. The circulation between the city and the city is completely stagnant, and I hope that this plague called smallpox can quickly disappear. Do not affect the matter of planting food, or else the winter will be troublesome." Green Reed feels that food is important. The plague is raging this year, and if affects growing food, by the time winter rolls around, a lot more peasants will have to starve to death. Li Xian raised his eyes to look at the direction of the capital city of Qiangwa not far away, and secretly said in his heart, "Fortunately, the response is quite timely, and now the situation is still within control. If you do Qi, at this moment, I'm afraid that it's already in deep water." With Qi in mind, Li Xian's mind instantly conjured up that palace change in Qi's palace. The sound of shouting and killing in the palace seems to be still echoing in the ears. Throughout history, under the struggle for imperial power, how many lives have faded and withered as quickly as ants? Li Xian once again thought of that demoness, Princess Xian, and he immediately shivered, smiling somewhat awkwardly under the strange gaze of Qing Wei beside him. It's something he'll rot in his stomach. After all, he is a married man. The bottom of his heart is still some shame in his cheap wife and daughter. Although here is the ancient times, you can legally have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but also even if the matter is not to blame for him, but there is still some resentment. Who could have expected that he crossed into this overhead world, and for the second time in a row he was actually forced by a woman to? Li Xian had a somewhat guilty look on his face. Next time, when he finds the next opportunity, next time, no matter what, he had to take control of the active situation, or else it would really be too humiliating. Cheap wife, even if, after all, the other party also gave birth to their own lovely lovable female doll, but that and the matter of daylily consort is not too outrageous. If there was a chance to plant himself in his hands, he would certainly not be able to spare the other party. What are you thinking? Qing Reed looked faintly at Li Xian. He felt that Li Xian's expression did not look like he was thinking of something good. Li Xian, after he coughed dryly, he said, "Nothing, I want to go home, and I don't know what the imperial city is like now. Senior, can we hurry up?" Qing Reed didn't say anything, just grabbed Li Xian and directly brought him to the top of the house in one leap. Moving quickly, at nightfall, Li Xian finally appeared in front of the Li Mansion near Chang'an Street in the imperial city. Afterward, Li Xian took a deep breath and finally knocked on the Li Mansion's door. Who knocks at the door? Not during the plague. Inside the door, the guard's worry voice appeared. It's me, Li Xian. Don't worry about opening the door. I'm not infected. When these words were spoken, the inside froze for a moment. Then they hurriedly opened the door and said with a surprised face, Lord Li, you're back. Well, Li Xian walked in. And at this very moment when Li Xian walked in, beside Li Xian's ears, the voice of the patriarch who had sent him here also appeared. Tomorrow, His Majesty wants to see you. Get ready. Li Xian took a step, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Soon, Li Xian looked at the old man sweeping the floor in the front yard, and the other party spotted him and froze for a moment all the same. Li Xian greeted the old man, who nodded hoarsely and bowed back inside. It didn't take long for Li Xian to meet his daughter, Gong Sini. When she saw Li Xian, Gong Sini first froze for a moment and just stared blankly at Li Xian. Tonight's daughter, dressed in a pink brocade jacket, black hair like ink, loosely pulled up, with the jumping up and down, a few strands of hair playfully hanging down on the side of the pink neck, just like in the New Year's painting of the Fuwa, delicate and lovely. At this moment, her big round eyes stared round, her little mouth slightly opened, full of incredulity, and the toy originally clutched in her hand almost fell off, but in the blink of an eye, her eyes flushed red and tears quickly surfaced, followed by a wow cry. Daddy! Gong Sini cried as she lunged towards Li Xian, her small body stumbling as she ran. Chapter 163 Do you know your sin? Li Xian's heart was tightened. He hurriedly opened his arms and hugged his daughter tightly into his arms. He then hugged his daughter up, and somewhat painfully raised his hand to gently wipe the teardrops that rolled down her cheeks, and hurriedly said, Good boy. Daddy is not back. Don't cry, and then cry again to become a small flower cat. Aha! Gong Sini nodded her head vigorously as if she was pounding garlic, the loose hair on her head swaying slightly with her movements, her appearance revealing a sense of good behavior and cuteness. While nodding her head, she tilted her little face up and asked crisply, Daddy, it's been such a long time, where on earth have you been? The two sisters, Spring Flower and Autumn Moon, said that you were afraid of the plague for fear of coming back and infecting us with it. Is that really true? Upon hearing the word plague, Li Xian hurriedly said, Your two sisters are right, but although the plague is powerful, but now father has a way to deal with it, and won't be infected by the plague anymore. In the next few days, father will give you all a vaccination. This vaccine is very magical. As long as the vaccination, even if you encounter this annoying plague again, you do not need to be afraid of it. This is the method that father has not been easy to find, and now it has been in the whole of the Qin kingdom close type of promotion. Well, how? Father is not powerful? As he spoke, Li Xian stretched out his fingers and scraped Yi's little nose. Ah, Gongzi, you're back. As he was saying this, a clear, cheerful cry came, only to see Spring Flower, dressed in a small elegant dress, like a nimble little sparrow, taking the lead and trotting out of the house with a hurried pace, almost like a foot in front and a foot behind. Autumn Moon also hurriedly appeared. Autumn Moon's little face was filled with a look of anxiety and joy. Her steps were fast and furious, and her mouth shouted, Sir, you're finally back, but we've been looking forward to it. Shaoan also paced out from within the room. His figure was thin, a green shirt neat and sharp. His eyebrows were filled with a few points of composure that shouldn't be there at this age. That was the idle calmness that he had learned from following Li Xian for a long time. Compared to Spring Flower and Autumn Moon's excitement, Shaoan just stood there quietly and called out softly, Sir, you're back. Seeing that everyone is now there, Li Xian also breathed a sigh of relief and said, Well, all right, it's not early anymore. Take an early rest. If there's anything to say tomorrow, I just have something temporary to go out for a period of time. It's not like something happened. Don't be so agitated. Do what you want to do to go. He first coaxed Yi to sleep before he finally refused Spring Blossom and Autumn Moon's ministrations to him, and instead went to take a hot bath himself, and then contentedly burrowed under the covers. The next day, when it was still dawn, Li Xian had already gotten up early. He carefully organized his clothes inside the house, and after arriving at the agreed hour yesterday, Li Xian went to the front yard, and indeed met the senior from before. The other party wrapped his body tightly in a basalt-colored power suit, making it even more capable and sharp. Seeing Li Xian come out, Qing Reed took 2 steps forward and said without thinking, Go. When Li Xian froze, he stood still and relaxed his body muscles. Qing Reed, on the other hand, steadily wrapped one hand around Li Xian's waist, and his figure steeply rose up, his toes lightly tapping on the eaves of the house, and in the next moment he had already appeared a few feet away. The wind kept whistling past his ears, blowing Li Xian's hair wildly. Li Xian was also very envious of the stance performed by this patriarch, as if with every step, the buildings of the imperial city, as well as the stretching palace walls swept by in a hurry under his eyes. This low martial arts world, although it was not possible to move mountains and seas, But the fact that people could reach this level of flying over the walls was already very enviable to Li Xian. In the blink of an eye, the other party led him, nearing the sky above the palace complex where the empress's chambers were located. Stand outside until summoned by the empress. Xingrid collected his internal energy and brought Li Xian down slowly, landing smoothly on top of the corridor outside the door of the empress chambers, and then left the place without talking too much to him. Li Xian stabilized his stance, somewhat nervous from the impending face-to-face meeting with the empress. Of course, it was also because this time the seniors sent by the other party were going to pick him up and take him back, and he had been a little capricious. During the waiting period, Li Xian briefly straightened his blown hair and stood outside the door with his hand hanging down. The breeze gently flicked by, his clothes lightly raised, and the silence around him was only the sound of his slightly nervous breathing. "Lord Li, please come in." It didn't take long for a maid to come outside and bring Li Xian inside. Li Xian heard the voice, and only then did he lift his leg to step over the vermilion-painted threshold and follow the palace maid into the bedchamber. Inside the chambers, the Qian Kingdom Empress was wearing a white embroidered phoenix jade robe, with silk threads and gold threads twisted in beads embellished on the robe. This scene showed all the dignity and grace. Her hair was only loosely pulled up a few strands with an embroidered gold phoenix hairpin. What made Li Xian a little disappointed was that the empress still had a veil covering her face, and Li Xian became more and more curious about the worldly face under that veil. At this moment, the empress was holding a pen in her vegetative hand, and was concentrating on reviewing the zhengzhua. Seeing this, Li Xian hesitated to interrupt the other party himself. However, after thinking about it, Li Xian hurriedly knelt down on one knee and said, "Your Majesty, the humble servant is late." For a long time, the only sound in the room was the sound of a pen tip rubbing paper. After Li Xian spoke, the empress did not speak to Li Xian directly. The atmosphere was a bit tense. Li Xian was kneeling on one knee, a bit awkward. Should he stand up, or should he do something? You do know how to come back. When Li Xian had been kneeling on one knee for about 10 minutes like this, the empress finally opened her mouth. Her voice was not high, but it carried a chill and a gust of majesty. "Not long ago, you took it upon yourself to stay in a dangerous place. If I hadn't asked someone to be more attentive and go over to wait for you in advance, you would be afraid of being dead by now." The empress's phoenix eyes looked at Li Xian, containing a color of disappointment. When Li Xian heard it, it was really because of this reason. He instantly returned, "I beg your majesty's pardon. I only wanted to get rid of the plague before, but did not expect the Qi royal family to turn around and have such a big change. And this thing is not something that I could have predicted. At that time I just could not bear the world's people to endure the plague torture. So I wanted to try to be at the source of the plague, and completely solve the plague, and no one thought that it would happen that way." Hearing Li Xian's sophistry like this, the empress was silent for a moment and then said, "Do you know the crime?" Li Xian was stunned for a while. What should he say at this time better? However, at this moment, there was no time for him to think too much, so he had no choice but to say, "The humble minister knows his offense." The empress continued to narrow her phoenix eyes as she faintly asked, "What crime do you think you're guilty of?" Li Xian. These words made Li Xian's mind flash a lot, because this conversation between him and the empress really resembled the "what's wrong" line that his girlfriend asks when he says something wrong when he's in a relationship. How is he supposed to respond to that? Chapter 164. Li Xian asks a rhetorical question. At this moment, Li Xian was caught in a puzzle of the century. That is, what is wrong with him who doesn't feel he is wrong? However, after Li Xian thought about it, he still said, "I am wrong in making my own decisions, wrong in being a bully, and wrong in letting His Majesty down, but I have bitter feelings." The empress said, "What is your affliction, Cthulhu?" Li Xian said in a rousing voice. The empress at this moment, looking at Li Xian's eyes, froze for the same moment. She frowned and said, "Do you think that the world's life is important? Or yourself? Back to your majesty. Of course it's important for me to be myself. People don't take care of themselves. There's no conflict between this and me caring for the people. I will try my best to save the people in the world under the premise of protecting myself. Or else if I can't even protect myself and then I dive headlong into the danger, that's not called great righteousness, but stupidity." Li Xian didn't swear to say anything righteous, choosing to speak in obedience to his heart. The empress was slightly surprised by Li Xian's answer, but still asked, "So the reason you stayed in Qi for a short time was because you weren't afraid of being infected by the plague before you made the decision?" If you put it that way, she was understandable about that thing about Li Xian not listening. Li Xian nodded and explained in a slightly embarrassed manner, "Otherwise, I would have hidden faster than anyone else. I only have one life to live. If it's gone, it's gone, and I still have people around me that I have to guard." The empress nodded, and then said faintly, "That's all? You have returned safely. Get up and speak. Tell me in detail about your experience this time." Don't hide anything. Li Xian's mind was relieved, but then he tensed up. After that incident with Princess Xian, he was truly unable to speak. Of course Li Xian's decision is undoubtedly very correct. Li Xian didn't know the reason for this. He just respectfully reported that experience of culling out Princess Xian to the Empress one by one. When talking about Princess Xian during the period, Li Xian acted very freely. He wasn't too uncomfortable. After all, he was someone who had been through a big scene, not so much that he couldn't even control it. After hearing this, the Empress was frowning. That Emperor Qi was wise for a lifetime, but he didn't expect to do such a thing when he reached his 50s, which made the Empress a bit incredulous. He believes in immortality? And compelled by a woman? Gong Yuyan subconsciously sneered. No wonder that this year, the Emperor of Qi has weakened the momentum of some of his own pursuits, and also simply allowed his son Qi Xian to say so much as an envoy in the palace hall at that time, and then gave it up. If it were in previous years, it is estimated that the Qi Emperor's arrangement would not only be like this, but he would choose to bring in a bride price and exchange Naja several times before he would call it quits. Over the years, every year, she's been disgusted with her for quite some time. The reason for the quick reveal this year may also be because of the Princess KO factor, a woman of about 20 years of age. It is possible to read women countless Qi Huang to be fascinated. It may not be Qi Huang dim, but the other side does have some means within, and even more. Gong Yuyan added, "You've seen that Princess Xian. Is she really that beautiful?" Naturally, she was a little confused. Of course this incident in Qi is good news for Qiangua. Li Xian, it's not just seen. As Li Xian's thoughts flowed, he hurriedly said, "Even if concubine Xian is beautiful, she is not as beautiful as the women of my Qian kingdom." "Oh, you've seen someone more beautiful?" the Empress asked again. "Li Xian, this conversation, isn't it a little inappropriate? Your Majesty, I have seen it, but that was many years ago, and it is also a private matter of mine. There is no need to continue." Li Xian skipped right over the topic when he finished. "Your Majesty, after experiencing this incident, there are some words in my heart that I won't spit out." "Say." Gong Yuyan looked at Li Xian. Just now when Li Xian said many years ago, underneath the Empress's eyes, there was also a flash of trance. Without error, she knows what Li Xian is talking about. Li Xian slowly raised his head, his eyes looking straight into the Empress's eyes, his expression full of seriousness and gravity. He said word by word, "Your Majesty, nowadays, the people's life in our Daqian territory is miserable, and it has reached a situation where the people are not happy to live. What I have seen along the way, people are dressed in rags and have nothing to eat, and the road is full of refugees fleeing the famine with their families in tow, who are starving to the bone and their eyes are numb and despairing. What is even more heinous is that there are some local magistrates who secretly collude with those cults, who sacrifice innocent young girls in a heartless manner, and who commit all sorts of evil in their localities, and their acts are really cruel to the extreme. Your Majesty, these are all things that I have personally seen and heard along the way in the Qian kingdom, and I dare to ask your Majesty if you have ever known these things?" Li Xian originally did not intend to mention it at this point, but it was all at that point, and he couldn't help the questioning inside of him. When these words came out, Gong Yuyan suddenly fell into a long silence. Her silence was akin to silent acquiescence, because she knew in her heart that all of this was a fact that could not be disputed. Her mind couldn't help but recall that earlier she had also gone to examine the students of the temple examination in such a righteous manner, asking in a serious manner what was the way to rule the country. But now, Li Xian asked her with these shocking realities. This sharp questioning, like a sharp sword, pierced straight into Gong Yuyan's heart, making her heart a little hard. For a while, actually did not know what to say. As the emperor of the Qian kingdom, she was at fault for the fact that the Qian kingdom was plagued with people, and over the years, she has not slept a good night for a long time. A country with too many things too much. Pieces are pressed on the body, like a big mountain. Lone nose. The Empress, in the end, answered in a low voice. Li Xian, as if he didn't notice the Empress's silence, continued to say as if no one else was there. "The whole Chenwei is full of stragglers. It's still spring and summer. It's still better, assuming that by this winter, if they can't be resettled, if there is no food and no warmth, these people will have to die. The days of the Qianhua are not much more. Must be resolved as soon as possible this matter before, otherwise the ordinary people without food and warmth, long time will rebel." Li Xian looked at the Empress with a grave expression. He didn't tell a lie. This trip has made Li Xian realize the seriousness of things in Qianhua. When an ordinary person doesn't have enough to eat and can't keep warm in winter, they are really going against it. It's the sign of the end of the country. He wasn't kidding. Chapter 165, Suspected Coal Mine. At the moment Li Xian spoke, the light veil covered Gong Yuyan, teeth biting her lower lip until her lips were slightly white. She sat on top of the seat, Her posture seemed to remain upright and beautiful, but her heart was full of bitterness. No matter what kind of pretext, no matter how helpless she was in the face of the predicament in front of her, as an emperor, all of this was ultimately a responsibility she could not shirk. Li Xian asked again, why doesn't the court provide relief for the people? Gong Yuyan secretly pondered in his heart, do not want to relieve disaster relief for the people? Just now, she was still asking questions to Li Xian, but at this moment, the situation was suddenly reversed, and Li Xian's questioning made her as if she was on the edge of her seat, wanting to speak. Could it be that the court has no money or food? When Li Xian saw that the empress was silent, he couldn't help but frown even more tightly, and once again raised his voice to inquire. In front of this sharp question, Gong Yu Smoke finally sighed quietly, slowly said, sorry, is the loan poor governance? In addition to what Li Qing said, food and silver money, nowadays the Dakian treasury is empty, almost no pennies, as for the granary, but also very little left. Are looking forward to this year's plowing crop. We are all looking forward to this year's farming harvest. If your fertilizer and farming methods can work, coupled with the abolition of the head tax this year, perhaps the solution to this year's food difficulties. It also means that the other person did everything he said? Li Xian also nodded slightly at the news and was relieved. What he feared most was that he wouldn't eat the food even if it was fed to him, and then he couldn't do anything about it. The empress in front of me was nothing else, but at least obedient. That was the biggest source of Li Xian not giving up. A moment later Li Xian added, by the way, Your Majesty, I remembered one thing. In the winter of Diqian, the people seem to be able to rely only on burning wood and using charcoal to keep warm, so that the mountains and forests have been tragically cut down indiscriminately, and many places have become barren. Are there no other alternative fuels available? Li Xian knows very well that this issue is particularly critical in the coming winter. The food problem can still be solved by fertilizers and new farming methods. But if the matter of heating is not properly resolved, then even if there are more food reserves, the people will be difficult to survive the ice and snow. This is the winter in the north. Not heating is freezing to death. He found that the only way to heat this side of the Qian kingdom was wood and wood derivatives, charcoal, and a bit more, dry wood, straw, haystacks, and so on. It's not that these things can't be burned, but they're not resistant to burning. It burns over and is gone, and the pressure doesn't provide a stable heating environment unless the source is constant. But the fact is, how can you heat your home when the woods are being cut down and emptied in many places? This is the reasoning behind the fire. The fire seems to be smaller in that moment, the temperature is lower, but when it really breaks out, it will be a more violent and terrible torrent, sweeping the lives of millions of people. The empress nodded and said, yes, it can only be warmed by wood. When Li Xian heard this, he frowned even more. During his 6 years in Incline County, he naturally used charcoal to keep warm. He thought it was enough at the time, but he realized that the problem was already serious after walking around the Qian kingdom. However, some days ago, in the center of Qiangua, that is, close to the imperial city of 100 miles away from the area, someone mined a kind of ore, temporarily named graphite, can be used as a fuel. The burning lasts quite a long time, just with the smoke is larger, and it is difficult to burn fully, and the mining difficulty is relatively large. Lone has sent people to verify. As the empress was speaking, Li Xian's expression changed. Subsequently, before the empress's words completely fell, Li Xian directly interrupted them and eagerly asked, this kind of thing, doesn't it exist in the ground, or in a place not too deep below the ground? Between the words, Li Xian's tone was also unconsciously raised due to excitement. The reason why Li Xian was so excited was that he had a bold speculation in his mind. If nothing else, the fuel described by the empress, based on its combustion characteristics and mining situation, is most likely coal. That is an extremely important heating material in his original world. If it is really a coal mine, this is undoubtedly a long drought for the current Qian country. Perhaps it will completely change the entire Diqian. How could he not be excited? The empress froze for a moment, but nodded and said, exactly. Li Xian said directly, Your Majesty, I need a pen and paper. The empress looked at Li Xian strangely, but also directly brought Li Xian a pen and paper, and looked at Li Xian curiously. Did Li Xian have any good methods? Inside the temple, Li Xian stood in front of the table, and with a pen in his hand, he quickly wrote down a few big words, coal mining method improvement. This scene made the empress freeze in place. Immediately afterward, Li Xian's pen did not stop and began to write the next points of the content. One of them is an exposition of the technical essentials of geological exploration, in which he describes in detail what coal is, from the principles of its formation to how to trace it according to the characteristics of geological features. Secondly, for the improvement of mining tools, he highlighted pickaxes and shovels, and even drew sketches of the design of the new pickaxes and shovels from his memory, which he happened to have studied during his university days, and naturally he was able to make some simple design drawings. Third, there is the section on mining safety essentials, such as how to avoid toxic gases, how to ventilate well, and so on. Fourth, the process is all about how to manage the mine site. Finally, he also wrote a separate step-by-step detailed explanation of small blast furnace steelmaking, a steelmaking technique that was many times ahead of Qianguo's present-day steelmaking techniques. While Li Xian was writing, the empress, who was watching silently next to her, fell into a deep silence for a while. Her gaze followed the pen that kept dancing in Li Xian's hand, and her eyes were filled with shock and doubt, until Li Xian had written paper after paper, and the pile of paper was already several sheets thick. She still failed to react for a long time. Unconsciously, the empress looked at Li Xian's serious-eyed face with some infatuation. At this moment, Li Xian seemed to carry a unique charm of his own, causing the empress's gaze to become somewhat trance-like. Her mind was full of thoughts. This young man who she had once disdained in the beginning, she did not know when he had made such a huge transformation. Nowadays, he has faded away the once youthfulness and tenderness, replaced by a mature and steady temperament, and he knew things that were far beyond his own perception. The empress just casually glanced at the contents of those densely written texts, but realized that any one of them made herself feel obscure. How in the world did he only learn about this content? Soon, Li Xian finished writing a series of content essentials related to the mining of coal, as well as the derived steelmaking improvement methods, all of which were written on paper for the empress. Li Xian then raised his head and happened to see the empress's eyes. The moment the four eyes met, Li Xian froze for a moment, and a vague figure flashed through his mind. At that instant, Li Xian shivered, then smiled awkwardly and said, "If nothing goes wrong, the graphite that your majesty described, it will then be able to solve the heating problem of the people of Deqian. I hope that your majesty will be able to mine this kind of energy, so that, together with that matter of food, at the end of the year in the Qian kingdom, even if there are snowstorms, no one will freeze to death." Gong Yuyan was silent for a while and said, "How about loan? Handing this matter over to you?" Chapter 166 Empress Expectations. Li Xian heard this passage from the empress, could not help but froze for a moment, and then hurriedly said, "My family is over here, or the imperial city magistrate. Affairs are tangled up. I'm afraid it's a little difficult to fulfill the task." "No harm done." The empress looked calm, and said lightly, "This matter will be handed over to you, and it will also allow you to confirm in detail whether it is really the new type of coal mine energy that you said. This matter is important. You can think long and hard. First this raging plague to cope with the past, and Lone intends to arrange a new official position for you." Her tone was undeniable. Having finalized the matter, the other party had said so. Li Xian could only hurriedly respond, "As you command." In addition, the empress paused slightly. A hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. "This time, you disobeyed orders and nearly stayed in Qi completely, which is really audacious. So next, Lone intends to let you be confined at home, to reflect and reflect. The time is not fixed for the time being. Do you have any objections?" "I have no objection." Li Xian's heart fluttered and he hurriedly spoke. In fact, there was another deep meaning behind the empress's order. Last time, Li Xian was gone for more than a month, and this time, he was almost stranded in Qi, leaving his daughter alone and worried. This kind of irresponsible behavior caused Gong Yuyan to be a little worried and frightened in her heart. Even if he gave himself many more surprises today, it was still difficult to offset the worry in the empress's heart. He was bringing up a child. How could he be so risky? In the empress's opinion, when the plague dissipated, she would have to give Li Xian more affairs, so that he would take up his due responsibilities, so that in the near future, he would truly become her right-hand man. This quest for the graphite that he called coal was one of Li Xian's tasks. Moreover, she was well aware that areas such as copper and steel making were firmly controlled by the right minister, and that the left minister monopolized a few areas as well. Therefore, this time, she was determined to cultivate Li Xian properly in the hope that he would rise to prominence in the imperial court. It is best to bring down the right and left two phases completely. As for when they will recognize each other, now is not the time. Li Xian finally went back. Well, he was put in a small dark room by the empress, though this little dark room, not so serious, is still mostly locked up inside the house. However, Li Xian still felt some depression. After all, he was the one who proposed the solution to the plague, and at that time in the female emperor's bedchamber, he himself contributed several programs to each other that were snowy for Dakian, and as a result, the female emperor seemed not too happy. Li Xian was a bit depressed, but fortunately, he still remembered the fact that the empress had asked the patriarch to bring him back in time, and knew that the empress might be a knife to the heart, so Li Xian didn't think about anything else. Just after being sent to the door by that patriarchal highness, he personally walked into the middle of the Li mansion under the other party's watchful eyes. Afterward, Li Xian bent towards the outside and said very respectfully, "Li Xian thanks Senior for going out of his way to pick up Senior twice." Green Reed grunted, then made to leave. However, before leaving, Ching Reed still frowned and said to Li Xian, "Your moves are good. You can keep practicing them. I will come over here to teach you a few moves sometime. When no one is around you can keep practicing them like this. And when the Qi energy can break through the vertically placed Xian paper, you will be considered to be an initiator. You are now only the first glimpse of the door. Still lack of accompaniment. With the current state of view, a little practice, to reach the level of 1 against 3, should not be too much of a problem." After saying this, Green Reed directly left. Li Xian's face was delighted. Then he felt the speed of the punch before he couldn't help but shake his head. Anyway, next, it's time for some rest and relaxation, just to practice at home. In the following period of time, Li Xian had not slept a single peaceful sleep. Take Yi for example. He had a hard time coaxing Yi to fall asleep, but this little girl after that day, insisted on sleeping with him a piece. Although Yi is still young, there is nothing wrong, but Li Xian cannot sleep at night. Not to change the pattern of letting him tell a story. That is, to go to pee but do not dare to get out of bed, not to play the game, or hungry want to eat, and one after another to book a menu within the consecutive week. All in all, Li Xian hadn't had a good night's sleep since these days. In the daytime, Li Leisure was equally idle, and had to pick up the compulsory education that had been put aside for a long time. Anyway, the days went by like this day by day. Without realizing it, Li Xian slowly got used to this rhythm of life full of warmth and idleness. Half a month has flown by, and summer is in full swing. Li Xian took advantage of the right time of the year and carefully planted many crops in his yard, several kinds of vegetables and seedlings of several fruit trees. In addition, he also planted some local root plants similar to potatoes, a unique food he had tasted before in the widow's house, called groundnut. This groundnut looks completely different from the groundnuts in his memory, and the texture and flavor naturally have different characteristics. However, as long as it is cooked properly, this groundnut also has a unique flavor when eaten. In this period of time, Li Xian's heart is the most nervous. Naturally, to the family as well as the house of Xianwang and other people, inoculation after the inactivation of the cowpox virus. Fortunately, everything is going well, and did not appear what problems. A few more days passed after that, and shocking news finally came from the Qi side. Emperor Qi was defeated and imprisoned in the heavenly prison, and the eventual winner turned out to be the Grand Imperial Prince Qi Xian. This news came so suddenly that Li Xian had some difficulty reacting to it for a moment. Li Xian also knew that after the Emperor of Qi was imprisoned, Princess Xian mysteriously disappeared into thin air, while the compelling alchemist was also imprisoned in the heavenly prison. Li Xian couldn't help but wrinkle his brows. That witch, she's really weird. Didn't she catch each other? And besides that, what surprised Li Xian the most was the news of Qi Yu's death. That Qi Yu, who had previously been injured by the patriarchal seniors and had also gathered a number of generals to work for him, had been killed by an unknown person. And compared to the news of the Qi Emperor's imprisonment as well as consort Xian's escape, the news of Qi Yu's death seemed to be less compelling. Qi naturally went into a period of consolidation next. The plague is still spreading, and Qi's national strength has been weakened somewhat by the coup, all of which will require some recuperation. The imperial city of Chu. The palace hall was in the middle of the morning court. The 100 officials were listed in order, and the atmosphere was very serious. Chapter 167. A rarely cozy experience. The Chu Emperor, who was similarly informed of the latest news from Qi, narrowed his eyes without knowing what he was thinking, and after a moment's pause, he looked toward Crown Prince Chuifeng and asked, "What does the Crown Prince think?" They, too, had been paying attention to what had happened to the Qian Kingdom and the Qi Kingdom. Qi, in particular, has been spreading a frightening plague lately, but fortunately between the two sides, the borders are basically separated by a rolling mountain range, so after realizing that something was wrong, some trade exchanges between Qi and Chu and even with the Qian side of the country were also almost all cut off. Only a few, extremely important trade routes have been preserved. This is also the biggest reason why, right now, in Chu, there hasn't been a plague. In addition, Chu here near the sea, the terrain is flat, more plains, everywhere is a forest in good land. Qi Chu, two countries between the natural border is a mountain range, while the border between Xian and Chu, but a large river with an average width of more than 100 meters, and then generally some of the trade of the Qian and Chu, but also in the river flow is relatively thin, or the dry period of trade, but of course, this is only one section of it. The three countries of Qian, Qi, and Chu are not divided in a square pattern, but rather you have me and I have you. jointly dividing an entire landmass, of which Chu occupies the largest area, aside from the cold northern regions, where there are some nomads, and the western side, where there are some local natives. It's basically a three-state situation. Chu was adjacent to the sea, and it wasn't as if it hadn't sent fleets of ships to explore outside for so long. The fleet is endless, but just can't find any place. After trying countless times, naturally, it's useless. There are also some fleet, directly lost in the sea, never come back. So in the long run, go to the sea to explore, has been a nightmare for many people. The farthest flotilla is said to have floated on the ocean for more than half a year, and froze without seeing land. In the end, they had no choice but to return to the sea, but they were gone for a year before they came back, and those who came back died soon afterward. So the sea became a cursed place, and fewer people went out. As for Chi, if you go all the way south, you will at first encounter patches of forests with many fierce beasts, jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards all over the place. And if you go further south, you will also encounter oceans. Continuing north through the Qian kingdom are nomads, getting colder and colder, and eventually an uninhabited ice field. The North Pole followed by a glacier that doesn't melt in the summer, making it almost impossible for human beings to survive in the summer, let alone the winter. Going south and east, you encounter patches of ocean. Going west, after passing by some of the local natives' dwellings, one would encounter patches of desert. Even where there was no desert, it was impossible to farm. There was no water. In short, it was a place unsuitable for human habitation. It was said that a merchant caravan tried to go all the way to the west to see what they could come across, but ultimately gave up. The weather was too harsh. There was sand and dust everywhere. This is the pattern of the world, more or less. The upper dryland region of the continent is narrow and thin, and gets colder the further north you go, buttressing the glaciers. Even on a warm summer day, there are nomads in the way, which is very difficult to deal with. There's not much of a path to the end of the walk, except for some possibilities in the west. What Chu has on its side is the most favorable environment, the best natural conditions, the largest available land area, and the relatively strongest state power. Back to father. As the Chu emperor inquired, Crown Prince Chu Yifeng also stood out, clasped his fists, and said in front of the civil and military officials, "My son believes that Qi Xian needs to be emphasized after his accession to the throne." According to the earliest news from the scouts, Qi Xian itself was not in an advantageous position, but had hastily assembled a large army, similar to that of a trapped beast. But unexpectedly, a few days later, such news came from Qi's side. So on Qi Xian's side, there must be an unexpected backhand. It's a sure thing, otherwise the situation can't be reversed. In addition, there are two people that need to focus on. One is Li Xian of the Qian kingdom, and the other is Princess Xian beside the Qi emperor. The former will, in the future, surely be an enemy of my Chu, and will be the greatest enemy of all. As for the latter, I'm afraid the identity is not simple. Qi Huang is not the kind of mediocre emperor, but still suffered this fate, and it is said that Xuanfei, after Qi Huang fell into prison, mysteriously disappeared. Chu Yifeng paused for a moment and then continued. Qi and Chu, you all know very well that for so many years, the national strength of the two countries has been maintained at an overall level, even if Qi is in a bit of turmoil at the moment, but we must not despise it for that reason. As for Li Xian of the Qian kingdom, I'm sure you've all heard of him before. This person is well known in the three kingdoms, and he is not a simple person, not to mention that he is also well versed in the art of healing, nowadays, because he has found the solution to the plague, in the land of Qiangua and Qigua, and even in the border areas where my Chugua has some risk of involvement in the plague. I'm afraid that he has already reached a whole new level, and a lot of people have called him the poetry immortal and the sage of healing, saying that he is a saint in the world, and this kind of public opinion is a bit not good. When Prince Chu Yifeng said this, he stopped speaking. When the officials heard this, their faces became grave. They all understood in their hearts that this matter that His Highness the Crown Prince was talking about could have a far from ordinary impact. Li Xian's prestige and influence in various countries, if it continues to grow so rapidly, it will surely produce unpredictable and significant changes in the situation between countries in the future. So how can they not be worried? The imperial city of the Qian kingdom. It's a clear day and the sun is shining. The sunlight sprinkled down in the courtyard of the Li mansion. Li Xian sat lazily in a rocking chair. His gaze narrowed. The sunlight just happened to pass through the leaves and dappled on his face, and his eyes fell casually not far away, only to see that Ning Xuan was playing with Yi, running around in the courtyard. She accompanied Yi as she chased her around the yard, her crisp laughter echoing in the air from time to time. Li Xian looked at them with a slightly strange expression, and seemed to be pondering something in his heart, but quickly put those thoughts behind him, before he turned to look at Shaoan beside him. who was struggling to tie up his horse stance. At this moment, Xiaoyu's skillful hands were squeezing Li Xian's back, the right amount of strength making Li Xian feel incredibly cozy. He slightly closed his eyes, and occasionally opened them again to steal a glance at Ningxuang, who was full of beauty during her run. He found the scene rather pleasant. He had Spring Flower and Autumn Moon, two delicate and lovely maids to serve him, and Shaoan accompanied him as a book boy, and his daughter, was the precious lump in his heart. There was also that Ningxuang who often sent delicious osmanthus pastries this way, and nowadays she had also put away some of her petty thoughts, and was quite good as a human being, so this kind of life was indeed quite beautiful. During this time, Li Xian's gaze and Ningxuang collided together. He subconsciously a little strange. He always felt that Ningxuang looked at the bottom of his eyes more than a trace of unspeakable sympathy. He really didn't understand where the sympathy was coming from, but he didn't really care. As long as it's not for your own face, it's the best thing ever. He had been born with this heaven-defying, absolutely beautiful face, which nowadays also brought him a lot of confusion. There are times when he wants to be clean, but the situation it doesn't allow it. Good looking is also in sin. Chapter 168 End of the Plague. Manhwa, who was behind her, keenly noticed where Li Xian's gaze was, and looked in the direction, and seeing Ningxuang's figure, her heart couldn't help but be flooded with a wave of envy. She thought in her heart, Gongzi really does prefer Ningxuang's sister's kind of body. In this way, Xiaoyu, who had a similar figure to Ningxuang, could have a great advantage over herself in this regard, which caused a strong sense of urgency to well up in Xuanhua's heart. Li Xian noticed a lot of sweat seeping from the top of Xiaoan's head and inquired, "Tired?" Xiaoan wiped the sweat on her forehead and shook her head vigorously, her eyes firmly saying, "To protect Mr. in the future, it's not tiring." Li Xian gently touched his nose, and after a few moments of silence, he still couldn't help but sigh and said in a serious tone, "You're still a child. Where is the danger I need you to protect me from? As for what will happen in the future, that's too far away to have to consider prematurely. I still remember the first time I saw you. You are just a little beggar who was starving to death on the street. Who can think that, in the blink of an eye, you have grown so big nowadays?" Xiaoan heard this, then slowly put away the action of Zamabu, and Li Xian seriously said, "My life is given by Mr. If it is not Mr. that day to save, I am afraid that I have long been out of this world, and how will there be today?" Li Xian gently shook his head as he added, "The first words I taught you when I first met you, you say them now." Xiaoan hurriedly straightened his chest and said word for word, "Mr. said that the most important thing for people is not to start a family, not to settle down, not to get ahead, but to learn how to be a human being first under the premise of maintaining food and clothing, and after learning to be a human being, then to know the world well, to take everything as a teacher, and to reflect on oneself at all times, to be able to do the spoils and not be alarmed, and to look at the world lightly." Li Xian nodded slightly and then asked, "Then do you still think that you are living for me?" In fact, since he had become the magistrate, he had been busy with various things all day long, and without realizing it, it had been a long time since he had properly communicated with Xiaoan. Taking advantage of the opportunity of being confined at home by the empress, Li Xian and Xiaoan had a chat, and about Xiaoan and the martial arts master expert of the house of the Xian King practicing martial arts, Li Xian naturally knew about it, just that the martial arts master had something to go out lately and was not here, and he also intended to wait for the other party to come back, find a suitable time to ask him to teach him about martial arts properly. Xiaoan firmly shook his head and said with a hint of stubbornness, "This is not a thing." Xiaoan's heart believes that the emperor is not even as big as Mr. In Xiaoan's heart, Mr.'s position is irreplaceable. Li Xian helplessly shook his head and said, "In fact, your future, you won't be following me around all the time, at least not in that kind of inseparable state. You will slowly grow up, you will meet the woman of your choice, you will marry her, and after that, you will have your own children, you will build your own family. I just gave you an environment to grow up in. There is no need for you to be too grateful. Xiaoan, you have to remember a sentence. Sometimes a big favor is a big grudge. I saved you just because we have a destiny, but do not want you to carry any pressure and burden. You are an independent individual, just like the spring flowers and the autumn moon." When Li Xian said this, Xiaoan also raised his head with a slightly puzzled look on his face. It was the first time that Mr. Such words had been spoken to him. Even Manhwa, who was behind Li Xian and was concentrating on massaging Mr. Li, had similarly perked up her ears at this moment, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up, and her entire body was tense. Everyone grows up. We all have our own lives in the future. You will have families in the future, and you will not be masters and servants with me, but equals, and if I have to say one kind of relationship, it will probably be partners. Li Xian's words instantly made Manhwa lose her face in fear. Before she could think of anything more, tears were already in her eyes, and then she choked and said, Gongzi, Gongzi, do you not want us? As she spoke, sobs continued, and she couldn't be bothered to continue massaging Li Xian's shoulders, her hands twisting together in panic. Li Xian immediately felt a deep sense of helplessness. He looked at Chunhua and patiently said, Chunhua, you're still young now. Have you ever thought about what it will be like when you grow up on your own? Or when you wait until you're in your 40s or 50s? Chunhua secretly calculates, when he reaches 40 or 50 years old that time, but will not be so old almost into the ground? You'll all have your own families in time. Seeing Chunhua's face getting whiter and whiter, Li Xian then continued, of course it doesn't mean that we won't be able to see each other in the future. Li Fu won't abandon you. Don't worry. Hearing Li Xian say this, Chunhua then slowly exhaled and hurriedly said, but sir, I only want to serve you for the rest of my life. I don't want to start a family with anyone. I only want to give you children. Spring Flower, who was in a hurry, directly said such a bold sentence. In her simple thoughts, she felt that if she gave birth to a child for the Duke and he took her as his concubine, she would have a sense of belonging and would be able to stay by his side forever. Li Xian was dumbfounded, his face filled with helplessness. He had no choice but to turn his attention to Anne. Xiaowen's face instantly turned red. He said with some embarrassment, Sir, I can't have a child. But I understand what sir means. All of us are equal. There's no need to have too much psychological burden. Xiaowen understands. Li Xian then said, that's the point. 3 weeks later, no more new smallpox patients in Dryland. At 1 month, the smallpox gradually diminished. At this stage, those who carried through must have carried through, and those who could not were naturally cremated. Cremation being one of the most convenient ways to eliminate the smallpox virus. Another 2 weeks passed and the summer got worse, even on the Qi side. Under a series of policies of Qi Xian, that new Qi emperor, the spread of the smallpox virus was gradually curbed, because Li Xian's program made the horrible plague dissipate, and everyone knew Li Xian's name. And on the Qianguo side, it has been possible to liberalize. On this day in the middle of June, the morning court of the Qian kingdom, which had been put on hold for a long time, officially began. This morning court, Li Xian likewise attended. Chapter 169 Officials promoted to 5 levels. In the Great Hall, the atmosphere was solemn. The empress sat on top of the dragon chair, slowly scanning the civil and military officials standing neatly below. A moment later, the empress's vermilion lips lightly opened, faintly said, the protection against the plague, from today, officially lifted. In addition, immediately afterward, the eunuch standing beside the empress took a step forward with broken steps, cleared his throat, and began to read out a series of relevant decrees for the empress. That shrill voice was exceptionally clear in the empty hall, and every word was transmitted into the ears of everyone present. After all the contents were read out, the eunuch paused for a moment and once again shouted at the top of his voice, declare, the magistrate of the imperial city, Li Idol, for an audience. Once this statement was made, the originally quiet court hall was suddenly flooded with a low murmur. Strange looks appeared on the faces of the civil and military officials as they glanced at each other, and then they all coincidentally cast their gazes outside the palace. Today, Li Xian is here? Nowadays, Li Xian was a big name that no one knew or knew about in the Qian kingdom. Looking back on those 6 months, his experience is now legendary. From the beginning of the year on the occasion of the highly publicized first temple examination, he made a splash in front of everyone. After that, he was involved in the disputes with the Marquis of Prosperity, which eventually led to the Marquis of Prosperity being copied and investigated. When the plague broke out, he was able to find out the divine medicine that could solve the plague, saving countless people's lives. From an originally unknown student of the temple examination, all the way up to now, it was only about half a year that had passed. Such a speed made the civil and military officials who noticed it all feel somewhat incredulous. Nowadays, Li Xian can be rightfully described as a minister of the Qian kingdom. He had stopped the plague from spreading, a feat that could go down in history. Even the right and left 2 prime ministers standing in the front row of the courtroom, at this moment also looked towards the outside of the palace with a grave expression. The 2 of them had deep gazes, making it difficult for people to catch what things they were thinking in their hearts. Soon, Li Xian, who was wearing the official uniform of the county magistrate, slowly walked in from outside. And this time the civil and military officials also have a strange look at that walked into the Li Xian. In a trance, they seem to recall the temple exams at the beginning of this year. That time, Li Xian in the hall above angrily scolded the 2 countries' envoys of the thing. Soon, Li Xian came to the center of the room, and on his left and right side stood Lin Shuren, the left minister, and Lu Yuncheng, the right minister, and naturally, some other important court officials. At this moment, Li Xian was not too nervous in his heart. he dared to greet the high and mighty emperor of Qi. But he was still afraid of these ordinary subjects of the Qin kingdom. The moment the bizarre thought appeared, it dissipated. Li Xian then looked at the empress above, not surprised that the other party was wearing a veil. After he stopped, he knelt on one knee and said, "Greetings, your majesty." He's actually on one knee? This made many ministers freeze, but at this point in time, no one dared to say anything more than that. The empress observed Li Xian's posture, but appeared to be unassuming. This time to come to the court, compared to the last time to participate in the temple exams, appeared to be more calm and steady a lot, and even with a sense of inexplicable contempt for the civil and military officials, the empress' face flashed a flash of appreciation color, and then said faintly, "Loan wants to reward Li Qing. How do you all think?" The civil and military officials were all in a state of strangeness when these words were spoken. Instead of asking them what they should have asked, they asked what they shouldn't have asked. Is this empress deliberately digging a hole for them? The civil and military officials present are all old farts, so at this moment, they actually do not say anything. What does the left minister think? The empress looked at Lin Shuren again. Lin Shuren glanced at the empress above, then arched his hand and said, "The old minister thinks that the fact that Lord Li put himself at risk and developed a solution to the plague in the area where the plague broke out by virtue of his medical skills is a great achievement. Everyone says that Lord Li is a saint of healing, and the old minister recognizes these words of the folk. So the matter of rewarding Lord Li is very much in favor of the old minister." After Lin Shuren finished his sentence, Lu Yuncheng followed at the same time and said, "The old minister seconded the motion. Lord Li should indeed be rewarded for saving the people from fire and water this time." During the time the two were talking, Li Xian acted calmly. He had nothing good to say about these two old foxes. Maybe Qian wants to reverse the situation. Must be these two old foxes represented by the clan. A move to break down to line. Otherwise these two have been in the case. Perhaps Qian has more good policies, but also the first will provide for these clans. So Li Xian think, the empress of the top priority, in addition to solving the problem of food and fuel, is the need to be the two biggest ministers of power, from the position of the prime minister to down. Many times in ancient times, in fact, the prime minister is not necessary. The concentration of rights, unless the first emperor can restrain the prime minister, or as the dynasty goes on, the prime minister this kind of people, the generations accumulated by the clan capital, it is difficult to let the back of the two generations after the emperor. What suppression of it? Because the binding is too many things or too much. There are times when one hair moves the whole body, and it's not that you don't want to do it, but you simply can't do it. The empress's gaze lingered briefly on Li Xian before slowly retracting, and then turned her sight to the eunuch standing beside her. That eunuch understood and immediately took a small step forward, cleared his throat, and said in a shrill and loud voice, "Your Majesty's Holy Majesty, Imperial grace is great. Considering the fact that in this plague disaster, Sir Li Xianli has worked tirelessly and exhaustively to successfully find the nemesis of the plague and save thousands of people from the fire. He has made a great contribution for our great Qian. These achievements can be shown to the sun and the moon. Therefore, with immediate effect, the abolition of the position of the Imperial City Magistrate of Lord Li, specially given to the Ministry of Household, Left Minister, in addition to the additional 1 grade of the honorary position of the Master. From today onwards, Lord Li can be exempted from going to the court, and when Lord Li goes to the court, he can be at the forefront." These words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves above the courtroom. The civil and military officials present were stunned by this sudden news. Froze. The entire courtroom fell into a short silence. Everyone looked at each other, face or showing disbelief. Even the left minister Lin Xian and the right minister Lu Yunqing, who stood at the forefront of the courtroom, the two veteran ministers who had been in the officialdom for many years, could not help but shiver slightly at this moment. In their hearts, they secretly calculated the magnitude of the span of this official position. From the 6th grade Imperial City Magistrate, all of a sudden jumped to the high position of the 1st grade. The gap in between was simply staggering. It's not just a 5-level promotion, is it? Carefully calculated. This is clearly a full official promotion of as much as 11 levels. Chapter 171 Piece of Virtual Position. And the position of the Imperial Master, although in the eyes of some people may be regarded as a kind of honorary virtual position, but that is after all the official position of the 1st grade, representing an extremely high status and honor. Such an elevation of the magnitude and the way, it is really too unbelievable. Your Majesty, what do you want me to do? Just as the crowd was still immersed in shock, Lin Xiaohong, the left minister of the Ministry of Revenue, could no longer hold back his inner trepidation and uneasiness, and took a step forward, then thumped and knelt on the ground, his hands crouching on the ground, and his face full of sadness. He understood in his heart that once Li Xian became the left minister of the Ministry of Revenue, according to the practice of the officialdom and the setup of the position, wouldn't it mean that he was about to lose his current official position? When he thought that his years of operation and efforts in the Ministry of Revenue might have gone down the drain, how could he not feel despair and helplessness, and could only hope that the Empress would look at his past achievements and be lenient, rearranging where he would go. This thing has happened, as the Household Department Minister Lin Xiaohong, now is not want to stand out, also have to stand out. This is the Empress forced him to stand out. Lin Shuren narrowed his eyes, then didn't say anything for the time being. The Ministry of the Household. This is a department that he has a hand in. I didn't realize that the Empress' first move was the Ministry of the Household. At this moment, only to see that originally stood in their own honored position of the eunuch, but also by this sudden change of heart, he took a hobbling footstep slowly out of the queue, and then both knees soft, kneeling on the ground, voice trembling, said, "The old minister does not understand. Why take the old minister to start the knife?" The Empress looked calm, just faintly looked at the kneeling Household Department Minister Lin Xiaohong, as well as that old to the earth soon to be the eunuch, silent for a few moments, slowly opened his mouth and said, "You know, the Qi Emperor, to Li Qing promised to the position of Master of the State, which is a person under the position of 10,000 people, and can even replace the Qi Emperor on behalf of the Supervisor of the State. The Qi Emperor can even act as the Supervisor of the State on behalf of the Qi Emperor. In comparison, I give Li Qing a false position, a third-grade household minister, has been very restrained. In addition, the great master is now very old. You have stood in the court for too long. It is also time to return home to enjoy a peaceful old age. If you continue to covet the position of power, no one will know what kind of changes will happen in Qianghua, and at that time, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to retreat in one piece." These words from the Empress caused the kneeling eunuch to tremble violently. Afterward, he seemed to instantly understand the meaning of the Empress' words, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he simply kowtowed deeply before he no longer had any intention of retorting, saying in a low voice, "I am willing to return to my hometown in my old age, and I thank you for reminding me of this, Empress." He was old, but not confused. Thinking of Li Xian's previous actions in the court and the recent establishment of the brocade guards, he was keenly aware that this breakthrough promotion of Li Xian, he feared that it was highly likely that the Empress would want to make a move against the powerful clans. This action would undoubtedly trigger civil unrest in the Qian kingdom. As for Lin Xiaohong, the left minister of the Ministry of Revenue, he did not care about this. He was only thinking about the official position he was going to lose. In his eyes, the Qi Emperor gave Li Xian some kind of supervisory position that has nothing to do with him. But at this moment Li Xian's promotion has really touched his cake. How will he be willing to stop? So he remained on his knees and kept crying out his grievances with earnest words and tears. Seeing this, the Empress coldly looked at Lin Xiaohong, who was still crying, and said indifferently, "Men, drag them down." There were several guards who came forward quickly. They skillfully set up Lin Xiaohong's arms and forcefully dragged him down despite his struggles and cries. For a while, only the sound of light footsteps and Lin Xiaohong's shouts of aggravation as he traveled farther and farther away remained in the courtroom. At this time, Li Xian likewise once again knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "I thank your majesty for your love. But before that, there is one more thing I would like to say." The Empress nodded slightly. Her gaze fell on Li Xian, and she said, "Speak." Li Xian straightened his body and continued, "After I left the county office, the position of county magistrate became vacant. As for Lin Shi, the former magistrate of the imperial city, he has always served and loved the people and has a high reputation in the hearts of the people. It's just a pity that he's now been relegated to the status of a commoner. So I hope that your majesty can reinstate Lu Shi to his official position, which is also the long-cherished wish of the people of the imperial city." Hearing this, the Empress immediately said, "Granted." After receiving the Empress's approval, Li Xian got up and was about to walk towards the back of the courtroom, but he realized that he was now the imperial teacher. So he walked straight towards the frontmost position. He and the other two old men with slightly strange expressions nodded their heads slightly in greeting before standing in that position that originally belonged to the imperial master and beginning the process of his first court appearance. The Empress looked at Li Xian, who stood at the very front of the room, and once again opened her mouth to say, "After today, Li Xian, the minister of the household department, has two things that need to be done. First, investigate the specific flow of silver money in the Ministry of Revenue. Be sure to detail every expenditure, every 1 or 2 pieces of silver, all to trace the roots. There can be no omissions. Second, take time to collaborate on the matter of Qiangua's newly discovered combustible or graphite. Do you understand?" Li Xian said in a loud voice, "I will follow your orders." This response of his echoed within the courtroom. and a tremor once again ran through the hearts of the 100 officials. After today, I am afraid that the officialdom of the Great Qian will have to carry out a big change. And most importantly, with the empress so plastered and open wide, I'm afraid that the retaliation from the clan will soon appear. Is the empress really not afraid of the clan's retaliation? Many officials outside the clans had such thoughts appear in their minds. The terrible plague in the Qian kingdom had just passed, and as a result, now, the empress was going to take action against the clans again. It was really a wave that had not yet subsided, which made many people secretly sigh that an eventful autumn had come. Just after this court appearance, Li Xian directly found Lu Qingshue's father, Lu Shi, and explained to Lu Shi what had just happened at the palace. The moment he heard that Li Xian was promoted to the position of Minister of Household, Lu Shi was also stunned for a while, and then when he learned that Li Xian was again promised the official position of Imperial Master by His Majesty, Lu Shi's mouth opened wide and did not close for a long time. Li Xian's experience was really admirable. Li Xian really took off. Lu Shi's face was filled with gratitude and respect. He subconsciously was about to salute Li Xian. However, Li Xian was quick on his feet and hurriedly reached out to hold him. Li Xian said, "Lord Lu doesn't need to be like this. I can have this kind of achievement today. In fact, it has nothing to do with the experience of the county government office. And you as my senior, I always have respect for you. You naturally do not need to do this big salute." Lu Shi heard Li Xian's words. His heart couldn't help but well up with a burst of complex feelings. He sighed slightly and said, "Your Majesty is wise. Just the next plague has just ended. I'm afraid that there is going to be some turbulence. The clan's power in Xiangwei is disjointed and deeply rooted. It's very difficult to move them, but if they don't move, in the long run, it will become a big problem, so they have to move." Again, as a former county magistrate who had been in the officialdom for many years, Lu Shi knew the situation of the court very well. How could he not see the hidden deep meaning behind these things? He knew full well that His Majesty had tried to take action against the clan many times before, but the clan's counterattacks had been too much to bear, and they had all ended up forcing the empress to call it quits. And this time, His Majesty has pinned his hopes on Li Xian. But can Li Xian really accomplish this daunting task? Chapter 171 Wei Ting's Joy. Lu Shi does not know how the future will develop, only know that this time, Qianguo may really usher in a turnaround. His Majesty since this year, a series of bold moves, may really produce unexpected miraculous effects. Li Xian looked at Lu Shi, who was deep in thought, and said, "Lord Lu, there is one more happy thing to say. I specially put in a good word for you in front of His Majesty, applying for your reinstatement, and His Majesty has already approved it. So today, I want to take you to the county office to simply hand over your work. And by the way, I also want to catch up with your old subordinate, Lord Wei Tang, who must be very happy to have you back." Li Xian's words caused Lu Shi to instantly freeze. He looked at Li Xian with a face of disbelief, still somewhat unresponsive. "Come on Lord Ryu, let's go now." It wasn't until Li Xian intended to take him away that Lu Shi came back from his shock. At this moment, Lu Shi's legs went limp, and she straightly knelt on the ground for Li Xian, and then her forehead was heavily knocked on the ground. Don't look at Li Xian acting very calm, but such a favor has been as good as a rebirth. "Lord Lu, this cannot be allowed." Li Xian hurriedly stepped forward quickly and helped Lu Shi up with both hands. In the ancient times this kind of background, Lu Shi can stick to himself, for the people and love the people. Li Xian thinks he is already extremely not easy, so Li Xian can't let this kind of people, really wronged and die. That is the whole Chen was sadness. He remembered the matter of Lu Qingxue who had hijacked the prison and killed many people in order to save her father. And after hesitating for a moment, he still decided to say, "As for that matter of your daughter," Lu Shi, who had just been helped up, heard Li Xian mention his daughter, and the original joy on his face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a pang of sadness. He already knew that his own daughter had chosen to commit a felony by robbing a prison and killing someone in order to save him, so how could he not realize the gravity of the situation? Fortunately, the daughter since childhood practiced a good martial arts, although now by the court has been wanted, but with a strong martial arts, if she wants to escape from the pursuit, indeed, there is nothing that can be easily caught. Perhaps there could be a time for your father and daughter to meet. After Li Xian finished speaking, he took the initiative to turn around and walk towards the outside, saying, "As for now, you come out first, let's go to the county town to hand over." Behind her, Lu Shi was stunned for a moment, and after a moment of contemplation, she hurriedly followed Li Xian, heading outside. On the way to the county office, Li Xian walked side by side with Lu Shi, and he briefly explained to Lu Shi the details of how he met Lu Qingxue. With Li Xian's narration, Lu Shi so gradually understood the causes and consequences of the matter. The heart of the daughter's recent situation also has a better understanding. The original tightly locked eyebrows gradually stretched some. The best news is that your daughter is fine. And Li Xian was equally a bit headstrong along the way. Now the empress has given him two important tasks. One is to serve in the Ministry of Households, and the other is to deal with the matter of coal, both of which are not simple. Behind the former is the left prime minister. Behind the latter is the right prime minister. No matter which task, it is a bit troublesome. But then again, if we don't take advantage of this time to embark on this matter, I'm afraid that when the future war is up, the Qin kingdom is really out of luck. Li Xian knew very well that in order to accomplish these two things, he had to plan well before he could do so. And the most important thing, before doing anything, is what? Power and money. Of course, now that the initial rights are there is a shortage of money. You'll get the money if you straighten out the Ministry of Accounts? Maybe not. So on the point of getting money, Li Xian's previous idea could finally be let go, instead of getting into that shrinking high alcohol business. Therefore, on the point of raising funds, Li Xian's previous ideas that had been restrained due to various concerns might finally be able to let go and try something at this moment. He needed to set up an organization that, the sooner it was set up, the better, at least before he went to the household. Soon, Li Xian brought Lu Shi to the county office. To their surprise, Wei Tang had already been standing respectfully in front of the county courthouse gate. One could only see him slightly arching his body, his stance as if he had practiced countless times as skillfully as possible. His eyes were firmly fixed on the road ahead, his eyes revealing a faintly unnoticeable hint of eagerness and anticipation. And his face was piled with the kind of fawning smile that had obviously been practiced countless times to reach such a perfected realm. When Li Xian's figure appeared in his field of vision, Wei Tang's eyes immediately lit up, and he greeted him with brisk footsteps that were all very calculated. Sir Li, congratulations. Wei Tang's eyes narrowed into slits, and that smile almost grinned behind his ears. From this exaggerated expression of his, one could clearly decipher the extremely excited emotions deep within his heart. As the county magistrate in this county office, he is naturally well informed on weekdays. He already knew that Li Xian had been promoted by His Majesty to the position of Minister of the Ministry of Revenue in one fell swoop. Not to mention that he had been additionally granted such an honorable and unparalleled official position as that of the Imperial Master. In his opinion, Li Xian could be said to have truly flown the coop this time, and his future was unlimited. Of course, this high promotion, but in Wei Tang's heart did not give birth to any feeling of honor and glory. At least this time his excitement was not for Li Xian's achievements. In his opinion, doesn't Li Xian's promotion mean that the vacant county magistrate's throne will soon be his for the taking? For such a long time, he has been working hard in this county office, is not looking forward to one day to be able to go up to the next level, sitting in the position of the magistrate? Now, it's really the saying, it's not hard to get what you want, that he's been looking forward to. Seeing Wei Tang's performance, a strange look appeared on Li Xian's face. It was really a little difficult for him to understand why Wei Tang was so excited. However, he still nodded politely and slowly walked into the middle of the county courthouse as Wei Tang greeted him. Li Xian, who was there during the period, seemed to have thought of something, so with a hint of a flirtatious smile, he said, Ta Jin Wei's news. It's good enough. What just happened in the morning? You knew about it in the afternoon. Wei Tang's face instantly turned red when Li Xian said this. He smiled awkwardly. What happened to Lord Li? My humble servant is naturally extremely concerned. Your Excellency Li solved the plague problem and saved the people from the fire and water. To be able to have this achievement today is indeed well deserved, and it makes my humble servant's heart very admiring. Speaking of this, Wei Tang similarly bent over respectfully to show his esteem for Li Xian. In his heart, admiring Li Xian was one aspect, while more importantly, he knew that he was likely to be promoted soon, which could be considered a double happiness for him. Li Xian looked at Wei Tang in this manner and added, as for Lu Shi, as for Lord Lu, the next official will naturally treat him well. Lord Li, rest assured that in the future, Lord Lu will not be bullied by anyone. The next official dare to guarantee. Wei Tang hurriedly took a stand. He knew in his heart, even if he did not take a stand, Lu Shi has Li Xian backing behind him. He did not dare to have any temper. So this immediate stand, or need to take a stand, after all, just move the lips of the thing. Why not do it? No, Lord Wei. Li Xian wanted to say something. He looked at Wei Tang's eager look and was a little embarrassed to say it in his heart. Lord Li, don't worry. Mr. Wei will definitely treat Lord Lu as my own brother from now on, and the day this imperial city magistrate has me, Mr. Wei, as his position, Lord Lu will be resting on his laurels. Wei Tang patted his chest with a bang, trying to use this way to make Li Xian believe in his sincerity. Li Xian, Willow Creek, Chapter 172, The Real Purpose. At this moment, even Lu Shi was a little embarrassed by Wei Tang's series of words. He truly did not know that this Wei Tang had such a strong attachment to the county magistrate position. Li Xian sighed and said, Lord Lu is officially reinstated. There's really no need for Lord Li to worry about it. Under the next official, next official, next official, next official, next official, next official, next official. Wei Tang stopped when he said this. He first froze, then as if he couldn't believe his ears, he looked at Li Xian incredulously, and a very uncomfortable sound came out of his throat. Ga? Li Xian nodded and said, well, Lord Lu has been reinstated to his official position, so you are still the county magistrate. Don't get excited first, you are old. I'm afraid that too much excitement is not good for your health. When Wei Tang heard this news, it was as if he had suffered a bolt from the blue, and his entire body instantly froze. Subsequently, Wei Tang, under the continuous impact of these news, actually directly covered his chest, rolled his eyes, and fell straight to the ground. Li Xian and Lu Shi looked at Wei Tang, who had fallen to the ground, and looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. They really did not expect Wei Tang's reaction to be so intense. After Li Xian simply settled the matters related to Lu Shi, he did not stay too long and directly left the county office. Subsequently, Li Xian came straight to the Xianwang mansion without stopping his hooves and walked directly into the mansion. Upon entering the mansion, the first person Li Xian saw was clearly King Xian. King Xian was leisurely watering the flowers. When he saw Li Xian coming, he said with an emotional look on his face, Congratulations little friend, goodbye. I didn't expect that on the day I see you again, but you have already soared to great heights. The name-calling between the Sage King and Li Xian had always been like this, and had long since become a habit. Even now that he knew that Li Xian had been entrusted with a new responsibility by the Empress and bestowed with a prominent official position, he would not easily change this affectionate title. After all, the relationship between Li Xian and the House of Xianwang had long been tightly bound together, so when Xianwang faced Li Xian, his mind was very calm and did not have the slightest sense of detachment due to the change in Li Xian's status and position. Li Xian also nodded politely before saying, Just in time, Uncle Chu, you are also here. Where is Chu Yun? Call Chu Yun out as well. The late generation has something that they want to discuss with everyone. When King Xian heard Li Xian's words, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He was also curious in his heart. Li Xian came to the Xianwang mansion, but he wanted to discuss things with himself? King Xian then nodded and ordered the subordinate beside him to go and call Chu Yun to get up, and explained to Li Xian with a slight apology. The canine son went to the fireworks place to indulge again last night, and only came back this morning. Li Xian was also helpless for a while. This really fit Chu Yun's usual traits. However, in his opinion, such a dude, placed in this particular context of ancient times, might not be considered a bad person. After all, he was only mediocre, but not a person of bad character. Soon, Chu Yun, who was still yawning, was forcibly pulled up from his bed by his subordinate. He rubbed his eyes while muttering words of dissatisfaction, and was then pulled to where Li Xian and the others were. Father, can you let me have a good night's sleep? Brother Li, you're here. Chu Yun originally wanted to continue complaining, but when his gaze swept over to Li Xian for a split second, he was instantly energized and immediately walked quickly towards Li Xian. During this period of time, it was really rare for him to be able to see Li Xian. The last time they met was when Li Xian came to his door to give him a vaccination, and since then, they had not met again. So Chu Yun was really idle. Plus Li Xian's ability was getting stronger and stronger. His status was getting higher and higher. He also felt as if there was nothing in common between them. And then his own status. It seemed as if he was nothing to the kind of person Li Xian was. So recently, Chu Yun had fallen again. It's just that he really didn't expect Li Xian to come to him today. Li Xian looked at Chu Yun, nodded slightly, and said, It just so happens that your father is there. I would like to talk to you, father and son, about one thing. Let's find a gazebo? Good thing too. King Xian responded, at the same time glared at his own stupid son, although there was helplessness in his heart, but also understood that at this moment Li Xian must have something important to discuss. So, he brought Li Xian and walked towards the pavilion in the backyard of the Xianwang mansion. Along the way, King Xian pondered what exactly Li Xian wanted to discuss with them. If they had come to them before, perhaps the Sage King wouldn't have been so grave, but now Li Xian was a first-ranking officer, meaning that he was far from treating him the same way he had before. Soon, they arrived in the gazebo in the backyard. After everyone sat down in a circle, Li Xian didn't drag his feet in the slightest and directly stated his intentions with a grave face. When the Sage King heard these words, his original expression, which was still slightly puzzled, instantly became a look of gravity. After Chu Yun heard Li Xian's words, his face instantly became excited. He said with great excitement, That's a good thing. This is something I think is very good. However, The Sage King on the side frowned with a contemplative look on his face. Seeing this, Shu Yun touched his old man with his elbow and said with a slightly anxious tone, "Father, what are you hesitating for? This kind of money-making matter is still too much trouble for you?" With his son so urged beside him, King Xian could only sigh helplessly and said, "The matter of establishing the Chamber of Commerce. It can be established cooperatively. Just the nature of the Chamber of Commerce in the future. What is it intended to do?" King Xian was extremely curious about this question, and he knew deep down that Li Xian was definitely not simply there to make money. Moreover, nowadays Li Xian has already been honored as the household department Langzhong, and is the dignity of the imperial master. Such an illustrious official position, enough to prove that Li Xian is the female emperor's internal person. If this trend continued, the future Li Xian's achievements might be even more unlimited. Take this plague for example. It was all thanks to Li Xian that he was able to successfully resolve it, saving the lives of countless people and stabilizing the situation in the Qian kingdom. Such a talented and capable person. Even if it wasn't long before he and the empress got married, King Xian felt that it was very reasonable. After all, Li Xian was simply too excellent, and it was only natural that he could be looked upon by the empress. But behind this lies an extremely crucial point. Chapter 173 Xian Wang joins this key place. That is the meaning of the empress revealed in the recent times in the court meeting. She seems to want to take action against the clan. This was one of the things that the Xian Wang had long sensed, and in fact all the officials in the courtroom also knew that this was one of the empress's bright calculations. But it was precisely this that made the clan groups represented by the left and right second ministers actually not dare to make any moves for a while. So could Li Xian be the first sharp blade in the empress's hands to use to open the sword? It seemed as if it was Li Xian's joining that the empress made a lot of bold moves this year. So perhaps Li Xian really was a valuable person to the empress. So to say that the empress and the clan had made a move was something that seemed almost unquestionable to the Sage King. If their Xian Wangfu and Li Xian directly set up a chamber of commerce, wouldn't they be announcing to the entire court that their Xian Wangfu had completely bound themselves to Li Xian? So you've completely surrendered to His Majesty's side? This was a very dangerous signal, equivalent to the Xian Wangfu's success or failure. Of course, it is not that they Xian Wangfu can't see Li Xian, but that Xian Wangfu has been upholding an attitude of avoiding the world for many years, and not getting involved with any group, even if it is the royal family. They only focused on their own business operations and quietly made money, never easily getting involved in dynastic disputes, nor did they ever clearly take sides. But now, the underlying meaning of Li Xian's actions was that they were being asked to make a choice and state their position. How could this make the virtuous king, who had always sought only to make money peacefully and stay away from the whirlpool of the court, not hesitate? Li Xian and King Xian exchanged a glance and directly opened the door. "I'm not going to lie to you. My purpose is to break down the left and right prime ministers and unify the three kingdoms, so I'm not going to sell myself short with you." When the Sage King heard this, his pupils shrunk violently. He had a premonition in his heart, knowing that Li Xian would say something shocking, but he never expected that what Li Xian said would be so outrageously bold. Unification of the three kingdoms? How could he have such grand ambitions? It's not just purging the court anymore. The Sage King was so stunned that for a moment, he didn't know what words to say in response. At this time, Shu Yun, however, did not have all the worries that his father had, and he stared wide-eyed with an excited face and said, asterisk 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 asterisk. Brotherly thinks so wildly? Then surely you have to bring me one. At that time I will be the founding minister. Li Xian ignored the agitated Chu Yun and looked at King Xian, saying in a sincere tone, "Uncle Chu, at a time like this, there is no longer anyone who can stay out of it. The Qin kingdom is bound to fall into chaos for some time to come. The left and right two prime ministers have been controlling the dynasty for many years, and have long since made the Qin kingdom's dynasty into a mess. If not rectified, Qian will surely perish. You don't want to admit it in your heart, but it is also a fact that there are times when it must be so." The Sage King took a deep breath, then let out a slow sigh and asked, "Is this the meaning from His Majesty's side?" Li Xian gently shook his head and said, "I don't know. But if His Majesty is thinking normally, and wants this country to go from decline to prosperity, he must remove the left and right two prime ministers. These two poisonous tumors, if not cut out as soon as possible, will only lead Dichen to its demise. So you can think that this is His Majesty's intention." When King Xian heard this reply from Li Xian, he pondered for a moment and then said, "Then, what else do I need to do after the House of Xian, set up this Chamber of Commerce together with you? It's very simple. Just take out the money. The Xian Wang House has been operating the restaurant and the Begonia Pavilion for so many years. I'm afraid that it has accumulated a considerable amount of wealth. Of course, there is no need to take it all out, just a portion of it. Once this matter is successful, The future Xianwang will definitely become a meritocracy of great Qian. There is no doubt about it. Li Xian smiled and explained. He knew in his heart that he had come here today with the intention of acting as this lobbyist to raise funds for his plan. The empress, as an emperor, might not be able to pull her weight to do these things, but he could. After all, his influence in the folklore and the way he acted nowadays made him able to do many things that the empress was inconvenienced to do. The establishment of the Chamber of Commerce was also an important strategy that Li Xian had been thinking and planning in his mind since he returned from Qi. Now that he had become closely tied to the Miyagi clan, he had to do something about it. Perhaps, this is also an explanation to his cheap wife who has not yet been formally married. When all this is done, no matter whether it is successful in overthrowing the right and left two prime ministers, or to achieve the grand goal of unification of the three kingdoms, perhaps by that time he will have enough qualifications to go to the formal marriage with her. The Hyun King added. Then won't the future Hyun King's house be a new monopolized clan? This was something that came to his mind in a flash. Wouldn't the future royal family be moved by the court as well? Uncle Chu, as you also know, no clan will prosper for long. I only dare to guarantee that after the matter is accomplished, Chu Yun will take over this generation, and Chu Yun's next generation will enjoy the glory and wealth and will not have any cutbacks, but I do not dare to guarantee anything else. Clans are, in the future, just as difficult to avoid, but we can weaken them to a great extent so that their influence on the court is minimized. It is better to be tightly bound to His Majesty than to swing between the two phases of the left and right. Qianguo's current situation. If we don't make changes, in less than 5 years, it will definitely take its own destruction, and then it will be occupied by Qi Chu, and all the native clans will all go up in smoke. Li Xian replied seriously. He paused and added, of course, Uncle Chu is in no hurry to give me an answer. The next few days are fine. Coming here today, I'm just briefly mentioning it. In fact, the establishment of the Chamber of Commerce is not meant to live on donations, but rather, I intend to integrate resources from all sides to make money, such as highly rated wine, and then some businesses that I've always wanted to do, but didn't dare to try easily for various reasons, will be integrated, which are all projects that can make money, no less than highly rated wine. Li Xian just wanted to have a good chat with Chu Yun about the next specific plan, but the result was that the Xian King said directly and decisively, the house of the Xian King agrees. As soon as these words left his mouth, Li Xian was slightly stunned. He didn't expect King Xian to make a decision so decisively. Then, he said with a sigh of relief, the Chamber of Commerce welcomes the addition of the House of Xianwang. There are other forces? King Xian looked at Li Xian curiously again. Li Xian shook his head and said, to your disappointment, currently there is only the House of Xianwang, and I don't intend to add other forces into the mix. There are some things that are in the essence rather than in the number. More people are instead prone to cause trouble, which is not conducive to the initial development of the Chamber of Commerce. Well, Xian Wang pondered for a moment and said, then I, Xian Wangfu, will invest 100,000 taels of silver initially. Okay? That's naturally the best. Before Li leisurely finished his words, he noticed something as if he froze, and he said with some incredulity, how much? How much did you say to invest? Chapter 174 5 Great Inventions. Well, 100,000 taels of silver. This king has not done much else over the years, and has indeed been making silver with one mind. Just like you said, what is the use of earning more silver? In this chaotic world, if you don't know how to judge the situation, even if you have more wealth, it's just a matter of being slaughtered. It's better to be decisive now, and make a way out for the future of the Xianwang house. And if there's not enough behind it, you can still take out some of it, and there's no need to worry too much about this aspect of money. Li Xian, the heavens are above. That's 100,000 taels of silver. This was not the 100,000 taels of silver he remembered from that concept. In this era, the purchasing power of silver was about 10 times higher than the purchasing power he remembered, which was why he only spent 1,000 taels of silver to buy that 3-exit mansion in Willow Creek. The words spoken by the Sage King this time were no less than throwing him a heavy bomb of 2 million taels of silver in cognizance. The treasury income of the whole of Dakian for a year is only 1 million taels of silver. This one Xian Wangfu can even shell out so much silver? No wonder Dakian is always facing financial difficulties. The feeling is that most of the wealth has been divided by these clans to take. Li Xian heart secretly sighed. He even felt, if really on the Qian civil and military officials one by one copied once, afraid to copy out nearly 10 million silver. That is, at least close to 10 years of the Qian treasury income. The reason the dynasty is so poor is that it's all been carved up by the clans. And this barnacle after barnacle, when covered all over the body. Sometimes you have to suck blood even if you want to not. Seeing Li Xian's surprise, Xian Wang somewhat awkwardly dry cough, said, basically, This is already the limit of the House of Xianwang. This side of the House of Xianwang still have to support hundreds of people, so try not to use it. Of course, really lack of money, but also can still take out some of the. Li Xian nodded and cupped his fists. I will explain this in detail to the Empress. Thank you, Sage King, for your generosity. Afterward, Li Xian looked at Chu Yun and said, Brother Chu, you and we will start running this Li's Chamber of Commerce next. How about it? This was one of the things that had been on his mind after his walk with Monk Huaneng, and now that the Empress had given him a promotion and power, it was the right time. Chu Yun also marveled at the fact that his family was so rich, but he still hurriedly said, No problem. When are we going to engage? In a few days or now? Chu Yun was excited at the moment. He was already bored and had nothing to do all day long. If there was really something for him to do, he was naturally very interested in it. Not to mention that he was working together with Li Xian. Prepare for the preparation now, Li Xian said with a smile, finally solving a big trouble. King Xian added, if there is a lack of space, the king is in Chang'an Street. There is a mansion with a large area, and there are also 3 floors of stores along the street, and that place can be set up as the address of the Chamber of Commerce, which is also next to the near. This time, the Sage King was really hemorrhaging money. Even if the wealth of the House of Xianwang was more than this 100,000 taels of silver, it was undeniable that Xianwang's payment this time was indeed full of sincerity. It wasn't that he willingly wanted to make such a huge sacrifice, but in front of this stormy situation, he had to. How could King Xian not see all the changes in Xianhua? There are times when one really can no longer pretend to understand. Li Xian clasped his fists, bowed with the magisterial king, and said, Many thanks to the magisterial king. This bow is not only a sign of gratitude to the Sage King for his generous contribution and provision of the venue, but also a sign of respect to the Sage King for making wise choices at this critical time. The matter came to pass. A few days later, under Li Xian's preparations, the Li's Chamber of Commerce was officially declared. This news also attracted a lot of people's attention and discussion. Some people on the street are talking. Chang'an Street of dignitaries are crazy. Even the big girl's little daughter-in-law are also very interested in chatting, so a sentence or two. After all, the very name Li Xian represented the highest heat in the country. Shortly after the chamber was established, it quickly began a series of layouts. First of all, Li Xian smoothly moved the previously shelved high liquor business over, and he extremely generously placed the recipe for high liquor in the Chamber of Commerce without any reservation, and carefully organized a group of people he trusted, and began to prepare high liquor in a tight schedule. During this critical preparatory stage, Li Xian did not go to the Ministry of Revenue as usual, but stayed at the Chamber of Commerce the whole day. Li Xian served as the president of the Li Chamber of Commerce, and Chu Yun served as the vice president of the Li Chamber of Commerce, assisting Li Xian in all matters. Even that peak-level martial master from the previous Xianwang Palace had joined the Li's Chamber of Commerce and became the head of the chamber's dartboard. It was worth mentioning that Li Xian also sparred with this expert, letting him see how he evaluated his punching style. Finally, the other party pondered for a moment and said, Lord Li, you may be a rare martial arts training wizard in 100 years. Mediocre so far, yet you can still practice qi. This is indeed a bit unbelievable. Li Xian's face reddened. He naturally wouldn't give Qing Wei's comment away. Otherwise it would be the other party's turn to be skeptical. From this, his own body does seem to have undergone some unpredictable changes. Li Xian sighed, and in the end did not think much more. That night, inside the study of Li Xian Li's residence, Li Xian carefully organized the pile of rice paper that had long been prepared in front of the table. On these rice papers, there were detailed records of the steps of preparing some products, and some useful inventions that he had wasted such a long time to write. But of course the point here was not convenience, but the possibility of making a lot of silver. The next day, he gave the rice paper to the group of people below him who specialized in production, and told them to make sure they followed the steps to prepare it. What was written inside these rice papers were the products that Li Xian intended to bring to the market quickly, namely, soap, perfume, underwear, toilet paper and sanitary napkins. Well, a succession of 5 major inventions, 5 projects, one-time implementation. The current situation in Xianhua, but not so much time. Let him study one by one, and then slowly implement. Otherwise, the yellow flowers are cool. He found this group of people who were not going anywhere, but were only looking for good sites on the chamber's side for productive activities. Even the same as the Empress of Paper and Porcelain, making that group of people will not go outside. Basically a short time. They are fixed in the factory side. This is the very beginning of the agreement signed. And the price given is not simple, so there are a lot of people are willing to come in. The first 2, and the last 2, are also basically related to women. Chapter 175 Investing in the Marketplace. It's not that Li Xian deliberately introduced female applicable items, but there really may not be too many items that can make money from men. Li Xian remembers a saying in the past, in this world, there are 4 types of money is the best to earn. One is the money of the children grow up. The second is the money of the women who love beauty. The third is the money of the men who are good at sex. And the fourth is the money of the old man's health. These 4 categories encompass virtually everything that goes into clothing, food, shelter, and a person's life. The first and fourth may be much less effective due to ancient factors, but the second and third apply wherever you are. In terms of men being horny, it was already enough to have a begonia pavilion on the side of the ally Xianwangfu, which had already brought him a contribution of 100,000 taels of silver on the side of Xianwangfu, whose biggest source of income was the begonia pavilion, which was an unquestionable thing. Therefore, Li Xian naturally focused his attention on the female group, trying to use women as a breakthrough to open up a vast business market. After all, Daqian has a large number of official female relatives. There are countless noble women and noble wives. They all hold a large amount of silver in their hands. Consumption potential is huge. Men are amazing creatures. Most of them only know how to amass wealth, do not know how to spend it. Maybe the sight of more silver in the house is pleasing to the eye, but rather how to spend at this point. The desire is not so much. So after a period of time, that is, at this moment in the beginning of July, in full production, the first batch of perfume, soap, toilet paper, underpants, sanitary napkins, before and after the market, and in the streets of the imperial city in all areas, have set up sales points, and is the endorsement of the Chamber of Commerce set up by Li Xian, coupled with the leaflet marketing campaign that Li Xian had distributed throughout the imperial city before the start. It was so much so that not long after the sale had begun, it was announced that it had been sold out. Hunger marketing, in this world, is the real king bomb. The 5 commodities belong to the true sense of the word, dropping a heavy bomb on the calm lake surface of the quiet but darkly turbulent Qianguo imperial city. Of course Li Xian wasn't there to simply make money. He also set up a civilian version of the product, which ordinary people could afford even if they bit the bullet, and it was already a big upgrade from the ones he was currently using. A few days later, one night, the palace was brightly lit. Gong Yuyan was sitting in the middle of her own bedchamber, her brows slightly wrinkled, holding all the things that Li Xian had put out on the market in her hands, and even in Gong Yuyan's eyes, there were some strange expressions. She always felt that it was no good. These items are naturally the green reed to bring her over. Li Xian, but wherever you make a point of what products, the green reed will be the first time to the empress to take over, but also to get the first-hand release content. Is this soap? After Green Reed's explanation, the empress placed it between her nostrils and sniffed it, murmuring with a hint of curiosity and doubt in her eyes. Qing Reed nodded on the side and said, well, when bathing, wipe it on your body. The cleaning ability is very strong, and it will follow up with a light fragrance. It feels quite good to use. It's perfume. Qing Reed saw the empress pick up another exquisite vial, opened it and smelled it, and hurriedly explained. She thought that this was all the stuff women used to seduce men, and the soap was just a little bit better. These, the empress, after nodding, turned her attention to the rest. Panties, well, are similar to a woman's intimate blasphemy pants, and then tampons can be attached right on top of the panties when menstruation comes, and these things are really quite good for momentary relief and very convenient. You can use it if you want to try it out. It's much better than the products that women use at this stage, and it's already caused a mad rush from all the women in the imperial city nowadays, and yet it's still in short supply. Greenreed still unconsciously showed some embarrassment on his face as he spoke these words to the empress. After all, these topics were relatively more personal. What she found most odd was how Li Xian understood everything. Medical skills and inventions aside, how is it that you even seem to know everything that goes on in a woman like this? That boy, what was inside his head? She really wanted to crack it open and see. Gong Yuyan was silent for a long time, as if she also did not expect that Li Xian would launch this type of product. A moment later, Gong Yuyan just said faintly, he recently, what else is he doing? Prior to this, Li Xian found the house of Xianwang, and the house of Xianwang set up Li's Chamber of Commerce, and the king of Xianwang gave a direct investment of 100,000 taels of silver, plus a mansion with stores, and has been doing these things recently. Greenreed explained in detail. It was clear in her mind that Li Xian, who had been around for a while, had indeed done a lot of things. After hearing this, the empress gently nodded and said, just protect him, those 2 old foxes, perhaps already planning to retaliate. Do they think that loan will be compromised just like last year? It's really simple to think about. They never look at themselves as if they're already dragging down the Qian kingdom tremendously. yet they still delusionally want to attach themselves to the Qian kingdom. The empress sneered as she spoke. Qing Reed's heart was also shocked when he heard the empress words. She knew exactly who the two old foxes the empress was referring to. Finally, Green Reed clasped his fists and saluted before silently leaving the place. The great Qian will be in disarray. At this time, Li Xian, however, had already briefly left the Dacian imperial city after handing over a series of important contents such as precautions, all of which were handed over to Chu Yun without missing a beat, with a caravan that was loaded with the supplies needed for a few days of traveling. During this period, Li Xian exhausted all possibilities and went around collecting food, including in the day before yesterday briefly on the court. Li Xian took the initiative to ask some of the major officials, including the right and left two prime ministers, including the Chamber of Commerce side to find channels to buy in other ways, efforts to raise millions of pounds of food. Subsequently, Li Xian stocked up in batches intended to carry out disaster relief for the people. The main field is still the imperial city side. The relief place is outside the imperial city. The victims came to take away the food, but also save consignment. Mainly consignment of millions of pounds of food is really too much trouble. The real destination of this outing was located in the middle of the Qian country, where the coal mine was discovered. Disaster relief is only a stopgap measure, although it can slightly ease the difficult situation of the victims in the short term, but after all, it is only the surface. It is difficult to fundamentally resolve the plight. After all, the power of disaster relief is ultimately limited, and how many problems can be solved? As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Simply giving supplies, once the supplies are depleted, hunger will come again, and under hunger, the Qian kingdom dynasty will still continue to be in turmoil. Although now the empress has cancelled the heavy poll tax and vigorously implemented the systematic innovation of apportioning ding into mu, the actual situation now is that the people even have difficulty in securing basic food and clothing, so how can they talk about paying food and taxes? Therefore, Li Xian needed to solve the problem at the source. For this trip, he traveled in a sedan chair. It was naturally impossible for him to have a Zhongshe level expert as his personal escort on every trip. After all, the original intention of the empress this time was to have the intention to sharpen herself up a bit. Among the people traveling with him, he was accompanied by a martial arts expert from the house of Xianwang, a man named Qian Yu. Chapter 176 Encountering Disaster Victims on the Road. Simply by listening to the name Qian Yu, it gives a feeling of calmness and reliability. Of course, his looks are also country face. Very serious kind. Both sides are also old acquaintances. So at that time of meeting, Qian Yu smiled slightly naively at Li Xian. Next, Qian Yu sat together in the sedan chair at Li Xian's gracious invitation. At this moment, he was discussing in depth with Li Xian about some key points and precautions in the cultivation of a martial artist, which Li Xian had just asked about the details. After Qian Yu thought about it, he patiently explained, Lord Li, when you are generating power, you need to focus on the deployment of breath and the cohesion of that qi energy, and you must not blindly use your power, so as not to cause an unwarranted loss of power. Also, regarding the use of qi energy in the body, it is even more important to be reasonable and skillful. For example, after an exhaustive communication exchange, Li Xian was enlightened. Of course, right now, he was still clueless, the kind of person who only knew theoretical knowledge and didn't understand it particularly well. Moreover, he was still quite a distance away from the point suggested by the patriarchal senior beside the empress, who was able to punch through a vertical piece of rice paper. Reaching that point, Li Xian felt that the qi energy would feel pain when it hit a person's body. At that moment, he was only able to slightly perceive the presence of qi energy within his body. However, that qi power was weak and feeble, and if the only performance that could barely be considered as a function of his qi power was perhaps the fact that when he swung his fist in the hot summer sun, he was able to bring up a bit of fist wind, Li Xian smiled helplessly and bitterly. At best, it was just a not-so-small hint of coolness to the people around him, and it felt a bit funny in this big summer. Li Xian gently shook his head. There was a long way to go. Li Xian then suddenly quieted down. Then he lifted the curtain and his eyes were drawn to the commotion outside. It was only because at this time, the caravan of more than 10 people, which was originally traveling smoothly, had somehow stopped and was no longer moving forward. My lord, there are victims blocking the road. The voice came clearly from outside while explaining his sentence. The position they were in at the moment was already slightly far away from the imperial city, roughly only a third of the way there, and the destination of this trip wasn't too far. With a one-way journey of around 2 days, Li Xian walked down from the sedan chair, and saw that a group of victims were gathering in one place, and looking at their appearance, it seemed that they were asking for food from this caravan of theirs. My lord, please give us something to eat. We have not eaten for a long time. Yes, adults, the grass people home stocks of food. as early as a few months ago has been particles of no storage, now is really desperate. Today the hungry cannot eat some bark, but it is really difficult to swallow. Just do us a favor and give us something to eat. The child of the people's wife has not had a good day since birth. His father has gone out in search of food, and he is still alive or dead. The people's wife fled here in search of food. My lord, I cannot stand by and watch my child starve to death in my arms like this. You have great mercy. Give some food to save us. I will be willing to work as an ox or a horse for you. After realizing that Li Xian got off the bus, the sound of pleading here and there echoed continuously on the official road. All of them kneeling on the ground, kowtowing continuously. Every one of them looked like they were all skinny and bony. Skin and bones kind of appearance. Among these victims were men and women, old and young. In fact, when they initially saw this slowly approaching caravan, they had wanted to grab it. But when they realized that Li Xian, the caravan, had officers and soldiers with weapons among them, the glimmer of an idea that had just flared up was gone. And that approach was tantamount to striking a stone with an egg. Li Xian quietly looked at these victims. His tone sincere to the crowd said, "Folks, nowadays the foot of the imperial city has been specially opened to give kanji. That kanji is free of charge to supply to everyone. From morning to night, there will be special people there to boil the rice porridge. Everyone can rest assured to go forward to line up to receive. The food we are carrying on this trip is not much, and there are still many things that need to be done to use the food on this long journey. So, is really heart but not enough? Can only give everyone each person to distribute less food? I hope you can sympathize with my difficulties. In the following Li Xian, here to give you a compensation for the wrong. Everyone received the food. Go to the foot of the imperial city early." As he spoke, Li Xian signaled the people beside him to follow his instructions and give about 2 pounds of grain per person, which would ensure that the people here would not starve for 3 or 4 days. In the process of distributing the grain, there were originally some stragglers whose eyes instantly widened tremendously at the sight of the grain, with undisguised greed flickering in the depths of their eyes, which was the deepest desire of a human being. However, after catching the key information in Li Xian's words, their expressions suddenly froze. And then, their expressions suddenly became a bit incredulous, and they all focused their eyes on Li Xian, as if the fragrant grain couldn't even be bothered to pick it up. Someone said with suspicion, "You are Li Xian Li, sir?" They weren't too surprised that the imperial city supplied clans. Instead, it was Li Xian's name that shocked them a bit more. When this sentence was uttered, many people around him subconsciously turned their gazes to Li Xian. In the hearts of the people, it was Li Xian's proposal to the empress that successfully solved the poll tax problem that had made the people of Diqian suffer. And it was also because of Li Xian's efforts that the terrible plague that had ravaged the 3 kingdoms was able to be quickly brought to an end. In their eyes, Li Xian was a god, a Qian kingdom's only good official, the only saint who works for the welfare of the people, and he is also a famous medical saint of the 3 kingdoms, each and every one of them, full of excitement. Li Xian touched his nose, and then only said, "Exactly under me, everyone, you are." Before Li Xian finished speaking, he froze in shock at the sight before him, just because all the victims here, just after standing up, but all coincidentally again kneeled on the ground, began to cry and weep. Even a few years old children are so. "Lordly, we're having a hard time." An old man kowtowed while crying. "In the days of this calamity, there are people starving to death around us every day. Even so there are officials and soldiers coming to the door to ask for food. If it were not for you, we do not know how long we have to be squeezed by that poll tax. You are a good man. Yes, lordly, now the folk are appearing to eat people. It's really cruel." Others wiped tears from their eyes in a fit of weeping, even though they were hungry and had some small thoughts in their hearts. The moment they realized that the person in front of them was Li Xian, all of their distractions disappeared in an instant. This is Li Xian's prestige. Chapter 177 Conflict occurs. Seeing this, Li Xian hurriedly walked over and went up one by one to help each person up. He sighed helplessly and said in a serious tone, "Don't worry, everyone, I am here to assure you that in another year, our Qian kingdom's food problem will definitely be properly solved. It's an inevitable thing, and at that time, everyone won't have to suffer from starvation in such a way anymore." After saying that, Li Xian quietly stood still, eyeing these victims in front of him, and after a burst of thanksgiving and tears to him, he briefly spoke to himself, then collected the 2 pounds of grain for each person, and finally slowly left in the direction of the imperial city. Behind him, Qian Yu walked up and looked at the scene with the same complexity, looking at a group of starving and hungry people, but also deep and shallow feet to beg for food. Li Xian gave a burst of emotion. For a moment actually did not have the heart to rush. This is not the norm in ancient times. In fact, in recent times there have been such hunger, such as the 1970s and 1980s that time, but the good thing is that those days didn't last too long. and after the 1980s it was generally much better. But in ancient times, the probability of such a bit more, especially after the war, snowstorms, locusts, flooding and so on, the victims will quickly emerge. This is inevitable. And Li Xian is well aware of that. Li Xian was also aware of this. Just when this scene truly appeared in front of his eyes this moment, Li Xian was still shocked. Some things, after all, are more vivid when seen with the eyes, and more brutal. On his side, Xianyu looked at the straggler team that was walking further and further away. A complex look appeared on his face, and slowly said, "Lord Li, just now, they knew they were unbeatable, but they still intended to loot our wagons. They may indeed be starving. People will fight for their lives in such desperate situations, and for ordinary civilians, having enough to eat is the only demand. When this can't be satisfied, it's dangerous." Li Xian couldn't help but be startled, looking at Xianyu with a face full of incredulity, saying suspiciously, "Really?" It wasn't that he suspected Xianyu, but he didn't notice the state of these people. Those people just now, they even planned to loot their carriage? Well, just gave up after hearing Lord Li declare his name to himself, which is also related to your reputation. Xianyu could not help but sigh, very emotional, and Li Xian said, "Your prestige in the civil society, perhaps a little higher than I imagined. This is a good thing, but also gives you a lot of pressure. You said that within a year to solve the problem of starvation. This will not be a little simple to think about? How many emperors have been plagued by food problems?" But Li Xian even blatantly said that the face is the problem that can be taken care of this year. This made Xianyu feel a bit unbelievable, but it was on the side of what Li Xian had said. Li Xian, silent for a moment, said, "His Majesty as early as a month ago, in the Qiangua territory to promote a new type of farming methods, and the use of 2 kinds of fertilizers." No accident words. At this stage of the Qiangua territory, should have been applied to go down. We are on the way. You can pick some of the places that pass by, to see how the grain is nowadays. Look at today's grain how, without accident, this year's Qiangua harvest will enhance a lot. Li Xian felt that after the abolition of the head tax of the landless people, the farmer's motivation to cultivate absolutely is a substantial increase. Before, it is not easy to work for the landlord's family. At the end of the year, in exchange for 2 bags of rice, as a result of the official government had to take away a bag and a half. The public anger and public resentment in this situation can be imagined. But now, although the farmers who do not have fields still do not have fields, but at the very beginning of the agreement with the landowner how much rice payment, and it is impossible to breach the contract. These rice in the fall when the collection of grain is bound to get the hand. So the increase in the incentive to cultivate, and is also obvious one thing, coupled with the application of fertilizers, it is a double stimulus of 1 plus 1 is greater than 2, and the food problem can definitely be solved, as long as the problem of corruption of local officials on food is solved. So this is a problem that needs to be dealt with by the Jinui, which, as it happens, has also been in place for a long time. Xianyu subconsciously nodded. He was not worried about food and clothing in the house of the Sage King, and being a martial artist himself, he didn't understand these things. It was just that he felt that what he had seen and heard along the way was a bit unexpected for him, who hadn't stepped out in a long time. On the next road, Li Xian and their caravan, indeed, passed by some fields, and after some inquiries, some people said that this year, the empress had sent people specifically to make it mandatory for them to water the land with dung. Although these people are not sure what they are doing, Li Xian heard an old farmer say this. Many people don't believe in it, so this thing can't be implemented. But later, those government officials who came to promote it, said that this is the result of Li Xian Li Tajian's personal test, and said that it can improve the harvests. And that's why it was reported to the female emperor to let the whole country to promote it. So we just followed it, and just hope that we can have a good fall harvest. Lord Li is a good man. He certainly won't harm us. Li Xian, your own reputation, it's that good? Later on, Li Xian still left from those farmlands. Fittingly, many farmlands were then passed by, again finding farmers uttering similar words. The victims are naturally a few. If they are all victims, this Qian country has long been in chaos. Under the current stage, there may be tens of thousands of victims in Diqian. Already a very large number. After another day, Li Xian and the others finally arrived at their destination. After Li Xian came this way, he realized that the place where he found the coal mine had been surrounded by soldiers, and it seemed that someone had gotten there first. After Li Xian and the others came this way, those soldiers obviously discovered Li Xian as well. Xianyu looked at Li Xian and said, "Lord Li, I'll go over and say something." After saying that, Xianyu walked over and said something to the soldiers. Li Xian could see that the soldiers didn't seem to give Xianyu any face and waved their hands before letting him leave. Xianyu walked over with a gloomy face and explained with some gravity, "Lord Li, They should be the local army over here, and they're not giving us face at all. So I'm afraid we're in some trouble. The Qianhua army? Li Xian, who caught the keyword, also frowned. While Qian Yu was talking, the soldiers' side seemed to have discovered Li Xian and these people as well, so they spoke to a lieutenant who approached them. The other party also frowned and looked at Li Xian's side, then only slowly and leisurely walked over, carefully sizing up Li Xian for a moment, a little surprised at Li Xian's looks, but he still said condescendingly, "Where you came from? You can go back from wherever you came from. This place already belongs to you. It's not a place you can get your hands on." After saying that, this person was about to leave. The main reason was that it didn't look like Li Xian and these people were ordinary people either. Otherwise he wouldn't have come over to give a notice. Li Xian, however, said indifferently, "There is a belonging? This is not the territory of the Qian kingdom? The empress didn't even say anything about the ownership of this place. How dare you occupy it privately?" Li Xian's words immediately caused the lieutenant who was planning to leave to stop. Afterward, this lieutenant narrowed his eyes and sized up Li Xian, saying with a strange expression, "This gentleman, what do you want?" During the time of speaking, those soldiers who sensed that something was wrong, also had a brain, surrounded towards Li Xian's side. Chapter 178 Wei Commander. If there were more than 10 people on Li Xian's side, then the soldiers outside had gathered at least 30 people over. Moreover, these soldiers were all holding weapons in their hands, eyeing Li Xian and the others intently, as if they were going to make a move at the drop of a hat. However, the momentum of these soldiers is there, but these people in general still present a kind of underfed appearance. The face is not much color, the skin color is dark yellow, the whole body shape also looks relatively thin and weak, for fear that Qian Yu alone can put down all these people. So Li Xian wasn't overly scrupulous, just wrinkled his brow and looked at these soldiers outside. The overall appearance of these people was similar to those Qianhua soldiers Li Xian had seen earlier when he had followed monk Huining past the border that time, and could only be described as slightly better. "I'm Li Xian. I'm here by order of the empress. You tell the person in charge of your place to come out and talk to me." Li Xian didn't intend to waste time with these people, so he directly opened the door. "And what are you doing?" This lieutenant's words suddenly came to an abrupt end just as he was about to order the soldiers to arrest this kid. Then, he looked at Li Xian incredulously and stammered a bit. "You, our Lord Li? How could these soldiers and lieutenants not have heard of Li Xian?" So at this time, he was also looking at Li Xian with some astonishment. They only knew that Li Xian had very outstanding looks, but they didn't know what looks. But now that they took a closer look, they found that he indeed looked very heavenly and matched the rumors very well. Li Xian nodded and said, "Go call someone." After that, these people left a few people here, and then the rest of them left. Li Xian is all here, and they really can't handle the problem here. Li Xian didn't wait quietly, but took care of himself, toward the address he got from the intelligence, and walked inside. He wants to see the coal mine here, whether it is the coal mine that he expected. If not, there is no need to waste this time. If it is, how is the scale? How is the purity? How much impurities are burned? These are the things that Li Xian is very concerned about, and he does not have time to accompany these soldiers to waste time. For the whole Qianhua, if there is a batch of coal mines, the heating problem at the end of this year will basically not be a big problem. The problem of food and heating can be solved. What have you been eating? On a regular basis? Li Xian looked at one of the soldiers closest to him and casually asked. The other party froze for a moment, but still organized the language. Somewhat flattered. Occasionally hit the wild game will eat some wild game. The vast majority of the time, are eating some miscellaneous brown rice, as well as groundnuts, cabbages, and other food, are relatively ordinary. Basically there is a salt in the satisfied. The famous Li Xian, if he hadn't solved the plague problem, maybe they, the soldiers in the army, wouldn't have known about it, but after the plague, Li Xian's name was already well known. He was naturally very nervous about facing such a figure. "No meat?" Li Xian asked a rhetorical question. "Back to my lord. Where can we get meat? All the wild game in the nearby mountains have been beaten up. Even the jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards have fled. Not to mention those wild game. Maybe catching a rabbit or a mountain chicken once in a while is already the limit. We ate meat last month. It's been a long time ago." Speaking here, the soldier's face appeared a touch of yearning, and then sighed and said, "These local guards army, we can't compare to the imperial city side of the orthodox several barracks. I heard that even that side can't afford to eat meat, not to mention us here. This world can have a mouthful of food or good." Li Xian nodded. Food at this stage was indeed in short supply. Soon, he arrived at the location of the edge of the coal mine. As far as the eye could see, the open pit coal mine was very clear in a barren land. The pit is huge, with coal seams snaking through the surface at shallow depths. The dark lumps of coal contrasted sharply with the earth-colored rock and soil interspersed around them. In some places, the coal seams were tilted, with one layer going down in sequence, and the cross-section exuded a sheen that made Li Xian somewhat excited. Around the mine, there was a group of soldiers standing by. They spotted Li Xian, but when they saw that behind Li Xian and the others, they were all followed by other soldiers who didn't stop them. The other soldiers didn't move much. Li Xian took the initiative to walk over, picking up some coal on the ground that could be found everywhere, then took out a modified version of the fire refractor from his clothes, and then blew into his mouth, and the fire refractor burned. Li Xian also found some dry firewood piled together, and after lighting it with the fire refractor, he placed a few small pieces of coal on top of it, and waited for it to burn for a while, and after lighting the coals, Li Xian briefly observed it again. While the coals were still in the process of burning, there was a group of people towards Li Xian's side, coming over. Li Xian closed his gaze and realized that a man, who was always quite sturdy, had come to his side. This person's gaze was somewhat unkind. However, after realizing that Li Xian was looking at him, the man still clasped his fists and said, "Lord Li, my humble servant, Chao Gang, is the commanding officer of the local guards army." Commander of the local guards? Li Xian was not too sure whether he was a 3rd or 4th grade military officer. If the former, it is the same as his own official position, but one is a civil official, one is a military official. Qianguo's military system, not as perfect as the Ming dynasty. Li Xian understanding is not too much. He only knows that it is divided into the central army and the local army, and then the local army is deployed in accordance with the counties, the central army and the local army, and then according to the various battalions to be divided. As for the local army, it should be divided into guard army and border army. The former is spread all over the place. The latter is confined to the borderland. Li Xian has seen it before. Those skinny and bony border army, compared to the soldiers on the side of Qi, there is a very different gap. So Li Xian, in this moment, is considered to repeatedly clear up some of the contents. As for the Wei commander in front of him, when he saw himself, he should indeed say that he was an inferior officer. They should all know about their promotion to official positions, just don't know that the right phase Lu Yunqing, for the penetration of the army on the court side, and to what extent. Li Xian heart flashed such a thought. Soon after, he said, "Lord Chao, this official has come in the name of the empress to investigate graphite minerals. You know that, don't you?" Instead, Chao Gang narrowed his eyes and said, "I'm sorry, but my humble servant doesn't know." Chapter 179 Quality Coal Mines. But whoever comes here is any civil official. Chao Gang does not give face. Even if the left minister Lin Shan comes, it is meaningless, because he is a person of the right minister, belonging to a different camp. But this man in front of him was unusual. He was Li Xian, a legend. Therefore, this made Chao Gang, who originally shouldn't be too polite in the face of any civil official, show relative restraint, or at least speak in a less conspiratorial tone. No harm done. You know that now. Hearing Chao Gang's words, Li Xian, however, squatted down comfortably and fiddled with the burning coals, seemingly not intending to take care of Chao Gang in front of him, whether the other party came or not. In fact, it did not have much significance to him. Anyway, he came to the side on the orders of the empress. Chao Gang, no matter how powerful he was, he had the ability to look for the empress. As for his side, there were quite a few people protecting him, so Li Xian wasn't too worried. He wasn't going to say any nonsense to the obviously somewhat prickly Chao Gang beside him. He'd just do his. Seeing Li Xian's godly reaction, only Chao Gang's pupils shrank. A hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, and he was just about to approach towards Li Xian, but Qian Yu blocked his way. Qian Yu looked straight at Chao Gang, his eyes blazing, a hint of warning in his voice as he said faintly, "Lord Chao, don't overstep your bounds. The Empress has given this matter to Lord Li in front of the civil and military officials. Do you want to disobey the decree?" As a peak martial artist, how could Qian Yu not detect Chao Gang's unkindness? If he didn't stand in the way, it might be possible for Chao Gang to do something to Li Xian. Chao Gang looked at Qian Yu, his expression full of disdain, and said indifferently, "His Majesty's arrangement. This official is not sure for the time being. He can confirm it with Lord Li here." "And what are you? How dare you stand in my official's way?" Before the words fell, this person actually made a steep turn in his body shape, and with a single step on the ground, the entire person quickly rushed towards Qian Yu like a cheetah pouncing. As expected of a military officer, he is indeed very decisive when he moves. He might not dare to be too direct with Li Xian due to many concerns. The guards beside Li Xian, in his eyes is just a small roll can be arbitrarily pinched. He is confident that with his own strength, even if this Qian Yu is a martial arts master, but also cannot beat bad, at most, to give a little lesson is Xian Yu saw this sudden attack from Chao Gang and similarly anticipated it. Xian Yu's footsteps slightly, stabilizing his stance, and then his right arm muscles tightened across his chest, only to hear a muffled bang sound. That fist heavily smashed on top of Xian Yu's arm. Chao Gang was slightly stunned, and a flash of surprise flashed across the bottom of his eyes. It seems to have been discovered that Xian Yu doesn't seem to be that good. After blocking this attack, Xian Yu, without saying a word, directly turned retreat into advance and rushed towards Chao Gang, launching a powerful attack in a short period of time. Chao Gang was startled in his heart. In just a few exchanges, he knew that it was difficult for him to resist Xian Yu, so in the twinkling of an eye, Chao Gang began to fight to resist, and the strengths and weaknesses of both sides quickly reversed. Just even though he had tried his best to defend, he was still somewhat unable to resist Xian Yu's attack, and as he kept retreating, each step raised a piece of dust from the ground, enough to prove how much force he had endured. The original arrogance on his face had long since disappeared, replaced by a face of gravity as well as scorn. During this time, Li Xian also curiously watched the fight between the two. He couldn't understand or see the battle between the sect masters, but the battle between martial artists, Li Xian could see clearly. This kind of strength, if placed in the modern world, could definitely sweep away, except for bullets of course. Li Xian felt that only after arriving at the realm of Zhongshi, he might be able to dodge bullets when he sensed danger, and even the top experts in this world might not be able to resist hot weapons. Chao Gang slowly withdrew his hand, his gaze tightly fixed on Xian Yu, and said in a deep voice, "Peak level of martial master. You shouldn't be unknown. Name it." Xian Yu just lightly looked at Chao Gang. There wasn't the slightest ripple in those eyes. He didn't bother to pay any more attention to it and turned back to Li Xian's side, continuing to guard silently. Chao Gang was ignored and looked at Xian Yu angrily. Finally, he looked at Li Xian once again and tried to say something, but realized that Li Xian was not interested in him at all. Chao Gang opened his mouth. It's not true that he's from the right minister. The Li Xian in front of him was really just like the rumors, lawless and not caring about anything. Chao Gang narrowed his eyes, stepped aside, and spoke to the person next to him, who froze for a moment, then glanced at Li Xian before he led the order to leave. He had to confirm with the right minister. Right now, this situation, even if we do not care what the consequences are, even so he is not necessarily able to Xian Yu, unless the soldiers are called to swarm over, regardless of the siege with a sea of men. In this case, Xian Yu also have to retreat, but he is a military officer of the Qin dynasty. Naturally, he does not dare to do so. The right minister let him be on this side, is not to let him rebel. By this time, the coals became thoroughly red, and Li Xian looked to his side and said, "Bring me some water." Someone handed over the kettle. Li Xian opened it and poured it directly on it, and a white smoke rose above it. After the fire was extinguished, Li Xian took the coal and began to carefully distinguish it. This piece of coal after burning, but not yet completely burned out. The surface is full of fine honeycomb cracks in texture, grayish-dark color, attached to a layer of white ash, hard texture, feel rough. As for the character, inside Li Xian's perception, this lump of coal was already of superior quality. Quality coal mines. You know, this is coal that is found directly, not fine coal that has been selected again after all the processes of selecting coal and washing it. It's extremely good to get to such a step. Such coal can even be burned directly. Li Xian is very satisfied with the texture of the coal in front of him, and looking around, here is only showing the tip of the iceberg of the coal seam. The reserves are not simple, and so on these things are mined out after the hoarding. When the winter unified distribution of uniform arrangements, even if another snowstorm can also be carried. Afterwards, Li Xian said to himself with some excitement, "I will go to take a look first." No surprise, here should be a big coal mine, but it is not too sure yet. As he spoke, Li Xian began to go around the entire coal mine, looking at it. During this time, Chao Gang and Xian Yu were both following beside him. Both of them did not understand what Li Xian was actually doing, especially Chao Gang. Looking at Li Xian's movements, he was even a bit full of strangeness. Li Xian, as a civil official, he knows these things? It just looks as if it really understands. In the meantime, Li Xian stood at the edge of the coal mine in a higher position and looked into the distance, roughly observing the overall outline of the coal mine and the scope of the direction, and so on, and then he walked along the slope into the pit, checking out the distribution of coal seams, and from time to time, he would also touch the coal seams with his hands, feeling its texture and thickness, and found that the burning coals were similar to the previous time. Li Xian only sighed with relief. This is one way to determine the quality of coal mines, but of course in ancient times, it could only be discerned with the naked eye. The good thing is that the quality distribution here, it's all pretty good, which means it's basically high quality coal. Finally Li Xian came to some of the workers who were simply mining and casually chatted with them. And only after these chats ended did Li Xian look at Qianyu beside him. Qianyu raised his eyebrows and said, "How is it, my lord? Large coal mine. Qiangui is saved." Li Xian was equally happy. Chapter 180 Dividing Military Districts. Li Leisure face full of excitement. Directly in Qianyu said, "Next, is the Chamber of Commerce and His Majesty's people? Stationed on this side. Hurry to mine. Mining out, and then can be distributed to farmers in special hardship areas. Directly used to burn, in addition to not very difficult areas, can be a lower price to sell. In any case, cannot make money. This is the country's capital. Belongs to the C pin." Qianyu, on the other hand, was flabbergasted for a moment, with an expression that seemed to say, "What is a C pin?" At this time, Li Xian finally looked at Chao Gang next to him and said indifferently, "Lu Yuncheng arranged for you to guard here?" Chao Gang. It was the first time he had seen someone who dared to call Lu Yunqing by his name in front of so many people. However, Li Xian really did have the courage to do so, because someone had just brought a message from the courtside, saying that they should avoid Li Xian. Moreover, he also knew that Li Xian had blocked the face of everyone in the hall and angrily rebuked the crown princes of Qi and Chu, and now Qi's crown prince, Qi Xian, had become the new Qi emperor. Hall of Qi prince, Li Xian all dare to directly scold a right prime minister, although high-powered, as if it can be justified. This news just now was the meaning that the right minister had sent people to come and convey to him after knowing that Li Xian had already departed. The empress named this coal mine, and even if the right minister had any more thoughts, he would have to put them away. Besides, Lu Yunqing knew in his heart, what did the empress want these for? It is a reserve of winter heating materials, given to the common people for free, so Lu Yunqing really cannot compete. Thus, after knowing the right minister's meaning, Chao Gang, upon hearing Li Xian's question, could only smile awkwardly and casually say, "Lord Li is overstating the case. We are all imperial officials. We are just following orders. And my humble servant also has great admiration for Lord Li. And since there is Lord Li's meddling here, there is no need for us to exist. Lord Li, I'll see you later." After saying this, Chao Gang, with deep meaning, looked at Li Xian before directly leading the soldiers away. Li Xian, on the other hand, simply set up camp here and waited. 2 days later, the Chamber of Commerce and the Empress of the People has come to this side. Li Xian detailed and these people talked about the details of mining, how to avoid risk, how to effectively dig, and how to distribute the follow-up and so on things. After explaining, Li Xian then took the carriage and left the place. When he went back, Li Xian directly found the Empress, and said happily, "Your Majesty, this coal mine is relatively large. With it in this year's Qiangua, even if there is another snowstorm, it won't be able to freeze to death. Together with the new method of cultivation and fertilizer, when we enter the autumn to harvest food, the food crisis can be solved, and we Qian Kingdom may be able to slow down." The Empress nodded and looked at Li Xian with the same smile. "Good. Secretary Li has worked hard." Li Xian paused slightly and said, "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Speaking, the Empress spoke directly. She disliked the stuttering and stammering, and would just say what she had to say. Li Xian looked grave, clasped his hands, and said, "Your Majesty, I thought that if you want to eradicate the left and right prime ministers, the key to this matter lies in the clarity of the central army and the local army, especially the scope of control of each of your Majesty and the right prime ministers in the army. I need to know the specifics. This is something that you have to face, and you need to save for a rainy day." Li Xian looked at the Empress and said with great gravity. This time when he went out, he met Chao Gang, but there was no conflict, but it gave Li Xian a wake-up call. Previously, he had always known that the right minister was inside the army, holding some say, and of course the business related to various mineral veins and so on, which could be described as powerful. Who would have thought that the discovery of a new mine that concerns people's livelihoods would have the right minister wanting a piece of the action? He didn't know what had happened, but it had to be because of the Empress, or else the right minister wouldn't have been able to give up the huge profits from the coal mines. The Empress, in itself, does not intend to rely on this thing to make profits, which is closely related to the livelihood of the people, and even the stability of the country and industry. So, perhaps the right prime minister only to dispel the idea. Otherwise, he is really trying to grab huge profits from coal. Could be. The Empress nodded slightly and after a moment of silence, she began to tell Li Xian about some of the contents one by one. A moment later, Li Xian had a heart attack. The Central Army is divided into 3 major armies, the Praetorian Guard, the Guardian Army, and the Capital Army. The local army, on the other hand, is divided into 2 main types of armies, the Guards Army and the Border Army. The local army has been known to Li Xian. For example, That Chow Gang is the local guards of the army of a guard commander, usually in the local one-handed. In addition, he is also the right minister of the close confidant. As for the Central Army, the Forbidden Guards had 100,000 men, fully subordinate to the Empress. The Guards had 200,000 men, and the Capital Army had 50,000 men, making a total of 350,000 men in the Central Army. In addition to the Forbidden Guards, the Guards Army and the Capital Army were both infiltrated by people from the right minister's office. But the Central Army was not a big problem, and the Empress still had a lot of confidence in the 350,000 people, meaning that they belonged to the kind that the Empress directly controlled. As for the local army on the penetration of the heavier, especially the border army, the right minister is close to direct control. The local army as a whole under the Guard Army plus border army, the number of people, a full 700,000 people. This is the most serious penetration. There are also two other major vassal states, King Jing and King Kong, with populations of a little over 1 million people in their fiefdoms. Although it is not permitted to privately canton troops, but now the two major vassal states also canton quite a lot of troops, left and right. It is estimated that King Jing has 30,000 canton troops, King Kong has 50,000 canton troops, almost adding up to 100,000 canton troops. These are also a certain threat. In addition, due to the factor that the female emperor issued the Push Grace Order this year, so at this stage under the territory of King Jing and King Kang's fiefdom, both of them were in a lot of chaos, and the heirs were constantly competing for the fiefdom. So these two, as a whole, instead, were less troublesome, which was also the reason why Li Xian did not obtain too much news about King Jing and King Kong. The real trouble is still with the two phases, left and right. After Li Xian learned some basic information, he nodded his head and clasped his fists before leaving the palace directly. For the next 2 days, Li Xian spent time with his daughter at home, and when the morning of the third day came, Li Xian went directly to Chang'an Street, where the Ministry of Households was located. Today, and for the first time since he became the minister of the Household Ministry, he came to the Household Ministry, the place where he worked, and he intended to take the Household Ministry on behalf of the Empress. And the county yamen compared to the eye of the Ministry of Households is indeed a lot of grand, towering, flying eaves and arches in the sunrise under the shining vermilion door, tall and heavy, the door of the stone lion's angry eyes, but also really a lot of grandeur. Li Xian stood outside and watched for a moment before finally stepping inside. Chapter 181 First Visit to the Ministry of Revenue. Crossing the threshold and stepping into the middle of the Household Ministry's compound, Li Xian was also surveying the scene in front of him. Under his feet is a piece of stone road polished over the years. You can see between the cracks, occasionally a few tenacious moss poking its head out. Around the compound, the vermilion lacquer porch columns are neatly arranged. The paint surface has been slightly peeling. Under the eaves of the corridor, in the first door room, numerous officials came and went, traveling in a hurry. Some of them inadvertently raised their eyes and spotted Li Xian. They first froze for a moment. A trace of doubt and bewilderment appeared on their faces, as if they hadn't reacted to who the person in front of them was for a moment, and after only a brief moment, they left this way again as if nothing had happened. And some of the officials, after recognizing Li Xian, immediately trembled in fear, looked a little bad, and panicked to avoid far away. Seeing this, Li Xian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He was so unpopular? It was only with this thought that Li Xian finally and resolutely stepped inside the room. The moment Li Xian came in, the chatting sounds that were still quite lively inside came to an abrupt end, and the whole house was quiet. Subsequently, the crowd looked at me and I looked at you, and between their four eyes, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Li Xian, on the other hand, subconsciously scanned over the crowd in turn. Greetings, Lord Li. Your Excellency Li's visit to the Ministry of Households. We have missed the opportunity to welcome you. Good day, Sir Li. I don't know who started it, but the crowd suddenly stood up unanimously, and then every single one of them clasped their fists in greeting towards Li Xian, and the expressions and words were impeccably done. It was the look on their faces just now that didn't seem to be so friendly. Li Xian once again looked around the crowd, then said, "What are you guys doing?" "Back to Your Excellency, the dossier is being organized." "Yes, my lord, we know that you will be coming to the Ministry of Revenue side today, so Lord Shangshu has asked us to wait here for your arrival." Lord Shangshu said that when you come to this side of the Ministry of Households, let us take you through the process and know some of the detailed structure of the entire Ministry of Households side, including some of the accumulations of Lord Lin Xiaohonlin during his time in the Ministry of Households, as well as your next duties and so on, which all need to be understood one by one. Then someone explained. Li Xian nodded, then found some ledgers around and briefly flipped through them. During this time, other officials stood by and seemed to be a little alarmed. This master, however, had just screwed down the Marquis of Prosperity not long ago. Compared with the free marquis, these fat jobs they serve in the Ministry of the Household, it is nothing. Did not see the preparation for the examination of the left Prime Minister Lin Xiaohong, or no one dared to say that they would be able to get away with it if they got involved with Li Xian. After Li Xian briefly looked at it, he said lightly, "Who can take me to the account?" Before the words were finished, an older man with a flattering smile came to Li Xian's side. He interrupted Li Xian, felt smiling and said, "Li Tajian, the next official is the clearing of the division Lungzhong. Today, in accordance with the command of the Lord Shangshu, for Li Tajian to receive the dust, tonight I and so on can go to the Shangshu house to simply taste the cooking of the Lord Shangshu. It is said that the Lord Shangshu house over there is a chew to the cook. Cooking is particularly delicious, and are some home-cooked small dishes. The Lord Shangshu is like this, on weekdays and are not like to spread waste. Also hope that Lord Li can understand one or two, and this is also our household department's consistent style." Li Xian's intention was to go and see the accountant's office. He wanted to reconcile those books of the accountant's office. This was the most important thing for Li Xian to do when he came to the site of the Ministry of Revenue. The account books of the Ministry of Revenue are also the most intuitive place to find some clues. The most important thing in the Ministry of the Interior is not money, so the most important thing that Li Xian had come to do this time was really the account office. Only just now he had just said it, and was interrupted by this. Purser-esque room? King Liangzi Langjong, the 5th grade official position. A thought flashed through Li Xian's mind, and when he was about to say something, he suddenly saw a familiar face walking over. Then Li Xian subconsciously frowned. Lord Li, the person who spoke, at the moment, had taken on a hint of compliments in his tone. Of course under his eyes, there was some sighing. This person is Wu with. Li Xian and he see again a few months apart. Still have some unfamiliar, but Li Xian clear. They once in the palace hall, once together to participate in the content of the temple examination. The follow-up Wu with is into the 6 ministries of the Ministry of the Household. The Ministry of the Household Department of the Silver Bills Division of the lifting of a positive 8th grade official position. To this matter, Li Xian has some impression. Today, this Wu Yu, I did not expect to also be in the Ministry of Households. Wu Yu arched his hand and said, "Brotherly, Lord Li, long time no see." Originally wanted to say brotherly to come, but then suddenly thought that this is inside the Ministry of Households, and the status between them is no longer equal, so Wu used to hurry to change the name. Expression with a trace of obvious embarrassment. Li Xian nodded and said, "Lord Wu hasn't seen him for a few months. He does have a lot of energy as well, and it feels like his entire body has gained weight, so it seems that the food in this place is really okay. It's no lie that the household department raises people." Li Xian was appointed minister of the Ministry of Households. Chu Yun also said what the Ministry of Households each fat and strong. Inside the oil and water is particularly large. It wasn't until now, looking at the size of these people, that Li Xian realized that this statement was indeed not false. Wu Yong also smiled, then said, "Lord Li, we are also considered fellow students. How about we go to the Shinshu mansion for a meal tonight?" Li Xian stared at Wu Yu, but said somewhat meaningfully, "The silver ticket division, by all accounts, should not be here, right? How did you come here? Did Lord Shanshu arrange for you?" Wu. There was a moment of embarrassment in the crowd, and I don't know what words to say better. Li Xian was sharp as a tack when he entered the door, and he really lived up to the rumored temperament of this kid. "Well, I'm not interested in what's for dinner. Since Lord Shangshu is busy with his affairs and doesn't want to see me, it doesn't matter to me. Now this official is going to take a look at the accountant's office. Of course I'm sure you guys are ready for that. Maybe I'm just going to take a brief look and won't be able to find out anything. So don't be nervous, guys." After saying that, Li Xian looked at that clearance division Langjong and then said, "You must know the location of the accounts office, so lead the way now." There was a moment of consternation, and none of the people dared to speak. If it was the Li Xian of a few months ago, the crowd probably wouldn't have put Li Xian in their eyes. But now, is not what it used to be. Chapter 182 Sugar-Coated Bombs. In the face of such a stressful situation, the clearing officer Langjong huffed and puffed, and the officials also looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. The purser, on the other hand, smiled with him, and was just about to say something when, not far away, a man wearing an official hat walked in, and then hurried over. It was only when they saw this man that the crowd heaved a huge sigh of relief, as if they had found their backbone. The man walked in and arched his hand with Li Xian, saying very politely, "Sir Li, my humble servant had important matters to deal with, so I delayed picking you up. Please forgive me." "Sir Li, you are?" Li Xian raised an eyebrow. He knew what the head of household looked like. But this man was clearly not that head of household, that old fox, who wouldn't come out to see him until now. Rather, he sent another person out to maneuver himself, and looking at the reaction of those officials around, this person is, in all probability, the right minister of the Ministry of the Household, which is also his left minister of the Ministry of the Household of the same level of officials, the Ministry of Revenue. In addition to one of the largest Shangshu, is the Ministry of Revenue, the right and left ministers of the highest official position. In general, his duties as the left minister of the Ministry of the Household is in charge of civil affairs work of the financial income and expenditure, and then the right minister of the Ministry of the Household is in charge of water transportation, salt and other work of the financial income and expenditure. As for the top boss of the Ministry of the Household, naturally, is the overall control of the overall coordination, etc. The division of labor is clear, but also in many places is very redundant, and some of the establishment of the position, the back of the itself does not have any significance, but just more than one mouth to eat. The other positions that followed were each in their own way. My humble servant is Lin Duan, the right minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Meet Lord Li. Lin Duan arched his hand towards Li Xian. Then he looked at Li Xian and said with some sincerity, Lord Li, it's almost time for lunch. Why don't I take you through your duties first? Then in the afternoon, if you want to go to the accountant's office, you can naturally do so. There is no hurry. What do you think? Li Xian laughed, said meaningfully, Lin Tajian, if this official guesses correctly then, now on the side of the ledger, I'm afraid that it is urgent to check the place where the problem may be found by me. But you guys are still a bit slack. According to reason should be early to check rather than waiting for me to come before checking. Or perhaps as the Shangshu adults are not too assured. So today on the day I come, let people triple check to make sure that everything is safe. Lin Duan. What else could he say? Not to mention the fact that it does. This kid was no ordinary man, but Li Xian, a legend. The bookkeeper's sighed. It's been over many times. It's been foolproof for a long time. But is still worried that Li Xian has found some traces, so it is still being verified. And Li Xian can't really go over. So, they had to stall this kid no matter what. It was a death order. At least not until after lunch. As for Li Xian, at this moment, he looked at Lin Duan in front of him and casually asked, Lord Lin, let me ask you, what is the relationship between you and Lin Shiren plus Lin Dongyang? Can you explain it to me? A sentence that caused Wu Yu, who was present, to have his scalp tingling. Lin Xian is the left prime minister. Lin Dongyang is naturally the minister of the household. This Li Xian is really bold, and even dared to openly face the face of the various officials of the Ministry of the Household, and directly address the name of the left prime minister and the minister of the household. Sure enough, with the empress backing him up, Li Xian was much bolder. At that time, in the left minister's residence, Li Xian at least knew to restrain himself a bit, and when he faced the left minister, Li Xian behaved in a very polite manner. However, I did not expect that after a short period of time, Li Xian had changed so much that he did not even intend to give face to the left minister. It's really a good thing that you can't see the other side of the coin. Of course, it was no longer about being impressed, but having to reacquaint oneself with Li Xian as a person, a legend at the level of a medical saint who was famous in the Three Kingdoms. In a short period of time, it was like a different person. Lin Duan's heart beat fiercely for a moment. Then he said helplessly, Lord Li is joking. There is no relationship between my humble servant and Lord Prime Minister, as well as Lord Shangshu. If I have to say that there is a relationship, it is that of a fellow officer. And on this point, perhaps it is the same between you and Lord Shangshu, as well. Even if there was really any relationship, he naturally couldn't admit it. If he admitted it, wouldn't he be putting himself in an unfavorable position? Today's Li Xian came with great force, and in a short time, it had already made him feel heavy pressure, and he even wanted to run away. If not for the fact that Lord Shangshu had to force him to come, he really didn't want to come. Don't look at the Ministry of Household, so many people, but now in Li Xian's side, and some who is a high-powered people? Not a single one. Everyone, trying to avoid it. This is a troublemaker, and where he's at, something is definitely going to happen. Li Xian smiled and said lightly, don't be nervous, since you said afternoon, then afternoon it is. At noon we will dine at the household ministry? I don't know how the taste of the small stoves in the household ministry is. How is the assortment? Li Xian went outside even as he muttered to himself. Subsequently, more than a dozen officials from the Ministry of Revenue all followed and walked out. As for that Lin Duan, he was also finally relieved. So soon, there was a weird phenomenon inside the Ministry of Households. Li Xian walked in front, and that right minister of the Ministry of Households, Lin Duan, as well as Li Xian's fellow student, Wu Yu, walked at his side. the other officials of the Ministry of Household, on the other hand, followed behind as a chaperone in an uproarious manner. The crowd talked and laughed as they began to tour the entire household department. Wu used to enter the Ministry of Households to the present, but only with less than half a year's time, but he has been from that in the hall above. Some impassioned candidates, turned into a man said people, said the ghost of the slippery head. Some of the content to say up is also a set of things. This caused a pang of emotion in Li Xian's heart. It was true that no matter whether it was ancient or modern, no matter how hot-blooded he was before going in, he had to be assimilated quickly after going in, or else he would be a heretic who would not be treated well, like Wu Yu and Zhou Ting. That kind of person, perhaps has long become a part of the embrace of the clan, although they themselves are clan origin, but at least at that time in the temple examination, still with a few goodwill as well as hot blood, like the county magistrate Wei Tung over the county office is almost the same. Li Xian looked at Wu Yong beside him, who smiled at him, seemingly unaware of what Li Xian was thinking. He was just very excited while dancing and saying at the same time, "Lordly, if you say the whole imperial city departments, where the small stove is the most delicious, then really don't say, it belongs to the household department side, because the cooks of the household department side are personally selected by Lord Shangshu. Not to say that this side of the household department has much luxury, but the cooks of the household department here are able to process the most inexpensive ingredients to produce the most tender and tasty flavor. Today at noon, Lordly, you'll be able to see, and Lordly will definitely not be disappointed." Wu used to squeeze his eyebrows, trying to find a little bit of the feeling when he was outside the temple, and Li Xian talked and laughed, only to find he still gave up, so much so that what had been a somewhat natural expression began to change in flavor later on. Once the same status of the deceased has become a first-class officer, in his heart that kind of bondage feeling always cannot be removed, so how can find the feeling at that time? Not to mention that he's changed quite a bit between then and now. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Ministry of Revenue, Lin Dongyang grimaced and snapped a slap directly onto the table. Chapter 183. The Ministry of the Household checks the accounts. Lin Dongyang had naturally heard what Li Xian had just said clearly. In front of this large crowd, Li Xian actually called his father Lin Shiren as well as himself by name. Such behavior caused a strong feeling of displeasure to well up within Lin Dongyang towards Li Xian. It is precisely because of this that Lin Dongyang fell into a long period of silence, and chose to temporarily avoid Li Jinjin when he initially came to the Ministry of Revenue. That kid, he's really a tricky troublemaker. He had a dark thought in his mind, and his father's side of the family didn't know exactly what he was contemplating. If he were in his father's position, facing the Empress's current aggression, I'm afraid that he would have already launched an action against the Empress's counterattack. However, on the side of his father and Right Minister Lu Yunqing, there was a rare state of silence nowadays. Many people in the outside world had speculated that an unprecedented counterattack would be brewing in the clan next, but only he, who knew his father's character well, understood that his father was showing his weakness, and was wary of the female emperor. Father has always been a person who was afraid of the strong. The female emperor just at the beginning of the throne. The style of action is not too strong, which gives father a certain amount of room to maneuver. This year, the female emperor's actions are frequent and quite strong, which in turn makes the father's heart scruples. Do not dare to act rashly. It is often the case with people that the more they are in a state of comfort, the less they are willing to change the situation of the moment. Lin Dongyang smiled to himself and muttered. He thought to himself, if he were his father, as the left minister, he was afraid that he would have already had designs on the position of supervisor. Even if they couldn't control these 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains alone, they had to pull down that old piker Lu Yunqing, the right minister, so how could they let the empress kill them with a blunt knife? And this Li Xian is really coming from a bad place. Lin Dongyang sighed deeply. Regarding the accountant's matter, they had already carefully organized special people to carry out repeated checks. In the case of ensuring that they had already done everything, he really couldn't think of what kind of traces that Li Xian could actually find out from it. In his mind, it was almost impossible to accomplish. However, it was precisely this seemingly impossible situation that caused Lin Dongyang to feel extraordinarily worried. If it were anyone else, even the Jin Yiwei who had been extremely active and acting forcefully in the imperial city recently, Lin Dongyang would not have the slightest fear. After all, the brocade guards had been here several times already and had come up empty-handed. However, Li Xian was different, and he was never sure about this young man. This kid is permeated with an evil aura, and may really be able to see some clues from that seemingly flawless ledger. After all, there's an old saying that if you don't want someone to know, you can't do it. As long as something has been done, it will inevitably leave some traces. This is an indisputable fact. Just he is really not clear. Li Leisure in the end will be able to investigate this matter to what extent. The morning sun cleared and the sun rose, After Li Xian had patiently listened to that large amount of worthless nonsense, he finally came to the lunch session that he was still somewhat looking forward to inside. Stepping into the dining place, he raised his eyes and saw that the table of dishes in front of him really looked rather plain. Seeing this, Lin Duan, the right minister of the Ministry of Revenue, hurriedly stepped forward and said with a slightly rushed expression, "Lordly, you know the situation well. Our Qian kingdom is in a difficult time, and everyone has to scrimp and save. Therefore, on this table, meat is simply impossible to appear. Even though slightly more expensive vegetables are not in the supply, Qiangua's situation is difficult, and as an official serving in the Ministry of Revenue, we should set a good example and lead by example. So let's start with this food and drink matter, and set an example for everyone." Li Xian quietly looked at Lin Duan and unhurriedly swallowed the food he was chewing in his mouth before he opened his mouth with a few tentative hints and said, "You guys eat these things every day?" Lin Duan did not hesitate, immediately nodded heavily, and a trace of pride even showed in his expression, saying, "Yes, Lordly, let's say that the next official, some time ago, the from home to buy some meat back, thought of frying some meat dishes to improve the food. The results were the next official slapped hard, and finally the next official will be that piece of meat given to the poor beggars on the road. We as officials, how can we just focus on our own enjoyment at this time? Lord Lin is absolutely right." Next to an official hastily picked up the conversation. In fact, the next official's family, the same as a long time have not tasted the meat flavor, and recently outside the imperial city is not giving porridge to the victims. I also specially let the women in the family to go outside to set up an additional point to give rice porridge. Those victims are really pitiful. We can help a little. Yes, extremely. For a while, the crowd chimed in, each with a look of great righteousness on their faces, as if they were truly a group of role models willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of the country and its people. Wait, Li Xian suddenly spoke out, interrupting these people's you know what. His gaze slowly swept a circle of the people present, and finally landed steadily on Wu Yu's body, his eyes revealing a hint of strangeness. "You all are all wide-bodied and fat. However, I remember very clearly, Lord Wu was quite thin and weak before half a year ago. How come you've blossomed into this appearance after only less than half a year? Lord Wu, can you explain the reason for this to me?" Wu, with a sudden face white, opened his mouth, but half unable to speak, just mumbling, Li adults. The next official also do not know. The crowd also looked at each other in disbelief, falling into an awkward silence for a while. Right at this impasse, Lin Duan's eyes rolled and he hurriedly said, "Overworked fat. Lordly, this is overworked fat. Since Lord Wu entered the Ministry of Households, it is really reserved. In order to deal with official business, often pick lamps until midnight, is really too much hard work, which led to the body a little blonde. Yes, but Lord Wu is very hard." Seeing this, the crowd also rushed to follow and concur, but the embarrassment in that tone became more and more obvious, and anyone could hear their heart's weakness. Li Xian didn't speak again, but just nodded gently and said calmly, "This plate of veggie fried greens, the flavor is not bad." Seeing that Li Xian didn't seem to have any intention of pursuing the matter any further, Lin Duan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "If Lordly is satisfied, that would be the best. In that case, we have prepared a place for Lordly to take a lunch break, all with brand new beds and quilts. After Lordly has eaten, you may as well move over and take a rest to cool off. What about the matter of the accountant's office? Wait until you wake up and then check it out. How's that?" As he said that, Lin Duan's eyes revealed a trace of imperceptible heartbeat, nervously looking at Li Xian as if waiting for his answer. Li Xian simply ate a few bites of his meal, then put down his chopsticks and finally stood up and said, "Let's go. Take me to the accountant's office. Thanks for reminding Lord Lin about the accountant's office." After saying that, Li Xian had already gotten up and walked at the front with big strides. The crowd behind them had no choice but to follow. They all knew in their hearts that it seemed that today, this Li Xian was determined to have his way with them. In no time at all, Li Xian came to a stop outside the account office of the Ministry of Revenue. Lin Duan hurriedly walked a few steps quickly, went forward and introduced, "Lordly, this is the account room of the Ministry of Revenue. Since the invention of rice paper, in order to facilitate the storage and access, after the Ministry of Revenue income and expenditure table, will use rice paper to carry, and this place is heavily guarded. Ordinary people can't get in at all on weekdays. That is, you, Lordly, have the qualification to come here to check the accounts." Li Xian didn't say anything, stepped over the threshold, and walked into the account room. Chapter 184 Descending Strike. Li Xian raised his eyes and looked around, only to see that the interior of the account room was spacious and bright, with all kinds of furnishings arranged in a well-organized manner, and such a sight instantly gave his heart a sense of enlightenment. This space is really big, but think carefully is also reasonable. After all, here carries the entire Qianguo's household accounts. If the space is small, naturally difficult to store the vast ocean of account information. Of course, Li Xian felt in the bottom of his heart that even with such a scale, it still seemed a bit short compared to what was actually needed. This was a conclusion drawn after comparing it to the scale of modern records management as he knew it in his heart. Moreover, Li Xian actually understood in his heart that the contents of some of the previous accounts must have been emptied and disposed of long ago. After all, in the past era when bamboo slips were used to record, the volume of the ledger was much more massive, and if it was not cleared, this limited space simply could not accommodate it. The moment Li Xian stepped into the account room of the Ministry of Revenue, only Lin Duan, the right minister of the Ministry of Revenue, accompanied him, while the rest of those officials were honestly waiting outside. Lord Lin, don't be nervous, I'll just take a brief look. Li Xian opened his mouth calmly, and as he spoke, he began to scrutinize the accounts under Lin Duan's slightly nervous gaze. At this time, Li Xian's heart also can't help but flooded with a little emotion. The entire Ministry of Households, from the Shangshu to the minister, surprisingly, all surnamed Lin, really is Lin Xian's full-fledged sphere of influence. In this way, Li Xian was able to fully understand why the Empress would place him directly on the side of the Ministry of Household. Must be in the eyes of the Empress, he or she may be the sharpest knife, able to hit the key points of the Ministry of Households. Li Xian knew that sometimes when dealing with things, one really couldn't just brute force things, and roughing it up wasn't always the best choice. Just like before, when Qingwei came here, facing these complicated income and expenditure issues, she was also confused, completely unable to understand the doorway of it. However, in Li Xian's opinion, these income and expenditure accounts are actually full of loopholes and have no secrets to speak of. Thinking back to the university days, Li Xian, although majoring in medicine, but out of a wide range of knowledge and personal interest, also took an accounting qualification certificate. So nowadays, when faced with these ancient ledgers, it's a downward spiral. He was able to easily see through the many loopholes recorded in the ledger at a glance after simply scanning it and then analyzing it after some small comparisons. Some of the problems go beyond simple vulnerabilities, and even more outrageous is the fact that there is a huge probability that these ledgers have been tampered with, because the handwriting in some places is so correct that it is a bit abnormal, and it looks obviously like the latest writing on it. This kind of rough tampering means, it is like fooling a child in general. Li Xian didn't move to notice this, but he didn't say anything more on the spot. Immediately after, he began to look at Lin Duan's increasingly tense gaze in greater detail, especially for some obvious discrepancies in the accounts. He would pick up another pen and carefully mark them. This scene fell into Lin Duan's eyes, immediately let him cold sweat like rain, back instantly wet with sweat. Li Xian's ability was truly amazing. Not only did he accurately find the abnormal income and expenditure accounts that existed in some extremely obscure places, but he was also able to accurately mark even those newly written up alterations. It could be said that ever since the Empress announced Li Xian as the left minister of the Ministry of Revenue and started to deal with the accounts issue, Li Xian had found more than 80% of the accounts that had been changed on the side of the Ministry of Revenue. This shocking discovery made Lin Duan feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave and was covered in a cold sweat, so much so that without realizing it, his legs began to tremble slightly, for no other reason than the fact that their worst fears have finally come to pass. Li Xian's knowledge base and expertise in accounts receipts and disbursements was far deeper than his, and the young man really did seem to know everything and everything. Li Xian noticed Lin Duan's strange appearance and glanced at him lightly, then asked softly, "Lord Lin, why are you so nervous?" "Huh?" Lin Duan was startled by this sudden question, and then said in a panic, "Lord Li, my subordinate suddenly felt some discomfort in his abdomen, and wanted to go to relieve himself, so he may not be able to accompany Lord Li here in the account room for a while." Seeing this, Li Xian did not stop him, and immediately waved his hand and said, "Go." When he finished speaking, he went back to burying his head in his markings. Originally, Li Xian thought that in this ancient society, at least as a professional in the Ministry of Revenue, when dealing with the key work of the accountant, even if it could not be done seamlessly, at least it should be able to do it in the middle of the road, to say the least. But now to these eyes of his, the accounts were simply full of holes and miserable. This kind of rough account content and inferior tampering means made Li Xian couldn't help but gently shake his head and sigh in his heart. No wonder Qiangui has always been financially strained and has no money left over. Dare I say that the money in this national treasury is basically squandered through such means? If projections are made on the basis of such a ratio, from the smallest to the largest, I am afraid that more than 2/3 of the money in the treasury has been spent on meaningless procurement of false tenders, enrichment of personal pockets, taking kickbacks, and so on. For example, an ordinary bamboo cup here, its actual cost is only a few coins, and the normal selling price is just a few coins. but on the bookkeeping here, it directly raises the price to the extent of a few taels of silver, which is a staggering difference. This makes Li Xian can't help but recall the bad phenomenon of those local purchasing kickbacks in the modern society in his memory, and there is a similarity and difference between the two. He clearly remembers that in some places in modern times, the purchase price of an ordinary carbon steel pen can be as high as $30 to $50 a piece, but how much can it actually cost? The cost of a fountain pen is only a few cents, even if the normal market price, at most $1 or $2, while the purchase price is a full premium of more than 3,000%. In the eyes of those who are greedy, it seems as if they have suffered a great loss if there is not a purchase premium of 1,000% or more. Look again at the purchases of brushes recorded in this ledger, and again they are about as bad as those remembered. Just compared to the modern-day corruption behaviors that are full of tricks and clever tactics, the tactics here are very childish, and because of this, the contents of these accounts are really rough in Li Xian's opinion, and the loopholes are just too many. Li Xian continued to mark without stopping, because he has been completely immersed in this ledger accounts, fully concentrated on finding the problem, but did not notice, outside the ledger room, a hidden corner. I do not know when quietly lit a faint spark. This wire spark did not extinguish itself, but with the help of the weak air currents in the house, slowly spread out, and gradually a corner next to the ignition, followed by wisps of black smoke began to rise. The fire is also silently and slowly become larger. Chapter 185. Li Xian is gone. In the meantime, in the Qian kingdom, in the bedchamber of the female emperor, Green Reed was reporting the situation to the empress with a respectful expression. She spoke about the coal mine that Li Xian had mentioned earlier, and at that moment, the mining operations were already being carried out in an organized manner. And, from the burning situation of the coal mine samples brought back, the burning durability of this fuel is excellent, able to continue to heat for a very long time. Compared to the traditional dry firewood as well as charcoal, its advantage is extremely obvious, leading by several times as much, which makes the Green Reeds report back with a great deal of emotion. By the way, Your Majesty, Qing Reed, as if suddenly remembering something important, hastily added, today's Li Xian should be heading to the Ministry of Households to check the accounts. The Empress couldn't help but faintly freeze for a moment when she heard this. Immediately afterward, her complexion became a bit gloomy as she said, is that so? You'd better go and take a look at the situation. Lone is worried that old pipsqueak, Lin Shuren, will take advantage of the situation to turn against him. After Green Reed froze for a moment, he solemnly nodded, and then he quickly retreated and rushed in the direction of the Ministry of Household. And just at this time, the originally insignificant spark of fire outside the account room of the Ministry of Revenue was rapidly burning and spreading with the help of the weak wind from inside and the addition of flammable materials around it. In a short time, the fire had become raging. In an instant, the entire ledger room has been filled with smoke. Outside everywhere is the sound of shouting to put out the fire, interspersed with people shouting in panic, saying what Lord Li is still trapped inside. In other words, Li Xian, who was inside the accountant's office, naturally discovered this sudden and dangerous situation in the same way, and he was startled, and a thought flashed through his mind in an instant. This must be something that the people on the side of the Ministry of Revenue intended to do. These guys are so mean-spirited. In fact, similar to this kind of bad case, Li Xian in the past in the hearing has understood a lot, just he never thought. Today he was also fortunate to personally encountered each other set fire to the account room. This kind of heartless situation. This is about a whole Chenghua financial foundation under the most important ministry of the treasury. Ah, how dare they so heartless. In the nick of time, Li Xian hurriedly put down the account book in his hand and ran towards the outside of the account room with all his might. At this point, however, smoke was rolling everywhere ahead, and had almost completely obscured the path of escape. Li Xian's heart was burning with anxiety. He used his clothes to cover his mouth and nose tightly to try to reduce the inhalation of the smoke, but the pungent odor and powerful irritation of the smoke still made his eyes tear up and it was almost difficult to open them. After holding his breath to the limit, which was really unbearable, Li Xian subconsciously took a breath, and immediately after, a sharp stinging pain in his throat as well as his lungs quickly came, and at the same time the unbearable suffocating sensation also drowned him directly like a tidal wave. In the next moment, Li Xian only felt that his consciousness began to rapidly lax. Before Li Xian passed out completely, in his daze, he seemed to feel that he was being picked up by someone. Out of his survival instinct, he subconsciously reached out to grab something around him, yet his grip was empty due to the extreme weakness of his body as well as his blurred vision. However, in the course of his grip, he seemed to hear the other man stifle a grunt. Then, Li Xian could no longer support himself and completely passed out. Time came to the next day. Above the court hall of the Qian kingdom, the atmosphere in the great hall of the court today was oppressive and suffocating. The civil and military officials present all hung their heads low, and none of them dared to speak easily. Only because just yesterday, the Ministry of Accounts sudden fire. This fire is raging, until burned more than half of the account books. Only by the people try their best to successfully extinguish. This is already an extremely serious situation, but what's even more serious is, Lord Li Xianli, who was both the Imperial Master and the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, was in the accounts office of the Ministry of Revenue at that time to conduct a check on the accounts. It is said that Li Xian in the process of checking the accounts seems to have found out some key issues, and this fire is at such a critical moment bizarrely burned, which makes the hearts of the 100 officials are surging up an extremely strange feeling. Other things aside, this is a very unusual series of events. As for what exactly happened, they officials might not be entirely clear, but they all understood in their hearts that something big was going to happen in the courtroom today, and in the minds of the people, all of this seemed to have a great deal to do with Lin Dongyang, the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. After all, in that place of the Ministry of Revenue, Lin Dongyang, as the Minister of the Xingshu, was the first person in charge of the place that deserved it. Regardless of any problems, he, Lin Dongyang, would inevitably need to bear the greatest responsibility, and this was the thought that instantly surfaced in the back of every person's mind. The Empress sat high above the throne, yet her eyes revealed an undisguised anger and majesty. With everyone arriving, she took a deep breath and said in a low, indignant voice, Lin Dongyang, step forward now. The moment the Empress uttered these words, the civil and military officials couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. They were able to clearly hear that His Majesty was really angry at the moment, and as for why His Majesty was angry, they could guess a generalization even if they thought about it with their feet. And at this time the Ministry of Household Minister Lin Dongyang also dare not have the slightest slack. He hurriedly stood out, without saying a word will be flopping on the ground. Looked terrified, said, the old minister in. You're in? How come you didn't get burned? The Empress coldly threw out such a questioning question, her tone filled with anger and sarcasm. When Lin Dongyang heard this, his body involuntarily trembled, but he did not dare to say any more words. In fact, since some things have already been done, they can only be done hard to the end. Of course, Lin Dongyang also knew in his heart about the consequences that might be triggered after doing this thing. Since he was going to do it, he had already thought of the consequences. At this moment, the left Prime Minister Lin Shan stood on the side, but looked relatively calm, especially when the civil and military officials behind him occasionally swept their gazes to him. They found that Lin Shan's side face was calm as water, and his favor was not shocked, as if he had long predicted that there would be this thing that would happen today. At this moment, crouching on the ground, Lin Dongyang said in a trembling voice, the old minister's ineffective governance of the Ministry of Revenue has caused such a great disaster, and has allowed His Excellency the Imperial Teacher to suffer such a calamity. The old minister deserves to die, and is willing to listen to His Majesty's sentence. When Lin Dongyang said these words, those officials present who didn't quite understand the full picture of what was going on had the same incredulous expression on their faces at the moment. Li Idol, is it really gone? Chapter 186, Sentenced to Heavenly Prison. This news was tantamount to instantly casting a huge stone on the surface of the originally calm and incomparable lake, and immediately afterward, it exploded into a monstrous wave, filling the hearts of the crowd with horror. Li Xian is no more. All the ministers, in addition to the right and left two prime ministers and some officials who stand in the forefront and may know more inside information still have some doubts. Others are already alarmed, only to feel that the entire Dakian dynasty, as if it is going to change the sky. The Empress at this moment also clenched her teeth. Her eyes flashed with anger, and said, come on, dismiss Lin Dongyang from his official position, send him to the heavenly prison, and behead him 7 days later. This sentence is like a thunderbolt resounding in the courtroom, and after the people present heard it, they stood in place with a numb face. The expressions on their faces, if they were to be described in one sentence, would be shocked and numb. The former is because Li Xian accident this unexpected situation, plus the execution of the second grade officials such a big event, has not happened for a long time. The latter, on the other hand, was because too many unexpected things had happened today above this courtroom, so much so that everyone was a bit unable to react. This is a good thing. How can the account office of the Ministry of the Interior say that there is a fire, and Li Xian happens to be in there? This is all just too fishy. All the officials, subconsciously, turned their eyes to the left minister, Lin Shuren. In their hearts, a thought involuntarily surfaced, that is, the left minister is so bold. This is no longer just a simple abandonment of the car, but an amazing move to abandon the elephant. Lin Dongyang was the son of the left minister. This point was an unquestionable thing, but now Lin Dongyang actively chose to sacrifice himself for the sake of certain interests or secrets on the left minister, as a way to preserve the status and power of the left minister. Isn't this Left minister going to show something? Can he really stand by and watch this happen? Civilian and military officials at this moment do not dare to take a breath. The entire court hall above a dead silence. There were some things that they had guessed might happen, but they hadn't guessed that it would happen so quickly. And even the sharpest blade in the hands of the empress, the one who had saved thousands of people from the fire, Li Xian, was now alive or dead, suspected to have been burned to death. This situation has not become a little too fast. This year's Diqian is really a stormy one, as if it is about to usher in a huge storm. Soon, the palace guards in the palace walked in quickly and dragged Lin Dongyang out without mercy. Under these circumstances, Lin Dongyang, who knew that he was about to be sent to the heavenly prison and was about to face the fate of being asked to be beheaded, could no longer remain calm. His eyes were wide open, his face was red, and he hissed madly, "Gong Yuyan, you want to cut the clans and save the Qian kingdom, but the decadent trend of the Qian kingdom is already hard to stop. The Qian kingdom is doomed. Ha 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 ha." In the sound of Lin Dongyang's indulgent laughter, and in the heart-stopping state of mind of the civil and military officials, Gong Yuyan looked down coldly and did not say anything for a long time, only that the coldness in her eyes became more and more intense. And in the palace hall, at this moment, it also seemed as if Lin Dongyang's crazy voice just now was echoing for a long time, making every person feel a depression in their heart. After a long time, Gong Yuyan slowly turned her gaze to Lin Shuren, the left minister who was standing there without uttering a word, and said with a faint expression, "Lin Shuren, what do you think of this situation?" Lin Shuren sniffed, respectfully cupped his fist and saluted, and said calmly, "Your Majesty, I always distinguish between public and private affairs. Shangchu's ineffective governance of the Ministry of Revenue led to a fire in the most important account room, and Lord Li happened to be inside, and I heard that Lord Li had not yet been rescued. I was very heartbroken, and I only hated the fact that the person who was inside in place of Lord Li was the minister himself, and I was deeply concerned that I had been ineffective in supervising the situation, and that I could not absolve myself of the blame." These words seemed sincere and flawless, but they sounded very strange in the ears of the 100 officials. That's his own son. Can he really be that calm and collected? It was as if the person who was about to be dragged out and beheaded was just a stranger with whom he had no connection. When the empress heard this, she couldn't help but let out a cold laugh and said, "Then why don't we put you in the heavenly prison? What do you think?" Ministers in their hearts. And then again a burst of horror. This kind of words are too bold. Is today's court really want a completely chaotic knot? Hearing this, Lin Shuren did not hesitate to kneel on the ground again and said, "If your majesty is willing, I will naturally follow your orders." The empress impatiently waved her hand and said, "All right, get up. Isn't this phenomenon today exactly the situation you would like to see? Retire from the court." After saying that, the empress directly got up and left the palace hall without looking back. Only a group of face-to-face, stupefied ministers were left behind, their gazes still fixed on the left minister Lin Shuren, who was still kneeling on the ground in front of them. There was only one thought in their minds now: Li Xian, is he still alive or not? This question is of immense concern to them, and the more important thing is, the empress's attitude in the courtroom today was not good at all, and she did not give any face to the left minister at all. Does this mean that she is really going to get real with the clan forces? And this is not just a small operation like last year. At least last year's reforms weren't targeted at core clan members, but even so, there was still a strong backlash from clan forces. And this year's empress, from the time she boldly started to reform the title system to now, it seems that every step is moving towards the core interests of the clan itself, which makes every member of the clan can't help but have a strong sense of crisis, especially the unforgiving tone of the empress just now when she was confronted by Lin Shuren, which is more than enough to make people can't help but think about it more. The empress and the left minister have now completely broken up, so what about the right minister? Many people, too, quietly looked at right minister Lu Yunqing, only to find that Lu Yunqing's expression was as calm as water, with no ripples in his ancient well, making it difficult for people to grasp his mind. Soon, left minister Lin Shuren slowly stood up and walked out towards the outside of the hall with a despondent expression. When he walked to the center position of the civil and military officials, he suddenly stopped and said in a low voice, "Everyone, it's time to make a choice." After saying these words, Lin Shuren let out a quiet sigh, and then left the middle of the palace hall with quick steps. As for the right Prime Minister Lu Yunqing, similarly under the gaze of the crowd, somewhat inexplicably muttered to himself, "De Chen is going to change the sky ah, ha." It was only after the two had left successively that the others began to move their feet in twos and threes, and the atmosphere of the entire courtroom was so oppressive that it was almost suffocating as they slowly left the middle of the palace hall. Meanwhile, the empress hurriedly came to this side of the bedchamber, only to see that on the bed of the bedchamber lay Li Xian, who was still in a coma. This bed was the very bed and couch that the empress usually rested on. Chapter 187 The Empress Bedchamber. Yesterday, ever since Li Xian fainted after being choked by the thick smoke, he had been placed here and had not awakened until now. During this period, Li Xian just kept coughing non-stop, but fortunately, the vital signs of the whole person were still intact, and his breathing gradually smoothed out, which made her breathe a little sigh of relief. Qing Reed said softly from the side, "Your Majesty, it's fortunate that you reminded him early. If it was a little bit later, maybe he would really be completely gone." In that kind of critical situation where every second counts, even if it is just a minute and a millimeter of time, it all seems extremely important. This may also be that he should not be destined to die, and has his own blessings. How could Qing Reed not know in her heart that Li Xian was bound to face many dangers when he traveled to the Ministry of Revenue to check the accounts this time? But she really didn't expect that those people would be so heartless as to choose to let Li Xian die. That's what made her feel the most outrageous and angry. The ruthless tactics of the left minister were truly chilling. If she hadn't considered the fact that killing the left minister rashly might cause Qiangua's economy to fall into chaos, she would have long wanted to kill that old thing. There were some things, not that they couldn't be done, not that they didn't want to be done, but that they simply couldn't be done, because any major action against a second or first-ranked officer might trigger a series of uncontrollable chain reactions. This is the case in front of us. After today, the left minister will definitely not let up and will definitely make a move. If he really plotted to rebel, Qingwei swore that she would be the first to take the head of the left minister. After all, compared to the chaos brought about by a rebellion, it seemed reasonable for the Qian kingdom to be plunged into a short period of pandemonium. So if the other party really wanted to fish out of water, Qingwei would definitely take decisive action without hesitation, and she was fully capable of doing so. Gong Yuyan nodded with a grave expression and asked, "When will he wake up?" Qingri gently shook her head and said, "According to the current pulse, it should be today. But does your Majesty want me to call the eunuch over to take a closer look?" "Forget it, it's not a good time for him to be out there. Wait until the left is opposite." Gong Yuyan spoke with a faint look, her eyes revealing a hint of decisiveness. Qing Reed was shocked in his heart, and quickly said, "What will the right minister do if he revolts altogether? When the time comes to make a break, just carry it through. It's the only option at the moment." Gong Yuyan helplessly shook her head and said somewhat wearily, "You should retire first." "Yes," Green Reed answered and then quickly left. Before leaving, Qingwei looked deeply at Li Xian, her eyes full of worry and concern. She also thought of the time when she saved Li Xian that time. She was scratched on her chest. In the end, she rejected the strange thoughts in her mind and still turned around and disappeared from the place. At this time, Gong Yuyan quietly sat beside Li Xian, gazing tenderly at the unconscious man in front of her. Falling into a long silence, slowly, she couldn't help but reach out a hand and gently placed it on Li Xian's face, a trace of imperceptible tenderness showing in her eyes. Her thoughts couldn't help but drift back to a time 6 years ago. These 6 years, the days seemed to fly by. Once that tender young man has now also grown into her in this court above the most powerful right-hand man. It's just a shame that this time, something bad almost happened to him. Gong Yuyan's fingers gently touched Li Xian's face, and the look on her face was full of reminiscence and emotion. And just at this time, Li Xian, who had been unconscious for a day and a night, had finally slowly awakened. As soon as he woke up, he only felt unbearable pain in his lungs, and it was also very difficult to breathe, as if with every breath, his entire respiratory system felt as if it was being constantly stabbed by 10,000 extremely tiny needles, causing him excruciating agony. But fortunately he was able to breathe without any problems, at least for some time past this unconsciousness. His mind was filled with nothing but horrific images of the roaring flames and rolling smoke. He opened his eyes with difficulty, and in a trance, he seemed to see the figure of a woman. This moment, Li Xian froze. He looked at the woman in front of him in a daze, and subconsciously reached out and took her hand. Gong Yuyan realized that Li Xian had woken up and originally intended to draw back her hand, but after seeing Li Xian's somewhat pained expression, she stopped in a rare way. Then again, a veiled woman suddenly appeared in front of Li Xian's eyes. This woman, Li Xian was instantly startled. His consciousness instantly returned to wakefulness, and then hurriedly said, "Your Majesty?" As he spoke, he hurriedly let go of the other man's hand. His entire being instantly became sober beyond belief, and his heart began to beat wildly. His heart was filled with shock and doubt. How could it be the great Qian Empress in front of him? What the hell just happened? He seems to have touched the hand of the Empress? Li Xian sat on the bed with a stunned face, only feeling that his heartbeat was so violent that it seemed as if it was going to jump out from inside his chest. What the hell did I just do? Where was he now? Who could tell him what the hell was going on? It's over. It's over. Gong Yuyan looked at Li Xian with a calm gaze and said lightly, "How does Qing Li feel now?" Li Xian forced himself to hold back the panic and pain in his heart and replied, "Back to your majesty. There was some discomfort when I breathed in. The last image I remembered at that time was that the account room of the Ministry of Revenue was on fire. Can your majesty tell me exactly what happened? And where is this place?" Gong Yuyan said softly, "This is the lone bedchamber." Ha! When Li Xian heard this, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. His face filled with astonishment. He subconsciously tried to force his body to sit up as a confirmation of his weakness. However, it was as if his body didn't listen to the call of duty, and just as he braced himself a little, he felt a wave of weakness come over him, and right after that, he collapsed again somewhat weakly, leaning heavily on top of the bed. Gong Yuyan see this, eyes flashed a trace of imperceptible concern. She said softly, "You first rest here at ease, rest it. You this time can be really close to death in the Ministry of Households in the fire, but you can rest assured. As for the Li House side of the affairs, also do not need to worry about you. Lone Since will arrange the right people to deal with all this." After saying that, Gong Yuyan faintly glanced at Li Xian, and that look seemed to contain many unspeakable emotions. Then she turned around and left the place. Li Xian, on the other hand, was lying on the bed, his mind constantly recalling what had just happened, especially the episode where he had just seemed to have touched the Empress's hand, which made him feel both strange and a little apprehensive. His mind was full of doubts. Did he really touch it or not? Or was that just a hallucination from his own unconscious state? Chapter 188 Dream Experiences. It all left him feeling a little lost and confused. Li Xian looked around the beautifully decorated room and subconsciously sniffed, only to realize that the quilt covering his body was emitting a faint fragrance, which was light and serene, calming his mood a little. A short while later, a palace maid came in gently, bringing him some water and pastries. Li Xian struggled to sit up. Looking at all the food in front of him, he immediately felt an overwhelming thirst. He couldn't wait to reach out his hand, picking up the cup of water, and drank greedily. The cool water flowed down his throat, moisturizing his parched throat, which made him feel better. After drinking the water, an urge to stand up and walk around surged in Li Xian's heart. He was really curious about where he was now, and he always felt that this was most likely the female emperor's chambers, and it was even possible that this was where the female emperor slept on a regular basis. This thought flashed through his mind, making him feel a bit strange and unbelievable himself. So, Li Xian braced his body with both hands and tried to stand up. However, his legs were as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and just as he exerted himself, he felt a wave of dizziness and his body shook. He only felt that these simple actions just seemed to exhaust his whole body's strength, and then, he couldn't support himself any longer, and his head was a little dizzy, so he had to lie back on the bed once again and fell into a deep sleep. Not even the desire to eat. During the time Li Xian slept over, he had a bizarre and absurd dream. He dreamed that he had returned to modern times, and this time, instead of living that hectic 996 life, he had become a full-time family housewife. In the dream, his wife is out there trying to make money to support the family, while he is at home running the household, cleaning the house, cooking and doing the dishes, as if he has become a full-time nanny. Li Xian didn't really care about this role change. After all, in modern society, such a division of labor between husband and wife is not uncommon, and there are many families like this. As long as both sides love each other, who earns more or less money at this point, it does not matter. However, the point is not really that. Rather, Li Xian was very curious in his dream about who his wife really was. Exactly. It was a bit eerie that he didn't know who his wife was who was with him in that dream. Finally, in the dead of night, Li Xian saw a woman dressed in a casual outfit walk in. He fixed his eyes and finally reacted. If it wasn't his cheap wife, who else could it be? Just as Li Xian was about to open his mouth to say something, the other party suddenly took a photo and aggressively started to press him, asking him who the woman on top of the photo was. Li Xian subconsciously looked at the photo and was taken aback. For some reason, he, who originally didn't know anything about it, suddenly had an image of Ningxuang in his mind the moment he saw the photo, and following a closer look, who else could the person in the photo be if not Ningxuang? And what struck him as most bizarre was that the photo was even a swimsuit photo. This very contrasting scene caused Li Xian, who should have been incomparably shocked, to be unable to care about this matter at this moment, because right after the other party forced him to ask who he was, in the middle of the bedroom behind him, another woman suddenly appeared, and this woman was none other than Princess Xian. Li Xian was instantly appalled as his heart began to beat violently, before his brain could react to what exactly happened. Xian Fei had already walked over quickly, then stretched out her finger and gently hooked it on her cheap wife's chin, with a very tight stance and bold movements, which made Li Xian's eyes wide open, and he only felt that his heart was going to jump out of his chest. Just as the image gradually became more absurd, Li Xian jolted out of his dream. Afterward, Li Xian sat on the bed with wide eyes and a bewildered look on his face, the doubts from the dream still lingering in his mind. Li Qing has had some kind of nightmare? The Empress had walked in at some point, and as she looked at Li Xian's sweaty appearance, she frowned slightly and asked softly. Only then did Li Xian come back to his senses. He was startled by the Empress' sudden appearance and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I'm fine." As he spoke, Li Xian propped up his body with both hands and slowly sat up, then carefully got out of bed and tried to take a few steps. This time, he felt relieved that his physical condition was finally better, not as weak and powerless as before. Afterward, he realized that the Empress was standing aside looking at him, and his heart tightened as he hurriedly bowed and said, "Many thanks to your Majesty for rescuing me." Gong Yuyan turned her head and looked at a nearby physician who had been captured to specifically treat Li Xian and asked, "He's fine?" That physician hurriedly stepped forward and said with some trepidation, "Lord Li is no longer in any serious trouble, only that his body is still a bit weak, and in accordance with His Majesty's words, Lord Li should need to take his meals, and then as long as he recuperates for a few days, he will basically recover as before." The physician's voice trembled as he spoke. He knew in his heart that it was rumored outside that Li Xian had died in that fire at the Ministry of Household. Yet Li Xian had appeared alive here in the Empress's chambers. It made him feel terrified, only to feel that he knew too much about things he shouldn't know, and he feared he wouldn't live long. Gong Yuyan lightly glanced at him and said, "Stand down, Your Majesty." The old physician hurriedly knelt on the ground and said with a flustered expression, "I may need to stay on this side of the palace for a while longer in order to properly show Lord Li how his physical state is." As he spoke, the old physician crouched his head tightly on the ground, not daring to get up, apparently afraid that the Empress would kill him in a fit of rage. Seeing this, the Empress nodded her head and said, "You are a smart person, so stay, but you also retreat first. There will be someone outside to arrange for you to go where you should go. Don't worry, you can't die." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The old physician was as if he had been pardoned, and hurriedly kowtowed respectfully, then stood up and hurriedly left this way. At this time, Li Xian's stomach suddenly rumbled. He looked at the Empress with some embarrassment and realized that the Empress was also looking at him. His face instantly reddened and he said, "I feel like I really need to replenish some food." Li Xian secretly regretted in his heart, but unfortunately, this time when they met, the Empress was wearing a veil again, so he was never able to see the Empress's face clearly. The Empress nodded slightly and said, "It's ready, and it just so happens that it's also mealtime, so go eat." In fact, what the Empress originally wanted to say was that it was just about mealtime. So follow the orphan to dinner. Chapter 189 Salt and Food Crisis. However, as soon as this thought surfaced in her mind, she immediately stopped it. It was because she knew deep down that if she wanted to eat, she would have to take off her veil, and Li Xian would not be able to see her true appearance, which was why she helplessly gave up on the idea. Soon, Li Xian sat down at the table and began to wolf down the meal on the table in front of him. This meal, although it was not as sumptuous and delicious as the one he ate over at Consort Shin's chambers, it had one advantage, and that was that it was eaten with peace of mind. In today's tumultuous situation, there was no meal that could make him feel so at ease as today's meal. As Li Xian ate, he suddenly remembered the bizarre dream he had just had again, and he couldn't help but shiver, and then hurriedly drove these outrageous thoughts out of his mind, forcing himself to stop thinking about them. After having his meal, Li Xian soon met the clan master beside that Empress. Regarding this expert, Li Xian had always been more curious in his mind. He only remembered that this was a woman, and that there were two sect master experts beside the Empress. One was her and the other was an old eunuch. Li Xian also understood in his heart that the Empress, as the king of a country, was busy day in and day out, so naturally she could not come out to see him in person every time, which was reasonable. This time, after you return to the Li mansion, you can temporarily refrain from going to the Ministry of Households, if there are no surprises. Before Qing Reed could finish his words, Li Xian picked up the latter half of his sentence and said, "If there's no accident, surely there's going to be an accident, right? If I guessed correctly, it should be that the left minister is going to make a move, or has already done so?" Li Xian knew clearly in his heart that after such a big event had happened and he had encountered such a dangerous situation, this was undoubtedly a perfect opportunity for the Empress, not to mention whether or not he could bring down the left minister in one fell swoop. At least taking down that minister of the household, Lin Dongyang, should not be a big problem. I'm sure Lin Dongyang himself didn't expect that he would become a victim in this incident. Of course, Li Xian also understood that it was difficult for him to fully control these details, and he was only thinking from the Empress's point of view. From the normal way of thinking, he was doing something for the Empress this time, but as a result, the account office of the household department caught fire, and this was not an ordinary account office. but the largest and most important account office of the household department. The problem in this could be said to be very serious. Using this excuse, it was not difficult to get Lin Dongyang off the stage, not to mention that he himself was trapped inside at the time, which undoubtedly added to the severity of the incident. Qing Reed glanced at Li Xian in surprise, obviously not expecting him to notice the change in the situation. She then nodded and said, "Yes, the left minister has already made his move. Nowadays, within the boundaries of the imperial city, food, cloth, salt, and other necessities of life have become very scarce in the past 2 days, and the prices are strangely high. And behind most of these material shortages and price increases, they are inextricably linked to the left minister's industry. The current scope of the imperial city, and even some areas outside the imperial city, had already seen waves of looting. The original sufficient reserves of supplies, as a result, have now directly shortened 4/5 of the time of use, resulting in the people who really need these supplies at this stage not being able to buy them, while some people with bad intentions have begun to hoard them in large quantities. These are some of the worrying changes that have taken place in Qianguo over the past 2 days. The empress naturally had a headache about these situations, but she was also clear that it was reasonable for the left minister to have such a reaction this time after losing Lin Dongyang, his biggest chess piece, and it was also one thing she had long expected. When Li Xian heard Qing Reed's words, he nodded slightly and said, "All right, then I'll stay in the Li mansion for the time being. I won't go out. Just look for me if there's anything else." Next, Li Xian was sent back to his home under Qing Wei's arrangement. Li Xian was also a bit worried about the current counteraction moves of the left minister, but right now he just wanted to go home and check in first. After all, this time he came out. It had been a few days already. His daughter's matter was the most important. Everything else needed to be pushed back before he could do so. This time, he hadn't been away from home for too long, so his daughter was still relatively easy to coax. He just pestered Li Xian to tell stories for the whole night, and then she went to sleep contentedly, and this little storm was over. In addition, Xu Yun's side was similarly taken aback after learning about what happened to Li Xian. After he asked around, the empress side sent someone over to briefly explain that Li Xian was not in any serious trouble, and only then did Xu Yun let out a sigh of relief. In his heart, he very much wanted to go to the Li mansion to see Li Xian. However, he was worried that his whereabouts would be discovered and thus bring Li Xian trouble, so he had to hold back and not come. One night a few days later, Li Xian had just undressed in the house and was about to go to sleep, but when he inadvertently looked up, he saw that familiar figure of the man in black again. At this moment, Li Xian was instantly taken aback. He was followed by a wave of irritation. This is the third time. This guy, is there no end to it? Thus, Li Xian was immediately infuriated and said loudly, "It can't be tolerated. If you can't tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. You've gone too far. If you want to kill me, I'll do as I please. What is the point of harassing me here several times? Can you give me a pain?" Seeing Li Xian's reaction so drastically, the man in black was silent for a moment, then said softly, "It's me." Li Xian sniffed and froze. This voice, it sounded like Lu Qingshue's. Li Xian then gave a dry cough, somewhat awkwardly got down from the bed, and said, "Long time no see. Where have you been lately? I was thinking that your father has been reinstated as an official, and I was planning to inform you so that you guys could find a chance to meet, but you didn't come to look for me either." Lu Qingxue stood there quietly, and after a moment of silence, she said, "I already know about my father's matter. There is also the fact that I really don't have the face to see my father now. I killed so many people. My father is now the county magistrate. If he sees me, how should it be? So this meeting or forget it. There is no meaning. If I want to see him, I can just sneak a look from afar myself." Hearing her words, Li Xian nodded slightly and said, "Then you can't keep living in hiding like this. In my opinion, why don't you take on a pseudonym and come to work at my Chamber of Commerce? In that case, no one can expose you, and you can still find a job that matches your ability. Isn't that great?" Li Xian still didn't know that the person who killed Qi Yu in the first place was actually Lu Qingxue. He also didn't know that during the time he went to Qi, Lu Qingxue had been silently following him behind his back, and this matter was only clear to Monk Huineng. As if she suddenly remembered something, Lu Qingxue asked, "That reaction you just had, was it because that mysterious person who beat you up earlier appeared again?" Chapter 190 Li Xian's Invitation. Hearing these words, Li Xian immediately revealed a look of helplessness for a while and nodded before saying, "But that's already in the past. It hasn't happened again for a while. It's not something that's appearing now. How about it? What do you think of that proposal I just made? There's really no need to be displaced like this anymore. Now that the situation in the country is so chaotic, the government doesn't have the time to care about that matter of yours. In that case, you can also slowly adapt to it. It's just a matter of taking on a new name. It's not troublesome. Li Xian was really eager to offer Lu Qingxue such a job opportunity, mainly because Lu Qingxue's ability was indeed very impressive. He secretly thought about it and felt that Qian Yu's martial arts skills should be just about the same as Lu Qingxue's, and he naturally didn't want to miss out easily on such a person with high martial arts skills. Moreover, after this period of time, Li Xian felt that between them, they were indeed trustworthy. Hearing his words, Lu Qingxue lowered her head and contemplated for a while, a hint of intent showing on her face as she said, "That newly established chamber of commerce of yours? Yes, when the time comes, if there are things that need to be dealt with, you can follow out and run missions. If there's nothing going on, it's fine to protect me in the neighborhood. Anyway, as long as I don't say anything, no one will know your identity. What do you think?" Li Xian looked at Lu Qingxue, smiled a little awkwardly and said, "Take off your mask. Every time we meet you feel like you're the bad guy. There's no need to wear a mask with me." Hearing his words, Lu Qingxue gently nodded, then slowly removed the mask from her face. Immediately afterward, a face of national beauty appeared in front of Li Xian's eyes. From the looks of it, this face of hers was indeed a bit more haggard than before, but overall, it was a lot more heroic, making it feel quite unique. If the other women Li Xian had seen before were basically either flirtatious, seductive, demonic, or high-cooled words, then the Lu Qingxue in front of him was valiant, gave a feeling of doing things in a thunderous manner, and especially made people feel trustworthy, just like those female police characters he had seen inside the TV dramas before he was reborn. It is really very distinctive. Seeing Li Xian staring at himself with unblinking eyes, Lu Qingxue's face couldn't help but flash a blush, but since it was nighttime and the room was dimly lit, Li Xian didn't see it clearly. Li Xian walked to the front of the table, picked up the kettle, and heated up some water for Lu Qingxue before making a pot of tea. Li Xian then casually said while pouring tea for her, "My suggestion. Think about it, there's really no need to be so displaced all the time. Anyway, right now Qiangui doesn't have the time to care about this matter of yours, and it won't take more than a few days. I guess Qiangui is going to be in chaos for once. It's going to be a mess?" When Lu Qingxue heard his words, she glanced at Li Xian somewhat strangely. Naturally, she also knew that Li Xian was now a first-ranking officer of the Imperial College, plus a high-ranking official like the Minister of the Household Department, and that his status and position were already worlds apart compared to before, the career path that others might need to spend a lifetime to complete. In Li Xian's case, it only took less than half a year to reach such a high level. Such abilities and achievements really made Lu Qingxue very impressed. Therefore, when Li Xian said that the Qian kingdom would be in chaos, Lu Qingxue also felt in her heart that what he said might be true, and maybe the Qian kingdom would really be in a state of chaos. Moreover, Lu Qingxue had also noticed during this time that there were indeed a lot more soldiers on the streets now, and the atmosphere of the entire country had become tense. Lu Qingxue sat in front of the table and hesitated for a while before saying, "I'll think about it. If I think it's okay, I'll come back to you in a few days to talk to you. By the way, how are you practicing those moves I taught you some time ago?" When it came to practicing martial arts moves, Li Xian's eyes lit up. Then he directly and excitedly said to Lu Qingxue, "I have something to tell you, so prepare yourself mentally first." One sentence caused Lu Qingxue to freeze in place. She then subconsciously nodded her head, obviously bluffed by Li Xian's mysterious look. Lu Qingxue couldn't help but feel a little curious in her heart. What exactly was Li Xian going to say? Why was he so mysterious? Next, under Lu Qingxue's gaze that was filled with curiosity, Li Xian then began to earnestly rehearse the movements according to the ones that she had taught him earlier. During Li Xian's practice, Lu Qingxue stood on the side, carefully observing his every movement. From her expression, it didn't seem to show any particularly obvious reactions, yet deep down inside her heart, she felt that Li Xian's current level of practice could only be considered average. After all, with her professional vision as a master, Li Xian's mastery of these moves was still not skillful enough, and although she could tell that he had made quite a bit of progress compared to before, there was still a large room for improvement in terms of the consistency of his movements. However, considering that Li Xian was now a high-ranking official of the imperial court and had a busy schedule during the weekdays, to be able to find the time to practice martial arts and reach such a level as he was now, it was indeed already very difficult. Next, after Li Xian's sequential punching movements with qi energy, Lu Qingxue froze in place, her face full of incredulity. Li Xian let out a long sigh of relief after practicing these styles in their entirety. He raised his head, his gaze turned to Lu Qingxue, and with a hint of anticipation in his eyes, he asked, "How was it?" In fact, ever since that time when he practiced qi energy, Li Xian would feel hot after every practice, as if there was a stream of warmth flowing through his body, and he was also clearly able to feel that his physical quality had significantly improved compared to before. especially when he woke up in the morning. He could even easily get up with a carp. It may not be a good way to get out of bed, but it's proof enough that his physical fitness has indeed improved and improved dramatically. Lu Qingxue was still staring blankly at Li Xian, and it took her a while before she came back to her senses. Then she quickly walked to Li Xian's side, and said with a serious look, "According to reason, to your martial arts foundation, if you want to reach such a level nowadays, you have to spend at least a few years before you can do it, and this is still in the case of a more outstanding physical quality. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid that it would be very difficult to achieve such a breakthrough in this lifetime. What exactly did you go through?" Li Xian shook his head helplessly. He himself felt very confused. He really couldn't tell the reason for this sudden change. Chapter 191 Sunga's question and answer, above. In fact, some time before, Li Xian had speculated that it might be related to that incident that happened between him and Princess Xian, but then he remembered his cheap wife, who was likewise a martial arts expert. But why hadn't she changed much after that incident 6 years ago? Of course, it was also possible that because in the past 6 years, Li Xian had not been practicing systematic martial arts moves, resulting in the latent innate talent in his body, which was never effectively released and stimulated. The reason for this is really elusive. Anyway, with his own master Lu Qingxue right in front of him, Li Xian felt that he still needed to figure out the truth behind this before he could do so, and his most important purpose was still to have Lu Qingxue teach him the later few movements, or even all the movements of the complete set of this stance, without reservation. In this way, when he faced some dangerous situations in the future, he would be able to have a certain degree of self-protection and not be powerless. From the parts he had learned so far, he was able to tell that there were several offensive as well as defensive moves in the set. As for the rest, he wasn't too sure. "I'll teach you the rest of the moves then. Watch carefully." Lu Qingxue pondered for a little while, then directly nodded her head, readily agreeing to Li Xian's request. Next, Lu Qingxue began to patiently explaining to Li Xian the essentials and key points of the subsequent movements. She spoke in great detail, not sparing any details of the movements, and she also gave Li Xian a personal demonstration of each movement so that Li Xian could understand and master it more intuitively. With this teaching, a long time passed without realizing it, until outside the edge of the sky, gradually rising fish belly white, the sky is also bright. He actually and Lu Qingxue inside the room practiced all night. Li Xian wiped the sweat on his forehead with a towel while walking quickly to the door. After he opened the door, he glanced at the sky that was already brightening up outside the window. Then he awkwardly scratched his head and said, "It's getting late. Qingxue, why don't you wait for a while? Don't be in a hurry to leave yet." After saying that, Li Xian turned around and left this side, leaving Lu Qingxue standing alone with a trace of doubt on her face. She also didn't know what exactly Li Xian wanted to do. Still, Lu Qingxue stopped and waited quietly. After about half an hour's time, Li Xian walked in quickly with a bowl of steaming clear soup noodles. He gently placed this bowl of noodles on the table. At the same time there is a little bit of apology said, this noodle inside did not put anything special, just added a little bit of lard and small onion. Of course, there is also a small pinch of salt. It should be just right. It just so happens that now the time of breakfast is also almost here. Why don't you eat it before you go? And it is not a nuisance to leave you for so long. The heart is still a little bit of guilt. Lu Qingxue stared blankly at Li Xian for more than 10 seconds before coming back to her senses, a trace of inexplicable emotions flowing through her eyes. She then slowly walked over to the table and sat down. Lu Qingxue picked up her chopsticks and silently ate the seemingly simple bowl of clear soup noodles on the table in front of her, but it was full of Li Xian's thoughts. When the meal was over, she wiped the corners of her lips gently, stood up, and turned to leave the side. Before she left, she turned her head to look at Li Xian and said seriously, "I will seriously consider the suggestion you said before and give you a reply afterward." Honestly, if she could really have a peaceful place to go like Li Xian said, why would she want to keep living this kind of displaced life? Li Xian stood in the doorway and watched Lu Qingxue's figure fade away until she disappeared behind his own compound. Only then did he turn around and pick up the bowl and chopsticks that had been cleaned up and left this side of the residence, heading in the direction of the kitchen. When he came to the kitchen and prepared to cook noodles for his daughter Yi and Xiaoan and the rest of them, the two little maids, Spring Flower and Autumn Moon, also happened to wake up. They had planned to get up early to make breakfast, but they realized that Li Xian was already busy in the kitchen. The two of them immediately trotted over, with a hint of surprise and embarrassment on their faces, and said, "Your Excellency, why did you wake up so early? Didn't know to call us? How can this make you cook in person, being maids, but letting the male son do such a job instead of them?" It made the hearts of the two little maids feel both a little embarrassed and very happy and warm. This is the eunuch, who never puts up a fight against them, even if he is in a position of power. You have to know that the current Gongzi has become the most high-ranking and powerful minister in Dakian who is favored by the female emperor. Even the two ministers on the left and right seem to be no match for the duke today. And this is where the duke is most powerful. Li Xian looked at them and casually said, "You guys come over now to wash your hands and just help me cook the noodles. I'll go and call Yi." Now, after saying that, Li Xian left the kitchen and walked towards Yi's room. A few moments later, Li Xian hugged Yi who was hanging on himself and walked out from the room with a helpless face. This little girl couldn't wake up every morning. This was something that Chunhua Chiyu had reacted to him several times. As for Shaoan, he had actually practiced martial arts with Qianyu in the courtyard early in the morning. When he saw Li Xian calling him, he stopped what he was doing, glanced at Qianyu, and said, "Master, why don't you go along?" Qianyu looked up at Li Xian, nodded slightly, and said, "The breakfast that your excellency made is also of great interest to Qian." As time passed slowly and the crowd ate breakfast, the sun poured down and the day gradually climbed higher until it rose to mid-morning. Li Xian followed the usual practice and began to give the two children physics and biology lessons. Today's schedule of classes, at first glance, did not look different from the previous ones, yet there was something special about it. Especially in the course of the biology class, Li Xian deliberately added physiological aspects after thinking for a long time. Li Xian explains how to differentiate between boys and girls, describes the body structure of boys and girls, and emphasizes the importance of taking care of yourself when you are alone, especially for girls. This knowledge is even more critical. In fact, this type of knowledge had long been on Li Xian's mind to teach. It's just that it's been so busy with business on the one hand that I can't find the time to prepare for it a bit. On the other hand, he also felt that it was always a bit inappropriate for him, as a father, to talk to his daughter about such slightly personal matters. So there's something about it that doesn't feel right on the inside, either. Chapter 192 Sunga questioning, below, the situation in this world is not far from ancient times. It's all about the fact that most of the women live in deep seclusion and follow the invisible rule of not going out of the front door, not going out of the back door. Often it is only before marriage that some elders will briefly teach some matters of life after marriage, while at other times, women know almost nothing about such knowledge, and even the most basic methods of self-protection are completely unknown. Because of this reason, Li Xian still felt the need to impart these correct knowledge contents to these children. Li Xian hoped that they could grow up with enough self-protection awareness, as well as a more comprehensive understanding of themselves and this ancient world. Of course at this time, he has actually been adapted somewhat for this background of antiquity, and there are some things he shouldn't talk about, so he certainly won't talk too much. In addition, Ning Xuang, who came to visit the Li mansion from time to time, also sat quietly listening today as usual. There was a constant look of curiosity in her eyes, a curiosity that was directed at Li Xian as a person. Of course, the moment Li Xian began to explain biological physiological knowledge, especially when it came to the body structure of men and women, Ning Xuang's cheeks instantly flushed with a blush, as good-looking as the clouds in the sky, at least to the benefit of the nearby Shaoan. Ning Fang's heart is full of doubts. How on earth did he know the girl's body structure? This is really puzzling. And what's more, he seems to know the girl's body better than himself as a woman. He also mentioned that children are needed for men and women when they grow up. Just by having this thought floating in her mind, Ning Xuang felt her face rolling, and an inexplicable feeling of shyness surged up to her heart, so much so that she felt uncomfortable sitting in the chair, and her hips unconsciously wriggled gently in the chair in a burst of embarrassment. However, she secretly saw Li Xian's focused manner of teaching and didn't seem to notice her abnormality, as if she was really just single-mindedly imparting knowledge. If he were to get up and leave rashly at this moment, would he not appear to be narrow-minded and small-minded? Perhaps Li Xian really was not bound by traditional concepts and dared to impart this knowledge, which might be somewhat sensitive in the eyes of others. To the children, he was indeed unique. When Li Xian was explaining, the moment he happened to lock eyes with Ning Xuang, an imperceptible look of embarrassment flashed under his eyes as well. This brief look at each other made Jelsamai feel more and more embarrassed. In the bottom of her heart, she secretly blamed herself. Had she known that today would be so embarrassing, she shouldn't have come. Thinking of this, Ning Xuang gently held her fragrant cheeks in her hands and sat quietly beside Yi, gazing quietly at Li Xian, who was teaching. As her thoughts drifted away, Yi was listening to the lesson like a cute little chicken pecking at rice constantly, nodding her little head as if she was trying to understand every word her daddy was saying. However, as the lesson drew to a close, she suddenly looked at Shaoan and said curiously, "Brother Shaoan, let me see yours. Is it really different from mine?" Little and instantly froze when he heard this. A look of shock appeared on his face, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Just opened his mouth and stared blankly at Yi. Li Xian, helplessly. Li Xian hurriedly walked over to Yi and said with a serious expression, "What did father just say? How did you forget so quickly?" Daddy just said that you can't let others bully you. And you can't let others look at you except for your head and arms. But, Daddy, you didn't say that you can't look at other people's Yi blinked those big clear and bright eyes and looked at Li Xian with an innocent face. It seemed to be very confused by his own behavior and couldn't understand why Daddy was so nervous. Li Xian was made to cry and laugh by Yi's answer. And he couldn't help but cough for a while. Fortunately, Ningxuang reacted quickly and hastily spoke up. Yi, as a little kid, you can't look at other people's either. Although little and elder brothers won't dirty his eyes, it's still not a good idea to do so. And you're still young. This is something that people who are still underage shouldn't be curious about. Do you know? When Yi heard Ningxuang's words, she slightly tilted her head and thoughtfully pondered for a while, then nodded her head obediently and said softly, "Alright, I know." Seeing this, Li Xian threw a look full of gratitude to Ningxuang. Ningxuang smiled faintly, yet in her heart, a trace of emotion quietly flooded her. Li Xian had now become the imperial master of the Qian kingdom and the minister of the household, and she was naturally one of the first to know about this news. In her opinion, it was more than normal for Li Xian to be able to obtain such an esteemed position. If Li Xian did not receive such treatment, then perhaps the Qiangui empress was the one who was confused and did not know how to appreciate talent. After all, in any dynasty, for a slightly minded king, as long as it is not dim-witted, not clear, should understand the importance of talent for the country, all know the reason to reuse talent. It was hard to end the slightly choppy lesson, and Li Xian began to tell the children the story of Su Xian and Bai Suzhen as usual. This is a brand new story. The last time the story was told was a long time ago. Over the past 2 days, Li Xian happened to be briefly idle, so he thought of pampering his daughter and telling her a brand new story. When Li Xian told Su Xian and Bai Suzhen met at the West Lake, they fell in love at first sight, and then knew each other and loved each other. Beautiful plot. The children were listening to the intoxicated, as if they were in the realm of the general. Their faces were filled with the longing for the beautiful love feelings. However, the story was full of twists and turns. And when Li Xian spoke of the tragic end of Su Xian and Bai Suzhen being mercilessly and forcibly separated by monk Cafe High and suppressed under the Leifeng Pagoda, and henceforth separated from each other forever, Ningxuang and Yi couldn't help but cry sadly. Tears dampened their clothes, and even the ever-strong Shaoan quietly turned her back and secretly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, as if she was feeling aggrieved by the misfortunes of Su Xian and Bai Suzhen. With that, it was only after Li Xian rounded up another ending where Su Xian and Bai Suzhen were together in peace and beauty that a few people were finally relieved. The day faded away. The following day, Lin Donyang, the Minister of Revenue, was about to be beheaded in the imperial city. The Minister of the Household is asking to be beheaded. If this scene is placed in the previous world, its shock degree is absolutely no less than the fall of a finance minister, which is a deservedly big tiger. However, compared to the ancient times of the world that Li Xian was living in before he was reborn, the geographical coverage of this Qian country was relatively narrower, and the number of people was also sparse. Because of this, even though the position of Minister of the Household was crucial in the imperial court, but placed in this small country, its influence did not seem to be as great as imagined, and was able to attract widespread attention. In fact, only a small number of people have some concern. The vast majority of the people, they are more concerned about the trivialities of daily life, such as what to eat, what to wear. A minister of the household was beheaded, is not really as important as the ordinary people's 3 meals a day. The location of the execution of the minister of the household is located in the well-known site outside the street of the vegetable market. On weekdays, this is the common place to dispose of prisoners in Diqian. Over time, the air seems to be filled with a faint smell of blood. Today, however, the originally bustling and crowded vegetable market street is now cold and empty. Most of the stores lining the streets were closed and dead. Even the imperial city street, which was usually filled with traffic and pedestrians, was unusually quiet at the moment, with hardly a few pedestrians in sight, as if it were an empty city. Those wild cats and dogs that were usually in the streets and alleys seemed to have smelled the tension in the air and hid in dark and damp corners. Due to the recent sudden interruption of food supply, the price of salt and grain rose rapidly like a runaway wild horse. And within just a few days, the imperial city was plunged into a chaotic situation of fear and trepidation. The market reserves that could barely support for a few days were quickly dissipated under the impact of this crazy wave of snatching. And even the reserves that those victims outside the city depended on for their survival were interrupted by this sudden crisis. Nowadays, magistrates and soldiers patrolling back and forth can be seen everywhere throughout the city. Lin Donyang, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, was escorted by a group of soldiers in this almost uninvited state, and slowly came to the middle of the execution ground. Chapter 193 Have something to say. He was cloaked in hair. His face was haggard. He looked like a beggar. Who had thought that this person was the minister of the household? In Lin Dongyang's eyes, they were filled with despair. As if he had lost all hope, he just quietly knelt on the stage, his eyes staring blankly ahead. In addition to that, executioner and soldiers around, but could not see the figure of a populace, actually let Lin Dongyang's heart. There is a little depression born. Even his real father, that left minister Lin Xian, who was a powerful man in the imperial court, had not come to see him for the last time, not to mention the people of the Xingshu and left minister's residence. Even more so, not a single silhouette could be found, as if he had been abandoned by the entire world and left unattended. He was also brilliant for a time. He was spirited and highly respected above the court. What glory! At that time, he was always surrounded by flatterers, can be said to be the scenery. But now, it has ended up in this bleak and miserable situation, and it is still relentlessly abandoned by his own father. This filled Lin Dongyang's eyes with endless sorrow, and for a moment, he knelt in front of the stage, no longer able to suppress his inner pain, and cried out loudly to the heavens. This official's heart is unwilling. For so many years, this official reservedly served in the Ministry of Households, working hard and complaining, and asked that he never deserved a penny or a millimeter in Dakian. But it ended up like this. How can this official be willing to? Lin Dongyang's voice echoed in the air for a long time, but no one responded. The executioner stood at his side, a strange look on his face. He looked at the once high and mighty minister of the household in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart at the impermanence of the world. This is a second-rate officer. Now it's a prisoner. Unexpectedly, today it was his turn to carry out this decapitation sentence, which really made people feel that fate was messing with them. This was also the most high-powered person he had beheaded. The last one to be beheaded, remember, was still the Marquis of Prosperity, but at that time, the person who beheaded him was not him, but a fellow officer. It's really saddening. This official does not want to die. His Majesty. I want to see His Majesty. Lin Dongyang still kept shouting words, his eyes burning at the executioner in front of him. A burst of supplication. Please inform the above. This official wants to see His Majesty. There are important things to tell him. 100,000 fire. The hour has come. Prepare for the execution. At that moment, the person who chimed in directly shouted as if he had never heard Lin Dongyang's voice before. Shangshu Lord, this hour has come. You should also go on the road, but also please rest assured, our craft for more than 10 years, to kill a cow can be accurate fatal. Not to mention you. We guarantee that the hand up the knife, absolutely no pain, eyes closed, this life will be over. As the executioner spoke, he tilted his neck and poured down a large mouthful of the strong wine that was specially supplied over at the Fuyuan restaurant, before violently spitting the wine onto the coldly glittering surface of the blade. If it wasn't for the beheading, he really wouldn't have been qualified to drink that Fuyuan restaurant's strong liquor, which was said to have been invented by Lord Li Xianli. Truly a blessing for his Qianhua. As the executioner sprayed a mouthful, some of the wine stars even splashed onto Lin Dongyang's face. This sudden move caused the already terrified Lin Dongyang to tremble violently. A foul odor slowly filled Lin Dongyang under this extreme fear, and it was obvious that he had been scared into incontinence. I don't want to die. I want to see His Majesty. I want to see His Majesty. I have something to say. Go and inform A. Lin Dongyang was still wailing, his eyes filled with fear of death. Just as the executioner slowly raised his knife and was about to drop it, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Hold it. Immediately afterward, a figure walked quickly, then stopped. At this moment, Li Xian arrived at the execution ground under the flank of a group of people as if he was a starry-eyed man. When the executioner saw Li Xian, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment, a trace of doubt on his face, as if he hadn't reacted for a moment. After all, he was just a pawn following orders in this penal colony, and didn't recognize Li Xian, a figure who had risen to fame in the imperial court. He just thought that Li Xian had an extraordinary demeanor and must not be an ordinary person. I'm Li Xian. Li Xian looked at Lin Dongyang and steadily walked over. When the executioner heard the name, he was startled and the knife in his hand almost fell. He immediately stood quietly, not daring to utter a single breath, waiting for the next arrangement, secretly speculating in his heart about Li Xian's intentions. This is the bull of their Qianhua. Li Xian, Lord Li, is now as popular as ever in Deqian. Who doesn't know and who doesn't know? Above the court, the empress is said to obey him, and the strong liquor he loved to drink with was prepared by Lord Li. At this time, Lin Dongyang, who had been scared into incontinence, looked at Li Xian with excitement as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and said, Sir Li, save me, this official has something to say. With his secrets, this he, naturally, referred to his father, left minister Lin Shuren. He had been prepared to die in his father's place, yet during these days of darkness and imprisonment, his state of mind had changed dramatically. when he truly detached himself from that which he once possessed, even if his father, Lin Shuren, promised more things, even if he said how he would properly settle his wife and children. In his view, at this moment, it had all become meaningless. Li Xian smiled faintly. If there is a point, said Lin Tajian, these days, the official government went to the Shinshu house to copy the family, can only find out 10,000 taels of silver, which seems to be a little less. This first thing, Lin Tajian, may as well you hide half of your life of the whereabouts of those silvers, and tell me a little bit? Hearing this, Lin Dongyang quickly nodded his head desperately and said, the silver is in a mountain villa in the northern suburb outside the city. There is a total of more than 200,000 taels of silver, as well as some gold, as well as precious items such as jade and porcelain. I'm willing to surrender all of them, and I only ask that Ta Zhenli and His Majesty say something to spare my life. With that, he reached out his hand and tried to tug on Li Xian's clothes. However, it was too far away to reach, and the outstretched arms waved futilely in the air, looking woefully out of reach. Li Xian was just about to open his mouth to speak when he suddenly noticed someone coming beside him. He turned his head and looked at the shadowy man in front of him with a surprised expression. This person was the head of the brocade guards that he had previously met on the day of the conflict with the Easy Marquis, and was also the most powerful commander in the newly established brocade guards organization in Diqian. This person looked at Lin Dongyang and muttered, no wonder. It turns out that there is 200,000 taels of silver hidden in that mountain villa. TSK, what a good minister of the Ministry of the Interior. Didn't you just say that your conscience is clear? How come you have confessed 200,000 taels of silver now? I remember your salary. Not so much, right? Chapter 194. The left minister's intention. His name was Mo Yuan, and he used to be a green man who had made quite a name for himself in the Jianghu martial arts world. Later, he was spotted and taken in by Gong Yuyan, who was still a royal daughter, and became the person at her side. Later on, when the empress became the emperor, his status also rose, and he helped the empress to deal with a lot of things. With Li Xian's suggestion, the empress decided to set up the brocade guards, and he also logically became the commander of the brocade guards, in charge of the entire brocade guards, which can be said to be a step in the right direction. Lin Dongyang smiled awkwardly, but did not say anything more. Don't be in a hurry. Gather a good manpower before going. The probability is that there will be some danger over there. As for Lord Li, at the moment beside him these brocade guards, the same face shocked, how they did not expect. The minister of the household has secretly hoarded such a huge amount of wealth? Mo Yuan looked at Li Xian and continued, Lord Li, I have no surname. My name is Mo Yuan. Lord Li, you can call me Xiao Mo. Whatever you want. As the empress's close confidant, he naturally knew the empress's attitude towards Li Xian. At the current stage of Diqian, there was no one whose position could compare to Li Xian, who had already become the most powerful arm beside the empress. Li Xian's body shivered slightly, not knowing if it was because this place was so eerie or some physical discomfort with the person in front of him. However, he still smiled dryly and said, Lord Mo was joking. You came here today to take away Lin Dongyang? Mo Yuan smiled and said, yes, the empress expected that you would come, so she asked me to come and protect you for fear that the side of the left minister's residence would be unfavorable to you. Ha, the empress guessed correctly, and you have indeed come. Li Xian nodded and turned to the few soldiers he brought beside him. Let's go. As for Lord Lin's side, I'll leave it to you. There's definitely more than just secrets on him. Dig into them. The executioner froze for a moment, and although his heart was full of doubts, how could he dare to say more on such an occasion? Sure enough, how could such a big shot as the minister of the household be executed so easily? The executioner suddenly thought of the word left minister that they mentioned before, and his heart could not help but be shocked. Could it be that Xian was greatest minister of power? The left minister was also about to meet an untimely end? As soon as this thought flashed by, his heart began to beat violently, and he vaguely felt that Diqian was afraid that the sky would really change. Soon, Li Xian led the crowd to leave the execution ground, while Mo Yuan led the brocade guards and escorted Lin Dongyang to leave this place as well. Before they left, they also made some arrangements to have this side of the execution ground fake a scene and execute another man on death row with a cloaked head and a body shape that bore some resemblance to Lin Dongyang. After the man was executed, inside the left minister's mansion, Lin Shuren sat quietly on the eunuch chair, his face slightly pale. His eyes had a tired look to them, as if he was thinking about something. The traces of the years had carved deep wrinkles in his face, and the once spirited eyes were now somewhat dull. At this time, a man clad in a brocade robe hurriedly walked in, knelt on the ground, and said with a trembling voice, Master Dongyang he is dead. Lin Shuren's left hand trembled slightly. He then took a deep breath, tried to keep his emotions calm, and still said, "Stand down." "I know. Yes." This person did not dare to say more and quickly retreated. Lin Shuren slowly got up and walked to the window, looking at the endless blue sky. He only felt as if there were 10,000 needles constantly stabbing him all over his body. Some cloudy tears slowly escaped from the bottom of his eyes. He said to himself, "Your Majesty, you are completely breaking with the old minister. Ah, really do not give half a bit of mercy. I at least is also 3 dynasties. What virtue and what can let you special deal with?" Oh, after saying these words, Lin Shuren was silent for a long time, as if he had fallen into deep memories. Then, Lin Shuren added to himself, "But it's also true that today's Qian kingdom has long been riddled with holes and is almost beyond redemption. And if it weren't for Li Xian, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to hold out for a few more years." Thinking of Li Xian, Lin Shuren sighed. The kingdom of Qian is doomed. What his son Lin Dongyang said was actually not false, but with Li Xian in Qiangua, perhaps everything is still unknown. Every one of those things Li Xian had done so far this year was so important that it was like a panacea, constantly renewing Qiangua's life. In this case, Lin Shuren really didn't know what the future of Qiangua was like. All he knew was that there really wasn't much that a civil official of his type could do under the turmoil of the dynasty. At most, is to engage in a bit of salt, grain, cloth and other troubles, so that also comes to an end. He in the right phase is different. The right phase of some of the sons of the right phase. In the military some places to control the power. If not for the right Prime Minister Lu Yunqing's side of some of the deterrents, I am afraid that his side would have long been banned by the empress of the female emperor. The emperor's power of the machine under the civil official Lin Shan did not have any ability to resist, so how far can he go? At this stage, if the empress wanted to kill him, there really wasn't much pressure. His head, now, was tied to the waistband of his pants. Depending on what the empress did, over the past few days, he had continuously requested for an audience with the empress, and as a result, the empress had pressed for any feedback, and the other party was unwilling to see him, just like those other clan officials, who were all laying down and keeping their mouths shut at the moment. They may have had one thought in mind, the empress could not have eradicated them all. At most, the biggest tigers would be knocked out, and with them, the empress would still have to keep the dynasty running, so it would be impossible to clean it up. So after he said those words after the morning court that day, the civil and military officials, surprisingly, were quiet. What place does he have to go? Lin Shuren sighed again as he spoke. He knew in his heart that at this moment, he was bound to be secretly watched by the people beside the empress, and was unable to move freely at all, not to mention escaping the Qian kingdom. When the empress found a proper response, or the moment the empress made up her mind to fish out of water, his life would be gone. After all, in today's stage of the Qian kingdom, it would be completely understandable if the empress intended to carry out a thorough cleansing regardless. Lin Shuren was silent for a moment and once again wrote a letter to Lu Yunqing's side. In the past few days, he kept writing letters to Lu Yunqing, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, with little effect. And this one carrier pigeon, she only just took off, then quickly fell down, fluttered her wings a few times, and then simply died of gas. Lin Shuren. He then sat down in his chair and stayed there for a long time. Lin Shuren's eyes stared blankly ahead as if he had lost his soul. At last he said to himself, "Your Majesty is really unwilling to give the old minister a chance to reform himself?" Chapter 195 He wants to see you. Within the surrounding space, it was very quiet, with only the sound of birds chirping nearby, plus the sound of the wind blowing through and the leaves clattering, as if there had never been a third person. But the dropping of the carrier pigeon just proved that someone had been watching him. Moreover, it was bound to be a godforsaken clan master. When the other party did not reply to him, the left minister pondered for a moment before adding, "Lord Chief Steward, I know it's you who's in the neighborhood." After a sentence, there was a sigh from the darkness and the eunuch-in-chief from before appeared. A eunuch-in-chief from the old Qian emperor's reign. He listens to no one but the old Qian emperor, belonging to the level of the palace patriarch, with high and unfathomable martial arts. But now, it was listening to the words of the empress. Looks like he's standing in line too. Seeing the eunuch-in-chief in front of him, the left minister clasped his fists and said with complicated eyes, "Does the empress really want to drive the old minister to extinction? And when did Lord Chief Eunuch take orders from the female emperor?" After the chief eunuch was silent for a moment, he said, "Lord Lin, you should know the meaning of the empress, and nowadays, the Qian kingdom, I am afraid that the Qianquan has not yet been determined. Nowadays, His Majesty, with the help of Lord Li, will surely prosper. So it's not impossible for us to follow the orders of His Majesty. Can Lord Lin listen to our words?" Lin Shuren nodded, and it could be seen that as the chief eunuch spoke, his legs were gently shaking, a sign of violent mood swings. The chief eunuch added. The Qian kingdom now is not the same as last year. And, just like what Lord Lin guessed, paper making, porcelain those, including all the policies that the female emperor has implemented so far, all the methods, are actually. Speaking here, the chief eunuch didn't say anything, and his eyes revealed a hint of mystery. The left minister's pupils shrank and he blurted out, Li Xian, if Lord Lin has already guessed it, why are you still so obsessed? Don't you want to see a complete Great Qin dynasty? You don't want to see a great unification of the three kingdoms in a few years? The chief eunuch said something profoundly, and those words knocked directly into Lin Shuran's heart. The left minister clenched his teeth, especially when he heard the Great Qin dynasty and the great unification of the three kingdoms. The whole person was trembling. The left minister asked again without dying, then who in the world is Li Xian? The chief eunuch shook his head. He said meaningfully, you are not checked it. Is a small villager in Yanshan County. He may be the blessing of the heavens. Now the food problem and the heating problem is solved. After the stability of the Qian kingdom, is the process of unification? Of course, we feel that the Qi and Chu two countries cannot be allowed to go on. We feel that Qi and Chu will not allow Qianguo to continue to develop. Could it be that Lord Lin? Don't you expect Lord Li to give us any surprises when the three armies meet for battle? Saying this, the other party stopped talking and quietly looked at Lin Shuren, as if waiting for his response. Lin Shuren clenched his fists and struggled with his eyes for a long time. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour had passed that he finally took a deep breath and said, People walked in outside, and the chief eunuch disappeared as if he had never appeared, leaving behind only Lin Shuren, who had clenched his teeth. The visitor asked, Left Minister, what is your order? Pass on my order. All operations in the imperial city cease and wait for orders. After everyone had left, the left minister added, This official wants to see Li Xian. Available. The voices in the shadows quickly quieted. The Li Xian of this time, however, was not in the Li mansion, but once again came to this side of the empress's chambers. After Li Xian saw the empress, he cupped his fists with a respectful expression and said, Your Majesty, I have come here for the matter of the left minister. The empress nodded slightly and said, What do you think about this matter? Speak up. After Li Xian pondered a little, he said, I believe that I can take 2 steps to deal with the current situation. First, cut the Gordian knot and take swift and decisive measures to crack down on the left minister's forces and stabilize the situation. Secondly, if your majesty is worried that this move will cause a backlash from the right minister, then it is possible to wait a little longer for the time being, pretending to compromise with the left minister on the surface, while secretly making every effort to solve the salt and grain crisis. I have found after in-depth understanding that the production and supply of salt is firmly controlled by the left prime minister, which is indeed a bit outrageous. This is the kind of area that should really be under imperial control. But in Deqian, it was different. Maybe that's why the left and right 2 prime ministers have one hand in the sky. If they counterattack, it will have too much impact on the Qin kingdom. When Li Xian said this, the empress's face seemed to slightly redden with a hint of shame and helplessness. She blushed because this was after all her Jiangshan, yet she felt powerless to do anything about this current situation. There were some things that really weren't within her reach just because she wanted to do them. 6 years ago, she had already experienced a fierce conflict during her ascension to the throne, and the Qin kingdom had suffered a great deal of damage as a result. And then she still relied on the support of these clans to slowly stabilize her footing. How could she not understand this? Today's situation is a classic case of the buildup. In the case that the court has not yet fully healed from the previous injuries, and then suffered this calamity, can indeed be said to have added insult to injury. In fact, it could be said that the wound of Qianhua had never been eased for a single day. With these clans adhering to this wounded dynasty like parasites, and without any effective solutions, the country's condition naturally didn't slowly get better over time, and it made sense that it could have developed into such a critical situation as it is today. Luckily, there's still Li Xian in all this. This is something that I brought with me. This item may be able to solve the crisis of salt in the market today, but it will take a certain amount of time for it to gradually flow in and be popularized in the market before it can be used. As for the food issue, this is indeed a thorny dilemma, Li Xian said as he gently placed the rice paper he brought on the table. Curious, the empress picked up the piece of paper and looked at it carefully, only to see the words crude salt purification written on it. The empress's eyes immediately flashed with a hint of surprise as she began to carefully read the contents of the paper, and as she read deeper and deeper, she was even more astonished. Only, after being surprised for a while, she seemed to have gradually gotten used to these surprises brought by Li Xian, so she did not show anything. The empress now, even in the face of such a great contribution from Li Xian, feels as if everything has become taken for granted and makes sense, doesn't it? After all, this was something Li Xian had brought with him, In her mind, Li Xian seemed to have become an omnipotent being. The empress frowned, as if pondering some dilemma. Just then, Green Reed, who was also covering his face, appeared. After glancing at Li Xian, Qing Reed approached the empress's ear and whispered. The empress flinched for a moment before she looked at Li Xian with a strange expression and said meaningfully, "Qingli, Lin Shuren said he wants to see you. The left minister wants to see me?" Li Xian froze for a moment, as if he hadn't reacted yet, and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Chapter 196. The left minister surrendered. It didn't take long for Li Xian to be at the minister's residence and meet the left minister. This was their second private meeting. The first time, it was when he was invited to that banquet at the left minister's residence. At that time, Li Xian had not yet made a big splash in the court, while the left minister Lin Xian was high up. The banquet was just an ordinary entertainment in the officialdom, and perhaps with a little bit of Li Xian's temptation. The second time is now. Naturally, the situation has been turned upside down. When he saw Li Xian again, Lin Shuren's feelings were equally very complicated. Within a short period of time, Li Xian's status changed so quickly that he could not even imagine it. The young man who was once perhaps only slightly talented in his eyes had now become a pivotal figure in the imperial court and was heavily relied upon by the empress. How could this not make him sigh with emotion? Only nowadays, the left prime minister did not have the previous charm from the high position of prime minister, but looked at Li Xian very casually and said, "Your Honor, Li has really brought so many surprises to old me." There seemed to be a bit of helplessness in that tone. Li Xian smiled and said, "There is no need for you to sell your words. Just say what you have to say." He looked the left minister straight in the eye and pressed on with no nonsense. The left minister nodded and finally voiced some of his previous doubts, including the eunuch-in-chief telling him those words that he still needed to confirm with Li Xian. He needs to confirm the following. Hearing the other party's question, Li Xian but shook his head and said, "In fact, what is the significance of these questions of yours? Whether it's me or not, it's ultimately a blessing for the Qian kingdom, isn't it?" When he spoke of the fortune of Qianhua, the left minister's eyes trembled violently. His eyes flashed with a hint of struggle, a hint of dawning realization, and what seemed to be a hint of resignation, but in the end it all turned into a deep sense of relief. He didn't say anything. It seemed to have been touched to the depths of his heart by Li Xian's passage. He was silent for a long time before he said bitterly, "I am willing to submit to His Majesty. Can Lord Li persuade His Majesty to spare the Sangha?" "How?" There was a hint of trembling in that voice, as if uttering the words had taken all the strength in his body. Li Xian, the left minister, willing to submit? This news could be described as Li Xian's biggest surprise of the day. He was thrilled in his heart, but he remained calm on his face, with just an imperceptible flash of surprise in his eyes. Well, in order to show my sincerity, the old man will hand over those properties to His Majesty, including some of the wealth he has accumulated over the years, and only ask for the safety of the Sangha. How about that? Li Xian's eyelids fluttered. A single minister of the household could have searched 200,000 taels of silver. How much silver has the left minister's office raided over such a long period of time? Maybe this silver. It has to be doubled. It is true that each and every one of these clan people is repeating the same mistake. They know everything. They obviously have endless silver to spend, but they still want to hoard it all the time like a miser. Just remember, for example, the ancient Hoshin. It was said to be a hoard of great wealth that would make the entire court envious. Can he spend it all? Naturally, you can't spend it all, but he just didn't want to contribute to the country. He just wanted to save more and more wealth. As a result, the poor are getting poorer and the rich are getting richer, thus creating a polarization that is difficult to break. Human nature is like this. In fact, the modern society that Li Xian has stayed in before has the same problem. Even though small bosses with less than $1 million in savings are all high and mighty, and they cannot allow their employees to slacken off in the slightest. In contrast to the working patterns of 996 and 955, even if the latter pattern can bring him more income, and even if both sides can be more harmonized in win-win situation for mutual benefit, he just likes his employees to work desperately in the 996 style. Doesn't he want to make money? Of course I want to, but that thrill of exploitation down the levels may outweigh in their minds those extra dollars earned. This is, essentially, an ingrained landlord mentality. In terms of society as a whole, it is said that the first to get rich will drive those who come after them to get rich, but in fact, those who get rich first will invariably form a hierarchical circle, and those who get rich after them will find it difficult to come in, not to mention those who are not yet rich. It's a bad trait under human nature. It's been there since the beginning of time, and it's hard to break. Therefore, when Li Xian heard the left minister say those kinds of words, his heart likewise gave birth to many complicated thoughts. Sure enough, Didn't think about giving away the wealth until it was life-threatening. Just now also when the empress fretted about the problem of food. After all, the left minister so messed up a bit, or very troublesome. Now, the left minister is willing to return to obedience. It seems that there is not much to worry about, but anyway, this is really great news. That's why Li Xian looked at the left minister and said with a hint of strangeness, Lord Lin, what were you thinking? How did you suddenly come to your senses? The left minister sighed and said, perhaps it's still because of what His Majesty and Lord Li did, letting the old minister realize that Qiangui can be prospered, and what the old minister did before. There are indeed some misguided. Rather than resisting, it's better to return to His Majesty. After all, the old minister is, in essence, His Majesty's right-hand man, and how can I keep going against your Majesty? Li Xian nodded, then bowed briefly. Lin Shuran's move was somewhat unexpected, but it did help a great deal under this Dechen crisis, even if the trouble itself was provoked by Lin Shuran. Li Xian said, then I am here to thank Lord Lin for his generosity. After saying that, Li Xian chatted with the left minister for a while until Mo Yuan also came this way, intending to let the brocade guards take something out from the left minister's residence. The most important thing, naturally, is silver. Seeing Mo Yuan looking at himself with a smile on his face, Li Xian shivered, not knowing why when he saw this Mo Yuan, he always felt that there was something wrong with the other party's eyes, as if he was. Thinking of this, Li Xian gave an awkward smile. Lord Li is polite. If there's anything, you can contact me at any time. Lord Lin is His Majesty's right-hand man, and the brocade guards are also your right-hand men, always at Lord Li's disposal. Mo Yuan smiled and owed a word. Before Li Xian left the Sangha, he met Lin Shi on the road, one of the four great dudes of this imperial city. Chapter 197 The Golden Cicada. After seeing Li Xian, Lin Shi stopped with a complicated face. Afterwards, he bowed and said, late generation, meet Lord Li. There was a hint of awe in his voice. Li Xian nodded and said, it's been a long time. After saying that, Li Xian had already left the side. Lin Shi, who was behind her, had a complicated look on her face. How? At that time at the beginning of the year, when he saw Li Xian, there was still some arrogance in his heart. But of course it was arrogance hidden in his heart, and on the surface, he was still very polite. However, he did not expect that after a short period of time had passed, Li Xian had changed so much. Li Xian, who he once thought was barely worthy of his eyes, has now become a first-ranking officer, the same level as his grandfather, the left minister. And now, it seems that even on the side of the left minister's house, the other party is going in and out at will. How can this not make his heart sigh? Lord Li, wait. Behind him, the voice of the left minister suddenly appeared. Mo Yuan, the commander of the Jinui, was standing beside the left minister, waiting quietly. Li Xian stopped and looked at Lin Shuran behind him. Lin Xian trembled and said, Dong Yang, can still be alive? There was a hint of anticipation in his voice, and although he knew the odds were that his son was no longer alive, as a father, he was still undeterred and wanted to ask, how can a father's love for his son be lost? How could he not care about his son's life? Li Xian looked at Lin Shuran with a strange face, remembering Lin Dong Yang's reaction. Finally, he smiled and said, if Lord Lin thinks he is alive, then he is alive. But, in the future, this post of Minister of Households may have to be gone. Lord Lin also be prepared. His Majesty's big purge this time. Definitely want to reuse folk talents, not clan members. Hearing Li Xian's words, Lin Shuran was shaken. Even Lin Shi, at this very moment, looked at Li Xian with a burst of excitement and said, Lord Li, are you serious? My father is fine? Li Xian smiled and shook his head, saying, wait for the follow-up news. After saying that, Li Xian left the side. Lin Dong Yang, who took money to buy his life, and Lin Xian, who took money to eliminate future risks, are really the Lin family, and it is really not a family that does not enter a family. At this time when Li Xian left the left minister's residence, the right minister's residence, at this moment, Lu Yunqing, who was looking at the person who reported the news in front of him with a gloomy face, said, that Li Xian and the people of the brocade guards, they all went to the left minister's residence? There was a chill in his eyes. The other party nodded and said, yes, Lord Lu, my subordinate suspects that Lin Xian, suspects that he intends to return to the female emperor. What should we do on our side? Not long ago, Lin Shuran's letters still kept flying towards this side, and at that time, Lu Yunqing was still weighing the pros and cons and pressing on, but Lu Yunqing, the right minister, hadn't moved much. I didn't expect that this had just passed a short period of time, and then such news came, which made him all feel that it was too unbelievable, so much so that this person after thinking for a moment, frowned and said, Lu Tajian, why don't you let my subordinate help you to escape? If we waste any more time, there is some danger on your side as well. There's no hurry. She wouldn't dare do anything to me. It's no small thing to have the army in disarray. Lu Yunqing spoke faintly, seemingly victorious. In fact, as early as before this, some people in the Lu family, including Lu Shukuan, have left the imperial city this side. Of course, some other arrangements has also long been arranged, just a lot of people do not know just. As for the person in front of Lu Yunqing, however, he felt that there was something different about the right minister's reaction compared to before. He always felt that Lord Lu was overly calm. Was he really so sure? The right minister is, on a regular basis, a person with a sense of crisis in his heart. This person's face was filled with helplessness and he could only bend down and give a deep salute, then silently turned around and left the place with heavy footsteps. Lu Yunqing stood still, narrowed his eyes and said in a slightly calmer tone, Since you're already here, why don't you show yourself? How about it? With this appearance, Lord Lu looks extremely calm. Mo Yuan, who was beside him, looked at Lu Yunqing with an interested expression, as if he wanted to see through the other party. Mo Yuan had just briefly finished dealing with the affairs over at the left minister's residence, so he hurriedly arrived here. He didn't expect that he had been so careful, but he had still been detected by this right minister. Lu Yunqing glanced at Mo Yuan, then slowly sat down on that taisher chair, and said with a bland expression, Lord Commander is usually busy with his official duties and affairs, but I didn't expect that he would still make a special trip to watch over this official from the sidelines today. Should this official not be deeply honored? Although no obvious emotions could be heard in the words, there was a hidden hint of mockery. Mo Yuan shook his head, a hint of inexplicable smile spreading at the corners of his mouth as he said, I've gone through numerous introductions of Lord Lu as well as other people's evaluations, but strangely enough, I haven't seen a single comment mentioning Lord Lu's proximity to danger. Yet these past few days, you, right minister, have been able to sit steadily in this position. I wonder if you can give my humble servant an explanation. After saying that, Mo Yuan stared tightly at Lu Yunqing in front of him, his eyes full of inquiry. In fact, this suspicion was noticed even by those close to the right minister. After all, under this court storm, the right minister's performance was just too calm. You know, now that the left minister Lin Xian has defected to His Majesty, the situation can be considered extremely unfavorable for the right minister. And this kind of thing has happened, and he can be so calm? Lu Yunqing said coldly with a smile on his face. Commander of the Lord said this is a bit overstated. This official has 3 dynasties, over the years has been conscientious. Conscientious? Dare not say that for this Qin Jiangshan set down the sweat and sweat, but also can be considered to be a merit without fault. Acting frankly, no shame. How come in danger not chaotic said? The danger that the Lord said. And where exactly is it? Also, then I'll put it another way. Mo Yuan stared tightly into Lu Yunqing's eyes and slowly said, Actually, you are not Lu Yunqing at all. The real Lu Yunqing had already left the right minister's residence a few days ago. I wonder if I'm right. Lord Lu has played a beautiful game of golden cicada. Once the right minister heard this, he became irritated and snapped heavily on the table. Chapter 198 Why bow down? He angrily shouted, Lord Commander, don't spit blood. This official's life is bright and upright, walking straight and sitting straight. This right minister's position is not something that others can replace at will? At this moment, the right minister was actually not angry, and from the outside, he looked no different from his usual self. The right prime minister is usually a person with a violent personality, and now this angry appearance is quite consistent with his usual image. However, Ma Yuan just shook his head, muttering to himself, In fact, even I have been fooled by you, until just now to react. Whether it is as I expected, the next official attest will know. As he spoke, Mo Yuan's figure flashed, like a ghost rushing straight toward the right phase. In this instant,